A gust of wind laden with yellow sand swept past an armored light truck, as several individuals worked in unison to heave a gigantic, mutated insect, its innards hollowed out and reduced to a mere shell, into the rear compartment. Clang, clang. The vehicle shuddered slightly as a bearded man meticulously concealed the blood that dripped beside the tires with the yellow sand. Within the rear compartment, alongside the insect's shell, lay a plethora of grotesque, mutated creatures, each possessing its own peculiar ugliness. A lanky man, resembling a monkey, laughed heartily. This outing has been remarkably smooth. We could dispatch minor foes and reap a bounty of equipment without encountering any formidable adversaries. Indeed, after we return, we shall have half a year free from peril, echoed a man with murky eyes, his gaze suddenly flashing with a lewd glint. Upon our return, I am determined to seduce the top courtesan of Zone 17. Zone 17, renowned as a den of iniquity within the Sait base, thrived in a haze of revelry and debauchery, seemingly untouched by the desolation of the outside world. The taciturn bearded man silently secured the rear door, ensuring it was locked, before turning to observe a youth standing atop a rock, gazing into the distance. Ying Feng, it's time to go back. The youth, tall and slender, was clad in cargo pants that hugged his long legs, with military knives and firearms strapped to his thighs. The wind whipped fiercely, causing his cloak to billow, obscuring half of his face beneath layers of black fabric, revealing only a pair of cerulean eyes. He did not respond to the bearded man's words. His eyes narrowed slightly beneath his tousled black hair, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. It had been too easy this time. It felt as though the monsters were lying in wait. The bearded man urged him once more, prompting Ying Feng to leap down from the rock. As he descended, his cloak fluttered, unveiling a segment of a wing tattoo on his upper left arm. Little Feng has come of age this year. Why not accompany your brothers to Zone 17 for some fun? The man with murky eyes grinned lewdly. The monkey-like man's slanted gaze roamed over Ying Feng's lithe form concealed beneath a black vest, stroking his chin as he mused. For Little Feng, perhaps the women of Zone 17 might even offer their services for free. Ying Feng, that ignoring the two men's lascivious banter, Ying Feng strode directly towards the vehicle. Had it not been for Hess' unavailability, he would never have chosen to team up with these two. From the driver's seat, the bearded man watched as Ying Feng fastened his seatbelt, then called out, "You two, hurry up and get in the car." With a casual camaraderie, the man with murky eyes and the monkey-like man ambled over, just as they opened the rear door. The man in the passenger seat, glancing at Ying Feng outside, suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Bang! A monstrous creature, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, landed atop the vehicle, its razor-sharp claws effortlessly tearing through the roof. The creature's muscles had withered and shrunk, tightly adhering to its jutting skeleton, emanating a putrid stench reminiscent of decayed, rancid meat. Its abdomen had been hollowed out, with only a few desiccated intestines fluttering in the wind. Deep-set eye sockets housed two grayish-white, shrunken eyeballs that had long since lost their sight, yet they could still accurately discern the location of their prey. Hungry, that it was ravenous, as if it had been starving for a century. The monstrous creature gaped widely, its emaciated left cheek marred by a gaping tear of flesh that exposed a row of teeth and gums stretching back to its ear. The shredded muscle hung precariously, swaying with its movements. The atrophied gums accentuated the sharpness of its teeth, while the gaps between them were caked with a dark, desiccated substance of indeterminate origin. As it opened its mouth, a stench reminiscent of biochemical weaponry erupted forth, shocking all who glimpsed the creature through the precariously balanced roof of the Vehiclean. Abomination. Zombie. 70 years had elapsed since the apocalypse began, and after years of relentless extermination, sightings of zombies had become exceedingly rare. Yet today they were confronted once more with the sight of a zombie, a mutated one at that. A rarity even in the past. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The mutated zombie hurled the roof aside with its claw, the jagged remnants of the vehicle whizzing perilously close to the creature's murky scalp, severed hair cascading before its terror-stricken gaze. Had it not been for Ying Feng's warning, the two would have been irrevocably severed from their bodies. In that fleeting moment, as the roof vanished, Ying Feng pressed down on the seat and drew his gun, aiming at the zombie above and firing repeatedly, his youthful voice steady and resolute. Old Zhang drive. Old Zhang, sporting a bushy beard, slammed the accelerator to the floor, the inertia flinging the zombie from the vehicle's roof. Don't! Wait for us. We haven't boarded yet. Two urgent cries echoed from the rear of the vehicle. Ying Feng swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, hoisting a light machine gun with one hand and deftly flipping backward over the seat like a nimble cat, landing atop the rear compartment. The lanky figure and the murky-eyed individual sprinted desperately towards him, firing in panic at the encroaching zombies and various monstrosities. These zombies were mere ordinary ones, but like the mutated creature, they were remnants from years past, long desiccated and ravenous, howling as they pursued the murky-eyed man and the lanky figure. Ying Feng's expression hardened. How could there suddenly be so many zombies and monsters? It was as if they had been confined in some place for years, only to be released into the wild. Observing the situation ahead, he quickly assessed the circumstances and calmly instructed, Old Zhang, turn around. The truck made a sharp turn, and Ying Feng knelt firmly on the roof, his machine gun aligned as the vehicle changed direction, unleashing a hail of bullets. Not a single round went to waste. Zombies fell one after another, some even struck twice by a single bullet. A clearing emerged around the murky-eyed man and the lanky figure, who, having narrowly escaped, raced toward the approaching truck. Old Zhang calculated the distance, and when the moment was right, he frantically maneuvered the steering wheel, the wheels carving smooth arcs in the gravel, stirring up clouds of dust. The lanky figure and the murky-eyed man burst forth from the dust, sprinting towards the vehicle not far ahead. Ying Feng adeptly slung the machine gun across his back, gripping a cargo rod at the rear of the truck as he leaped. Clang! His feet braced against the rear door, one hand clutching the cargo rod while the other extended backward, signaling for them to grasp hold. The vehicle did not halt, continuing its thunderous advance, albeit at a reduced speed. The slender monkey and the murky-eyed figure simultaneously reached out towards Ying Feng, with a horde of zombies pursuing them from behind. In a moment of desperation, the murky-eyed figure unexpectedly shoved the slender monkey, propelling him directly into the throng of zombies, and then seized Ying Feng's hand, swiftly clambering onto the rear of the vehicle. The slender monkey, taken aback, let out a furious scream, yet his cries quickly faded amidst the gnawing sounds of the ravenous undead. Ying Feng's gaze hardened. The murky-eyed figure had betrayed his companion. Just then, the mutated zombie, which had been flung from the vehicle earlier, returned, barreling toward them with alarming speed. Its agility was remarkable, and with claws as sharp as blades, it lunged at the murky-eyed figure, with little time to ponder. Ying Feng leaped back onto the roof of the vehicle, raising his machine gun and unleashing a hail of bullets at the mutated zombie. However, to his astonishment, it evaded every shot with uncanny skill. The zombie grinned at Ying Feng, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Its gaunt mouth was smeared with a grotesque mixture of red and white, emanating a steaming, ominous vapor as it closed in on him. Ying Feng retreated, attempting to defend himself, but was still caught off guard as the creature's claw severed the machine gun from his grasp. At that moment, the murky-eyed figure also ascended to the roof, brandishing a handgun aimed at the back of the zombie's head. To their dismay, the zombie seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, deftly avoiding the lethal shot that IT spun around, launching a clawed attack at the murky-eyed figure, who desperately fired without regard for Ying Feng, who was also on the roof. Ying Feng found himself not only defending against the zombie, but also dodging bullets fired by his own companion. His expression grew increasingly cold, vowing to kick the murky-eyed figure off the vehicle once he dealt with the mutated zombie. With the machine gun rendered useless, Ying Feng drew his combat knife, ready to confront the swift mutant. Suddenly, two more mutated zombies appeared. Before he could react, they overwhelmed him on the vehicle's roof. Old Zhang, catching sight of Ying Feng besieged by the zombies in the rearview mirror, slowed the vehicle. Simultaneously, two mutated zombies latched onto Ying Feng, while others lunged at him. In that moment, he realized his fate was sealed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the murky-eyed figure being torn apart by another mutated zombie. As the vehicle turned back towards him, Ying Feng slashed at one zombie's neck with a ferocious blow, severing it almost completely, leaving only a remnant hanging, while foul. Blackish red ichor splattered across his face. He shouted towards a vehicle. "Old Zhang, run! Don't worry about me." The encroaching horde of zombies grew ever larger, and as Ying Feng watched the vehicle obediently retreat into the distance, a flicker of solace washed over him. In such dire moments, unnecessary sacrifices were to be avoided. "Old Zhang, you must survive." Now free from any concerns, Ying Feng engaged the zombie monstrosities with his dulled blade. As more wounds accumulated on his body, the toxic essence of the zombies began to infiltrate his brain, clouding his consciousness. Would he too become like these zombies? A mindless creature, aimlessly attacking and devouring his comrades? From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a nearby cliff, beneath which lay the S-Class Forbidden Zone. The rift, a deep and expansive chasm. It resembled a scar upon the earth, teeming with unknown perils. One expedition after another descended into the abyss, yet none ever returned. Even the helicopters that ventured down met the same fate. Ying Feng's once fuzzy consciousness regained clarity, rather than transform into a zombie and pose a threat to his fellow beings. He resolved to remain eternally at the bottom of the rift. With several zombies and monsters clinging to him, Ying Feng let out a primal scream, unleashing the last vestiges of strength within his body. With a sudden, powerful leap, he plunged into the chasm, accompanied by a throng of the undead. Chapter 2. Deep within the silent abyss, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and a grayish-white mist enveloped the forest. Towering trees of various shapes obscured the sunlight, and upon closer inspection, one could discern strange shadows flitting swiftly among the dense foliage. The deep valley echoed with the roars of unknown beasts and the sounds of gnawing. Scattered throughout were remnants of advanced technology from various eras, spanning over half a century. Now cloaked in moss, bearing the marks of time. A compass, half buried beneath mud and decayed leaves, continued to tremble and spin chaotically, serving as the sole dynamic image in this tranquil corner. At the abyss's deepest point, the wounded Ying Feng hung unconscious amidst a tangle of thriving, entwined vines. Apart from the vines, the ground was littered with dismembered limbs of zombies and monsters. Only Ying Feng remained, ensnared within this dense network of vines, barely preserving his entire body. At first glance, the vines appeared unremarkable, but a closer look revealed that the green leaves were threaded with crimson strands, as red as blood. A gentle breeze stirred the vines, causing them to undulate slightly, as if they were breathing. The vines bore deep blue thorns, and Ying Feng was surrounded by a multitude of these spikes, which pierced his skin. Though he bore many wounds, not a single drop of blood fell. All was absorbed by the thorns. Simultaneously, the thorns secreted a blue toxin that gradually seeped into Ying Feng's body. When the blue plant toxin encountered the purple zombie toxin, they devoured and fused with one another, creating an entirely new and unknown toxin. This toxin wreaked havoc, altering Ying Feng's genes, and during his unconsciousness, his bodily structure underwent miraculous changes. His wounds healed at an astonishing rate, and his skin visibly became more delicate and fair. The secondary sexual characteristics began to undergo irreversible transformations. Some aspects diminished, while others emerged. His Adam's apple vanished, and his long, pale swan-like neck languidly rested upon the vines. Time lost its meaning as the vines, seemingly sated, retracted their thorns. With a hint of disdain, they cast Ying Feng aside. The vines were disinclined to consume creatures from the abyss, and this prey had become indistinguishable from the beings of the chasm. The force of his fall jolted Ying Feng awake. He abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. Initially, he surveyed his surroundings with caution, and upon seeing the scattered remains of zombies, his previous memories swiftly returned. He was astonished to find that he was still alive. His consciousness was remarkably clear, and his mind processed problems at a speed several times greater than before. He was utterly convinced that he had not succumbed to zombification. What could be the reason? Ying Feng gazed down at his tattered clothing and the flawless skin beneath. Where had his wounds gone? He lifted his gaze to survey the area. This was undoubtedly the depths of the abyss, a notorious scar on Earth, a mysterious forbidden place from which there was no return. Originally, he had intended to leap into the abyss alongside the zombies and monsters, embracing mutual destruction, but now that he had miraculously survived, he naturally sought a way to escape. Old Zhang must have returned to the base and likely conveyed the news of his demise to Hess. Ying Feng sighed deeply. If he could not escape, he felt as though he were already dead. At the Sait base, entry point number 3, Old Zhang parked the battered truck beside the bustling entrance, disembarking amidst the curious gazes of onlookers. Whispers circulated. Isn't that Old Zhang? Why has he returned alone? Where are Skinny Dog and the murky-eyed one? And what about that handsome lad, Ying Feng? The state of the truck suggested a mishap on the road, and if the other 3 had not returned, it seemed unlikely they ever would. Upon hearing this, a wave of muted sorrow and resignation washed over the crowd. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. The probability of unforeseen calamity loomed far greater than that of a brighter tomorrow. Old Zhang, remaining silent, opened the rear door of the truck, intending to assess the spoils and prepare them for trade at the base's trading center. The gathering crowd gradually dispersed, each person preoccupied with their uncertain futures, too absorbed in their own plight to mourn for others. Just then, a squadron of fighter jets roared across the sky. The steel gates of the Sait base's flight docking ports 1 through 4 swiftly opened, extending the receiving platform. The crowd, which had only just quieted, erupted once more. They have returned. The light of Sait, woohoo. People removed their hats and waved them toward the heavens as dozens of fighter jets swiftly streamed into the docking area. Unlike the jubilant throng, Old Zhang's heart sank further upon seeing the jets. How was he to report to Colonel Hess about Ying Feng's death? Half an hour later, at the Sait Base Trading Center, a spacious and technologically advanced venue, various goods awaited sale on the tiered platforms. The enormous screens around the hall displayed rolling prices for the day's supplies, while silent yet swift conveyor belts transported various materials. In the main hall, Old Zhang, lacking enthusiasm, hastily sold the supplies he had brought back to a middleman, earning a lesser profit. Yet, he was indifferent, preferring to avoid excessive interaction with others. As he calculated how much he would have left after repairing the truck, a steady and commanding footfall resonated at the entrance. This was accompanied by a chorus of astonished gasps from the trading hall. Old Zhang instinctively braced himself. Turning around, he confirmed his apprehension. It was Colonel Hess. Alas, what was inevitable had finally arrived. In the brilliantly illuminated trading center, the figure clad in a deep blue military uniform approached Old Zhang at a measured pace. The black leather military boots struck the ground with each step, echoing in the hearts of all present, quickening their pulses. Each stride of the tall figure seemed to cover the distance of 2 of the others, and under the lights, the star-laden epaulets sparkled splendidly. The newcomer halted a meter away from Old Zhang, their violet-gray eyes locking onto him with an intense gaze. The 2 remained silent, exchanging glances for some time, until Old Zhang could no longer contain himself, letting out a deep sigh and murmuring, "I'm sorry." Hess's voice, deep and magnetic, resonated in the hearts of the onlookers in the first-floor hall. Ying Feng had achieved grades in all his assessments and was set to join the military next month. A mere group of low-tier zombies posed no threat to him. However, it was not just the low-tier zombies they faced, but also 3 mutated ones. Old Zhang wore a gloomy expression, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. For reasons unknown, zombies that had long been silent had resurfaced, and remarkably, the 3 mutated zombies moved in unison. The murky-eyed, emaciated dog had also perished. Upon hearing this, a chill swept across Hess's face. "Where did you part ways in the end?" he inquired. 300 kilometers northeast of the base, Old Zhang replied, sorrow filling his heart for Ying Feng's demise. When Ying Feng was dragged from the vehicle by the zombies, his fate was sealed. In the apocalypse, each day survived was a blessing. So when Ying Feng urged him to flee, he did so without hesitation. He trusted Ying Feng's judgment. In that situation, staying behind would have merely meant becoming another new zombie. Old Zhang lifted his drooping eyelids to gaze at Hess. If we encounter the zombie that Ying Feng has become in the future, should we take action? Hess maintained an indifferent and aloof demeanor. Yet his clenched fists betrayed his emotions. He did not respond to Old Zhang's query, but turned and strode outside, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall, tracing a stunning arc in the air. Just before his figure vanished around the corner, Old Zhang heard him say, "Ying Feng will not allow himself to become a zombie." The certainty in his tone ignited an inexplicable sense of hope within each person present. Chapter 3. Ying Feng discovers his transformation as night descended. The chasm was far more perilous than the outside world. The mere fear of the unknown was sufficient to shatter one's resolve. The sun's rays never pierced the depths of the chasm during the day, yet at night, a hazy crescent moon emerged. However, the moon here cast an eerie red glow through the fog-laden woods, and from deep within the silent jungle, the distant howls of unknown creatures echoed ominously. Ying Feng had draped himself in makeshift camouflage crafted from vines and leaves, while the exposed skin of his face was smeared with the mud of the marshlands. After cautiously traversing the chasm for half a day, he finally stumbled upon a dilapidated helicopter that appeared relatively intact. Given the dangers of the night, he resolved to rest within the helicopter. Inside the cockpit lay a skeleton clad in a somewhat preserved military uniform, a badge on the left breast, featuring intersecting desert lines and a simplistic tower design, indicated to Ying Feng that this was a soldier from the Sait base, known as the Pearl of Shiga. After a moment of silence, he attempted to pry open the helicopter's door, but it remained firmly shut. Digging into his pocket, he retrieved a military badge identical to the one on the skeleton's chest. This had been a gift from Hess, celebrating his successful passage through the military enlistment tests, with official confirmation not expected until the following month. Thus, even before becoming a soldier of Sait, he had possessed his own badge. Today he had lost all his weapons. But fortunately, this badge was still in his possession. He waved the badge near the sensor, but it elicited no response. Naturally, after all this time, the sensor was likely devoid of power. Bending slightly, he explored the bottom of the helicopter, and after a brief moment, his movements halted. He had found it. He fitted the badge into a small groove, ensuring a perfect seal. Subsequently, the helicopter door began to open slowly. The creaking sound of the door in the stillness of the night was particularly pronounced. Ying Feng cast a vigilant glance around, sensing the fleeting glimmer of several pairs of emerald eyes in the darkness, which vanished before he could discern their nature. As the door opened halfway, a few wild mice, larger than cats, suddenly darted out from within, scurrying away in fright. Pressing his lips together, Ying Feng stepped into the helicopter, quickly scanning the interior by moonlight to confirm the absence of any dangerous creatures before swiftly pulling the door shut behind him. A flicker of curiosity crossed Ying Feng's mind. Despite encountering perilous mutated beings throughout the day, they seemed oblivious to his presence, as though he were merely a blade of grass amidst the chasm's vastness. Gurgle. Gurgle. Ying Feng pressed his hand against his abdomen. Other than some unknown berries and a few protein-rich insects, he had consumed nothing all day. He had not even located a water source, missing out on the sapwood that could serve as a hydration source in the wilderness. Licking his cracked lips, he scanned every corner of the helicopter, ultimately resting his gaze upon the helmet of the skeleton ahead. With gentle movements, he removed the helmet, ensuring no damage befell the remains of his comrade, before inspecting it under the moonlight. Yes, it was intact and usable. After a simple cleaning of the dust inside his helmet, Ying Feng knelt down on one knee to unzip his pants. Given his tall stature and the limited height within the helicopter, this was the only position he could assume to relieve himself. However, in the next moment, his pupils trembled in disbelief. Where was his manhood? Trembling, Ying Feng reached down. Nothing, truly nothing. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar sensation he had noticed on his chest earlier that day. He had assumed it was merely a bruise from a fall, dismissing it as the danger of the rift far exceeded his own injuries. Now, he gingerly raised his hand once more. Firm, soft. Albeit not particularly large, yet it was unmistakably in the shape of a droplet. Of course, Ying Feng had no knowledge of such a droplet-shaped hemisphere. He only realized that his chest was not merely bruised. Instead, shocked and unable to accept the reality, Ying Feng's face turned pale as his mind, which had been racing since he regained consciousness, suddenly crashed. After 5 minutes, he regained his composure. He had been bitten by a zombie, yet remained alive, not having transformed into one, which indicated he had likely undergone some mutation. Zombies had long been absent, but he had heard rumors that they had not entirely vanished. Instead, they had mutated, their consciousness awakened, retreating into hiding. His experience today was sufficient to confirm that these were not mere fabrications. It was said that among the zombies, intelligent variants had emerged, behaving and appearing indistinguishable from normal humans, yet the truth of such claims remained unknown. The military maintained a strict silence on the matter, forbidding citizens from discussing it. Such high-level military secrets were beyond Ying Feng's awareness, as he had not yet formally enlisted. Now, it appeared that such advanced intelligent zombies indeed existed, and he might just be one of them. His heart, once suspended in uncertainty, had finally accepted the grim reality. He had transformed into a zombie. Or rather, a zombie of a different gender. No wonder the dangerous mutated creatures had shown no interest in him today. Monsters did not feast upon zombies. In truth, Ying Feng was no longer a zombie in the traditional sense. However, his body harbored mutated zombie virus antibodies, capable of confusing the senses of other zombies, making them perceive him as one of their own. The reason the monsters left Ying Feng unscathed was that they mistook him for a kindred spirit lurking beneath the rift, or perhaps as an unappetizing and highly toxic vine. What species he truly belonged to remained a mystery, as humanity's research in this area was still in its infancy. As the night passed, Ying Feng, forcing himself to rest for a few hours, finally awoke to a reluctant acceptance of his newfound femininity. As long as he did not become a monster or a zombie, he was still human. Even transforming into a woman was preferable to becoming a beast. From this moment forward, he would be her. Ying Feng retrieved a handful of berries from her backpack and chewed them expressionlessly. The backpack was salvaged, now nearly empty, yet its material was decent, its functions relatively intact, allowing for continued use. After barely satiating her hunger, Ying Feng examined the helicopter and, as she had anticipated, found it thoroughly beyond repair, including the communicator. However, within the helicopter, she discovered some weapons and common tools. The gun was devoid of ammunition, and despite searching every nook and cranny, she found not a single bullet. Only a gleaming short knife remained intact and usable. In addition, Ying Feng discovered an intact set of men's off-road attire. It fit her perfectly in length, though the masculine cut felt somewhat loose on her femininely altered form. With all preparations complete, Ying Feng departed from the helicopter and embarked once more on her journey out of the valley. After an hour of trekking, she retrieved her compass, only to find the needle spinning erratically. Silently, she stowed it back into her backpack. The magnetic field here was problematic. Judging by the wreckage of the downed helicopters along her path, it was evident that the rift above was fraught with interference, encompassing not only helicopters but also any aerial vehicles, communication devices, or any means capable of transporting humans or messages away. After another half-day of travel, Ying Feng stumbled upon yet another aircraft wreck. The windshield lay shattered, and the control panel bore remnants of dried, darkened blood and some desiccated biological matter. Lush vines had claimed much of the helicopter's interior space. Without hesitation, Ying Feng leapt through the window and used her knife to slice through the vines. Moments later, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she retrieved a bulging backpack from within. It was a waterproof military pack, and as she unzipped it, even though she had mentally prepared herself, a smile broke across her face for the first time since her descent into the abyss. Chapter 4. Just a mere consumption of your mental energy. Here lay an entire pack of military-grade compressed biscuits. Although dated from a decade ago, their vacuum-sealed packaging remained impeccably intact. Even if they had spoiled upon opening, she could still manage to consume them. At this moment, she was in dire need of sustenance. Furthermore, she stumbled upon a hand-drawn map. This was her first encounter with such a map, yet after 2 days in the abyss, she swiftly recognized it as a rough topographical sketch of the abyss's depths. The map bore the marks of countless revisions, with layers of corrections evident, showcasing the passage of time in its varied textures. Crafted from materials several decades old, it surprisingly retained its durability, having withstood the ravages of time. As she scrutinized the map, she correlated it with the locations she had traversed over the past 2 days, realizing that she had been consistently moving in a northeastern direction. However, the markings regarding the northeastern section of the abyss were significantly fewer compared to those in the central and southwestern regions. This indicated that, over the years, human exploration of the northeastern part of the abyss had been exceedingly limited. 70 years prior, when the apocalypse struck, the earth had abruptly fissured, creating a gaping chasm thousands of kilometers long, cleaving the Asian continent from southwest to northeast, precisely where she now found herself in the abyss. Following a decade of transition after the onset of the apocalypse, humanity began to explore the abyss. This exploratory endeavor had spanned over half a century. With countless expedition teams descending, yet none had returned. A decade ago, amid a wave of global denationalization, the Human Alliance was formed. The first decree issued by the Alliance's higher echelons was to abandon the exploration of the abyss, rather than squander invaluable resources attempting to fill this seemingly bottomless pit. It was deemed wiser to allocate them for the benefit of the surviving populace. In the years following the apocalypse, the global population had drastically diminished, and the current registered count of normal humans stood at less than 500 million. Clutching the map, she made a bold decision. She would venture into the northeastern part of the abyss. At the Sait base, a high-level military meeting was underway. Smack! A portly officer seated at the head of the table slammed a proposal down with force. Colonel Hess, do you think your recent ascendancy as a prominent Alliance legislator grants you the liberty to disregard the Alliance's decrees? A decade ago, the Alliance prohibited any further exploration of the abyss, and now you are suggesting you wish to descend into it. Hess, with his gaze unwavering, deftly navigated the luminous keyboard. I was merely 12 years old a decade ago. Now, I am 22. Oh? The disdainful expression on the portly officer's face was palpable. What? If you were 22 back then, would you have been able to alter the collective decision of the Human Alliance and the various bases? Several officers from the portly officer's faction erupted in derisive laughter. Yet, a glimmer of concern and indignation flickered in the eyes of a young female officer seated beside Hess. Raising an eyebrow, Hess nonchalantly turned his gaze toward the portly officer. Who knows? This statement incited an immediate spike in the portly officer's blood pressure, for he detested Hess's haughty demeanor. General Shelter, Hess interjected calmly before the portly officer could unleash his fury. Might I suggest you take a look at this document? The luminescent screen at the center of the conference table illuminated, revealing the recently concluded exploration plan for the abyss, meticulously finalized by Hess. Rising from his seat, Hess delicately rotated the six-dimensional topographical map of the abyss displayed on the screen, which indicated a precision of 79.98. Humanity had utilized every available technology and method, yet only 79.98 of the abyss had been explored on the horizontal plane, leaving a daunting 20.02 shrouded in mystery. For half a century, countless lives and resources had been sacrificed to investigate this 20.02, yet to no avail. Hess's finger lingered over the eastern section of the abyss, where he had personally funded a team of highly intelligent androids and 2 mutated zombies to descend. Absurd. The rotund officer, Sait, adjusted the blood pressure regulator on his wrist. 30 years prior, humanity had developed robots with independent thinking capabilities, and prior to the Alliance's prohibition on abyss exploration, a multitude of costly intelligent robots had been dispatched into its depths. Yet, what was the outcome? Not a shred of information had been relayed back. The intelligent robots had seemingly malfunctioned, akin to becoming inept automatons. In a world already starved of resources, each expedition into the abyss equated to pouring 100 million cubic meters of milk into the ocean. A slow smile, enigmatic in nature, graced Hess's lips. This undertaking was unlike any prior exploration. Even if they did not return, I would still glean information about the abyss. What? Sait's plump visage was etched with disbelief. Who do you think you are? Furthermore, did you not just mention mutated zombies? You intend to send 2 down there? Setting aside the utility of dispatching zombies, where do you propose to capture 2 rare mutated specimens? Hess glanced at the clock. The meeting commenced at 3 in the afternoon. Just that morning, he had successfully captured 2 mutated zombies from a region approximately 300 to 500 kilometers northeast of our base. Beyond capturing zombies, Hess deduced from the Sait investigation that Feng had leaped into the abyss while in a conscious state. Consequently, upon his return, he had not even changed his clothes, enduring the faint yet palpable odor of zombies as he hastily formulated the exploration plan. At that moment, Yu Jinghong looked up at Hess in astonishment. Realizing that his departure from the base after meeting old John yesterday had indeed been for the purpose of capturing zombies. Naturally, Hess would not remain indifferent, considering that those 3 mutated zombies had been responsible for Xiao Feng's demise. He had watched Xiao Feng grow up in a month. He was to don the same military uniform as Hess, yet now he lay slain by the hands of zombies. Yesterday, upon hearing the news of Xiao Feng's death, Yi Jinghong had perceived Hess's composed demeanor as a sign of emotional detachment. Yet now, it appeared that even the seemingly frigid Hess, akin to the summit of a snow-capped mountain, possessed a tender side. Simultaneously, a question arose in the minds of both Yi Jinghong and Shared. While deploying highly intelligent androids could be comprehended, what was the rationale behind sending zombies? Colonel Hess, what purpose do you serve by sending zombies down? Do they contribute to your so-called exploration plan in any meaningful way? Are you attempting to convert the abyss into a dumping ground? What if they stumble upon some unknown mutation within? Seated directly opposite Hess, Yanishoda bore an expression as cold as the grave, articulating the unspoken inquiries of the assembly. Indeed, there was a purpose behind it. Hess's deep, purple-gray eyes were now as profound as an abyss. He had initially intended to conceal his extraordinary abilities, yet in the quest to locate Ying Feng, he found himself compelled to reveal this trump card. He fixed his gaze upon Yanishoda, whose waist-length silver hair seemed to rise without the slightest breeze, as a six-pointed star suddenly materialized within his purple-gray irises. In that fleeting moment, the unsuspecting Yanishoda felt as though a fragment of his consciousness was being devoured. Hess raised his flawlessly sculpted chin, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, embodying the adage that appearances can be deceiving. To his astonishment, Yanishoda harbored such peculiar inclinations. A vivid image flashed through Hess's mind, Yanishoda ensnared, subjected to the whims of a sultry enchantress wielding a whip. What inclinations? What are you implying? Panic surged within Yanishoda, momentarily fearing that his closely guarded secret had been unearthed. Yet he was utterly certain that no one else in existence could possibly be aware of his unique predilections. Must I truly articulate it? You frequent Building 118 in District 17 at the beginning of each month's silence. Yanishoda erupted, striking the table in indignation. My rank surpasses yours by half a level. How dare you investigate me? Hess reclined languidly in his chair, nonchalantly retorting, I harbor no interest in Yanishoda's private affairs. It was merely unfortunate that I inadvertently consumed a sliver of your mental energy just a minute ago. Chapter 5. To see the living in life. To see the corpse in death. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire conference room erupted into a cacophony of whispers. What? Consuming mental energy? Has Colonel Hess awakened supernatural abilities? The proportion of humans with such powers is less than 2 globally. Colonel Hess, boundless prospects. Wait. Does that mean we have no privacy left in front of Colonel Hess? Realizing this, everyone tightened their thoughts, fearful that Hess might delve into the depths of their minds. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Shelt's back, while it was indeed fortunate that their base had produced a person with supernatural abilities. The nature of consuming others' mental energy was something he could never tolerate. As if sensing the unease of the crowd, Hess brought the previous matter of exploring the abyss back to the forefront. You need not worry excessively. I can only consume the mental energy of those who harbor malicious intent towards me, and there is a daily limit of 3 times within a 24-hour period. While it was true that he could only consume hostile mental energy, the absence of a limit was a strategic concealment to mitigate his own complications. However, for the others, 3 times felt scarcely different from an infinite number. Who could predict whether they might become one of those unfortunate 3? Returning to the question posed by Yanokuen, the 2 mutated zombies bore a strong malice towards me, palpable even from dozens of kilometers away. Their combat prowess was formidable, and they might survive longer beneath the abyss. Given the right opportunity, I would consume their mental energy to extract intelligence from the depths of the abyss. There was another point Hess did not disclose. Any being from whom he completely consumed all mental energy would perish. Initially staunchly opposed to Hess, Shelt now regarded his supernatural abilities with trepidation. The words of dissent that had swirled in his mouth ultimately transformed into, just report to the Alliance, if they agree. Then so be it. With that, Shelt exited the conference room without further ado. The others also chose to keep their distance from Hess as they departed. In the end, the conference room was left with only Hess and Yi Jinghong. Hess, congratulations on awakening your supernatural abilities. Yi Jinghong felt genuine joy for him, though a flicker of concern swept through her mind. However, this ability may offend many, and could even invite peril to your life. I am aware, Hess replied with an impassive expression. However, I must investigate the abyss. This is the price I must pay. Why the sudden desire to explore the abyss? Could it be? Yi Jinghong, ever perceptive as a friend, was struck by a sudden realization and leaned forward, incredulity etched on her face. Do you believe Xiaofeng is not dead, but has fallen into the abyss? Hess's violet eyes momentarily closed, his slender fingers pressed against his brow. To see the living in life, to see the corpse in death, I will not allow Infong to vanish without a trace. At that moment, Yi Jinghong's perception of Hess was profoundly renewed. Beneath his cold exterior lay a fervent determination. The abyss. Another day passed. Infong felt fortunate to have stumbled upon a pristine source of water, quenching her parched throat with the refreshing liquid. This is a small pond, its surface reflecting a somewhat unfamiliar face, resembling her, yet not quite. Her eyes remain a deep, oceanic blue, yet they have grown considerably larger. Once elongated, they have transformed into round, apricot-shaped orbs that gaze directly at you, exuding an irresistible charm that seems almost deceptive. The contours of her face, although still distinct and well-defined, have become softer and more graceful. Her delicate nose stands elegantly, while her lips, tinted a soft pink, are supple and full. In recent days, Infong has felt her body undergoing daily transformations. At night, she even experiences a sensation akin to bone pain. This feeling had surfaced 2 years prior when she experienced a significant growth spurt, but now that her height has stabilized, such sensations had become rare. Yet, they have resurfaced, accompanied by a sense of change in other areas. For instance, her shoulders have narrowed, and her hips have widened. Moreover, she feels a persistent discomfort in her chest. Infong recalls her biology class when boys and girls were separated, and the female instructor provided special attention to the girls. Back then, she had paid little heed to the lessons. With the world in disarray, who could afford to learn such things? Just after finishing her studies, one could easily encounter mutated creatures that would overturn the theories learned. Having just turned 18, Infong has never had a girlfriend, leaving her feeling quite anxious in recent days. Oh heavens, could she be transforming into some kind of monster? While fetching water, a few peculiar rock beasts, neither fully resembling sheep nor deer, suddenly leaped down from the nearby cliff to drink at the pond. These stone creatures, appearing rough and unyielding, possess gentle natures and delectable flesh. Without hesitation, Infong drew the short blade strapped to her calf, swiftly dispatching one for her dinner. The other rock beasts, startled, fled in panic. Before their arrival, only a thicket of vines had occupied the area. How could the vines have suddenly turned predatory? Unbeknownst to her, she has become a mere cluster of vines in the eyes of the creatures of the rift. Ever since she was injected with toxins from that mysterious vine, her pheromones now mimic the essence of those very vines. After collecting her water, Infong skillfully prepared the stone beast and sought a sheltered spot to roast the meat. It was around 3 in the afternoon. She intended to finish her meal and continue her trek towards the eastern part of the rift, hoping to find a secure place to rest before nightfall. Though she aimed for the east, she remained uncertain of her exact location. The rift's chaotic magnetic field rendered her compass useless, forcing her to rely on the lushness of certain plants to gauge her direction. The rift is vast beyond measure, and she estimates that she is still in the western central region. If she continues on foot, it may take an eternity to reach the eastern part. Yet, she finds herself without options. Along her journey, she has encountered numerous abandoned helicopters, flight boosters, hovering devices, and even hot air balloons that were once used for amusement before the apocalypse. All are inoperable, either broken or devoid of power. Even if she were fortunate enough to discover a functional vehicle, it would barely last 10 minutes before shaking violently, threatening to disintegrate midair, forcing Infong to land in haste. The rift's powerful magnetic field has rendered all such transportation methods obsolete. Infong had indeed contemplated the daunting prospect of climbing upwards. Yet the shallowest point of the chasm lay over 3,000 meters above the surface, rendering such an ascent a formidable challenge. Moreover, she estimated that she was still hundreds of kilometers away from that location. Would she be condemned to remain at the bottom of this abyss forever? With one hand, Infong slowly rotated the skewer of meat, remaining vigilant of her surroundings while her mind pondered potential escape routes. The crackling fire sent a spark that landed on the back of her hand, causing her to hiss in surprise. Wrinkling her brow, she flicked her right hand, unaware of the faint traces of vine-like patterns that shimmered as she moved. Subsequently, she inspected her hand, discovering a red, blistered patch that had formed from the burn. Such an injury was trivial in her eyes, but a miraculous event unfolded. The wound on the back of her hand began to heal at an astonishing pace, restoring her skin to its pristine condition. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would scarcely have believed it. Just as she stood in stunned silence, a massive, bizarre bird suddenly appeared in the sky, soaring menacingly towards her. Ying Feng swiftly abandoned her skewer and dove into a crevice in the rocks. The colossal bird devoured the meat in a single sweep, seemingly unsatisfied, as it tilted its head slightly toward the rocks, its golden eyes accurately honing in on Ying Feng. At that moment, to the giant bird, Ying Feng appeared merely as a vine infused with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Though the creature had no particular appetite for vines, it was still hungry, and an occasional nibble on grass would not be out of the question. With a piercing shriek, the giant bird lunged toward Ying Feng, concealed within the rocky crevice. Chapter 6. The body transforms again. Finally escaping the rift, Ying Feng's gaze sharpened. She had pressed herself into the deepest recess, with no room for retreat. The colossal bird, with its narrow, elongated beak, charged fiercely, capable of shattering rocks and effortlessly snatching her away, even striking her down with a single peck. The crevice was so constricted that turning or crouching was a challenge, and above her, a solid rock offered no space to ascend. The short blade in her hand appeared trivial against the formidable beak of the giant bird. Outside the fissure loomed the menacing creature, and now she had inadvertently sealed her own escape route. The bird moved with astonishing speed. To attempt an exit from the crevice would be akin to colliding directly into its beak. As death loomed near, Ying Feng's mind raced, yet she could fathom no escape. Her thoughts blanking out in the face of impending doom. The surrounding rocks shattered, and the sharp beak lunged at her like a sword. Acting on instinct, she grasped the bird's beak with one hand while the other thrust the short knife towards its eye. With a piercing cry, the bird's eye was struck, causing it to thrash violently against the rocks, its fury unleashed. The giant bird possessed immense strength, and its elongated beak was its most potent weapon. Though Ying Feng's physical prowess surpassed that of an average human, it paled in comparison to the bird's might. Her grip on the tip of its beak was so fierce that her palm split and bled. If it broke free, she would surely meet her demise. She clung desperately to the beak, driving the knife repeatedly towards its head. The bird's feathers were as tough as armor, and the blade merely sparked against it. In its irate frenzy, striking its eye again seemed nearly impossible. Human limitations became evident. Ying Feng's hands bled profusely, and what felt like an extended struggle between the two was, in reality, but a fleeting moment. The giant bird finally wrenched free from her grasp. Determined to uproot the wretched vine, Ying Feng's hand split open, revealing bloody bone. The bird's sharp beak plunged into her chest, its force so tremendous that it pierced through the rocks behind her. She felt herself impaled. Her azure eyes widened momentarily, then faded to a gray, mirroring the bleak sky above the rift. Was she to perish? Was this truly the end? The harshness of the apocalypse weighed heavily on her. Her parents had perished in an accident when she was merely 7. Since then, she had endured a solitary existence until meeting Hess at the age of 10, which brought her some solace. Now, at 18, was she to meet her end? Hess. The memory of Hess, sometimes stern yet often gentle, flickered in her mind. He was more a brother than a brother, reigniting a spark within her. Once fellow orphans, he had saved her during a calamity, and they had grown up together ever since. For years ago, Hess had enlisted, and she was set to follow suit next month. But then she had been besieged by zombies, plunging into despair and leaping into this rift. At such a tender age, she had survived alone in the apocalypse, evading death from the zombies' bite and escaping the fall into the rift. Yet now, was she truly to perish at the beak of this grotesque bird? No, she would not. A deafening scream erupted from Ying Feng, and in that instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Her body suddenly burst forth, countless vines extending from within her. The limbs and torso transformed into tendrils, swiftly entwining the great bird's elongated beak. The tendrils incessantly extended and grew, first wrapping around the bird's beak and then ensnaring its neck, as blue thorns brutally pierced through its scales and into its flesh. In agony, the colossal bird withdrew its head from the crevice of the rock, flapping its wings in a frantic attempt to ascend. At that moment, Ying Feng had completely metamorphosed into a tendril. Her garments hung mysteriously upon the vines, while her human form had entirely vanished. The thorns of the tendrils oozed blue toxins, spreading throughout the bird's body. The creature felt its form stiffening, and after a series of violent convulsions, its heart ceased to beat, plummeting straight downwards. At this juncture, the tendrils in the bird were suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. Such a fall would undoubtedly result in shattering demise. The tendrils released their grip on the deceased bird. As it fell rapidly, the light tendrils slowed their descent, catching the wind midair and affixing themselves to the rocky wall. In this peculiar state, Ying Feng experienced an odd sensation. Devoid of limbs, she felt as though she possessed many, and though her eyes were absent, she could observe her surroundings in a complete 360-degree panorama. She attempted to move her hands, and a multitude of tendrils lashed out, nearly losing their grip on the rock face, prompting her to retract swiftly and steadfastly cling to the surface. After a considerable duration, she cautiously began to maneuver, transitioning from Ahi to Aishi, and now from Shi to it. Ying Feng was uncertain of her current essence, but it was clear she was no longer purely human. She gazed upwards, where the rock face disappeared into the clouds. Regardless of what creature she had become, it seemed there was a possibility of escape. The tendrils began to ascend slowly. As time passed, she grew increasingly accustomed to her tendril form, her speed of movement amplifying. Upon entering the clouds, she discovered that beneath the surface's silence and tranquility lay a tempestuous realm of thunder and lightning, where fierce winds raged. In addition to the electromagnetic chaos, the harsh weather conditions explained why no one had successfully emerged from the depths of the rift for so many years. Strangely enough, should one wish to descend into the rift, the tempestuous winds and thunderclouds would not hinder them, yet the opposite was true for those wishing to ascend. This layer of clouds and the rift appeared to serve as the final bastion protecting Earth's creatures, permitting ingress but forbidding egress. However, Ying Feng yearned to escape. She could not remain eternally at the bottom of the rift, a solitary human in a place that was not home. The tendrils clung tightly to the rock face, their roots deeply embedded in the crevices. The raging winds battered her, causing countless leaves to fall. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would strike her, charring the impacted area instantly. Yet, as long as she retained a green tendril and her roots remained anchored in the soil of the rock crevices, she could swiftly extend verdancy from the scorched spots. With great difficulty, Ying Feng climbed upward. Within the clouds, there was neither day nor night, only an eternal hell of wind and lightning. She lost track of how many days she had lingered there. As long as her roots were in the earth, she did not feel hunger or fatigue despite not eating, drinking, or sleeping. At last, the first tendril broke through the cloud cover. The tip of the tendril, where the leaf buds resided, was particularly sensitive. The gentle breeze caressed the bud's tip, invigorating Ying Feng with a surge of energy. Soon, she ascended the entire vine above the clouds, leaving behind the tumultuous storm filled with thunder and lightning. The gentle breeze caressed her, carrying with it faint, familiar scents reminiscent of monstrous decay. Despite this, her heart surged with excitement, and even the swirling sands seemed to take on a sense of warmth. At this moment, Ying Feng had just emerged from the tempestuous clouds, still several hundred meters from the solid ground above. Freedom was within reach, and she climbed upwards with a vigor akin to that of a spirited soul. Before long, a vine stealthily extended to survey the surroundings. Excellent, there was no one in sight. The entire vine, shielded by the thickets and trees along the cliff's edge, swiftly ascended a towering tree, concealing itself within the canopy. At this juncture, Ying Feng had completely escaped the confines of the chasm. She had emerged, but could she still revert to her human form? Chapter 7. The initial exploration of the rift by Ying Feng. As she pondered this, the vines entwined and twisted, gradually forming a human silhouette. Before long, a slender maiden, entirely unclad, emerged from the dense treetops. At this moment, as the sun began to rise, the soft golden dawn filtered through the leaves, casting a divine glow upon her flawless form. However, Ying Feng had never observed a girl's body from such a close distance, so vividly. Though it was her own body, she felt an involuntary flush of crimson color sweep across her face, prompting her to avert her gaze and hastily don her attire. This garment, which had clung to the vines, accompanied her to the shore. Yet, after being battered by lightning and wind, it was now tattered and barely sufficient to cover her. Venturing out in such a state would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Ying Feng had never experienced romance, for in this post-apocalyptic world, the notion of a normal relationship had become a luxury. Survival was a challenge in itself, leaving little room for love. She had no clear understanding of feminine beauty, as the distinctions between genders had blurred in this harsh reality, reduced to notions of utility and futility. Consequently, she remained oblivious to her own transformation into a strikingly beautiful woman. Her hair, having grown longer than her previous shortcut, danced in the breeze, framing her delicate face. Her sapphire blue eyes sparkled like gems, her petite nose was elegantly shaped, and her soft, rosy lips bore a lustrous sheen, parting slightly in an unconsciously alluring manner. She retained her tall, slender stature, standing at over 1.70 meters, her tattered work pants clinging to her long, graceful legs. With a waist slender enough to be grasped by a single hand, her figure exhibited an enchanting silhouette, curvaceous and harmonious, embodying a perfect hourglass shape. Yet, Ying Feng's self-perception remained rooted in her former male identity. Although her garments were ragged, they adequately concealed her form, and she saw no issue with stepping out as she was. Her true concern lay in whether she could return to the Sait base. The Sait base enforced stringent population management, with each individual assigned a unique identification card linked to their fingerprints and iris scans, meticulously cataloged in a comprehensive database. Now that she had transformed into a woman, could she still utilize her identity card? Moreover, as she extended her hand, her thoughts triggered a transformation. Her fingers morphed into dancing vines. Could she still become vines and retain her humanity? Would the central monitoring system recognize her as non-human? It seemed she might never return to the Sait base. If she were to apply for citizenship under her new identity, what would happen if the old inhabitants of the base discovered her true nature? They would likely resort to dissection for research purposes. Even Hess, who had grown up alongside her, would, for the safety of the hundreds of thousands at the base, not hesitate to take her life upon realizing her mutation. Perched upon the tree, a gentle breeze caressed her tattered garments, enveloping her in a profound sense of desolation and solitude. She gazed silently in the direction of the Seki, bidding a simple farewell to Hess and her own past. Subsequently, she nimbly leaped from the tree, resolutely departing towards a direction opposite to that of the Seki base. She was determined to seek a new stronghold and a fresh future. Approximately 100 kilometers southwest from the cliff where Ying Feng had just departed, a convoy stirred up a cloud of dust. Hess, having recently acquired the permit to explore the rift, arrived at the edge of the chasm accompanied by a team of highly intelligent artificial beings and 2 mutated zombies confined within high-strength alloy cages. This was precisely the spot where Ying Feng had once leapt into the abyss. Standing at the chasm's brink, Hess's violet-gray gaze lingered over the surging sea of clouds below. Ying Feng, are you down there? Behind him, Old Zhang, Yi Jinghong, and others anxiously observed the silver-haired figure clad in blue, their hearts heavy with concern. Would Hess impulsively decide to descend in search of her? They fervently hoped he would refrain from such a rash act. The distress of Ying Feng's peril was profound, but they could not afford to lose another. With an expressionless demeanor, Hess subtly raised his hand, prompting the enormous pulley to commence its movement. This apparatus was equipped with a 3,000-meter extension cable, steadily lowering the alloy cage into the chasm. Within the cage, the mutated zombies seemed aware of the dreadful destination awaiting them, incessantly shrieking and thrashing against the confines. Yet, they could not breach the newly developed alloy cage, gradually vanishing into the cloud sea. After releasing the zombies, a massive truck behind Hess, an advanced portable technology unit, came into focus. A researcher activated the wrist-mounted holographic computer, commanding the intelligent artificial beings to awaken. A series of activation beeps echoed, and the previously dormant artificial beings suddenly opened their eyes. They bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. possessing intellect comparable to that of humans, and were capable of independent thought, provided their loyalty remained unquestioned. Should any dissent arise, a micro-explosive implanted in their brains would trigger a self-destruction protocol. To the untrained eye, they appeared indistinguishable from humans, clad in uniform attire. Stepping out of the sleep pods in orderly succession, carrying parachute packs, they formed a line at the chasm's edge and, without hesitation, leapt into the void. Camouflaged parachutes blossomed before disappearing into the cloud sea below. Hess quietly calculated the passage of time, gradually closing his eyes. He was consuming the psychic energy of the mutated zombies that had descended to the chasm's depths. The sensations were visceral and frenzied. His mind flooded with images of zombies ravenously devouring humans. One after another, humans were disemboweled by the overwhelming horde, their tender, succulent innards and juicy brains becoming the zombies' preferred feast. Victims were often devoured while still alive, witnessing their soft abdomens being torn open by the zombies' sharp fangs and claws. Their intestines, a length of several meters, pulled out, in the struggle for survival as the dying fought against their fate. The gruesome scenes painted a hauntingly sorrowful tableau across the ravaged earth. The apocalypse has descended for 70 years, and humanity has entered a relatively stable epoch of the end times. The initial scenes of this cataclysm would terrify any young soul who glimpsed them. Yet, Hess remained composed, as still as a statue. His gaze was not directed at these sights. He yearned to witness the chasm's depths right beneath him. Hess delved deeper into the spiritual consumption of the zombie before him, ultimately acquiring the images he sought. A flicker of emotion finally crossed his countenance. Ordinary zombies lack spiritual awareness. Only mutated ones awaken fragments of consciousness, the degree of which corresponds to the intensity of their mutations. The more potent the mutation, the higher the level of awareness. After Hess had devoured all of the zombie's spiritual energy, it perished entirely. The information he gleaned consisted of the initial scenes of the apocalypse, followed by an extensive stretch of darkness, as if trapped in a state of unconsciousness in some forsaken place. Next came disjointed images of Ying Feng under attack, incomplete and chaotic, indicative of a nascent awareness struggling to gain control. Yet, for the first time, he witnessed Ying Feng being assailed. Indeed, Ying Feng was besieged by dozens of zombies, fighting valiantly against the onslaught. Then the scene abruptly halted, shifting to another moment. Hess furrowed his brow, an unspoken fury emanating from him. Yu Jinghong and old Zhang exchanged glances, perplexed by the nature of his revelations. The final image depicted the two zombies that had fallen to the chasm's floor today, suddenly torn apart by a monstrous creature that emerged as if from the primordial chaos. A high-intensity alloy cage, capable of withstanding meteorite impacts, crumpled under the beast's claws like mere cardboard. Ultimately, through the void of spiritual consciousness, the beast's eyes, glowing with a crimson light, appeared to lock onto Hess's gaze. At that moment, the vision was irrevocably severed. Hess opened his eyes. Chapter 8. The two-headed wolf. Humanity has ventured into the abyss for half a century. Yet Hess stands as the first to fully and clearly capture images from its depths. Previous high-tech explorations relied on multidimensional imaging, and not a single one of the countless souls who dared descend into the abyss has returned alive, nor has any offered even the slightest fragment of information. All efforts seemed akin to a cow sinking into the sea, and humanity's frustration has endured for 50 long years. However, in the resource-scarce apocalypse, mankind ultimately relinquished its quest for the abyss a decade ago. Hess recalls the beast's piercing gaze, seemingly declaring dominion. Here lies a realm forbidden to you. Hess took a step forward, gazing into the abyss below, his thoughts a mystery to all. Colonel Hess, Yu Jinghong, concerned he might impulsively leap into the chasm, hastily unfurled the latest exploration report before him. Yet, the report was utterly blank. The newly deployed advanced artificial intelligences had, like all their robotic predecessors, soon lost contact with the control center. Unseen at the abyss's bottom, these intelligent constructs succumbed to the tumultuous magnetic interference, shutting down collectively and strewn haphazardly, lying alongside the moss-covered remnants of their forebears. The abyss, it seemed, forbade the existence of high-tech civilization. Hess stood silently at the cliff's edge, while Yu Jinghong stared at the empty holographic screen, a mix of astonishment and understanding filling his heart. This latest cadre of advanced artificial intelligences had met the same fate as all previous intelligent machines, their existence extinguished beneath the abyss. The cost of these constructs was exorbitant, each one a significant investment. The military neither supported nor hindered Hess's exploration. This latest venture had been entirely funded by Hess himself. "Colonel Hess, what did you see?" Yi Jinghong inquired softly. "Did you see Xiaofeng?" "No," Hess replied, turning away from the cliff, making his way toward the vehicle. As he walked away, Yi Jinghong and old Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, yet sorrow enveloped them. While it was a good thing that Colonel Hess had not impulsively descended into the abyss, did it not imply that Ying Feng was truly lost? Hess was a man of icy demeanor, unfazed by any circumstance, exhibiting a remarkable calmness, superior intellect, and formidable personal abilities. He resembled an artificial being more than any of the high intelligences. Only those who knew him intimately understood that he remained human due to one soft spot, Ying Feng. The two had crossed paths in their childhood as orphans, struggling to survive in a harsh world, growing up through relentless battles. To Hess, Ying Feng represented an inviolable vulnerability. The soldiers stationed beside the vehicle snapped to attention as Hess approached with purposeful strides. The car door slid open automatically, and Hess entered with an air of composure. If mutated zombies proved useful, he would capture more, targeting not just the lower-tier variants, but also the second, third, and even higher classifications of the mutated undead. He was determined to find Ying Feng, even if it meant uncovering only her remains. A few days later, on the vast, desolate Gobi Desert, the sun began its descent, casting a long shadow that approached from afar. The wind stirred her weathered brown cloak, beneath which her tattered garments barely concealed her graceful form, exposing a delicate waist against the backdrop of towering snow peaks. Ying Feng pressed her cracked lips together, her azure gaze shifting to find a massive stone that offered some shelter from the wind. As the last golden rays of sunlight vanished from the horizon, she wrapped her cloak tightly around herself and settled against the boulder, intending to spend the night there. Under the ample cover of her cloak, her feet transformed into vine-like roots, burrowing deep into the sand to draw moisture and nourishment from the earth below. For the past couple of days, Ying Feng had traveled by day and rested using this method at night, finding it more restorative than mere sleep. She had become increasingly adept at utilizing her vine-like abilities. The night sky loomed grandly above the Gobi, its vastness pressing down on the barren landscape. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the atmosphere had become remarkably clearer. Stars that once required telescopes to view were now visible to the naked eye. Even the rings of distant planets were discernible. This clarity, however, was not a positive sign. It seemed as though the Earth's atmosphere had been stripped away. The intense ultraviolet rays scorched the land during the day, while at night, the stars appeared alarmingly close, almost within reach. The temperature fluctuations in the Gobi were extreme, soaring to 40 degrees Celsius during the day and plummeting to sub-zero at night. Since Ying Feng had learned to morph into vines, she seemed less susceptible to the cold. Yet her human instincts compelled her to tightly wrap her cloak around herself as she rested under the starlight. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with the howling wind mingling with ominous, unidentified beastly roars. A thin veil of blue mist enveloped the area, and Ying Feng felt an overwhelming fatigue, her eyelids heavy. However, aware of the dangers that lurked in the night, she typically refrained from falling into a deep slumber. Yet tonight, an unusual weariness overcame her, and she succumbed to sleep. Tick, tick. A cold, foul-smelling slime dripped onto her face, abruptly rousing Ying Feng from her deep slumber. Before her mind could fully comprehend the situation, the rapidly expanding vines propelled her high into the air. Crash! A cloud of dust erupted. As the sand settled, a terrifying two-headed giant wolf silently emerged from the shadows, one of its heads snapping its massive jaws down where Ying Feng had just leaned. The boulder crumbled under the force of the impact, shattering countless vines. In midair, Ying Feng adeptly twisted, retracting her vines to land gracefully. With its initial attack thwarted, the two-headed wolf lifted its heads, crouched low, and sprang towards her once more. Unarmed, Ying Feng transformed her right hand into countless vines, intertwining them to form a whip imbued with poisonous thorns. The whip extended wildly as she swung it at the advancing wolf. Though the creature was large, it possessed remarkable agility, dodging her strikes with ease. Seeing this, Ying Feng's other hand also morphed into vines, creating a vast, swirling net that enveloped the two-headed wolf from above. The vines constricted rapidly, their blue thorns piercing into the beast's hide. A flicker of disdain flashed in the wolf's emerald eyes, as if it regarded the fragile vines with contempt. As the net tightened, both heads opened their gaping maws, ferociously tearing at the constricting vines, and with a powerful stomp, the wolf shattered the web. In but a moment, the vine network was reduced to mere fragments. Yet, at this juncture, Ying Feng ceased her assault, gazing intently at the two-headed wolf. Just as the creature was poised to lunge once more at its prey, it felt a sudden constriction in its heart. 1, 2, 3. Ying Feng opened her mouth and gently counted the seconds. Within mere moments, the two-headed wolf collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust, while the severed and torn vines were engulfed by the quicksand, all buried beneath the earth. At this point, Ying Feng finally exhaled, her complexion somewhat pallid. The act of attacking with vines not only demanded immense physical energy, but also exacted a significant toll on her mental fortitude. The air remained thick with a dark, cerulean mist. This was miasma. At last, Ying Feng comprehended why she had succumbed to a deep slumber earlier that night, unaware of the imminent danger. It seemed that rest was not an option this evening. She needed to hasten her departure from this miasmic region. With her pallid visage, Ying Feng prepared to leave when, in the distance, a beam of automobile headlights illuminated the surroundings, halting her steps abruptly. Chapter 9. Ying Feng finally encounters humanity. Ying Feng had traversed the desolate Gobi Desert alone for several days, and aside from his encounters with monstrous beasts, this was the first instance he had come across another human being. Having spent a considerable time at the bottom of the rift, it had been ages since he last laid eyes on a person. As the headlights of a vehicle drew nearer, they became increasingly blinding, prompting Ying Feng to squint slightly as he observed the car come to a halt. "Brother Shan, there's someone," a youthful male voice exclaimed from the driver's seat. "Are you sure it's a person? What if it's a zombie?" chimed in a melodious female voice from the passenger side. "I don't sense a zombie," the young man replied. "With your instincts, we would have perished long ago." The car door swung open, revealing 2 men and 2 women armed with weapons. A two-headed wolf. Isn't that the creature we've been pursuing for days? The young man, who wore glasses and was of modest height, exclaimed. "What? Let me see." A girl clad in a combat jumpsuit and sporting a single ponytail rushed forward. After confirming the two-headed wolf was indeed lifeless, their gazes shifted toward Ying Feng, who stood several meters away. This sight was astonishing. "What a beautiful girl!" The bespectacled man's eyes seemed to sparkle through his lenses as he took in Ying Feng's ragged attire, and his heart softened. "Miss, what are you doing here all alone?" Do not let your guard down," cautioned the silent man who had been trailing behind them. Appearing in the desolate night of the Gobi Desert, especially with a slain two-headed wolf nearby, was undeniably suspicious. The 2 other girls scrutinized Ying Feng as well, with the ponytailed girl asking, somewhat defensively, "Who are you? Why are you here alone? Did you kill this two-headed wolf?" Even she found it hard to believe that someone as seemingly defenseless as the girl before her could have taken down a creature as formidable as a two-headed wolf. The other girl, who appeared somewhat younger, shared a similar expression to that of the bespectacled man. To her, Ying Feng looked solitary, pale, and frail, undoubtedly having fallen behind. How pitiful. Ying Feng swiftly assessed the 4 individuals, making a mental note that he must not claim responsibility for the wolf's demise nor reveal his true nature. "Quick! Tell me who you are." The ponytailed girl aimed her weapon at Ying Feng. "I got separated," Ying Feng replied weakly. "I'm from the Shima base. I became separated from my teammates while on a mission." In truth, there was no such thing as the Shima base. It was all a fabrication of her imagination. "Shima base? I've never heard of it," the cautious man interjected, skepticism evident in his tone. His brow bore a scar, and his imposing stature, easily towering at nearly 2 meters, made him appear formidable. "It's a small base with only a few hundred inhabitants. It was originally a remote village called Shima Village. 6 months ago, our village was struck by a sandstorm and an attack from a horde of monsters. Most of the villagers perished, and only a handful of young people managed to escape. I lost my way while fleeing with my fellow villagers." Ying Feng had meticulously crafted this narrative, delivering it smoothly without a hint of hesitation. The scarred man remained non-committal, his expression indifferent, still not entirely convinced. He gestured with his chin towards the slain two-headed wolf on the ground, raising an eyebrow. Did you kill it? Ying Feng quickly shook her head and waved her hands, insisting, I did not slay it. I merely passed by, heard some commotion, and came to take a look. By the time I arrived, this beast was already dead. With her head slightly bowed, she presented herself as an innocent flower, harmless and delicate. How many days have you been wandering alone, unarmed? The scarred man continued to inquire. Just the day before yesterday, a sandstorm scattered me from my companions. I've been hiding and moving cautiously these past couple of days. I cannot linger too long. It might attract suspicion. Indeed, a sandstorm had occurred the day before, and it was this very storm that had allowed the two-headed wolf to escape. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Ying Feng's shoes had been torn by the vines during the recent battle, leaving her bare feet to touch the cold, hard ground. Coupled with her tattered clothing and striking beauty, she elicited sympathy. It was no surprise that the bespectacled man felt compelled to speak on her behalf. The ponytailed girl seemed to sense his inclination and quickly pulled him back, urging him to remain silent. The scarred man dismissed 9 out of 10 of Ying Feng's statements. In this apocalyptic world, trusting others too readily often led to a grim fate. This two-headed wolf is our quarry. We have been tracking it for many days. If it is dead now, it is a result of the injuries we inflicted upon it earlier, and we intend to take it with us. Feel free. Ying Feng replied quietly. Though she wished to accompany them, it was evident they had no intention of taking her along. Thus, she resolved to continue her journey alone. Ah Hui, help me load the wolf onto the vehicle, the scarred man commanded. Ah Hui was the bespectacled man. At this juncture, it was rather apparent to Ah Hui what Sanggu intended, yet he lingered, casting lingering glances at Ying Feng until the ponytailed girl kicked him, prompting him to assist with the wolf. Once the wolf was secured in the vehicle, the four prepared to depart. However, just before the vehicle started, the previously silent lowly girl suddenly spoke to Ying Feng. Aren't you getting in? Hurry up, it's so cold outside. The 3 in the vehicle, along with Ying Feng, fell into silence. Oh, Yin, the scarred man groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. She is not coming with us. Why not? The lowly girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, appearing even more adorably naive. The scarred man sighed internally. Yin had been sheltered far too well, having spent 16 years never leaving the base. In this harsh world, she remained like a pure flower bud, only now beginning to venture out with him to experience the world. A lengthy discourse on the complexities of this situation hovered in the air, yet he hesitated to begin, especially in front of the parties involved. The scarred man shot a fierce glare at Ying Feng over his shoulder, silently indicating that if she had any sense, she should take her leave at once. Brother, let her come aboard, the lowly girl interjected. She was not naive. She sensed her brother's hesitation. Yet her intuition told her Ying Feng was not a malevolent figure. This instinct had served her well in the past, though she had never confided in anyone, not even her beloved brother. The scarred man continued to glare at Ying Feng, but the little girl's gentle voice quickly rendered him speechless. Brother, you sit in the front. Let Xiaoyu and me sit together. The softness in her words left no room for refusal. Reluctantly, the scarred man acquiesced to his sister's request and swapped seats with the ponytailed girl. All right, hurry up and get in. Aren't you cold without your shoes? The little girl flashed a sweet smile at Ying Feng. The expressions of the 2 men in the front seat varied. The scarred man felt his heart melt under the angelic smile of his sister, convinced she was the most adorable girl in the world. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man, brimming with delight, rolled down the window to beckon Ying Feng. Miss, come on in. Our Shangu is always willing to listen to Yin. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a sharp tap from the scarred man on the back of his head, silencing him. The scarred man exhaled 2 puffs of warm breath into the cold night air, his gaze fixed intently on Ying Feng, confident that with his imposing presence, she would not dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 10 Encounter with the Mutant Wolf Pack. Xiong Mengyin, the young girl, observed that Ying Feng remained motionless. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes. Are you afraid that we are the bad ones? We are from the Kunloon base, and we are now preparing to return. If you have nowhere else to go, you may join us. If Yin does not wish to get in the vehicle, there is no need to force her. Let her remain here on this desolate gobi. Perhaps she might be consumed by a monster before dawn. The girl with the ponytail arrogantly leaned against the seat, arms crossed. At this moment, Ying Feng began to comprehend the nature of their group. The bespectacled man seemed to be merely a lackey, while the scarred man served as the primary fighter. Although the ponytailed girl's words were sharp, they evidently served to remind her that staying here would pose a greater danger. As for the lowly girl, she found it difficult to assess her, yet she had an inkling that this girl might indeed be the core of their team. Apologies for the interruption. In the end, Ying Feng boarded the vehicle, relieved to avoid the need to walk. Just as Ying Feng settled into the car, a distant tremor suddenly erupted, and pairs of emerald green eyes flickered in the shadows, rapidly approaching their vehicle. How? No, it is a pack of mutated wolves. Despite our efforts to divert them, they have unexpectedly tracked us down. The bespectacled Yi immediately accelerated the vehicle towards the base with fervor. It was a heavy-duty combat off-road vehicle. Its exterior robust and its load capacity formidable, though its weight rendered it sluggish in speed. As the pack of wolves drew closer, Xiang Sha opened the sunroof, hoisting a lightweight sniper rifle to target the advancing wolves. Wolves are astute creatures, adept at collaborative tactics, and this particular pack was mutated. Each member sporting either 3 eyes or 6 legs, clearly not ordinary wolves. The two-headed wolf served as their leader. Each shot fired from Xiang Shan's sniper rifle erupted in a small mushroom cloud across the arid expanse, yet the wolves, agile and swift, suffered minimal casualties. Ying Feng, her expression grave, fixated intently on the view outside, when suddenly a pair of delicate hands grasped her forearm. Turning, she found Xiong Mengyin gazing at her with concern. Do not be afraid. My brother is very strong. He will protect us. However, even the formidable Xiang Shan could not eliminate the multitude of wolves, which began to encircle the vehicle. Observing this, the ponytailed girl, Sunya, rolled down her window and fired at the pursuing wolves. Unfortunately, her shots went astray, inciting the pack to become even more enraged as several muscular young male wolves leapt forward, launching themselves directly at the vehicle's window. A piercing and terrifying scream erupted, causing Sunya to panic and fire her weapon haphazardly as she retreated in fear. The foremost wolf nearly thrust its entire head into the vehicle, its immense visage adorned with sharp fangs glistening ominously. Strangely, it possessed 3 eyes, each one ablaze with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. Just as it seemed that Sunya was to meet her demise beneath the wolf's menacing jaws, in a flash, Ying Feng yanked her behind him, snatching the gun from her trembling hands and directing it straight into the wolf's maw. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced directly through the wolf's head, while the powerful shockwave simultaneously knocked down several other wolves in the vicinity. All of this transpired in mere moments, and it was only then that everyone began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sunya, gripped by fear, clung tightly to Xiong Mengyin, while Xiang Shan exhaled in relief, only to be propelled into a more furious assault against the wolf pack. With Ying Feng's assistance, Xiang Shan felt a significant alleviation of pressure, and the tide of battle increasingly favored the humans. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement of wolves, a towering, heavy-eyed wolf, presumably the new leader of the pack, leaped onto a massive rock and howled at the moon. A woo, a woo. The expressions of those inside the vehicle darkened. It was still summoning the pack. Before long, the sound of thundering paws echoed from the direction they were heading, as nearly 100 wolves suddenly surrounded the vehicle from all sides. At that moment, the vehicle inexplicably stalled. Oui, what is happening? Xiang Shan inquired in a low voice after firing a shot. Brother Shan, our vehicle has malfunctioned. It won't start. A sudden whiff of fuel permeated the interior, and Yi glanced out the window, witnessing a pool of pale yellow liquid seeping from beneath the car. Brother Shan, the fuel line has ruptured. The wolf pack had completely encircled the vehicle, and Xiang Shan, half of his body protruding from the roof, became the primary target for the wolves. Woo. With a commanding howl from the lead wolf, all the others lunged towards the car. Xiang Shan quickly withdrew inside, hastily shutting the rooftop. The wolves crashed violently against the relatively fragile windows, and with the fuel line leaking, they could not employ their firearms, lest the vehicle explode at any moment. Amidst the cacophony of thuds, the first crack appeared in the windshield. We cannot remain inside the vehicle any longer. Ying Feng swiftly retrieved a light machine gun, slung it over her shoulder, and drew a military knife, positioning herself by the door, ready to carve a path through the chaos. But there are so many wolves outside. Yi Hui stammered in trepidation. Everyone, get out of the vehicle immediately. Xiang Sha decisively hoisted his sister onto his shoulder, kicking open the door with such force that it flew off, sending several wolves sprawling. Ying Feng adeptly leaped from the car, her bare feet unshod, but the urgency of the situation left her no time to search for shoes. Armed with her knife, she plunged into the center of the wolf horde, her movements agile and precise, dispatching several wolves within mere minutes. The other four were astonished by Ying Feng's prowess. They had not anticipated that this young woman could rival some of the more formidable mercenaries from their Kunloon base. Yet, in their perilous predicament, they had no time to marvel at her skills. Ying Feng forged ahead, with Xiang Shan carrying Xiong Mingyin, who wielded a large machete, desperately combating the wolves. Sunya and Yi Hui brought up the rear, armed with cold weapons to safeguard themselves. They were still too close to the vehicle, with fuel pooling around them. Recklessly using firearms remained exceedingly hazardous. However, the wolves seemed endless, trailing behind. Yi Hui, the weakest in combat, found himself relying on Xiong Mingyin, who, leveraging her elevated position and an uncanny intuition, frequently guided Xiang Shan, helping him evade numerous dangers. In a stagger, Yi Hui's glasses fell to the ground, rendering his vision a blur due to his severe myopia. Two wild wolves fixated on him, and upon witnessing his fall, they pounced. "Help! Help!" he cried out in desperation. In the nick of time, Ying Feng hurled a flying knife from several meters away, piercing through both wolves and saving Yi Hui. However, this left Ying Feng without her cold weapon, plunging her into a perilous situation as more than 10 wolves launched their assault. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Yi Hui, who had just been rescued, found himself in danger once again, while Sunya suffered severe injuries. Yet, Ying Feng was unable to assist them. She was no savior, she could only help when possible, and there were instances where aid was beyond her reach. Until the very last moment. She wished to keep her vines concealed from prying eyes. Ideally, she hoped that no one would ever discover their existence. Suddenly, a wolf lunged at Ying Feng, its rancid drool splattering across her face. In that critical moment, she swiftly maneuvered her machine gun into the wolf's mouth, pushing it upward with force and subsequently leaping onto its back. The wild wolf thrashed and leaped, but Ying Feng clutched its neck tightly. Just then, several more wolves charged at her. In response, she extended a vine from her palm, with a sharp tip that penetrated the wolf's skin. In this urgent predicament, she instinctively learned to control the dosage. What would have been a lethal dose to induce immediate cardiac paralysis was adjusted to a sedative level, causing the wolf's movements to slow. Ying Feng raised her fist and struck the wolf's head repeatedly, incapacitating it without revealing the toxicity of her vines. She employed the same tactic against the other wolves. Yet, this method proved inefficient against the overwhelming numbers. At that moment, Sunya, being torn apart by several wolves, let out a furious roar. "I'll fight you beasts to the end," she declared, struggling to roll towards the vehicle while drawing her gun. Ying Feng's brow furrowed in alarm. This was bad. She intended to detonate the vehicle. Chapter 11. The Death of Xiang Sha. Ying Feng swiftly mounted a wolf, driving a sharp implement into its hindquarters, causing the beast to yelp in pain and dash away violently. Xiang Shan and Yi Hui, having noticed Sunda's actions, were filled with alarm. "Shaya, stop. I am coming to rescue you," Yi Hui shouted in terror, but it was too late. Sunya discharged several rounds before the wolf severed her trachea. As Yi Hui rushed toward her, Xiang Shan resolutely carried his sister away, not looking back. The wolf pack seemed to sense the impending danger and began to scatter, allowing Xiang Shan to find an opening and escape. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the valley, propelling a vehicle skyward. Sunya was already beyond salvation, her remains obliterated. Once the smoke cleared, only half of Yi Hui remained, and that fragment was swiftly dragged away by the wolves. The explosion claimed 2 lives, and a significant portion of the wolf pack perished as well. The remaining wolves, numbering in the dozens, regrouped, poised to attack Ying Feng, Xiang Shan, and the others. In the final second before the explosion, Xiang Shan had shielded his sister in his arms, but he could not outrun Ying Feng, and the blast aftermath engulfed him. His back was gruesomely mangled, blood and flesh torn asunder, yet his sister, Xiang Mingyin, remained unharmed in his embrace. Now, Xiang Shan staggered to his feet, hoisting his sister onto his shoulder. The overpowering scent of blood invigorated the wolves, who howled and lunged at him. At that moment, Ying Feng was thrown from a wolf and tumbled into another hollow, crashing into a thicket. Yet, this concealment offered her a chance to strike back. Having endured the onslaught of wolves throughout the night, Ying Feng finally seized the opportunity to retaliate, her body transforming into tendrils. Countless vines unfurled from the underbrush. The counterhunt commenced. Ying Feng ensnared every wolf within her sight, entwining and strangling them. Within mere minutes, the 20 or so wolves that had pursued her into the valley were all vanquished. The victorious tendrils retreated into the thicket with a rustle. Moments later, a figure rose from the undergrowth. The night was as clear as crystal, and the individual's azure eyes gleamed astonishingly. A lone wolf atop the slope met her gaze, and upon witnessing the corpses of its kin strewn about, it whimpered and fled with its tail between its legs. Emerging from the thicket, Ying Feng ascended step by step, delivering a bullet to each wolf's corpse, concealing the true cause of their demise. Upon reaching the summit, she beheld the dire situation surrounding Xiang Shan. 7 or 8 wolves were gnawing at him, his consciousness seemingly fading, yet he steadfastly bore Xiang Mingyin upon his shoulder. Standing at 2 meters tall, Xiang Shan resembled a towering peak, shielding the small girl seated upon him. The wolf pack, having detected Ying Feng, dispatched a few of their number in her direction. A cold smile graced her lips as she deftly retrieved a machine gun from her back, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the wolves below. Her marksmanship was unparalleled. She had secured first place during her enlistment assessment with the Sait army. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the wolves below fell one by one. Xiang Ming gazed up at Ying Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her choice to save her had indeed been the right one. Brother, hold on. Victory is within our grasp. Yet, Xiang Shan could no longer hear her voice. He fought instinctively to protect his sister. After the last wolf fell, he scanned the surroundings in confusion. The danger had passed. He had safeguarded his sister. Brother, we won. We survived. Xiang Ming joyfully embraced her brother's large head. A flicker of a smile appeared on Xiang Shan's fierce face, only to collapse shortly after. Brother. Even in his fall, Xiang Shan subconsciously shielded his sister against his chest, his bloody back crashing heavily to the ground. Brother, brother. Xiang Ming anxiously called out to him. Ying Feng approached the pair. Xiang Ming lifted her tear-streaked face, pleading, please, save my brother. Ying Feng gazed at the siblings, remaining silent. Xiang Shan's injuries were grave. Salvation seemed unlikely. As dawn broke, a sliver of light pierced the darkened sky, illuminating Xiang Shan's rugged features. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Brother, Xiang Mingyin exclaimed with excitement. Xiang Shan's gaze softened as he looked at his sister before turning to Ying Feng. Can I trust you? Ying Feng raised an eyebrow, yet remained silent. Xiang Shan seemed to realize the absurdity of his words. Please, take my sister back to the Kunloon base. He pondered for a long time, searching for a means to repay Ying Feng, but nothing came to mind. Rarely did the fierce warrior display such vulnerability. Facing his pleading gaze, Ying Feng slowly replied, I will do my best. In this perilous world, where the future remained uncertain, he could only respond thus. However, Xiang Shan exhibited little dissatisfaction. He felt he had lost the right to complain. Thank you. His eyes began to glaze over. With one final glance at the sister he had protected for 16 years, he could no longer speak and slowly closed his eyes. Brother, the day had fully dawned. Yet for Xiang Mingyin, her world had completely shattered. Xiang Mingyin followed Ying Feng in a daze. Half a day had passed since their battle with the wolf pack. Ying Feng hastily buried Xiang Shan on the spot and set out with Xiang Mingyin toward the Kunloon base. It shouldn't be like this, she murmured to herself as they walked. Her intuition had suggested that no grave danger would arise, yet her brother was gone. What had gone awry? She focused her gaze on the figure ahead. Ying Feng seemed to sense her burning stare and paused to look back. Xiang Mingyin quickly lowered her head, but noticed Ying Feng's bare feet, marked with shallow scratches. Her clothing was even more tattered than when they had first met the previous night. Though it barely covered her, Her demeanor remained composed and unruffled. Such a girl was remarkably strong. She should not harbor doubts or complaints. Perhaps this was her brother's fate, or perhaps her intuition had simply failed her. "Can you still walk?" Ying Feng inquired. "I can," Xiong Mingyin replied through gritted teeth. Without her brother's protection, she must gather her strength. Xiong Mingyin turned her head to the side, striving to hold back her tears. A gentle hand rested upon her head, offering a soothing pat. To her surprise, Xiong Mingyin glanced at the owner of the hand. Ying Feng said nothing more, simply stating, "Let us go." The two figures traversed the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, with the Kunloon base still 700 to 800 kilometers away. At this pace, it would take an eternity to reach their destination. Just as Xiong Mingyin was engulfed in despair, the sound of helicopter blades whirred through the air above them. With a spark of joy, she looked at Ying Feng, exclaiming, "There are people, a helicopter." Ying Feng lifted her gaze to the sky, and it seemed the occupants of the helicopter had also spotted them. However, she could never have anticipated that it was indeed a helicopter from the Sait base. Chapter 12. A brush with Hess. The powerful gust of wind generated by the helicopter swept back Ying Feng's cloak hood, compelling her to look upwards. At that moment, the occupant of the helicopter also glanced down. Their gazes intersected amid the dazzling sunlight and the undulating Yadin formations of the Gobi Desert. Ying Feng's eyes flickered momentarily before she lowered her head, feigning composure as she adjusted her hat. It was him, Hess, her hand, concealed beneath the cloak, clenched into a fist. Despite the reluctance in her heart, they were not meant to meet again. It was as though she had perished in the jaws of a zombie. Inside the helicopter, Hess grappled with his emotions, feeling an inexplicable connection to someone he had never met. "Colonel, there are 2 humans below who seem to have fallen behind. Should we descend to retrieve them?" Hess reined in his thoughts, his already frayed patience wearing thin as he replied indifferently, "That is not our mission." At that moment, he yearned solely to complete the task at hand and subsequently search for Ying Feng's whereabouts. Understood. The soldier pressed his lips together, silently apologizing to the 2 individuals below, before piloting the helicopter swiftly past them. Xiong Mingyin watched in disbelief as the helicopter flew away. "Hey, wait. There are people here. Take us with you," she shouted hoarsely. But the helicopter continued to soar farther away, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. Why was it so difficult to take us along? Xiong Mingyin, disheartened, sank to the ground. Ying Feng sighed, regaining her composure as she extended her hand toward her. "Let us go?" With a heavy heart, Xiong Mingyin placed her hand in Ying Feng's, and together they resumed their journey. Fortunately, luck was on their side that day. They encountered only minor creatures, which Ying Feng dispatched with her bare hands. After trudging on for half a day, both women had gone without food for a day and a night. Their lips chapped and cracked, especially Xiong Mingyin, who was nearing dehydration. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, and Xiong Mingyin felt herself on the verge of collapse, struggling to keep pace with Ying Feng. Her steps grew increasingly labored until a small protruding stone on the ground tripped her. As she was about to fall, she surrendered to her exhaustion, closing her eyes. Ying Feng sensed the heavy breathing of the person behind her suddenly diminish. Turning around, she caught sight of Xiong Mingyin falling. Witnessing her frail state, Ying Feng's heart ached with compassion. Before Xiong Mingyin could hit the ground, Ying Feng swiftly used vines to support her, granting her a fleeting moment to react, and quickly moved forward to catch her. At that moment, Xiong Mingyin had already fainted. Looking down at the unconscious figure, Ying Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Leaving her behind would likely mean she wouldn't survive until morning, while carrying her would significantly impede her own pace. As Ying Feng pondered her next steps, a vehicle approached rapidly from afar, kicking up clouds of dust. Uncertain of the occupant's intentions, she carefully moved Xiong Mingyin behind a nearby Yadin, waiting for the vehicle to pass, hoping the individuals in the vehicle are somewhat amicable. Otherwise, regardless, she was determined to acquire this vehicle today. "Woohoo! Boss, there's someone ahead. Looks like a rather alluring lady," exclaimed the excited African-American man behind the wheel. "Pfft, how rare. How beautiful can a woman be in this apocalypse? They're all emaciated and malnourished, resembling mere skeletons," he scoffed. "Ha ha ha, indeed. Duick, have you not feasted on meat for ages? Even a female mosquito appears charming to you." The vehicle was a modified armored truck, accommodating 5 or 6 individuals of diverse ethnicities within the cabin. You all see, she is genuinely stunning, I swear. She is the most beautiful angelic creature I have ever encountered. The truck halted beside Ying Feng, and upon hearing Duke's words, the occupants pressed their faces against the glass, eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my God, she is absolutely gorgeous. Those long legs, that figure, that waist, and that strikingly beautiful face. Even the goddess Venus would pale in comparison. A chorus of whistles erupted from within the truck, wafting towards Ying Feng. Hey miss, are you alone? Do you need some brothers to give you a ride? They jeered. The leering gazes of the occupants seemed intent on tearing apart her already tattered attire. Well, I could indeed use your vehicle, Ying Feng replied with a subtle smile, eliciting gasps from within the truck. Fair enough, they responded eagerly. A motley crew of individuals, each exuding varying degrees of lethal intent, disembarked from the vehicle, encircling Ying Feng with their weapons drawn. At the rear of the group stood a middle-aged man with a proud, yet sinister expression, his features distinctly Eastern. We are led by our esteemed leader, Fan Shi of the Dragon Eagle, the strongest mercenary team of Kunloon base. Surely, you've heard of our leader's name? Duke declared, head held high. Indeed. I have just heard of it, Ying Feng replied. The others, upon realizing she was familiar with their leader's reputation, grinned with pride. Boss, this girl is incredibly attractive. We should take her back. Such a trophy is rare. They chuckled mischievously. After the boss has his fill, we can save her some leftovers. What is your name? Where do you come from? Where are you headed? The sinister man, Fan Shi, inquired. Ying Wu, from Shima base, headed for Kunloon base, she stated. The number 5 was her lucky digit, and henceforth, she intended to introduce herself as Ying Wu. Observing the group, she contemplated whether to eliminate them all or bide her time to assess the situation. So many individuals, armed no less, if she were to engage, she could only rely on her vines, ensuring not a single soul survived. Shima base? Never heard of it. Duke pondered, stroking his chin. Oh, it must be some obscure little base in a remote corner, not significant at all. A tall, fair-haired Caucasian with prominent features chuckled. What matters is that the place she intends to go happens to be Kunloon base. Just look at those delicate little feet. She isn't even wearing shoes. It must be painful for her. How about letting us carry you to the vehicle? A diminutive man with an oriental visage and a scruffy beard glinted with lewd intent, extending his hand towards Ying Feng. Do you not comprehend the situation? What if you frighten the girl? After delivering a kick to the scruffy man, the red-haired leader turned back to his superior, his gaze obsequious. Boss, what do you suggest we do? Let us check our spoils for any women's clothing. We should find a suitable outfit for her. Fan Shi's gaze was inquisitive. The ability to navigate the wilderness alone might indicate some exceptional quality. He pondered the woman's circumstances. If her survival was merely a product of luck, she could serve as a mere addition to the brothers' feast. However, if it were not mere fortune. With that thought, Fan Shi addressed Ying Feng. If you wish to join us, you may go to the rear compartment. The rear compartment was sturdy, ensuring her confinement would be secure. As soon as his words fell, a subordinate opened the side door of the rear compartment, gesturing for Ying Feng to enter. Ying Feng shifted her gaze to the rear compartment, which resembled a cage filled with various mutated biological remains, alongside several human suitcases and supplies. Were they treating her as mere cargo? The scruffy man rummaged through a pink suitcase and retrieved a set of seemingly new women's clothing. At that moment, Ying Feng's attention sharpened, as she noticed the rear half of the compartment was stacked with the corpses of mutated wolves, indicating they had passed through the site of last night's battle. Scavenging the aftermath. Here you go, see how generous our boss is? Following him will bring you good fortune, the scruffy man said, handing her the clothes while his hand inappropriately caressed hers. A chill coursed through Ying Feng. What was this diminutive man doing? Though she had yet to fully adapt to her femininity, she understood that this man was violating her space. Chapter 13. Arrival at the periphery of Kunloon base. That hand is no longer of use. Just as Bagahu attempted to retract his hand, it was suddenly seized by Ying Feng and forcefully twisted. Ah, indeed, this man's hand is no longer of use. You damn filthy whore, dare to touch me, and I will kill you. Bagaha brandished his gun with the other hand, aiming it at Ying Feng. With a cold smirk, Ying Feng yanked his hand again, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick to his abdomen. In pain, Bagahu let out a cry, the gun slipping from his grasp. Ying Feng swiftly snatched the weapon, cocked it, and thrust it directly into the mouth of the still screaming Bagahu. The others, witnessing this, were momentarily stunned before raising their weapons in unison, aiming at Ying Feng. Stand down. Fan Chi pushed aside a subordinate and stepped forward. If you wish to live, release him. With so many of us. Do you truly think you stand a chance? What do you think my odds are? Ying Feng replied with a slight smile. In an unseen corner, tendrils sprouted from the soles of Ying Feng's feet, burrowing into the ground and driving out the large mutated insects that dwelled beneath. Additionally, she sent a vine stealthily behind a Yadin formation, wrapping around the unconscious Xiong Mengyin, safeguarding her. Now, Ying Feng wielded her vines with increasing finesse, as if they were extensions of her own body. The tendrils enveloping Xiong Mengyin did not bear any venomous spines. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, cracking open, causing everyone to stagger chaotically. Boss, this situation is amiss. One of the subordinates shouted. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I need to tell you that? Fan Chi drew his dual pistols, firing at the fissures beneath his feet. In the next moment, an enormous toad emerged from the ground, launching Fan Chi into the air. The other subordinates stumbled and rolled about, some falling into the gaping crevices. As the earth continued to split and shift, they were unable to cry out before the ground sealed shut again. Large scorpions and centipedes surged forth, attacking the humans. And Fan Chi's group found themselves in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Ying Feng, silently retracted all the vines and swiftly concealed herself behind the Yadin where Xiong Mengyin lay, camouflaging herself as a cluster of vines. Fan Chi was bewildered by the sudden onslaught of mutated insects. Such creatures typically emerge only at night. This group of mercenaries was reasonably capable. But after sustaining a 90 casualty rate, only a single gigantic scorpion remained. Among the surviving humans, only Fan Chi remained, albeit severely injured. Just as he was about to be struck by the scorpion's lethal tail, Ying Feng appeared atop a Yadin with a sniper rifle, taking down the beast with a single shot. Fan Chi was saved, collapsing in exhaustion. Ying Feng jumped down from the Yadin, looking down at the incapacitated Fan Chi. Upon seeing the unscathed Ying Feng, Fan Chi finally grasped the origin of the mutated creatures. They had been summoned by this woman, although the specifics eluded him. She was undoubtedly involved. Damn it, one cannot underestimate anyone capable of surviving in the apocalypse. Want to survive? Ying Feng raised an eyebrow, uttering the words with a hint of challenge. Help! Fan Chi spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to speak. I want to live. Ying Feng crouched down to observe him, her expression tinged with distress. However, given that she was intent on commandeering their vehicle and had already eliminated numerous members of their group, it was only logical to eradicate any potential threat completely. Please. Big sister, boss, don't kill me. I can be your loyal subordinate. I will follow your every command. Ying Feng remained indifferent, rising to retrieve Xiong Mengyin from behind a Yadin formation, placing her gently in the back seat. Big sister, boss, please take me with you. Save me. Fan Chi, sensing that Ying Feng might spare him, seized the opportunity to plead for his life, insisting that if he remained in such a perilous place, he would soon attract monstrous beasts. Moreover, given his grievous injuries, even if he were not devoured by them, he would likely bleed to death. Ying Feng inspected the vehicle and discovered that the cargo compartment was filled with supplies, many of which had evidently been pilfered from others, some still stained with blood. She delicately touched a blood stain with her fingertip. It had yet to dry, indicating that this group had likely raided a convoy not long ago. The women's attire, which the little rascal had managed to procure for her, was far beyond what this group could possess. Help me. Fan Chi struggled painfully towards the vehicle. I'll give you everything from the base. With a detached gaze, Ying Feng slowly raised her gun, granting him a swift end. This group was unworthy of lament. Moments later, the vehicle roared to life as Ying Feng drove away, the wheels churning up a cloud of dust that settled upon Fan Chi's lifeless eyes. Shortly after her departure, a multitude of small insects emerged from the sandy earth, dragging all the bodies beneath the surface, leaving no trace of blood behind. The wind swept through silently. Apart from the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air, no one would ever know what transpired there. Ying Feng activated the vehicle's satellite navigation. setting the destination to the Kunloon base. As the vehicle traversed the endless Gobi Desert, the landscape gradually transitioned from yellow to green. Before darkness fell, they finally departed the yellow expanse and entered a vast grassland. After an indeterminate time, the road became increasingly lined with trees, leading them into a mountainous forest. The winding mountain paths were adorned with layers of broadleaf trees, their colors shifting beautifully, and even the breeze carried the fragrant scent of foliage. In the midst of the vehicle's swaying, Xiang Mingyin opened her eyes. "Are we saved?" she murmured, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Noticing no one else apart from them, seeing that she appeared relatively well, Ying Feng averted her gaze, returning her focus to the road ahead. "There is a bag beside you, containing food and water." "Oh, thank you." Xiang Mingyin, feeling both famished and parched, prioritized satisfying her hunger before addressing anything else. Half an hour later, having regained her composure, she set down the empty water bottle and wiped her lips with her sleeve. Suddenly realizing that she had drained all the water, she cast an apologetic glance at Ying Feng. "I'm sorry, it seems I've consumed all the water." Ying Feng glanced at the rearview mirror and replied, "It's all right. There is more in the car." The sky was darkening, yet she was determined not to stop. The perilous creatures lurking in the forest posed greater threats than those on the Gobi Desert, and with over 400 kilometers remaining to the Kunloon base, she intended to reach her destination in one go. "Oh, I appreciate your efforts. Where did this car come from? Why is there no one else aboard?" Xiang Mingyin inquired, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the scenery outside. "It's a vehicle we picked up along the way." "Oh, I didn't expect our luck to be so fortuitous." Ying Feng chuckled, acknowledging their fortunate find. A prolonged silence ensued. Prior to this moment, Xiang Mingyin had scarcely exchanged words with Ying Feng. During their trek, she had maintained a distance of 5 or 6 meters from her, and her dejected mood had rendered her nearly mute. "By the way, I'm Xiang Mingyin. I haven't yet asked your name, and how old are you?" "I'm 18, Ying Feng replied, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. "I should be a few years older than you." "I'm 16. You don't look much older than me," Xiang Mingyin retorted, hands on her hips. However, when her eyes fell upon the proud adornment on Ying Feng's chest, and then recalled her own modest appearance, she felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. "All right. You are indeed much older than I. By 2 years. What?" Xiang Mingyin shifted her gaze from Ying Feng's chest to her face, staring blankly. "I'm 2 years your senior." "Oh, then I shall call you Sister Wu from now on. I initially intended to call you Little Wu." "That is fine." Thus, the two continued their conversation in a casual manner. The horizon was adorned with faint crimson clouds as dusk approached, and shades of dark blue began to rise on the skyline. As the stars began to twinkle, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Kunloon base. Chapter 14. Arriving at the base entrance but unable to enter Shaowujia. Once we traverse that hill ahead, we shall behold the entrance to the Kunloon base. Ying Feng fell silent for a moment, pondering the addition of the term Shao. Xiang Mingyin, realizing the nuance, cupped her face and shook it with delight. Regardless of the context, a pending Shao makes everything sound adorable, like little darling or sweetheart. Ying Feng remained contemplative and after a considerable pause, responded with a sense of resignation. "Do as you wish." Hee. As the vehicle rounded a sweeping bend, the iconic edifice of the Kunloon base came into view, a towering structure resembling a gleaming sword. "Look, that is the Tianjin Tower, our base's signal tower." Historically, Kunloon base was the domain of the Kunloon sect, a martial arts school nestled within the ancient eastern nation of Huaxia. Eventually, the Kunloon sect evolved into a martial arts academy classified as a second-tier institution. With the onset of the apocalypse, the global order disintegrated, and the surviving faculty and students of Kunloon Academy established the Kunloon base. Today, it stands as one of the most formidable bases in the northwestern region of former Huaxia. The Kunloon base is divided into inner and outer cities, with the outer city encircled by an expansive buffer zone. The outer wall of the buffer zone is a formidable steel barrier standing 10 meters high, featuring 8 land entrances and 10 aerial landing points. Currently, Ying Feng has arrived at entrance number 6, and apart from them, the vicinity is devoid of any presence. Attention, attention, unidentified vehicle approaching. Unidentified vehicle approaching. echoed a mechanical female voice from the loudspeakers above the wall. Before the vehicle came to a complete stop, 3 powerful searchlights illuminated it. From the observation towers flanking the colossal steel gate, several ominous gun barrels were pointed at the vehicle. The announcement continued, vehicle count, 1, model, medium truck BQL, 03N. License plate, Kun B, 37915, affiliated with the Kunloon base Outer City, Zone B. Do you authorize entry? Please advise. Who are those people below? Do they not realize the time? Boomed a gruff middle-aged male voice from the loudspeaker, brimming with impatience. Come back tomorrow morning at 6. Ah, indeed. The base enforces a strict policy against entry from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. It is now past 9, thus our entry is prohibited. Alas, Xiong Mingyin, experiencing her first nighttime return to the base, momentarily forgot this crucial detail. Previously, when she was with her brother, they would simply find a safe place to spend the night outside. What shall we do now? Xiong Mingyin glanced at Ying Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed for overlooking such an important matter. Let us find a place to spend the night, Ying Feng replied, the engine still humming. She deftly turned the vehicle around, seeking a nearby suitable spot for rest. Earlier, she had noticed a few vehicles by a lakeside. Those must be individuals who also missed the entry time. Rather than joining them, Ying Feng opted for a secluded, winding path. Xiaojie, where are we headed? It's quite dark here. Xiong Mingyin felt a sense of trepidation, as if monstrous creatures might suddenly emerge from the shadowy depths of the forest. Ying Feng had not driven far before she halted the vehicle. Turning to Xiong Mingyin with a firm instruction, stay in the car, do not exit. I will check the surroundings for safety. What? Xiong Mingyin exclaimed, clutching her arm tightly, her round eyes filled with dread. Sister Wug, where you go, I go? Please don't leave me alone in the car. Ying Feng was taken aback by the sudden embrace from the girl, feeling a touch of discomfort. Attempting to break free proved futile. And it was only after exerting some force that she managed to extricate Xiong Mingyin from her grasp. I won't wander far. Just a brief survey of the area within a 50-meter radius, she declared, dismissing any further entanglement as she promptly exited the vehicle. Seated in the rear, Xiong Mingyin was about to open the door and follow when a cold voice halted her. If you step out and something drags you away, I want to come to your rescue. Woo woo woo. Sister Wug is so fierce. Xiong Mingyin pouted, her face pressed against the car window, watching helplessly as Ying Feng's figure receded into the encroaching darkness. The mournful winds of the forest echoed, resembling cries and howls, intensifying her fear. Not daring to look outside, she wrapped herself in a blanket and shrank into her seat. Everything will be all right, Xiong Mingyin. Do not be afraid. You can do this. Her intuition assured her that Sister Wug would not abandon her. Meanwhile, Ying Feng leaned against an ancient tree, eyes closed, seemingly resting. Yet, the vines she had discreetly spread around the vehicle were silently extending, ensuring their protection. Were she alone, she would have transformed into vines for the night. But with Xiong Mingyin's safety in mind, she remained vigilant. After a short while, having detected no immediate danger, she retracted the vines and returned to the car. Sister Wug, you're back. Why did you take so long? Woo woo woo. Upon Ying Feng's return, Xiong Mingyin immediately latched onto her arm once more. Ying Feng replied, please release me. I'm filthy. She was still clad in her tattered attire, having had no time to change. Where are you dirty? Sister Wug, don't you realize you have a delightful scent? Xiong Mingyin inhaled deeply, savoring the faint aroma of grass, and with that lingered about Ying Feng. This unexpected action startled Ying Feng, prompting her to push Xiong Mingyin away. Please, have some self-respect. Xiong Mingyin, puzzled, rubbed her ear. Self-respect? Aren't we all girls? Does Sister Wug dislike me being so close? Observing the bewilderment and slight pout on Xiong Mingyin's face, Ying Feng sighed softly. I am not accustomed to unnecessary physical contact with others. It is not personal. I shall be mindful in the future. Sleep early. With a sense of reluctance, Xiong Mingyin wrapped herself in the small blanket and laid down in the back. After ensuring she had fallen asleep, Ying Feng rummaged through the trunk, finding a fresh set of clothes and a pair of fitting leather boots. She then washed herself briefly in a clear puddle a few meters away before donning the clean garments. The entire process of changing clothes and washing up took no more than 5 minutes. despite having undergone this transformation into femininity for several days. Ying Feng still found it difficult to come to terms with her current physique. Why is the female body constructed in such a manner? Particularly those two prominent features on the chest, what purpose do they serve? They feel cumbersome and exhausting. With an expressionless face, Ying Feng tidied herself up and donned her outerwear before returning to the driver's seat. Xiang Mingyin was utterly exhausted, sleeping soundly, completely unaware of Ying Feng's brief departure. Ying Feng, too, felt fatigued. If she could not transform into vines and root herself into the soil, she had to sustain herself with food and rest. After spending the previous day dealing with the two-headed wolf, followed by the wolf pack at night, and then traveling continuously until now, she had gone a full day and night without rest. Even a person of steel could not endure such strain. Ying Feng leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes to rest. After an indeterminate period, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence of the forest. Chapter 15. The system has no record of this person. Ying Feng abruptly opened his eyes, drawing his gun and aiming it outside the vehicle. To his surprise, he encountered an elderly man. "I am not a bad person," stammered the man, whose hair was mostly gray, as he raised his trembling hands. "I merely came here to hunt small animals." Lacking the ability to pursue large mutated creatures, the man resorted to hunting in the forest surrounding the base. Ying Feng lowered his gun, signaling him to leave quickly. The man hurriedly stumbled away along his usual path. The day had already brightened considerably, and Ying Feng glanced at the time, 6:25 a.m. The base had opened for entry and exit. He observed Xiang Mingyin still asleep and chose not to wake her, instead starting the vehicle and driving out. 10 minutes later, they arrived at entrance 6. Several vehicles were lined up at the adjacent exit, while only a few cars were at the entrance. Those same ones Ying Feng had seen by the lake the previous day. He waited patiently. At this moment, Xiang Mingyin finally awoke. "Is it morning already?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes. "Ah, it's time for the base to open. I'm finally back at Kunloon base." Just as a smile began to form on her face, it swiftly faded. If only my brother were still alive. Seeing Xiang Mingyin on the verge of tears, Ying Feng felt at a loss for words to comfort her, opting for silence as he drove the car beside the inspection station. It was now their turn. The inspectors and guards at the base entrance were fully armed, ready for scrutiny. The holographic display before the inspectors indicated that the vehicle belonged to Area B of the Kunloon base. One of the armed inspectors tapped on the car window, instructing them to disembark for inspection. Ying Feng opened the door and nimbly stepped out, glancing back at Xiang Mingyin, who was struggling to get out due to the vehicle's height. He refrained from assisting her, thinking that if she could not overcome such a trivial obstacle, her survival in this post-apocalyptic world would be in jeopardy. Ultimately, Xiang Mingyin cautiously clambered down, gripping the handle beside the car door. "Please present your identification cards." The identification card was universally recognized, with every individual possessing one. However, Ying Feng had lost hers, and even if she had it, it was irrelevant. She was now essentially an undocumented individual, unable to utilize her former identity. Xiang Mingyin retrieved her identification card and handed it to the inspector for verification. After examining her iris and fingerprints, her identity as a resident of Area C of Kunloon base was confirmed. The inspector returned her card. "And yours?" Without lifting his gaze, the inspector continued to record information. "Sir, I do not have an identification card." The inspector, who had been typing on the holographic display, paused and looked at Ying Feng with a cold demeanor. "Everyone has an identification card. How could you not? I come from a small, remote base that is yet to be registered in the global survivor information system due to its seclusion. 70 years into the apocalypse, and a base that hasn't been registered should have long since perished. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose?" The inspector pressed a button, and in an instant, several armed guards rushed over, their weapons cocked, and aimed at Ying Feng and Xiang Mingyin. Ying Feng gently pushed Xiang Mingyin aside and calmly stated, "Commander, you are misdirecting your weapon. This girl is merely someone I found on my way and am returning her home." "Xiao Jie, Commander, Xiao Jie is not a bad person. She saved me and protected me all the way home. If it weren't for her, I would have perished," Xiang Mingyin exclaimed passionately. "Enough of your incessant chatter." The inspector snapped impatiently at Xiang Mingyin, then turned to a guard and said, The records indicate she is a resident of this base, yet her current behavior is suspicious. Take her to the monitoring facility's female isolation room. If there are no issues after 24 hours, release her. Understood, Commander. The guard escorted Xiang Mingyan away. Panic-stricken, Xiang Mingyan looked towards Ying Feng, calling out, Xiaojie. Xiaojie. Ying Feng did not intervene as the guards took Xiang Mingyan away. She had already returned her to Kunloon base. And now it was up to her to fend for herself. Without the protection of her brother, Xiang Mingyan needed to grow stronger swiftly, for no one could assist her. Name, age, place of origin, purpose. Ying Wu, 18 years old, from Shima base, seeking to join Kunloon base and be registered in the Global Survivor Information System. The inspector raised a device and leaned closer, instructing, look here. Now press your fingerprints. Place all 10 fingers on the scanner. Ying Feng complied meticulously. Iris shows no abnormalities or tampering. No records found. Fingerprint shows no abnormalities or tampering. No records found. No such person in the system. A mechanical female voice echoed from the device. Hearing that her iris and fingerprints had been altered, Ying Feng couldn't help but reflect on how thoroughly she had transformed. Though she still clung to life, she was, in essence, already dead. The inspector, slightly surprised by the results, noted that she had indeed never been recorded in the system. All surviving, normal humans were invaluable resources, and Kunloon base would not allow such resources to slip away. The woman before him was striking in appearance. At the prime of her youth, emotionally stable, and demonstrated adequate resilience, marking her as a quality resource. However, for the safety of the hundreds of thousands within the base, they could not permit an unknown individual to enter casually. New applicants wishing to join Kunloon base must remain under observation at the peripheral monitoring facility for 48 hours. Those without issues would be issued a temporary resident card, allowing them to engage within specified areas for 1 month. If still without issues at the end of that period, they could become residents of the outer city, be registered in the Global Survivor Information System, and receive a formal identification card. Very well, I accept. 1 month later, Ying Feng exited the Kunloon base's registration center with her freshly minted identification card. The base had assigned her a 1-bedroom apartment in Outer City, Block D, number 95. After a month of remaining within a designated range of the buffer zone, she had yet to truly enter the base itself. Following the flow of people returning from outside, she approached the nearest Outer City entrance to Q. The entrance was equipped with a row of automated mechanical gates, facilitating self-service entry into the city. A mechanical female voice emanated from the gate's examination device. Please present your identification card. Please submit to iris and fingerprint checks. Ying Feng followed the instructions diligently. The applicant for entry has been detected as a resident of the Outer City D district. The verification has been successful. Please keep your identity card safe and proceed swiftly through the gate. Once Ying Feng passed through the portal, the mechanical voice transformed into a melodious, human-like tone, welcoming her warmly to the Kunloon base and wishing her a pleasant stay. Ying Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that her every move was under the watchful eye of the Kunloon base, yet she felt no fear. Thank you. The Kunloon base is vast, covering nearly 1,000 square kilometers, excluding the surrounding buffer zones. The outer city is 4 times larger than the inner city, divided into 4 residential areas labeled A, B, C, and D, along with an administrative office area known as S1. It was now a little past 4 in the afternoon, and those who had ventured out on missions were gradually returning. Amidst the throng, Ying Feng pondered how to reach her residence and contemplate her future direction in this new existence. Her identity card held 3,000 survival credits, a sum acquired from selling a truckload of supplies. As she had entrusted the base staff to handle the packaging, the price was somewhat reduced. Nevertheless, the vehicle now belonged to her. The previous owner had perished, and should no relatives or claimants come forth within a month, the vehicle would automatically be transferred to the driver's name. In this post-apocalyptic world, death had become a commonplace occurrence. As long as one did not brazenly commit murder within the base, the staff would not inquire further. Chapter 16. Purchasing a bra after several turns and twists. Ying Feng finally arrived at her residence, apartment 1206 in building 95. The interior was quite simple, featuring a bed, a cupboard, a table, and a chair, along with a bathroom and a small balcony. but lacking a kitchen. The walls bore the house usage instructions, indicating that cooking indoors was prohibited due to the absence of a flue. The apartment was assigned under her name, necessitating a monthly management fee of 100. With the first month waived, Ying Feng took out a newly purchased outfit from her backpack, intending to take a refreshing shower. Speaking of buying clothes, an awkward incident had just occurred. While passing by a clothing store, she spent 5 minutes selecting a top, pants, underwear, and socks before heading to the checkout, only to be stopped by the shop owner. "Miss, aren't you going to buy a bra?" Upon hearing this, Ying Feng froze. "A bra?" The shop owner elaborated. "It's the undergarment that supports your assets." As she spoke, she playfully gestured, startling Ying Feng. The shop owner, noticing her reaction, giggled. "Oh my. You're actually going braless. Youth is indeed wonderful. How daring of you to go without one. And so perky too. Good thing your top has pockets on either side to cover up, otherwise." With a teasing glint in her eye, the shop owner's comments left Ying Feng blushing furiously. She felt as though she had been playfully mocked, yet the teasing came from a woman, not a man. Having lost her parents at a young age, she had expended all her energy merely to survive, lacking any channels to understand gender-related knowledge, even if she had those channels. She had no inclination to explore them. Later, she met Hess, who was quite astute, and she would inquire about anything she did not understand. When she experienced her first nocturnal emission at the age of 14, Hess informed her that she was nearing adulthood and advised her to maintain distance from girls, lest she encounter unmanageable consequences. She had always remembered Hess's admonitions, steering clear of girls who approached her. In retrospect, she mused that she should not have rejected those girls' advances. If she had befriended them while maintaining a respectful distance, she would have gained a better understanding of them and avoided such embarrassment today. Ying Feng did not wish to reveal her discomfort. If wearing a bra was indeed essential for girls and she lacked understanding, it would certainly raise suspicions. Her gaze swept across the store's display mannequins, one of which was adorned with a bra. She approached and observed closely, grasping the purpose and manner of wearing such garments, before silently adding 2 bras to her intended purchases. To her surprise, the shop owner snatched away the bra she had chosen. "Oh dear, you've picked the wrong size. For your generous figure, you need this." The shop owner reached to the back of the rack, retrieving 3 bras that resembled small frying pans. Each was distinct in style and color, one in black lace, another in plush pink, and the last a wide, semi-transparent lace piece with only a small solid patch in the center. Ying Feng was taken aback, although she was not well versed in such matters. She knew that these undergarments were anything but conventional. "I do not want something like that." Ying Feng cast a cursory glance around the store, selecting several sports bras from another row. The shop owner lamented, "Alas, with your figure, it would be a tremendous waste not to wear the styles I have chosen for you." "Thank you, but that's unnecessary. How much is it in total?" Ying Feng replied, her face slightly flushed, speaking firmly. "The total is 2,333 yuan. Thank you for your patronage." "That is exorbitant." Ying Feng gasped at the price, nearly losing her composure. "Where is it expensive?" "Not at all. Just look at the sets you have chosen. They are all stylish ensembles meant to be paired with outerwear. The design is exquisite. The craftsmanship innovative, lightweight, breathable, quick-drying, and remarkably durable. Even when faced with common mutated mantises during your missions, they won't tear. And this bra? All right. No need to elaborate. I will buy it." Ying Feng felt overwhelmed. She had not anticipated that women's clothing would be so costly. More than 10 times the price of men's apparel. The shop owner was taken aback by how easily this girl was persuaded. Truly a case of a naive person with deep pockets. Even after significantly marking up the prices, she did not bother to haggle, which stirred a slight pang of guilt in her conscience. "You are quite the sport. I will throw in a pair of shoes and a bag for you to take along." Consequently, Ying Feng found herself with merely 600 yuan left. Her previous portable holographic device was missing, and she had initially intended to purchase another, but that was now out of the question. Even the most economical holographic device cost 2,000 yuan. The thought of this made her heart ache. Buying clothing was indeed more expensive than acquiring a holographic device. The pressing concern was to earn some money. Kunloon Base Mission Hall. Ying Feng resolved to take on a task here to swiftly elevate her financial status. A vast wall of luminous screens displayed a rapid scroll of task listings. Most were trivial errands, yielding little profit. Occasionally, higher-paying tasks would appear, only to be snatched away immediately. Others were using holographic devices to claim the jobs, while Ying Feng lacked one and could not even meet the threshold to seize a task. As she contemplated whether to rent a holographic device, a spirited young man intercepted her. "Miss, are you looking to take on a task? I have some lucrative opportunities. I won't engage in any unlawful activities," Ying Feng asserted. Having participated in the military testing of the Sait and possessing a fair understanding of global base laws. Of course, nothing illegal. "Come here. Let me explain it to you properly." The young man led Ying Feng to a less crowded corner, raising his wrist to activate his holographic device. Entering a lengthy string of URLs and codes, followed by a minute of waiting. The current speed of holographic devices was exceedingly fast. This minute was not a delay, but rather a journey through cyberspace. Ying Feng's expression grew increasingly skeptical. What was he trying to access? After a series of redirects, a website with a wild black, white, and red aesthetic finally appeared. http www.heyong.com, temporary version. Today's URL updated at 1652, expires unheeded, Black Commission Network. She had heard of it before, but was prohibited from accessing it by Hess. This was her first visit to the site. It was filled with high-priced, high-risk, and mostly unsavory tasks. Ying Feng was astonished. No wonder high-priced missions were all located here. The young man highlighted the top-pinned task, exploring the rift. Should she accept it? Ying Feng turned away and walked off. After all, she had only just emerged from the rift, and her mind must have been muddled to take on such a task. "Hey, miss, please don't go. Look at the commission. It's so generous. Just by accepting the task, regardless of its success, you will receive an initial payment of 2,000 survival credits." Ying Feng ignored him and continued her way out. That sum was hardly sufficient to purchase even a single piece of clothing. Instead, she decided it would be more prudent to rent a light brain and cautiously pursue missions. Chapter 17. He is dead, and now the vehicle belongs to me. The spirited young man followed closely behind, incessantly coaxing. The task was remarkably simple: find a person. It was not necessary to actually locate the individual. Merely obtaining a hint would suffice, and the benefactor would pay an additional 8,000 in commission, totaling to 10,000. In these times, becoming a person of wealth is not an easy feat. Many struggle to make ends meet. Look at you, young lady. You don't even have a light brain. Wouldn't it be delightful to use that 2,000 to purchase one? Renting a light brain costs 100 a day. It's quite a loss. Ying Feng abruptly halted, and the spirited young man narrowly avoided colliding with her in a hurried stop. His words were not entirely devoid of merit. 2,000. Neither too much nor too little, just enough to procure a light brain. Seeing Ying Feng stop, the young man assumed she had a change of heart, and joy surged within him. "Young lady, are you considering accepting this task?" Ying Feng approached a wall, casually leaning against it while scanning the surroundings. Noticing that no one was paying attention to this corner, she slowly spoke. "Do you know that the Human Alliance has explicitly prohibited exploration of the rift?" The young man flashed a roguish smile, a rather garish sight. "Where there are policies, there are countermeasures. There must be treasures beneath that rift. Otherwise, why would they impose such a ban? Perhaps they have secretly hoarded all the treasures themselves." With immense restraint, Ying Feng suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. One must read more if one is foolish, lest others mistake the adornments around one's neck for mere decoration. She resolved to leave, for traveling with the dim-witted was likely to lead one into a pit so deep that escape would be impossible, like the rift. Shaking her head, she turned to depart. The young man hurriedly stepped forward, retreating while facing Ying Feng. "Young lady, please don't be this way. I am not a fool. So many have descended into the rift without a single one returning. I certainly wouldn't venture down there. I merely wish to earn that 2,000. Then why seek me? You could easily earn the money on your own. Isn't it the benefactor's requirement that at least 2 individuals accompany each other? There are so many people in the task hall, you could find anyone." "Sigh. Do you think I haven't tried?" "There simply isn't anyone willing," the young man lamented, rubbing his hands together in distress. Speaking of this matter, he felt wronged. Upon hearing the words rift, people immediately turned hostile, showing no mercy. Those preparing to accept the task were unwilling to have him, a weakling, join. The young man sighed and shook his head, oblivious to the uneven ground beneath his feet. Ouch! Unexpectedly, he stumbled and fell. Ying Feng looked down at him, wondering if the benefactor was a fool. Why would they offer 2,000 before the task had even commenced? Were they unafraid that the money would simply be taken and run? Ouch! My elbow! Ouch! My kneecap! The young man lay sideways on the ground, wailing and rolling his eyes in a feigned death, attempting to divert Ying Feng's attention. Ouch! My lumbar disc! Crack! With a sharp sound, the young man emitted a cacophonous scream. Ag! Ying Feng delivered a swift kick to him, nearly causing his lumbar disc to truly snap. My dear lady, your actions are most audacious. Are you performing a skit here? While I still possess a modicum of patience. If there is anything you have been concealing from me, I implore you to disclose it forthwith. Why should the benefactor bestow upon you a sum of 2,000 without just cause? The spirited young man, unable to conceal the truth any longer, rose gingerly, supporting his waist. Whether he was injured from the fall is inconsequential. It is the young lady who received a painful kick, alas. The young man staggered to the roadside, opening the task list and scrolling to the very bottom for Ying Feng to peruse. Important notes: a minimum of 2 individuals must act in concert. Prior to undertaking the task, each participant may receive 2,000 survival credits. At least 1 individual must enter the specially crafted alloy cage and be lowered into the abyss. All survival credits shall be safeguarded by those exploring the abyss. Those remaining on the shore must ensure the safety of the abyss explorers. Should the individuals in the abyss fail to return, no commission shall be paid, and the shore personnel must compensate for the alloy cage, which costs approximately 2,500 survival credits. Accepting this task implies full agreement with these stipulations. Ying Feng, the young man, observing her reaction and noting her less than favorable expression, let out a hollow laugh and deactivated the holographic display. The situation is as such. I cannot possibly enter the cage and descend into the abyss. Should you find this unacceptable, feel free to disregard my words. His initial intention was to retain the 4,000 for himself, subsequently compensating the benefactor 2,500 for the cage, thus netting a profit of 1,500. A commendable plan, albeit he did not anticipate that this striking young lady was not one to be trifled with. Well then, I shall take my leave. The young man, supporting his waist, shuffled away unsteadily. Wait. The young man turned back, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I propose a division. I shall take 3,000 survival credits, and should we uncover any leads, the entire 8,000 commission shall be mine. The young man's smile promptly froze. Ying Feng returned to her residence to retrieve her backpack, which contained the attire she had purchased for a substantial sum of 2,333 survival credits. A considerable expenditure she deemed essential to carry with her. She then proceeded to the parking area of the buffer zone to retrieve her vehicle. The young man, named Du Ping, awaited her at the agreed-upon exit number 4. As soon as Ying Feng's vehicle emerged, Du Ping spotted her. It was unavoidable. Her striking appearance made her stand out amidst the sea of faces. Xiao Wu, I'm right here, Du Ping exclaimed, waving his arms wide. Ying Feng drove her car forward, halting before him. Upon seeing the vehicle, Du Ping's expression transformed, recognition dawning upon him. This car. Ying Feng casually rested her hand on the window, inquiring, what seems to be the issue with this car? Ah, is this not? Du Ping bit his hand in astonishment, his face a picture of disbelief as he whispered, is this not the vehicle of Fan Shi, the leader of the Dragon Eagle mercenary team? You possess an audacity beyond measure to steal his car. Are you not concerned for your life? Are you referring to that man with the menacing countenance? Indeed. He is the one. Du Ping dramatically leaned against the car door, glancing around exaggeratedly. While the coast remains clear, abandon the car here, and let us make a swift exit. Otherwise, Leader Fan will surely exact a dreadful retribution upon us. He is no longer alive. The vehicle belongs to me now. What appeared to be an unremarkable and tranquil remark sent a chill down Du Ping's spine. He slowly turned to face her, his pupils trembling. Did you kill him? Ying Feng's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile, yet she refrained from providing a direct response. Are you still getting in the car? Yes. I'm getting in. Duping stumbled slightly, narrowly managing to steady himself against the car door. He now understood the gravity of the situation. A vehicle associated with someone capable of taking a life like Fan Chi's was not to be dismissed lightly. Trembling, Duping entered the car and fastened his seatbelt. "Xiaowu, no," he muttered, striking his own cheek, and then looked at Ying Feng with a fawning and accommodating gaze. "Sister Wu, let us not divide this task into portions this time." Chapter 18. Ying Feng descends into the abyss, huh? Ying Feng steered the vehicle onto the main road and spoke in a calm tone. "Are you dissatisfied?" No. I hardly hold any standing to share profits with you, Sister 5. You may keep all the money." "Really?" Ying Feng turned her head slightly to glance at him, her expression suggesting, "Since you are so sincere, I shall not be courteous." Duping's mind was in a whirlwind. He desired the money yet felt apprehensive. Biting his lip, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, and after a while, he blinked and weakly suggested, "Sister 5, if you deem my efforts satisfactory, perhaps you could generously reward me a little?" With a smirk, Ying Feng's lips curled slightly, exuding both elegance and allure, which left Duping feeling unnerved. "Forget it, Sister 5. I was merely jesting. Who am I to serve you? It is my fortune to assist you. And if I do well, it is merely my duty." Ying Feng, with unwavering focus, maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand while resting the other on the window. She retracted her smirk and casually remarked, "I said it would be 70-30, so it shall be 70-30. No need for all this chatter." Duping was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that, despite learning of Fan Chi's demise, Ying Feng would still honor their agreement. He had encountered a person of principle, a true ally. "Sister 5, with your words, I shall follow you henceforth. Wherever you lead, I shall not stray. If you say to hunt dogs, I shall not chase chickens." A surge of warmth flooded Duping's chest, igniting a fervor in his mind. Ying Feng shot him a sidelong glance. "Less talk. Once the task is accomplished and payment received, we shall part ways. I do not take in followers. Also, ensure the cage is secured, if I cannot ascend. Neither shall you fare well. Rest assured, Sister 5, I shall handle it." Meanwhile, at a concealed outpost nestled deep within the forest beside the abyss, a steady stream of individuals made their way there. These were people who had accepted exploration tasks for the abyss from the dark mercenary network. Access to the outpost was limited to an exceedingly winding and treacherous path. As Ying Feng approached this narrow road, a line of vehicles had already formed, awaiting entry into the forest. Raising an eyebrow, she was astonished at the number of individuals unafraid of danger, willing to descend into the abyss for money. Oh, in this apocalyptic world, who could truly value life when fortune beckoned? Duping, arms crossed, shook his head in contemplation. Ying Feng gently pressed the brakes, following closely behind a vehicle. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle squeezed through, clearly attempting to cut in line. Ying Feng's elevated driver's seat afforded her a view into the other vehicle, while they could not see her. Just as she contemplated using her truck's advantage to nudge the intruder out, voices from the off-road vehicle interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to pause. "Brother, who on earth is bold enough to publicly post exploration tasks for the abyss on the dark mercenary network? And they don't even limit the number of participants. It's open to all. Upon arrival, one must pay 2,000 survival credits. Who is this extraordinary figure, so wealthy?" Young Brother C remarked. "Moreover, we can make the Black Commission site prioritize this task, which is not something that can merely be achieved with wealth." The elder brother's demeanor grew increasingly irritable as he kicked the chair in front of him, exclaiming, "Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to prolong your life, some matters are better left unexamined." Ying Feng, having listened from a corner, noticed that the off-road vehicle had successfully cut into the line, squeezing ahead of her. Once they turned onto a side road, the flow of traffic accelerated slightly. Ying Feng pressed the accelerator, aligning with the stream of cars. "So, who exactly is this gold major seeking?" Duping scratched his head, a look of vexation crossing his face. "I'm not entirely sure. The task list didn't provide explicit details, it only gave an address. We'll find out once we arrive." A small building loomed by the edge of a chasm. On the second floor, a figure stood before a floor-to-ceiling window in a room facing the abyss. The person was tall with long legs, exuding a commanding presence. From the silhouette, it was evident that he was a man with a cascade of silver, straight hair. A knock resounded at the door. "Sir, the participants for today's task have gathered. Shall we commence?" The individual at the window did not turn around, but calmly replied, "Let us begin." Half an hour prior, Ying Feng and Du Ping had arrived at the task location. In addition to them, approximately 20 others had also accepted this task. Ying Feng had already secured 4,000 survival credits, which she stowed in her backpack. Listen closely. You are to locate an 18-year-old male, standing over 1.7 meters tall, with striking features. One of the site workers presented a photograph for the participants to view. However, at that moment, Ying Feng was preoccupied with organizing her backpack, and by the time she lifted her gaze, the worker had already tucked the photo away. We will do our utmost to ensure the safety of those venturing into the chasm. However, you must understand that the site you are heading to is currently the most perilous forbidden zone on Earth, with a high probability of unforeseen incidents. If you have any regrets, now is the time to withdraw. Returning 2,000 survival credits will allow you to leave. The worker paused momentarily, surveying the crowd. Once he confirmed that no one had withdrawn, he continued, "Danger often accompanies opportunity. If you observe anything beneath the chasm while in the cage and report it promptly to the central contact station, we will reward you with an additional 8,000 credits for any lead." "And what if we not only find a clue, but also the person?" bellowed a burly man. "If anyone locates the individual, regardless of their condition, we will grant you 100,000 survival credits. Naturally, if they are alive, that reward will increase to 200,000 credits." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Well, I'm determined to find that person. No one can compete with me." "Hey, you should really find someone before boasting like that. You might not even make it back alive." "Exactly, ha 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 ha." The expressions in the crowd varied. Some laughed heartily. Others wore solemn faces, while a few darted their eyes about, seemingly plotting something mischievous. Ying Feng remained the most composed among them all. In contrast, Du Ping appeared anxious. "Fifth sister, are you certain? Do you really intend to go down there? If it comes to that, we might as well forego the 4,000 yuan. Enough with the trivialities. We are here now." Ying Feng paid him no heed, standing beside the cage assigned to her, meticulously inspecting whether the hoisting straps were securely fastened. In truth, she harbored little concern for the abyss. After all, having emerged from it once, she could certainly do so again. Half an hour later, all preparations were complete. The first batch would lower 5 cages simultaneously, each containing an individual equipped with enough provisions and communication devices for 2 days. Ying Feng was among those descending in the first group. The main hoisting tower at the cliff's edge began to rotate, and the 5 cages were lowered in unison. Above each cage, a secondary hoisting tower stood, manned by team members. Du Ping gripped the handle tightly, his palms slick with sweat, his nerves frayed. In stark contrast, Ying Feng remained composed within her cage, gazing at the familiar sheer cliffs and the dense sea of clouds below, her heart filled with reflection. She never anticipated that shortly after her escape from the abyss, she would voluntarily descend again. She hoped to uncover clues that would earn her a commission, justifying this venture. All the cages had now sunk into the sea of clouds. The others within the remaining 4 cages were far from as composed as Ying Feng. Their prior enthusiasm had been replaced by trepidation. Meanwhile, in the small building on the 2nd floor of the outpost, the figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling window finally began to move. A 6-pointed star glimmered in each of their violet-gray eyes. Star Devour. Chapter 19. Is Ying Feng still alive? Hess's abilities have evolved. He no longer requires malevolence from others to consume their mental energy. However, there are limitations. He can only absorb up to 5 of the mental energy from those devoid of malice, beyond which he cannot continue. Moreover, this process incurs a backlash, resulting in excruciating headaches that feel like knives slicing through his skull. Thus, it is advisable to avoid consuming the mental energy of the innocent whenever possible. Yet, he finds himself with no alternatives, nearing his breaking point. Without any news of Ying Feng, he cannot predict the lengths to which he might go. To others, Hess appears emotionally detached, but none are privy to the turmoil and madness concealed beneath his cold facade. During this period, aside from completing missions, he has been tirelessly searching for any clues regarding Ying Feng in the abyss. Within his capabilities, he has captured every zombie he could find and discarded them into the abyss, absorbing their mental energy to gain glimpses of the scenes below. The number of zombies was already scarce, and this latest batch of ancient zombies, seemingly emerging from nowhere, has been nearly eradicated by him. Still, there remains no sign of Ying Feng. In his desperation, he approached the head of the Black Mercenary Network, offering a substantial price to post a mission in hopes of uncovering even the slightest information about Ying Feng. Today marks the third group of individuals descending into the abyss, with the previous two groups having met with failure. Those who managed to return from their failed missions have succumbed to madness, while many more have perished. To mitigate casualties, as the current group of taskers delves into the cloud sea, Hess begins to absorb their mental energy. Images flash through his mind, yet none prove useful. He grimaces in frustration, clutching his head as the backlash commences. It feels as if a serrated iron saw is relentlessly cutting through his brain, the pain intensifying to the point where he can hear nothing but a deafening roar. The cage has descended into the chaotic magnetic field of the abyss. The visions in his mind vanish due to the magnetic interference, yet the agony of the backlash persists, fueled by his continued consumption. Unbeknownst to Hess, Ying Feng, confined within the cage, is plagued by a persistent sensation of being watched. She gazes toward the camera, which has ceased functioning due to the tumultuous magnetic field of the abyss, ruling it out as the source of her unease. Could it be merely a figment of her imagination? Ying Feng is unconvinced. The apocalypse has claimed many lives and awakened numerous individuals with abilities. Though they constitute only 2% of the global population, that still amounts to tens of thousands in the vast population. Ying Feng remains vigilant, safeguarding her mind and enveloping herself in her essence, shielding against external scrutiny. In a small 2-story building, Hess leans against the floor-to-ceiling glass window, slowly sinking to the ground, his long hair cascading despondently over his shoulders. He has glimpsed the thoughts of 4 individuals, yet one remains elusive. The backlash intensifies, yet he stubbornly refuses to relent. The pain feels as though it might explode from his skull, and despite the sweat pouring down his face, Hess remains silent. At that moment, Ying Feng feels the force of the scrutiny grow stronger, and she becomes increasingly certain that someone is indeed watching her. Her conviction that she is being observed only fortifies her resolve to defend herself. An invisible shield of psychic energy enveloped her. 2 mental nets collided, momentarily overlapping amidst the chaotic interference of the rift's magnetic field. Hess, abandoned by his parents, lost his faith in others from that very moment. He no longer believed in the existence of light and warmth in the world, until he encountered the 10-year-old Ying Feng, a filthy little boy with strikingly clear blue eyes. In the dilapidated urban wasteland, towering buildings were overrun by mutated flora. Nearby bases rejected children lacking combat prowess and contributions, while those further away remained inaccessible to them. These children scurried like rats through the steel ruins, struggling for survival. At that time, both Ying Feng and Hess were akin to such rats. In this apocalyptic reality, some children proved to be more ruthless than adults. When food was scarce, the weaker children became the prey. Yet, amidst this grim environment, Ying Feng steadfastly adhered to her principles. She refused to become sustenance for others, nor would she ever view another human as food. By chance, Ying Feng discovered a boy who mirrored her struggles, Hess. Hess, plagued by a splitting headache, was bewildered by the sudden recollection of these memories. The scene of his first encounter with Ying Feng in their childhood flickered repeatedly in his mind. The child before him, on the brink of starvation, still offered him half a moldy, dirty piece of bread. He found the bread unappealing and the boy, equally filthy and frail, contemptible. The child, mistaking Hess's reluctance for weakness, quietly sat beside him and took a bite of the bread. Observing this, Hess scoffed coldly, leaning against the wall, listlessly basking in the dim sunlight. He had already eaten his fill and was merely resting. Yet, in the next instant, the little boy shoved the chewed remnants of the bread into Hess's mouth. His first instinct was to spit it out, but the child held his mouth shut tightly. "You must eat. It will help you survive." Suddenly, Ying Feng jolted awake, her eyes darting around with caution. She had always believed herself to be lucid, yet she had not anticipated the hallucinogenic effects of the mist in the rift. She was unaware of when she had slipped into this illusion. It was strange, during her previous passage through the rift, She had also traversed the mist layer without succumbing to hallucinations. This illusion was quite potent, unearthing memories from her childhood. Leaning against her cage, she offered a self-deprecating smile. While Ying Feng perceived it as an illusion, Hess held a different belief. He abruptly rose from the ground, trembling with excitement. What had he just witnessed? He was certain that the scene of their initial encounter was known only to the two of them. No third party was privy to it. Therefore, had he consumed Ying Feng's psychic energy? Was she still alive? Ying Feng was alive. At first, Hess believed it to be merely his own recollections, but just moments ago, the vivid imagery came to an abrupt halt, revealing to him that these were not his memories at all. Instead, he had glimpsed the visions within Ying Feng's mind. In truth, Hess had not consumed Ying Feng's mental energy, nor had Ying Feng fallen into an illusion. Rather, under the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and circumstance, their mental webs had intertwined. However, neither Hess nor Ying Feng were aware of this phenomenon. Hess abruptly surged towards the door and flung it open, startling the guard stationed outside. "Sir, do you have any instructions?" Hess hurried down the stairs, issuing commands as he walked, instructing to pull up the elevator and to pay the workers so that they could disperse. His subordinate hastened to keep pace, inquiring about the other taskers who had yet to descend into the abyss. Pay each of them 2,000 survival coins and send them on their way. Also, withdraw the tasks from the Black Mercenary Network. Understood, sir. The subordinate, though perplexed, complied with Hess's directives without question. Chapter 20. The fateful encounter of Hess and Ying Feng. The 5 cages were hoisted up, and the current task force descended lightly, their minds still alert, albeit in a somewhat disheveled state. In contrast, Ying Feng, aside from being slightly unsettled by her earlier eavesdropping, felt no discomfort. She rubbed her head, realizing she had dozed off in the cage, an inexplicable sense of unease lingering within her. "Sister Wu, are you all right?" Du Ping inquired. Concern etched across his face as he gazed at the short-haired girl before him. In that moment, he recognized that stripped of the filter of having slain Fan Qi, she was merely an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Yet, he had allowed a young girl to descend into the abyss while he cowardly remained on the shore, truly unbecoming of a man. Shaking her head, Ying Feng reassured him, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, the other task force members erupted into a cacophony of complaints. "Why are we being denied our mission? We haven't even begun. And now we are being sent away? Well, since we've already secured 2,000 survival credits, let us just leave. I certainly have no desire to venture into the abyss." Ying Feng turned to Du Ping, seeking clarity. "What is happening?" Du Ping shrugged. "I have no idea." A slender card was placed into Du Ping's outstretched palm. "Here is 80,000 in commission. You may leave now." The staff member turned and departed without further ado. Both Ying Feng and Du Ping stood in stunned silence. Had they truly earned the money so effortlessly? They had uncovered no valuable clues. The remaining 4 individuals also received their 80,000 cards, their joy palpable. Those who had only secured 2,000 credits regarded the seemingly fortunate group with envy. "You are all free to go. We need to clear the area." The staff began ushering the lingering task force members away. After their initial shock subsided, Ying Feng and Du Ping were overcome with elation. They had never anticipated that this mission would be so straightforward, earning money while reclining. Du Ping handed the card to Ying Feng, saying, "Sister Wu, please take care of this." Though reluctant, he recognized that the money was not rightfully his. He resolved to stand tall as a man in the future, earning solid currency. Without hesitation, Ying Feng accepted the card. She planned to transfer the 1,000 survival credits owed to Du Ping once she acquired a light brain. The staff continued to disperse the remaining individuals. As Ying Feng led Du Ping towards the parking area, she suddenly froze. To her astonishment, she spotted an individual she had never expected to see here. Beside the temporary parking lot stood a helicopter. The man strode purposefully towards it, his expression a blend of urgency and elation. Ying Feng halted, her gaze flickering with disbelief. It was Hess. His subordinate hurried after him. "Sir, where are you headed? Are you boarding the helicopter?" "I'll fetch the pilot right away." Hess swiftly assumed the pilot's seat, deftly preparing for takeoff. "No need. I will pilot it myself," he stated firmly. His subordinate, eager to accompany him, was halted by Hess's decisive hand. The subordinate's expression was one of confusion. "Sir, where are you going alone?" As the helicopter's rotor blades began to turn, gradually gaining momentum, the air filled with anticipation. Hess gripped the control stick, his face alight with barely contained joy. "I have news of Ying Feng. He is beneath the abyss. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He is very likely still alive, waiting for my rescue. I must ascend into the abyss to save him." What? The revelation of Ying Feng's potential survival, coupled with Hess's determination to venture into the abyss himself, left his subordinates profoundly shocked. "Colonel Hess, this is absolutely unacceptable." In a moment of desperation, one subordinate called out his name and title. "It is far too dangerous. You cannot go down there." But the agitated Hess paid no heed. He was resolute in his belief that Ying Feng still lived. He had to descend. Regardless of the risk, no one would deter him. After searching for Ying Feng for so long without a single lead, he had not dared to hope for finding him alive. Even discovering Ying Feng's remains would have sufficed. Yet now, what had he seen? A scene only he and Ying Feng had witnessed, leaving only one possibility. Ying Feng was indeed alive. He had to go down immediately. Ying Feng could have been enduring torment beneath the abyss for far too long. He could no longer allow Ying Feng to struggle for survival at the bottom of the chasm. As Hess seemed almost frantic in his resolve to descend, his subordinates were driven to the brink of insubordination, even contemplating taking him down by force. They would accept any repercussions from the colonel later. However, they were no match for Hess. In mere moments, he had thrown one subordinate from the helicopter, a most disheartening spectacle. Ying Feng stood not far away, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Little did she know, the top mission on the dark mercenary network was issued by Hess, and the person he sought was none other than her. The helicopter was slowly ascending, and Hess was about to pilot it down into the abyss. No one understood better than she that descending into the abyss meant never returning. Not everyone could be as fortunate as she was. With time running out to stop Hess, Ying Feng could no longer remain silent and called out to him. "Wait." In his eyes, there was no recognition of anyone else, and he could hear nothing but his own thoughts. Unable to reveal her identity, Ying Feng desperately shouted, "I have a lead. I have found clues about the person you are searching for." This statement finally brought some calm to Hess. He turned his gaze toward her. The helicopter still ascending, but at a slower pace. "You had better truly possess a lead. The person you seek has escaped from the abyss." "What?" Hess was taken aback. "I saw her not long ago. She looked exactly like the person in the photograph." Although Ying Feng had not seen the photograph earlier, she now understood that Hess was searching for her, confirming that it must have been a picture of her from the past. The helicopter landed. Hess stepped out, striding toward Ying Feng. He pulled a photograph from the inner pocket of his coat and thrust it before her. "This is Ying Feng, just turned 18. Are you certain this is the person you saw?" Ying Feng. How to put it? Being confronted with a photograph of her younger self by Hess was rather amusing. Amidst the humor, she felt a twinge of sorrow. Had her disappearance affected Hess so deeply? Hess had always appeared composed and steady in her presence, orchestrating everything with deft precision, as if no challenge could ever daunt him. Ying Feng bit her lip, stifling the tears that threatened to spill, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Yes, I have seen him." "Really? Where?" "He is still alive, isn't he?" A flicker of joy intertwined with sorrow danced in Hess's eyes. He was truly terrified, fearing that this might all be a mere figment of his imagination. "More than a month ago, I encountered him in an abandoned hut on the outskirts of Shiga. He seemed injured, yet his spirit appeared resilient. He should still be alive." Ying Feng lifted her gaze to meet Hess's, her mind racing. They had intercepted the person. But how could she ensure that Hess would abandon any thoughts of descending into the abyss without revealing her true intentions? Chapter 21. Who are you really? As Hess regained his composure, his intellect gradually returned, allowing him to discern the inconsistencies in Ying Feng's words. "If you had encountered him before, then why venture into the abyss today?" Ying Feng hesitated momentarily before quickly responding. "Of course, it was for profit, as long as I remained silent. Who would know I had previously met him? The abyss is exceedingly perilous, even within a suspended cage. Moreover, if you possess any leads regarding him, simply relay them to us. You could effortlessly acquire the entire bounty without risking a descent into the abyss." Ying Feng found herself momentarily taken aback by Hess's retort. then resignedly lowered her gaze with a faint smile. Hess was as formidable as ever. His sharp intellect rendered him impervious to her deceit. Upon observing the woman's smile, Hess felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That expression bore a striking resemblance to Ying Feng's. Wrinkling his brow in concentration, Hess concluded that he must be losing his mind to think this woman resembled Ying Feng. Speak quickly, have you, or have you not encountered him? Do not waste my time. Hess suspected that the woman before him was likely deceiving him. Her claims of having met Ying Feng were nothing but a ruse. The recent mention of his title by a subordinate could very well be a ploy. Having reached this conclusion, Hess resolved not to squander any more time and turned towards the helicopter. He could no longer afford to wait. Ying Feng felt a heavy weight in her heart as she saw him preparing to leave. She had to dissuade Hess from descending into the abyss today. Otherwise, once she departed, Hess would inevitably pursue that perilous course. She needed to instill in him a firm belief that Ying Feng was indeed alive and not in the abyss. This might risk exposing her, but she had no choice. She could not stand by and watch Hess march to his demise. If it came to a choice between their lives, let it be hers that is forfeited. Had she not encountered Hess in her youth, she might have perished countless times over. Revealing her mutated state and meeting her end at Hess's hands would, in some sense, be a worthy demise. Moreover, it was not certain that her revelation would expose her. Perhaps someone as astute as Hess would never fathom that she had transformed into a woman. With clarity in her mind, Ying Feng felt the tension that had gripped her since her transformation ease. Hess, she called out to him, causing his stride to falter. You are Hess, are you not? He spoke of you. What? Hess spun around abruptly. Ying Feng offered a gentle smile, leaning against a nearby boulder. Shut down the helicopter. Let us converse properly. Andrews, do as she says. Yes, Colonel, Andrews responded, his face lighting up as he hurried to power down the helicopter. You may speak now. Hess positioned himself before her, towering over her with an air of authority, his violet gray eyes brimming with detachment and warning. Should she dare to deceive him, he would ensure she understood the consequences. Duping stood beside Ying Feng, trembling under Hess's formidable presence. What is happening, Sister 5? We. Please wait in the car for me. I have matters to discuss with this officer, she instructed. Very well, I shall await your summons in the vehicle. Duping replied before hastily retreating. Apart from Ying Feng and Duping, the remaining operatives had departed, leaving only Hess's personnel at the scene. Commander, perhaps you could have them withdraw as well. There are matters you might prefer to keep from your subordinates, suggested Ying Feng, with a wave of his hand. Hess instructed his subordinates to maintain their distance, yet they remained vigilant, casting wary glances towards Ying Feng. Hess's gaze bore into her, issuing a stern warning. You would do well not to engage in any tricks or entertain thoughts of deceiving me. Ying Feng, with her hands braced on either side, exerted a forceful push and seated herself atop a large stone, her height allowing her to meet Hess's gaze directly. Her feet dangled slightly above the ground as she looked skyward, lost in reminiscence. I once passed by an abandoned hut, intending to rest nearby, only to be startled by the presence of another person within. Initially frightened, my apprehension faded upon noticing he was injured. An injured individual could hardly pose a threat to me. She continued, his condition appeared dire, as though he were chilled, prompting me to kindle a fire within the hut. Hess listened intently, discerning the truth within her narrative. And then, he inquired. With a smile, Ying Feng responded, we began to converse. He mentioned that he had a brother named Hess, who was both strict and kind. At this revelation, Hess paused, internally acknowledging a flicker of belief. He claimed that Hess would rigorously train him, denying him sleep unless he completed at least 16 hours of practice each day. Reflecting on the past, a faint smile graced Ying Feng's face. Yet every night, after he fell asleep, Hess would apply ointment and massage his bruises. Unaware that he was too exhausted to recognize anything, Ying Feng turned her gaze to Hess, contemplating that he must have known everything. Before she could finish her thought, Hess abruptly stepped forward, gripping her forearm with a roughness that startled her. Who exactly are you? It is impossible for you to divulge so much to me. Hess understood Ying Feng. It was inconceivable for her to reveal so much in front of outsiders, or even to those she barely knew. A sense of dread gripped Ying Feng's heart. She had let her guard down too much in Hess's presence, inadvertently sharing excessive details. He said all of this, otherwise. How could I know? Ying Feng retorted defiantly. However, Hess suddenly released her, taking a step back. Even her defiance bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Who was she truly? Hess's piercing gaze scrutinized the person before him, causing a shiver to run down Ying Feng's spine. With a dry throat, she ventured, "Now, you must believe that the individual you seek is indeed not beneath the rift, correct?" Hess remained silent, his intimidating gaze still fixed upon her. Fearing that Hess might descend into the rift regardless, Ying Feng leaned closer, earnestly imploring, "You won't go down into the rift again, will you?" "No," he assured her. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng exhaled in relief, her spirits lifted. Having encountered Hess today, she had successfully deterred him from descending into the rift, extinguishing any notions of doing so. It was a splendid outcome. Now that we have met, let us bid farewell properly. The following day, upon awakening, I discovered that he had long departed. His ability to leave independently indicated his capacity for survival. The injury he sustained should pose no significant concern. So you may rest assured. Ying Feng glanced at Hess, silently wishing him well and hoping he would not seek her out again. With that, she leaped down from the stone and strolled towards her vehicle, waving as she went, bidding farewell with the words, "I am leaving, and our paths may never cross again." Hess did not impede her, he simply watched her departure. Andrew approached, addressing Hess with a sense of urgency. "Colonel, keep a close watch on this woman, but ensure she remains unaware. Gather all available information about her as swiftly as possible." "Understood, Colonel," Andrew replied, standing at attention. Just as he was about to turn and execute his orders, Hess called him back. "Wait." Andrew pivoted, standing at attention once more. "Colonel, do you have further instructions?" Hess observed the woman as she entered her vehicle, starting the engine and driving away with an air of nonchalance. Andrew was perplexed by the colonel's somber expression. After a prolonged silence, Hess finally spoke. "She likely possesses formidable counter-surveillance skills and demonstrates a keen understanding of the habits of Sait soldiers." Andrew paused, taken aback. "How formidable are these counter-surveillance skills?" Hess cast him a sidelong glance. "Stronger than you were when you first enlisted. Treat her as if she were a distinguished recruit who has just completed her basic training." Though Andrew was somewhat bewildered, he recognized the validity of the colonel's words. "Yes, Colonel." He proceeded to organize the reconnaissance efforts, while Hess remained rooted in place, gazing at the taillights of the vehicle as it vanished down the road. "Is it you?" Ying Feng. Chapter 22. The purchase of the light brain in the vehicle. Duping stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, "Sister Wu, who was that person just now? I heard that black man call him Colonel. Is he a soldier?" Ying Feng remained silent, prompting Duping to grow increasingly animated. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What soldier would dare to post a task on the Black Servant Network? Is he seeking a military tribunal or attempting an early discharge?" Ying Feng shot him a sidelong glance, admonishing him, "There is no need for such idle chatter. If you wish to live a tranquil life, it's best to refrain from prying into certain matters. Just pretend you didn't witness what transpired." "Oh, very well," Duping conceded. Ying Feng pressed the accelerator, declaring, "Let us return to the base first. I intend to purchase a light brain and deposit the 80,000 commission into my identity card. Once I acquire the light brain, I'll add you as a friend and transfer your 1,000. Ah, thank you, Sister Wu. Leave the procurement of the light brain to me. I will ensure you acquire the most versatile one available at the lowest price." Duping replied with a grin. Ying Feng ventured into the city to purchase the light brain. 2 hours later, she had yet to secure one. While Hess's light brain displayed all the information pertaining to Ying Feng's current identity: Ying Wu, female, age 18, resident of District D of the outer city of Kunloon Base. Identity card number 9420220405050-321. Place of origin, Shima Base. Note: the global base system has not recorded this base. It has since been annihilated. Address: Apartment 1206, Building 95. District D of the outer city of Kunloon Base. Andrew reported the findings to Hess meticulously. "Colonel, this Ying Wu applied to join Kunloon Base merely a month ago. Today marks her first day as an official resident." Hess sat in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. He recalled a point he had previously overlooked. Before witnessing the moment he and Ying Feng had met in their childhood, what was he doing? He had been consuming the mental energy of the taskers from the abyss. Hess was convinced that no one had witnessed the scene of his encounter with Ying Feng. He must have absorbed her mental energy, and at that moment, she happened to be one of the 5 taskers. Thus, it was highly probable that he had consumed her mental energy and acquired the images from her mind. This woman, named Ying Wu, had applied to join Kunloon base just a month prior, while Ying Feng had been missing for over a month. Moreover, they both shared the surname Ying. The coincidences were overwhelming. At that moment, Andrew suddenly uncovered a new clue. Colonel, there's another detail. Ying Wu's identity card information was only officially entered into the Global Survivors Information System today. Prior to that, the system had no record of her existence. Hess paused, his fingers tapping on the armrest. Additionally, the number 5 is Ying Feng's lucky number, as the day they met was May 5th. Subsequently, Ying Feng regarded 5 as her lucky number. This woman's records indicate she was born on May 5th, 2204. All these elements pointed in a singular direction. If there was someone intimately familiar with him and Ying Feng seeking to approach him, only one conclusion could be drawn. At this moment, Hess was 95% certain in his heart that the woman was indeed Ying Feng. The remaining 5 of uncertainty stemmed from the absurdity of it all. Ying Feng was alive, yet had transformed into a woman? Was this even conceivable? Andrew, I have agreed to the mission assigned to us by the base to visit the Kunloon base, Hess stated. Andrew appeared somewhat astonished. But didn't you say last time that such a meaningless task should be assigned to others and that we would not participate? You must have misheard. I never uttered such words. Hess coolly denied his previous statements, his composure unwavering. He raised his gaze to Andrew, his tone laden with disapproval. Both Kunloon base and our base are significant establishments in the central region of the Asian continent, and they are not far apart. For the benefit of humanity and the future of our planet, it is crucial to establish amicable relations. This mission is both necessary and meaningful. Andrew replied hesitantly. However, this task has already been taken over by Colonel Yano Shoda because of your reluctance to attend. This matter is under my purview. I shall ensure that Yano does not go, Hess asserted as he stood and made his way toward the door. Andrew hastily followed. Colonel, I will accompany you. Without turning back, Hess waved his hand dismissively. No need for you. Keep a close watch on that woman. Do not let her escape. The evening sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting a golden sheen upon his silver hair. Andrew paused momentarily. Understood, Colonel. At Kunloon base, Ying Feng awaited Duping in a CAF located on the back street of the commercial area. Shortly, Duping arrived enthusiastically with someone in tow. Sister 5. This is a buddy of mine. He specializes in selling light brains, and all the ones in his hands are sourced directly. Accompanying Duping was a young man clad in work attire and wearing glasses, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age. Youngster, this is Sister 5. Make sure to greet her, Duping urged. The young man nudged Duping with his elbow. I have a name. With a shy smile directed at Ying Feng. He introduced himself. Sister 5, I am Wang Hai, a childhood friend of Pingxi. Are you here to see light brains? What type are you interested in? Wang Hai set down a bag he had been carrying and slightly opened it. Ying Feng peered inside and saw an array of light brains, all brand new. Leaning back in her chair, she looked up at him and inquired, what is the origin of these light brains? Wang Hai smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Sister 5. These light brains are factory surplus due to minor imperfections. They were originally slated to be remade. But I have some connections and managed to acquire them at a price below the factory rate. They are all brand new and have never been activated. Ying Feng understood. Wang Hai likely understated the situation. Merely acquiring them below factory price did not justify the risk he took. However, she would not expose him. Every creature has its own way, and as long as it did not affect her negatively and provided her with substantial discounts, she would not concern herself with the details. These imperfections of yours won't cause a malfunction at a critical moment, will they? Not at all. These flaws are merely superficial. Like scratches on the casing or minor dents at the corners, they absolutely do not affect performance. If there is indeed no impact on performance, then the origins of this batch of goods may not be as pristine as he claims. Sister Wu, please have a look. Seeing Ying Feng's calm demeanor, Wang Hai pulled his pocket open a little wider. Observe this model of the light brain. It is a newly released design, lightweight and compact, perfectly suited for women, and possesses an exceptionally appealing aesthetic, making it ideal for selfies. Ying Feng did not take the pink heart-shaped light brain from Wang Hai's hand. Instead, she picked up a sleek, pure black light brain from the corner, exuding a sharp elegance. Sister Wu, this is a men's model. I prefer this one. It is identical to the birthday gift that Hess gave me 2 months ago. Chapter 23. Ying Feng's escape. Ying Feng's fingers gently caressed the surface of her light brain, reminiscing about the tender expression on Hess's face as he lowered his head to place it upon her wrist that day. How much is it? She inquired. Big sister. This is the latest model, retailing at 13,000 credits. However, since you were referred by Pingzi, who regards you as his elder sister, I shall extend a familial discount, offering it to you for merely 8,000. Deal. Ying Feng decisively agreed to purchase the light brain. She adeptly powered it on and navigated through its functions with remarkable fluidity, finding it perfectly to her liking. After donning the device on her wrist, she activated her new identity card number, completing the transaction in half a minute. Thank you, big sister, for your support. Should your friends wish to buy a light brain, do send them to the C District Electronics Market to seek out Yaoji Wang. Certainly. Delighted, Ying Feng began to explore her new light brain, testing its speed and performance. After Du Ping had seen Wang Hai off, Ying Feng rose to settle her coffee bill. As she walked a few steps, an unsettling feeling crept over her. It seemed as though someone was watching her. Maintaining her composure, she completed her payment and proceeded towards the alleyway. Through the reflections of glass and metal within the alley, she discerned a man trailing her, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man exuding the aura of a seasoned mercenary, pulling the hood of her coat over her head. Ying Feng instinctively quickened her pace as she exited the alley. The pursuer mirrored her speed, yet upon emerging, he found her vanished. The street was sparsely populated, and the follower remained unfazed, scanning the area for any sign of Ying Feng while relaying information to his teammates. There was more than one individual tasked with shadowing her. 2 others were stationed, one near her residential building and another by her vehicle. Meanwhile, Ying Feng had slipped into another alley, having exited through the back door of a clothing store. Once she had evaded her pursuers, she chose not to return home but instead retraced her steps back to the previous alley. She then flagged down Du Ping, who had come searching for her, and together they headed straight for the buffer zone parking lot. What is the matter, big sister? Du Ping asked. Proceed to exit 4's parking lot, Ying Feng instructed. Although perplexed, Du Ping did not waste a moment and promptly led the way. Familiar with the Kunloon base, Du Ping navigated the quickest route to the parking lot. Big sister, what is going on? Why the rush? Less chatter, just get in the car, Ying Feng commanded as she started the vehicle and drove directly towards the exit, where a number of cars awaited their turn. Ying Feng's car was positioned 2 or 3 vehicles back from the line. Behind her, the mercenary who had been stationed at the parking lot was in pursuit. These 3 individuals were residents of Kunloon base hired by Andrew, as his personnel were not permitted entry into the base. While waiting in line, Ying Feng transferred 1,000 survival credits to Du Ping. Subsequently, she organized her backpack, which contained a change of clothes, water, and weapons, small yet fully equipped. As she arranged her belongings, she inquired, Can you drive? Du Ping, with a flamboyant toss of his hair, confidently declared his driving skills. Ying Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, ensuring that the vehicle behind them could not discern the activities occurring within her cabin. That's good. Let's switch places, and you shall take the wheel, she instructed. Although Du Ping was perplexed, he complied without protest, recognizing his subordinate role. Once they exchanged seats, it was their turn to drive. All right, Du Ping exclaimed, pressing the accelerator. Sister, where are we headed? Currently, someone is tailing me. When we exit the base, we will proceed in parallel with another vehicle. Our car will align with one beside us, while the vehicle behind will be obstructed by a barrier, limiting its visibility. I will seize that moment to leap into the adjacent car. You must act oblivious and drive out, taking a detour in the opposite direction without stopping. We shall return to the base tomorrow morning. For now, I entrust my vehicle to you. Feel free to drive it as you please, Ying Feng relayed rapidly, leaving Du Ping in a state of confusion. What is happening? Why is someone following you? He queried. Don't concern yourself with the details. There is no time. Just follow my instructions. Remember, no matter who seeks me, claim you do not know me. We are merely temporary partners for a fleeting task, and once our mission concludes, we shall part ways, she concluded just as they approached the exit checkpoint. They entered the pause area alongside another vehicle, and as the barrier lifted, both cars advanced towards the final exit of the buffer zone. The rear barrier descended, obscuring part of the view for the trailing vehicle. Ying Feng quickly positioned herself, tossing her bag over to the adjacent car before swiftly slipping into its rear compartment like a nimble fish. The truck's cargo area was only partially open, covered by a dark rain tarp. The barrier fell within a second, and she concealed herself just before it rose again. Du Ping's heart raced, leaving him no time for contemplation or reaction. Like a robot executing commands, he watched as Ying Feng vanished in an instant, then blankly drove the car out. The two vehicles departed in opposite directions, while behind them, another car pursued Du Ping's vehicle. Simultaneously, the follower informed Andrew that Ying Feng had exited the base. Once outside Kunloon base, Andrew's team could monitor her movements. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that Ying Feng could escape under such stringent surveillance. Concealed beneath the tarp, she dragged her bag over as a makeshift pillow. The tarp, somewhat worn, had a substantial tear above her face. She gazed at the rapidly receding twilight, deep in thought. Who could be watching her? At that moment, one name surfaced in her mind. Although she felt confident that Hess had not discovered her, that confidence seemed insignificant against Hess's intellect. Following their encounter that morning, it was merely a matter of time before he noticed her peculiarities. Now it appeared that Hess had detected her anomalies even sooner than she had anticipated. Alas, she harbors no regrets. Had she not intervened to prevent Hess from descending into the abyss, or had she failed to reach him in time, she would undoubtedly find herself at the bottom of that chasm now. Just as Hess sought to rescue her, she too would strive to save him, even if that place was the most perilous abyss on Earth. Even at the moment he discovered her mutation, when he would be compelled to raise his weapon against her, she contemplated confessing the truth of her transformation to Hess. The consequences of such a revelation could unfold in two ways. Firstly, as a colonel and officer at the human stronghold, Hess bore the responsibility of safeguarding the inhabitants of the base, as well as the broader human community, and could not permit her, an entity that posed a potential threat to humanity, to continue to exist. Secondly, he might accept her mutated state but would then be burdened with the moral obligation of concealing her truth, shouldering an enormous weight for the entirety of his life. She did not wish to become his burden, nor did she desire death at this juncture. Therefore, she resolved to take each step as it came, living as long as fate would allow. Chapter 24. The strange sound. Du Ping drove a group of people around the night, oblivious to the fact that Ying Feng had long since slipped away from the vehicle. At dawn, after a sleepless night, Du Ping returned to the base. Meanwhile, the air defense perimeter of Kunloon base opened a gateway, allowing several helicopters from Sait base to land at Kunloon's helipad. A military colonel, approximately 40 years of age, stout and serene, extended his hand to greet Colonel Hess as he disembarked from the helicopter. "Colonel Hess, it is an honor to meet you," said Hess, shaking hands with the colonel. Following a round of formalities and pleasantries, Hess expressed his desire to tour Kunloon base. The colonel scoffed inwardly, suspecting Hess's intention to scrutinize their military capabilities. Just as he was about to tactfully decline, Hess added, "We wish to visit the residential area of the outer city, and to avoid disturbing the residents, we would prefer to do so in civilian attire." The colonel was taken aback. Was Hess interested in observing their infrastructural development? This was advantageous, allowing Sait base to perceive the superficial strength of Kunloon without unveiling the depths of their military prowess. The colonel readily acquiesced. Accompanied by military personnel from Kunloon base, Hess toured the outer city residential area, while discreetly assigning his subordinates to investigate Ying Feng's whereabouts. 2 hours later, while resting in the VIP lounge, 2 Sait guards stood outside. Andrew entered to report, "Colonel, I regret to inform you that we have lost track of Ying Wu." Andrew felt a pang of guilt. They had finally gotten a lead on Xiao Feng, only to let that woman escape. Hess, who had been resting his eyes, opened them. And to Andrew's surprise, he broke into laughter, growing louder with each passing moment, startling Andrew, who had never witnessed such a display from Colonel Hess. "Colonel?" After his laughter subsided, Hess rose and made his way outside. "Andrew, We depart in 30 minutes. Our visit to Kunloon base concludes here. What? Andrew's deep brown face registered astonishment. Are we ending our visit so soon? Indeed, Hess replied cheerfully as he exited. He was now certain that Ying Wu was indeed Ying Feng. The means by which she had transformed into a woman mattered little. What was essential was that she was alive. Regardless of her gender, she was still his Ying Feng. Her ability to escape under intense surveillance indicated that his years of training had not been in vain. And her capacity to evade mortal peril bolstered his belief in her survival skills. Now, his objective was to bring her back. Time rewinds to the previous night. Ying Feng, nearly succumbing to slumber amidst the vehicle's swaying, remained vigilant, aware of her wilderness surroundings. As the vehicle came to a halt, she instantly opened her eyes. Before the occupants could disembark, Ying Feng silently slipped out of the car. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in the darkest hour before dawn. Under the veil of night, Ying Feng swiftly ascended a lush tree like a silent black cat. Although she had evaded her pursuers with the aid of their vehicle, she preferred to avoid any encounters, intending to wait until they departed before making her own exit. This place was a desolate wilderness. Prior to the apocalypse, human civilization had reached unprecedented heights. Advancements in medical technology, including the emergence of various non-rejectable artificial organs, had led to a remarkable increase in human lifespan. The global average life expectancy had surpassed a century, resulting in a significant aging population in densely populated regions. The burgeoning population necessitated extensive living spaces, leading to towering steel forests and skyscrapers across the earth. Aside from a few natural reserves and areas with harsh environmental conditions, truly uninhabited wilderness had become exceedingly rare. Consequently, in this apocalyptic era, most of the land was dominated by abandoned steel metropolises. The current location was once a natural reserve before the world fell into chaos. After disembarking their vehicle, the group camouflaged their pickup truck with a large piece of faux grass matting, using nearby branches and large leaves to further obscure it before venturing into the depths of the forest. Ying Feng held no interest in their destination or intentions, as suppressing unnecessary curiosity was one of the cardinal rules for survival in this new world. Once the group had left, she began to descend from the tree, intending to depart, when a faint whisper reached her mind. I want to eat. I'm so hungry. I want to go out. I want to eat. Ying Feng paused, listening intently. Aside from the rustling of the treetops and the wind, there were no other sounds. Not even the chirping of insects. She thought she had misheard and prepared to leave, but the voice emerged again. I want to eat. I'm scared. I'm scared. At that moment, Ying Feng's senses were perplexed. She was certain her ears had detected no audible sounds, yet she perceived these feeble entreaties. She glanced in the direction where the group had vanished. After a moment's contemplation, curiosity, fueled by the intermittent whispers, seized control of her body. Ying Feng stepped onto the narrow path the group had taken. In this post-apocalyptic world, curiosity could be perilous, akin to a caddis folly. Yet she was human, not a cat. A lack of curiosity would negate her humanity. With agility and grace, Ying Feng navigated through the dense forest, following the elusive voice, quickly catching up to the group. What she witnessed next was beyond belief. For living individuals before her transformed into colossal earthworms. Or rather, they resembled earthworms. Yet they were distinctly unknown entities, still clad in their garments. The worm-like beings burrowed into a massive stone through a hole barely 30 centimeters in diameter. Ordinarily, such a small opening would pose a challenge even for a child. Yet these transformed beings effortlessly vanished within it. Ying Feng stood in silence, her rational mind urging her to flee and disregard the surreal sight. However, her feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground. Save fear. The intermittent sounds emanated from the small opening. Standing before this aperture, Ying Feng wrestled with her inner turmoil. Move swiftly. Abandon. Venture forth. Hasten away. Ultimately, Ying Feng extended her hand, her intention transforming it into writhing tendrils. Why had she morphed into a woman, even becoming a vine creature? Perhaps within this locale, she would uncover a fragment of insight. Moreover, they were all monsters. Who among them had cause to fear? Resolute in her decision, Ying Feng concealed her backpack amidst the branches of a nearby tree using her tendrils. Subsequently, She commanded her form to resemble those worm-like beings, transforming into a vine figure clad in garments, and then she slipped into the diminutive opening. Chapter 25. The peculiar creatures beneath a diminutive opening. A winding passage meandered deep into the earth. The corridor was not shrouded in complete darkness. Luminescent spores adorned the walls, casting a soft blue-green glow that flickered as if inhaling and exhaling. Ying Feng pressed onward into the depths, silently calculating the length of the cave. After a brief moment, she halted abruptly, confronted by a fork in the path. Several tendrils ventured into the two diverging routes to explore. Moments later, the tendril on the left retracted, prompting Ying Feng to proceed along the right. In the right passage, she discerned traces of segmented creatures having traversed, leading her to surmise the direction the earthworm-like being had taken. As she continued deeper, the forks multiplied, and she could no longer gauge the distance traveled. Relying on the crawling marks for direction, she navigated accurately. After more than an hour, she sensed her arrival was imminent. The passage widened. Yet every junction she encountered bore either traces or none at all, rendering her directionless. Contemplating whether to arbitrarily choose a path, she suddenly sensed movement behind her. Something was approaching. Instinctively, she slipped into a side passage. However, even after changing routes, the unsettling presence lingered behind her. It felt as if she had entered a zone near the heart of her destination, where entities from all directions converged. Compelled to descend further, she had no choice but to evade the unknown pursuer. Moments later, she felt herself tumbling into a space vastly broader than the passage. Blinding brightness and cacophonous sounds enveloped her. This was disastrous. She was utterly exposed. Just as she prepared to defend herself, a peculiar voice resonated in her ears. Though she should not have comprehended it, the words miraculously made sense within her mind. "Welcome, my esteemed guest." Dazed, Ying Feng raised a tendril to survey her surroundings. For now, this was her sight. A colossal, open space unfolded before her. The smooth, arched walls were riddled with openings through which bizarre creatures emerged, landing and transforming into human forms or beings resembling humans. Activity was afoot even behind the opening she had just exited. Step aside if you wish to avoid being trampled. A giant rat slipped in, landing and instantly morphing into a humanoid figure, casting a disdainful glance at Ying Feng before swaggering away. If one disregarded its whip-like tail, one might easily mistake it for an ordinary human. "Welcome, my esteemed guest," the voice echoed once more. Transforming her body, Ying Feng shifted from tendril to human form. She observed that above each opening, a small sensor device was affixed, from which the voice emanated, akin to the automatic welcome announcements found in human convenience stores. This place resembled an underground plaza, a space infused with an aura of advanced technology, which left Ying Feng feeling profoundly disoriented as she emerged from a freshly dug tunnel. All beings, or rather, all creatures, were gravitating towards a colossal door. Ying Feng found herself perplexed as to why such a grand entrance was necessary in the subterranean realm. It was only when a creature, standing nearly 3 meters tall in all dimensions, approached the door that she comprehended the need for such an imposing portal. In the midst of a throng of humanoid monsters, Ying Feng, who had always considered herself a peculiar entity, suddenly realized she was, in fact, the most ordinary of them all. In a bid to appear less conventional, she discreetly allowed several tendrils to emerge from various parts of her body as she joined the crowd in passing through the door. "Wow, you're a plant mutant. A frog is seeing this for the first time," exclaimed a creature with the head of a toad and the body of a human, gazing at Ying Feng in astonishment. Its vocal apparatus seemed ill-suited for human speech, rendering its tone rather bizarre, yet miraculously, Ying Feng understood it. Unsure of how to respond, she merely smiled politely. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose ahead. The toad-like creature appeared somewhat anxious and ceased its conversation, hastily pushing forward. Ying Feng, maintaining a facade of calm, surveyed the surrounding beings, noting a distinct absence of plant-like entities. To blend in more discreetly, she retracted her tendrils entirely. She had also observed a few fully human-shaped figures, so she should not stand out too prominently. Ying Feng entered a more expansive area. The front was congested, and the creatures behind her were pressing forward with urgency, prompting her to step aside to allow them passage. "When will we receive the evolution liquid? Is there still the evolution ball? I want the evolution ball." I feel like if I don't take the Kanta liquid soon, I will turn into a pile of mush. At the forefront stood a tall, imposing table, behind which a creature appeared somewhat irritable, forcefully striking the surface with a large hammer. We have everything. Everyone line up according to your species, and we will distribute the items you require one by one. Following a brief stir, the previously chaotic crowd of monsters promptly formed queues of varying lengths. To avoid drawing attention, Ying Feng casually joined the longest line at the back. The distribution of items was swift. It wasn't too long before it was Ying Feng's turn. Just as she contemplated her strategy, the attendant, without uttering a word, thrust a spherical object into her hands. Presumably, it was the evolution ball. Hurry, hurry, take your items and proceed to the evolution chamber to consume them. Don't block others from receiving theirs. Ying Feng then realized that several creatures had gathered behind her without her noticing. Clutching her item, she retreated to the side and observed that many beings had entered small, compartmentalized spaces. She appeared nonchalant, yet was actually quite cautious as she selected a compartment near the exit that afforded her a broad view of the surroundings. The unknown object in her hand would not be consumed. Instead, she feigned eating the spherical item, secretly stowing it in her pocket. Subsequently, she began to observe the situations of the creatures in the compartments opposite her, noting that they had received various distinct items. However, despite the differences among them, the outcome of their consumption appeared to be remarkably similar. All were in agony, clutching their necks, their faces shifting from pale to flushed, from swollen to suffocated. They cried out in distress, and ultimately exploded in a cacophony. Ying Feng was taken aback. Had they ingested biological explosives? Yet not every creature met such a fate. Half an hour later, from nearly 100 beings, fewer than 10 remained. As they emerged from their confines, their auras seemed more potent. Yet their forms had taken on an increasingly bizarre appearance. At this moment, their visages increasingly resembled those of the unknown entities upon the platform. Their appearance was beyond description. Congratulations, you have ascended to a new stage of evolution. Once you have fully completed your transformation, we shall escort you to the realm of freedom, where you will no longer need to struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world. The monsters appeared elated, emitting enthusiastic roars. Ying Feng initially intended to remain hidden within the confines, but the beings on the platform detected her presence. Who is still hiding in the compartment? Come out at once. Chapter 26. Infiltrating the underground laboratory. At that moment, Ying Feng swiftly calculated the possibility of a forceful escape in her mind. The final conclusion was nearly zero. This was the enemy's territory. She was unaware of how many people were present or the other unknown dangers lurking within this subterranean lair, several hundred meters below ground. Any reckless actions could trigger a collapse, trapping her irrevocably. Thus, she resolved to maintain her composure amidst the chaos. She discarded the food she had in her pocket in a corner and confidently stepped forward. Who are you? And why do I feel as though I have never seen you before? The humanoid figure clad in a white lab coat on the platform gazed at Ying Feng with perplexity. He had records of all the mutated specimens. Yet this woman was an enigma to him. What species are you? How did you come to be here? The creature on the platform grew increasingly irate as Ying Feng remained silent. Unsure of how to respond, Ying Feng tentatively released a few tendrils to gauge their reactions. Plant mutation? The three humanoid figures exchanged glances and murmured amongst themselves. When had the laboratory succeeded in creating a plant-based experimental specimen? Not long ago, they indeed initiated experiments on plant fusion mutations, yielding many failures. Perhaps someone had neglected to destroy the unsuccessful specimens and instead carelessly discarded them, allowing one to survive. Are you all out of your minds? This individual is undoubtedly problematic. A figure that appeared to be the leader exclaimed angrily. Seize her. Bring her down. Immediately. Several individuals in white coats, donning surgical caps and masks, armed with specialized weapons, emerged from a door, surrounding Ying Feng completely. Please, no need for alarm. I can walk on my own, Ying Feng said with a cheerful demeanor, glancing around. One of the lab-coated figures raised a weapon and aimed it at her. Without warning, Ying Feng dodged, only to discover that the projectile was a spray. She instinctively held her breath and retreated, but the mist seemed capable of being absorbed through her skin. Within moments, she felt dizzy and collapsed helplessly to the ground. The tendrils within her body detected the invading toxins and immediately retaliated, swiftly consuming the harmful substance. Ying Feng quickly regained her consciousness, yet she kept her eyes shut, continuing to feign unconsciousness. The situation was uncertain, with no guarantee of a successful forceful escape. Cunning strategy was the better course. What exactly was this laboratory studying? Several individuals in white coats lifted Ying Feng onto a gurney and wheeled her away. Although she appeared motionless, beneath the cover of her clothing, a few slender, nearly imperceptible tendrils stealthily extended to observe her surroundings. The more she observed, the more astonished she became. She had never anticipated such a vast space deep underground. Furthermore, the technology appeared remarkably advanced, far surpassing current human capabilities. With surveillance cameras everywhere and numerous doors whose purposes remained a mystery, every so often, there was an electronic checkpoint requiring an ID card and password for passage. Ying Feng's tendrils discreetly recorded the passwords as they passed. After navigating a labyrinth of corridors and passing through numerous electronic checkpoints, they finally came to a halt. The tendrils of Ying Feng's vine-like form revealed a sign, Laboratory 3 in Zone 2. At this moment, only 2 individuals in lab coats and Ying Feng entered the laboratory, as the others departed to attend to various preparations and reporting Feng's situation. The 2 lab-coated figures hoisted Ying Feng onto an experimental bed and pressed a button, causing metallic restraints to emerge and bind her tightly. In the instant they turned away, Ying Feng silently transformed into her vine form and slipped free from the confines of the bed. At the moment of her escape, an alarm blared, prompting the 2 lab-coated individuals to spin around. Before they could utter a sound, Ying Feng swiftly strangled them and seized their ID cards. The 2 lab-coated individuals could not fathom why Ying Feng, having inhaled the power-suppressing agent, was still able to transform. The laboratory was under surveillance, and her actions were immediately detected by the monitoring center. Alarms echoed throughout Zone 2. Intruder. Level 3 alert. Intruder. Level 3 alert. Intruder. Level 3 alert. Ying Feng extended her tendrils and shattered the surveillance cameras. Confirming that the laboratory was devoid of monitoring, she intended to exit, only to discover a large group of people hastening towards her location. Retreating back into the laboratory, she quickly surveyed her surroundings. There was but one exit, devoid of windows. Then her gaze lifted to the ventilation duct above. A throng of lab-coated individuals burst in, only to find their colleagues sprawled on the floor. Ying Feng was nowhere to be seen. Earpieces crackled with information from the monitoring center, asserting that Ying Feng had not exited the laboratory. As the crowd puzzled over this, one lab-coated individual glanced up and noticed a ventilation duct with an improperly secured corner. The intruder escaped through the ventilation duct. The message was rapidly disseminated through the central communication system, reaching the ears of everyone in Zone 2 within seconds. The crowd rushed out of the laboratory in a flurry. Meanwhile, a low cabinet in the lab was opened, and a mass of vines tumbled out. The vines coiled and instantly morphed back into human form. Ying Feng, clad in a lab coat she had pilfered from the cabinet, swaggered out of the laboratory, utilizing the stolen ID card and the password she had surreptitiously observed. Ying Feng navigated through one electronic checkpoint after another. Everyone was occupied searching for the intruder who had vanished into the ventilation system. Completely oblivious to her audacity in strolling boldly within the underground base after her escape, Ying Feng proceeded unimpeded until she encountered an electronic checkpoint that barred her way. Insufficient ID card privileges, she read. Trying again yielded the same result. Clearly, the area beyond this point was not accessible to ordinary laboratory personnel, and the password entry point had been replaced by a fingerprint lock. "What are you doing?" a voice queried suspiciously from around the corner of the corridor. The individual approached, saw the badge on Ying Feng's chest, and admonished, "It is not yet time to collect the experimental samples. This nameplate belongs to one of the 2 researchers recently slain by Ying Feng. The superiors instructed me to retrieve the experimental samples at this moment." How could that be? Moreover, the collection of experimental samples necessitates the presence of 2 individuals. Where is your partner? My partner was summoned to pursue the intruder, which is why I came alone. The individual before me appeared increasingly incredulous, casting suspicious glances at Ying Feng. "Please trust me. If I fail to obtain the experimental samples and return, My superiors will hold me accountable. In a bid to bolster my persuasion, Ying Feng stepped forward and grasped the person's hand. You. A sharp spike punctured the skin beneath, as Ying Feng meticulously regulated the dosage, leaving her in a state of semi-consciousness. She steadied the individual by supporting their elbow to prevent them from collapsing, then turning her back to the surveillance. She retrieved the ID card and swiped it at the access point, followed by pressing the individual's finger against the fingerprint lock. The metallic door swung open with a resounding click, and Ying Feng assisted the person inside. The dosage of the vine toxin was expertly controlled by Ying Feng, rendering the individual incapable of resisting while still able to maintain a semblance of balance. Subsequently, Ying Feng beheld a scene more astonishing than all the mutated creatures she had encountered tonight combined. Chapter 27. The fusion cultivation chamber before him lay an expansive space, equivalent to 3 basketball courts filled with towering, sealed cultivation tanks. Within the verdant growth medium, various mutated organisms floated. Over half of these tanks contained humans, or rather, humanoid creatures, each adorned with distinct animal traits. For instance, an eagle's wings sprouted from a man's back, seamlessly integrated as if they had organically emerged from him. Among the collection was the fabled mermaid, featuring a fish's head atop a human form, yet it bore the visage of a shark, complete with sharp teeth and robust jaws, suggesting that this mermaid possessed a bite force capable of penetrating thick steel. Other peculiar forms included a lion's body with a human head and the upper half of a kangaroo fused with a human lower half. Beyond the amalgamation of human and animal, there were even more outrageous combinations of animals. Ying Feng recalled the grotesque creatures he had encountered in the underground plaza. They likely originated from this very chamber. What are you? The woman seated beside him struggled to maintain consciousness, desperately attempting to reach the alarm bell beside her, but found herself utterly immobilized. Her efforts to remain awake were exhausting her. I should be asking you, who are you? How long have you been conducting biological fusion experiments here? What is your ultimate goal? Ying Feng approached her, looking down upon her from his elevated stance. How many such experimental bases do you possess, and where are they located? Do you think I would tell you? The woman replied, exerting every ounce of strength to lean sideways, hoping her fall would attract the attention of the surveillance center. However, Ying Feng did not afford her that opportunity. He swiftly rushed over and supported her, ensuring she remained seated in her chair. From the perspective of the monitoring system, it appeared as though a staff member was unwell, while another tended to her. You seem quite normal. Why not equip yourself with a pair of wings? That way, you could fly away. How could a mere ordinary person possibly comprehend our ideals? Ying Feng nodded solemnly as an ordinary person. I cannot fathom what individuals like you, with deranged minds, are truly contemplating. If you choose not to speak, then allow me to escort you on your journey. May your next life fulfill your aspirations. Upon hearing Ying Feng's words, the woman became visibly alarmed. She sensed that he was not merely trying to intimidate her. He genuinely intended to end her life. If you dare to kill me, you will certainly meet your demise here. The terror of impending death caused her breaths to quicken. Do you know where this place is? If you do not enlighten me, how could I possibly know? However, your silence is inconsequential. Such a place, one that ought not to exist, will undoubtedly vanish soon. Ying Feng ceased his futile dialogue with the woman and decisively administered an injection. The venom of the vines was no trifling matter, and she felt no pain before her breath ceased entirely. Terrifying. Murder. You too will die. Ying Feng immediately stood up, alert, recognizing that voice. It was the very voice that had led her here. You. Hurry and leave. Now. Following the voice, Ying Feng approached a cultivation tank. In a small corner tank, there were numerous tiny glowing jellyfish. They resembled the jellyfish viewing tank she had once seen in apocalyptic imagery. Ying Feng realized that this tank of jellyfish was, surprisingly, the most normal specimen in the fusion cultivation room, and unlike the other seemingly lifeless subjects, they at least appeared to be alive. Strange. This human is watching us. Ying Feng reached out and gently touched the cultivation tank, softly asking, Do you wish to escape? The jellyfish, swaying in the cultivation fluid, suddenly froze. She is asking us. Ying Feng smiled, although she could not fathom why. She could hear their voices. If you desire freedom, I might consider assisting you, provided it does not hinder me. Gently snapping her fingers against the tank. The jellyfish were startled, creating an empty space around her. If I cannot escape, neither can you. The jellyfish in the tank immediately became agitated, their translucent bodies swiftly changing colors and colliding with one another. Ying Feng could sense their excitement, which was vividly expressed in their fluent communication. This human says she will take us out. Out. We will die. It's too dangerous. The intellect of these jellyfish was astonishing, and the fact that she could communicate with them was even more remarkable. They emitted no sound, yet she heard them clearly. Ying Feng felt it was futile to linger any longer. She finally inquired, "What do you know about this place? I cannot simply carry you burdens. We are unclear as well. We have been dormant for a long time. We awoke here." The jellyfish had indeed been in slumber for quite a while, but they were not entirely truthful. They remained cautious of Ying Feng. Nonetheless, they yearned to escape. As this laboratory caused them great distress, they wished to no longer endure a life devoid of jellyfish rights, no longer wanting to be routinely extracted for dissection and experimentation. Despite their remarkable regenerative abilities, they had lost many of their kind. "We know where the exit is. Take us with you. We will guide you." Ying Feng hesitated for merely a few seconds before decisively beginning to dismantle the tank's fixtures. She thought the world had truly gone mad. She was actually placing her trust in a group of jellyfish. "Stop. The alarm will sound." Ying Feng paused, immediately ceasing his actions. "Go. Over there. Press the button. Open. The green one." Upon turning his gaze, Ying Feng noticed a control console against the wall, adorned with an array of buttons. He approached and located the sole green button, decisively pressing it. A series of mechanical sounds ensued as the jellyfish cultivation tank was unlocked. "Retrieve us." Ying Feng glanced around, spotting a suspended, strap-equipped purified water bottle, holding 1,000 milliliters, with approximately one-third of its contents remaining. He extended a vine into the bottle. Perfect, non-toxic, merely water. 5 minutes later, Ying Feng had transferred all the jellyfish into the purified water bottle. Though there were likely hundreds, each was only the size of an egg, and given their aquatic nature, they could be compressed for accommodation. Fortune favored him, as the attention of those in the monitoring center was diverted to various corridors and exits, neglecting the cultivation room. Moreover, the room was filled with cultivation tanks rising 2 to 3 meters high, obstructing a portion of the surveillance view. Ying Feng lifted the purified water bottle to his eyes, having extracted it from the green nutrient solution tank. This radiant cluster of jellyfish had regained their true colors. In their tranquil state, they glowed with a serene blue, remarkably akin to the hue of Ying Feng's own eyes. So cramped. So cramped. Get a larger one." Ignoring their pleas, Ying Feng secured the water bottle to his back, grateful for any container at all, as he had initially intended to cradle them in his clothing. So cramped. Glub, glub. With the ID card of the woman from earlier in hand, Ying Feng seized the moment while everyone's focus was on the ventilation ducts, slipping out of the cultivation room. Unbeknownst to her, the act of taking this bottle of jellyfish held profound significance. This vessel contained the most vital essence of the cultivation room, and indeed, the entire underground research facility. Chapter 28. The Theft of the Mother Entity. In the corridor, a figure clad in a white lab coat strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing around as though conducting an inspection. It was not her desire to be so leisurely, rather, she found herself unable to quicken her pace. To the left. No, that's incorrect. It must be to the right. Ying Feng tapped the water bottle concealed beneath her clothing, exclaiming, "Which is it, left or right?" Upon exiting, she was acutely aware that she might encounter others at any moment. Thus, she endeavored to communicate with the jellyfish telepathically. Initially, she struggled, but gradually, she discovered that she could indeed convey her thoughts to the jellyfish. Little did she know, this was a function of her mental tendrils. As long as both parties could extend their mental tendrils, interspecies communication could be achieved. Following her previous encounter in the abyss and her mental confrontation with Hess, she had activated her mental tendrils, yet remained oblivious to this fact. Even unaware of her confrontation with Hess, It must be to the left. A strong thought from one of the jellyfish surged into Ying Feng's mind. She promptly turned left. Just as she opened an electronic door, a throng of individuals rushed towards her. Without hesitation, she slammed the door shut again. Who said left? The jellyfish collectively chastised the one who had proclaimed left. It's undoubtedly the right side now. Ying Feng resolved to trust the jellyfish one last time. As she prepared to swipe open the door to the right corridor, it unexpectedly swung open first, releasing a stream of people. Simultaneously, the left door opened, and another group surged forth. 2 waves of individuals charged towards Ying Feng. For a moment, she feared she had been discovered, yet they all brushed past her. The last person in the line, another figure in a lab coat, grabbed her arm. Which department are you from? What right do you have to slack off while we search for the intruder? Ying Feng offered no resistance and joined the throng. Suddenly, a frantic alarm echoed down the corridor. Level 1 alert. The mother entity has been stolen. Level 1 alert. The mother entity has been stolen. Level 1 alert. The mother entity has been stolen. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone was struck with shock. Oh, my God. The mother entity is gone. What shall we do about the experimental samples at the facility? Furthermore, the released experimental subjects, bereft of the mother entity, will soon be reduced to mere refuse. It must be that intruder. She emerged from the ventilation ducts and absconded with the mother entity. The ventilation system of the breeding chamber is independent. The intruder could not have accessed it through the external ducts. Commands reverberated through the earpieces of all personnel at the facility, all departments. Be advised, the 3 entrances and exits of this research facility are to be sealed. No one is permitted to enter or leave. Prepare the ability suppression agents. The intruder possesses plant-based abilities. Prepare the ability induction agents. Anyone exhibiting plant-based abilities is the intruder. Initiate a comprehensive nuclear magnetic resonance scan of the facility. The target is all living organisms within the base, in search of the mother entity's whereabouts. What? A comprehensive scan of the entire facility? The expressions of all personnel on site turned grave. What privacy could they possibly retain now? However, they had no choice but to comply. The materia was far too significant, rendering them inconsequential in comparison. Suddenly, all the lights in the facility extinguished, and red light strips illuminated the ceiling and the walls on either side. Concurrently, the ceiling began to disperse a mist of ability-inducing and suppressing agents. Without their earpieces, Ying Feng remained oblivious to the series of commands issued from the underground base. Once the strong nuclear magnetic scanning commenced, every individual within the scanning range was displayed before the monitoring personnel in a multidimensional imaging format. They sought those who might be in possession of the materia and examined for any signs of plant mutations caused by the ability-inducing agents. Unaware of the chaotic scene unfolding around her, Ying Feng realized the situation had not yet reached a point of no return. Until her identity was fully revealed, she resolved to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. Unknown to all, the diminutive jellyfish adorning Ying Feng possessed yet another function. They could disrupt the magnetic field. When the strong nuclear magnetic scan swept over her, the sudden disturbance in the magnetic field concealed the water bottle she carried. The first barrier was crossed unnoticed. Soon after, the second trial emerged. Ability-inducing and suppressing agents were misted out from a pipe in the ceiling. This apparatus was a precautionary measure against sudden rebellion or resistance from the base's experimental subjects. These agents were absorbed through the respiratory and dermal pathways. However, once inside Ying Feng's body, all unwelcome intruders were strangled by the venom of vines. Core personnel in the monitoring center scrutinized the large screen, their eyes almost radiating waves of frustration. Where were the intruders and the materia? The intense resentment emanating from them was captured by the jellyfish, who found the gaze repugnant. All the jellyfish directed their magnetic field interference in a single direction. Suddenly a zap. The monitoring center collapsed into chaos. The core personnel, who had been stationed in the command center, cursed at the abruptly extinguished screens. What is happening? Why have all the monitoring screens gone dark? How delightful. Let it be extinguished. The jellyfish joyfully jostled against one another. What have you done? Ying Feng gently tapped the bottle through her clothing. Now the unwelcomed cannot see us. The monitors are broken. Ying Feng raised an eyebrow, pleased with the outcome, though uncertain of how these little creatures had achieved it. With the surveillance disabled, she was free to act without restraint. Amidst the red light and mist, the personnel struggled to navigate the facility. It operated on the principle of preferring to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. Suddenly, one staff member stumbled, inadvertently extending his hand toward Ying Feng's concealed water bottle. "What is this? What have you hidden beneath your clothing?" the staff member shouted, drawing the attention of others. At that moment, the strong nuclear magnetic skin concluded, the red lights dimmed, and white lights illuminated the space. Amidst the mist, a smirk curled beneath Ying Feng's mask. "Who do you think I am?" She stood in the center of the corridor, her arms outstretched, and in an instant, vines erupted from her being. The 2 or 3 dozen individuals present in the corridor were caught off guard, swiftly pierced and poisoned by the tendrils. Ying Feng unexpectedly let out a whistle, astonished by her newfound prowess. Unbeknownst to her, her prolonged interaction with the jellyfish, coupled with the fact that she used her own vine-crafted net to catch it, had inevitably led to contact. Moreover, the jellyfish bore no malice towards her. Rather, in a subconscious effort to enhance its own chances of escape, it had allowed Ying Feng to absorb some of its secreted mucus. This mucus, known to facilitate the evolution of superpowers, had inadvertently worked in Ying Feng's favor. Chapter 29. Work log. After all the individuals in the corridor had been slain, Ying Feng swiftly departed from the scene. The surveillance could resume at any moment. She needed to escape with utmost urgency. Less than a minute after Ying Feng departed, the events that transpired in the corridor were discovered. In an instant, the entire base was engulfed by the blaring sound of alarms. Upon hearing the sound, Ying Feng realized that the corpse in the corridor had been discovered. With the blaring alarm echoing around him, he swiftly swiped his ID card, navigating through one door after another under the guidance of the jellyfish. This was indeed a path leading to an exit, yet the entire underground base was in a frenzy, searching for the intruder, with personnel swarming everywhere. Particularly, the areas closer to the exit were crowded with individuals. Ying Feng fought his way through, while the jellyfish continuously encouraged him. "Keep going. Someone's behind you. There is someone on the left. On the right. Silence." Ying Feng wielded the vines with such skill that in an instant, he claimed the lives of 10 individuals. "I witnessed it myself." "Silence, please." The crowd was overwhelming, each individual brandishing weapons aimed at her. After eliminating the last wave in the corridor, Ying Feng shook off the bullets that cascaded from her body. Although the vines could catch these projectiles, a fiery cannon would spell her doom. Not a speck of dust was visible here, let alone any soil. Without the earth to anchor her and facilitate regeneration, her life hung by a thread. Just as she vanquished one wave, another emerged. Even the most resilient could not endure such relentless onslaught. Fatigued from battle, Ying Feng resolved to take a moment to recuperate. By now, dawn had broken outside, and she had lingered in this underground base throughout the night. She swiftly slipped into a room that appeared to be an administrator's office. Her gaze swept across the desk, landing on a work log. The top page chronicled recent activities. March 6th, 2 failed experimental subjects disposed of. Handler 03, location, Biological Waste Station, Sector 3. March 7th. 3 failed experimental subjects disposed of. Handler 03, location, Biological Waste Station, Sector 3. March 8th. 1 successful experimental subject released. Handler 02, release location, Exit 2, Sector 3. Ying Feng pondered the entries thoughtfully. A waste station, as long as it wasn't an incinerator. She then inquired with the jellyfish about where the staff disposed of their regular refuse and the manner of its disposal. The jellyfish bubbled in the bottle. The disposal site. "We know. Every morning at 6 o'clock, someone comes to take away the failed experimental subjects. Every day, subjects are retrieved, discarded, and new ones are introduced. There was no need for such measures. To retrieve one of our kin merely to shatter it for extracting viscous liquid and anomalous nuclei as a catalyst for mutation was an affront to jellyfish sovereignty." The jellyfish recalled the past, their emotions manifesting in a vivid display of colors, red, green, blue, and yellow, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. After perusing this log of work, Ying Feng quietly slipped out of the office, contemplating a different approach to her escape. It was now 6:50 in the morning. Under normal circumstances, The staff would have long since come to collect the failed experimental subjects, yet it was evident that no one was available at this moment. Except for a few diligent personnel stationed at their posts, everyone else had set out in search of the intruder and the stolen genetic material. In the makeshift processing room, several bulging body bags lay atop a table. As Ying Feng pulled one open, she discovered it contained a failed experimental subject yet to be removed. A sudden idea sparked in her mind. She discreetly relocated a subject of similar stature to herself and concealed it within the ventilation duct in the ceiling. Then, she retrieved a new body bag from a nearby cabinet and nestled herself inside, feigning the role of a failed experiment, comfortably assuming the guise of a corpse. Exhausted, Ying Feng finally allowed herself a moment of rest, adjusting her body to mimic a state of suspended animation. To anyone who might touch the bag, she would appear as a cold, lifeless body. Hours passed, and the surveillance system finally returned to normal. However, the intruder had seemingly vanished without a trace, and the genetic material remained undiscovered. At long last, personnel arrived to attend to the processing room. The workers operated machinery to load 3 body bags onto a refuse truck, which then set off towards the biological waste disposal station. At that moment, Ying Feng stirred from her half-slumber, having regained considerable energy after a few hours of rest. Remaining perfectly still within the refuse truck, she minimized her breathing to the faintest whisper, patiently awaiting the workers to transport her near the biological waste station. The jellyfish had informed her that this station was close to Exit 3, separated only by a single corridor. As time ticked away, Ying Feng listened intently to the periodic updates from the jellyfish, gaining awareness of her current location. The mental tendrils of these jellyfish could extend far and wide. Devoid of eyes, they relied on their psychic appendages for perception. The journey progressed smoothly into Zone 3, and as they drew nearer to their destination, an armed team abruptly blocked the workers' path. This was external support summoned by the experimental facility, distinctly different from the researchers who routinely conducted biological mutation experiments. These individuals were seasoned combatants. "What is the matter? Do not impede our work," the administrator questioned, puzzled by the obstruction. "We need to inspect your work vehicle. There has never been an inspection before. Why now? Do you genuinely suspect the intruder is concealed within the refuse truck?" "It is difficult to say. The situation today is grave, and we must conduct thorough checks in every nook and cranny," the team replied with a businesslike demeanor. The worker, growing somewhat impatient, sensed the formidable nature of the armed personnel. Ultimately, he relented, urging them to expedite their inspection so as not to waste his time. His workload had already piled up significantly due to the previous night's intrusion, and the thought of further delays was exasperating. The lid of the refuse truck was lifted by the workers, revealing only 3 body bags containing corpses. Ying Feng, nestled between 2 failed experimental subjects, stood ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. She could sense the workers probing the bags. A sound of zippers being drawn opened the air, and the topmost body bag was unzipped by the personnel. After confirming it was indeed a failed experiment, the workers zipped it shut once more, then pushed the body aside. The body bag belonging to Ying Feng has been exposed. At this moment, her mental faculties were intensely focused, allowing her to sense the approaching hands drawing ever nearer. Just as the intruder's hand was about to grasp the zipper of the body bag, a frantic alarm blared. An anomaly detected in Zone 2. An anomaly detected in Zone 2. The personnel, initially poised to unzip the bag, immediately withdrew their hands and hastened towards Zone 2. It appeared that the intruder was indeed within that area. The waste disposal worker remarked while securing the lid of the refuse truck, continuing to push towards his destination. "We're almost there. Below the waste station. Danger. We might be crushed." The jellyfish, huddled together, conveyed their urgent messages to Ying Feng. "Run quickly." At that moment, nearly all personnel pursuing the intruder were concentrated in Zone 2, leaving Zone 3 alarmingly sparse. The site of the anomaly in Zone 2 was a makeshift processing room. Armed personnel, who had just inspected the refuse truck, stared in shock at the body bag tumbling down from the ceiling's ventilation duct, as if a jolt of electricity had surged through their minds. "This is bad. The intruder is inside the refuse truck." Chapter 30. Hess has arrived. The corpse transport vehicle, disguised as a hearse, had arrived at the entrance of the biological waste disposal station. Operator 03 was poised to swipe open the gate, ready to discard the failed experimental subjects. At that moment, the majority of personnel were concentrated in Zone 2, leaving Zone 3 sparsely populated. The gate of the way station swung open, and at that instant, countless surging vines burst forth to pry open the transport vehicle. Operator 03 barely had time to turn and ascertain the commotion before he was thrust down into the depths of the biological waste station. In a state of sheer terror, Operator 03 gazed down at the grinding gears below, his fear causing tears to stream down his face. Suddenly, a vine coiled around him. Grasping at it like a drowning man clutching a lifebuoy, he scarcely had a moment to breathe before the vine released him once more. His anguished cries were swallowed by the clutches of the metallic maw. Ying Feng retracted the vine, its tip ensnaring an ID card. While a regular staff member's ID would not grant access through the exit, those specifically assigned to handle biological experiments possessed cards that could. They were tasked not only with disposing of failed subjects but also with releasing the successful ones. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Ying Feng's lips as she prepared to dash towards the adjacent corridor's exit. Be careful. The usually lethargic jellyfish suddenly emitted sharp, explosive sounds. Ying Feng turned around, her pupils dilating in alarm. A powerful rocket launcher was hurtling toward her. Boom, boom. The vines frantically extended, attempting to ensnare the rocket. However, it was precisely Ying Feng's nemesis. In an instant, all the vines were reduced to ash, and the tremendous force of the blast sent Ying Feng flying, crashing heavily against the metallic door of the biological waste station. The corridor was obliterated by the intense heat of the exploding rocket, erasing an entire row of rooms, merging two corridors into one vast expanse. Flames rained down, painting everything in a fiery hue. A tall, muscular bald man slowly approached the biological waste station, his hand clad in half-finger tactical gloves gripping a massive rocket launcher. His exposed arms bore dark skin, muscles rippling with tension. He hoisted the launcher onto his shoulder, the bulging veins of his biceps prominently visible. The entrance to the biological waste station had vanished, the entire frame melted away, engulfed in flames. A skeletal hand, ensnared by vines, clutched desperately at the edge of the station's entrance. Were anyone to stand at the threshold and look down, they would be met with a horrifying sight. Amidst the roaring inferno, a mangled body dangled precariously, reduced to half its form. Ying Feng clung tightly to the edge of the waste station's entrance. From above, it was evident that her left ear and left cheek had vanished, revealing a bare jawbone clenching tightly. Further down, her entire left arm and leg below the knee had completely disappeared. A frail, fragmented vine protruded from her waist, trailing downward. Entangled beneath this vine was a deformed, melted bottle of purified water. The jellyfish, scorched by the intense heat, had shriveled tentacles, all on the brink of demise. The man ultimately arrived at the entrance of the garbage station, casting a derisive and haughty gaze upon the struggling Ying Feng, as if regarding refuse. "You should never have provoked us." As he uttered these words, the man's visage transformed. His skin became encrusted with coarse scales, his mouth elongated grotesquely, and sharp, glistening fangs emerged. One of Ying Feng's eyes was already blinded, while the other beheld the monstrous entity before him, a flicker of mockery dancing within. Was it not merely a mutated crocodile? What was so remarkable about that? Do you understand that villains often perish from excessive chatter? The crocodile man, incensed by the derision reflected in Ying Feng's gaze, lunged forward with a gaping maw aimed at him. Ying Feng had been biding his time for this moment. Channeling the last vestiges of his strength, vines sprouted from his hand, adorned with rows of blue poisonous spines. Poised to strike the moment the creature bit down. The crocodile man's body was armored with thick scales, rendering the spines ineffective. However, his mouth was soft, and he was now willingly offering it, substantially increasing the likelihood of success. This was Ying Feng's sole opportunity. Failure was not an option. At that critical juncture, the crocodile man suddenly halted his advance. A wave of dread washed over Ying Feng. "Why have you stopped biting?" The scales covering the crocodile man's body abruptly vanished, reverting him to a semblance of an ordinary human. Clutching his head, he howled in agony, ultimately collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth, lifeless. Ying Feng was taken aback. What had transpired? Brother, a squad of individuals rushed into view. It appeared there was more than just the crocodile man present. Another team was positioned outside the combat zone. A wolf-headed figure embraced the fallen crocodile man, and upon realizing his demise, raised a pair of fierce eyes to roar at Ying Feng. I shall ensure you find no rest in death. The others surged toward Ying Feng, intent on delivering him a fatal blow. Yet, at that moment, all of them suddenly collapsed, clutching their heads in torment. Mirroring the crocodile man's earlier fate, a tremendous explosion echoed as a door was forcefully breached. The entrance was the third exit, mere meters from the garbage station's main door. Previously, a row of rooms had separated the two doors, but that row had been obliterated by an overwhelming rocket barrage. A squad of armed special forces burst into the fray. The individuals writhing in agony on the ground were now vacant-eyed, struggling to draw breath, and were swiftly overpowered by the special forces. Another team of special forces charged deeper into the base. Ying Feng, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, only knew that intruders had breached the perimeter. However, the specifics of their identity remained obscured from her view, leaving her certain they were not reinforcements for this base. Her consciousness began to wane, slipping from her grasp. The skeletal hand slid lower, and she clenched her teeth, striving to gather a sliver of strength. Yet the relentless combat and grievous injuries had plunged her into a state of near death, rendering her utterly incapable of mustering even the faintest glimmer of power. She was rendered utterly incapable of uttering a cry for help, uncertain if anyone had noticed the figure dangling beneath the refuse station that was her. This time, it seemed her fate was sealed. Her hand slipped completely away. In a haze of consciousness, Ying Feng resigned herself to her descent. In her daze, a glimmer of silver hair flashed before her unfocused gaze. A flicker of joy ignited within her. They say one glimpses the person they long to see most before death, and it appeared to be true. Farewell, Hess. Ying Feng. A furious roar erupted beside her. Ying Feng's eyes flew open, realizing she had not plummeted. Someone had caught her. Following the hand that grasped her, she found herself held by none other than Hess. He clutched her with one hand, while the other grasped the edge of the refuse station. Both hung perilously in the air. Hess, please, let go. A single tear fell from Ying Feng's remaining eye. After all, she was destined to die. Why should he share in such a perilous fate? If he released her, Hess would surely ascend. Silence. Hess glared fiercely at Ying Feng, for there were countless grievances he needed to settle with her. Were it not for his discovery of the last place she vanished, were it not for his mental prowess that unveiled this underground base. Had he arrived even a moment later, he dared not dwell on the thought. As Hess beheld Ying Feng in such a state, anger and fear surged within him simultaneously. He was furious that she had recklessly leapt into the abyss and subsequently severed all communication with him, even daring to flee after he had finally located her. He was terrified at the sight of Ying Feng in such dire condition. Would she even survive? Colonel, a tardy Andrew, accompanied by a team, scrambled to pull them up. Upon their ascent, Hess trembled as he cradled Ying Feng, who was reduced to mere half of her former self. Do not fear. I am here. You shall not perish. Ying Feng's consciousness gradually succumbed to darkness, the light in her pupils fading away. You will not die. I will not allow it, Hess declared, clutching her tightly as he stumbled toward the exit. Andrew. Yes. The helicopter is ready. The doctors are waiting. Andrew was well aware of Colonel Hess's mission to save lives and had long prepared various emergency measures. Hess burst out of the exit, the helicopter's rotors whirring incessantly, poised for takeoff, attended by several medical personnel. Yet, the usually composed and steady Hess collapsed. His mind remained rational, but his limbs betrayed him with trepidation, refusing to obey. It's all right. Do not worry. You will not die, Hess muttered, uncertain whether he was reassuring Ying Feng or himself. He endeavored to lift Ying Feng from the ground, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Hess realized he must regain his composure. He pressed his lips tightly together, forcing calm upon himself. Then, he finally discerned the reason for his inability to lift her. Ying Feng had grown roots. Chapter 31. Ying Feng awoke in Hess's embrace, utterly astonished. Exiting through the third passage led them to a secluded mountain hollow, rarely trodden by human feet. Dense trees completely concealed the mouth of the cave. Were it not for Hess's psychic exploration, no one would have known that beneath lay a biological research facility. Even the exterior of the third exit appeared merely as a rugged wall of rock. The soil outside was damp and soft, sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting gentle rays that danced upon the wings of a blue butterfly. Ying Feng finally made contact with the solid earth, and instinctively, her body responded by taking root. Before Hess's incredulous gaze, she transformed into a tangle of vines. At that moment, besides Hess, there stood Andrew, wide-eyed and speechless. "Andrew, did you see that?" Hess inquired, glancing back at him, a flicker of cold light passing through his violet-gray eyes. Andrew, initially poised to speak, found his words caught in his throat, and after a moment's pause, he stammered, reporting to the colonel, I saw nothing." Hess turned back, continuing to scrutinize the cluster of vines. His tone calm yet commanding. "Remember your words. You may now proceed to eliminate this underground research facility." "Yes, Colonel." Andrew dashed away, almost as if propelled by fire, reminding the awaiting helicopter and medical team to withdraw 500 meters, thus granting Hess ample space. Hess settled beside the vines, gently caressing the leaves. "Is this the reason you dared not return to see me?" He pondered, recalling the feminine visage of Ying Feng, his brow furrowing slightly, contemplating perhaps another reason as well. At that moment, Hess noticed a deformed, melting water bottle beside the vines, entwined with a tendril. Picking it up, he discovered it contained a near-expired jellyfish. He looked down at the vines. Clinging to the jellyfish bottle in such circumstances suggested it must hold significant value. What Ying Feng cherished, he would too. Above the hollow, several helicopters hovered. Hess retrieved a few larger bottles of drinking water from one of them, transferring the jellyfish into the new container. The once swollen jellyfish had shrunk considerably, now filling only half the bottle. During the transfer, a few drops fell onto the vines, and Hess was astonished to see them visibly perk up. The leaves that had received the droplets perked up eagerly. He glanced at the bottle in his hand and tentatively poured more water onto the vines. The tendrils quivered, revitalizing further. It became evident that this jellyfish held remarkable restorative properties for Ying Feng's injuries. No wonder she had clung to it. It was indeed a treasure. Hess continued to pour water at the base of the vines, contemplating for a moment before adding more, meticulously ensuring each leaf was moistened, then watering the roots again and again. Ultimately, the bottle was emptied, leaving him with no choice but to sacrifice the jellyfish if he were to pour more. He certainly could not commit such a folly. Furthermore, pouring the jellyfish directly raised concerns of excessive concentration potentially harming the roots, though it later proved to be an unfounded worry. Hess opened another bottle of water and poured the liquid into a new vessel for the jellyfish. Although the vines appeared somewhat wilted, they looked significantly better than when they were in Ying Feng's humanoid form. Hess continued to water the vines with the jellyfish's water, moistening the leaves until he noticed no further changes. He understood that the vines had reached a saturation point in absorbing the jellyfish water. He remained vigilantly beside the vines, his gaze unwavering, fearful of missing even the slightest alteration. After several hours, Hess watered them a few more times. The vines had fully perked up, resembling a cluster of vines commonly found in the forest. At that moment, Andrew emerged from the underground exit with a large contingent. Aside from Andrew, a group of young men in combat uniforms looked perplexed as to why their colonel was seated amidst a patch of grass. Casting a glance, Andrew urgently gestured for the others to disperse. "Colonel," Andrew approached, striving to avert his gaze from the vines beside Hess. Hess raised his eyes to meet him with a nonchalant expression. "We have completely taken control of the underground research base. The head of the facility is dead, and the remaining non-compliant individuals have also perished, with a few captives taken. Our forces now fully control this location, and most of the biological samples, instruments, and data from the experiments conducted here remain intact." Hess gently caressed the vines and inquired, "Have you located the self-destruct mechanism?" Andrew paused for a moment before responding, "Yes. We have found it." Hess's violet-gray eyes were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Andrew unsure of his thoughts at that moment. "Do not report the process and outcome of this operation for now. Everything awaits my decision." "Understood, Colonel. Withdraw all personnel 1 kilometer and hold position while interrogating the captives." "Understood." Andrew hastily departed to execute the orders. Hess waited quietly for Ying Feng to awaken. As the day waned and only a hint of crimson cloud lingered in the sky, the vines suddenly began to stir. Hess immediately straightened, riveted on the vines. He watched intently as one vine extended and plunged into the open jellyfish bottle. The vine then seized a jellyfish and crushed it. After the initial crushing, it absorbed the essence before crushing another. From nearly 100 jellyfish in the bottle, only one remained when the vine finally ceased its actions. Moments later, the vine twisted and coiled before him, ultimately morphing back into a humanoid form, an intact figure. Limbs whole and unscathed. Hess was overjoyed. Ying Feng had survived. Yet, in the next instant, a flicker of discomfort crossed Hess's previously jubilant visage, and his typically icy gaze faltered and averted. Ying Feng was entirely unclothed, her bare form illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun, casting a delicate glow that painted a captivating scene. Hess, unsure of where to direct his gaze, swiftly removed his trench coat and draped it over Ying Feng while she remained unconscious. Moments later, concerned that the injured Ying Feng might be cold on the ground, he lifted her into his arms, using his body to provide warmth. His stature was notably tall, towering over Ying Feng by a head, and his coat effortlessly enveloped her completely. As Ying Feng gradually awakened in Hess's embrace, the first thing she noticed was the slightly bewildered expression on his face. Hess gazed intently at the person nestled within his arms, attempting to discern any remnants of Ying Feng's former self, and inquired if she felt any pain. Ying Feng, in a daze, shook her head. Fully recovered? Upon hearing this, she lowered her gaze to assess her own body and realized she was indeed entirely well. The look on her face confirmed to Hess that she had completely overcome her afflictions. The tension that had been tightly coiled within him finally began to ease, and he exhaled gently while holding her close. Ying Feng's delayed mind finally caught up, prompting her to struggle in an attempt to leap from Hess's grasp. Yet he held her firmly in place. In terms of physical strength, Ying Feng was no match for Hess. Chapter 32. Ying Feng. I have searched for you in vain, Colonel Hess. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia: men and women should not engage in close contact. Might I kindly ask you to release me? Hess raised an eyebrow. And then what? Will you simply run away again? Although you saved me, our acquaintance is scant, and our relationship does not warrant such a question. Ying Feng believed she could salvage the situation and resolved to deny everything. Humph. Hess's gaze gradually ignited with fury as he grasped her face, compelling her to meet his eyes. Do you think I am foolish? Or do you consider yourself to be more astute than I? Ying Feng wriggled free from his grasp, defiantly lifting her chin but unable to meet his gaze. I do not understand what you are saying. Please let me go. At that moment, she felt a sense of shame akin to a child caught misbehaving. Yet she still yearned to struggle futilely. However, the next instant, she was taken aback. Hess suddenly pressed her head against his chest. A warm droplet fell upon her crown. Then another, and another, more and more liquid, searing in its warmth, trickled down onto her head and cheek. Ying Feng remained stunned, pressed against Hess's chest, feeling his body tremble slightly, an amalgamation of fear, relief, anger, and a hint of grievance flooding her heart. Was Hess crying? Do you know how desperately I have searched for you? Please do not leave again, all right? Hess's humble and restrained plea fell like a peculiar note from the heavens, gently landing upon the lake of her heart. The surface rippled, and her heartstrings seemed to resonate with the descending melody. Ying Feng was utterly transfixed. Ever since her disappearance, Hess had been teetering on the brink of madness each day. The thought of finding Ying Feng, whether alive or dead, had sustained him through countless long nights. No one could fathom the joy and relief he felt upon discovering that she might still be alive. Yet today, he had almost lost her once more. Hess would never forget the moment he first laid eyes on Ying Feng again, her half-formed figure plummeting into the inferno. Such a sight was one he never wished to witness again. He had come perilously close to losing her forever, witnessing her demise right before his eyes. Thank goodness. Hess's tears fell silently into the lake of Ying Feng's heart. She had never seen this side of him before and felt momentarily at a loss. Despite the hardships they had faced and the trials they had endured, she had never seen Hess frown, let alone weep. Ying Feng fell silent as Hess held her tightly, the world around them fading away until only the two of them remained. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, scattering sunlight across the ground. It is enough, Ying Feng sighed. Hess, in this rare moment of vulnerability, was a sight she had never beheld. She would not allow him to suffer further. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if he would feel embarrassed once he regained his composure, a mischievous thought flitting through her mind. Ying Feng ceased her struggles, quietly allowing Hess to embrace her, offering silent solace. After all, she felt somewhat weak at that moment, and Hess's embrace was warm and comforting. At this moment, Ying Feng felt a slight drowsiness creeping over her. The twilight deepened, and the forest had succumbed to complete darkness. At this time, Hess had returned to his usual self, composed and collected, only to discover that Ying Feng had fallen asleep in his embrace. He held her tenderly, attuned to the rhythm of her heartbeat, savoring her presence. In that instant, Hess felt as though his hollow heart had been filled to the brim. The silvery moon cast a chill in the air, and the night breeze was as cool as water. In her slumber, Ying Feng felt a bit cold and instinctively nestled closer into Hess's arms. Hess knew they could no longer linger in the woods, despite his deep appreciation for the moment. After all, there would be ample time ahead. She could never escape from his side again. Hess informed Andrew, instructing the soldiers who had been on standby to return first, while he alone would take a helicopter to fetch them. Before long, the sound of the approaching helicopter blades grew louder. Hess tightened his windbreaker around Ying Feng and made his way toward the valley. The helicopter landed on a flat patch of grass. Colonel Andrew observed Hess carrying someone and dared not inquire about the situation, merely asking, "Where are we headed?" Non-personnel were not permitted to enter the Sait base without authorization. At that moment, Ying Feng awoke and found herself still cradled in Hess's arms, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Andrew discreetly exited the helicopter, retreating a considerable distance of at least 200 meters. Only then did Hess finally release her. He handed her a bag, remarking, "Don't even think about running away again," before he too disembarked from the helicopter. Upon closer inspection, Ying Feng realized it was her bag that she had hidden in the tree. A smile crept onto her face as she grasped the straps. After all, it was Hess, still as formidable as ever, even locating her concealed belongings. 5 minutes later, fully dressed, Ying Feng descended from the helicopter, holding Hess's coat. He had not strayed far, remaining less than 10 meters from the helicopter. Beneath the radiant moonlight stood a tall silhouette, the night breeze gently caressing his silver hair, his profile sharp and defined. "Thank you for your coat," Ying Feng said, handing it to Hess. He turned to accept it, his gaze slightly lowered as he locked eyes with her, silently draping his coat back over her shoulders, firmly insisting she keep it on. Ying Feng, unable to refuse, relented. "Speak," she said, raising her head and feigning ignorance. "Speak of what?" Hess nearly laughed in exasperation. "Why haven't you returned when you were alive?" Ying Feng continued her charade. "Return where? I'm just an orphan." "True, you are an orphan. But you still have," Hess began, intending to say me, but the words morphed into, "You have a brother." "My name is Ying Wu, and I'm a girl. I have no brother." All right. Hess was completely amused now. "Then, from today onward, you have a brother." He took hold of Ying Feng and guided her onto the helicopter. "Andrew, back to base. Please take me back to Kunloon base." "Thank you," Ying Feng said, glancing at Hess, formally acknowledging him for the first time. "I am from Kunloon base. I cannot return to Sait base." Hess suppressed his fury, his piercing gaze enveloping Ying Feng. Unfazed, Ying Feng met his stare, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Andrew, drenched in sweat, felt he should not be aboard the helicopter, but rather in the underground base beneath the valley. After a moment, it was Ying Feng who first faltered, diverting her gaze to the outside. "Hess, Ying Feng is dead. The one who lives now is Ying Wu." Hess gritted his teeth and declared, "Ying Feng is not dead. At this moment, she stands before me." Ying Feng turned to him, asserting, "She must be dead. If she is not, I cannot survive." "You are astute. Do not deceive yourself and evade reality." Hess clenched his fists tightly, acutely aware that Ying Feng spoke the truth. Yet, he was paralyzed by fear, terrified that Ying Feng might vanish again, or that in a moment of peril, he would not be by her side. Chapter 33. Hess presents the quantum brain to Ying Feng. Ying Feng seemed to perceive Hess's intentions. Gazing into his eyes, she spoke with an air of tranquility. "I am 18 now, an adult, No longer the defenseless child I was 8 years ago. Each individual has their own life to lead. Though our world is far from perfect, I must embark on my own journey. Having uttered these words, she lowered her gaze, a hint of serene acceptance gracing her lips. Most importantly, Hess, I do not wish to be a burden to you. You possess a promising future, being one of the youngest and most sought-after members of the Alliance. Your destiny stretches toward the stars and the vast sea. You should not find yourself ensnared in doubt because of me. She was undeniably a monster. Yet Hess was a normal person. Their worlds ought not to intertwine any longer. Hess remained silent, his violet-gray eyes filled with an icy demeanor. Yet a flicker of anger simmered beneath the surface, akin to golden sunlight illuminating a snow-capped peak, unfathomable and unyielding. After some time, Hess finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. I have one condition. Ying Feng raised her eyes, urging him to continue. I must be able to contact you at any time. Should I be unable to reach you for more than 3 days, I will stop at nothing to bring you back. At that point, I will confine you by my side, and escape will be a distant dream. Agreed. Ying Feng lifted her hand to provide him with her contact information, only to realize that her newly acquired quantum brain was missing. She recalled that she had lost her entire left hand earlier. How could the quantum brain still be there? I lost my quantum brain. That is not an issue. Hess retrieved a brand new, military-grade quantum brain from the helicopter. This is my spare. It is for you. He gently lowered his head, grasping her hand to secure the quantum brain around her wrist. Her silver hair cascaded softly over her arm, harmoniously contrasting with the sleek black device. Andrew could no longer bear the situation and swiftly exited the helicopter. Ying Feng stood entranced, watching Hess as he affixed the quantum brain to her. This scene mirrored a moment from months prior, when Hess had adorned her with the same device. A surge of emotion welled within her. Hess. Yes? After fastening the quantum brain, Hess released her hand and met her gaze. Ying Feng bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Thank you. Hess's posture stiffened momentarily before he quickly straightened, a hint of crimson flushing his ears. Andrew, we can take off now. Let's head to Kunloon base. Andrew? It was only then that Hess and Ying Feng realized Andrew had long since vacated the helicopter. Poor Andrew stood outside, braving the cold wind, helplessly clutching himself. He lamented his plight, feeling unjustly mistreated, utterly oblivious to when the colonel had departed. As the helicopter began its ascent, it gradually made its way toward Kunloon base. Direct landing at the Kunloon base entrance was not an option, for this was a military helicopter belonging to the said army. Without prior notification, entering the airspace of Kunloon base could result in dire consequences. They halted 20 kilometers from the Kunloon base. Ying Feng had already arranged for Du Ping to come and pick her up. As soon as the helicopter landed, Du Ping, with his typical exuberance, waved his arms and shouted, Sister Wu, I'm here to fetch you. Ying Feng stood by the helicopter door, smiling and waving back at him, prompting Du Ping to rush over eagerly. Sister Wu, you're finally back. However, upon seeing Hess disembark behind her, Du Ping's cheerful demeanor instantly faltered. Who is this person? He is undeniably handsome, yet his expression appears quite intimidating. Hess cast a cold glance at Du Ping before shifting his gaze back to Ying Feng, suppressing a hint of reluctance hidden in his eyes. Despite having consented to Ying Feng's return to the Kunloon base and her assurance of keeping in touch, Hess still felt a pang of dissatisfaction. The sight of an energetic young man arriving to greet Ying Feng further deepened his discomfort. Having shared over 8 years of life together, inseparable since childhood, it weighed heavily on Hess that Ying Feng now sought to venture into the world independently, leaving the paternal figure in him with a heavy heart. Ying Feng tossed her bag into the car and, with a casual farewell to Hess, gracefully entered the vehicle. Wait. Hess called out to Ying Feng. She rolled down the car window, looking at him in confusion. You're jellyfish. Hess retrieved the nearly empty jellyfish jar from the helicopter and handed it to Ying Feng. Why is there only one left? Ying Feng had assumed the jar was lost during the battle, surprised to find that it remained, albeit with just one jellyfish. Had most of it accidentally spilled out? No. Ying Feng looked up at Hess, her eyes tinged with curiosity. Hess offered a faint smile. It was simply consumed by a slumbering vine. What? Ying Feng was taken aback. Although it was merely a jar of chance encounter jellyfish, she felt an inexplicable guilt for having allowed her friend to be consumed. They had been on the verge of death. Without sustenance, they would perish. Now, With only one remaining, all resources would be concentrated on it, allowing it to survive. With a sigh, Ying Feng carefully secured the jellyfish jar, vowing to take good care of the last one. I shall take my leave now, goodbye. With time pressing on, Ying Feng waved her farewell to Hess as the car drove away. Hess remained rooted to the spot, watching as her vehicle disappeared into the distance. Andrew stood behind the colonel, as if he could hear the sound of a heart shattering. Colonel, Miss Ying has left. Shall we return now? Let us go. Hess turned and boarded the helicopter, knowing they would reunite soon enough. In the car, Sister Wu, where have you been these past few days? Duping asked, glancing at Ying Feng in the rearview mirror as he drove. Ying Feng leaned wearily against the car window, gazing blankly at the moon outside. Although she had just bid farewell with such nonchalance, she felt a twinge of sadness within. She had grown accustomed to life with Hess. Yet, she could no longer remain by his side, for it would only cause him trouble. Her very origins could lead many to cast suspicion upon Hess. She could not be a burden to him. Sister Wu, who was that person just now? Do you know him? Ying Feng lifted her long leg and kicked the front seat, admonishing, if it's not necessary, refrain from asking. Oh. Duping fell silent for a brief moment before her mischievous nature resurfaced. On the day you left, someone came looking for you. Those individuals gave me a similar impression to the one who just escorted you back. And what did you say? Of course, I responded as you instructed. I'm not foolish. I simply answer what others inquire. Noticing Ying Feng's silence once more, Duping's imagination began to weave a melodramatic narrative, akin to a 500. 000 word romance where one loves and the other does not, only to ultimately realize that she too harbors affection. A cliché tale of a domineering CEO pursuing his beloved. TSK. In her mind's theater, the plot escalated to the treacherous male antagonist administering a poison to harm the heroine, who is fortuitously rescued by the protagonist. Yet, the antidote requires a dramatic sacrifice, leading the male lead to give himself up for the heroine's salvation. After the cure, the heroine leaves behind a substantial survival fund card, departing with flair. Suddenly, a violent collision jolted the vehicle. Mini-theater, Ying Feng smiled at Hess. Hess, on the surface a minor incident, remained composed. Inner thoughts, screaming like a groundhog. Ying Feng's smile is utterly adorable. Chapter 34. Good night. Ying Feng nearly flew out of the vehicle. But her quick reflexes allowed her to grasp the handrail just in time, averting a catastrophic collision with the windshield. How on earth do you drive? Ying Feng admonished Du Ping with a swift strike. Sister Wu, I think I may have hit someone. Du Ping, momentarily distracted while driving, was now in a state of sheer panic. At this late hour, who would be wandering in the wilderness, unafraid of encountering monsters? As if in response to her thoughts, a creature suddenly leapt onto the hood with a resounding thud, its fanged maw snapping menacingly at the windshield. Instantly, a crack appeared, and a few more bites would surely shatter it. What do we do, Sister Wu? Ying Feng, already in a foul mood, decided that this unexpected outlet for her frustrations would be welcomed. She intended to examine the creature for any useful resources. With clenched fists, Ying Feng exited the vehicle. Sister Wu, take a weapon. Duping shouted nervously from the car, horrified at her unarmed approach. Yet, all he received in response was her nonchalant silhouette. I won't need it. What ensued was a one-sided confrontation. Although the creature was a second-tier mutated being, it stood no chance against Ying Feng's furious blows. After dispatching the pitiful creature, Du Ping made two resolute decisions in his heart. First, from this day forth, Ying Feng would be his unwavering leader, and he would follow her loyally. Second, he vowed never to provoke Sister Wu. Ying Feng tossed the mutated being into the trunk and wiped her hands clean before returning to the vehicle. Let's go. All right, Sister Wu. Upon arrival, she instructed him to sell the culprit in the trunk and use the proceeds for car repairs. If the funds fell short, he was to inform her. Any surplus would be his to keep. Thank you, Sister Wu. Duping replied dutifully, already resolved to return any excess to her. Upon returning to her cozy abode, Ying Feng took 10 minutes to shower before lying down on her bed. A bottle of purified water rested on her nightstand, containing a solitary jellyfish, the size of a mushroom, peacefully dormant and emitting a soft blue glow, serving as a nightlight. Soft light filtered through the blinds, casting gentle rays upon the bedside. Ying Feng raised her hand to observe her light brain, lost in thought. Just as she contemplated removing it to sleep, the device suddenly notified her of a new message. She swiped across the circular screen, revealing a small projection of a voice message. Upon tapping it, a rich, deep male voice resonated with impeccable sound quality. "Are you there?" It was Hess. Fearing he might come for her if she delayed her response, Ying Feng sprang from her bed. Her fingers flying across the screen as she typed a swift reply. "Yes, I'm here, about to sleep." Hess, still en route to the Sait base, seemed to anticipate her reaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Get some rest, don't kick the blankets." Ying Feng retorted, "I am an adult now." Hess, even as an adult, you cannot change your habit of kicking off the blanket. Ying Feng, all right, you've said your piece. So I shall refrain from further comment. At this moment, Hess felt quite pleased. A light laugh echoed across the distance, accompanied by a gentle, "good night." Ying Feng could not quite fathom why everything felt so peculiar. Hess seemed odd, and she felt odd as well. She shook her head and placed her light brain on the bedside table, intending to take on a task tomorrow to earn some money. Living alone necessitated earning ample survival credits. Having money in hand brought a sense of security. Ding, her light brain received another message. The compulsive Ying Feng had settled into bed but still got up to take a glance. "You have a pending transfer, amounting to 100,000 survival credits from Hess." Ying Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, she contemplated returning it, only to receive another text message. "Hess, 3 days." Ying Feng hastily replied. 3 days means I cannot go missing for more than 3 days, excluding this situation. Was Hess using 3 days as a term of threat? Hess, if you are not doing well, I will be concerned, and if I am concerned, I shall come to find you. Ying Feng's hand froze above the luminous keyboard, torn between anger and a realization of her own ingratitude. Perhaps it was best to accept it. After all, she had spent a considerable amount of Hess's money over the years. Thus, she persuaded herself, but accepting this transfer from Hess would likely lead to more in the future. What would that mean for her life? She desired to strive for her own success. It seemed Hess anticipated her thoughts, and before she could finish her internal conflict. Another text message arrived. "I want to be transferring often. This is your survival startup fund. From now on, rely on your own efforts." Ying Feng. Hess understood her too well. Before him, she felt like a blank slate. Frustrated, she clicked to accept the transfer and lay back down in irritation. Upon seeing the accepted transfer, a soft smile flickered in Hess's eyes. "Good night, Ying Feng." The following day, Ying Feng arrived at the task hall. Although she had accepted Hess's money, she could not afford to be idle. A fish without survival capabilities would not last long in a post-apocalyptic world. The task scrolling across the hall screen consisted primarily of minor assignments, with the occasional significant task snatched away at lightning speed. Ying Feng felt disheartened and intended to log onto the Black Commission network in search of more intriguing tasks. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. 3 burly men surrounded a young girl, and those around them dared not intervene. Those who knew better quickly relinquished their tasks. Otherwise, "I'll make you regret ever being born." "Ha ha ha, brother. Let me suggest you just take this little girl. To be honest, she is quite adorable." "Little sister. You're so small. Can you handle such a task? If you find it difficult, the brothers can assist you in the endeavor." The girl sat on the ground, desperately clutching her light brain, her eyes brimming with tears, yet refusing to let them fall. An instinct whispered to her that today, at the task hall, she would seize a significant mission, and she felt certain she would ultimately accomplish it. She feared them not. She would never relinquish the task, not even in death. The task, once claimed by a participant, could be cancelled before the employer's confirmation. Should it be cancelled, the task would return to the hall, allowing others the opportunity to decide whether to accept it. The 3 burly men, seeing the girl unwilling to yield the task, had no intention of showing mercy and prepared to seize it by force. Just as they moved, a chair struck the leader on the back. A voice, firm and righteous, echoed, questioning what kind of heroes would bully a young girl. Earning money was simple enough. One could venture outside to hunt monsters instead of resorting to thievery in the task hall. The 3 men immediately turned to locate the source of the voice, wondering who dared to challenge them. Bystanders quickly parted, making way for the one who had spoken. Chapter 35. The jellyfish Ying Feng stood amidst the crowd, engrossed while clutching a handful of sunflower seeds. Well done, Xiao Du. Even a hero can rescue a damsel in distress. At the edge of the throng stood a spirited young man, head held high, defiantly glaring at a burly figure who towered over him by a head. If one were to overlook his slightly trembling legs, his courage would indeed warrant applause. Du Ping had just arrived at the mission hall today when he witnessed 3 muscular men bullying a girl. Initially reluctant to intervene, he realized the victim was none other than the girl next door who had brought him soybean soup the day before. He couldn't simply ignore her plight after enjoying her kindness. Summoning his courage, he raised his middle finger and shouted, "Come here." The 3 hulking men were incensed by the provocation from a mere wisp of a boy, spitting in disdain as they advanced menacingly towards Du Ping. "You're a dead man today." As Du Ping saw the trio closing in, he took a deep breath, prepared for battle, and then turned to flee. Don't come any closer." Du Ping dashed through the onlookers, escaping into the distance. The crowd, realizing the excitement had dissipated, gradually dispersed. Sitting on the ground, Xiong Mingyin was taken aback by the unexpected bravery of her neighbor, Pingzi. Wiping her tears fiercely, she rose to pursue him. In a corner, Ying Feng put away her seeds, feeling somewhat exasperated. She only knew these 2 in the entire Kunloon base, if they were to be harmed. Rubbing her head in frustration, she followed after them. These 2 really know how to worry people. Du Ping was not particularly formidable in combat, but his skills in evasion were exceptional. Familiar with every street and alley of Kunloon's outer city, he was not easily pursued. However, these 3 men were no ordinary thugs. They were ruthless mercenaries, unflinching in their violent ways. They, too, knew the area well. Ultimately, Du Ping found himself cornered in a dead end. One of the thugs kicked Du Ping, taunting, "Why aren't you running now?" Since sprawling by the kick, he coughed up blood, struggling to rise as he forced a smile. "Big brother, I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? Then allow me to share a joke with you. Let's see how amusing it is." The thug delivered another punch, and the other 2 joined in, unleashing a flurry of blows. Xiong Mingyin stealthily trailed behind, eager to assist yet feeling her presence would only complicate matters, fidgeting anxiously as if she were an ant on a hot stove. At that moment, a shimmering yo-yo struck one of the thugs on the head. "Who the hell is seeking death?" the thug exclaimed, clutching his head and scanning the surroundings. The yo-yo, gleaming with vibrant colors, returned to its owner's hand. Both the thug and Xiong Mingyin looked up simultaneously. Perched atop the wall was a girl clad in an oversized hoodie, her hood drawn up, framing a pair of ocean blue eyes beneath tousled black bangs. You have gone too far." The jellyfish-branded yo-yo, having just awakened, was incensed by such inhumane treatment, its colors shifting in agitation. Ying Feng adjusted the length of the straps on her newly acquired transparent backpack and slung it over her shoulder. "You have been asleep for too long. I merely wished to rouse you." The jellyfish, infuriated, erupted in its native tongue. "Gulululu PJS. Lulu." Ying Feng replied, "I cannot comprehend. Speak in human language." The 3 burly men below glared up, cursing vehemently. "You little brat, are you seeking death? If you have the guts, come down, and I will make sure you regret it." Ying Feng swayed her feet gently, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she taunted, "If you dare, come up." Xiong Mingyin and Du Ping simultaneously exclaimed in delight, "Sister Wu." "Fifth sister." While Du Ping remained silent, Xiong Mingyin, the clumsy ally, inadvertently revealed herself. It was understandable, for since their last parting, she had not seen Ying Feng again. Aside from her brother, Ying Feng was her greatest source of comfort. The men, upon noticing Xiong Mingyin, recalled the mission that had been snatched from them. One of the brutes strode forward, seizing her. "You little brat, return our task at once." "Second brother, why waste words with her? Just take her out." Upon hearing this, the encouraged thug reached out with ill intentions towards Xiong Mingyin's chest. With a swift motion, Xiong Mingyin bit down hard on his hand, her ferocity so great that she dislocated his wrist. The man held in pain. As he cried out, he raised his hand, intent on slapping her into submission. Xiong Mingyin refused to release her grip, and just then, Ying Feng leaped down, tossing a metal rod from a scaffold near Xiong Mingyin. In that moment of crisis, without a second thought, Xiong Mingyin seized it and struck the thug fiercely on the head. The man attempted to evade, but Infong delivered a kick, sending him crashing directly into the sharp end of Xiong Mingyin's rod. The other two thugs rushed in, only to be met with a swift kick from Infong, sending one flying towards Du Ping. Seeing him fall, Du Ping wasted no time in mounting him and raining down furious blows. The last remaining foe found himself engaged with Infong, who fought leisurely while occasionally checking on Xiong Mingyin and Du Ping. Observing their struggle, she rushed over to lend her support. Half an hour later, Infong sat triumphantly atop the defeated thug, commanding the equally battered Du Ping and Xiong Mingyin in their brawl. Kick his stomach, bite his ear, bash his head, trip him. Hey, Du Ping, are you even trying? The girls are far fiercer than you. After another 30 minutes, all three thugs lay sprawled on the ground. Xiong Mingyin and Du Ping, utterly exhausted, collapsed beside each other, gasping for breath, their bodies aching. Yet, despite their pain and fatigue, they could not suppress their joy. Their bruised faces could not mask their exhilaration. They had truly emerged victorious. Infong twirled the jellyfish bottle as she approached them, crouching down beside her companions. How do you feel? Xiong Mingyin replied, awesome. Du Ping added, thrilling. Infong clapped her hands and rose. Can you still move? If so, let's go. It would be unwise to linger when others are on their way. Just then, a voice echoed from around the corner, followed by a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette, accompanied by a team of security personnel. The fully armed security team charged forward, guns drawn, demanding compliance from all present. What a disgrace, fighting within the base. With such energy, you might as well venture into the wild and battle monsters. Originally incapacitated by pain, Xiong Mingyin sprang to her feet. Sir, we were merely acting in self-defense. The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke, inquiring, now, explain what transpired. It was their fault to begin with. I secured the mission through my own swiftness. Why should I relinquish it to them? When I refused, they resorted to violence. And I was left with no choice but to defend myself. Xiong Mingyin asserted defiantly. And what are the other two? The man queried. Du Ping struggled to rise from the ground, stating, I merely stood up for justice in the face of injustice. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Infong, his eyes inscrutable, making Infong feel as though he were the prey of a hunter. Chapter 36, The Torment of the Three Scoundrels. Xiong Mingyin, concerned about implicating Infong, hastily stepped forward. Commander, this has nothing to do with Sister Xiaowu. I accepted a mission in the task hall, and these three ruffians intend to snatch my task. The other two are here to assist me. Infong subtly advanced a half-step, positioning herself protectively behind Xiong Mingyin. With her small water bottle in tow, she stood obediently, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child. Commander, I was merely passing by. Her innocent demeanor could have easily deceived anyone, were it not for Zhao Yan, who had observed the entire scene, with a cigarette perched between his lips. Zhao Yan's piercing gaze locked onto Infong. He nonchalantly uttered, I shall grant you another opportunity to speak. Feng's expression grew even more innocent. Her soft features accentuated by her casual attire of a hoodie and sweatpants, reminiscent of an unworldly student. She tightened her grip on the strap of her water bottle, her small feet nervously scuffing the ground, her large, round eyes filled with naive confusion. Commander, what would you like me to say? Zhao Yan chuckled softly. I just witnessed your impressive skills, little girl. He instructed his subordinates to investigate the backgrounds of the three individuals. Minutes later, his subordinate reported, Director Zhao. These three often bully the weak within the base and have a history of seizing resources from others during missions. They have already lost 7 points this year. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Yan's eyes. Such parasites did not deserve to remain in the base. Strip them of all their points and expel them from Kunloon base after they pay their compensation. Each ordinary resident of Kunloon base is allocated 10 points annually. If they are deducted entirely, they face expulsion. Points do not accumulate. If only 1 point remains, as long as they refrain from causing trouble, they will revert to 10 points the following year. Director Zhao, what shall we do with the three? His subordinate inquired regarding the fate of Infong and her companions. With a cigarette still in his mouth, Zhao Yan replied coolly, give them a verbal admonition and advised them to refrain from fighting within the base in the future. Du Ping and Xiang Ming exchanged glances of relief. "Thank you, Commander. We will certainly be cautious and not disturb the order of the base." At that moment, the three burly men regained consciousness and, upon hearing of their impending expulsion, quickly begged for mercy. "Commander, grant us one more chance. We promise not to fight again. The wilderness is far too perilous. Please let us off. If possible, just deduct 2 points instead of expelling us completely." The security personnel who had reviewed their past misdeeds wore an impatient expression. "We have given you numerous chances, yet you persistently disrupt the order of the base." Zhao Yan scoffed. "What do you think the base's regulations are?" A security officer chimed in. "Indeed. Do you believe points can be deducted arbitrarily?" A female security officer added. "Bring a few people. Drag them away. You three should promptly pay the compensation for the base's welfare and strive to conduct yourselves properly outside. Do not return to Kunloon base again. The exiles are required to return the benefits provided by the base, such as housing and security, with compensation calculated based on the duration of benefit enjoyment multiplied by their rank. These 3 men have resided at the Kunloon base for over 10 to 20 years. Thus, they must pay a substantial sum in compensation." After dragging the 3 pests away, Zhao Yan's gaze shifted to Ying Feng, his eyes gleaming with interest. The young lady possesses remarkable skills and is quite the catch. She must be recruited. Zhao Yan extinguished his cigarette, grinning like a cunning wolf. "My dear girl, would you be interested in working at a governmental institution? The work is exhilarating and the pay is generous." Realizing her disguise had been uncovered, Ying Feng removed her soft, innocent facade and chuckled nonchalantly. "Commander, please don't smile like that. It makes my heart race." Zhao Yan burst into hearty laughter. "Are you hoping for me to appear more fearsome?" Du Ping and Xiong Mengxing squeezed closer, exchanging knowing glances with Ying Feng, subtly suggesting she shouldn't miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. "Commander, which institution are you referring to?" "We are the younger siblings of Sister Wu. Is there a place for us there?" Zhao Yan's keen eyes scanned the 2 of them. He had observed their recent combat performance. Their foundations were weak, and they lacked courage, yet they possessed loyalty and kindness, along with an underlying fierceness that remained to be uncovered. "You two still have much to learn. Train diligently, and there will be opportunities in the future." With that, Zhao Yan turned his attention back to Ying Feng. "Have you heard of the Kunloon base's fire seed team?" "No," she replied, having only recently arrived, her familiarity with the base still limited. "Ah, it is an excellent place. Food and accommodation are provided, and dedicated personnel offer guidance and training, as well as rehabilitation and relaxation. The firepower resources available for missions surpass those of ordinary mercenary teams, ensuring greater safety." Ying Feng was intrigued. "Such a wonderful place, surely everyone would be clamoring to join?" Zhao Yan chuckled. "Do you think just anyone can enter the fire seed team? Besides the initial test, candidates must also undergo a field combat assessment as a second test. Only those who pass can join. I can recommend you waiving the initial test and allowing you to proceed directly to the second test. What do you say? Are you interested?" Ying Feng felt little inclination to accept and intended to decline, but Du Ping and Xiong Mingxing quickly pulled her aside. "Sister Wu, you absolutely must go. The renowned Kunloon Fire Seed team is filled with formidable individuals, truly impressive. Indeed, little Sister Wu, my brother once aspired to join and participated in several rounds of testing. Yet he couldn't even pass the initial test and was eliminated. Countless individuals strive to get in. If you don't go, you'll surely incite the envy of many." Xiang Mingxing lamented passionately. "The key point is, food and accommodation are included." Reluctantly, Ying Feng found herself swayed by Du Ping's remark about the provision of meals. Though her current housing required a monthly management fee of 100 survival credits, the cost of food was exorbitant. A simple meal of stewed beans with rice cost 60 survival credits. With resources scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, particularly for non-toxic food, she had little choice. "Fine. I'll give it a try. When is the testing?" Zhao Yan smiled with satisfaction and said, "You can start packing your belongings and return the house now. I will have my subordinate escort you to the training base of the Spark team." "Return the house now? What if I get eliminated?" she questioned. "I have faith in you. I am certain you will succeed," Zhao Yan encouraged, fearing that such a promising talent might slip away. If it comes to it, I can always arrange to return the house to you later. Ying Feng raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the gravity of his words. All right then. Zhao Yan instructed his subordinate. Xiao Zhou, accompany her and ensure she arrives at Old Su's place before the end of the workday. Understood, Inspector Zhao. With that, Zhao Yan departed with most of his team, leaving Ying Feng, 2 others, and a member of the security team behind. Ying Feng agreed to participate in the Spark team's assessment, and Du Ping and Xiong Mengyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister 5, remember, through thick and thin, do not forget the prosperous. Du Ping winked at Ying Feng. Sister Wu, once you join the Spark team, you must take me along to see it. It has always been my brother's dream, and by witnessing it, I would feel as though I am living it for him, Xiong Mengyin said, her spirits dampening once more as she spoke. Chapter 37. Ying Feng enters the inner city of Kunloon base. Ying Feng realized that she had once again recalled her brother's sorrow, prompting her to swiftly divert her attention. Very well, I shall have Pingzi escort you home. Where do you reside? After stating this, Ying Feng turned to Du Ping and instructed, this is a little sister I know. Please see her home. If she encounters any difficulties, do lend a helping hand if it is convenient for you. Xiong Mengyin composed herself and forced a smile. It's all right, Sister Wujia, you need not worry about me. I can take care of myself. Furthermore, I am acquainted with Brother Pingzi. We are neighbors. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng cast a surprised glance at Du Ping. Du Ping's face suddenly flushed with warmth. Fortunately, his bruised visage rendered the redness less conspicuous. A mere coincidence indeed. Understanding dawned on Ying Feng. No wonder the typically timid Du Ping had shown such bravery. Despite being inexperienced herself, she feigned a knowing demeanor, exclaiming, Ah, I see. Wujia, what is that expression on your face? Du Ping's face grew increasingly crimson, almost overshadowing the bruises he bore. Ha, it's nothing. Since you two are acquainted, I shan't prolong the conversation. That will be all. I shall take my leave. With laughter echoing, Ying Feng departed, accompanied by a member of the security team who was tasked with ensuring her safe passage. Kunloon Base Security Inspection Office. Zhao Yan lounged in his office, his legs propped on the desk as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. A luminous screen illuminated the surface before him, revealing a scowling old man with a white beard. Old Su, I am sending a little friend your way today. The old man turned his gaze toward the screen, his expression fierce. Has she been weaned? If not, I won't take her. That young lady possesses remarkable skills. She is undoubtedly a promising candidate. She should be exempt from the preliminary test and advance directly to the second round. She is bound to be accepted. Whether she can be accepted depends on the test results. It is not sufficient for you to simply assert so. Now, tell me, when will you return? We have already discussed that matter. It was not your fault. As he finished a cigarette, Zhao Yan hesitated before reaching for another, his earlier bravado dissipating as if struck by frost. With a flick, the lighter ignited, casting a small flame. Zhao Yan regarded the flickering light with a sardonic smile, then lowered his head to light his cigarette, resuming his cloud of smoke. Moderate your smoking. Do not perish in the wild or on the battlefield only to succumb to a lung ailment in a hospital. How pathetic. Master. Upon hearing this long-absent title, the old man set down the cloth he had been using to clean his firearm and turned his attention to the screen. Zhao Yan illuminated the lighter once more. Behold this flame, so small, so frail. A single breath could extinguish it. Yet I foolishly hoped it could ignite a conflagration amidst a storm, ultimately leading to its demise. If this is not my fault, then whose fault is it? Are you finished? The old man slammed a firearm onto the desk, scattering unassembled parts that rolled across the floor. Repeatedly discussing a matter reveals that everyone is prone to misjudgments. My own masterful errors from years past far exceeded the gravity of yours, yet I did not succumb to despair. This exaggerated display is neither appealing to me nor necessary. Now, be gone. With a resounding click, the irascible elder terminated the video call. Zhao Yan stared at the extinguished screen in silence, the office enveloped in a haze, casting a slight haze over his typically sharp and piercing eagle-like gaze. Ying Feng returned to her residence and tidied her belongings. With only a few items to gather, she completed the task in a mere 5 minutes. Outside the door stood a member of the security team. Ying Feng slung her bag over her shoulder. grasped her jellyfish container, and addressed the individual. "I'm ready. Let us depart." The security team member escorted Ying Feng into a vehicle, starting its engine and proceeding in a specific direction. Initially, she anticipated that the vehicle would head towards the outskirts, as they were en route to a training base, presumably situated in a spacious buffer zone. Much to her surprise, the vehicle continued its course towards the inner city. Within the Kunloon base, a strict hierarchy delineated the inner and outer cities. Most residents of the outer city would live their entire lives without ever entering the inner city. If the outer city belonged to the common folk, the inner city was the domain of the affluent and powerful. Despite existing in a post-apocalyptic world, humanity, regardless of the dire circumstances, will always have individuals who are inherently spared from suffering. Those privileged beings constituted half of the inner city's populace, while the other half gained entry through their own merit. Seated in the back of the car with her jellyfish container, Ying Feng noticed that the jellyfish appeared somewhat lackluster. She lifted it before her eyes for inspection, asking, "What troubles you? Are you feeling carsick?" The jellyfish, irked, swirled around in its vessel, retorting, "You're the one who is carsick. Your entire family is carsick." Ying Feng replied, "My family does not suffer from motion sickness. I am out of energy." The jellyfish, momentarily roused by Ying Feng's words, soon sank back to the bottom. Scratching her head, Ying Feng wore a troubled expression. "What do you eat? I shall fetch something for you." It was her first time caring for a jellyfish, and she lacked experience. "I do not consume food." The jellyfish hesitated, then continued slowly. "My energy source is light, akin to the photosynthesis of plants. The sunlight from 9:30 to 11:30 in the morning and from 3:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon is most suitable for my nourishment. In winter and summer, adjustments must be made based on the weather and temperature. Water changes must occur 3 times daily. Using only the morning dew from 5:30 to 6:30, meticulously filtered and distilled, to ensure my healthy growth and prevent illness." The jellyfish rambled on, while Ying Feng distilled the essence, sunlight, and water changes. Noting Ying Feng's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the jellyfish threatened to change colors. "Did you comprehend?" "Understood. It's simply sunlight and water changes," Ying Feng replied, hanging the jellyfish container on the hook by the window. "Let it bask. It is already past noon. The sunlight is too intense and unsuitable for me." The jellyfish protested, bouncing around in its vessel. Ying Feng reclined back, hands behind her head, joyfully observing the jellyfish shimmering in the sunlight, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. "Ascent, this quite suitable? Just look at how lively you are now. Stop your nonsense. You've already had your meal, while I am still uncertain about the whereabouts of my lunch." Amidst the playful banter between Ying Feng and the jellyfish, the vehicle glided into the inner city. Unlike the densely populated outer city, the inner city boasted a significantly lower residential density, emphasizing comfort and luxury. Ying Feng even caught sight of a golf course, expansive artificial lakes, and meticulously crafted hills, a true testament to the excesses of the affluent. The vehicle carrying Ying Feng came to a halt beneath a towering skyscraper. A member of the security team parked nearby and gestured for Ying Feng to disembark. They had arrived. As Ying Feng stepped out and looked up, he was taken aback by the impressive height of the building. Surely, the training base for the Spark team couldn't possibly be located here? Chapter 38. Arrival at the Ember Team Training Ground. Ying Feng, with her jellyfish bottle slung over her shoulder, gazed up at the technologically advanced edifice. As she pondered whether this was indeed a training base, a sudden opening appeared in the building's glass exterior. A jet fighter burst forth from within, soaring into the sky. Ying Feng exclaimed, "Isn't this an office building? How can there be a fighter jet?" The set base, where she had previously resided, was several times larger than the Kunloon base, complete with a dedicated military airstrip. Hence, witnessing a fighter jet emerge from a skyscraper was an experience entirely new to her. "Come on, let me take you up," said a member of the security team. Noticing Ying Feng's astonishment, a smile playing on his lips. Such a young girl, probably has seen anything like this before. Realizing the source of his amusement, Ying Feng did not dwell on it. Although she could not pilot a fighter jet yet, she was adept at flying helicopters, having learned from Hess. Originally, Hess had planned to teach her to fly a fighter jet once she enlisted, but that opportunity had yet to arise. Upon entering the building, Ying Feng was surprised to discover that it was even more expansive than she had imagined. The first floor featured a vast hall, with elevators buzzing up and down, opening and closing continuously. Staff members donned various colored uniforms, bustling about, apparently all engaged in work like her. The security personnel guided her to a dedicated elevator, which ascended at remarkable speed. It felt as though the doors had scarcely closed before they reopened, revealing they had reached the 128th floor. To her astonishment, the entire 128th floor unfolded before her as a miniature military training ground. In addition to the training area, there were numerous functional rooms, and at the far end, a corridor turned a corner, leading to an unknown destination. The sight of the training equipment and facilities evoked painful memories of the rigorous training she had endured under Hess over the past few years. Fortunately, she was here for work, not training, and with this thought, her previously pale complexion began to regain its color. After passing through a strikingly masculine sparring area, Ying Feng arrived at the shooting zone. Each shooting room was filled with muscular young men. However, she did not hear a single gunshot, a testament to the impressive soundproofing. The security personnel brought her to the door of an office. "This is where I leave you. Whether you pass the test depends solely on you." "Thank you," she replied. The security member departed, and Ying Feng knocked on the door. "Come in," boomed a voice, slightly aged yet still resonant. Ying Feng pushed the door open and entered. As she did, the muscular young men training outside immediately surrounded the entrance. "A newcomer has arrived, and it's a girl. Don't overlook the details. She's an exceedingly beautiful girl with a striking figure. Such fair skin, so stunning, and so well-proportioned. Her legs are slender, straight, and long. She looks quite young. Let us hope she's not a minor." "Surely not. If she were a minor, I wouldn't dare approach. Get lost. As if just because she's of age, you'd have a chance. If she truly wishes to stay, she's bound for the 129th team, and it has nothing to do with us. The fierce women of Team 129 are certainly not someone we can handle. If this young lady joins them, she is likely to transform into one of those formidable figures as well." Upon hearing this, the young men collectively felt disheartened. With a sigh, they decided to disperse. In the office, Ying Feng regarded the stern-faced elder before her and politely greeted him. "Hello, I am Ying Wu, here to participate in the assessment." The elder, Old Su, lifted his gaze to scrutinize Ying Feng. "Are you the young one Zhao Yan mentioned?" Zhao Yan. Ying Feng had not heard of him, but could surmise his identity. Was he the officer with the hawk-like gaze? Old Su nodded, affirming her intuition. "You've captured the essence quite accurately. Zhao Yan's gaze is indeed sharp, albeit his intellect leaves much to be desired." Setting aside his previous tasks, Old Su beckoned, "Follow me." Confused, Ying Feng complied and trailed behind him. The trainees, upon noticing Old Su's emergence, doubled their efforts, fearful that his dissatisfaction might lead to additional training. "Are you skilled in combat?" Old Su inquired as he walked ahead. "I manage," Ying Feng replied. Old Su continued, "And what of your shooting accuracy?" "It's decent, 9 out of 10 shots hit the target center." "Can you pilot a fighter jet?" "I cannot," she admitted candidly, as she had yet to learn. Old Su halted, casting a sharp glance back at her. "That doesn't align with what Zhao Yan conveyed. Wasn't it said that you excel at combat?" Nearby trainees, attempting to eavesdrop, slowed their movements, feigning to practice. "Zhao Yan strongly recommended you for the second round of assessments. Today, we are heading to a desolate city for training. You should accompany us. If you pass the evaluation, you may stay." Despite Ying Feng's seemingly unremarkable demeanor, Old Su was inclined to extend an opportunity to her. After his statement, he scanned the training area, quickly identifying 4 individuals who were slacking off. "Zhou Fei, Jing Yang. Sun Qian, Zhao Li, come here." The called-out trainees instantly abandoned their pretense, transitioning to genuine training, panting as they approached. "What is it, old man? Prepare yourselves. We depart for Yachuan Ruins in 5 minutes." Yachuan Ruins? Surely, they must have misheard. Hadn't they just visited last month? They dreaded returning to such a terrifying place. "Are you certain about the location, old man?" Sun Qian attempted to raise the corners of his mouth in a hopeful smile, urging Old Su to reconsider. "There is no mistake. It is indeed Yachuan. You failed your challenge last time, and today, you shall return." Without giving them a chance to argue, the elder waved his hand, urging them to hurry and prepare. Upon receiving Old Su's confirmation, the 4 trainees, looking despondent, began their preparations. Zhou Fei, prepare a set of gear for Yingwu, Old Su instructed. Understood. Zhou Fei rushed over, his face beaming with joy like a blossoming flower. Little 5. Come along with me. Fei Gu will equip you. Little 5, I shall assist you as well. Today, you must stay close to me. Yachuan is quite perilous. The 4 young men clustered around Ying Feng like peacocks displaying their plumage. Are you itching for a fight? Lao Su bellowed. You have 3 minutes left. Once the time is up, be prepared to board the plane in your skivvies. The group immediately scattered like startled birds, and Ying Feng was swept away with them. Moments later, the 5 stood before Lao Su, fully clad in their battle attire, ready for action. Chapter 39. Journey to the ruins of Yachuan. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Old Su promptly issued his orders. Zhang Yang, take the helm. Everyone, board the helicopter. Yes. The 4 young men swiftly climbed aboard the aircraft. Ying Feng lagged slightly behind, with Old Su being the last to board. Once inside, Ying Feng, like the others, settled onto the floor. Today's mission was to secure the museum's prized possession, the Imperial Seal of Emperor Yan of Northern Vietnam, before dawn. In this post-apocalyptic world, attitudes towards cultural relics were starkly polarized. One faction believed that it was a waste of resources to expend energy on artifacts that bore no utility for human survival. The opposing view held that ancient relics were splendid testaments to Earth's civilization, a race devoid of culture could not endure. Old Su stood firmly with the latter, advocating for the preservation of such relics. However, he prioritized humanity above all. Talent was the foundation of everything. A race bereft of people, no matter how rich in artifacts, would ultimately perish. Everything he did aimed to safeguard the enduring flame of humanity. As the captain of the Kunloon base's flame team, Old Su trained young individuals around the age of 20. Those who graduated under his tutelage and subsequently joined the military could, given time, become formidable leaders. While the relics from the Northern Vietnam era were undoubtedly precious, the lives of his team were far more invaluable. Get yourselves together. Don't let your lives become mere companions to the artifacts in the museum. Hearing this, the 4 young men wore grim expressions. The museum was located in the southwestern corner of the city center, an area once teeming with skyscrapers, but now overrun by mutated creatures and plants. Venturing there posed a significant risk. A misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. For a moment, the 4 felt devoid of any desire for romance. As the helicopter ascended, it veered southeast. During the flight, the group replenished their energy with some provisions, allowing Ying Feng to finally enjoy her delayed lunch. An hour later, she gazed out at the desolate, ghostly cityscape below, silently acknowledging its reputation for being a challenging test for many. Surviving in such a place required exceptional skill. Old Su had devised a dual strategy. One team would retrieve the seal while another remained in the shadows to protect Ying Feng, ensuring that no participant would perish in the test. Everyone, check your parachute packs and prepare for descent. Once all was in order, Old Su concluded that it would be prudent for someone to accompany Ying Feng down. Zhao Li, taking me with you. Yes, old man. Zhao Li beamed at the slightly envious expressions of the other 3, eager to display his prowess to the young lady. Ying Feng watched as Zhao Li approached with enthusiasm, wishing to convey that she was capable of parachuting on her own. Little Wu, we will be tethered together during the descent. I'll ensure you land safely. Zhao Li, at 20 years old, was handsome with a sunny disposition, flashing a bright, even smile. Ying Feng thought to herself, aside from her initial jump with Hess, she had always descended solo. 5 minutes remaining. Finalize your preparations. Zhao Li, be swift. Yes, old man Zhao Li, receiving the order. Swiftly retrieved the tandem parachute and safety tether, positioning himself behind Ying Feng and enveloping her in his embrace, preparing to secure her against his chest. No need for that. I can parachute, Ying Feng protested awkwardly. Don't worry, little sister Wu. I assure you, your brotherly will protect you. There's no need to be shy. I truly can parachute. I can manage on my own. Before Ying Feng could finish her sentence, a video communication request popped up from her wrist terminal. Upon seeing that the caller was her brother, her heart sank. Why must Hess choose this moment to initiate a video call? The nickname she had assigned him was deliberate. Hess was somewhat well known across various bases, and many were familiar with his name and appearance. "Little Sister Wu, is that your brother? Hurry and answer." "We are about to parachute," one of the boys urged. Ying Feng wished to keep her connection with Hess a secret and promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Hess, far away at the set base, frowned slightly as he watched the call end abruptly. Was it possible that Ying Feng was indisposed at the moment? Perhaps she was bathing, changing clothes, or entertaining guests. If that were the case, she would likely call back shortly. However, after waiting for some time, Ying Feng did not reach out again. Was she busy, or had something occurred? Ying Feng, aware that Hess was likely speculating about her current activities, found it inconvenient to communicate with him. To prevent him from overthinking, she resolved to send a quick voice message assuring him of her well-being, simply indicating that she was occupied. "I have a bit of a situation." Before she could complete her thought, several young men crowded around, each chattering in unison. "Hello, Little Sister Wu's brother. Rest assured, we will take good care of Little Sister Wu." Ying Feng immediately released the voice button, attempting to cancel the message. But the commotion of the boys thwarted her efforts, resulting in the message being sent inadvertently. Upon receiving the lively voice message, Hess felt a wave of unease wash over him. What was Ying Feng up to? Why were there so many boys around her? Did she realize that, as a young woman, she ought to maintain appropriate distance from males? In that moment, Hess found himself in a rare state of disarray. Not only worried for Ying Feng's safety, but also inexplicably feeling a pang of jealousy and frustration. Ding Hess's terminal received another message. Seeing that it was from Ying Feng, he opened it immediately. It was a text message. "I'm fine. I have a task today, and I'm with several teammates. Safety is not an issue. The mission is about to commence, so I want to have time to respond to your messages for now." After reading her message, Hess felt somewhat reassured. If she was engaged in a task, being with a group would indeed enhance her safety. He knew he should trust Ying Feng's abilities, especially now that she possessed plant mutation capabilities, making her stronger than before, yet he couldn't shake off his concern. With that thought in mind, Hess quickly sent a message back. "Hess, enable location sharing. I need to know where you are." As Feng only had time to activate the location sharing feature, he was abruptly thrown from the helicopter by Lao Su, who offered him no opportunity for protest. In the end, he was compelled to leap from the helicopter with Zhao Li. Canopies blossomed above the ruins of Yachuan, descending into the embrace of uncertain peril. Chapter 40. The two-headed devourer of fierce wind swept through a cluster of umbrella flowers, causing them to drift slightly from their intended landing spot. However, it mattered little, as the ruins below resembled a monstrous beast with gaping jaws, eagerly awaiting the unwitting minions to leap into its maw. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a dilapidated neighborhood suddenly erupted with an array of oversized, mutated Venus flytraps. With a thunderous roar, the crumbling structures of the ruins were thrust aside as these 2-meter-wide monstrosities, seemingly equipped with accelerators and endowed with sight, charged towards the descending paratroopers. "Scatter," commanded Zhou Fei, the temporary leader of the 5-member squad, maintaining his composure. The team received the order through their headsets and swiftly dispersed in different directions. "Zhang Yan to the northeast. I'll take the southwest. Sun Qian, cover Zhao Li. And Zhao Li, protect Xiao Wu." "Over." Received, over. The members, upon receiving their instructions, expertly lifted their silenced weapons and commenced firing. Puff, 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 puff. One giant flytrap after another was dispatched with precision. As they exploded, their viscous innards sprayed forth, a vivid crimson resembling blood, which corroded the outer walls of the surrounding buildings. 5 minutes later, the group landed safely. Yet, no sooner had they touched down than enormous two-headed devourers emerged from the depths of the ruins. These adult two-headed devourers measured over 10 meters in length, resembling gargantuan worms, each as thick as 2 people embracing. Each end bore a massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, capable of crushing reinforced concrete walls with the ease of biting through tofu. The ground trembled. The earth shook. The two-headed devourers surged forth like powerful tank treads, causing precarious buildings to collapse in their wake. The 5-member squad was compelled to scatter amidst the falling debris. Famished from their years of scavenging on carrion, the two-headed devourers were driven by their keen sense of smell. Drawn to the sweet aroma of fresh humans, igniting an insatiable hunger as they sought out the fleeing prey. Zhali sprinted ahead, dragging Ying Feng along, his predictions precise. Dodging falling debris with skill, he dispatched any monsters that obstructed their path and fled from those too formidable to confront, successfully leading Ying Feng out of the Devourer's territory. After this 100-meter sprint, Zhali was only slightly breathless, his physical prowess commendable. "Don't be afraid. I will keep you safe," he assured Ying Feng, placing her in a relatively secure corner of a small room. "Stay here and don't move. I'll check the situation ahead." Zhali gently touched his earpiece, receiving a soft response from Ying Feng's headset, the signal intact. "Don't worry. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Just stay put." Without waiting for her reply, he swiftly and discreetly exited the small room, closing the door behind him as he ventured forward to assess the situation. Ying Feng watched Zhali's retreating figure, uncertain of what to say. She had come to participate in the test. Why was she given an opportunity to prove herself? "There are good things here," the jellyfish hanging from Ying Feng, positioned alongside the sniper rifle, suddenly came to life, its color transforming from a tranquil blue to an excited golden hue. "What kind of thing? Where is it?" Ying Feng stood discreetly by the window, keenly observing the situation outside, her fingertips gently tapping against the jellyfish bottle. 1 kilometer directly south, 3 layers underground. What lies there remains to be seen, but I can sense an alluring fragrance emanating from it. Just then, Zhali suddenly returned, bursting through the door and urgently pulling Ying Feng along. "Shall we hurry?" The moment they fled the small room, the ground beneath them erupted violently. With a resounding crash, the earth split open, and 3 colossal, dual-headed devourers surged forth from the fissure. The force of their emergence scattered Zhali and Ying Feng, propelling the lighter Ying Feng into the air. Directly beneath her, a dual-headed devourer awaited with its gaping maw. "Shall we?" Zhali raised his sniper rifle and unleashed a barrage of shots at the beast. The creature's head exploded in a shower of crimson mist, and Ying Feng plummeted through the sanguine haze, adjusting her posture mid-fall to land upon the severed remains of the devourer, rolling to dissipate most of her momentum upon impact. Despite having lost half of its body, the devourer retained a formidable vitality, and one of its heads lunged swiftly towards the freshly landed Ying Feng. The distance was too short. There was no time to shoot. With remarkable reflexes, Ying Feng executed a roll. Thud! The devourer's jaws clamped down where she had just been, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Quickly regaining her footing, Ying Feng raised her sniper rifle and shot the creature as it lifted its head. "Well done, Xiao Wu. Truly impressive and courageous," Zhao Li exclaimed as he dispatched another devourer, rushing over to pull Ying Feng away as they fled, praising her fervently. He had been genuinely terrified moments before, fearing that Ying Feng might be devoured, but her quick instincts had saved her. Another devourer pursued them, snapping its jaws. Boom! Suddenly, the beast was struck by an explosive blast. Dust and debris filled the air, smoke swirling all around. Zhali, Xiaowu. Quickly, it was Zhou Fei and Zhang Yang. The four successfully regrouped. Whereas Sun Qian? Not sure, but the communication signals are normal. You should be fine. Let us go. Without uttering a word, Ying Feng joined them in their frantic escape. Zhou Fei was quite astonished, not expecting Ying Feng to keep pace with them. Perhaps she truly had the potential to pass the test and remain with their Spark team. Noticing their expressions, Zhao Li lauded Ying Feng profusely. Xiao Wu was incredible just now, facing that charging devourer without a hint of fear and firing a shot to take one down. You're amazing. Zhou Fei gently patted Ying Feng's helmet. Xiao Wu, you are so brave. Zhang Yang chimed in, also giving her helmet a light tap. Zhou Fei, at 21, and Zhang Yang, at 19, along with Zhao Li, all towered over 185 centimeters, making the petite Ying Feng, at just over 170 centimeters, appear even more delicate and charming. Feeling bashful under their praise, Ying Feng couldn't help but smile at their sincere, sunny faces. With that smile, she resembled a green sprout breaking through the soil to greet the morning sun. Despite the dust upon her face, she radiated strength and beauty, like a flower blooming amidst ruins. The three were left utterly mesmerized. Be careful. Suddenly, Ying Feng forcefully shoved aside Zhang Yang and fired his weapon at a decrepit old corpse clad in tattered robes that had emerged from the shadows. A zombie. The three were taken aback, It had been so long since they had encountered one that they had presumed they had been eradicated. A sense of dread washed over Ying Feng, another zombie. During the apocalyptic era spanning 4 decades, humanity had developed a suppressant for the zombie virus, successfully curtailing the advance of the undead horde. This particular zombie could potentially be linked to the group that had previously bitten her. Zhou Fei's expression turned grave. The presence of a zombie here was alarming. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let yourselves be bitten. Zhao Li suddenly shouted. There's a signal from Sun Qian. He is nearby. Following a cacophony of crackling static, Sun Qian's voice crackled through their headsets. There are zombies. So many zombies. Chapter 41. Alien sea anemone and wedge-shaped insect. Sun Qian sprinted desperately, relaying his discoveries to his teammates. A horde of zombies lay to the southwest of the beacon tower. The 4 of them lifted their gazes toward the tower. The beacon tower was a landmark they had established prior to their mission to gauge direction. Now, being directly west of the tower indicated that the zombie horde was not far behind them. Go to support Sun Qian, Zhou Fei decisively commanded, leading the group southward. Ying Feng said nothing, closely following their footsteps, eager to uncover the nature of these zombies. The path to assist Sun Qian was fraught with peril, teeming with various mutated plants and creatures. As they reached the center of a plaza, the ground suddenly trembled violently, causing the surrounding buildings to sway precariously. Alert! Zhou Fei shouted, and the group immediately formed a protective circle, bracing for battle. Boom! Boom! The entire plaza erupted, as countless gigantic alien plants burst forth like the tentacles of a sea anemone. The 4 were scattered completely. Each tentacle bore a mutated insect the size of a car. Are you all right? Respond, over. Zhou Fei emerged from the dust, finding a relatively safe spot. Zhengyang is fine, over. Zhao Li is okay. But Xiao Wu is missing, over. Ying Wu is fine, over. Though, she had fallen below ground. Ying Feng looked up, her vision filled with flailing alien plant tentacles. She had landed in an underground parking garage. Zhao Li's voice came through. Xiao Wu, find somewhere concealed immediately. Be cautious. We will come to your aid as soon as possible. The group had yet to gauge Ying Feng's capabilities, perceiving her merely as a girl with some combat prowess. As the dust settled, Zhang Yang's despairing voice pierced through their headsets. My heavens! It's the alien sea anemone and wedge-shaped insect. Crack! Crack! Enormous wedge-shaped insects descended from the tentacles of the alien sea anemone, their massive mandibles razor-sharp, snapping open and shut as they approached their prey. Anything they encountered was devoured. The previously troublesome 2-headed giant carnivorous worm was swiftly severed and consumed, while the skin and entrails were discarded for the alien sea anemone. The alien sea anemone provided shelter for the wedge-shaped insect larvae and secreted a special mucus, the perfect sustenance for the larvae. Adult wedge-shaped insects would always bring a share of their catch back to the alien sea anemone, signifying a symbiotic relationship. This particular alien sea anemone was of medium size, hosting approximately dozens of adult wedge-shaped insects, with hundreds of eggs and larvae at its roots. After dispatching a few giant carnivorous worms, the wedge-shaped insects turned their attention to Zhou Fei and his companions. Their shells were exceptionally tough. Bullets struck as if against iron plates. Thus, the shells of the wedge-shaped insects were highly coveted resources. Typically, humans hunting wedge-shaped insects would assemble a mercenary team of dozens, meticulously preparing before embarking in heavily armored off-road vehicles to hunt them down. The most effective method for capturing the wedge-shaped toad is with a hunting knife. A 1-meter-long blade, when inserted between the crevices of its shell, can inflict significant damage while preserving the integrity of the carapace. Nowadays, few possess either a vehicle or a hunting knife, and the numbers are dwindling, leaving them to confront a species that is both gregarious and swift, with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Merely surviving demands every ounce of their strength. Currently, an individual must contend with 7 or 8 wedge-shaped toads. Within mere minutes, injuries have already occurred, the scent of blood heightening the toad's frenzy. Crack! Crack! They all rush towards the source of the sanguinary aroma. From his elevated vantage point, Zhao Li spots the injured Zhengyang being besieged by over a dozen wedge-shaped toads, and the situation appears dire. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushes forward. becoming bait as he shouts and fires provocatively at the toads, successfully redirecting a significant portion of them. Zheng Yang seizes the opportunity to escape, quickly covering his wounded arm as he retreats to a concealed spot. Zhao, be careful. I will come to your aid shortly. Zheng Yang hastily retrieves a roll of bandage from his pocket, swiftly wrapping it around the injury on his arm. I'm fine. Just take care of yourself, Zhao replies. Though, in truth, he is being pursued by more than 20 wedge-shaped toads. Zhao, lead them to the northwest corner. I've set a trap. At this moment, the voice of Zhou Fei crackles through the earpiece. The three individuals in the plaza work together to eliminate the wedge-shaped toads, while below, Ying Feng discovers their long-lost companion, Sun Qian. He lies ensnared within a mass of transparent slime, caught in the grasp of an alien sea anemone's tentacles, unconscious and vulnerable. Further below lies the digestive sac of the anemone, which is now slowly opening, threatening to engulf Sun Qian entirely. Without a second thought, Ying Feng draws the military knife strapped to her calf and charges forward, careful not to attract the attention of the adult toads on the ground. She discreetly emits her plant signals to obscure her presence from the anemone and its larval forms. The knife, sharp and precise, severs a tentacle. The alien sea anemone, possessing animal-like nerves, convulses violently from the pain, and before it can drop Sun Qian into the digestive sac, he is flung aside. Encased within the slime, Sun Qian suffers little impact and lands safely on the ground. Ying Feng quickly slices through the slime, and Sun Qian emerges, resembling a mass of vomit expelled from the gelatinous sphere. Without delay, she drags him to a relatively safe hiding spot, assessing his condition and clearing the mucus from his mouth and nose. Sun Qian, Sun Qian. Ying Feng slaps his face a few times, but when he shows no response, she lifts him and positions him across her knees, gently nudging him. Ugh, cough, cough. Sun Qian gasps for breath, and Ying Feng immediately lays him flat once more. Can you walk? Though his senses remain clouded, Sun Qian is aware of the peril surrounding him. Remaining still would spell his demise. Nevertheless, with great effort, he manages to rise from the ground. At that moment, a wedge-shaped toad detects the unusual activity below, its eggs and larvae scattered by the thrashing of the pained alien sea anemone. The intelligence of an adult wedge-shaped toad is comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, instantly recognizing that a malevolent biped has infiltrated its lair. With a cacophony of sounds, over a dozen wedge-shaped toads descended along the tendrils of the alien hibiscus. Hurry, Ying Feng urged, supporting Sun Qian's shoulder as they sprinted deeper into the underground garage. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the collaboration of the three above bore fruit, sending more than 20 wedge-shaped toads soaring into the air. Aside from the tenacious toads pursuing Ying Feng and Sun Qian, only a few remained above. Through their concerted efforts, the trio ultimately vanquished all the wedge-shaped toads. At that moment, they attempted to connect the earpieces of Ying Feng and Sun Qian, only to discover that both signals had vanished. Chapter 42. The Wrath of Ying Feng. The viscous secretions of the alien land lily possess a paralyzing effect on the human body. Although Sun Qian has regained consciousness, he currently exists in a state akin to that of emerging from general anesthesia, a condition that would incapacitate an ordinary person from maintaining wakefulness. Ying Feng hastens him into the depths of the pitch-black underground garage, a realm not only shrouded in darkness but also cluttered with a myriad of haphazardly parked vehicles, severely hampering their escape. In the shadows where Sun Qian cannot see, slender tendrils emerge from Ying Feng, serving as her eyes in this impenetrable gloom. Xiao Wu, where are we fleeing to? Sun Qian was utterly blind, akin to a sightless individual with open eyes, only able to perceive the persistent crackling sound behind him. The noise of the wedge-shaped mantis shrimp's claw-like appendages clashing. We found ourselves in the subterranean level B1 of the central square, surrounded by a multitude of these mantis shrimps that needed to be shaken off. At that moment, the psychic tendrils of the jellyfish suddenly sprang to life. The treasure lies just ahead. It's so aromatic. I crave it. Yet something is approaching from ahead. Having acclimated to the darkness for quite some time, Sun Qian finally discerned some indistinct outlines. He gasped in horror and whispered urgently, Xiao Wu, we mustn't run in that direction. There are zombies ahead. He had just sprinted over from that direction, overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. Among the four, his combat prowess ranked the lowest. His true expertise lay in the realm of network technology. Naturally, when faced with insurmountable odds, retreat became his only option. Unfortunately, during his escape, he stumbled and fell into a viscous trap set by the alien land flower, instantly ensnared by the sticky substance, resulting in paralysis and unconsciousness. Similar to the wedge-shaped toad, the alien land flower also possessed a rudimentary level of intelligence. This predicament posed a significant challenge for Ying Feng. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, burdened with a heavy load. If indeed a horde of zombies awaited them ahead, further progress would be impossible, especially considering that the wedge-shaped toad at least had knowledge of their numbers. Xiao Wu, let's retreat and eliminate the wedge-shaped toads, then break through. There was no time to spare. As they spoke, the ground reverberated with thunderous footsteps, accompanied by the ominous crackling sounds echoing behind them. Both zombies and wedge-shaped toads had inexplicably arrived in close proximity. The wedge-shaped toad revels in fresh meat, showing disdain for desiccated, dried zombies. Likewise, the zombies, confined to a single location for an extended period, have been famished for far too long. Today, they are determined to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Ying Feng had already prepared to incapacitate Sun Qian with a vine and hide him away, intending to engage in a fierce battle with the zombie and the wedge-shaped toad. However, he soon discovered that the wedge-shaped toad was already in combat with the zombie. In a world where resources are scarce, both factions yearn for fresh sustenance. Unwilling to concede ground, witnessing this predicament, Ying Feng felt an increasing weight of despair, for these zombies exhibited a certain level of intelligence. This was undeniably alarming. A single intelligent zombie posed a greater challenge than 100 mindless ones, especially considering there were nearly 100 of them present. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Ying Feng cleverly deployed numerous plant signals to completely obscure both his and Sun Qian's presence. Then, at the opportune moment when the two factions were embroiled in conflict, he made a discreet escape. Remarkably, his chosen path led directly toward the direction where the jellyfish had mentioned there were valuable treasures to be found. At this moment, Sun Qian and Ying Feng's eyes had fully acclimatized to the darkness, and prior to this, Ying Feng had already retracted all the tendrils. After a prolonged respite, Sun Qian's lethargy had largely dissipated, restoring his combat prowess. Not far behind them, the battle between the zombies and the wedge-shaped toads had concluded, with the undead triumphing due to their overwhelming numbers. The horde of zombies resumed their relentless pursuit of Ying Feng and Sun Qian. This particular group of zombies moved with alarming swiftness, defying the sluggishness typically associated with their kind, racing towards them with limbs contorted at unnatural angles. With escape no longer an option, they resolved to fight. The two immediately raised their silenced weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The dimly lit underground garage hampered Sun Qian's accuracy significantly. Ying Feng fared slightly better, though still not to her usual standard. They possessed flashbangs and flashlights. Yet illuminating their surroundings could attract even more unknown zombies. Thus, they could not afford to take that risk and instead resorted to stealthy combat. Against zombies, a shot to the head was imperative. Any other hit was futile. Even if a zombie was reduced to half its form, it would still crawl forward in a futile attempt to bite. To their dismay, their ammunition quickly depleted. Sun Qian grasped a military knife in each hand, his gaze fierce and resolute. Xiao Wu, do you know how to use a grenade? I'll create an opening for you. Once you're out, throw the grenade and obliterate this wretched horde. Ying Feng was taken aback. And you? Don't worry about me. Just ensure your own survival. Sun Qian, armed with his dual blades, charged into the throng of zombies. Watching his determined figure, Ying Feng felt a surge of emotion. She could never bring herself to sacrifice another for her own escape. And it was far from the time for Sun Qian to make such a selfless act on her behalf. She had yet to unleash even half of her potential. In the shadows, Ying Feng ceased to conceal her prowess, brandishing her military knife as she plunged into the swarm of zombies, decapitating them with lethal precision. Each strike was swift and forceful, akin to cutting through vegetables. Within mere minutes, she had amassed a collection of severed zombie heads. Sun Qian struggled to discern her movements, perceiving only her astonishing speed, which momentarily startled him, nearly causing him to be tackled by a zombie. Fortunately, Ying Feng swiftly intervened, dispatching the creature with a decisive strike. The headless zombie stumbled forward before crashing to the ground. "Stop dawdling." Ying Feng's sharp voice rang in Sun Qian's ears, snapping him back to reality as he resumed the battle, his perception of her shifting dramatically. She was no longer merely Xiao Wu. She had transformed into an incredibly formidable warrior. As Ying Feng fought with increasing ferocity, she soon noticed something amiss. The zombies appeared entirely disinterested in attacking her. Their sole focus was on Sun Qian. If not for her remarkable speed, he might have noticed the anomaly. Recalling her prior experience of being bitten, which had miraculously left her alive yet transformed into a hybrid between a woman and a plant, she pondered whether there were further changes she had yet to comprehend. The fact that these zombies refrained from attacking her suggested a single possibility: she was one of them. This realization plunged her heart into despair. Yet from that depth arose a fierce indignation. These accursed zombies! This damned apocalypse! Kill, 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 let them all perish. Driven by fury, Ying Feng's figure moved with such swiftness that it nearly became a blur, annihilating every zombie in the vicinity. Sun Qian was left astounded. After Ying Feng had eradicated all the undead, an intense aura of slaughter still emanated from him. In the darkness, Ying Feng's silhouette appeared hazy, and Sun Qian felt as though he had witnessed the arrival of a deity of death. After a considerable pause, Sun Qian hesitantly spoke. "Xiao Wu, where shall we proceed from here?" Unbeknownst to him, Sun Qian had inadvertently placed Ying Feng in a position of leadership. Chapter 43. Is this something a girl can achieve? Move forward. Delicious food awaits. After a moment of silence, the jellyfish sprang back to life, yet Ying Feng was resolute in ignoring its pleas. Ahead lay an unknown peril. With Sun Qian by her side, she was uncertain of retreating unscathed without revealing her tendrils. Behind them was the lair of the wedge-shaped toad. And with 3 other teammates, a pincer movement could potentially annihilate the remaining creatures. Let us return and seek out Zhou Fei and the others. Ying Feng and Sun Qian turned to flee, but their progress was halted only a short distance later. A fire exit corridor leading back had inexplicably collapsed. And apart from this, the remaining 3 directions were shrouded in darkness, concealing untold dangers. "Xiao Wu, what should we do?" Sun Qian turned to Ying Feng once more. In the shadows, Ying Feng furrowed her brow. It appeared they would have to seek an alternative route. Her fingers lightly tapped the side of her water bottle, seemingly in contemplation, but in truth, she was communicating with the jellyfish. "Ying Feng, do you wish to savor that delicacy?" "Jellyfish, indeed, I do." "Ying Feng, then you must guide me to a relatively safe exit, so we can escort Sun Qian out and then pursue the treasures you desire." The jellyfish paused momentarily, as if deep in thought while searching for a way out. Its species trait allowed its mental tendrils to extend far and wide. Since entering this dim underground garage, the jellyfish had restrained its bioluminescent nature to avoid attracting the attention of countless lurking monsters. "Take the left. There is an exit to the basement on that side. And this path is devoid of monsters, but you will need to breach a fire corridor gate. This fire corridor gate is a civil defense door, quite thick. Forcing it open will require some strength, but it has been sealed for ages and is likely corroded." "Understood." Ying Feng turned to Sun Qian. "We go left." With that, she dashed toward the left, and Sun Qian hurried to follow, inquiring as they ran, "Xiao Wu, where does this lead?" "I do not know." Of course, Ying Feng would not divulge the existence of the jellyfish. Everyone believed she merely had a small pet. Little did they know how formidable this jellyfish truly was. This city had been abandoned by humanity for 70 years, and the underground garage was filled with forsaken vehicles, including countless luxury cars from the world before the apocalypse. As they sprinted, the number of obstructing vehicles increased, many of their doors ajar. Beneath a thick layer of dust lay dried, dark bloodstains and echoes of despair. Numerous vehicles bore the scars of violent collisions, stacked haphazardly atop one another, a testament to the panic and terror that gripped the populace at the onset of the apocalypse. Suddenly, the jellyfish's voice resonated in Ying Feng's mind. "The car to the left, the one beside the pillar, contains a sharp, long knife." Ying Feng paused, and Sun Qian assumed she had noticed something unusual. "What's wrong, Xiao Wu?" Feigning nonchalance, Ying Feng strolled toward the indicated vehicle. "I thought I heard something over here. I'll go check." After inspecting several nearby cars, she finally approached the one rumored to harbor the long knife. The car's windshield lay shattered, and despite the dust that enveloped it, Ying Feng immediately spotted a long box resting on the back seat. She tugged at the car door, finding it unlocked. However, the years had rendered it rusted shut. With a slight exertion, the entire door fell away, echoing with a clang in the stillness of the subterranean garage. In the darkness, nearby creatures scurried away in fright. Sun Qian approached, asking, "Xiaowu, what have you discovered?" "A long box," Ying Feng replied, as she dragged the box from the vehicle. Much of the dust was shaken off, revealing its ancient patterns. The box was crafted from exquisite mahogany, preserved remarkably well in the absence of light and moisture. It bore a small lock, which Ying Feng dispatched with the handle of her military knife, shattering the verdigris-covered lock with a gentle strike. Sun Qian, captivated by her actions, crouched down beside her. Upon opening the box, layers of waxy film emerged, the outermost layer already decaying, yet the interior appeared increasingly pristine. As Ying Feng peeled away the final layer, the true nature of the contents was unveiled, a long knife, seemingly untouched by time. Wrapped in a leather sheath, the blade and hilt, forged from high-quality steel, showed no signs of corrosion. Ying Feng lifted the knife, feeling its weight, and remarked, "Xiaowu, this is a remarkable find." Sun Qian's expression was one of astonishment. The knife looks formidable. With a swift motion, Ying Feng unsheathed the blade, and even in the dim light of the garage, it gleamed with a chilling brilliance. "This knife is truly impressive," she exclaimed, inspecting it closely, her gaze flickering. It was an unfamiliar blade she had encountered in a comprehensive compendium of cold weapons by Hess. "You possess a wealth of knowledge," Xiaowu, Sun Qian said, increasingly admiring her, hinting at his potential to become her devoted follower. With the knife secured at her back, Ying Feng urged, "Let us continue our journey and depart from this place swiftly." They soon realized they were nearing the exit the jellyfish had mentioned. After a short distance, they halted. "Xiaowu, this path is obstructed. There is a civil defense door that requires a combination lock to open. It appears quite sturdy. Stand back. I will attempt to breach it." Sun Qian drew his military knife and struck at the lock, but it remained unyielding. After another blow, it still did not budge. He continued to strike and hack at the lock, only managing to dislodge a few flakes of rust. "Let me give it a try," Ying Feng said, unsheathing her newly acquired blade and pacing near the civil defense door. She noticed that the wall adjacent to the right pillar was cracked, with moisture allowing mold to flourish in that area. Years of rainwater infiltration had left the wall in a dilapidated state. "This is the spot," she declared, focusing intently on the damaged area. Gripping the knife firmly, she channeled all her strength into a decisive thrust at the severely corroded crack. The blade, keen and sharp, sank deep, yet the door and wall remained obstinately unmoved. Ying Feng grasped the knife, shielding Sun Qian's line of sight with his body. From his palm, a vine sprouted, swiftly winding around the hilt and burrowing into the crevice of the wall, creating a tumultuous motion. To Sun Qian's perspective, it appeared as though Ying Feng was manipulating the knife handle to agitate the gap, seemingly attempting to bring the wall down. Sun Qian thought, "Little Five must be overly optimistic. The thickness of this wall would require at least a sledgehammer to break through." In the next moment, Ying Feng sensed it was time and retracted both the knife and the vine. Sun Qian stepped back 10 meters. Sun Qian, perplexed but obedient, retreated the required distance, questioning, "What are you planning to do, Little Five?" Ying Feng did not respond, instead taking a few steps back before executing a powerful spinning kick aimed at the wall. With a thunderous crash, dust enveloped the air, choking and thick. The wall collapsed dramatically, allowing a beam of light to pierce the darkness. While countless particles danced in the luminous shaft, Sun Qian exclaimed in shock, witnessing Ying Feng's silhouette against the light, profoundly astonished. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? And she is but a girl. Chapter 44. Through the test, Sun Qian found himself engulfed in existential doubt. The deafening crash of collapsing walls drew the attention of dangerous creatures lurking in the distance. "Sun Qian, hurry." The two of them emerged from the shelter, finally greeted by the light of day. The commotion not only attracted perilous beings, but also summoned Zhou Fei, Zhao Li, and others towards them. "Xiaowu, Sun Qian," Zhou Fei exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over. "Fei Ge," Sun Qian responded, equally delighted to reunite with them. "I was so worried." I thought I had lost you. Zhao Li dashed forward and enveloped Sun Qian in a bear hug. His embrace was not sufficient, as he also attempted to hug Ying Feng, only to be gently rebuffed by the three of them. Xiao Wu, it's truly wonderful that you're safe, Zhao Li remarked. Zhou Fei added, if anything had happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your father. In the face of their concern, Ying Feng smiled warmly, genuinely touched by their protective instincts. Even though she was capable of fending for herself, she held a favorable impression of the group. Now that we are all together, let us continue our mission. Nightfall approaches, and we must reach the Yachuan Museum before darkness envelopes us. The 5-member team found their bearings and proceeded toward their destination. My belongings. Are you not taking them? The jellyfish protested, returning to the illuminated area and beginning to glow once more, its anger transforming it into a radiant neon jellyfish. Calm down, your belongings are right here. They won't escape. I will find an opportunity to retrieve them. Ying Feng reassured the jellyfish, indulging it as a form of compensation for the earlier consumption of its kin. At that moment, Zhou Fei's earpiece crackled to life with a command from Lao Su. Zhou Fei, mission suspended. Zhou Fei immediately gestured for his team to halt, leaving them puzzled. The next instant, Lao Su connected with everyone's earpiece, allowing all to hear his voice, though he primarily addressed Ying Feng. Ying Wu. This operation is far more perilous than I anticipated. I believe it is imperative to clarify a few matters with you now. The group turned their attention to Ying Feng, whose expression remained unchanged, tranquil as ever. Yes, please proceed. We are the Spark team of the Kunloon base, an elite training unit within the Kunloon Armed Forces. Outstanding graduates are directly inducted into the military without further enlistment tests. Just now, having emerged alive from the underground, you have passed our assessment. Welcome to the Spark team. Ying Feng felt a wave of amusement, so she had passed the test. Yet, she was unaware that members of the Spark team would eventually join the military. Had she known this earlier, she would have certainly refrained from participating in the assessment. However, her thoughts were now consumed by the inexplicable appearance of the zombies on 2 separate occasions. The fact that the zombies did not attack her, was it due to her abilities as a plant mutant, or was it something else? Ying Feng's gaze darkened, pondering whether she had become akin to the undead, merely appearing human for various reasons despite her true nature. Moreover, the scenes and creatures she witnessed in the underground laboratory. Could they possibly be connected to these zombies? A series of enigmas entwined her heart, rendering her particularly attentive. Upon exiting the underground facility, she was grievously wounded. And after her true identity was exposed by Hess, she momentarily forgot to inquire about the aftermath of the laboratory. She resolved to ask Hess how he dealt with that underground base. Presently, her priority was to comprehend the situation regarding the zombies here, thus she could not leave hastily. May I take a day to ponder this? You still need to think? What is there to deliberate? Isn't our Spark team satisfactory? Old Su expressed his dissatisfaction. Oh, you must grant me some time to consider. This is not merely a one-sided test, is it? I must inform you. Our Spark team is not a marketplace where one can come and go as they please. You need to make a decision promptly. Will you stay or not? Ying Feng furrowed her brow at his words. The old man was indeed difficult to deal with. If she were to remain with the Spark team, she would be reluctant to join the strictly disciplined military in the future. Must I enter the military after graduating from the Spark team? Principally, yes, Old Su replied. Ying Feng seized upon the loophole in his statement, implying that it was also possible not to join. On the other end of the communication, Old Su raised his eyebrows, questioning, what is wrong with entering the military? The resources available to you there far surpass those of ordinary citizens by countless magnitudes. Furthermore, Old Su paused, his tone becoming rather nuanced, and you might not even graduate from the Spark team in due time. Many underperforming or unable to endure the training drop out midway. Ying Feng chuckled lightly, do not provoke me. With the Spark team, your lodging and meals are fully covered, and you receive a stipend of 4,000 survival credits each month. Ying Feng. She was reluctant to participate, yet the benefits offered were quite substantial. As for the military, that could be addressed later, since it was merely a principle. Whether she would join remained her own decision. Very well. Upon hearing Ying Feng finally agree to stay, Old Su felt a sense of satisfaction. He had a monitoring display beside him, showcasing Ying Feng's and other team members' performances during this mission. Old Su had installed monitoring locators on the 4 team members, Zhou, Zheng, Zhao, and Sun, and even Ying Feng's every action in the bunker was under his watchful eye. Ying Feng's performance in the bunker exceeded his expectations significantly. That Zhao Yin fellow, aside from lacking intelligence, possesses an unwavering knack for judging character. Zhou Fei. Install a locator on Ying Wu as well. Understood, father. Zhou Fei retrieved a magnetically attached monitoring device, no larger than a button, and affixed it to Ying Feng's helmet. Ying Feng's brow slightly furrowed. Old man, are you monitoring me? The jellyfish sensed the anger emanating from Ying Feng at that moment and curiously swirled around in its vessel. Did you not know? You knew? Indeed. I was aware from the very beginning. Why didn't you inform me? Who knew you were unaware, Ying Feng? It was the first time she had been vexed by a jellyfish. Sensing the increasingly vigorous anger emanating from Ying Feng, who seemed ready to cast her aside, the jellyfish languidly remarked, if you find it displeasing, I can readily obscure that old man's surveillance signal for you. Do you possess such an ability? Ying Feng expressed her surprise, her ire dissipating by half. Of course, have you forgotten that I assisted you in disrupting the surveillance signals at the underground research facility? Upon this reminder, Ying Feng recalled the incident. Very well, should you detect any further surveillance upon me, do remember to inform me. The jellyfish remained silent, merely performing a haughty twirl in response. The exchange of mental energy between Ying Feng and the jellyfish went unheard by others. Old Su, upon hearing Ying Feng's inquiry, displayed no hint of guilt. This is a test. I must ascertain your capabilities, while simultaneously ensuring your safety. Every time we venture out for training, all team members are equipped with this device, allowing for real-time tracking of their locations and conditions, as well as the collection of training data. Does that mean I'll be exposed while bathing, using the restroom, or changing clothes? Ying Feng was acutely aware of her current status as a girl. Such nonsense. If you need to change, simply cover yourself with something, and nothing will be visible here. Old Su, taken aback by her retort, fumed, his beard bristling in indignation. How dare this little girl treat him, Su Dueo, with such disrespect? I refuse. What? Old Su furrowed his brow. I abhor the thought of being constantly monitored. I have decided to withdraw from the Spark team. Despite her alliance with the jellyfish, she remained resolute in her refusal to be subjected to constant scrutiny, feeling it bore no difference to her previous state of exposure. Moreover, she could not perpetually obscure the surveillance signals without arousing suspicion from Old Su. She had no intention of revealing the jellyfish's abilities to anyone, not even to Hess. Chapter 45, Zombie Base? Zhou Fei, Zhao Li, and the others did not anticipate that Ying Feng and Old Su would reach an impasse so swiftly. Just 5 minutes ago, they had agreed to join the Fire Seed team, only to withdraw now. They held a fondness for Ying Feng, particularly the youngest among them, Sun Qian, who admired her greatly. Zhao Li furrowed his brow and softly reassured, Little Wu, the surveillance device can be turned off. If you truly dislike it, you may disable it. Ying Feng responded with a thin smile that masked her true feelings. And what about yours? Is it perpetually operational? What difference does it make if I turn mine off? The group exchanged glances. Naturally, their devices needed to remain on, as they would later seek their father's analysis of the mission's strengths and weaknesses, along with potential improvements. Zhou Fei, the temporary leader of this operation, found Ying Feng's perspective rather misguided. Yet he understood that her lack of formal military training and her rebellious nature could account for her stance. He stated, the higher-ups need to be apprised of the operation's progress at all times to adjust strategies based on real-time conditions. This is both standard and essential in warfare. Ying Feng recognized that Zhou Fei's assertion was likely valid, at least from the military's viewpoint, but her circumstances were distinct. As a mutated plant human, she could not exist under the scrutiny of others. It was a lapse in her earlier considerations. Having said what needed to be said, they parted ways in ideology. Old Su's voice rang out. Since you are unwilling to join the Fire Seed team, there is no reason for you to remain in the perilous ruins of Yachuan to carry out this mission. I will arrange for a helicopter to take you back. No need, Ying Feng replied resolutely. One must see things through to the end. Since I have come, I will complete the task before returning. She exuded an air of righteousness while internally calculating her next move. Primarily, She had yet to ascertain the origin of the zombies and needed to retrieve the valuable item spoken of by the jellyfish. Old Sue's voice turned grave. Are you certain? If you refuse to join the Fireseed team, you are no longer under my command, and I have no obligation or responsibility to ensure your safety. I strongly advise you to leave on that helicopter now. You had no necessity to come here in the first place. The helicopter was already circling above them. With an air of nonchalance, Ying Feng replied, My safety does not require the protection of others. Simply give me a lift on your way back. Ultimately, the helicopter dropped a supply package before departing. Zhengyang opened the package to discover 5 sets of supplies. Clearly, one of them was designated for Ying Feng. Despite his harsh words, Old Sue had still prepared something for her. Little Wu, do you truly not wish to join us? Zhengyang sighed. As they all held a certain fondness for her, Ying Feng smiled gently. Even if we cannot be teammates, we will remain friends. Zhao Li and Sun Qian felt quite disheartened, yet they understood that one cannot force matters. Zhou Fei extended a portion of the supplies to Ying Feng. Here, little Wu. Take this. It is your share. Thank you. Ying Feng replied with a grateful smile, accepting it without pretense, for this was not the time for sentiment. She was already troubled by the lack of supplies. The contents of the package were comprehensive, containing water and ammunition in abundance. Half an hour later, the team prepared to set off once more to continue their mission. However, Ying Feng was not inclined to accompany them. Xiao Wu, why aren't you coming with us? Aren't we supposed to undertake this task together? Zhao Li exclaimed, bewildered, as he stepped forward to gaze at Ying Feng in confusion, hoping she would reconsider. Ying Feng, confronted by Zhao Li's earnest, pleading eyes, offered a bashful smile. I have something to attend to. You all go ahead, and I will catch up shortly. Zhao Li, unaware of Ying Feng's remarkable abilities, merely considered her to be somewhat more agile and brave than the average girl, and promptly objected, No. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. It's safer to stay with us. Zhou Fei and Zhengyang nodded in agreement. Sun Qian also nodded. But his thoughts diverged from those of the others. Being with Xiao Wu was genuinely reassuring. It's fine. You needn't worry about me. I will definitely catch up with you, Ying Feng stated, turning in the opposite direction of their mission's destination. After walking a short distance, she looked back and said, If I have not appeared at the predetermined boarding location before the mission deadline, just leave without me. Prior to the mission, Lao Su had already established the deadline and boarding point. Thus, Ying Feng parted ways with the team, intending to return to find the jellyfish for something important. Ying Feng proceeded cautiously through the ruins, emitting plant signals to mask her human presence as she walked, striving to avoid attracting the attention of mutated creatures. Yachuan was among the first cities to succumb to the zombie virus. Once a premier global metropolis, it had transformed overnight into a desolate ghost town. Overrun by zombies and strewn with mutated plants and creatures, she gently tapped the jellyfish bottle, saying, From now on, you must monitor the surroundings in real time. Inform me of any dangers or if anyone is watching me, and now go get what you need. Got it. Don't worry, the jellyfish replied excitedly, spinning in place. Ying Feng returned to the underground bunker, entering through a different entrance this time. The paths indicated by the jellyfish were relatively safe and short, allowing her to reach the underground level -2 without obstruction. Entering from here will grant me access to what I need. The jellyfish hesitated, finally stating, It's a bit dangerous in there. You should think carefully about whether to proceed. Ying Feng raised an eyebrow. Don't you want that item anymore? Of course. I want it, but if you were to perish inside, I might also meet the same fate. At this stage, the jellyfish was unable to leave Ying Feng. After all these years in this place, it was encountering a human capable of communication for the first time. The jellyfish's origins were shrouded in mystery, and it had no intention of revealing them to Ying Feng. It was aware that Ying Feng had consumed many of its kin, yet it felt unqualified to blame her, especially since it had relied on her for survival. Without her guidance, they would have perished long ago. Now that there was one of it, there would eventually be many more. In the darkness, Ying Feng leaned against a wall, needing to gather more information before deciding whether to enter. First, tell me what dangers lie within. The jellyfish paused for a considerable time before slowly responding. Inside is an underground zombie base. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng was taken aback. Although her ears were of no use, she still instinctively dug at them, somewhat incredulous as she asked, What did you say? A zombie base? The jellyfish replied softly. It is a base of intelligent zombies, possessing intellect akin to that of normal humans. Chapter 46. Ying Feng is taken back to the set base by Hess. A super fat chapter? A zombie town? Intelligent zombies? Ying Feng's posture stiffened. Her expression is dark as the depths of a stormy sea. She had believed that zombies had been entirely eradicated by humanity. Now, she was confronted with the unsettling revelation that not only did they still exist, but they had also evolved to possess intelligence. This was no longer a personal concern. It was a matter of grave importance for all of humanity. Without hesitation, Ying Feng made her way outside, realizing that this situation required careful deliberations. Entering alone would merely serve to provide the zombies with sustenance. Jellyfish seemed to anticipate Ying Feng's departure, remaining silent. Though she would feel a pang of sadness at missing out on a feast, the preservation of life took precedence. The sky had succumbed to darkness, rendering nighttime operations exceedingly perilous for humans. The members of the Fireseed team had already found a relatively safe refuge, taking turns to keep watch and rest. After exiting the underground facility, Ying Feng sought a concealed and secure location. Vines sprouted from her ankles, burrowing into the earth to draw nourishment and recuperate. Jellyfish was assigned the duty of keeping watch, instructed to awaken Ying Feng should danger arise. In her semi-vegetative state, Ying Feng was more adept at cloaking her presence from the senses of the creatures inhabiting the ruins than merely emitting plant signals. Nearby entities perceived her solely as an unappetizing vine. Time passed swiftly during their respite, and just before dawn, Jellyfish abruptly roused Ying Feng. Something is approaching. Without opening her eyes, Ying Feng swiftly retracted her vines. A rustling sound emerged from the debris, reminiscent of a small creature scuttling across the ground. However, Ying Feng was acutely aware that it was not a mere animal. Jellyfish would only issue a warning for creatures that posed a threat. In the next moment, the ground began to tremble, as if something heavy was being dragged across its surface. Ying Feng immediately heightened her alertness. The dawn light had yet to fully penetrate the mist, but she discerned the silhouette of a small girl, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, rummaging through the ruins. In an instant, the child was toppled by a towering figure, tumbling down the heap of debris. As Ying Feng drew closer, more figures materialized from the fog. The girl, having rolled down the refuse, struggled to rise and began to ascend another mound of garbage. After a brief moment, she appeared to discover something of interest. Her excitement evident as she attempted to unearth it, only to be seized by another adult and unceremoniously tossed aside. Ying Feng's gaze sharpened. If she did not intervene, the girl would collide violently with a heap of steel and concrete. Concealed behind her cover, Ying Feng pressed one palm against the ground, and a cluster of vines swiftly surged from her hand into the earth. Utilizing the mist for concealment, a burst of vines blossomed amidst the rubble, mitigating 90% of the impact as the girl approached the debris. The child, though appearing to have struck hard, sustained minimal injury and rolled onto the ground once more. Before the girl could look up, Ying Feng quickly retracted the vines. Were there still inhabitants in the ruins of Yachuan? This place had been desolate for 70 years. Fraught with peril, and even mercenary teams seldom dared to venture here in search of supplies. It was a haven for mutated beings. The presence of ordinary humans was inconceivable. A troubling suspicion settled within Ying Feng's mind. As dawn broke and the morning breeze began to stir, the mist gradually dispersed. It was then that Ying Feng beheld a sight that left her utterly astounded. Figures with faces either ashen or pallid crawled down from the heaps of debris, dragging whatever they had scavenged, all moving in a singular direction. Their eyes were devoid of pupils, a lifeless gray hue enveloping them. Numerous sutures marred their bodies, and beneath their tattered garments, the deep concavities of their chests and abdomens revealed the absence of any internal organs. Each figure was cloaked in a profusion of hair, black, blue, red, while the nauseating stench of decay wafted through the morning air. Among them was a little girl, her body a dark, shriveled silhouette, covered in short white fuzz. One of her legs appeared dislocated, bent at an unusual angle. Silently, she adjusted her limb back into place. Clutching a tattered teddy bear and other odds and ends she had unearthed from the refuse, and proceeded towards the throng. However, after taking a mere step, she halted. Gazing in the direction where Ying Feng had concealed herself, and spoke softly, "Sister, are you not going back?" Her voice was hoarse and her tone peculiar. lacking any trace of childhood innocence, reminiscent of a windblown bellows or a lifeless radio. Ying Feng was taken aback. How could the girl discern her hiding spot? She was certain she had not revealed herself. Observing Ying Feng's stillness, the little girl's stiff expression seemed to reflect a hint of distress, prompting her to approach directly. A chill ran down Ying Feng's spine as she braced herself for confrontation. The girl maneuvered around a cluster of obstacles and finally laid eyes on Ying Feng. Yet she refrained from advancing further, merely stating, "Sister, it will soon be light. If you do not return, the door will close." "Close the door?" Ying Feng queried. Maintaining her composure, "What time does it close?" "At 5:30. Sister, do you not know? Have you just awakened? Is this your first venture out for supplies?" Ying Feng responded ambiguously, unsure how to reply without revealing her circumstances. "Then do you remember the way back?" "I do not." "Then let Xiaohua guide you back." The little girl seemed elated at this prospect, her rigid facial muscles twitching in what could only be described as a semblance of a smile. However, her grin was more terrifying than her frown, enough to frighten anyone of weaker disposition into tears. This was the first time Xiaohua encountered someone willing to converse kindly with her kind. How delightful. Just as Ying Feng intended to decline. A sudden cacophony erupted in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. A piercing shriek sliced through the air. The little girl trembled, clearly startled. Ying Feng's earpiece crackled with signals from the fire team and others. A few hundred meters ahead, Zhou Fei and his group were engaged in a confrontation with this horde of grotesque beings. These entities, whether zombies or otherwise, moved with alarming swiftness. Their nails elongated by the wind into razor-sharp talons, impervious to gunfire. "Quickly, sister, we must flee. It is dangerous," the little girl urged. "You go ahead. I will follow shortly," Ying Feng replied. "You do not know the way. Xiaohua will take you back," the girl insisted, rushing over to grasp Ying Feng's sleeve and pulling her along, fearing that it might detect her normal body temperature. Ying Feng hurriedly lowered her temperature to that of a plant, feeling like a cold vine. She surmised that these zombie-like creatures were likely the intelligent zombies referred to by the jellyfish as the zombie stronghold. To her astonishment, this little zombie considered her one of its kind. The thought that she might also be a zombie unsettled her deeply. Ahead, the battle raged fiercely. Zhou Fei and his companions numbered only 4, while the zombies were in the dozens, all endowed with intelligence, their combat prowess vastly superior to that of ordinary zombies. Perhaps they understood that they were shunned by humanity, and despite their intellect, they remained hidden in the underground zombie base, emerging only at night to scavenge for supplies. After all, with human intellect, they should still retain some vestiges of human habits. The little zombie led her in a frantic dash, weaving left and right, ultimately lifting a manhole cover in a corner and diving down. It looked up at Ying Feng and said, "Sister, this is a secret passage I discovered. It leads directly back to the base. Hurry down." Ying Feng glanced at it. Despite its terrifying and rigid face, she could sense that it had once been a sweet and kind child. "Sister won't return just yet. I must go rescue others first. You head back quickly, be obedient, and don't come out." After saying this, Ying Feng covered the manhole and dashed towards Zhou Fei's direction. The little zombie felt a twinge of concern for this agreeable sister's safety, yet its fear of the outside humans prevailed, leading it to silently pray for her safe return. Ying Feng proceeded straight towards the source of the thunderous sounds. The ruins obstructed her path, but she climbed over them, striving to reach the battlefield with utmost haste. Zhou Fei, Zheng Yang, and the others faced multiple zombies each, the battle proving intensely stalemated. These zombies, though intelligent, had lost their memories of humanity. They were now adversaries to humans, and wounds inflicted by them could still turn the living into zombies. The zombies were taken aback, never expecting a human would dare to venture into the perilous ruins of Yachuan. This was their territory, although they were aware of their former humanity. They were now incapable of coexisting peacefully with humans. It was a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do. In this world, many matters are devoid of right or wrong, merely differing stances. As the first rays of dawn pierced the gloomy sky, Ying Feng finally reached the battlefield. Standing atop a high pile of ruins, she slowly drew the weapon from her back. The golden sunlight glinted off the blade, resembling a burning sword of light. "Xiaowu, Xiaowu." The 4 below also noticed Ying Feng, their expressions a mix of astonishment and joy. Gripping her weapon, she leaped down from the ruins, her sole purpose now being to protect humanity. Like a cheetah charging into a herd of antelopes, Ying Feng wielded her weapon with formidable ferocity, swiftly decapitating 3 or 4 zombies in a single strike. As their emaciated bodies were severed by the sharp blade, not a drop of blood spilled, nor were there any entrails to be found. A profound sense of fear arose among the zombies. Why was this kindred spirit aiding humans? Ha ha ha. The zombies' windblown throats emitted no sound, yet they were consumed by an unparalleled fury. A traitor. Among them lurked a traitor, howling in a cacophony. The zombies appeared to vent their rage while simultaneously summoning something. What are you dawdling for? Ying Feng barked sharply, rousing the astonished Zhou Fei, Zheng Yang, and the others. They were calling for their companions, Xiaowu. Except for Sun Qian, the other 3 had not anticipated Ying Feng's formidable prowess. After half an hour of collaboration, all the zombies at the scene were eradicated, yet it seemed that more were converging towards their location. A helicopter appeared from the distance, lowering 2 rope ladders. Everyone. Mission aborted. Ascend immediately. Zhao Li and Sun Qian, positioned close to the helicopter's direction, swiftly clambered up the rope ladders, simultaneously reaching out to Ying Feng. Xiaowu, hurry. Something big is approaching. The jellyfish sensed a terrifying pressure and immediately warned Ying Feng. As the jellyfish's warning fell, a torrent of water suddenly surged from the direction of the debris mountain, resembling a tsunami. The debris mountain was obliterated by the water torrent, crashing down like a mudslide towards the group. What is that? The horrifying water curtain bore down upon the helicopter with the weight of a mountain. My heavens! Fear gripped the group. Why would a tsunami manifest in an inland city? Ying Feng promptly shoved Zhou Fei and Zheng Yang towards the rope, urging them to ascend first while he held the rear. Time was of the essence. The pilot of the helicopter, terrified by the approaching water curtain, gripped the control stick and thrust it forward, causing the helicopter to lurch ahead. As the helicopter surged forward, the inertia of the rope ladder caused it to rise, prompting Zhao Li and Sun Qian to grasp Zhou Fei and Zheng Yang tightly. Zhou Fei and Zheng Yang simultaneously reached out and clutched the fabric of Ying Feng's shoulder. 5 individuals dangled from the rope ladder, facing the terrifying and bizarre water curtain. Delicious. It's in the water curtain. The jellyfish suddenly shouted. Are you out of your mind? How can we eat that? Ying Feng nearly succumbed to exasperation. How had he failed to notice its gluttonous nature? The water curtain loomed ever closer, demolishing countless debris piles. Yet the helicopter seemed unable to ascend. Overloaded, unable to accelerate. A frantic shout from the pilot crackled through the headset. Throw one off, or we will all perish. Throw your mother. Not a single one can be sacrificed. Zhou Fei shouted back vehemently. Zheng Yang echoed his anger. There were only a few of them. How could they possibly be overburdened? Insufficient power. The pilot's voice trembled as he revealed that he had forgotten to fuel the helicopter that morning, and the warning lights were blinking ominously. The water curtain drew nearer, rising ever higher, nearly matching the helicopter's altitude. The mist had already enveloped the faces of the 5. The dark blue water curtain resembling a monstrous maw, poised to swallow the tiny helicopter and its minuscule human occupants whole. Hurry! If we don't sacrifice one in 3 seconds, we all shall perish. The pilot's voice echoed with a sense of impending doom. Death was not terrifying, yet for the first time, he found himself gripped by a profound fear of mortality. Zhou Fei gritted his teeth, pulling Ying Feng towards the rope ladder, intending to sacrifice himself to save everyone. But in the next moment, his grip loosened, and Ying Feng broke free, plunging into the curtain of water. The 4 of them roared in rage. Xiaowu. A tremendous wave surged forth. The weight was reduced, causing the helicopter to accelerate slightly. The massive wave crashed down, violently striking the rope ladder. The tempestuous winds and turbulent currents thrashed about, causing the helicopter to sway uncontrollably, ultimately being swept away by the powerful downdraft of the wave. Gurgling beneath the surface, Ying Feng was tossed about in the water, rising and falling, disoriented and unable to control herself. The instinct for survival transformed her body into tendrils, akin to a vine. The jellyfish's container shattered, releasing it into the water, its tentacles ensnaring Ying Feng's vine-like form tightly. Ying Feng. Wake up! Ying Feng. Hearing her name called, Ying Feng, in a daze, extended her tendrils, attempting to grasp anything within reach. Yet, whatever she seized was swiftly swept away by the current. The jellyfish, in a state of frantic desperation, caught sight of what it desired. In the center of the water stood a shadowy figure, holding a luminous orb in its hand. That is the object. The figure seemed to sense an observer, its gaze locking onto the jellyfish with precision. In the next instant, it propelled itself forward, charging toward the jellyfish like a torpedo. In a heartbeat, it was upon the tendrils and the jellyfish, uttering strange words in a peculiar dialect. Translation: Who would have thought that on this journey, I would stumble upon the primordial mother? What incredible luck! The jellyfish, taken aback by the appearance of a Canberra being, nearly lost its grip on the tendrils. High-frequency sound waves. The jellyfish emitted a burst of high-frequency sound waves, instantly awakening Ying Feng. Ying Feng, run. For the first time, Ying Feng felt the profound fear emanating from the jellyfish. When she finally beheld the green-skinned, yellow-spotted humanoid monstrosity before her, her shock was no less than that of the jellyfish. Danger! Danger! Run! Run! Her brain frantically sent signals to her body to flee. But she realized there was no escape. If she could not run, then she would fight. To the death. In an instant, Ying Feng's tendrils ignited with a fierce energy, growing rapidly and ferociously. The blue toxic spines extended for the first time to 20 centimeters, and the concentrated venom shot forth, causing all aquatic creatures in the vicinity, save for the monster and the jellyfish, to succumb to the poison almost instantaneously. The green-skinned, yellow-spotted creature was taken aback, exclaiming, Translation: How could the Eldra Thorn Vine appear here? The jellyfish was equally astonished. It knew Ying Feng was a mutated vine plant, but it was unaware that she was an Eldra Thorn Vine mutant. This was its first encounter with a fully transformed vine. The green-skinned, yellow-spotted creature immediately turned to flee, but the tendrils would not allow their prey to escape. At that moment, Ying Feng had completely lost her sanity. In that instant, in that place, she was the true master. The colossal vines resembled a creature from the abyss, their long tendrils curling like elongated appendages, ensnaring the fleeing prey with a swift embrace. Venomous spikes shot forth, plunging deep into the body of the green-skinned, yellow-spotted beast. With a resounding pop, the creature exploded like a burst balloon, its murky fluids saturating the surrounding waters in an inky darkness. Only a faint halo of light floated amidst the obsidian depths. Delicious. The jellyfish perked up, extending its tentacles to ensnare the glowing orb, swallowing it whole. As the orb was consumed, the tumultuous waves abruptly receded. The vines, having unleashed their fury, rapidly shrank to a mere few dozen centimeters in length, with a semi-transparent jellyfish tightly clinging to them. In the aftermath of the surge, the area within a kilometer radius of the vines was left utterly cleansed. Hess, hastening towards the ruins of Yachuan, felt a jolt of unease within his heart. Andrew, we must go faster. Andrew, gripping the control stick with sweat beading on his brow, gritted his teeth. Colonel, this is the maximum speed. The helicopter is already flying at fighter jet velocity. Hess suppressed his anxiety, fixating intently on the two dots on the display. The red dot was rapidly advancing towards the green dot, which represented Ying Feng, having exhibited erratic movements since 6 o'clock this morning. None of the calls or messages Hess sent to Ying Feng had received a response, raising his concern that something had gone awry during the mission. He immediately abandoned all other tasks, racing towards the Yachuan ruins. Fortunately, he had arranged for location sharing with Ying Feng yesterday. Otherwise, he would have been lost in his search for him. Frustrated with himself for not having taken a fighter jet, Hess lamented the sluggishness of the helicopter. At long last, Hess arrived at the Yachuan ruins. Upon reaching the airspace above, he sensed an unusual presence, though the green dot indicating Ying Feng's position lay 3 kilometers to the left. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the vast circular pit ahead. The center of the Yachuan ruins, approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, had been reduced to a flat expanse. Hess's hand trembled as he clutched the binoculars. Andrew, descend into that pit. Yes, Colonel. Andrew maneuvered the helicopter swiftly to the center of the crater. Before the helicopter had even fully landed, Hess was already leaping out, stumbling towards a glimmer of green. Ying Feng. He knelt in the muddy ground, trembling hands cradling a small vine. Entwined upon it was a jellyfish. He recognized it as the remnant of what Ying Feng had consumed earlier. The vine seemed to lack even the strength to take root. Hess's intense mental energy stirred the jellyfish, rousing it from its stupor. Such potent psychic force was something it had never encountered outside of its native realm. The jellyfish extended its mental tendrils to connect with Hess's. Quickly, immerse me and her in the water. Hess's gaze sharpened. Who was speaking? Hurry, there's no time. One of the jellyfish's tentacles wrapped around his finger. Submerge her with me. It can save her. Without further time for Hess to ponder and be astonished, he swiftly grasped the vines and scooped up the jellyfish, racing towards the helicopter, subsequently cramming both into a pristine water bucket. Andrew, return to the Sait base. Chapter 47, The Preliminary Examination of the Jellyfish. Andrew piloted the helicopter, ascending swiftly into the sky, racing back with remarkable speed. The military helicopters at the Sait base were exceptionally fast, reaching a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour. The ruins of Yachuan and the Sait base formed a strategic triangle with the Kunloon base, situated approximately 1,000 kilometers apart. On board the helicopter, Hess cradled a 2-liter container of purified water, his gaze fixed intently on the vines within. At that moment, the vines were gradually unfurling in the water, exhibiting slight signs of improvement compared to when they were first collected. Hess furrowed his brow in concern. Why had they shrunk so considerably? What calamity had befallen Ying Feng? Despite sustaining severe injuries in the underground laboratory, the vines had once thrived, but now they appeared as diminutive as a scallion. The jellyfish floated within the container, its condition also less than optimal. In stark contrast to Ying Feng, who was utterly depleted, the jellyfish seemed overindulged, filled to the brim with energy. Despite its relentless effort to secrete mucus to aid in Ying Feng's recovery, it was clearly uncomfortable from its own excess. Indeed, the water energy pearl was not something ordinary organisms could withstand. The jellyfish continued to grow larger in the water, soon beginning to split. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. A single large jellyfish transformed into a multitude of smaller jellyfish. Yet, the one that had consumed the water energy pearl remained the largest among them, with the others clearly acknowledging it as their leader. Hess observed the vines being crowded into a corner by the swarm of jellyfish, his expression darkening. How uncomfortable must Ying Feng be in such a tight space? It was as if the large jellyfish sensed Hess's discontent, reassuring him, "Fear not, the more of my kin there are, the faster Ying Feng will heal. It is indeed rather cramped. Remember to procure a larger tank for us upon our return," Hess promptly instructed his subordinates at the Sait base, requesting they deliver a fish tank to his residence within half an hour. After a moment's thought, he added another command, to prepare a large flower pot with high-quality nutrient-rich soil. 2 hours later, the helicopter touched down at the military airfield of the Sait base. Subordinates awaited him at the airfield, and Hess swiftly carried the jellyfish container to his vehicle, eager to return home. Andrew, observing Colonel Hess's urgency, wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression a mixture of emotions. Having made numerous trips, Andrew had begun to sense something amiss. It seemed he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Ever since the colonel had first encountered that girl by the rift, he had exhibited an unusual level of concern for her. Could it be that the colonel had fallen for her at first sight? Yet, how could a girl transform into a vine? Would the colonel resort to silencing him? Andrew felt a surge of panic. Nevertheless, it was somewhat reassuring that the colonel was so preoccupied with this girl. Sighing softly, Andrew lamented, little Feng was gone. Perhaps it was for the best that someone else captured the colonel's attention. Life could not be restored to the deceased, and he hoped that the colonel would eventually find closure regarding Little Feng's death and live on with vigor. 15 minutes later, Hess returned home, cradling a bucket of jellyfish. His residence was a modest yet elegant 3-bedroom apartment, adorned with a minimalist and sophisticated decor. In a post-apocalyptic world where individuals typically resided in cramped quarters, this was indeed a luxurious abode. Both Hess and Ying Feng placed little value on living conditions, content with mere shelter. This place was not only Hess's home but also the former dwelling of Ying Feng. They had grown up together, frequently changing residences but never parting ways. In their childhood, they shared a room and slept in the same bed. Only now, with improved circumstances, did they each possess their own rooms. In the corner of the living room, a large aquarium, measuring 1.5 meters in height and 2 meters in width, had been meticulously prepared by Hess's subordinates. Near the window, a sizable planting basin brimmed with rich, moist, and soft soil awaited. The staff assumed that Colonel Hess intended to cultivate flowers and raise fish, preparing oxygenation equipment, fish food, and plant fertilizers, even placing a watering can in the corner. With a splash, Hess emptied the vines and jellyfish into the aquarium. This ecological tank contained a layer of soil at the bottom, hosting various aquatic plants. The cramped space suddenly expanded as the jellyfish joyfully swam up and down, while the vines unfurled their tendrils, quickly embedding themselves into the soil upon contact. Witnessing the vines regaining their rooting instinct, Hess felt a sense of relief wash over him. He exhaled softly and reclined on the sofa. Before him, the aquarium brimmed with lively jellyfish, shimmering with a soft blue glow, circling around a vine plant. One particularly large jellyfish, resembling a diligent doctor, glided up and down alongside the vine, examining its recovery. What manner of creature are you? Why do you possess the ability to communicate with humans? What is your purpose in remaining close to Ying Feng? What truly transpired with Ying Feng in the ruins of Yachuan, and why was she so gravely injured? Hess suddenly inquired of the large jellyfish, bombarding it with a series of questions that left the creature momentarily stunned. This human had an abundance of questions. Ying Feng had never posed a single query during their time together. Is it so surprising that jellyfish can communicate with humans? Your astonishment reveals a lack of sophistication. The jellyfish retorted haughtily. Hess, unfazed by its arrogance, merely smiled coldly, which filled the jellyfish with an uneasy premonition. In an instant, it felt itself ensnared by a mental force, rendering it utterly immobile. The jellyfish was taken aback. This human's psychic strength far surpassed that of terrestrial humans, nearing the level of advanced intelligent beings from its home. But how could this be? It attempted to resist, only to be met with a sharp pain in its mental realm, realizing that its own psychic abilities were no match for his. Wealth cannot corrupt, and might must yield. For the sake of its own survival, the jellyfish resolved to endure humiliation for the time being. Commander, please spare me. I am but a frail and powerless jellyfish. I merely encountered Ying Feng in an underground research facility. She saved me and brought me out. I possess nothing else. But my ability to heal the mutated beings is unparalleled. I am deeply grateful for Ying Feng's life-saving grace and intend to remain by her side as her blood source. The jellyfish, sensing his skepticism, insisted, I speak nothing but the truth. We encountered numerous monsters in the ruins of Yachuan, and Ying Feng fought valiantly, defeating the creatures while sustaining severe injuries herself. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Hess remained noncommittal, his gaze still cold as he scrutinized the large jellyfish. The jellyfish spoke a truth. Indeed, Ying Feng required its assistance for healing. Having transformed into tendrils, human medical knowledge was rendered ineffective. Now, the jellyfish was essential. He could not be overly harsh in his judgment. The specifics could wait until Ying Feng awakened. You had best not harbor any ulterior motives. Tend to Ying Feng's wounds diligently, or I shall make you regret your existence in this world. Yes, 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 esteemed leader, rest assured. Hess ultimately released the jellyfish, allowing it to exert itself in healing. Under his vigilant watch, he would ensure that the jellyfish would not inflict any harm upon Ying Feng. Chapter 48. Hess. It seems my eyes are having issues. The following morning, a delicate cascade of golden sunlight, accompanied by a gentle breeze, wafted through the sheer curtains, casting soft rays upon the finely sculpted visage of a silver-haired man in slumber. Beside him, an aquarium shimmered with rippling reflections. The tendrils within the tank gradually awakened, stretching their leaves to bask in the warmth of the sun's embrace. The gently flowing water distorted her hazy vision. In the blurred panorama, Ying Feng seemed to glimpse a tall, silver-haired man reclining on the sofa nearby, his long legs dangling off the edge due to the inadequate length of the couch. Still dazed from her slumber, Ying Feng was plagued by a singular question. How could one sleep in such a position without feeling fatigued? After a considerable time, her consciousness began to sharpen. Where am I? Ying Feng swayed her tendrils, and the water glided over her leaves, causing a series of blue halos to dance within her obscured sight. The dim light, submerged in the water, appeared as nebulous lamps when her plant-like vision scanned her surroundings. Only a vague expanse of green met her gaze, prompting her to realize that something was amiss with her eyesight. "Are you awake?" The large jellyfish, sensing the unusual activity of the tendrils, recognized that Ying Feng had roused. In her blurred perception, she noticed a blue light, significantly larger than the others, drifting toward her. She recognized it as the jellyfish, though it appeared vastly enlarged, resembling an umbrella that could shield her entirely. "How did you grow so large all of a sudden?" In truth, the jellyfish had not grown as much as she imagined. Rather, she had diminished in size. Previously, the jellyfish was approximately the size of an egg, and now it was no larger than a red-fleshed dragon fruit. "I consumed some delicious food, and now I am brimming with energy, thus I have grown." "And what about the smaller jellyfish?" "The other jellyfish were merely the size of pigeon eggs. They are my offspring from division. Their mental energy is currently too low to communicate with you." "Oh, why are we in the aquarium?" "I distinctly remember battling that green-skinned, yellow-spotted beast in the water. You defeated it. However, you exhausted your strength and fainted. How do you feel now?" Ying Feng's vision remained quite blurred, confirming her fears that her eyesight was indeed compromised. "I don't feel very well." Upon hearing this, the large jellyfish grew concerned. "Is there any pain? Can you transform into human form?" "There's no pain, it's just—" Their mental exchange roused Hess from his slumber. His elongated, slightly upturned eyes snapped open, and he promptly approached the aquarium. Hess's violet-gray irises sparkled with fragments of light as he crouched down, gently caressing the glass, his voice filled with excitement. "Ying Feng, are you awake?" In her haze, Ying Feng found the silhouette leaning against the glass to be remarkably familiar. Straining to focus, she finally recognized him, Hess. Once again, it was Hess who had come to her aid. She extended her tendrils above the water's surface, reaching around the rim of the aquarium towards Hess. Upon noticing her gesture, Hess immediately straightened, extending his hand to grasp the tendril, which gently coiled around his slender fingers. Gazing at the charming tendril, Hess's eyes sparkled with delight as he gently caressed it, inquiring, "It is good to see you awake. Can you revert to your human form?" Upon hearing his question, Ying Feng endeavored to elongate the vine and shape it, but in the next moment, Hess suddenly called out to her. "Wait!" The tendril tilted in confusion, and Hess unexpectedly discerned her puzzlement. It seemed he recalled something, his ears flushing slightly. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch a towel." Swiftly, he strode to the wardrobe, retrieving a clean, soft towel, which he unfurled beside the aquarium. "All right." Ying Feng attempted once more to transform, her tendril extending further until it broke the water's surface and twisted into human form. She was descending towards the ground, but Hess caught her. The entire vine lifted from the aquarium, curling into the white towel. Hess lowered his gaze to observe the tendril, noting it had grown considerably larger since he first discovered her, although it remained smaller than when he initially beheld Ying Feng in her vine form. Gradually, the tendril transformed into a girl adorned in radiant fruit-like hues. Hess promptly shut his eyes, tightly wrapping her and placing her on the sofa, then turned away, presenting his back to her. The towel covered only her modesty, leaving her fair, rounded shoulders and elongated legs exposed. Ying Feng discovered that even in her human form, her vision remained obscured. Everything appeared hazy, revealing only the contrasts of light and shadow, along with vague outlines and colors of objects. "Hess," she murmured, clutching the towel at her chest and casting a pleading glance in his direction. "Could you come a bit closer?" Hess's ears turned an even deeper shade of red. Instead of approaching, he hurriedly stepped back. He went to fetch her some clothes. After a considerable while, Hess's voice echoed from afar. "I have found your clothes. They're on your bed in your room. Please get dressed first." "My room?" It dawned on her that Hess had brought her back to the set base, their former home. "Hess, I cannot see clearly. Focus on getting dressed first, then we can talk," he replied, hiding behind the door to his room, patiently waiting for Ying Feng to change, attempting to cool the warmth on his face. The transformation of his former brother into a girl posed quite the dilemma for him. Similarly troubled was Ying Feng, who sighed heavily, struggling to navigate towards the room etched in her memory. Fortunately, her vision was not completely obscured. She arrived safely at her room. On the bed lay her former attire, a button-up shirt, jeans, and a pair of boxers. As she donned the clothing, she realized that the once-fitting shirt now constricted around her chest, the buttons refusing to fasten, while the shoulders hung loosely. Additionally, the pants felt tight around her hips, the button failing to close. After 10 minutes, Hess assumed Ying Feng had likely finished dressing and approached her door to knock. In truth, she was still struggling. Yet her familiarity with life alongside Hess prompted her to call out without hesitation, "Come in." Hess opened the door and immediately spotted Ying Feng kneeling barefoot on the bed. One shoulder exposed and soft, still engaged in her battle with the buttons. The scene before them stirred the blood more than complete nudity. Ying Feng, her hair still damp, softly raised her head to seek his assistance. "Hess, I cannot manage to dress." Hess swiftly turned, his voice rigid and unyielding. "After all this time, how can you still not be dressed properly? It's too tight. I cannot fasten it. Please find me a loose pullover and some sweatpants." With his back turned to Ying Feng, Hess rummaged through her wardrobe, quickly retrieving a sweatshirt and a pair of sweatpants, tossing them onto the bed before hastily exiting. Several minutes later, Ying Feng finally managed to don her attire and stepped out of the room. Hess awaited her just outside, a towel in hand. As she emerged, he draped it over her head, gently drying her hair. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "Yes." Ying Feng seized the opportunity to speak, pulling down the towel to gaze earnestly at Hess's face. His cheeks flushed crimson under her intense scrutiny, yet the next moment, her words drained the color from his face. "Hess, it seems there is something wrong with my eyes." Cabbage Pickle Mini Theater. Ying Feng, with a dejected expression. "I am blind." Hess, embracing her. "Fear not, henceforth I shall be your eyes." Chonghui, making a dazzling entrance. "Do not panic. The protagonist still has much to accomplish, so she shall not be blind. This is just a sprinkle of sweetness for everyone." Chapter 49. The Descent of Femininity. Progress 1. In the presence of her most trusted companion, Hess, Ying Feng laid bare her vulnerabilities and helplessness. Would her eyes ever regain their former clarity? If that were the case, the prospect of venturing beyond the confines of the base alone would be forever out of reach. Observing the despondent expression on Ying Feng's face, Hess felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He should never have allowed her to step outside the safety of his protection. Completely shrouded in darkness? Ying Feng shook her head. Under bright light, she could discern the general outlines of objects in their distinct colors, yet they remained indistinct, as though her vision were veiled by a thin film. For instance, at this moment, she could perceive Hess standing before her, but his features eluded her focus. Upon hearing her words, Hess's heart grew heavy. Yet he adopted a light-hearted tone to reassure her. "Do not worry, with me by your side, your vision will surely be restored." With a lift of her chin, Ying Feng offered a reassuring smile. In that moment, Hess caught a glimpse of the Ying Feng he once knew. Though her appearance had transformed entirely, she remained as Ying Feng. Suddenly, Ying Feng clutched her stomach, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. She was hungry. Hess couldn't help but chuckle at her predicament, his somber mood lifting slightly. He reached out to brush aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen across her brow. "I shall prepare something for you to eat. Afterward, we can discuss how to mend your eyesight." "All right, I would like mushroom soup," she responded, inadvertently echoing her beloved dish from days gone by. "Ah, you read my mind," Hess replied, anticipating her favorite meal. "Thank you. It has been ages since I last savored mushroom soup," Ying Feng remarked, realizing that being beside Hess was where she felt most at ease. Since parting from him, she had not indulged in her cherished dish. "Can you walk?" "Of course. Although my vision is somewhat impaired, I can navigate the house with my eyes closed." With confidence, she took a step towards the dining area, only to stumble over a box nestled against the wall. Quick to react, she adjusted her movements. The former version of herself would have navigated the space without faltering. But her body, still recovering from injury, betrayed her. Fortunately, Hess was there, catching her before she fell. The momentum of her stumble was considerable, yet Hess held her firmly. Instinctively, Ying Feng wrapped her arms around his waist, collapsing into his embrace. Thud, thud, thud. In that fleeting moment, the sound of a heartbeat resonated, deafening in its intensity. The faint, crisp scent of Hess enveloped Ying Feng, a fragrance once familiar, now magnified in her other senses due to her visual impairment, leaving her momentarily dizzy. In that haze, she felt ensconced in a warm embrace. Time seemed to stand still on that serene morning. Hess recognized he ought not to hold Ying Feng so tightly for so long. Yet he found himself unable to relinquish her. Countless days and nights had passed when he yearned to cradle her in this quiet, intimate manner. The unvoiced sentiments of the past now appeared to hold the promise of new possibilities. In the past, no matter how tumultuous his inner turmoil was, he always maintained a proper position. Ying Feng regarded him as an elder brother, and he endeavored to treat her as a younger sister. Yet now, in every conceivable sense, they were no longer bound as sworn siblings. Ying Feng felt the warmth of his arms and chest becoming increasingly intense, the heat startling her awake, prompting her to immediately push Hess away. A touch of embarrassment washed over her as she straightened up, feeling grateful in that moment for her obscured vision. Otherwise, she would not know where to direct her gaze. Ah, how unexpected it is that I would trip over a box. Ying Feng's awkward attempt to lighten the mood elicited no response from Hess, leaving the air thick with tension. She stepped back, looking up at him, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. I hope I didn't hurt you. Not at all, Hess replied, his voice seemingly husky, likely a result of a restless night. Otherwise, let us skip the mushroom soup. It's too troublesome. A piece of compressed biscuit would suffice. No trouble at all. Hess worked to compose himself, his voice regaining its smooth, resonant quality. Allow me to guide you. Ying Feng immediately shook her head. No need. I can manage. I simply can't see clearly. Not that I am blind. I can walk slowly. Before she could finish her sentence, Hess had already taken her hand. His fingers were clean and slender, his palm warm and spacious, enveloping Ying Feng's hand entirely. Let us go, he gently urged, leading her slowly toward the dining hall. Once she was seated, he tenderly ruffled her hair, his tone soft. Sit tight for a moment. I will be quick. Ying Feng's eyes dropped slightly, her expression betraying an unfamiliar discomfort. She suddenly felt a peculiar awkwardness. Hess was acting strangely. She raised a hand to her chest, where her heart was beating irregularly. She too felt odd. As she pressed her hand against her chest, a sudden realization struck her. She seemed to have forgotten to wear a bra. The teasing smile of the female shopkeeper at the Kunloon base appeared in her mind. Ever since that encounter, she had been acutely aware of the necessity for girls to wear such garments. However, upon returning to her once familiar home, she had completely forgotten that she was now a girl. That morning, she had even transformed into her human form before Hess, completely unclothed. Ying Feng's mind went blank. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she sprang up from the table, utilizing her minimal vision and a stroke of good fortune to dash into her room. Slamming the door behind her, Ying Feng? Hess, noticing her odd behavior, immediately rushed out of the kitchen. He reached her door, attempting to open it, only to find it locked from within. He knocked anxiously. Ying Feng, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Please, open the door. Ying Feng threw herself onto her bed, unsure of what was happening. This was not like her at all. Hess was her childhood companion, someone with whom she had shared countless experiences, including baths as children. Though she had transformed into a girl, at her core, she remained the same person. Though her mind was clear, her body still felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It was truly, oh my, I'm fine. The muffled voice of Ying Feng emerged from beneath the covers, and suddenly, fatigue washed over her. She longed for a moment of slumber, urging him not to concern himself with her. Outside the door, Hess furrowed his brow, unconvinced by her words. Ying Feng lay on the bed, clutching the blanket in a self-soothing manner, when the door swung open unexpectedly. She instinctively dove under the covers like a startled rabbit. Hess casually placed the spare key on the nearby cabinet and swiftly approached the bed, intent on lifting the blanket to check on her. However, Ying Feng clutched it tightly, leaving not a sliver of space for him to peek through. Hesitant to exert too much force for fear of hurting her, Hess gently patted the mound under the blanket. Ying Feng, what is wrong with you? Where do you feel unwell? Aside from my impaired vision, I feel perfectly fine. Then what is the matter? Ying Feng found herself at a loss for words, struggling to express her sudden feelings of gender shame. The mere act of articulating this matter felt overwhelmingly humiliating. Oh heavens! Why had she been brought back by Hess? She ought to be wandering outside. Chapter 50, Progress of Femininity. Ying Feng remained entirely enveloped in her quilt. Concerned that she might suffocate, Hess lifted both her and the blanket into his arms. Ying Feng felt a dizzying whirl, and before she knew it, she found herself seated upon Hess's lap. Holding her, who resembled a silkworm, Hess gently coaxed, Tell me what troubles you. Is there anything you cannot share with me? The weight of embarrassment made Ying Feng squirm uncomfortably, yearning to escape his grasp, yet she was no match for Hess. With one hand, he firmly secured her in his embrace, while the other cradled her face, compelling her to meet his gaze as he scrutinized her eyes. Though her vision remained hazy, she was acutely aware of their proximity. What is the matter? Do your eyes hurt? Or is there another ache? I don't know. A wave of inexplicable grievance surged within her. Why must he pry? She was unwilling to speak. It was far too humiliating. Upon noticing the slight redness around her eyes, Hess was momentarily taken aback. Had he overlooked something? Despite not understanding the reason behind her sudden distress, his heart ached for her. He gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "All right, I won't ask any more. Please don't cry." "Who is crying? Let me go." "Then you cannot hide beneath the quilt any longer. Release me at once." Given her current state, Hess dared not release her. I am a girl now. You cannot behave this way." Ying Feng's face flushed as she bit her lip, her words trailing off in a jumble. In that moment, Hess grasped the reason for her sudden change. A soft chuckle escaped him, igniting her indignation. She swiftly grasped his collar, exclaiming, "You dare laugh." After uttering those words, her embarrassment seemed to dissipate somewhat. She began to ramble. "We were once brothers, but that is no longer the case. I am a girl now. You must be mindful of boundaries and maintain your distance. Just as you are now." With a determined effort, she finally wriggled off his lap. Fearing she might fall, Hess quickly steadied her. Ying Feng retreated a step, as if such behavior must never occur again. "All right. When I transform from vine to human, you must look away." "Understood. You cannot just embrace me indiscriminately." "Agreed." In her current state of agitation, Hess chose not to provoke her further, readily assenting, believing matters could be addressed at a later time. Observing his compliance, Ying Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Had she been too unreasonable? After all, they had been good friends for many years. And Hess only acted out of concern for her, which had led to this predicament. Noticing her inner turmoil, Hess wished to alleviate her distress and gently suggested, "You should rest in the room for a while. I will prepare the mushroom soup." With that, he exited the room, leaving Ying Feng alone in her thoughts. Sighing in relief, she collapsed onto the bed. Grasping her hair in frustration, she lamented how utterly intolerable it was to become a girl. Half an hour later, Hess placed a bowl of perfectly warmed mushroom soup on the dining table. After removing all obstacles along the route from Ying Feng's room to the dining area, he approached her door to invite her to enjoy the soup. Ying Feng, wearing a tank top beneath her hoodie, temporarily served as her undergarment. She confidently made her way to the dining room, with Hess accompanying her closely to prevent any potential falls. Eventually, Ying Feng arrived safely at the table, eliciting a mix of joy and regret in Hess's heart. As Ying Feng settled down, the familiar aroma filled her nostrils, instantly whetting her appetite. In their childhood, when food was scarce, Hess would venture to a secluded spot known only to them to gather mushrooms. A place where only a few small animals were aware of their secret. Upon returning with the mushrooms, he would prepare a delightful mushroom soup for her. After a day of hunger, tasting that savory soup was sheer bliss. From that moment, she developed a fondness for mushroom soup, particularly the one made with Hess's own hands. Ying Feng sipped the soup contentedly, while Hess gently reminded her to take her time and avoid choking. Once she finished the entire bowl, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. Seeing her blissful expression, Hess couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if it truly was that delicious. "Indeed," Ying Feng exclaimed, licking her pink lips to savor the exquisite flavor of the soup. At that moment, Hess leaned closer, causing Ying Feng to recoil in surprise. "What are you doing?" she asked cautiously. A soft cloth pressed against her lips, tenderly wiping away remnants of the soup. A low, gravelly voice whispered in her ear, reminiscent of their childhood days when she would end up with soup all over her face. Hess's fingers, lightly pressing against her delicate lips through the thin cloth, enveloped her in his intense presence, the heat radiating from his fingertips palpable even through the fabric. Ying Feng felt like a prey ensnared by a hunter, unable to escape his captivating gaze. She swiftly snatched the cloth from his hands and wiped her mouth clumsily. "I am full, and a bit tired. I think I'll rest in my room," she stammered, pushing her chair back to escape his half-embrace. However, after just a couple of steps, she suddenly fainted. Hess, startled, reached out and caught her in his arms. "Ying Feng, what is wrong?" His heart raced with concern, bewildered by her sudden collapse. "Quick, put her in the pot." The voice of the great jellyfish echoed in Hess's mind. "She has exhausted herself too much. The duration she can maintain her human form is brief. The best way to help her rest is to plant her in the soil." Without hesitation, Hess rushed to the pre-prepared large planting pot, unsure of how to proceed. He gently placed Ying Feng onto the soil. The moment her body touched the earth, she immediately took root and began to sprout, transforming into a tangle of vines. Her garments lay scattered across the ground. Hess gathered them up, crouching nearby, consumed by worry. What had happened to Ying Feng? In the ruins of Yachuan, we encountered a green-skinned, spotted creature that could manipulate water screens. If Ying Feng hadn't exerted herself to the utmost, battling it with her energy, both she and I would have perished long ago. How much longer would Ying Feng remain in such a state? Moreover, her vision had severely deteriorated, to the point of nearly being blind with her eyes open. The great jellyfish pondered for a moment and replied, "The decline in her vision is likely due to the overexertion of her body. As a plant mutant, even if she has but a single vine left, with proper care, her body can fully recover, and her eyesight will naturally return." Hess rose and approached the great jellyfish, asking, "What must I do?" "Ensure she rests often. When she is conscious, she can transform into human form. If she feels fatigued, she should return to the soil. Provide her with water from the jellyfish tank daily, and allow her to bask in the sun, as this will aid her recovery." Hess diligently noted each instruction. At that moment, the great jellyfish added, "I just detected a significant fluctuation in her mental energy, which caused her to faint suddenly." "What did you do to her at that time?" Hess was taken aback. He had done nothing at all. Chapter 51. Descent of the Female 3. The great jellyfish was taken aback upon hearing Hess assert that he had done nothing. That cannot be the case. She is currently in a weakened state, unable to endure any intense mental stimulation. You must have done something to her. Mental stimulation? Hess was certain he had not consumed Ying Feng's mental energy, so how could he have provoked her? He voiced his uncertainty, and the great jellyfish quickly grasped the situation. "You two are among the only humans I have encountered capable of engaging in mental communication with me, indicating that both of you possess mental prowess far exceeding the highest human standards. Your mental strength is unparalleled, the strongest I have witnessed among humans. Even Ying Feng pales in comparison to a fraction of your power. Moreover, considering Ying Feng is currently injured and her mental energy considerably depleted, your mental force would dominate hers, leading to her fainting." Hess stood there in shock, realizing that it was indeed his mental energy encroaching upon Ying Feng's that had caused her to lose consciousness. "So what were you thinking just now?" Hess turned to gaze at the peacefully slumbering vine, his face etched with remorse. All he had contemplated were thoughts he had entertained countless times before, desires he longed to fulfill for her. Your mental tendrils have filled the entire room. An insatiable possessiveness that is rarely seen. How could she, situated at the center of your mental force, possibly withstand it? The great jellyfish remarked, casting a disdainful glance at him, despite lacking eyes. "In the future, remember to temper your impulses. At least refrain from being too excessive until she has recovered." Hess remained silent, quietly apologizing to the vine in his heart as he stared at her. The vine was blissfully asleep, gently swaying in the sunlight. Hess picked up a watering can from the corner and submerged it entirely into the aquarium. Bubbles erupted in the tank, causing the little jellyfish to scatter in all directions. He filled the can with water and carefully watered the vine. After watering, noticing some dust on a few leaves, he took a clean, soft cloth and gently wiped them. For the areas he could not reach, he softly blew to clear them, ensuring every leaf was spotless and beautiful. Once he completed these tasks, Hess sat beside the vine and activated his light brain to research the comprehensive guide on planting and caring for vine plants. He meticulously studied relevant academic materials and planting videos available online. The jellyfish lights drifted serenely within the aquarium. By the bright window, the sun cast a warm glow, and a gentle breeze wafted, creating a tranquil moment for one person and one vine. As night fell, Hess moved the vine pot beside his bed, watching over it as he fell into a quiet slumber. The following day, Hess awoke early and carried the vine outside to bask in the morning light. After watering the vine, he fixed his gaze upon the great jellyfish in the aquarium. The great jellyfish felt unnerved under his intense scrutiny. "What are you staring at me for?" Hess's gaze remained deep as he regarded the great jellyfish, silently contemplating, nothing much, just considering the idea of simmering you to nourish Ying Feng's health. Upon perceiving this thought from Hess's mental energy, the great jellyfish was instantly alarmed, its tentacles bristling in shock. You cannot do that. I am no ordinary jellyfish. I am a friend of Ying Feng. Hesse raised an eyebrow. How do you know what I am thinking? Could it be that the jellyfish was peering into his thoughts? What if it wanted to stew him? Your mental strength is so potent that you could easily communicate with me telepathically. I have not pried into your thoughts. Hesse suddenly understood. Ying Feng communicates with you directly through her mental energy as well? Of course. Though her mental prowess is nowhere near yours, her comprehension is exceptionally high. Hesse's face beamed with pride. After all, she was his Ying Feng. The jellyfish thought he had abandoned the idea of stewing it, and just as it relaxed, he scooped it up with a net. What are you going to do? I am not palatable at all. Ah, Ying Feng, wake up quickly. Your brother intends to stew me. Hesse paid no heed to the jellyfish's frantic cries, instead placing it under the faucet for a meticulous wash. After several thorough rinses and ensuring it was spotless, Hesse placed the jellyfish into a large glass pot and filled it with pristine water. The jellyfish, convinced that Hesse truly intended to cook it, trembled in fear, only to be surprised when he carried it out of the kitchen and set it on the dining table. Soak well. Ying Feng will drink this once she awakens. Jellyfish? Ah, so he did not intend to stew it but merely wanted to let it steep for Ying Feng's bath water. It thought to itself, how could a normal person ever commit such an act as killing the hen to obtain the eggs? It was utterly terrified. Brother, could you please clarify things in advance next time? Being scared will affect my efficacy. Hesse settled beside the vines, opening a botanical reference to study intently. As he browsed through the materials without lifting his gaze, he remarked, You have concealed many things from us. I do not fully trust you. You cannot even clarify your own origins, so why should I not frighten you? My origins. The jellyfish fidgeted with its tentacles, feeling a tad guilty. I am merely a jellyfish. What origins could I possibly have? In this apocalyptic world, can a jellyfish not undergo mutations? Rest assured, I will never harm Ying Feng. We have faced life and death together countless times. We are comrades on the same vessel. Hesse remained noncommittal, just as he was about to speak again. The jellyfish suddenly exclaimed, Ying Feng is waking up. Upon hearing this, Hesse hastily carried the pot into her bedroom and closed the door. Moments later, he heard a commotion from within. In the room, Ying Feng transformed into her human form, realizing she was in her own space, and Hesse was not beside her, which made her quite content. Progress at last. A brand new set of women's clothing lay on the bed, complete with both inner and outer garments. When Ying Feng opened the wardrobe, she discovered that all the men's clothing had been replaced with an array of women's outfits. She even spotted several skirts. Ah, this. She was not entirely accustomed to wearing skirts. Hesse's voice echoed from outside. Did you see the clothes I prepared for you? Yes, Ying Feng replied. Picking up a skirt from the bed, a blush of embarrassment crossing her face as she beheld a blue and white coordinated two-piece dress. A sudden sound from outside the door was followed by a delightful exclamation. Can you see clearly now? A surprised Ying Feng paused momentarily, realizing that indeed, her vision had returned. She could see clearly once more. Overjoyed, she hurriedly donned the clothes scattered across her bed and dashed out. Hess, my eyesight is back. Hess was equally elated. He had intended to express his sentiments, yet upon catching sight of Ying Feng adorned in a dress, he was rendered speechless, captivated by her beauty. Ying Feng in a dress. How enchanting. Hess. Ying Feng blinked, raising her hand to wave before his eyes. Why are you so dazed? Hess snapped back to reality, his violet-gray eyes shimmering with starlight and mirth. You look splendid in that attire. Chapter 52, Progress of the Fallen Female. For at this moment, it was Ying Feng's turn to be taken aback. She had not considered much earlier. She was simply elated that her eyesight had improved and had casually donned the most recent dress. This feels odd. I shall go change. Ying Feng turned to return for a change of attire, only to be halted by Hess's firm grip. Do not change. It looks lovely. I enjoy seeing you in it. Upon hearing this, a blush blossomed on Ying Feng's cheeks. You like seeing it, but I do not like wearing it. Having said that, she hurriedly darted into her room to change into a comfortable hoodie and sweatpants. This was indeed the most relaxed and at ease she felt. When she emerged, Hess had already prepared a glass of water for her. Drink some water upon waking. Ying Feng did not ponder much and drank it immediately. Why does it have a fishy taste? Does it? I shall wash it better next time. Watch what? She inquired. It. Hess slightly turned to reveal the pot of jellyfish on the dining table. Uffed. Ying Feng spat out the water she had just consumed. You stewed the jellyfish. Woo-woo, Ying Feng. Do you see how unreasonable Hess is? He nearly cooked me alive. Woo-woo, the jellyfish floundered pitifully in the pot. However, at that moment, Ying Feng could not spare a thought to comfort the jellyfish, for she had drenched Hess with water. Silvery strands of hair were slightly damp, droplets cascading down, tracing along Hess's chiseled jawline before disappearing beneath his collar. I am sorry, Hess, it is all my fault. Ying Feng flusteredly attempted to wipe the water from Hess's face and clothing. As Ying Feng focused on mopping up the wetness from Hess's attire, she failed to notice the shadow that darkened his gaze. The droplets glided towards his thin lips, and Hess gently closed his eyes, extending his tongue to lick one of the droplets that carried Ying Feng's essence. His Adam's apple bobbed as he suddenly grasped Ying Feng's hand, which was aimlessly rubbing against him. In that moment, Hess exerted all his willpower to restrain himself. Ying Feng's body had yet to fully recover. He could not afford to harm her further with his overwhelming spiritual energy. Ying Feng looked up at him. Hess. Hess inhaled deeply, releasing her hand and stepping back. I am fine. I shall change my clothes. With that, Hess turned and retreated to his room, while Ying Feng, feeling a touch embarrassed, sat down at the dining table where the jellyfish continued to flounder. How do you feel today? Ying Feng leaned over the table, prodding the jellyfish with a finger. My eyesight is fine now, and my body has recovered significantly. It should be completely healed soon. That is good to hear. Having known you for so long, I still do not know your name. Do you have one? Ying Feng continued to poke at the jellyfish, which quivered with each poke. Could you refrain from poking? Might you show me a modicum of respect? The jellyfish swirled in irritation, evading her finger. As a jellyfish, I do not possess a name. In truth, it did have one, but it was reluctant to share. Then allow me to bestow a name upon you. How about Big Water? That does not suit me at all. It does not align with my majestic and formidable image. You shall be named Big Water, and the other little jellyfish can be Little Water number 1, Little Water no. 2. What splendid names they are. Ying Feng found the name to be quite delightful, simple, easy to write, and melodious. With that, a joyful decision was made. What was decided? Hess emerged from the room, having changed his attire and adjusted his demeanor. I named the jellyfish Big Water. Is it pleasing? Indeed, Hess replied, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Ying Feng. Hey, can you both show me some respect? This is my name, and I should have the final say. After another sip, Hess used a ladle to stir the jellyfish, filling another cup with jellyfish broth. The jellyfish remarked, Ying Feng's features contorted in resistance. She did not wish to drink, finding it somewhat fishy. Bitter medicine is hard to swallow. Just have a little more. Hess coaxed her patiently. The jellyfish, feeling utterly disregarded, interjected, Could you perhaps consider my presence? Am I invisible, being such a large jellyfish lamp? Exhausted and feeling unloved, it lamented its fate. A day passed, and Ying Feng's health was fully restored. She no longer needed to recuperate in the pot. Hess finally voiced the question that had lingered in his heart. Ying Feng, how did you manage to escape from the mutated zombies? How did you transform from a boy into a girl, and then into a vine mutant? Ying Feng anticipated Hess would inquire sooner or later. Now that everything was out in the open, she had no desire to conceal anything from him. She recounted her experience, detailing how she was bitten by a zombie, leapt into the chasm, and how she ultimately escaped from it, all except for the transformation into a vine person, a mystery even to her. So, you mean to say you do not know how you became a vine? Yes. Ying Feng had been unconscious when ensnared by the vines and truly had no knowledge of it. Since you are unaware, let us not dwell on it. Regardless of how you survived, I am grateful to the heavens, Hess said, gently ruffling her hair with a soft smile. But don't you think I have become a monster? Isn't it repulsive? Regardless of what you have become, in my eyes, you remain the same. Do not speak of merely being a vine mutant. Even if you turned into a zombie, you would still be my Ying Feng. Speaking of zombies, Ying Feng promptly recounted her encounter with the intelligent zombie in the ruins of Yachuan. I wonder if those zombies are connected to the ones that bit me. After sharing her tale, she looked up at Hess and inquired, "What has become of that underground laboratory we discussed last time?" Upon hearing this, Hess's expression darkened. His shock matching that of Ying Feng, though he maintained a facade of composure. "The laboratory has been thoroughly cleansed by my team. All usable experimental equipment has been dismantled, and what could not be salvaged has been destroyed." There was one detail Hess chose not to disclose. When he reported the situation to the military, he claimed that all experimental data had been obliterated, though this was not the case. He had meticulously backed up all the data for safekeeping. Hess took this precaution to avert potential calamity. Such experimental data, which posed a threat to human safety, could not be left unattended. If it fell into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it could lead to another disaster. However, because Ying Feng is a mutant plant, he feels compelled to retain it, in case it may be of use one day. As for the intelligent zombies in the ruins of Yachuan, I must investigate personally. I will go too. Hess furrowed his brow, saying, "You should not accompany me. It is far too perilous. Remain at home and await my return." Ying Feng, upon hearing this, frowned in displeasure. "What do you take me for? A powerless ordinary woman?" Hess was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he smiled and replied, "That is not my intent. I understand your concern for my safety, but I am an adult, not a child. Regardless, I am determined to investigate. If you do not permit me, I shall go secretly." Hess, worried that Ying Feng might truly venture out alone, concluded that it would be better to accompany him. "Very well. Then we shall go together." Chapter 53, The Uncontrolled Psychic Power of Hesse Kunloon Base. Inner City. Fire Seed Team Training Base. The office of Old Su was filled with people, yet the atmosphere was remarkably somber. Each young man bore bruises, their heads wrapped in bandages, and protective gear adorning their limbs. Old Su surveyed the silent quartet of Shou Fei, Zhang Yang, Sun Qian, and Zhao Li, his expression rife with dissatisfaction. Why the despondency? In this apocalyptic world, sacrifices and death are more common than the basic necessities of life. The deceased are gone. You must muster the resolve to continue living. With reddened eyes, Zhao Li spoke. This time, it was Xiao who sacrificed herself to ensure our survival. Overcome with guilt, Zhou Fei abruptly stood, exclaiming, "I will search for her again. Even if I cannot find her alive, discovering her remains would suffice. I will go too. We all will." The other three rose in unison. "Return." Old Su bellowed. "You are all half-crippled. Do you intend to deliver provisions to the mutated beasts?" These four had dangled from the helicopter's rope, narrowly escaping as the aircraft was swept away by the tempest, only to crash violently into an abandoned skyscraper, disintegrating upon impact. The pilot perished instantly, while they were flung onto a mountain of refuse, surviving at the cost of several broken bones. "Leave the search for Ying Wu to me. I shall exert every effort to find her. For now, you must return and rest. If you recklessly seek death, how can you honor her sacrifice in saving you?" The youngest, Sun Qian, pouted, on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Is it truly possible to bring her back? I should have been brave enough to jump before her. A girl like Xiao must have been terrified and desperate amid that horrific torrent. I am not a man." The other three, recalling this, felt their eyes redden. Suda Ao, will personally search for her. Even if she has become a ghost, I shall bring her back. Allow me to search." Suddenly, someone entered the room. All eyes turned in surprise. It was Zhao Yan. His presence at the Fire Seed Team Training Base was not unusual, yet what astonished them was his military attire, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Zhao Li limped forward. Zhao Yan glanced at his injured nephew, relieved to see that though he was battered, he still retained all his limbs. He did not respond to Zhao Li, instead directing his gaze at Old Su. "Master, Ying Wu is my recommendation. Her misfortune is partly my responsibility. In seeking her, you have donned this uniform again?" "Yes, and yet no." Zhao Yan's eyes flickered with a trace of melancholy, vanishing almost instantaneously, replaced by resolute determination. "Since the last incident, I have been in disarray. With Ying Wu's plight, I have realized the profundity of my failures. I shall not allow such tragedies to unfold under my watch again, if death is inevitable." It shall be I who faces it before the children. Jiayin turned to exit, but before he opened the door, he glanced back at old Su. Master, I shall not succumb to a pitiful demise in the hospital's pulmonary ward. If I must perish, let it be in the throes of battle. At the Sait base, Colonel Hess, having taken leave for several days, finally resolved to return to duty. Before stepping out, the impeccably dressed Colonel Hess stood hesitantly before Ying Feng's door for a considerable time. Ultimately, he quietly cracked the door open, unable to leave without a glance. He felt a twinge of unease. Ying Feng lay sprawled in a soft, comfortable women's nightgown, sleeping soundly. The poor blanket had been entirely kicked off onto the carpet. With a sigh, Hess entered the room. He picked up the blanket from the floor, intending to pull down the hem of Ying Feng's garment, concerned that she might catch a chill sleeping exposed. As Hess's hand brushed against Ying Feng, she, still in the throes of slumber, momentarily forgot she was at home and instinctively reacted as if ambushed in the wild. With a sudden, fluid motion, she seized him and threw him onto the bed, pinning him down and firmly grasping his throat. For a brief moment, Hess was taken aback, yet fearing for Ying Feng's safety, he offered no resistance, allowing her to act. Upon realizing she had attacked Hess, Ying Feng gasped in surprise. Hess, I was still half asleep. I thought I was under attack. I apologize. Flustered, she attempted to extricate herself from his grasp but misstepped, nearly toppling off the bed. Hess swiftly caught her, and due to the momentum, they both fell onto the bed. Now, Ying Feng found herself sprawled atop Hess, their proximity alarmingly intimate. Her gaze met Hess's soulful eyes, which resembled a mysterious pool of grayish-purple, concealing a profound vortex beneath the surface, threatening to draw her into its depths. In that moment, Hess's mental energy surged uncontrollably, enveloping her tightly. Hess. Ying Feng's eyes flickered violently, her mind nearly halting. Her mental defenses instinctively activated against his encroaching energy. But she was no match for Hess's strength. Just as her mental fortitude was on the brink of collapse, Hess's rationality returned in a flash, and he swiftly rolled over, laying her flat. Ying Feng's sea blue eyes appeared as though they had weathered a storm, trembling with confusion and fragility. Ying Feng, are you all right? Hess felt overwhelming guilt for failing to control his powers, inadvertently causing her harm. At that moment, Ying Feng could scarcely articulate a response. Her mind was in disarray. Alarmed by her state, Hess recalled something important, hastily rising and rushing out of the room. He dashed into the living room, seized a net, and quickly captured the large jellyfish from the aquarium. The jellyfish, bewildered, exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" As Hess hurried towards the kitchen with the jellyfish in tow. It screamed in panic. What are you going to do to me? Ying Feng, save me. Hess has gone mad again. After thoroughly rinsing the jellyfish, Hess placed it into a bottle of purified water, tightly sealing the cap, and began to shake it vigorously with one hand. The large jellyfish exclaimed, "What the hell?" Hess rushed into the room holding a cup and a jellyfish container, poured a glass of water, and casually placed the disoriented jellyfish on the bedside table. He then lifted Ying Feng and brought the cup to her lips. "Drink quickly, it will help," he urged. As the water approached her mouth, Ying Feng instinctively swallowed. Hess, concerned she might choke, encouraged her to sip slowly. Once she finished the glass, he laid her back down, meticulously observing her condition. Gradually, Ying Feng's mind began to awaken, initiating the loading of data. Her eyes shifted from bewilderment to focus. In the next moment, her brain registered a familiar voice. "It's all my fault. It was my mistake." Ying Feng turned her head towards Hess, a question mark slowly forming on her forehead. "Did you just speak?" Chapter 54. Hess's angry Ying Feng regained consciousness, and Hess, who was squatting beside the bed, leaned forward excitedly, grasping her hand with a gaze filled with concern. "You're awake. How do you feel? Are you dizzy? Do you have a headache?" Ying Feng closed her eyes momentarily to sense her state. Her mind was remarkably clear and alert. Not only was she free from dizziness or headaches, but she was even in the usual state of confusion that accompanies waking. Moreover, she could distinctly hear a series of Hess's thoughts. "I can never let it happen like today again. Ying Feng won't be able to bear it. It's all my fault. I should have controlled myself. I should treat her as I did before, without any unrealistic desires. I should regard her merely as family." Upon hearing the last thought, Ying Feng felt an immediate wave of confusion. Although they shared no blood relation, they had grown up together, as close as siblings. Was he that family? She turned her head to look at him, her expression one of uncertainty. Hess, what did you just say? I asked how you feel. And if there's anywhere that hurts. Hess reached out to check her forehead, his eyes filled with guilt and worry. Hess, I need some water. At her request. Hess promptly poured a glass of water, sitting by the bed and cradling Ying Feng in his arms. He brought the water to her lips. But she did not open her mouth. Hess, can you hear me? Ying Feng leaned against him, her lips pressed tightly together, merely gazing into his eyes. In that moment, Hess realized that Ying Feng had not spoken a word since awakening. Ying Feng, I can hear you. Both were taken aback, yet pleasantly surprised. Hess, what is happening between us? Perhaps we are communicating through our mental energy. Mental energy communication? Is this some kind of special ability? Ying Feng was encountering the concept of mental energy for the first time. Hess picked up a nearby jellyfish bottle. It's somewhat akin to how we can communicate with the great jellyfish. Ying Feng, intrigued, opened her mouth. You can communicate with the great jellyfish as well? Hess smiled faintly. What do you think? Haven't you noticed that I've been able to communicate with it ever since you returned? You still seem as naive as you were in childhood, needing to ponder things more deeply, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ying Feng realized she had grown accustomed to not thinking too much around Hess, who was far smarter than she. She had always followed his lead, never encountering any mistakes. At that moment, the great jellyfish finally regained its composure from its earlier confusion and began to complain animatedly. Hess, you big jerk. Can't you do anything human-like? You'll face divine retribution for treating me this way. Ah, you're driving me insane. Ying Feng straightened up, taking the jellyfish bottle from Hess's hand, and gently soothed the irate jellyfish. Great jellyfish, what's wrong? What did Hess do to you? The jellyfish, agitated, changed colors rapidly. Ask him what he did that was good. He mistreated the adorable little creature. I was almost turned inside out by him. Ying Feng turned her head to look at Hess, who was seated behind her. Why did you turn it? Hess slightly leaned forward to take the jellyfish bottle from her hands. I apologize. I acted too hastily. Ying Feng's mental energy was on the verge of collapse, and I had no choice. I sincerely apologize. The great jellyfish, upon hearing this, paused in its agitation. What have you done to her? Have you once again invaded her mind? He's remained silent, and the great jellyfish, sensing it had struck a nerve, resumed its verbal onslaught. Are you aware that her injuries have only just healed? She simply cannot withstand your mental invasion. Now, she will need to recuperate for an additional couple of days. Why can't you learn from your mistakes? Your control is utterly lacking. You truly are disappointing. Can you not manage your own mental energy? Do you wish for her to become a fool? Leave at once. Seeing the great jellyfish grow increasingly fierce in its reprimands, Ying Feng quickly extended a hand to soothe the vessel. All right, no need to be angry. Great jellyfish, you mentioned controlling mental energy. I discovered that today I can communicate with Hess through mental energy. What is happening? The great jellyfish, intrigued, extended its mental tendrils to investigate further. With a tone of delight, it exclaimed, Ying Feng, your mental energy is upgraded, now twice as strong as before. Mental energy? An upgrade? This was the first time Ying Feng had heard about his mental energy. I shouldn't possess any mental abilities, should I? You lack mental abilities. But your mental energy is indeed formidable. Otherwise, how do you think we are able to converse? Currently, you two are the only humans capable of communicating with this esteemed jellyfish. Understanding dawned upon Ying Feng. He must possess strong mental energy as well, right? He is a mental ability user. His mental energy surpasses yours by tenfold. Do you realize you nearly became a fool due to his lack of control today? The great jellyfish cast a disdainful glance at Hess, despite lacking eyes. Nonetheless, you have inadvertently benefited from this misfortune. Your entanglement of mental energy with Hess this morning has led to your upgrade, allowing for your current communication. From now on, you two can whisper sweet secrets in front of others. It was the first time Ying Feng learned that Hess was a mental ability user. Hess, when did you awaken your mental abilities? What is your primary power? He's lowered his gaze and tidied Ying Feng's slightly disheveled collar, softly replying. A few days before your incident, my ability is to consume the mental energy of others. I intended to learn more about my power before discussing it with you, never anticipating I might lose the chance forever. In just a few fleeting words, Ying Feng sensed a fleeting wave of melancholy from Hess. Hess, I'm sorry. I should have returned to find you immediately after escaping. I shouldn't have hidden away, causing you to worry. Just knowing is enough, he said. Though a hint of anger and grievance lingered in his heart. What were you thinking at that time? Why did you avoid me? I felt like a monster. You are a colonel in the military base. Protecting its residents is your duty and obligation. How could a monster like me return to the base? Perhaps you would even kill me. Even if you didn't, I would still be a burden to you. He's almost laughed in disbelief at these words. Is that truly how you see me? After all these years of camaraderie, am I not worth more than others in your eyes? Above all the residents of the base. The one I long to protect the most is you. How could you think I would harm you? Hers, increasingly agitated, abruptly rose and made his way outside. His tone frigid as he remarked, I have not attended work for many days. It is time for me to return. You should reflect upon your actions at home. Upon witnessing his ire, Ying Feng appeared momentarily at a loss. Hers paused at the doorway, refraining from turning back. There is breakfast on the table. Remember to eat it and wash the dishes afterward. With that, hers stormed off, genuinely furious, and perhaps even a touch heartbroken. Ying Feng stood in stunned silence. Realizing that hers was truly angry, a sight she had never encountered before. What should I do, Deshui? How can I seek his forgiveness? Ying Feng lamented, clutching the jellyfish bottle. Her expression one of despair. The great jellyfish, with its tentacles sprawled, responded with indifference. The complexities of human emotions elude me. I am at a loss to assist you. Pickled vegetable mini-theater. Chibi hers, angry face so. Ying Feng has always perceived me this way. My heartfelt affections have been misplaced. Chibi Ying Feng, pleading face hers. It was my fault. Please do not be angry. Chibi hers. I am angry. It cannot be soothed. Chibi Ying Feng, approaching in a little dress, attempting to take his hand, brother. Please do not be angry. Chibi hers. Chapter 55. Ying Feng's reflection. He was irate, and Ying Feng, feeling helpless and at a loss, raked her fingers through her hair. After the morning's commotion, sleep was elusive, prompting her to rise early. The gentle morning sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a warm glow within the room as the sheer curtains danced lightly. Although the space bore no significant difference from her former home, Ying Feng sensed an intangible void. In the dining area lay a meticulously prepared breakfast. A feast for the senses, comprising all her favorite dishes. Yet, the thought of Hess's anger extinguished her appetite entirely. Deshui, what do you suppose Hess is doing right now? After completing her morning routine, she returned Deshui, her jellyfish, to its aquarium. The delicate features of her face contorted in a tapestry of worry. With a few joyful glides in its spacious tank, Deshui responded, he's likely at work. After all, he hasn't been there for several days, and a backlog of tasks must await him. He might have to work overtime and possibly won't return today. The news of Hess's likely extended absence only exacerbated Ying Feng's agitation. She contemplated venturing out, but was reminded of her status as a nonentity at the site. Such an excursion could lead to complications for Hess, prompting her to abandon the idea. Sighing deeply, Ying Feng, clad in her bear-themed loungewear, reclined on a single sofa by the window, her legs dangling idly as if they had transformed into vines, burrowing into the earth for sustenance. 2 leaves sprouted lazily atop her head, basking in the sun's warmth. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed outside, enveloped in a languorous state. Deshui, I am utterly bored, she lamented, feeling as though mushrooms might sprout from her. Within the aquarium, Deshui reveled in the adoration of its aquatic companions, drifting contentedly. Did he not instruct you to reflect at home? Why have you not begun? How does one reflect? The strategist jellyfish began offering suggestions. I have heard that human reflection often involves penning a self-critique. Why not write one yourself? That could work. I shall seek paper and a pen in Hess's study. Extracting her vine-like roots from the soil, she shook off the dirt and transformed her appendages back into small, fair feet, making her way to Hess's study. Ying Feng seldom entered Hess's study, as books invariably lulled her into a stupor. Upon locating the writing materials, she settled into Hess's usual chair, nibbling on the pen's tip as she contemplated her thoughts. Yet, after merely 2 minutes of pondering, she scurried out once more. A short while later, she returned, balancing a glass pot containing her strategist jellyfish. Could you not find a different vessel for me? I have developed PTSD from this pot, De Shui complained. What does it matter? This spacious view is quite advantageous, Ying Feng retorted, placing De Shui on the table and resuming her contemplation. 5 minutes elapsed. Another 5 passed. Yet the page before Ying Feng remained blank. De Shui, exasperated, urged, "Why do you not put pen to paper?" Ying Feng, biting the pen's tip with a face that expressed profound constipation, lamented, "I cannot write. How does one compose a self-critique? Goodness, how can you be so dim? Have you never attended school?" Indeed, she had not. In their childhood, mere survival had consumed all their energy, leaving no room for education. And what of all these books in the room? All belong to Hess. Ying Feng weakly leaned against the back of the chair, appearing as if she would faint if asked to write another word. He had a penchant for reading and, given the opportunity, would also relish the collection of books of all varieties. It baffled me what was so captivating about books. I would rather engage in 3 hours of military drills than read for even 3 minutes. You do know how to read, don't you? I refused to associate with the illiterate, I scoffed, feeling my status diminished. Of course, I could read, once our lives improved slightly. Hess had taken it upon himself to educate me, and I had been compelled to read through at least half of the books in this study. Ying Feng donned Hess's protective glasses from the side, hoping to ignite some inspiration. Perhaps the scholarly Hess's glasses possessed extraordinary effects, for Ying Feng finally set pen to paper. After laboriously writing for half an hour, making corrections and revisions, a single line emerged. "Hess, I was wrong. I reflect upon my actions. I am sorry. Please forgive me." With that, it was done. What to do next? The great jellyfish swept its mental tendrils over the note, translating it with evident disdain. "This is far too perfunctory. It would be a miracle if Hess forgave you." Ying Feng flicked the note, placing it squarely in the center of the table, ensuring Hess would see it upon his return. Then she picked up the jellyfish pot and headed outside, confident that the central idea sufficed, while everything else was mere fluff. Hess might come back today, after a long day at work. If he returns to a delectable meal, perhaps he'll be in a good mood and forgive you. That made sense. I decided to prepare something he adored. As Ying Feng busied herself in the kitchen, Hess was halfway through a military meeting at the Sait base. "Colonel Hess, do you truly understand what you were saying?" Schelt began to undermine Hess's daily assertions. "Intelligent zombies? Do you genuinely believe the rumors circulating within the Alliance?" "What nonsense." Leaning back in his chair with an expression of indifference, Hess replied, "Whether it is possible or not can be ascertained through investigation. I propose an expedition to the ruins of Yachuan." Sitting opposite Hess, Shota Yano found Hess's arrogance particularly irksome. He pressed the opposition button on the proposal, scoffing. "You were recently obsessed with exploring the rift, and now you wish to shift your focus? I oppose this proposal. The notion of intelligent zombies is utterly ludicrous. Moreover, exploring a perilous place like the ruins of Yachuan demands considerable manpower and resources. Why should we investigate an abandoned city at your behest? I strongly oppose this." "I also oppose." "Opposed. I, too, am against it." Other officers aligned with Shota Yano cast their votes against the proposal, with only a few supporting Hess. Schelt, with a slight smile, stroked his beard and remarked, "Colonel Hess, it is not that I oppose your proposal. Rather, everyone feels your reasoning is insufficient. If you can provide a stronger justification, please present it." Yi Jingong quickly stood to support Hess. "Everyone, consider this. If intelligent zombies are indeed discovered, humanity will face a new crisis. At present, the crisis has yet to unfold. Thus, it is imperative that we prepare in advance. Should the crisis truly erupt, humanity will find itself ensnared in a perilous and passive predicament." Yin Yixiang Tian, unwavering in his stance, pounded the table and imperiously declared, "What if the abandoned city of Yachuan harbors no intelligent zombies? There, mutated creatures and foreign flora flourish unchecked. Our soldiers would merely be marching to their demise. At that point, Colonel Yi, can you shoulder this responsibility?" Just as Yu Jinghong was about to voice her indignation, Hess interjected, asserting, "Should we fail to uncover any intelligent zombies, I shall bear full accountability for this operation." Hess placed his trust in Ying Feng. If Ying Feng asserted their existence, then they certainly must be present. Whether for Ying Feng or for the sake of humanity, he felt compelled to embark on this journey. Observing Hess's nonchalant acceptance of responsibility, Yan Yixiang Tian promptly sought to ensnare him further. Do you dare to guarantee this with your military position? If no intelligent zombies are found, you shall remove this uniform. Chapter 56. The Descent of Femininity Progress. 5. Hess found amusement in the frantic demeanor of Shota Yano, who resembled a wild dog gnawing at flesh, eager to seize a piece of him without considering the state of his own teeth. With a subtle smirk, Hess pondered the possibility of encountering a sentient zombie in the ruins of Yakawa. Would Colonel Yano be willing to shed his military attire? I speak of you. I have no intention of venturing to Yakawa. Shota Yano then resumed his seat. Indeed, you remain here at the base, perhaps having forgotten what the wilderness even resembles. Hess, how dare you speak to me with such disrespect? I outrank you. This is insubordination, Shota Yano exclaimed, rising once more in indignation. Should you choose to think that way, there is little I can do, Hess replied, spreading his hands in a manner that suggested he relished provoking Yano further. A verbal skirmish erupted among the officers aligned with Yano and those supporting Hess, the conference table becoming a cacophony of voices. Yano's exasperation with Hess, who appeared entirely unfazed, reached a boiling point. Very well, you wish to go, do you? I support that. The others in Yano's faction exchanged glances, muttering, It's not the divine adversary we fear, but the incompetent allies. At that moment, Yano's desire to eliminate Hess intensified. Envisioning the perilous environment of Yakawa where death was a commonplace occurrence, his gaze turned dark, contemplating various covert methods to rid himself of Hess. Yet, in the next instant, he was seized by a violent tremor, collapsing into his seat, his eyes wide and bloodshot, a searing pain slicing through his mind like a chainsaw. In that fleeting moment, Yano seemed to glimpse the long-deceased matriarch of his family. The agony compelled him to weep uncontrollably, clutching his head in a grotesque display, ultimately succumbing to spasms in his chair as if stricken by a stroke. Colonel Yano, what is happening? An officer nearby was startled by his distress. Call the medic. Quickly. Hess observed the scene with an expression of indifference as Yano was carried away. Following this wave of psychological torment, even if Yano were not incapacitated, he would find no opportunity to wreak havoc. Ying Feng was set to accompany him to Yakawa, and Yano could not abide any potential threats to her safety. He must extinguish any signs of danger at their inception. Yano's condition suddenly reminded everyone present of Hess's unique abilities. He had been frequently absent from the base lately, and the memory of this had momentarily faded. The conference table fell into a hush. After a brief interlude, the previously silent neutral faction began to voice their support. I stand with Colonel Hess. So do I. This is for the safety of humanity. It must be supported. Colonel Hess leads the charge, facing danger head-on. We ought to emulate his selflessness. Sure's tur. Hess smiled faintly, rising to express his gratitude to the officers who rallied behind him. A significant majority of the officers now supported Hess, compelling Schuster to acquiesce to Hess's expedition to Yakawa in search of the intelligent zombies. Hess seized the opportunity to acquire numerous resources, prioritizing Ying Feng's safety, believing that the more resources he possessed, the better. He also obtained the authority to deploy 10,000 base soldiers at any time. Following this, Hess efficiently tackled the backlog of tasks at the military headquarters, completing all assignments in less than half a day. At this moment, it was 4 p.m., and the sun had begun its descent, casting a golden hue upon a flourishing maple tree by the window, its leaves ablaze with fiery colors. Gazing at the tree, Hess could not help but recall Ying Feng, a pang of bitterness stirring within him. In his eyes, she was someone who would sacrifice herself for others, and he felt an overwhelming surge of anger and sadness. With these thoughts in mind, Hess picked up the documents once more, intending to focus on work. However, he found himself unable to concentrate, his mind consumed by thoughts of Ying Feng. Was she eating well at home? Did she feel unwell? This morning, his uncontrolled mental energy had nearly harmed her. And then he had left so abruptly. Would she blame him? Would she, in a fit of anger, run away again? With these thoughts swirling, Hess could no longer remain seated. He swiftly abandoned his tasks and rushed home, neglecting even the advanced preparations for the exploration of the abandoned city of Yachuan. If Ying Feng truly left, where in the vast world could he possibly find her? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, his grip on the steering wheel tightening as sweat trickled from his palms. The accelerator felt as if it might snap beneath his foot as he sped homeward like an arrow released from its bow. The tumultuous meeting earlier that day at the military headquarters had left him unfazed. But the mere thought of Ying Feng possibly departing from him again sent his heart spiraling into chaos, akin to a tangled mass of hemp, or rather, a bundle scorched by fire, disordered and burning with urgency. Upon returning home at the utmost speed, Hess flung open the door, only to find the living room enveloped in silence. His keen eyes quickly scanned the aquarium, and his heart plummeted into an abyss. The giant jellyfish was gone. Had Ying Feng truly left him? Had she indeed abandoned him? Ying Feng. In an instant, Hess's starry purple eyes lost their luster, and he felt as though his very soul had been siphoned away, leaving him in a state of desolation. Just as despair washed over him, Ying Feng appeared, carrying a plate of slightly overcooked steak. Hess? Her gentle call resonated like celestial music, piercing through the darkness and pulling Hess from the depths of his despair. He slowly turned to face the source of the voice. Ying Feng beamed at him. "You're back." In the next moment, Hess stepped forward, enveloping Ying Feng in a tight embrace. The plate she held clattered to the ground, the round steak rolling away like a tire, coming to rest in a corner, accompanied by dust. Hess, what's wrong? Ying Feng's hands were greasy, and she hesitated to place them on his crisp military uniform. Unable to push him away, a shadow loomed beneath Hess's brow, and he remained silent, holding her even tighter, as if to embed her completely within his being, his flesh, blood, and soul. Trapped in his embrace, Ying Feng could not move an inch, her ears filled with the rapid thumping of Hess's heart, which quickened her own. "Hess, I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing Ying Feng's distressed voice, Hess's tumultuous emotions, fraught with a blend of joy and sorrow, began to calm slightly. He loosened his embrace just a bit, yet she remained cradled in his arms. "Could you let me go?" The warmth of his embrace left a faint blush on Ying Feng's cheeks. She sensed that their relationship had inexplicably veered off its original course, hurtling toward an unimaginable destination. She dared not contemplate what awaited at the end of that path. Hess remained silent, unwilling to release her, holding her tenderly in his embrace. The feelings he had buried deep within for so long emerged like tender shoots breaking through the earth in spring, flourishing amidst wind and rain. With each passing moment, they collided with the fervor of summer, and a bud named love, basking in the blazing sun, blossomed boldly and robustly. Chapter 57. The Descent of Femininity. Progress 10. Certain sentiments, long concealed within the heart, may gradually fade with the passage of time. Yet, some affections, deeply buried, do not diminish with the years. Rather, they mature like fine wine, growing richer and more potent. Hess, no longer wishing to suppress his feelings, resolved to convey his heart's desire to Ying Feng today, at this very moment. He released her, grasping her shoulders with both hands, and lowered his gaze to regard her earnestly. Ying Feng, emerging from Hess's embrace. Ying Feng was immediately met with the acrid scent of something burning from the kitchen. "Oh no, my steak." Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the kitchen. At that instant, the steak in the frying pan had become a charred remnant. Flames licked the sides of the pan as Ying Feng, in a fluster, grabbed the lid and attempted to cover it, only to be choked by the smoke. Hess entered the kitchen, gently ushering her outside and swiftly shutting the door behind them. He moved with precision and grace to restore order in the chaotic kitchen. Coughing a few times while covering her mouth and nose, Ying Feng rushed to the window, inhaling fresh air until she finally regained her composure. 15 minutes later, Hess emerged from the kitchen to find Ying Feng with smudges of soot on her face and hands, her once fair complexion now marred with patches of black and gray. With a resigned smile, he led her to the sink to wash up. "What made you think to cook?" he inquired. Traditionally, it was Hess who took on the culinary duties when they were together. When he was absent, Ying Feng typically subsisted on canned goods or compressed biscuits. "I wanted to make something for you," she replied, tilting her head and flashing a radiant smile. The proximity of her smile rendered Hess unable to look away. Gazing into Ying Feng's eyes, which reflected his own image, his once steady heart began to race anew. Suddenly, he reached out, covering her eyes with his hand. If he continued to behold her, he feared he might lose control once more. Ying Feng, perplexed, asked, "Hess, what's the matter?" Her words faltered as Hess unexpectedly enveloped her in his embrace. Out of her sight, He slowly lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss on her eyelids through his palm. Ying Feng, bewildered by his gesture, inquired, "Why are you covering my eyes? I am no longer sensitive to light." Hess's gaze fell upon her delicate lips, glistening with a soft sheen, his own eyes darkening with emotion. When he did not respond, Ying Feng instinctively brushed his hand away, only to find herself ensnared by his intense gaze, which had not yet retreated. Hess, she stammered, suddenly at a loss. Hess's expression was so peculiar. Unable to withstand his gaze, she turned her attention to the edge of the sink, her hands clenched tightly. Why does he look at me like that? As she sought to evade his eyes, Hess reached out, cradling her face and directing it back toward him. Forced to meet his gaze, Ying Feng looked up, her azure eyes quivering slightly, a flicker of fear and evasion shining within them. She dreaded the words that might escape his lips, words that could shatter the brotherly bond they had always shared. Hess gazed deeply at Ying Feng, yearning to express his feelings at that moment, yet hesitated upon catching a glimpse of fear in her eyes. Ying Feng was not yet prepared. He did not wish to pressure her or cause her distress. Just as Ying Feng felt she could no longer contain herself, Hess gently placed a soft cloth over her eyes, granting her a moment of respite. "Your eyes have been injured, and I feared water might enter them," he explained. "Oh." Ying Feng sighed in relief, realizing the misunderstanding had frightened her unnecessarily. She readily accepted Hess's clumsy excuse. "Let it be, this is fine. We are still good friends." "Indeed, it must be so." Hess tenderly grasped the cloth, delicately wiping the droplets from her face. Once her face was dry, Ying Feng recalled Hess's earlier anger and looked up at him with a pitiful expression. "Hess, I truly understand my mistake. Please forgive me. I promise I will never leave without informing you again. I will always tell you where I am going beforehand." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of concealed joy glimmered in Hess's gentle gaze, but his tone carried a hint of warning. "You had better keep your word." Ying Feng nodded earnestly, assuring Hess, "I will certainly do so." "So, have you forgiven me?" Seeing her imploring eyes, Hess felt his heart soften profoundly. "I have forgiven you. As long as you do not leave me, I desire nothing more in this life." With a giggle, the weight that had burdened Ying Feng's heart for the day was finally lifted. "Hess, wait a moment. I will cook you another steak." As she prepared to head into the kitchen again, Hess swiftly pulled her back and seated her at the dining chair. "You should sit still. I will handle the cooking." Hess removed his jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves to his elbows, revealing the smooth contours of his arms. He first picked up the plates and the steak that had fallen to the floor, ensuring the dining area was tidy. The plates were made of anew, durable material that was difficult to break. He then washed the overcooked steak that had also fallen and prepared to reprocess it for consumption. In this world of scarce resources, even if they did not lack food, waste was not an option. Before beginning to cook, Hess retrieved the large jellyfish that had been watching the commotion from the kitchen. Adhering to the principle of waste not, he poured the water from the pot for Ying Feng to drink. Ying Feng grimaced at the memory of the water's fishy taste. "I'm fine now. I don't need to drink it." Hess, ever considerate, squeezed a few drops of lemon juice into the water to mask the odor. The jellyfish, observing Ying Feng's grimace, nearly burst into laughter. "Drink up. My bathing water is a coveted elixir among mutants, healing for the sick, invigorating for the healthy, ha ha ha." "Jellyfish. Do you believe I won't stew you instead?" Ying Feng feigned anger, poking the jellyfish's bouncy cap with a finger, only to see it change color with each poke. Intrigued, Ying Feng continued to prod it. "Jellyfish, you resemble a rainbow lamp. You can change colors manually. How delightful, ha ha ha. Impudent. Beware of offending this great jellyfish, lest I refuse to share my bathwater with you in the future." The grand jellyfish could hardly contain itself, as Ying Feng inadvertently prodded its chromatophore, causing a dazzling display of red, yellow, blue, and green hues. "If you don't want to drink it, then don't. I never liked it anyway. Just a whiff of that fishy odor. Be cautious, or I might just serve you as a cold dish. Jellyfish salad is quite delectable." You, how could you consider consuming your dear friend? Ying Feng, you have no heart." Ha 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 ha. Ying Feng was immensely amused by the jellyfish's comical demeanor, her laughter radiating brighter than the sunlight outside. Hess gazed at the laughing Ying Feng with tender eyes before turning to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After the tumultuous events, Hess had also regained his composure. The confession had been too hasty and unrefined, coupled with Ying Feng's lack of readiness. He resolved to grant her a bit more time. Upon their return from the ruins of Yachuan, he would meticulously plan everything to orchestrate a perfect confession ceremony for Ying Feng. Pickled vegetable mini-theater. Hessa, the assertive version, was little Feng just feeling shy? Ying Feng, the ostrich version, I am not. I did not. Stop talking nonsense. Songhui, the gossip version, oh my. Oh my. Oh my great jellyfish. The paper-thin version, anyone can come along. Quickly poke me, and let me burst. Chapter 58. A return to the ruins of Yachuan in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed, and Hess had completed the preliminary reconnaissance of the Yachuan ruins. The next step was to discreetly escorting Feng out without revealing her identity. Ying Feng had fully recovered, having been well nourished by Hess, and had even gained a bit of weight. Her once sharp chin now bore a hint of baby fat, lending her face a softer appearance. This was most evident in Hess's newfound habit of playfully pinching her cheeks. Her hair had also grown, now reaching her shoulders. Ying Feng contemplated how to leave the Sait base inconspicuously and concluded that transforming into vines would be the most efficient method. Hess had prepared several flower pots of varying sizes, lightweight and durable, ensuring he had extras for unforeseen circumstances. He also readied a high-temperature resistant, insulated transparent water bottle for transporting the large jellyfish. The smaller jellyfish would remain at home, tended to by his subordinates who would regularly change their water. The large jellyfish was not only Ying Feng's companion, but also her blood supply, an essential item to carry. Hess had invested considerable effort into ensuring the jellyfish's survival. Now, Hess retrieved a flower pot, intending to mix a batch of nutrient-rich soil for Ying Feng. The table was cluttered with various fertilizers and soils, both organic and inorganic, alongside precise electronic scales and an assortment of measuring cups and spoons. One might mistake him for conducting an experiment, while meticulously selecting fertilizers for the soil. Hess appeared slightly troubled. Finally, he called out towards the room, "Xiao Feng, come here." "What is it?" Ying Feng emerged from the room, where she had been organizing her backpack. "Hand me yours." Hess extended his hand towards her. Confused but compliant, Ying Feng placed her hand in his. Hess then immersed her hand in the soil, instructing her to grow roots and taste the mixture to see if she liked it. The large jellyfish in the water bottle immediately found itself amused. "Pff, ha 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 ha. This is hilarious." It swayed uncontrollably, and both had grown accustomed to its occasional fits of mirth. As Ying Feng's hand transformed into vine roots, Hess inquired, "How does it feel?" Ying Feng pondered for a moment. "There is insufficient nitrogen, a tad too much potassium, the phosphorus is just right. And I like the humus, add a bit more." The large jellyfish, witnessing Ying Feng's earnest tasting and thoughtful suggestions, couldn't contain its laughter once more. "Ha ha ha ha. You. The jellyfish accidentally laughed so hard it regurgitated a gelatinous substance. Both Hess and Ying Feng exchanged glances, speechless. Hess calmly replaced the water for the jellyfish, isolating the bottle containing the potent liquid. Upon observing his actions, Ying Feng instinctively hugged herself in disdain and retreated a step. "Hey, you're not thinking of saving that for me to drink, are you? I would never consume that, not even if my life depended on it. Who would drink the vomit of a jellyfish?" Initially feeling embarrassed, the jellyfish immediately bristled at Ying Feng's disdain. "This is essence. I intended to keep it for myself, but it accidentally came out. If you were to drink this, it would incinerate your roots." This exquisite, viscous jelly is infused with a wealth of the essence derived from water orbs. Had it not been for a moment's hesitation, Hessa would have swiftly changed the water. Otherwise, it might have had to be consumed again. Even if it has reached complete saturation and can absorb no further power from the water orbs, it is still valuable to retain, for it may prove useful in the future. The great jellyfish simply basks in the sun and drinks pure water, remaining quite pristine. Hessa reassured Ying Feng. "Indeed, we are far cleaner than you humans who consume grains and cereals." The jellyfish, embodying a petulant spirit, turned away, leaving only its silhouette for the two. Though it appeared identical from all angles, its irate demeanor was unmistakable. Ignoring Ying Feng's protests, Hessa carefully stored the bottle of high-energy water. Moments later, Hessa produced a box from within the room. "This is for you," Hessa said, extending the box to Ying Feng. "What is it?" Ying Feng inquired. opening it to reveal a military-grade light brain, the latest model, superior even to the one Hess currently used. A flush crept across Ying Feng's face as she recalled the numerous light brains she had lost. She pushed the light brain back towards Hess. I do not require such an advanced device. I have lost so many. A simple one costing a few hundred would suffice. Losing one after another is simply wasteful. Hess removed the light brain from the box, gently taking her hand and placing it upon her. Observing Hess adorning her with the light brain, a warmth rose to Ying Feng's cheeks. The jellyfish, now intrigued, turned to witness the faint blush on Ying Feng's face and began to express its amusement with a series of exclamations. Look at my friend Song Huai. Quickly come and indulge in this delightful gossip. Once the light brain was secured, Hess affectionately ruffled Ying Feng's hair, smiling gently. If it falls, it falls. What matters is that you are well. I have prepared numerous light brains, so not utilizing one would be the real waste. Ying Feng could only accept Hess's kindness, lifting her gaze to reveal a grateful smile. Thank you, Hess. Hess, with a soft smile, playfully pinched her cheek, a gesture of receiving her due gratitude. Between us, there is no need for thanks. With all preparations completed, the two promptly set off for the ruins of Yachuan. Ying Feng transformed into a vine, taking root in a flower pot. Since her previous injury, her control over the vines had significantly improved, allowing her to manipulate their size at will. They could grow to fill an entire room or shrink to a slender tendril entwining Hess's arm. Now, a petite cluster nestled within a mere 20-centimeter pot seemed entirely unremarkable in Hess's hands. As this was a covert reconnaissance mission, Hess could not take too many individuals along. Moreover, with Ying Feng's presence, he could not allow others to witness her suddenly appearing beside him. Therefore, they decided to proceed to the Yachuan ruins alone, with the main group arriving shortly thereafter. Their driver was none other than Andrew. Andrew observed his commanding officer, clad in casual attire, left hand holding a jellyfish bottle, and right hand cradling a pot of vine plants as he boarded the helicopter. He dared not utter a word or ask questions, promptly adopting the role of a mute bystander. Andrew, we are cleared for takeoff. With our destination set for the temporary outpost on the outskirts of the abandoned town of Yachuan. Acknowledged, Colonel. The helicopter ascended gently, heading towards a makeshift base that Hess had established in advance. At that time, he and Ying Feng would first venture into the fabled zombie-infested town for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Andrew and the other soldiers would remain at this clandestine outpost, prepared to provide timely support. Chapter 59. Arrival at the temporary outpost. The Sait base is situated over 1,000 kilometers away from the ruins of Yachuan, with an estimated flight duration of 2 to 3 hours. Midway through the journey, Hess identified a relatively secure location to land. Both Hess and Andrew disembarked from the helicopter, granting Ying Feng the space to transform. The cabin was equipped with one-way glass, obscuring the interior from the outside while allowing visibility from within. Delicate tendrils emerged from the earth, elongating and twisting into form, and a live young maiden materialized within the confines of the helicopter. Ying Feng retrieved a combat suit identical to Hess's from her bag and donned it. The ensemble was a loose-fitting outer layer with a snug inner lining, crafted from black riot gear. Holsters were strapped to the sides of her thighs, and she secured short blades to her calves. She adorned her hands with fingerless tactical gloves and slipped into a pair of military boots. Once fully attired, Ying Feng sent a message to Hess. Upon receiving it, Hess, accompanied by Andrew, returned to the helicopter. Andrew, aware of the transformation of the tendrils into a girl, felt a shiver of fear. Even more daunting was the palpable aura exuded by Colonel Hess at that moment. Though he uttered not a word, Andrew experienced an unsettling sensation of intimidation. In that instant, he envisioned various dramatic scenarios of his own demise, feeling as though his life hung by a thread. Hess boarded the helicopter first and noticed Ying Feng's collar was askew. Without hesitation, he reached out to adjust her attire. Meanwhile, Andrew, still shaken by the encounter, clumsily climbed into the pilot's seat. This marked the first time Ying Feng transformed from tendril to human in a conscious state, with living witnesses present. She felt a tinge of apprehension, sensing her unease. Hess took her hand in a silent gesture of reassurance. Ying Feng instinctively tightened her grip on Hess's hand, prompting a softening in his heart. Andrew is my aide. You can trust him, Hess declared, leaving both Ying Feng and Andrew momentarily stunned. Ying Feng's heart settled. Her trust in Hess was unwavering, and if he deemed it safe, it indeed was. Conversely, Andrew experienced a tumultuous emotional roller coaster. Initially, he felt ensnared by the hand of fate, only to be unexpectedly liberated. Transformed into a divine figure who proclaimed, "I trust you." Overwhelmed with emotion, he resolved to serve Colonel Hess faithfully for the rest of his days. From that moment onward, Andrew not only safeguarded this secret with utmost diligence, but also provided cover for Ying Feng's presence. Unless Ying Feng chose to reveal herself, her extraordinary nature remained undiscovered for a considerable time. However, that was a matter for another day, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. After several hours of arduous flight, Hess and Ying Feng arrived at the temporary outpost in the Yachuan ruins. The outpost was discreetly located in the subterranean parking area of an abandoned building, accessible only through a labyrinthine route that rendered it nearly impossible to find without a guide. The surrounding dangers had long been neutralized, with the area coated in the sap of the aggressive plant, the leopard tooth fern, which typically proliferated in vast clusters. A cluster of leopard tooth ferns possesses the lethal capability to annihilate a mercenary squad of 30 without leaving a trace, ranking among the most formidable of exotic plants. Its sap emits a potent and enduring pheromone, capable of deterring 95 of perilous creatures. The longevity of its effects is remarkable, requiring but a single application to fend off threats for several months. When humans establish outposts, they invariably utilize the sap of the leopard tooth fern. However, not everyone can hunt this plant, and it is often scarce in the market. The substantial application of its sap at this temporary outpost signifies a considerable investment. Hess has never dared to relax his vigilance concerning Ying Feng's safety. At this moment, only a few soldiers remained at the outpost, and upon seeing Hess, they immediately stood at attention to salute. "How is the situation at the outpost?" Reporting to the colonel, "Everything is currently normal." Upon completing their report, the soldiers' gazes converged on Ying Feng, standing behind Hess. "Who is this young lady? I've never seen her before." Her skin was fair, her legs long and slender, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. A truly exquisite and breathtaking girl. In the post-apocalyptic world, encountering such beauty is rare. Most women are pale, emaciated, and malnourished. A rare gem like her is typically the exclusive possession of high-ranking individuals, utterly unlikely to appear in the treacherous wilderness, let alone in the perilous S-rated ruins of Yachuan. At this moment, Andrew took the initiative to introduce her. "This lady is the colonel's friend and will accompany us in exploring the Yachuan ruins." Ying Feng stepped forward, smiling radiantly as she introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiaowu. I hope to receive your kind assistance." With her smile, the hearts of the soldiers fluttered uncontrollably. Her voice was melodious, her laughter delightful, and her presence utterly charming. After years of service, even a mere mosquito could appear enchanting, let alone such a beautiful and adorable young girl. Oh my God! Could she be the angel sent to save them? Yet, in the next moment, God did not appear. Instead, a palpable tension enveloped them. He stepped forward to shield his subordinate's view, stating, "Xiaowu is my close friend. Should she request anything, you are to attend to her without question." The underlying implication was clear, to treat Ying Feng as they would treat him. The soldiers instantly grasped the colonel's intent, their hearts resuming their joyous rhythm. It seemed that she would be their sister-in-law in the future. How delightful! Andrew recognized that it was time for him to take charge and instructed, "Continue to patrol the outpost and prepare for the arrival of the main force." Understood. The soldiers departed, and he's led Ying Feng into a private resting area adjacent to the temporary command center. Upon entering the room, Ying Feng inquired, "Hess, when shall we set off to explore?" He's poured a glass of suitably tempered water and handed it to her. "Later tonight, when they emerge to move about. It shall be our opportunity to investigate. To avoid alarming the enemy, we must also undertake some camouflage." Ying Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had only just arrived and were unaware of the circumstances. Indeed, they must not act rashly. He's found great satisfaction in her affirmation, appreciating her earnest demeanor. He gently tousled her hair and said, "It's still early. You should rest for a while. You might not have the opportunity to sleep tonight. What about you? Aren't you going to rest as well?" Ying Feng inquired, lifting her head with a hint of confusion. Although she meant no ulterior motives and simply wished for him to take a break, Hess could not help but misinterpret her intentions. He inwardly chastised himself for his sinful thoughts and then led her to the folding bed in the inner room, gently guiding her to sit down. I need to prepare the detailed plans for our next actions. You should rest well. I will call you for dinner later. Ying Feng, cradling the jellyfish bottle, nodded obediently, which made Hess's heart swell with tenderness. Chapter 60. The absurd idea of the great jellyfish. After Hess departed, Ying Feng reclined on the bed. After a while, she raised the jellyfish vial before her and inquired with her mental energy, "Great jellyfish, can you sense any dangers nearby?" The ethereal, deep blue jellyfish circled within the vial, extending its mental tendrils to probe the surroundings. Centered around this building, there is no significant danger within several miles. Hess has proven quite capable, establishing such a vast and concealed safe zone in the ruins of Yachuan within just a few days. The truly perilous location is where you intend to explore tonight. Your unique constitution allows you to proceed with caution. Those intelligent zombies would not perceive you as a human. However, Hess is at a disadvantage. His human essence is far too pronounced. He need not even descend into the zombie base to be discovered. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng immediately sat up. What should we do? It would be best for you to split up. If danger arises, it would be solely Hess in peril, while you remain quite safe. The jellyfish, having endured Hess's bullying on numerous occasions, relished the opportunity to turn the tables. Humph. This is absolutely unacceptable. I refuse to let Hess face danger alone. Do not suggest such foolishness, or I shall prepare you a cold dish. Realizing its ill-conceived idea had been uncovered, the jellyfish sighed. Well, there is only one last resort. Ying Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What is that? Have you not noticed? Those zombies perceive you as one of their own. Do you know why? A chill ran through Ying Feng's heart. Could it be that I am truly a zombie? I was bitten by one before, miraculously survived, yet mutated. The jellyfish replied. During the time you were injured and submerged with me, I investigated. You are not a zombie, but you do possess antibodies against the zombie virus. Ying Feng was taken aback. Antibodies? What peculiar constitution was this? Should anyone find out, she would surely be dissected. The jellyfish continued, you could share some of your antibodies with Hess, allowing him to develop passive antibodies. Then, have a zombie bite him to convert them into active antibodies, and all would be well. That sounds rather implausible, great jellyfish. You are not trying to deceive me, are you? The success rate is approximately 30. Even after receiving the antibodies, if Hess is bitten by a zombie, there is still a 70% chance he could become one himself. That success rate is far too low. It is far too risky. It absolutely cannot be. Ying Feng shook her head vigorously. Regardless of the outcome, providing him with some antibodies poses no issue. At the very least, it will grant him a degree of defense. This much was true. Ying Feng conceded that the jellyfish's assertion held merit as they ventured into the zombie base. It would indeed be advantageous for Hess to have antibodies against the virus. How do we administer the injection? Do you not have? The jellyfish began, intending to suggest that she could simply prick him with her stinger. But it had recently stumbled upon a delightful artifact during its idle explorations, an ancient romance novel from before the apocalypse. This jellyfish had never encountered such a captivating work. It was utterly enchanted by the myriad themes of pure love, unwavering devotion, tyrannical affection, and love that made one feel trapped, leaving it spellbound. After reading this book, the great jellyfish immediately transformed from an emotional novice into a master of feelings, gaining insight into the thoughts of that young man, Hess. Unfortunately, Ying Feng, akin to an ostrich, stubbornly refused to respond, which exasperated the jellyfish to the point of wanting to convey Hess's affections to Ying Feng personally. Yet, it refrained from doing so, not out of a high moral standard, but rather from a desire to ship a couple. After finishing the novel, the jellyfish felt an overwhelming urge to write its own story. Regrettably, it could not, as its mind overflowed with imaginative scenarios that required a couple to fulfill its fantasies and satisfy its shipping desires. So administering antibodies is a medical procedure and must adhere to the medical protocol. First, we need to draw blood, centrifuge it to isolate the antibodies, and then conduct a sensitivity test to ascertain whether Hess would have an allergic reaction to your antibodies. If an allergic reaction is indeed possible, these antibodies must still be administered, especially considering the perilous nature of venturing into a zombie-infested area. This necessitates desensitization injections over a period of 5 days. We will start with a low dosage. The first day, a 10 concentration of antibodies. The second day, 30. The third day, 50. And so forth until we reach 100. That's how it's done. Ying Feng was left dumbfounded by the complexity of the procedure. But we need to act tonight. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? She shook the jellyfish bottle vigorously, threatening, "Speak quickly. I know you have a more convenient method. Or else I'll make you into a cold dish." The jellyfish feigned distress, sighing, "There is a more convenient method, but I'm uncertain if you would be willing." "What method? If it's convenient, I'm definitely willing. Hurry up and tell me," Ying Feng demanded fiercely. The salivary glands in the human oral cavity secrete certain digestive enzymes. Enzymes are proteins, and antibodies are also proteins. Anywhere in your body that can produce proteins can generate antibodies against the zombie virus, the jellyfish declared with a straight face. Ying Feng was left bewildered. She comprehended each word, yet the combination eluded her grasp. Seeing Ying Feng's foolish expression, the jellyfish felt a pang of frustration. How could she not understand this? "Oh, all you need to do is give him a kiss, and he will generate antibodies against the zombie virus. However, you must be mindful of the method and timing of the kiss. The best effect is achieved with a prolonged kiss." Ying Feng was utterly flabbergasted. "Don't toy with me. How could a mere kiss suffice to administer antibodies? Have you listened to the absurdity of your own words?" Anyone overhearing this would be in stitches. With a flushed face, Ying Feng adamantly refused to resort to such a ridiculous method to administer antibodies to Hess. The jellyfish shrugged its tentacles. "If you're unwilling, there is no other option. Let Hess be discovered by zombies, and during the ensuing chaos, he might get bitten, transforming into a zombie or meeting his untimely end." Internally, the jellyfish laughed heartily. While its suggestion sounded ludicrous, it was indeed feasible. Ying Feng had no idea how powerful she would become when combining the Eldra Thorn with the zombie virus. Just a minute quantity of antibodies could save someone bitten by a zombie. Her thorny vines not only secreted venom but could also produce antibodies. If she could engage in targeted practice, she would soon be able to effortlessly control the secretion of either venom or antibodies. It wouldn't require much time. Merely experimenting a few times over the course of an afternoon would suffice. The jellyfish intended to keep Ying Feng in a state of contemplation for a while, hoping to stimulate her rather rigid mind and thereby reduce the difficulty for Hess in his pursuit of her. Regardless, in the end, it would still impart the method of the thorn injection to her. As Ying Feng lay in bed, she pondered the method the jellyfish had suggested, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, she drifted into a hazy slumber, her dreams filled with research on administering antibodies to Hess. The jellyfish, observing her while she slept, couldn't help but chuckle mischievously at her flushed cheeks. Yet it had no desire to torment her further. It would simply reveal the correct method upon her awakening. As dusk approached, Ying Feng still had not roused, and the jellyfish had yet to disclose the proper technique. When Hess returned, Song Hui remarked, "I'm currently writing the next chapter. Should they kiss or not?" Waiting online for a response. Hurry up. Chapter 61. Hess. Offended upon entering, Hess found Ying Feng lying on the bed, her cheeks flushed, leading him to believe she was suffering from a fever. He hurriedly approached and crouched by her side, placing his cool hand on her warm forehead, which instantly roused her from slumber. "Xiao Feng, you seem to have a fever. Do you feel unwell?" Hess's brows knitted together in concern. It was unfortunate that she fell ill at such a crucial time. It appeared that all plans would have to be postponed until she regained her health. As Ying Feng opened her eyes and saw Hess's face so close, her embarrassment intensified. The perfect shape of Hess's lips moved before her, leaving her in a daze, rendering her unable to comprehend a single word. Observing her dazed expression and the heat radiating from her, Hess confirmed that she was indeed feverish. Without hesitation, he lifted her from the bed. Intent on returning to the base for treatment, all operations would be on hold until she recovered. Startled by his sudden embrace, Ying Feng instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Blushing, she stammered, "HS, what are you doing? You are unwell. I am taking you back to the base for treatment," he replied, striding towards the exit. Ying Feng, hearing this, quickly called out to him, "Wait, Hess, I'm not sick." What nonsense! Your face is burning hot. How could you not be ill? Hess retorted. I understand your eagerness to investigate the zombie base, but it must be done only when you are in good health. Otherwise, it jeopardizes your combat effectiveness, which is far too dangerous. Hess, I'm not sick. To prove her point, Ying Feng deftly maneuvered in his arms and flipped down, landing on her feet. I really am not sick. She stepped back, avoiding his gaze. Hess extended his hand towards her, and she engaged him in a few sparring moves to further validate her assertion. Then why is your face so flushed and hot? Despite his intelligence, Hess could not fathom that her flushed cheeks were the result of a certain large jellyfish's mischief. The large jellyfish, secretly reveling in the situation, chuckled inwardly. However, it did not anticipate the swift arrival of karmic retribution. Ying Feng seized the jubilant jellyfish, declaring, Jellyfish, you explain. Ahem. The jellyfish choked on its own laughter. Hess's piercing violet eyes narrowed with an icy demeanor. Jellyfish, what have you done? I did nothing. I merely suggested to Ying Feng the idea of administering antibodies to you, it replied. Hess furrowed his brow. Administer antibodies? What antibodies? How does this concern Xiao Feng? You may not know, but let me enlighten you. Thus, Ying Feng possesses antibodies to the zombie virus. If you receive an injection, you will also acquire antibodies. The jellyfish explained. As for how this injection is done, the jellyfish glanced at Ying Feng, who was avoiding eye contact, and decided against tormenting her further, opting instead to share the correct method. Before the jellyfish could convey the proper procedure, Ying Feng abruptly tossed it out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Immediately, a swift motion pinned Hess onto a chair in the room. As she bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment, fixated on his lips. Ying Feng's azure eyes shimmered with intensity, revealing the tumult within her heart. Her mental energy surged violently, even affecting Hess's own. Hess instinctively activated a protective barrier of mental energy, enveloping them both and completely isolating them from the prying mental presence of the giant jellyfish outside. The giant jellyfish exclaimed, Where's my gossip? I had such a grand piece of news. Hess was taken aback by Ying Feng's demeanor. Xiao Feng, what is wrong with you? With a surge of determination, Ying Feng cupped his face in her hands. Hess, I must apologize. Before Hess could comprehend her intention, his mind, which had been operating at high speed for 24 hours, experienced a sudden shutdown. The soft, warm sensation of her lips and the fragrant scent wafting from her all challenged his reason. SOS. 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 Hess's gaze widened in shock, his rationality teetering on the brink of collapse. As Ying Feng tentatively advanced, he felt the string of reason within his mind snap. With a powerful embrace, he pulled her onto his muscular thighs. His long, strong hands firmly cradled the back of her head, taking the lead in deepening the kiss. Ying Feng had originally intended to deliver a mere peck, to convey the antibodies and then retreat, but now she found herself ensnared by Hess's fervent grasp, his arms like iron, rendering her utterly motionless. At this moment, she was truly left with no avenue of escape. By the time Hess regained his composure, Ying Feng had been reduced to a puddle of softness. As their lips parted, a silvery thread glimmered under the dim light, hinting at the lingering intimacy. Hess's voice was hoarse as he inquired, Ying Feng, do you realize what you just did? Hess. Ying Feng's eyes glistened as she leaned against his shoulder, breathing softly. I apologize. I did not intend to offend you. But this was a desperate measure. It was the only way I could deliver the zombie virus antibodies to you. Who told you this was how to convey antibodies? Though Hess was elated by the unexpected kiss, the thought of Ying Feng potentially delivering antibodies to others in such an absurd manner filled him with dismay. Even if such a scenario was nearly impossible, what if it were to happen? He would not allow that what if to materialize. The giant jellyfish suggested it. Upon hearing this was the jellyfish's misguided idea. Hess felt a mix of frustration and incredulity. How could such a creature, despite being a jellyfish, possess such convoluted reasoning? Even if Xiao Feng was indeed carrying the zombie virus antibodies, the proper method of delivery was certainly not through such ludicrous means. He resolved to give the giant jellyfish a piece of his mind, ensuring it would refrain from misleading Xiao Feng in the future, while also seeking the genuine method for administering the antibodies. Hess helped Ying Feng rise from his lap, but her legs were too weak to support her. He swiftly scooped her up in his arms. He felt a mixture of helplessness and tenderness in his heart. It was merely a kiss. Yet it had such profound implications for Xiao Feng. If only. Hess dared not let his thoughts wander any further. Fearing he might lose control and allow something inappropriate to unfold at this inopportune moment. Gently placing Ying Feng on the bed, Hess tenderly tidied her hair and softly said, "Rest a little longer. I shall return shortly." At that moment, Ying Feng could not bear to face Hess and turned her back, burying her entire face into the pillow. A smile involuntarily crept onto Hess's lips as he stepped outside, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Outside the door, the giant jellyfish sighed in frustration, lamenting the fact that it had missed such a captivating scene. Oh, how it infuriated him. All the scheming it had done to manipulating Feng had been in vain. Just then, the jellyfish sensed an approaching danger. With a sweep of its mental energy, it identified the source as Hess. Chapter 62. He is willing to wait for the day Ying Feng develops affection for him. Hess picked up the jellyfish bottle from the corner and entered another vacant room. The large jellyfish took the opportunity to scrutinize Hess's demeanor, yet Hess maintained a tranquil expression, showing no hint of the madness he had displayed before Ying Feng. This left the jellyfish perplexed about whether Ying Feng had succeeded in her pursuit. What did you say to Ying Feng? Why did she exhibit such unusual behavior? Upon hearing this, the large jellyfish perked up. What unusual behavior? Did she take the initiative to kiss you? Hee hee. What a pity. I was almost able to witness it live. You, my friend, shielded me at the crucial moment, truly. At this remark, Hess's gaze sharpened, a chilling aura directed towards the jellyfish. You were spying on us. In that instant, the jellyfish felt as though it were ensnared by a formidable mental grasp, tightening with each moment, pushing its mental capacity to the brink. Please spare me. I didn't see anything. At the critical moment, you opened your mental barrier and completely isolated me. Upon hearing the term mental barrier, Hess relaxed somewhat. He had done nothing, yet the jellyfish claimed he had opened a barrier. How does one open a mental barrier? You don't know? The jellyfish's mind raced. It seemed that while Hess's mental prowess was formidable, he was still in the nascent stages of his awakening. Aside from instinctively absorbing others' mental energy, he had yet to develop other methods of utilization. This presented an excellent opportunity for the jellyfish. If Hess desired to learn more about mental control, he would have to seek its guidance. After all, in this remote locale, knowledge of mental manipulation was scarce. Even though Hess's mental strength surpassed its own, the jellyfish remained the preeminent mentor in this domain. Lost in a tantalizing fantasy where Hess referred to it as teacher, the jellyfish was oblivious to the fact that Hess had already begun to self-explore the method of opening a mental barrier. With eyes closed, Hess centered himself and attempted to manipulate the form of his mental energy. After a few attempts, a perfectly spherical bubble of mental energy emerged, enveloping him into 3-meter radius around him. The jellyfish gasped in astonishment. You learned that just like that. I hadn't even explained how to open it. What difficulty is there in this? Within Hess's mental barrier, he felt like a deity commanding all. The jellyfish trembled, perceiving Hess as a fearsome force akin to a world-destroying god. Now, the deity inquired, what is the correct method for Ying Feng to infuse antibodies? Under the immense pressure, the jellyfish found it impossible to conceal any information, revealing everything, including the reasons behind its deception of Ying Feng. Hess, upon hearing the account, was almost driven to laughter, feeling a mix of anger and incredulity. Were it not for his vested interest, he might have been tempted to strike it down. How absurd was its scheme? Merely to satisfy its own desires regarding certain pairings? If Ying Feng were to do the same with someone else, he would truly lose his mind. However, considering that the jellyfish was fixated on his relationship with Ying Feng, he decided to spare it for now. Nevertheless, he still sought to uncover all the mental control techniques known to the jellyfish. Once again, a wave of mental coercion washed over, causing the great jellyfish to relent and divulge all it could articulate. Any knowledge beyond that was of no consequence to Hess. Half an hour later, Hess gleaned from the jellyfish all the techniques of mental power he could currently wield. He released the creature and returned to inspecting Feng's condition in her chamber. Upon entering, he immediately erected a mental barrier. Ying Feng was still ensnared in the absurdity of having forcefully kissed Hess, unable to extricate herself from the tumult of emotions. The pillow in her grasp was nearly torn asunder, her fingers turning pale from the intensity of her grip, revealing her inner turmoil. Hess, unable to bear her distress, placed his hand over hers, halting her from squeezing any further, fearing it might cause her pain. Realizing Hess had returned, Ying Feng froze, burying her face deeper into the pillow like an ostrich. "All right, little Feng, do not suffocate yourself. Be a good girl and turn your face towards me." Yet, Ying Feng would not comply. Although her intentions were to provide him with antibodies for his benefit, she had indeed kissed him against his will. "Please, let me be alone. I am truly sorry for forcing you earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me for too long." Her muffled voice emerged from the depths of the pillow. Hess's lips curled uncontrollably, more difficult to suppress than an AWM. He gently extracted Ying Feng from her burrow, compelling her to sit on the bed. Her gaze flitted about, avoiding his. Kneeling before her, he found amusement in her demeanor. "Do you think I would mind?" Ying Feng murmured softly, her voice barely audible, being forced. "Isn't that something to be concerned about?" Hess chuckled lightly. "If it were anyone else, I would surely care. But with you, such a thing would never have occurred." He tenderly cupped her face, gazing intently into her eyes. At that moment, he felt as though he peered into the depths of her soul. "It is precisely because you were the one who compelled me that it was allowed to happen." Ying Feng was taken aback. "What does that mean?" With a playful smile, Hess took her hand in his eyes radiating affectionate indulgence. "Please forgive me for not having prepared a perfect confession. In this hasty and humble setting, I wish to express my feelings for you." Upon hearing this, Ying Feng immediately covered his mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "Don't say it." Hess intended to speak further, but she seemed to anticipate his thoughts. Yet, she was not ready to accept it. Originally a boy, she had suddenly transformed into a girl, while her soul remained that of a boy. The notion of a romantic relationship between two males was something she struggled to comprehend. Hess attempted to lower her hands, but she stubbornly held them in place, refusing to confront the reality. "Why won't you let me speak? After what just transpired, do you believe we can revert to our previous state?" With her hands still covering his mouth, Hess resorted to communicating with her through mental power. Ying Feng immediately withdrew her hand, covering her head with both arms and shutting her eyes tightly. Hess smiled ruefully, ready to say more, only to discover that Ying Feng had, remarkably, managed to establish her own mental barrier. It appeared that little Feng was indeed resistant to the transformation of their relationship. Or perhaps she simply had not yet developed feelings for him. Alas, he had been too hasty. He ought to have given her more time. Hess was unwilling to pressure her further. He was prepared to wait until the day she came to cherish him. "Very well, I shall say no more. Do not dwell on it." Hess gently tousled her hair as he usually did, urging her to rest early and sleep well, assuring her that tomorrow would bring clarity. After he spoke, he rose to leave, and Ying Feng inadvertently lowered her barrier. "Hess, are we not taking action tonight?" Hess did not turn around, fearing he might impose further pressure. "Your emotions are too tumultuous this evening. It is unwise to proceed. We shall discuss it tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Ying Feng felt a pang of guilt, believing she had hindered the opportunity for action. Hess shook his head with a soft chuckle, reassuring her that nothing was truly delayed. "Rest well. Good night." Chapter 63, The Descent of Femininity, Progress 11, The Night of the First Kiss. On the night of their initial kiss, Ying Feng found herself wide awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her mind was occupied with thoughts about how their relationship would evolve. Tomorrow, when she encountered Hess, how would she interact with him? The flickering shadows of the lamp cast a gentle glow, and Ying Feng curled up, lost in contemplation. Could their bond truly return to its former state? Meanwhile, Hess, just a wall away, was also restless. Unlike the troubled Ying Feng, he spent the night savoring the memory of their kiss. His long, delicate fingers brushed against his lips, still lingering with the soft, warm fragrance unique to Ying Feng. Though unexpected and hasty, this initial kiss stirred a tumult of emotions within the usually composed Hess, keeping him awake throughout the night. Yearning and unable to articulate his feelings, both endured a challenging night. As dawn broke, it was evident that Ying Feng lacked vitality, her fair, delicate face betraying her weariness. Although Hess had also not rested well, he appeared remarkably invigorated, even more so than usual, radiating a brilliance that enhanced his already striking handsomeness. Standing outside Ying Feng's door, Hess pondered that she must have recovered somewhat and would likely be willing to see him. He knocked gently, intending to invite her for breakfast. Just after finishing her morning routine, Ying Feng heard the knock and immediately guessed it was Hess, feeling the urge to retreat like an ostrich. However, they could not avoid each other indefinitely. Eventually, she hesitantly opened the door, and indeed, it was Hess. "Good morning." "Hess," she greeted, glancing up only to find his starry-eyed gaze fixed upon her, flushing a rosy hue across her cheeks, prompting her to lower her head. Despite her blush, Hess discerned the fatigue etched on her face, a clear indication of her restless night. In truth, she appeared somewhat better than before. She had been even more fatigued prior to her morning routine. Feeling an immediate pang of guilt, Hess chastised himself for exerting too much pressure on her. "Did you not sleep well last night?" he inquired gently. Just a little," Ying Feng replied softly, nodding slightly, unable to meet his gaze. In that moment, Hess decided against insisting she join him for breakfast, instead bringing the meal into her room. "First, have something to eat, and then you can rest," he suggested. The room housed a simple folding table, and today's breakfast consisted of compressed biscuits and canned food. To avoid attracting mutated creatures, cooking was prohibited in the stronghold, leaving them with these meager options. Concerned about her nutrition, Hess also brought in a bowl of well-balanced soil, a mixture he had prepared at home and carried with him in abundance. He busily arranged the meal, placing human food on his left and the plant soil on his right. Sitting across from Ying Feng, he smiled and asked, "Which would you prefer?" Ying Feng, however, did not glance at either option. While Hess busied himself, her gaze was uncontrollably drawn to his lips, perfectly shaped and irresistibly soft. Noticing her distraction, Hess called out, "Xiaofeng?" Startled back to reality, Ying Feng quickly averted her eyes. Oh heavens! Why had she been lost in thought, staring at Hess's lips? Would her actions lead Hess to misunderstand anything? Oh, how embarrassing. The mortified Ying Feng resorted to a tactical retreat, seizing a compressed biscuit from the table and devouring it ravenously. Unsurprisingly, she choked, pounding her chest in distress. Hess immediately handed her a glass of water, sitting beside her to pat her back gently, urging her to take her time, chiding her for still eating as if she were a child despite having grown up. Once Ying Feng managed to compose herself and finish the biscuit, her appetite vanished. Overwhelmed by her embarrassment, "Come now, eat a bit more. Have some canned meat and fruit, or perhaps bury your feet in the earth to absorb its nutrients. Tonight, we must venture to the zombie base, and there may not be ample food, leaving us hungry," Hess coaxed her patiently, as if soothing a child. Ying Feng recognized the truth in his words and endeavored to adjust her mindset. Given the circumstances, she could not continue to dwell on the previous night's events. She resolved to regard everything that transpired as nothing more than an extraordinary dream, something best forgotten. Forcing herself, she took a few more bites. From the corner, the jellyfish tank emitted a plaintive groan. "Is there no one to tend to me? I haven't basked in sunlight for 2 days, and I feel so weak." Rising, Ying Feng rummaged through her bag for a lamp, turning it on and placing it beside the jellyfish tank. "Dear Jelly, there is no sunlight in the basement, so for now, enjoy this plant-specific grow light. I will find an opportunity to take you out for some sun." The jellyfish, aware of the peculiar circumstances, accepted the compromise. However, upon waking that day, it sensed an unusual energy field between Hess and Ying Feng and innocently inquired, "Why do you both seem so strange?" Taken aback by its question, Ying Feng wondered if the jellyfish was unaware of the events that had unfolded. Just as she pondered this, Hess called out, "Xiaofeng, come with me to the operations room. We need to discuss the details of tonight's mission." "All right." Ying Feng set down the jellyfish, recognizing the significance of the upcoming operation. It was best not to mention the previous night's incident to the jellyfish. The embarrassment was already overwhelming, and she wished she could erase that memory with a mere thought. "Jelly, this charge will last for several hours. Bask in it for now." She followed Hess to the command room. Hess had intentionally called Ying Feng away because he had erased the jellyfish's memory of the prior events. From the moment it read that inappropriate romantic novel to the ridiculous suggestion it had given Ying Feng, all of it was deleted with a single command, leaving its other memories intact. The jellyfish had shared numerous methods of mental control with him, one of which involved the precise deletion of a specific memory without harm. Hess had practiced this skill throughout the night, mastering it completely. It was best for the jellyfish to remain a simple creature, untouched by the complexities of human emotions. With that memory erased, Hess no longer had to worry about it offering foolish advice to Ying Feng. Most importantly, he wanted to live free from the constant surveillance of another's mental energy. In the midst of the tumultuous waters, a jellyfish pondered over its peculiar affinity, constantly using its mental prowess to observe the interactions between him and Ying Feng, a notion he simply could not abide. Upon their arrival at the command room, it was evident that only the two of them were present. Ying Feng glanced around, questioning whether it was just the two of them. Just moments ago, during breakfast, there had been at least a Shui present, yet now they were alone. Just the two of us is sufficient. The others shall remain inactive for the time being. Hess wore a serious expression, intent on discussing matters at hand, though inwardly he was brimming with joy. Currently, there existed merely a thin veil separating them, an unbroken layer of transparency, although they had yet to truly unite. Hess found himself delighting in Ying Feng's bashful and flustered demeanor. Ying Feng darted within the confines set by Hess, yet it was evident he could not escape. This ambiguous atmosphere, with its indistinct boundaries, gently stirred his heartstrings like a feather, igniting a sense of longing and anticipation, evoking a truly unique sensation. Chapter 64. Arrival at the zombie base. Ying Feng endeavored to cast aside the events of the previous night, yet the more she attempted to forget, the more vividly they replayed in her mind. The searing warmth of Hess's arms seemed to still encircle her waist. Hess, now with a serious demeanor, incited a wave of self-reproach within Ying Feng. If Hess had moved on, why was she still ensnared in such tumultuous thoughts? Having grown up together and shared countless moments of solitude, it was now time to address serious matters. She needed to muster her focus, for they were about to embark on a treacherous journey to the unknown zombie base, and she could not afford to be distracted by trivialities. He's articulated numerous operational details, and as Ying Feng listened, she gradually set aside the memories of yesterday, engaging earnestly in discussion with Hess. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had returned to their former selves. Night soon descended, and the pair took a brief respite in the early hours. At 1 o'clock in the morning, they prepared to set forth. Instead of military combat attire, they donned ordinary tactical gear suitable for a typical outing. In approximately half an hour, they would emerge into the fray. The entrances and exits of the zombie base would then be accessible, allowing them to blend in with the throngs. At that thought, Ying Feng suddenly recalled the path taken by the little zombie girl. I know of a route that may allow us to stealthily infiltrate the zombie base. Oh, Hess's eyes sparkled with interest. Which route? I shall lead you there. With the great jellyfish in tow, they ventured forth into the night, treading through the dense fog. Throughout the journey, Hess and the jellyfish coordinated effortlessly. The jellyfish served as a radar, alerting Hess to any impending dangers, which Hess would then neutralize silently with his mental prowess before any threat could materialize. An hour later, Ying Feng successfully guided Hess to the entrance without hindrance. The ease of their passage left Ying Feng, now a seasoned visitor to this place, in awe of Hess's formidable capabilities. Before any danger could arise, the lurking monsters were swiftly subdued at the first hint of malice. Ying Feng hadn't lifted a finger. She was merely carried along. Amidst a mound of refuse, there lay an inconspicuous manhole cover. Ying Feng pried it open, and a chill breeze wafted forth, revealing an abyss of darkness within. He's lit a candle to probe the depths, and the flame flickered without incident. Jellyfish, what lies beneath? Ying Feng gently tapped the jellyfish bottle on her back. The jellyfish's mental tendrils began to extend downward. There is a collapsed sewer below, both sides are blocked. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng furrowed her brow. Could the passage have collapsed in just half a month? Is there any sign of another tunnel at the collapse? Given the small stature of the girl, there should be limited access points. The jellyfish expanded its mental tendrils further into the depths, searching meticulously. There are numerous traces of small creatures that have traversed here, though they seem chaotic. Only one path bears the marks of tiny footprints. Ying Feng's spirits lifted. It must be this route. This passage is highly convoluted, with many areas that are exceedingly narrow, and the risk of collapse is ever present. Are you certain you wish to proceed through this route into the zombie base? At this juncture, he's interjected, Jellyfish, will I be able to navigate the narrow sections? Hess stood at a remarkable height of 189 centimeters, his physique a testament to robust musculature and impeccable proportions. He epitomized the ideal of appearing slender in attire yet possessing a well-defined form beneath. If he could navigate this challenge, it was needless to say that Ying Feng would follow suit effortlessly. The great jellyfish appraised Hess's stature and remarked, "It should be manageable, though there may be areas requiring a bit of maneuvering. Then we shall take this route. The main entrance will undoubtedly have guards. We are currently operating in stealth, so it is best to avoid drawing attention," Hess replied without hesitation. He descended first, instructing Xiao Feng, "Wait a moment. I will signal you when it is safe to come down." Ying Feng nodded. "All right, but please be cautious." The shaft featured a ladder, though it appeared precarious and liable to collapse at any moment. Hess chose not to use it, instead employing his hands and feet to swiftly traverse down the sides of the well. Upon reaching the bottom of the vertical shaft, Hess utilized his newly acquired method of mental exploration to ascertain that the area below posed no threats. He leaped from a height of several meters. His arrival startled the small creatures inhabiting the sewer, sending them scurrying in all directions. He soon discovered some snakes sleeping grass juice along the wall, a substance known to induce lethargy in snakes and similar small reptiles. During the non-winter months, hibernating creatures tend to avoid areas where this plant is present, as it repels them. It was now May, approaching early summer, suggesting that someone had deliberately applied the snake-sleeping grass juice to deter these creatures. Deeming the area safe, Hess transmitted a mental message to Ying Feng. "Xiao Feng, it's secure below. You may come down. The ladder is unstable, so refrain from using it." "Understood," she replied. Ying Feng entered the well, meticulously securing the cover behind her. She descended in the same manner as Hess, reaching the end of the shaft. The darkness below was absolute. Devoid of any light, her eyes could discern nothing. She extended several tendrils, utilizing them as her eyes in the shadows. To this day, she remained uncertain how her plant-based vision allowed her to perceive her surroundings and relay that information to her mind, yet she could see nonetheless. Hess extended his hand directly beneath her. "Jump down." Following his instruction, Ying Feng leaped gracefully into his arms. Hess did not hold her for long. He gently set her down on the ground. In the enveloping darkness, a faint blush crept across Ying Feng's cheeks. She felt an urge to scorn herself. The act of her jumping into his embrace had occurred countless times throughout her childhood, yet the emotions accompanying it felt entirely different now. Hess naturally took hold of Ying Feng's hand. "Great Water, lead the way." To avoid unnecessary complications, both Hess and Ying Feng opted not to illuminate their surroundings. Proceeding through the darkness, the great jellyfish also refrained from lighting up. "Take the left path. There is a 1-meter-high opening against the wall to the left." Without a word, the two crouched and slipped into the opening. The entrance, measuring 1 meter, was already considerable, but as they ventured deeper, the passage narrowed, requiring them to crawl intermittently for approximately 100 to 200 meters. After traversing this constricted route, they emerged into a spacious section of the sewer that had not collapsed. The great jellyfish remarked, "Proceed approximately 200 meters further, and you will find a breach in the right wall. Opposite this breach lies an abandoned storage room. Once you exit from there, you will arrive at your destination." In the darkness, the two exchanged a glance, silently continuing their advance. Ying Feng extended several tendrils, meticulously erasing all traces of their footprints behind them as they walked. The breach was obscured by a heap of debris, which Hess cleared away, revealing an opening of half a person's height. Beyond the opening lay another pile of clutter. Ying Feng used his tendrils to entwine and secure the debris, while simultaneously observing the situation outside the opening. Fortunately, there was no one in sight. After moving aside the clutter, the two entered and carefully restored the debris at both ends of the breach to its original state. The abandoned storage room had long been neglected, covered in dust. Yet the floor bore no footprints, indicating that the little girl was quite cautious. Hess and Ying Feng approached the door, each employing their own method to peer outside, only to be taken aback by what they saw. Outside was an exceedingly deep, circular pit-like base. Chapter 65. Living skeleton. Before the two stood a vast pit, measuring a staggering 500 meters in diameter. To their astonishment, a base lay hidden deep within the earth. Encircling the walls of the pit was a series of single-story dwellings, their dark tiled eaves extending outward. Rows of crimson lanterns adorned the corridors, illuminating the dim underground with an eerie glow, reminiscent of an immense subterranean haka roundhouse. The atmosphere was thick with an unsettling gloom, punctuated by the haunting red lights. In the center, an elevator ascended and descended, with pathways connecting each level to it. Hess delved into the depths with his mental prowess, discovering a labyrinth of passageways resembling a spider's web. The elevator was in constant motion, with individuals entering and exiting in an orderly fashion. Indeed, the existence of intelligent zombies was manifest here. Most of the zombies exhibited skin that was either a ghastly shade of blue-black or pale white, their muscles withered and their abdomens concave. However, a rare few appeared indistinguishable from the living, resembling individuals who had just succumbed to death. A nauseating stench of decay permeated the base. The hour was 3:30 in the morning, the time when they were most active. Despite their intelligence, these zombies faced harsh living conditions once awakened. They were compelled to contribute to the base's upkeep. Whether scavenging for supplies or aiding in construction, they were bound to perform some task, lest they be cast out and meet a brutal end at the hands of humans. A rumble echoed from the depths, suggesting ongoing excavation to expand the base. A zombie ambled past the storeroom door, its emaciated nose twitching stiffly. Although they did not require breath, they could detect the scent of the living. Its gaze shifted toward the storeroom, and both individuals sensed imminent danger. They must not be discovered. Ying Feng extended her vines to envelop Hess, masking his presence. Yet Hess gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. While Ying Feng pondered this, a six-pointed star pattern suddenly illuminated in Hess's eyes. And in the next moment, the zombie stumbled away from the storeroom door, disoriented. Hess had successfully exerted control over its mental faculties, implanting a command to leave swiftly. He was astonished by his success. It appeared the zombie possessed a low level of intelligence and cognitive ability. Otherwise, it would not have succumbed so easily to mental manipulation. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, several more zombies approached. This time, Hess could not drive them all away, and one zombie pushed open the door. Hess pulled Ying Feng behind a pile of clutter, while she frantically dispersed plant signals to conceal their human essence. Yet, Hess's human scent was too potent. As the door swung open, it attracted numerous zombies. What is that smell? It seems to carry the essence of the living, a voice, peculiar and raspy, echoed at the entrance, akin to the sound of wind escaping a bellows. About 7 or 8 zombies entered the storeroom. Hess realized he could no longer remain hidden. Xiaofeng, stay still and do not reveal yourself, he instructed, before stepping out. Wait, Hess, Ying Feng exclaimed, attempting to grasp him, but Hess had already emerged. Humans. The base had discovered humans. In an instant, the zombies discerned that Hess was not one of their own. Just as they were about to shriek and alert the other zombies in the base, Hess's eyes shimmered with a 6-pointed star, and his long hair stirred as if caught in an unseen breeze. Before the zombies could react, they all collapsed in a moment, utterly lifeless. Hess swiftly traversed the sea of fallen zombies and secured the door. Ying Feng emerged from behind a pile of debris, conjuring vines to drag the zombies into a concealed corner, covering them with various objects. Hess, what shall we do next? Hess was about to respond when he sensed a commotion erupting within the zombie base. The remaining zombies surged upward, a palpable aura of fear and anger swirling at the center of the base. Is there a human military attacking us? What? Has our base been discovered? It should not have, but if we do not provide support soon, we may indeed be exposed. Hurry. The zombies were captivated by the external turmoil, oblivious to the faint human presence lurking within a storage room. Hess, could it be that your people are engaged in a skirmish with them? Not likely. Without my command, they would not act independently. It must be another base's military. Once the exterior zombies had vacated, Hess and Ying Feng cautiously exited the storage room. Although they had previously surveyed the scene with their mental prowess and vines, the actual sight was far more shocking than anticipated due to visibility constraints. In addition to the various buildings, walls were embedded with glass display cases, each containing 1 or 2 corpses of varying ages and genders. Some bodies had desiccated into a mummified state, while others appeared poorly preserved, having already begun to decay. A few had been reduced to mere skeletons. As they pondered this, one of the skeletons within a glass case trembled, prompting the two to swiftly hide behind a pillar. In the next moment, the skeleton awkwardly pushed open the glass door. tumbling out and dislocating a leg bone in the process. It shakily propped itself up, seemingly bewildered. After a brief moment, it bent down to retrieve its dislocated bone and with a sharp snap, reattached it. Ying Feng observed that it was not entirely skeletal. Pale eyeballs remained in its sockets, and what appeared to be desiccated brain matter lingered behind them. What manner of base is this? How can a skeleton still possess life? This eerie underground zombie base resembled a vast mausoleum. After reassembling its bone, the skeleton wobbled off in a particular direction. The two exchanged glances. Let us follow. They were positioned roughly in the upper section of the zombie base, and the skeleton was headed downward. It seemed to possess limited intelligence, opting not to take the elevator, but rather instinctively meandering towards the staircase with a swaying gait, as if guided by an unseen force. Its pace was unhurried yet devoid of hesitation, leading it toward a specific location. Ying Feng and Hess trailed behind, descending 5 or 6 floors before the skeleton finally came to a halt. It stood at the entrance of a spacious room, the width of the door measuring 2 meters, significantly broader than the other doors. It lingered at the entrance for a moment, the light atop the grand gate flickering, casting a beam that enveloped it. Subsequently, the door creaked open. In stark contrast to the eerie red lanterns outside, the interior was illuminated with incandescent lights. Dawater, what lies within? Ying Feng timely tapped the jellyfish vessel. Dawater's mental tendrils extended into the depths, and soon a response materialized. There are no living souls inside. Apart from the skeleton we just encountered, there are no other living zombies. However, an abundance of advanced technological apparatus exists, far surpassing the capabilities of your era, along with fully functional, lifelike intelligent robots. Chapter 66, Right the Wrong. The Lament of the Apocalypse, a subterranean zombie base that melds traditional Chinese horror with cutting-edge technology. Both Hess and Ying Feng found themselves perplexed. What manner of place was this, and who had conceived such a creation? The architecture bore the hallmarks of grand medieval structures, yet at its heart lay an elevator. And the crimson lanterns above contained oil or candles rather than light bulbs. Amidst the eerie ambience of Chinese horror, there existed technological apparatus far exceeding contemporary standards. The great jellyfish remarked, I have already disabled the external surveillance, but the internal monitoring system poses a challenge. I may require some time. Ying Feng, aware of the great jellyfish's capabilities, inquired, Great jellyfish, can you incapacitate the robots within? Proudly, the jellyfish puffed up its umbrella-like form, declaring, Of course I can. It had the power to disrupt magnetic fields, rendering even the most intelligent robots vulnerable, provided they were genuine machines. However, it added, Please grant me a moment. Hess asked, How long will it take? The great jellyfish responded, Half an hour should suffice. Hess glanced upwards, extending his mental prowess to ensnare a zombie, thereby acquiring a glimpse of the external scene. The battle outside is likely to continue for another hour. You must expedite your efforts. After instructing the great jellyfish, Hess turned to Ying Feng, stating, The soldiers battling the zombies above are from Kunloon base. Ying Feng gasped, What? Why would Kunloon soldiers be engaged in combat with them? Hess's gaze darkened as he pondered an improbable possibility. I cannot say for certain. What is the status of the external conflict? Ying Feng, still fundamentally tied to Kunloon base, could not suppress his curiosity. It is manageable. Casualties are within acceptable limits. These zombies possess formidable combat capabilities, and should we engage them, it may not be easy, Hess replied, his tone grave. Ying Feng lapsed into silence, reflecting on the fact that these sentient zombies did not actively seek to harm. They lurked in the shadows, venturing out only under the veil of night. Yet, they were a ticking time bomb, and humanity could not afford to neglect them. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, only differing perspectives. No one holds the authority to declare another's position as unequivocally erroneous. Indeed, some matters, despite being subjectively recognized as wrong, may still hold objective validity. Thus, right though wrong, this encapsulates the tragedy of the apocalypse. As the two men contemplated in silence, time slipped by swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, the great jellyfish's triumphant voice echoed, All set. The surveillance and robots have been neutralized. You have only 5 minutes to conduct your investigation. After 5 minutes, both the monitoring and robots will revert to normal. Exchanging a glance, the two hastened inside. The interior space was even more expansive than they had perceived from outside, a hypermodern biological laboratory. Ying Feng felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had visited a similar underground facility before. However, the subjects of study differed. While the previous lab focused on biological fusion experiments, this one was dedicated solely to zombie research. Great jellyfish, do you think this resembles the place where we first met? The great jellyfish fell silent. Ying Feng assumed it was reminded of its painful past, but that was not the case. After a brief moment, the voice of the great jellyfish resumed its usual tone, saying, "Indeed, there seems to be a resemblance. Perhaps these two places are connected in some way." The skeletal remains lay motionless on an experimental bed. A translucent infusion tube pierced through the foramen magnum, administering an unknown crimson liquid, causing the once white skeleton to visibly transform into a ghastly red hue, rendering it even more terrifying. "Who are you?" A peculiar, sharp voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. The two turned to find a zombie, nearly indistinguishable from a living person, clad in a white lab coat. After expressing its astonishment with a loud cry, the lab-coated zombie seemed to realize it might not be able to overpower them. Swiftly stepping back and pressing a button, with a thunderous sound, the laboratory door slammed shut, blocking the tendrils of Ying Feng's pursuit. In the next moment, red smoke began to billow within the laboratory. Hess immediately donned a folding mask for both himself and Ying Feng, extending his mental energy outward to engulf the lab-coated zombie and a horde of approaching undead, incapacitating them all. Having absorbed their mental energy, Hess gleaned all the data and settings of the laboratory and hastily moved to deactivate the red mist, opening the door. "This mist is toxic. Hurry out, Xiaofeng," Hess urged. Pulling Ying Feng from the laboratory, outside, the corridor was littered with fallen zombies. The great jellyfish was wholly engrossed in shielding the laboratory's surveillance and automatons, leaving it unable to monitor other areas, which accounted for the delayed detection of the approaching zombies. Ying Feng's tendrils swiftly ensnared the zombies on the ground, dragging them into a nearby room. Time was of the essence, and she could do no more, sensing something was amiss with Hess. He trembled uncontrollably, as if restraining himself from something primal. Without hesitation, Ying Feng led him back to the sewer through which they had entered. Once they retreated into the sewer, the battle above the base was nearing its conclusion, with zombies gradually returning. In the dim confines of the sewer, Hess leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. A boundless thirst for blood surged within him, craving the warmth of fresh flesh, longing to tear into it and consume it whole, skin and blood alike. Aware that he was losing control, he clenched his teeth, gripping his arms with such force that he nearly broke the skin through the specialized fabric. Hess. Ying Feng, filled with worry and urgency, checked on his condition. "What's wrong? Was that red mist toxic?" She recalled how Hess had always insisted she drink the great jellyfish's bathwater whenever she was injured, and without hesitation, she removed the jellyfish container from her possession, opening the spout and positioning it near Hess's lips. "Hess, drink this, it will help." The great jellyfish interjected, "Drinking my bathwater one tea suffice. That red mist contains the zombie aerosol virus." "Ying Feng, only you can save him." Ying Feng gasped at the revelation. Could Hess become a zombie? "What are you waiting for? Use your zombie antibodies to save him." The great jellyfish shouted, "You can use your stinger's weight." What? Why had it uttered such a phrase? The great jellyfish, having lost the memories of the dubious advice given to Ying Feng, still retained the knowledge of the zombie virus antibodies within him. Prompted by the great jellyfish, Ying Feng was instantly reminded of this crucial fact. Saving lives took precedence over all else. "Hess, bear with it," Ying Feng exclaimed as he forcefully pushed Hess, who was clutching his head tightly, down and leaned over him, cradling his face to deliver the antibodies. The great jellyfish observed in bewilderment. Is this truly how antibodies are administered? Hess, engulfed in a crimson haze of bloodlust, was overwhelmed with a fervent desire for slaughter. This murderous instinct clashed with his rationality, tearing him apart from within. In the next moment, this intense urge for violence was extinguished by a soothing deluge. Fearing that he might not have enough antibodies to impart, Ying Feng shut his eyes and pressed down on Hess with determination. Using his agile tongue to pry open Hess's jaws, fervently mixing and delivering the life-saving essence. The hurried, Chaotic sounds of their breaths echoed intimately through the dark, damp sewer. Chapter 67. Encounter with the little girl zombie. The bloodthirsty killing intent within Hess gradually subsided, giving way to another surging fervor. Thanks to the wave of antibodies administered by Ying Feng the previous day, Hess had gained precious time to contend with the zombie virus. Now, with Ying Feng delivering the second dose of antibodies, the effects were magnified. The zombie virus within Hess had been completely eradicated. However, he found himself unable to control his overwhelming affection, which rendered him incapable of pushing Ying Feng away. Concerned that the dosage might be insufficient, Ying Feng continued to supply him with antibodies. Unbeknownst to him, Hess had begun to take the initiative. As time passed, it became increasingly difficult to discern whether Hess was acting deliberately or unintentionally. When Ying Feng felt he had received enough, he found himself ensnared by Hess's grip. A red alert blared in Ying Feng's mind. Danger! 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 Hess, wake up! Ying Feng's mental shout was deafening, finally rousing the one feigning slumber, who reluctantly released her. A rush of air flooded into Ying Feng's nearly depleted lungs as she gasped for breath. Hess's arms encircled Ying Feng, gently soothing her back to calmness. Once she regained her composure, Ying Feng promptly pushed Hess away, retreating to the side, her face flushed, clutching the jellyfish bottle. She had once again succumbed to Hess. Though there was a reason behind it, she had initiated the embrace. What were you doing just now? The large jellyfish was equally perplexed by Ying Feng's actions. That's not how you inject antibodies. Where's your stinger? You should use your stinger to inject and then secrete the antibodies. Use my stinger? Upon hearing that it was possible, Ying Feng was momentarily paralyzed. Indeed, your stinger can not only secrete venom but also antibodies. As long as you focus on secreting antibodies instead of venom, the stinger will heed your command. Go ahead, try it now. Dazed, Ying Feng extended her stinger, concentrating on secreting antibodies. To her astonishment, what emerged from the sharp tip was not the deep blue venom but a light yellow, translucent antibody. See? Ascent, that quite simple. I thought you'd need a few tries. Your comprehension is remarkable. Wait. What are you doing? Stop. Help. Finally realizing she had been deceived, Ying Feng shook the jellyfish bottle furiously, her face alternating between crimson and pale. A mix of embarrassment and fury that felt as if she might explode. You wretched jellyfish dared to trick me. I'll make you into a cold dish first and then deep fry you, you scoundrel. The large jellyfish protested. When did I ever deceive you? As Ying Feng caught her breath and ceased her tumultuous shaking, the dizzy large jellyfish lamented, Today has been disastrous. I hereby request to leave early. Hess, concerned that Ying Feng might become too agitated, hurried to comfort her. All right, little Feng, don't be upset. Ying Feng clutched the jellyfish bottle tightly. Her face so red it could rival a ripe tomato. Overcome by embarrassment, she felt as though she had perished on the spot, her spirits soaring far beyond the galaxy. She was utterly reluctant to glance back at Hess. Fearing that she might spiral into despair, Hess had hesitated to reveal the truth. Now, witnessing her current state, he worried that she might become ensnared in her own thoughts. A solution must be found. In the next moment, Hess, unsure of his thoughts, suddenly pressed his hand against his chest and took a step back, leaning against the wall, coughing. The approach was rather naive, yet the effect was remarkable. Ying Feng, alerted by the commotion, immediately turned to assess Hess's condition, momentarily setting aside any feelings of shyness or embarrassment. Could it be that the antibodies were insufficient? Indeed. Given that the injection technique was flawed, how could it possibly suffice? This darn water. Ying Feng forced herself to regain composure. Saving Hess was the priority. She extended her hand, letting a sharp thorn emerge from her fingertip, testing it a few times. Confirming that each discharge was a pale yellow antibody. She finally looked up at Hess and gently reassured him. Hess, bear with it. It will be over soon. She took his hand, rolled up his sleeve, revealing the beautifully defined contours of his arm, with prominent veins standing out, sturdy yet aesthetically pleasing. Ying Feng carefully pinpointed the right spot and swiftly pierced with the vine-like thorn. It was Hess's first experience of being pricked by Ying Feng, and a tingling sensation radiated from the site of the injection to his heart. He felt rather good. Ying Feng administered a measured dose of antibodies. then pressed on the injection site with her fingertip. Given the limited conditions, there was no time for disinfection. It was vital to contain the zombie virus first. She lifted her gaze to him. Hess, how do you feel? Leaning against the wall, Hess looked down at her. Despite the pervasive darkness, their eyes met with precision. His long hair was slightly disheveled, exuding a fragile beauty, yet his eyes glimmered with a faint red glow, presenting an alluring yet aggressive demeanor as he gazed at Ying Feng. Noticing something amiss with Hess, Ying Feng furrowed her brows. Could it still be insufficient? She instinctively grasped his arm, intending to inject once more, but Hess enveloped her in an embrace, his voice calm, as if he had returned to normal. It's all right. Xiao Feng. Ying Feng, uncertain of Hess's condition, hesitated to push him away, merely whispering, Are you truly all right? Do you feel any discomfort? As long as you let me hold you, I feel perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng realized that Hess was indeed unharmed. Blushing, she promptly pushed him away and turned, saying, I'm glad you're fine. At that moment, the disoriented and toppled giant jellyfish suddenly revived, exclaiming, Something is coming. Hess and Ying Feng immediately took cover behind a load-bearing pillar, but the space was too confined. Ying Feng had to lie against Hess's chest, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. From the heap of ruins they had traversed, a little girl emerged. More precisely, it was a zombie girl. The girl struggled to carry a pile of scavenged scraps towards the opening of a storeroom. Today, she had not collected much, as she had encountered a battle between humans and her kind shortly after venturing out. Terrified, it was the first time she had witnessed so many humans since awakening months ago. They all wore matching uniforms and wielded fearsome weapons, having slain many of her kind. Of course, the elite among her kind had also taken down numerous humans. In short, the scene was a harrowing tableau of severed limbs, flowing blood, and cries of anguish. It was truly terrifying. Its secret passage was also affected by their fierce battle. After a prolonged effort, she finally unearthed the entrance beneath the manhole cover. The little zombie proceeded with caution. Upon nearing the base, it gently placed its belongings on the ground and began to meticulously transfer them towards the opening, ensuring that nothing scraped against the earth to produce a sound. Chapter 68. Re-entering the zombie base, Ying Feng recognized the small zombie. It was the little girl zombie who had guided her before. However, it appeared to have undergone some changes the last time she encountered it. Its body was emaciated in a sickly shade of green. This time, it seemed less gaunt, though its skin still bore that same unhealthy hue, resembling a malnourished child. Its tiny frame supported a disproportionately large head, and its round eyes were grayish-white, devoid of pupils. As the small zombie approached the entrance, ready to clear away some debris, it sensed a somewhat familiar presence. It fixed its gaze upon the pillar where Ying Feng was concealed, and after a long moment, it began to move towards her. Hess's eyes darkened, prepared to spring into action, but Ying Feng gently restrained his hand and shook her head. Sister, is that you? The little girl's voice was dry and eerie, echoing ominously in the dark sewer, sending chills down the spine of anyone timid. However, both Hess and Ying Feng were not ordinary individuals. They were far removed from the typical person. Ying Feng gestured for Hess to remain hidden, then stepped forward. Upon seeing her, the little zombie's facial muscles twitched in a semblance of joy. Sister, it really is you. When you didn't return last time, Xiaohua thought. The girl trailed off, her prior fears dissipating now that her sister stood before her, healthy and whole. Sister, is the big brother with you just waking up? I don't think I've seen him before. At the utterance of these words, both Hess and Ying Feng sensed the unusual nature of the small zombie. Though it appeared devoid of combat ability, it was evidently remarkable in its own right. Hess remained concealed behind the pillar, yet the little girl had perceived his presence. He decided to reveal himself, stepping out to stand beside Ying Feng. Upon seeing Hess, the little girl exhibited a surprising demeanor, displaying a timid respect akin to that of a child encountering an adult. This was in stark contrast to her earlier outburst of alarm at the sight of human intruders. Clutching her tattered teddy bear, she timidly spoke, Hello, big brother. My name is Xiaohua. Are you a friend of my sister? Yes, came the response. The girl's facial muscles twitched again, perhaps in a smile, as she recognized that this big brother was also a friend of hers. Ying Feng's brow furrowed. An unsettling premonition gripped her. Daishui, could you assess Hess's current condition? Dai Shui swiftly extended its mental tendrils to probe Hess's physical state, growing increasingly alarmed with each revelation. Hess's condition is rather peculiar. Aside from his inability to actively produce antibodies against the zombie virus, he appears to share similarities with you. He can mislead the zombies' senses, causing them to regard him as one of their own. However, the situation within him is somewhat unstable and requires further observation. For now, there seems to be no major issue. Ying Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Will Hess turn into a zombie? Dai Shui replied calmly. That will not happen. The zombie virus within Hess has been completely eradicated. However, his inability to generate antibodies means that if he encounters the zombie virus again, it remains uncertain whether he will be susceptible to reinfection. The exploration of the large jellyfish and the exchange with Ying Feng occurred within a minute, during which the little zombie remained oblivious to any anomalies. Sister, which floor and room do you reside in? Little Hua asked while discreetly concealing her belongings around a bend in the sewer. It was then that Ying Feng realized that a considerable number of items had been hidden away by Little Hua. Subsequently, Little Hua appeared to contemplate her return, beginning to shift the clutter at the entrance of the tunnel. Ying Feng did not respond immediately, instead smiling and playfully inquiring, "Where do you live, Little Hua?" "I dwell in the communal dormitory of room 203 on the 4th underground level. I do not possess a private room," she replied. Ying Feng's gaze shifted thoughtfully as she responded, "I also reside in a communal dormitory, though not on the 4th level." "Ah, how I wish I could have a private room. Why do you not participate in the selection process, sister?" Little Hua asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Selection? Indeed. Little Hua had observed many newly awakened peers attending the selection. Those chosen as quality residents of the base would be granted private accommodations. "Oh, I intended to participate, but having just awakened, I am unclear about the selection process." "Little Hua, will you be joining the selection?" Little Hua shook her head sorrowfully. "Children are not eligible to participate in the selection. I will always remain a child, forever deprived of such opportunities." Little Hua's form and age were frozen at the moment of her death. Even as a zombie, she would not undergo any changes. The zombie base generally disregarded young zombies like Little Hua. They were left to fend for themselves. Those who could not survive would simply perish once more, becoming nothing but dust. "Xiaofeng, let us attempt this selection and see if we can remain in the base, uncovering the masterminds behind this zombie stronghold." Hess suddenly communicated telepathically with Ying Feng. "Shall we do it tonight?" Ying Feng inquired. "Stay with the little girl," Hess replied. Little Hua had already cleared some of the clutter in preparation to return. The pile was high and chaotic, and suddenly, a heavy box, the contents of which were unknown, toppled down, seemingly destined to crush Little Hua. Just in time, Ying Feng extended her hand to catch the box. Little Hua looked up and smiled at Ying Feng. "Thank you, sister. Let me assist you. Hess, brother, you should help too." Ying Feng felt it prudent not to reveal their true names and, in a moment of inspiration, decided to refer to him as brother. "Very well." Hess appeared quite pleased with Ying Feng's choice of address, his expression radiating joy. With Ying Feng and Hess's assistance, what had been a daunting task for Little Hua was accomplished in an instant. The trio re-entered the zombie base together. This time, they moved about the base openly, following Little Hua without stealth. The conditions within the base were far from favorable. There were numerous injured zombies present. Although zombies felt no pain, as long as their head and neck remained intact, they were considered alive, albeit immobile. However, the base would no longer accommodate these incapacitated and valueless zombies. A squad of sophisticated robotic entities emerged from an unknown source, their luminous devices aglow. On the holographic display above, numerous squares were visible. Approximately half of the squares shone with green lights, while the remaining half displayed red lights or remained unlit altogether. Injured zombies, upon their appearance, exhibited a fear surpassing that of encountering humans. "No, please don't kill me. I'm still alive. I'm fine. I still have value. I can work." One zombie, reduced to half its body, was carried back by its companions, yet it now crawled outward in sheer terror. The base does not harbor worthless entities. The lifelike intelligent robots displayed expressions and tones as cold as those of humans. One such robot raised its hand to extinguish a red button on the screen. causing the crawling zombie to halt abruptly as if a stop button had been pressed. Subsequently, all the injured zombies fell one after another, collapsing to the ground like large puppets stripped of their batteries. Little Hua, in a fit of fear, clung tightly to Ying Feng's leg. Hess and Ying Feng, concealed in the shadows, witnessed this scene unfold, their minds swirling with even greater confusion. What, precisely, are this base, these zombies, and these robots? Chapter 69. The Zombie Base Administrator. Once the administrator extinguished all the red lights on the screen, a multitude of injured zombies collapsed. A row of intelligent collection vehicles emerged from the recycling depot, gathering these lifeless beings and transporting them away. The destination of these soulless creatures remained a mystery, but it was certainly not a place of solace. The administrator was truly terrifying. Little Hua cowered behind Ying Feng, trembling with fear. Administrator? Ying Feng gently patted her head. I have just awakened and am unclear about many things. Are those individuals the base administrators? Yes, Little Hua replied with a slight nod, her voice filled with awe. They're akin to deities of creation, bestowing upon us a second chance at life. Yet, our continued existence lies within their grasp. A hint of melancholy tinged Little Hua's voice. She lacked any memories of her former humanity. Upon awakening, a singular thought consumed her mind: absolute obedience to the administrators. The number of zombie residents in the base had dwindled by nearly a third, leaving numerous rooms vacant. Hess led Ying Feng into an unoccupied dwelling at random. This cannot be, Little Hua exclaimed, swiftly grasping Ying Feng's arm. All property belongs to the administrators. Without their approval, no one may freely use the base's facilities. Ying Feng crouched down to inquire, Little Hua, when does the selection process commence? Little Hua became entranced by Ying Feng's beautiful eyes. Lost in thought for a moment before responding, tomorrow marks the day of this month's selections. Sister, your eyes are truly captivating. I have only seen one other companion as exceptional as you. This other being, akin to Ying Feng, possessed eyes reminiscent of normal humans. Not only had it been chosen, but it was also sent to the headquarters. It was said that the place where the headquarters resided was a paradise, a realm of sunshine and rain far superior to their current abode. A longing sparkled in Little Hua's grayish-white eyes. How she wished to reach the headquarters one day. Ying Feng seemed to understand Little Hua's yearning and tenderly stroked her withered hair. You will undoubtedly have the opportunity to visit such a paradise one day. Little Hua nodded earnestly, firmly believing that as long as she persevered in her existence, she would eventually behold the utopia she longed for. Sister, I must return now. Best of luck for tomorrow's selections. All right, I shall do my utmost, Ying Feng replied with a smile, admiring Little Hua's determination. Despite her tender age and solitude, she lived bravely and resolutely, reminiscent of Ying Feng's own childhood. After Little Hua departed, Ying Feng instructed the great jellyfish to scout the main entrance of the base and other passages. Hess randomly devoured a few zombies to absorb some of their mental energy and glean the fundamental rules of the base. One such rule stated that the base's entrances opened at 1 a.m. and closed at 5:30 a.m. However, due to a recent conflict with humans, the entrances had already been secured, leaving them no choice but to use Little Hua's secret passage. They had no intention of leaving the zombie base that night. Hess directed the great jellyfish to casually disable the surveillance in an empty room, allowing Ying Feng to rest for a while. The room was modest yet reasonably clean, though it contained only a single bed. Xiao Feng, take a moment to rest while I keep watch, said Hess, tidying the bedding. He rummaged through the cabinet and found some blankets, replacing the bed linens. Zombies do not require sleep, but these intelligent undead retained human habits and needed to lie down for several hours at a certain time. And you? Ying Feng inquired, sitting on the bed and gazing up at him. Hess dragged a chair over to sit beside her. I can rest while sitting. You nearly succumbed to poison today and need proper recuperation. Ying Feng stood and approached Hess, urging him to lie down. I'm fine. No, you must rest in bed today. Ying Feng's stubbornness flared. She was determined that Hess lay down. One sat, one stood. Hess looked up at her, while Ying Feng's small face radiated resolve. In the next moment, her composure shattered as Hess suddenly swept her into his arms. Startled, Ying Feng clung to his neck, her cheeks flushed. What are you doing? Hess carried her to the bed, gently placing her down, his arms positioned on either side of her, his gaze intense and commanding. You can either sleep alone in bed, or I will join you. Ying Feng felt overwhelmed by his assertive stare, crumbling under the pressure. Turning onto her side, she clutched the blanket and whispered, I can sleep by myself. Such a good girl. Hess tenderly tucked her in before dimming the overhead light, leaving only a small night lamp aglow, and returned to his chair. The quiet night enveloped them in silence. The large jellyfish had exhausted itself, destroying the laboratory's robots and cameras, and was already in slumber. Casting a soft blue light, Ying Feng initially turned away from Hess, eventually turned back to observe him. Hess had entered a state of quietude, his eyes closed. Yet his striking facial features appeared softer than usual. Ying Feng's gaze traced his features, and she suddenly realized how handsome he truly was. After all these years, why had she never noticed until now? Pondering this question, she slowly closed her eyes. Before long, the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air. She had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Hess opened his eyes, aware that Ying Feng had been watching him for quite some time. A smile graced his lips as he gazed lovingly at her sleeping face. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon dawn broke. The selection at the base was scheduled for 10 a.m. Hess chose not to wake Ying Feng, allowing her to rest peacefully until 9 a.m. When the time was right, he gently stirred her awake, and they shared some compressed biscuits they had brought along. The base had clean water, specifically purified for laboratory use. While Ying Feng slept, Hess had quickly fetched several bottles. Now, holding the jellyfish water vessel, he positioned the spout at her lips. Ying Feng's face contorted in resistance. I'm not injured. Why do I need to drink the jellyfish's bathwater? It's such a waste. Currently, we have little to eat, and this water is beneficial for your health. If you do not wish to drink, then transform into a vine and absorb the water. Hess is right. My bathwater is indeed priceless. Hurry up, for I still need to change the water. Ying Feng, utterly exasperated, found solace in the fact that she need not drink with her mouth, which made her slightly less resistant. She extended her hand, transforming into a vine that plunged into the water, swiftly extracting every last drop. It must be said that the bathwater of the great jellyfish was remarkably suitable for Ying Feng. After draining the entire vessel, she appeared invigorated, even her hair radiating vitality. Hess poured fresh, pure water into the jellyfish's container, and the great jellyfish joyfully floated within. At that moment, the corridor outside began to buzz with activity. The selection process was about to commence. Chapter 70. Collaboration from within and without. The battle commences. Outside the door, a steady stream of zombies ambled past. Hess and Ying Feng exchanged a glance, rising to exit the room. All the zombies either boarded the elevator or descended the stairs, their collective aim directed underground. Following suit, Hess and Ying Feng arrived at the lowest level, where an underground passage revealed itself before them. The zombies formed a queue to enter the passage, which stretched on for quite a length. The two mingled within the throng of the undead for over 10 minutes. As the zombies came to a halt, Hess and Ying Feng discovered an unexpected square deep underground. At the forefront of the square stood the intelligent androids, the overseers of the zombie base. All were lined up to pass through a screening machine, the pace brisk. A command was issued by one of the overseers, and without any urging from others, the zombies surged forward as if they had long awaited this moment, eagerly jostling towards the screening device. The screening machine resembled a security checkpoint, adorned with two lights above, one red, the other green. In a mere span of minutes, nearly 100 zombies had passed through the machine, each one triggering the red light, none displaying green. The overseers' faces bore an unmistakable expression of irritation. Before long, only a handful of zombies remained in line for screening, while Hess and Ying Feng lingered at the very end of the queue. Dai Shui, can you block the signal from this machine? Ying Feng gently tapped the jellyfish pot. I could, but I would not recommend it, Dai Shui replied. Furrowing his brow, Ying Feng questioned, why not? Hess, sharing Dai Shui's sentiment, explained, if Dai Shui blocks the signal, the screening machine will be unable to function, which would raise suspicions. Dai Shui added, indeed. If that happens, you too would be unable to be screened and would certainly attract suspicion. Understanding dawned on Ying Feng. Very well, let us proceed as is. It will either be red or green. The zombies ahead had all completed their screening, without exception, triggering the red light. To avoid drawing attention, Hess swiftly approached the screening machine, with Ying Feng closely following. Ding 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 ding, the melodious sound of bells rang out, dissipating the overseer's earlier irritation as a green light finally appeared. Remarkably, 2 green lights illuminated simultaneously. After months, the base was finally poised to supply the headquarters with quality experimental subjects once more. Congratulations on passing the selection. Shortly, you shall journey to the Radiant Eden. Basking in the freedom of wind and sunlight, Hess and Ying Feng were genuinely taken aback. They had not anticipated passing the selection so hastily. As the overseers approached, a sense of caution enveloped Hess and Ying Feng. If the overseers were far enough, their human identities might remain undetected, but proximity could prove problematic. Just then, the underground square was suddenly rocked by a violent tremor, with metal ceiling panels crashing down around them. With no cover in sight, Hess instinctively shielded Ying Feng in his arms, drawing a military knife and deftly deflecting the debris that fell nearby. The overseers, both alarmed and enraged, activated the communication link with their colleagues stationed above. What on earth is happening? The response on the other end was chaotic, the sounds of gunfire and the shrieks of zombies echoing throughout the square. There are intruders. Intruders? What kind of intruders? It was the humans who battled with us last night. They have discovered the entrance to our base and are now nearly breaching it. Damn it. The leader of the management team roared in fury. Defend with all your might. If we cannot stop them, unleash the zombie virus aerosol grenades and turn them into our slaves. Hess and Ying Feng exchanged a glance, each recognizing the unspoken truth within the other's eyes. The military at Kunloon base has uncovered this location. What shall we do, Hess? Adapt and respond, if necessary. Provide them with some assistance. As fellow humans, Hess felt compelled to aid them. Both of you, come with me quickly. An urgent manager waved them over, signaling them to follow. The other managers departed the square to command the front line, leaving one to escort Hess and Ying Feng to headquarters. Sir, with humans attacking the base, shouldn't we assist? Ying Feng politely inquired. We do not require your help. Simply reaching the headquarters is assistance enough. Now, hurry. Suddenly, Hess communicated with the Great Jellyfish, Great Jelly. Disable its communication hub to prevent it from sending messages. The Great Jellyfish puffed up its umbrella and inquired. Just the communication hub? Shouldn't I dismantle it entirely? You took half an hour yesterday to incapacitate it for merely 5 minutes. Let us not bother, Ying Feng replied, understanding Hess's intent. If you sever its network and the square's surveillance, we can deal with it more swiftly and effectively. Very well, the Great Jellyfish conceded, slightly miffed by the dismissal, and directed its ire towards the manager. In just 3 seconds, it severed the network, causing the surveillance footage in the square to freeze instantly, effectively jamming it. ZZT. A crackling sound echoed as, in the next moment, the manager's communication hub also failed. What is happening? Why is there a malfunction now? The manager immediately sensed something was amiss. There's no need to worry about this minor glitch. Ying Feng suddenly smiled sweetly at the manager. Huh? The manager regarded Ying Feng with a peculiar expression. What do you mean? Because soon, your entire machine will be rendered obsolete. Hess accelerated, launching himself toward the manager and delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing against the steel wall. The force was so great that it left a significant dent, causing the manager to feel its components shift violently. Do you dare to rebel? The manager seethed with rage, its fury clouding its judgment as it accessed the management interface, intent on punishing the insubordinates. Its management system was highly intelligent. As soon as it approached any zombie, the information of that zombie would appear on the screen. In that moment, with a mere press of a button, the audacious rebel would face immediate retribution. However, upon inspection, the manager found the interface completely blank. How could this be? In the next instant, the manager's sharp mind grasped the truth, disbelief washing over it. You are not zombies. You are humans. Only just realized. Ying Feng chuckled, extending several tendrils, some of which transformed into razor-sharp blades, slicing through the artificial skin to reveal the metallic interior beneath. The blade steel knife technique is the latest vine assault specialty mastered by Feng. I am not merely human. I am also a plant. The vines penetrate its body, rapidly growing and ultimately causing the entire machine to explode. A circuit motherboard embedded with an intelligent chip plummets to the ground, and Hess crushes it underfoot. To the zombies at the base, The manager appears as a deity, yet before the two individuals and a jellyfish, he is utterly inadequate. Having not even exerted half of his strength before being reduced to mere fragments. Xiao Feng, let us proceed and ascertain the situation above. The two groups of individuals are perfectly poised to seize this opportune moment to eradicate the entire base. Chapter 71. Global broadcast. In the heart of the desolate city of Yachuan, once shrouded in lifelessness, an extraordinary fervor has arisen. Armored tanks rumble over the crumbling remains, delivering precise strikes against every emerging mutated creature as they forge a path towards the zombie stronghold. Fighter jets scream through the skies, flying low over the zombie base, releasing a barrage of missiles that explode with thunderous force. Various mutated plants and colossal aberrations are unearthed, while smaller creatures flee in terror. The larger beasts engage fiercely with the audacious humans. A swarm of bats, each with a wingspan of 2 meters, erupts from a dilapidated skyscraper, launching themselves at the aircraft above. Dozens of alien sunflowers burst forth from the ground, accompanied by countless wedge-shaped crabs that clash with humans, their size comparable to automobiles. Equipped with razor-sharp mandibles, these formidable crabs pose a significant threat even to armored tanks. A vast array of deadly leopard ferns unleashes a frenzied assault on the human forces. In this chaotic moment, humans and various mutated creatures engage in a fierce battle, yet their true objective lies not with these aberrations but rather with the zombies. The prior night's hasty skirmish revealed the presence of zombies in this locale, prompting humanity to arrive in force with an arsenal of advanced weaponry, determined to dismantle this stronghold once and for all. Before long, under the relentless barrage of firepower, the entrance to the zombie base is unveiled. In a desperate bid to protect their home, all mutated zombies surge forth, clashing with the human soldiers. High above, a formidable attack defense helicopter circles at an altitude beyond the reach of the plant-based assailants. The commander aboard, Zhao Yan, has had a fleeting acquaintance with Ying Feng. Zhao Yan has lingered in the ruins of Yachuan for several days, initially seeking Ying Wu, only to stumble upon this long-abandoned city harboring a nest of zombies. Even more alarming is the revelation that these zombies possess human-like intelligence. Had he not witnessed it firsthand today? Zhao Yan would have doubted the whispers circulating among military bases regarding intelligent zombies. Before today, if the existence of intelligent zombies were not mere fabrication, surely someone must have encountered them. Yet, those who had remained silent, the implications of which are far more chilling than the mere discovery of these intelligent undead. Who was concealing their existence, and to what end? A multitude of enigmas swirl in Zhao Yan's mind. However, having now uncovered the truth of the intelligent zombies, he resolves not to let this matter fade into obscurity. He instructs his subordinates to connect to satellite communications and activate the global network to broadcast this battle live to the world. The communications officer hesitates, questioning whether they should not first report to higher authorities before deciding on a global broadcast. No need, Zhao Yan commands, his piercing gaze fixed on the tumult below. What good is reporting? By the time those indecisive elders finish their deliberations, the battle will be over. Initiate the live broadcast immediately. I will bear the consequences. With his resolute order, the communications officer has no choice but to comply. As the broadcast commences, the camera focuses on the ground assault, and Zhao Yan's voice resonates through the ears of humanity across the globe. Fellow compatriots around the globe, I am Zhao Yan from the Kunloon base. By chance, I have discovered intelligent zombies in the ruins of Yachuan. This marks a significant crisis that will impact the entire world. In other hidden corners, perhaps intelligent zombies are lurking right beside you. In an instant, major bases across continents were inundated with images of the fierce battle between humans and intelligent zombies in Yachuan. The world was thrown into chaos. Base in O continent. What is happening? Why are zombies wielding firearms? Base in NM continent. Not only do they use guns, but they also coordinate their attacks with remarkable synergy. Am I seeing things? Base in DY continent. Good heavens. Why do these zombies possess supernatural abilities? Base in F continent. Finally, there are some beings darker than us. Base in Y continent. These zombies display intelligence. Since they have emerged in Yachuan, they could appear anywhere. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Base in BM continent. Could intelligent zombies represent a new direction in human evolution? The high-ranking military officials at Kunloon base were nearly rendered unconscious by the shocking live broadcast, and they promptly attempted to contact Zhao Yan. "Colonel, we have a communication request from the upper military command." The communications officer anticipated this call, though he did not expect it to come so swiftly. It had only been a few minutes since the broadcast began. Without hesitation, Zhao Yan disregarded the call. In this apocalyptic era, concealing the lurking dangers beneath a facade of superficial peace is the most foolish of actions. Do not be deceived by a few years of relative tranquility. Danger does indeed exist. It has evolved, learning to disguise itself and lie in wait. By the time the threat reveals itself, it may be too late to respond. Frustrated by their inability to reach Zhao Yan, the military officials at Kunloon base were on the verge of smashing their consoles. This Zhao Yan truly had the audacity. With so many powerful factions around the globe, how could he position himself as the scapegoat? This reckless behavior could jeopardize the entire base. Seated in the helicopter, Zhao Yan envisioned the military's fury. He thought, if he were to perish here, he would nonetheless ensure that the existence of intelligent zombies was broadcast to the world. The human forces were fierce, and the zombies and mutated creatures were struggling to hold their ground. The administrators of the zombie base realized that their stronghold was compromised and decided to shed their camouflage, preparing for an all-out confrontation with humanity. At that moment, thousands of dormant zombies within the base were forcibly awakened, swarming out from the exits. Fearless of death or pain, they emerged like an unstoppable tide, armed with steel-like bodies, sharp fangs, and the ability to operate tanks and artillery. Moreover, the administrators unveiled the true nature of the zombie base, as the ground split open in a massive fissure. With a resounding roar, a hypermodern combat fortress ascended from the gaping chasm, leaving the global audience in utter shock. Even the high-ranking officials at Kunloon base were rendered speechless. A select few among them had long been aware of the existence of intelligent zombies. Yet they had no inkling that these creatures possessed intelligence surpassing the pinnacle of contemporary human technological advancements. Heavens above! Could such a sci-fi combat fortress truly be constructed by these monstrous zombies? The combat fortress transformed, extending several missile launch ports, officially declaring war on humanity. In an instant, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The skies were filled with relentless bombardment from human forces targeting the zombie stronghold, while the ground was met with a fierce counterattack from the undead. In addition, various zombies, mutated creatures, and human soldiers clashed fervently amidst a backdrop of smoke and gunfire, enveloping the ruins of Yachuan in chaos. The firepower from the zombie base was overwhelming, forcing Zhao Yan's combat helicopter to make an urgent retreat. Humanity could never have anticipated such a formidable weapon hidden within the zombie stronghold. This was beyond what any individual, including Zhao Yan, could contend with. Chapter 72. The tide of battle turns. Humanity is in a state of urgent retreat, pursued relentlessly by zombies commandeering stolen armored vehicles. The most terrifying revelation is that the administrators have resolved to abandon this base entirely, unleashing all their zombie virus gas grenades in one fell swoop. In an instant, a crimson haze envelopes the skies above the desolate city of Yachuan. The eerie red mist blankets the heavens, and Zhao Yan keenly detects an unusual and ominous danger. This red mist retreats swiftly. Zhao Yan shouted frantically into his communicator, but it was too late. The human soldiers, having inhaled even a minute amount of the red fog, are instantly transformed into zombies, lunging at their compatriots with insatiable hunger, causing the infection to spread at an alarming rate among humanity. These soldiers, endowed with exceptional physical prowess, pose an even greater threat as zombies than ordinary individuals. At this critical juncture, our protagonists, Hess and Ying Feng, finally arrive at the control center of the zombie base. The administrators are taken aback by their presence, bombarding them with questions. How are you still here? How did you gain entry? Why has T Administrator 3 escorted you to headquarters yet? That administrator suddenly fled. And we were just as bewildered, Ying Feng replied innocently. It is clear that not just anyone can access this control center. It was only through the psychic prowess of the great jellyfish that they breached the electronic gates. However, the administrators are too preoccupied to contemplate this. Stay put and behave yourselves while we deal with these detestable humans. We will escort you to headquarters afterward. The administrators continue to command, orchestrating the fortress's battle against humanity. Meanwhile, several other administrators have stepped away to prepare for the retreat, temporarily vacating the control center. Hess's eyes sparkled with a six-pointed star. He had yet to consume the psychic energy of a robot and was unaware of the differences it might entail. Great jellyfish. Seal the control doors and prevent anyone from entering. Disrupt all surveillance. Understood. The great jellyfish energetically interfered with the magnetic fields of the surveillance room. Ying Feng extended countless tendrils, swiftly ensnaring all 5 administrators within the control center. The administrators experienced a momentary lapse in their control hub, unable to react in time. By the time they regained their wits, they were already ensnared by the tendrils. These artificial beings are managerial types, lacking combat prowess. Had they been combat models, binding them would have proven far more challenging. What is this abominable creature? How could there be mutated plants in the base? What is happening? What are you doing? Who are you? You are not zombies. You are superhuman. Ying Feng remained silent, transforming the blade-like leaves into steel, slicing through their supple skin, allowing the tendrils to burgeon through the crevices. In an instant, all 5 administrators were rendered obsolete. Hess took command of the control center. Confronted with an intricate and novel control panel, a technology he had never encountered before. Although he could not fully master this center immediately, he located the button to halt the attack and swiftly ceased the fortress's aerial bombardment. On the ground, 30 of the human soldiers had already succumbed to zombification, and the peril was far from over. In addition to the new human zombies, there exist intelligent zombies from the base. At this moment, chaos has engulfed the ground, and the spread of zombification shows no signs of abating. Hess, what should we do? Ying Feng exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Even with her immunity to the zombie virus, she felt utterly helpless in saving so many lives. Hess, with a grave expression, remarked, if we cannot save them, grant them a swift end. His eyes shone with a 6-pointed star brilliance as he monitored the situation outside the fortress, systematically devouring the mental energies of the intelligent zombies on the ground. The intelligent zombies harbored malicious intent towards humanity, and the backlash from consuming them was minimal for Hess. However, the act of consuming hundreds, if not thousands, of these intelligent beings caused excruciating pain to his already overburdened mind, veins throbbing at his temples, his headache nearly unbearable. Despite the torment, Hess remained steadfast and silent as a mountain. This was the first time Ying Feng witnessed Hess in such a state. She longed to assist him but felt utterly powerless. What should I do, De Shui? She implored in desperation. Look there. De Shui gestured for her to observe the control panel for the zombie virus aerosol canister. The blood gauge for the canister had already been depleted. The administrator had released the entire virus in one fell swoop. Extract your zombie virus antibodies. Dilute them in a large quantity of water, and then launch them as an aerosol. Save as many as you can. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng wasted no time. She dashed out to find several barrels of purified water and began extracting her antibodies, pouring them into the water. This infusion nearly emptied her reserves, and her complexion visibly paled. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on her own condition. Saving lives was paramount. Following De Shui's guidance, she located the aerosol dispensing slot and poured the entire antibody solution into it. Upon returning to the control center, she noticed the blood gauge for the aerosol had risen by 1/4. Unable to wait for it to completely replenish, she pressed the button to launch the aerosol. Boom, bang suddenly. A light rain fell over the combat zone, but the precipitation was too feeble to save those who had already succumbed to zombification. However, the unaffected humans caught in the rain momentarily acquired the antibodies. The spread of zombification was effectively curtailed. At this juncture, Ying Feng noticed something amiss with Hess. After consuming a vast amount of intelligent zombies' mental energy, his violet eyes had taken on a faint crimson hue. Hess, Ying Feng gently called out to him. But Hess did not respond, or rather, he was unable to. His rationality had been tainted by the overwhelming mental energy of the zombies, plunging him into a frenzied state. Meanwhile, with the formidable support from Hess and Ying Feng, the tide of battle on the ground shifted dramatically. Zhao Yan observed that the fortress of the zombie base had suddenly ceased its assault, with numerous intelligent zombies collapsing inexplicably. suspecting an internal issue at the zombie base. He swiftly rejoined the fray. Those soldiers transformed into new zombies by the virus also joined the ranks of the undead, launching an attack against their former comrades. The soldiers who had received the antibodies recognized that these new zombies were no longer their kin. Though their hearts ached with sorrow, they resolutely dispatched them without hesitation. These new zombies lack intelligence, driven solely by the primal instinct to gnaw and bite. Under the overwhelming firepower of humanity, the new zombies stand no chance and are swiftly eradicated. However, the intelligent zombies find themselves confronted with a harsh reality. The fortress's fire support has ceased, indicating that the base has abandoned them. Some astute zombies have begun their retreat. Stripped of the base's protection, their chances of survival are dwindling. Yet each additional day of existence is a precious gift they are reluctant to forfeit. As the zombies attempt to flee, Zhao Yan is determined not to let them escape. With so many soldiers sacrificed, it is imperative to capture them all. Moreover, with the situation broadcasted live to the world, allowing them to flee under the watchful eyes of humanity is simply unacceptable. Chapter 73. Danger. Hess's mental energy is at risk of contamination. The intelligent zombies sought to flee, but Zhao Yan would not permit their escape. However, the Kunloon soldiers suffered heavy casualties, compounded by numerous obstructive mutated creatures, making it impossible to intercept all the intelligent zombies in time. As Zhao Yan pondered a strategy, a sudden influx of soldiers appeared, nearly 1,000 strong. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Yan's eyes. These soldiers were not from the Kunloon base. Indeed, they hailed from the Sait base. Hess's subordinates had awaited orders at the temporary stronghold for a day and a night, finally receiving the command to commence action. They had long heard the sounds of cannon fire emanating from the heart of the Yachuan ruins, but without Colonel Hess's directive, they could not act independently. Upon taking control of the command center, Hess issued orders for Andrew to lead all soldiers toward the zombie base, commanding them to eliminate every last zombie. Now, Zhao Yan's forces were inside while Hess's men surrounded them, attempting to annihilate the remaining zombies from all sides. In addition to the zombies, the Yachuan ruins were infested with seemingly inexhaustible mutated creatures that significantly hindered the advance of the human army. Meanwhile, at the zombie base's control center, both Ying Feng and Hess were in a precarious state. Having consumed a vast amount of zombie mental energy, Hess was enveloped in a chilling aura, his crimson eyes reflecting a descent into madness. Ying Feng sensed that something was amiss with Hess, but dared not intervene forcefully, fearing harm to his body. Hess. Ying Feng approached him, softly calling at his side. It's enough now. You have done more than enough. Please, stop. Hess was trapped in a torrent of cold and agonizing memories from the intelligent zombies, filled with bloodthirsty and horrifying images, ensnaring him with no apparent escape. A deluge of negative mental energy overwhelmed him, yet he gritted his teeth, clinging to a sliver of clarity within his mind. At that moment, his body autonomously continued to absorb the mental energy of the intelligent zombies below. Hess. Ying Feng's anxiety escalated. If this continued, Hess would be destroyed. Just as Hess's reason teetered on the brink of collapse, Ying Feng reached out, embracing him and closing her eyes to forcibly call upon him with her mental energy. Hess, awaken. Hess, please wake up. Her loving call seemed ineffective. Ying Feng's mental energy was feeble compared to Hess's, and he could not hear her. The Great Water Mother, equally distressed and uncertain of what to do, suddenly had an epiphany and shouted, Hess, wake up. Ying Feng is in danger. This cry resonated like a thunderclap in the air, instantly rousing Hess from his stupor. The crimson hue in his eyes faded, returning to their cool violet. Xiao Feng. The awakened Hess tightly embraced Ying Feng. He then scanned their surroundings, relieved to find only the three of them present. Hess, you're awake. I'm so glad you're all right. Ying Feng felt a mixture of relief and lingering dread. At this moment, Hess finally noticed that Ying Feng's complexion was alarmingly pale. The once rosy hue of her lips had faded to a mere shade of pinkish white. Xiao Feng, are you injured? A surge of anger welled up within Hess. Who has harmed you? I'm fine. No one has hurt me, so don't worry. You hardly appear unscathed. Hess replied, furrowing his brow, feeling a profound sense of guilt for having recently succumbed to a chaotic mental turmoil. He chastised himself for not being strong enough. as he had merely consumed the mental energy of 1,000 zombies, nearly tainting his own spiritual strength. Ying Feng is not gravely harmed. She has merely overexerted herself. The Great Water Mother interjected at an opportune moment. Just drink a couple more jars of my bathing water. Why have you overexerted yourself? Oh, it's nothing. I've just temporarily depleted the antibodies against the zombie virus within me. Ying Feng chuckled nonchalantly. You exhausted your antibodies to save them? How did you manage that? Hess grasped Ying Feng's hand, feeling its icy chill, his brow furrowing further. The drastic reduction in your blood volume poses a significant danger to your health. You must not do this again. To Hess, no one in the world mattered more than Ying Feng. Hess retrieved a bottle of water from his pocket and handed it to her. Drink this. A familiar metallic scent wafted into the air, causing Ying Feng to wrinkle her nose. This particular bottle was especially pungent. Could it have spoiled? Isn't this my essence water? You actually brought it with you. The Great Water Mother gazed at the bottle with longing, as if she would have swallowed it whole had there not been 2 containers separating them. Ying Feng immediately recalled something, her expression turning more resistant. This is not the bottle that the Great Water Mother vomited last time, is it? Humph. If you don't want it, just give it back to me. I still want to swallow it. This water contained 30% of the energy from the water pearl. Come now, extend your vines. Drinking it through your vines will eliminate the foul taste, Hess coaxed patiently. With a sigh of resignation, Ying Feng extended her hand, transforming it into vines that swiftly absorbed the contents of the bottle. No sooner had she finished than her complexion flushed, her skin becoming fairer and more delicate, her pores nearly invisible, and her azure eyes glimmering with newfound clarity. Hess was exceedingly pleased with the effect of the water and resolved to treat the Great Water Mother with more kindness in the future, for it was of utmost importance to Ying Feng. Once Ying Feng's condition stabilized, Hess finally turned his attention to the situation on the ground. Realizing that the battle outside had completely reversed, humanity had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Zombies lay dead or captured in droves. At that moment, Hess noticed that Andrew, accompanied by his men, had encountered the Kunloon military forces. Zhao Yin disembarked from a helicopter here at the Sait base in Hess's absence. His aide Andrew served as the spokesperson for the Sait military. Zhao Yin clearly did not recognize Andrew and was puzzled by the arrival of the Sait military, as he had been entirely unaware of their presence. Both forces stood poised for confrontation. Though neither side appeared inclined to engage in battle, the atmosphere remained tense. Hess observed the scene outside through the surveillance monitors and instructed the Great Water Mother to cease her signal interference. Great Water, release the network at the control center. On the ground, Zhao Yin ignited a cigarette, gently exhaling a plume of smoke, before inquiring nonchalantly, "From whence do you emerge? What brings you here?" Andrew, his countenance icy, felt no inclination to extend customary courtesies, despite the other being a high-ranking officer from a different base. "Commander of Kunloon base, I would appreciate a measure of respect," he retorted. "As for our purpose, it is classified military information, and I am unable to disclose it." Presently, the soldiers of Sait base had suffered minimal casualties, while Zhao Yan's contingent had endured significant losses. With so many lives lost on their side, it was unacceptable that the military from other bases appeared unexpectedly, seemingly eager to reap the rewards of their toil. He gestured for a communications officer to approach, directing the camera towards Andrew. "This is currently being broadcast live across the globe. You Sait base have only arrived as the battle nears its conclusion. What is the meaning of this?" Andrew soon comprehended the source of the other's indignation, realizing that Zhao Yin suspected them of attempting to seize the spoils of war. Chapter 74. Danger. The base's self-destruction program is about to initiate regarding the reputation of their base. Andrew could not allow any misunderstandings to persist. Their set base had made significant contributions, especially considering their colonel's audacious infiltration into the zombie base, which undoubtedly warranted the highest commendation. However, Andrew was uncertain whether he should disclose the colonel's actions at that moment, leaving him at a loss for words. As Andrew grappled with his thoughts, a video communication request arrived on his holographic device. Upon seeing it was their colonel, he promptly pressed the button to connect. "Colonel, are you unharmed?" Andrew expressed his concern for the safety of their colonel. "I am well. Please turn the screen around. I have something to convey." Hess did not allow Ying Feng to appear on screen, leaving only his figure visible to those outside. Understood, Colonel. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes, unable to see the face of the person above him, but the voice was somewhat familiar. Moments later, Hess's striking and profound features appeared before Zhao Yin, also broadcasted to a global audience. Zhao Yin did not recognize Andrew, but he was acquainted with Hess. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he raised an eyebrow. So it is you, Colonel Hess of Set Base. Greetings. My subordinates may have been somewhat presumptuous. I ask for your understanding. Although Hess had never met Zhao Yin, he was aware of his reputation. At this moment, Zhao Yin noticed the backdrop behind Hess, which was adorned with an entire wall of control panels and various monitoring screens. His keen eyesight even caught a glimpse of his own reflection in one of the surveillance squares behind Hess. Colonel Hess, your current location seems rather unique? Hess smiled slightly. Your observation is astute, Colonel Zhao. I'm currently in the underground zombie base, specifically at the control center of the combat fortress. Hess's revelation not only stunned Zhao Yin, but also captivated the global audience. Andrew's chest swelled with pride. After all, their colonel had single-handedly infiltrated the zombie base and seized control of the fortress. Zhao Yin immediately recalled the critical moment during today's battle when the tide had suddenly turned. It was undoubtedly Hess who had commandeered the combat fortress of the zombie base, halting its offensive, which allowed them to reverse their fortunes. Truly, Colonel Hess was a sight to behold. Zhao Yin was filled with admiration. At that moment, Zhao Yin recognized that the opposing side was not merely a cunning opportunist. The accolades for their respective contributions should be shared equally, if not favoring Hess's side more. You flatter me, Colonel. The emergence of intelligent zombies poses a grave threat to all humanity, and I have merely contributed my modest efforts. After stating this, Hess wished to disengage from Zhao Yin and directly instructed Andrew to take over the control center of the combat fortress. This fortress was the most valuable asset of the zombie base, and Set Base was determined to claim it entirely for themselves. On this matter, Zhao Yin felt no shame in conceding. The fortress would belong to Set Base, while the other portions of the zombie base would be under their Kunloon base's stewardship. After issuing his orders to Andrew, Hess abruptly terminated the video communication. Just then, the Great Mother Octopus spoke up. The several administrators who went out earlier are returning. Ying Feng and Hess nearly overlooked this detail. The management personnel had gone to arrange for the retreat, possibly still unaware that the control center had been seized by them. Hess glanced at the remnants of the former managers scattered across the floor, his gaze sharpening. They must have been fully prepared for their withdrawal. Ying Feng hoisted the jellyfish container, stating, Hess, let us venture outside to assess the situation. Hess nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should deal with those managers as well. Andrew will come to take over this fortress. The two departed the control center before the managers returned. At this moment, the entire base lay desolate. Even the zombies within the glass sarcophagi on the walls had vanished. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from a room, which Hess keenly detected. What is it, Hess? Ying Feng inquired, noticing Hess had halted, a hint of confusion in his expression. Hess remained silent, gesturing for Ying Feng to follow. Upon reaching the room from which the sound originated, Hess forcefully kicked the door open. A flurry of small creatures scampered away, but soon after, one timidly peeked out. Ying Feng gasped, Little Flower, what are you doing here? Sister, I'm scared. Upon seeing Ying Feng, Little Flower rushed to embrace her leg. When the managers commanded the zombies to emerge, Little Flower had hidden within her secret passageway. The cacophony of gunfire had terrified her, rendering her too fearful to venture out or return to the base, lest the managers discover she had not engaged the enemy. Once the gunfire abated, she presumed the battle was over and stealthily returned to the base, only to find it devoid of any companions, leading her to hide in the storage room. Ying Feng crouched before Little Flower, offering comfort. Simultaneously, the managers had returned to the control center, only to discover their colleagues had been reduced to mere fragments, triggering alarms. Damn it, we must leave quickly. Several managers hurried towards the prepared evacuation route, coincidentally encountering Hess, Ying Feng, and Little Flower. The managers recalled that these two were valuable green light test subjects, suitable to be taken to headquarters as a means of atonement for their failure to protect the Yachuan base. In their panic, they overlooked the suspicions surrounding Hess and Ying Feng, especially with the presence of the small zombie, which further alleviated their doubts. This base is lost. You must accompany us to headquarters immediately. That is where you truly belong. Hess and Ying Feng exchanged glances. Shall we go? Yes. Ying Feng took Little Flower's hand, politely requesting, Commander, may we bring Little Flower with us? Little Flower was taken aback, not expecting her sister to plead with the managers to take her along to headquarters. Overwhelmed with joy, though devoid of a heart, she felt an illusion of her heart racing. Sister is so kind, sob. The managers glanced at the small zombie girl at Ying Feng's feet, their expressions tinged with impatience. They were eager to leave and did not wish to bear additional burdens. Just then, a commotion of footsteps echoed from above. The human soldiers had breached the base. Zhao Yan had nearly cleared the ground of the zombies and led his team directly into the zombie stronghold. Similarly, Andrew rushed towards the control center with his men. Upon entering, the human soldiers were taken aback by the deep pit-like base. They had never anticipated that these intelligent zombies could construct such an extensive underground facility. Moreover, the ultramodern combat fortress seemed far beyond the capabilities of mere intelligent zombies. There was undoubtedly more to this mystery. Andrew staunchly guarded the control center, preventing any Kunloon soldiers from breaching its confines. The commotion above grew increasingly intense, prompting the administrator to hastily prepare for departure. With the zombies throughout the base eradicated, there was little reason to linger, especially with Xiao Hua in tow. All right, let us move. He and Ying Feng promptly followed the administrator's lead. The administrator guided them into a private elevator that took them directly underground, where they boarded an underground train. He and Ying Feng felt numb. They were compelled to discover who was truly behind this zombie base. The train surged forward at remarkable speed. At that moment, one of the administrators activated a holographic screen. These wretched humans should not assume our base is so easily conquered. A mechanical female voice emanated from the screen. Please confirm whether to initiate the base's self-destruct sequence immediately. Chapter 75, The Great Jellyfish with Children. The administrator wore a sinister smile as he promptly pressed the confirmation button. A calm, mechanical female voice resonated. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown 1 minute, 59, 58, 57. Upon hearing that the administrator intended to activate the base's self-destruction mechanism, Ying Feng immediately shouted with his mental power, Great Jellyfish. Stop it. The Great Jellyfish, cracking its knuckles, replied, All right. I have long since familiarized myself with the control center. I know exactly where the self-destruct program is located. Just watch me. With a flourish of its umbrella-like cap, the Great Jellyfish extended its mental tendrils far and wide, enveloping the critical points of the base's self-destruction, disrupting the magnetic fields, and severing the network connection with seamless efficiency. In less than 30 seconds, the Great Jellyfish completed the task. Remarkably, the self-destruct sequence on the administrator's device continued its countdown, but it merely ticked away the seconds. Once the countdown reached 0, the self-destruction did not commence. The foolish administrator believed the base had been utterly obliterated, convinced that all the intruding humans had descended into hell alongside the zombie base. The train sped along swiftly, operating on autopilot. Within just a few minutes of boarding, they had traveled several dozen kilometers. The train now carried only 6 individuals, including the administrator. The 3 administrators, believing the base was destroyed, ceased their scrutiny of the ongoing situation above. They merely instructed Ying Feng and his companions to remain compliant before retreating to the cockpit to discuss how to explain the incident to their superiors. In the passenger cabin, only Ying Feng, Hess, and Xiao remained. Hess cast a glance at the surveillance camera above and instructed the Great Jellyfish, disrupt the surveillance in the passenger cabin and maintain a frozen state. Not a problem, that is quite simple. The Great Jellyfish waved its tendrils, and the surveillance feed in the cockpit froze, unnoticed by the 3 administrators engrossed in discussion. Once assured that the surveillance was indeed frozen, Hess accessed his light brain and sent a message inquiring about the status of the zombie base to Andrew. Andrew promptly replied with a text message, Report, Colonel. There are no zombies remaining at the zombie base, and the control center is firmly under the command of our military. After reviewing this, Hess sent several commands. Andrew, you will report the results of this operation to our superiors. The subsequent handling of the zombie base will be arranged by them. Notify Yu Jingong to come and take over the control center of the zombie base. Yu Jingong, with her background in research, was the most suitable candidate for such matters. And Hess held the utmost trust in her among the military personnel. Leave a portion of the soldiers to guard the zombie base. The others may return. Once the personnel assigned to the zombie base arrive, you may also return to the base and address the relevant affairs I left behind. Upon reading the final command, Andrew was momentarily taken aback. Colonel, what about you? Hess pondered briefly before sending another message. Inform the military superiors that I am currently en route to the headquarters of the intelligent zombies. The zombie base in Yachuan ruins is merely the tip of the iceberg. I believe there are undoubtedly more intelligent zombie bases worldwide. I must continue my investigation and will notify the base or contact you with any further developments. In just a few sentences, the information conveyed is immensely significant. At this moment, Andrew is filled with profound admiration for Colonel Hess. Truly, Colonel Hess is remarkable. Not only has he thoroughly understood the zombie base in the desolate city of Yachuan, but he is now also preparing to investigate the headquarters of the intelligent zombies. Andrew finds himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Colonel Hess is extraordinarily impressive. Yes, Colonel, please ensure your safety. I will handle everything and await your return. After giving his instructions to Andrew, Hess continued to attend to his other responsibilities. Ying Feng, noticing that Hess was engrossed in his tasks, quietly sat beside him without interruption. She observed that there was a unique charm to Hess when he worked diligently, and her gaze could not help but linger upon him. Once she regained her composure, she hastily diverted her eyes to the floor, mentally chiding herself. What was wrong with her? Why did she always feel compelled to gaze at Hess? Xiaohua squatted beside Ying Feng, her little hands gripping the chair as she curiously gazed at the jellyfish pot placed on the seat. The large jellyfish emitted a soft blue glow, which reflected in Xiaohua's grayish-white eyes, casting a delicate layer of blue light over them. Xiaohua's eyes widened in awe, transfixed by the magnificent jellyfish. Her sister had told her that this was a jellyfish, and it was her first encounter with one. The jellyfish could glow. How impressive! Sensing Xiaohua's inquisitive stare, the large jellyfish puffed up with pride. Am I not splendid? Allow me to show you something remarkable. Heiha color change. The large jellyfish instantly shifted from blue to green. Xiaohua's expression was one of pure admiration. Oh, though she could not hear the jellyfish's voice. It did not diminish her admiration for it. The jellyfish, pleased with Xiaohua's reaction, changed to yellow, then red, once again earning her starry-eyed admiration. Wow, the jellyfish is incredible. So beautiful. It can change so many colors. Previously, the jellyfish could only change between red, yellow, blue, and green, but recently it had advanced, allowing it to display a broader spectrum of colors. I can change into many more colors. With that, the large jellyfish began an exuberant display, cycling through red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. While Xiaohua was so excited that she nearly clapped her hands raw, finally redirecting Ying Feng's attention from Hess to herself and the jellyfish. The jellyfish's vibrant display left it feeling exhausted. Taking care of children really is tiring, it sighed. Unable to contain her amusement, Ying Feng chuckled. Tired? I can't tell. It seems you are enjoying yourself immensely. Sister, the jellyfish is amazing. It can change into so many colors. Xiaohua looked up, offering Ying Feng a somewhat endearing smile. Since meeting Ying Feng, Xiaohua was no longer alone. Her demeanor and expressions gradually transformed, her facial muscles becoming more animated and her expressions less rigid. Ying Feng smiled warmly as she gently ruffled Xiaohua's hair. After resting, the jellyfish commenced a new round of color changes, causing Xiaohua to clap her hands in delight. The innocent joy that was appropriate for her age seemed to awaken once more. Xiaohua felt an overwhelming happiness. Since waking up, she had never experienced such joy as she did today. She was no longer alone. She had her elder siblings and a color-changing jellyfish accompanying her. Together, they were about to embark on a journey to the Zombie Eden, a place of freedom and tranquility, adorned with flowers, grass, and the nourishing warmth of sunshine and rain. Holding Ying Feng's hand, Xiaohua looked up with a mix of joy and apprehension, asking, Sister, I am so happy right now. Is all of this real? Am I dreaming? Are we truly going to the paradise of zombies together? Xiaohua's words left Ying Feng momentarily speechless. Though she continued to smile, Her eyes betrayed a deeper unease. She felt uncertain about how to respond to Xiaohua. If she chose to ignore her today, there was no doubt that Xiaohua would not survive until tomorrow. With a tender heart, Ying Feng decided to take her along. Chapter 76. Entering the Northeastern Rift. Little Flower posed several inquiries, yet now Ying Feng could only address one. Little Flower, we are en route to the headquarters of the intelligent zombies. Whether it is a paradise or not remains to be seen by our own eyes. Regardless of its nature, Little Flower must bravely and resolutely strive to survive. Little Flower nodded earnestly, displaying remarkable courage. I will surely endeavor to live on. Well done, Little Flower. Ying Feng smiled, gently patting its head. As they conversed, Hess had completed his tasks and powered down the holographic console. He turned his gaze to Ying Feng. Although he harbored reservations about her taking Little Flower, he remained nonchalant. They were humans, and Little Flower was a zombie, destined to occupy opposing sides. Nevertheless, as long as Ying Feng pursued her desires, irrespective of their morality, as long as it did not endanger her life, he would unconditionally support her. After half an hour, the underground train came to a halt. The administrator emerged from the cockpit, gesturing for the trio to follow him as he led them off the train. Outside the carriage, they found themselves in a dimly lit underground tunnel, shrouded in darkness save for the faint glow of wall-mounted lights. The administrator operated a panel on a luminous screen, and suddenly a section of the tunnel wall rumbled and parted, revealing a small airstrip. Several helicopters and fighter jets were stationed within. Hess observed the scene with a calm demeanor, yet a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes upon recognizing the aircraft models. He was highly knowledgeable about the various types of helicopters, fighter jets, bombers, and passenger planes in the contemporary world, yet these particular models were unfamiliar to him. Previously, Hess had attempted to consume the administrator's mental energy but failed. As they were not biological entities, and he could not glean information from their intellects, he could only momentarily daze them. Perhaps it was due to his own inadequacy and strength. During this mission, Hess realized that his power was still woefully insufficient. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Should he falter, no one would be left to protect Ying Feng, a reality he could not abide. At that moment, a profound yearning for formidable strength surged within him. The administrator led them onto a large helicopter. Ying Feng surmised that the airstrip must possess some ingenious mechanism, otherwise, what purpose would a helicopter serve in such a dark underground setting? How could it possibly take flight? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the ceiling of the airstrip suddenly split, creating a long fissure, and then the sides slid apart, flooding the space with daylight. Having been ensconced in darkness for so long, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sudden brightness. The rotor blades began to spin, and the helicopter ascended rapidly, soaring out of the subterranean chamber. Once the helicopter emerged, the ground sealed itself once more, rendering the airstrip invisible from above. Peering down, Ying Feng noticed they had long departed from the ruins of Yachuan and were now hovering over the desolate remnants of an unnamed town. The administrator continued to withhold any information regarding the headquarters of the zombie base. Ying Feng and Hess remained silent, adopting a strategy of unwavering composure. Little Flower, too, understood the gravity of the moment, quietly nestling beside Ying Feng. The helicopter soared northeastward. 3 hours had elapsed in flight. The manager and Xiaohua were not human. They had no need for sustenance. However, Hess and Ying Feng were not so fortunate. They had consumed only a few compressed biscuits at dawn, and now, after the passage of more than half a day, they had neither food nor water. Both were resolute individuals, determined not to reveal their humanity at this critical juncture, lest all their efforts be for naught. Fortunately, it seemed they were nearing their destination. Yet, as Ying Feng observed the direction of their flight, a troubling suspicion grew in her mind. Half an hour prior, the helicopter had been traversing the chasm's expanse. Initially, Ying Feng had presumed they were merely passing over it. However, it appeared otherwise. In the years following the apocalypse, countless souls had descended into the chasm, yet no information had ever returned. Waves of explorers had ventured down, but none had resurfaced. As the sole survivor who had successfully emerged from the chasm, Ying Feng possessed the most profound insight into its depths. She had traversed the abyss for days, discovering a map marked extensively by others, detailing every segment of the chasm, except for the entirely blank northeastern section. This area had never been touched by human feet. Those who had attempted to explore its depths had met with terrifying, anguished screams the moment they penetrated the clouds. Regardless of the number of attempts, this outcome remained unchanged, leading many to avoid the northeastern quadrant altogether. Yet now, their helicopter was heading directly towards it. Lost in thought, the helicopter began to slow and descend. Hess and Ying Feng exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Hess, they're descending into the chasm. We must act quickly to stop them. Hess grasped Ying Feng's hand, his gaze tender yet resolute. Do not fear. I am with you. Ying Feng, filled with urgency, replied. It's precisely because you are with me that we cannot proceed. I have confidence in my ability to return alone, but you would never make it back. Trust me. Hess lowered his gaze, a gentle look directed at Ying Feng, slightly shaking his head. He understood her concern. As soon as the helicopter had entered the chasm's airspace, he had surmised their destination must indeed be the chasm itself. He could not conceive of another suitable headquarters. The enigmatic and perilous chasm, which had baffled humanity for over half a century, had long piqued Hess's curiosity. What lay below that prevented human exploration? He felt it was time to uncover the truth. Xiaofeng, this may be our only chance to unveil the chasm's true nature and survive. Ying Feng was momentarily taken aback. For the first time, she saw a look of yearning on Hess's face. Resolute, she clasped his hand in return, her expression softening with a gentle smile. If you wish to see it, I shall accompany you. Feeling her warmth in his hand, Hess's heart melted, consumed entirely by thoughts of her. The helicopter gradually vanished into the sea of clouds. Both Hess and Ying Feng, possessing formidable and keen mental acuity, sensed an unseen presence lurking within the mist. It felt as though they were being scrutinized by a formidable and insidious creature, its gaze akin to a sharp blade, mercilessly dissecting them. Yet, after a brief moment, that sensation dissipated. The terrifying northeastern gateway of the rift, which had haunted humanity for decades, was traversed by the two in a bewildered manner. As the helicopter ascended through the clouds above the rift, the vista below gradually came into focus. Hess and Ying Feng were once again struck with astonishment. Below them lay an immense base, a pristine edifice of immaculate white, encompassing both its structures and walls. An untouched forest enveloped this alabaster stronghold entirely. From their lofty vantage point, it resembled a colossal egg nestled within a thicket. Chapter 77. By song, the helicopter soared towards the pristine white base. Atop the nearest building, an intelligent surveillance system suddenly detected an unusual signal. Human intrusion, eliminate. A calm electronic voice resonated. Immediately, a section of the building's rooftop smoothly unfolded. Ying Feng initially presumed it was a platform for the helicopter's descent, yet the manager's expressions shifted dramatically. It was only when Ying Feng observed a laser turret rising from the unfolding section that he realized this was not a welcoming platform, but rather a device intended to send them to their demise. The turret's barrel was aimed directly at the helicopter, and a beam of light began to coalesce. The managers frantically contacted headquarters, calling for the control tower, pleading, "This is helicopter 3168 from base 6. Please do not attack. Please." But it was too late. Xiaofeng, jump. Hess swiftly retrieved 2 parachute packs from the helicopter, tossing one to Ying Feng. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to don the parachute. A fierce beam of light surged towards them. Without hesitation, Hess opened the emergency door, and the whirlwind rushed in, destabilizing the helicopter. Everyone was thrown about chaotically. "Ah, sister." Xiaohua tumbled out, barely grasping the helicopter's landing gear, hanging perilously from the edge. "Xiaohua." Ying Feng quickly extended a vine, ensnaring Xiaohua just in time. At that moment, the helicopter lurched violently, narrowly evading the first attack. But a second shot was already on its way. "Xiaofeng, jump," Hess urged, pushing her outward as he leapt after her. The two barely managed to secure the parachute packs before diving out. Just as they separated from the helicopter, a towering beam of light obliterated it into fragments. A thunderous explosion echoed, startling the birds in the distant forest, while billowing smoke ascended into the sky. Amidst the tempest, Ying Feng remained composed, swiftly extracting the parachute cord to deploy her parachute. The pack was merely slung over her shoulder, and in the gale, she struggled to maintain her grip, let alone pull the control lines. Disregarding the possibility of being observed, she extended numerous vines to secure herself and the parachute tightly. At that moment, she also bore Xiaohua and a jellyfish jar. Hess faced a similar predicament, yet without the aid of vines, his situation was even more perilous. Relying solely on his strength and skill to manage the parachute, the smoke in the air obscured their vision, and the raging winds made directional control impossible, forcing Hess and Ying Feng apart, descending in divergent paths. Xiaofeng, operate the control lines, glide towards the east at 4 o'clock. Hess mentally communicated. But the howling winds rendered his voice inaudible. Just as Ying Feng prepared to respond, a shard of the helicopter's exterior pierced her parachute. Instantly, the parachute spiraled out of control, collapsing and tangling, sending Ying Feng hurtling away from the effective range of their mental connection, plummeting into the unknown. Xiaofeng, on the left side of the pristine white base, there lies a hillside adorned with a myriad of colorful wildflowers. Unlike other areas of the rift that remain shrouded in perpetual darkness, this locale enjoys the normal cycle of day and night, accompanied by gentle sunlight, breezes, and dew. A couple of delicate white butterflies flit gracefully among the vibrant flora, one of which settles contentedly upon the tip of a vine's leaf. Before long, an increasing number of small pink butterflies arrive, drawn to the refreshing scent emitted by the vine. However, after a brief pause, the butterflies scatter in a flurry of panic. Someone approaches. The newcomer, clad in an immaculate white cotton and linen robe, steps lightly into the blooms, making his way deeper into the floral embrace. Eventually, he halts before a vine. Scattered around the vine were garments that had been playfully dragged away by curious little creatures. The exquisite elderlith thorn vine ought not to grow so freely in the wild. A voice, as refreshing and crisp as spring water striking stone, resonates. He extends his hand to caress the leaves, his pale, slender fingers adorned with a silver butterfly chain that winds gracefully around his slender wrist. Crouching down, he buries his pristine fingers into the earth, loosening the soil around the vine's roots, wrapping them tenderly in a handful of dirt to carry them away. As he intends to depart, he notices a water jug not far off. A mother elemental? Never mind, it's merely a half-dead elemental. There are plenty within the snow palace. Cradling the vine, he strides away from the meadow. Upon returning to the snow palace, 2 elegantly robed maidens hasten to greet him, assisting in removing his mud-stained cloth shoes. "Sir, it is time for your medication," one maiden respectfully reminds him with a gentle nod. "Let us delay the medication. Prepare a sample of experiment 179 soil and a hydroponic experiment basin." "Understood," the maiden replies in a melodious tone. Bai Song carries the vine to his studio, where the maidens swiftly prepare the required items. His studio mirrors the primary color scheme of the base, a sanctuary of pure white, with a lofty dome intricately carved with elaborate patterns. In the spacious, tranquil studio, a lone workstation stands, housing the essentials he needs. Bai Song places the vine upon the workstation, lightly touching a certain spot, causing a section of the surface to shift and transform into countless small blocks that rearrange themselves, revealing a wash basin that had been concealed. He carefully cleans the vine under the gentle flow of water, washing away the earth. Once finished, the area where the wash basin had been reverts to its original flat surface, the compartments disappearing from sight. Bai Song plants the vine in the hydroponic experiment basin, then takes a few steps aside, where tiles rise and fall, revealing a towering aquarium that suddenly materializes. Within it dwell an array of rare aquatic creatures, including a cluster of luminescent blue jellyfish drifting gracefully through the water. He taps a spot on the wall, and an opening forms at the bottom of the aquarium, an immediate current sucking away dozens of jellyfish. Subsequently, a large square protrudes from the wall, revealing a basin containing jellyfish. Bai Song retrieves this basin and empties its contents into the bottom of the vine's hydroponic basin. Moments later, the immense aquarium sank below the ground once more. Bai Song lifted the heavy vine basin and departed from the studio. Upon seeing him carrying the rather weighty basin alone, the maid hurried over to offer assistance. But Bai Song declined her help. "It's nothing, not particularly heavy," he assured her. He carefully placed the basin on the windowsill of his bedroom. The maid followed closely behind. And once he finished, she gently urged, "Sir, it is time for your medication. Whether I take it or not, it makes little difference," Bai Song replied calmly. "Nevertheless, He ultimately reached for a cup of vibrant crimson liquid from the tray in the maid's hands and downed it in one swift motion. After consuming the medication, the pallor of his lips was tinged with a vivid red, and his exquisitely flawless visage took on an alluring, almost otherworldly beauty. Following his dose, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. With the sunlight streaming in just perfectly, he stretched languidly and reclined upon a wide chaise by the window, basking in the warm glow. Chapter 78. The White Lion. A gentle breeze stirred the pristine white gauze curtains, causing the vines by the window to sway softly. The roots of the vines on the windowsill began to transform, gradually elongating to entwine the jellyfish at the bottom of the pot, one by one squeezing them until they burst and absorbed their essence. When not a single jellyfish remained, the entire vine underwent a metamorphosis, growing larger and twisting into the graceful form of a young girl, her body radiant and luminescent. Ying Feng sat on the windowsill, slightly shaking her head as if still in a daze. After a moment, she finally regained her senses, glancing around to discover herself in an all-white room, with an empty little garden behind her. Regardless of the presence of others, her lack of clothing made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. Ying Feng hastily tore off a piece of the nearby white curtain, wrapping it around herself for modesty. She then intended to leave this place in search of EC, only to find that the white beast fur rug beneath her feet was moving. Startled, Ying Feng leapt from the wide couch, turning to her astonishment to see that she had been standing on a massive white lion. Cautiously, she stepped back several paces, her hands transforming into vines, their leaves sharp as blades. The slumbering Bai Song was awakened, opening his golden eyes with curiosity at the sudden appearance of the girl in his room. Was she wrapped in his room's curtain? Unable to resist, Bai Song glanced back and confirmed that indeed one side of his curtain was missing, as were the vines from the windowsill. Turning his gaze back to the girl, he noticed her delicate pink nose twitching as she bore the fresh scent of vines. So it was you, Bai Song realized, surprised that the Eldra thorn vine could take on human form. Yet, Ying Feng was astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. The lion spoke. Who are you? Why can a lion talk? The white lion regarded Ying Feng with a relaxed demeanor, his bearing and elegance reminiscent of a noble king despite his lion form. If vines could transform into human shapes, what was so peculiar about a talking lion? Ying Feng furrowed her brow. Did you save me? Who else could it be? Bai Song descended from the couch, moving gracefully toward her. As the towering white lion, nearly 2 meters tall, approached, Ying Feng felt her heart sink. Yet, she stood her ground, unwilling to reveal any sign of fear. The vines concealed behind her had already coalesced into sharp, toxic blades. Fortunately, the white lion halted 2 meters away. Despite the distance, the aura of pressure remained formidable. Bai Song gazed down at the girl before him and said, Today, I unearthed a sickly vine from the wild, and after tending to it and providing nourishment, it flourished. Ying Feng recalled the moment she fell. Even though she had transformed into vines beforehand and did not land in human form, the impact felt as though she had shattered, causing her to faint instantly. Given the severity of her injuries, she should not have awakened so swiftly. If what the lion said was true, then he had indeed rescued her. Ying Feng retracted the vines in her hands and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your assistance. My body is now well, and I shall not trouble you further. Farewell. As Ying Feng finished speaking, she rushed outside. However, after taking only a few steps, a towering wall rose before her, completely sealing off her escape route. Furrowing her brow, Ying Feng turned to glance at the white lion, only to find him vanished. In his stead stood a tall man adorned with a pure white mask. Bai Song sat gracefully on a couch, his long legs crossed, the silver butterfly bracelet on his wrist chiming melodiously with his movements. Miss Vine, are you unaware of your surroundings? This is the Rift. This place is forbidden to humans. And you, despite your mutations, remain fundamentally human. Ying Feng, uncertain of his intent, inquired, What do you wish to do? Humans who enter the Rift either perish or transform into our kind, Bai Song replied. Raising an eyebrow, Ying Feng countered, Our kind? What species are you? As her words fell, the wall behind her collapsed, allowing a procession of maidens to enter. Ying Feng observed that each of them was strikingly beautiful. Yet they all bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, akin to lifeless dolls produced on an assembly line. She sensed a striking similarity in their demeanor to that of the overseer from the zombie base. Perhaps these maidens were intelligent simulacra, Just then, her gaze caught sight of a maiden who differed from the rest. Faint stitching marred her neck and arms. Her skin was rosy and supple, yet her eyes were a muted gray. "Zombie!" Ying Feng exclaimed, causing the maiden, whom she had labeled as a zombie, to frown in displeasure. "My foolish compatriot. To be so loud in front of Mr. Bai is utterly disrespectful." The zombie maiden failed to discern Ying Feng's humanity, regarding her as one of her own kind. Bai Song chuckled lightly. "She is no zombie." At his words, the maidens below gasped in astonishment. "Not a zombie? Then she must be human. How could a human enter this realm?" Bai Song regarded Ying Feng with keen interest, noting, "She is neither a pure zombie nor a pure human. How intriguing. Moreover, she is an elder thistle." Upon hearing Ying Feng's other identity, the maidens exchanged knowing glances. "I see. Mr. Bai has a fondness for the scent of elder thistle. In the past, many were cultivated in the Snow Palace, yet for some unknown reason, they all perished." The lead maiden bowed, declaring, "In that case, we shall take care of this Miss Fine. We will ensure her well-being. Please rest assured, sir. There is no need. The elder thistle is rather delicate, and I shall tend to it myself." "As you wish, Mr. Bai." The maidens prepared to leave, but Ying Feng called out, "Wait, Mr. White Lion. I am grateful for your rescue, but I cannot remain here, nor can I become one of your kind." Bai Song descended from the platform, stating, "Nothing is impossible in this world. You already possess a quasi-zombie constitution. You are but a step away from evolving into the most perfect new humanity." He approached Ying Feng, saying, "I have long sought the key to human evolution, and now I believe that key may reside within you." Ridiculous. When it is stated that something is impossible, it is indeed impossible. I shall never remain here. Ying Feng transformed into countless vines, each leaf turning into a blade of steel, launching an assault towards Bai Song. Bai Song raised her hand gracefully, the silver butterfly bracelet tinkling melodiously. In that fleeting moment, Ying Feng seemed to behold a myriad of silver butterflies soaring towards her, each bearing the ferocity of thunderous intent. Chapter 79. Who has taken away his little Feng? Ying Feng's body was engulfed in a tangle of vines, transforming into a formidable vine shield. Countless silver butterflies fluttered and collided against the shield, dispersing into myriad silvery lights. As the silver butterflies dissipated, the shield became charred and fractured in the center. Yet, in the next moment, from the ashen remnants, verdant tendrils emerged, morphing into numerous vine blades that surged towards Bai Song. With a light step, Bai Song evaded the onslaught of vine blades, swiftly pivoting and darting towards Ying Feng like a bolt of lightning. Bai Song's speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneous as she appeared before Ying Feng, leaving her no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Ying Feng managed to summon a multitude of steel blade leaves for passive defense. However, this played directly into Bai Song's hands. Thunder Serpent, bind. A surge of electricity erupted from Bai Song's palm, coiling around Ying Feng like a thunderous serpent. The steel blade leaves on Ying Feng's body amplified conductivity, and in an instant, she was overwhelmed by a torrent of electricity, rendering her unconscious. Ying Feng collapsed to the ground, her delicate fabric nearly torn to shreds by the lightning. Bai Song cast a glance at her, then turned and walked back to her couch. "Since she was unwilling to be cared for by my own hands, take her away. Place her in the oversized soil pot using experiment soil number 276. Take good care of her. If she transforms into a human, she will require sustenance. Do not let her leave the Snow Palace." "Yes, Mr. Bai," several maidens replied, stepping forward to lift Ying Feng and carry her away. They brought her to a glass greenhouse filled with an oversized soil pot, generously filled with experiment soil number 276. As soon as the maidens placed her in the pot, the electrocuted Ying Feng transformed into vines, rooting herself in the soil and falling into a deep slumber. In the depths of the primordial forest in the northeast of Laiyuan, a great tree bore a parachute, from which dangled an unconscious figure. After Ying Feng's parachute was torn, Hess's parachute met the same fate, sending him careening into the uncharted wilderness surrounding the pure white base. The stillness of the forest was broken by rustling sounds as figures clad in coarse linen approached the tree where Hess hung. One of them whispered, "Is he still alive?" Uncertain, but his clothing appears quite fine, and the parachute, once unfurled, should serve well as waterproof material. I have my eye on the knife strapped to his leg. It looks razor-sharp. The murmurs grew louder, and Hess, with a furrowed brow, finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself suspended in the tree, surrounded by a group of individuals scrutinizing him. He is awake. The onlookers promptly drew their bows, aiming at Hess. No worries. Soon he shall meet his end once more. Swish! As an arrow flew toward him, Hess's gaze sharpened. He swiftly grasped the parachute's cords with both arms, bending his legs at the waist to evade the projectile. In one fluid motion, he drew the military knife strapped to his calf, severing the parachute cords, and swung downward to land deftly on a branch of the nearby tree. This entire sequence of actions unfolded within a mere 10 seconds, leaving the onlookers below utterly astonished. Hess's gaze locked onto the archer, his eyes igniting with a hexagram pattern that instantaneously devoured a portion of his mental energy, revealing the nature of his surroundings and the identity of the figures before him. These individuals, garbed in what resembled primitive attire, were not humans, but rather an advanced form of intelligent zombies. Their skin bore a normal hue and displayed elasticity. If one overlooked the seams adorning their bodies and the ashen, vacant eyes, they could easily be mistaken for ordinary humans. Perched high atop a tree, Hess could only glimpse a corner of the stark white base. Xiaofeng, where are you? Are you safe? Anxiety gnawed at Hess as visions of Xiaofeng's parachute spiraling out of control replayed in his mind. The thought of the perils she might face ignited an overwhelming desire within him to rush to her side. Whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows whizzed toward him, and an irritable gleam flickered in Hess's eyes. These zombies were courting death. Once more, the hexagram pattern illuminated his gaze, and his pent-up fury found an outlet as he met the onslaught. In a fluid motion, he wielded his blade, severing every arrow that sought him. Simultaneously, the zombies below were engulfed by his mental energy, collapsing in droves. Not a single one survived. Descending from the tree, Hess chose not to venture into the depths of the forest where the intelligent zombies had established their stronghold. Instead, he sprinted toward the forest's edge, driven by the singular aim of finding Xiaofeng. As he dashed in the direction where Xiaofeng had fallen, he scavenged for food to stave off hunger. He checked his light brain, only to discover an utter lack of signal, rendering him unable to contact Xiaofeng. The chaotic magnetic field at the chasm's bottom interfered with satellite signals, thwarting any attempt to locate her through satellite positioning. The only tool at Hess's disposal was his mental energy. He fervently extended his mental tendrils in search of her, though they lacked the far-reaching capabilities of a giant jellyfish, only stretching a few meters. A wave of frustration washed over him as he lamented his inadequacy. Why was his mental exploration confined to such a limited distance? Guilt consumed him. Knowing the immense dangers lurking below, he questioned why he had descended, placing Xiaofeng in such perilous circumstances. If anything were to happen to her, he would never forgive himself. Hess pressed on, disheveled and weary, ruthlessly eliminating any creatures or zombies that obstructed his path. He relentlessly expanded the radius of his mental energy, pushing beyond his limits, refusing to cease even as the sharp, stabbing pain echoed in his mind. With the passage of time, his mental probing extended like metal being hammered into shape, growing ever wider. In his desperate quest to ascertain Xiaofeng's whereabouts, he voraciously consumed the mental energy of every being within his reach. This indiscriminate devouring of others' energies exacted a heavy toll on him, as if a mighty hammer were relentlessly pounding his mind, threatening to tear him apart. Yet, he remained undeterred, continuing to absorb. At long last, divine providence smiled upon his relentless pursuit. After consuming the mental energies of countless beings, he finally glimpsed a valuable vision. A small creature has dragged away a piece of clothing, which happens to belong to Ying Feng. The garments she wore could not have simply slipped away without reason. It must be that she has transformed into vines. Upon this realization, Hess's previously elated spirits plummeted to despair. The metamorphosis of Ying Feng into vines signifies her injury. Hess raced towards the location where he had uncovered clues. After half an hour, he finally stumbled upon the first article of clothing. Expanding his search in that vicinity, he voraciously consumed the mental energy of the nearby creatures and ultimately pinpointed the original location where all the garments were scattered. Ignoring the excruciating pain that surged through his mind, Hess sprinted toward that spot. However, upon arrival, he was met with nothing but a mere pit in the ground. He collapsed beside the pit, his hands digging into the earth, clenching into fists. Xiaofeng. Who could have taken his Xiaofeng? Chapter 80. Hess discovers the great jellyfish. The soil surface near the pit, and indeed the entire hillside in that vicinity, remained remarkably intact. Hess surmised that someone must have recognized the uniqueness of the vine and subsequently excavated it. If Xiaofeng had been abducted while in a state of slumber, she would be utterly defenseless, at the mercy of her captors. At this moment, Hess was consumed by inner turmoil, his mind racing through countless possibilities, each more unbearable than the last. Clenching his fists, he rose to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with determination. He resolved to consume the mental energies of all nearby creatures, even at the risk of a fatal backlash, for he was determined to locate Ying Feng. Yet, in the next instant, he halted, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. He had discovered the great jellyfish. Hess hurried towards the jellyfish jar, partially concealed in the grass. "Great water," he exclaimed as he lifted the jar. It had shattered, spilling most of its contents, leaving only a shallow pool of water at the bottom, barely enough to cover half of the great jellyfish. At that moment, the jellyfish lay in a state of unconsciousness. The speed of its fall had not been sufficient to kill it, thanks to the superior material of the jar and the thick grass surrounding it. Had it been an ordinary vessel, it would have shattered to pieces. Instead, this jar had merely cracked. "Great water, please wake up." Hess dared not shake the jar too vigorously, fearing he might inadvertently harm it. "Great water." The jellyfish remained unresponsive. But Hess could not allow it to languish in this state. The jellyfish had been attached to Ying Feng at the time of the incident, making it the most likely witness to the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. As it remained in slumber, Hess recalled the series of mental techniques the jellyfish had previously imparted to him. He devised a method that might awaken it, extending his mental tendrils. Hess endeavored to infiltrate the jellyfish's mental sea. This mental realm was the jellyfish's most vital yet fragile domain, meticulously shielded by layers of its own mental energy. The moment someone attempted to breach its mental sea, the jellyfish's defense mechanisms were instantly triggered. The counteraction roused the jellyfish, and it awakened with a start. "Who dares to audaciously intrude upon my mental sea? I shall make them pay dearly." In a state of heightened alertness, the jellyfish exhibited a momentary clarity. Hess promptly withdrew his intrusion, elatedly exclaiming, "Great water, you are awake." Upon recognizing Hess, the jellyfish's vigor drained away, returning to its near-lifeless state. "Hess, is that you?" It murmured weakly, having suffered grievously from the fall, disoriented by the height and speed of its descent. "Great water, please do not succumb to slumber. Have you seen Xiaofeng? She is missing." Hess cradled the jar, so anxious that he nearly crushed it. Upon hearing of Xiaofeng's disappearance, the jellyfish summoned its strength. "The parachute malfunctioned. We plummeted violently. Xiaofeng must have fallen nearby. Quickly, check the grass for any signs of her transformed vines." The great jellyfish, presumed to be severely injured, must have transformed back into a vine. As long as she still draws breath, she can take root in the soil once more and thus escape death. Hess brought the great jellyfish to the pit, grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "We found it, but there is only one pit. Little Feng has been taken away." "What?" The great jellyfish gasped in shock. "Are you sure? Is there only this one pit, or could there be others nearby? Perhaps this pit was simply left by someone for foraging wild vegetables?" Hess replied, "This is the only pit in the vicinity, and I have devoured the spiritual energy of the nearby creatures. I am absolutely certain that Little Feng was rooted here." The great jellyfish was taken aback, pondering. Who would go to the trouble of digging up a vine? Vines are ordinary in appearance, lacking flowers or beauty. What purpose would there be in taking one? In the next moment, the great jellyfish suddenly cried out in terror. Could it be that someone mistook the vine for wild vegetables and cooked it for a meal? Silence. Hess nearly lost his temper, wishing he could silence the great jellyfish's ill-fated words. "Find out where Little Feng is." I will try. But I am injured as well, and may not be able to locate her." The great jellyfish, in pain and with insufficient water in its vessel, felt parched. "We must find her. With Little Feng's situation unknown, every moment we delay increases her peril. Hess shouted almost hysterically. Hess did not place all his hopes on the great jellyfish. While it expanded its spiritual tendrils to search for little foam, he continued to consume the spiritual energy of nearby creatures, attempting to uncover clues about the one who had taken the vine. In the Snow Palace, within the botanical glass house, a maid was watering the vines. The soil designated for the vines, known as Experiment 276, was a special blend crafted by Song, deemed most suitable for vine plants. However, Little Feng had sustained injuries twice and was unable to awaken at present. This soil possessed another characteristic: it paralyzed the vine's mutative abilities. Thus, even if Little Feng were to awaken, she would not be able to revert to her human form immediately. Only after her injuries had fully healed could she regain her original shape. Bai Song intended to keep her in this state until she was willing to cooperate with his research on the evolution of new human mutations. At that moment, Bai Song was engrossed in his work in the studio. On the workbench before him lay a mangled corpse of a little zombie girl. The damage was severe, yet it presented an intriguing challenge, a mere diversion during his leisure time. Bai Song donned gloves and began to stitch the dismembered body. Several hours later, the disarray on the table had vanished, replaced by a complete little girl's corpse. Bai Song removed his gloves and instructed his assistant. Dispose of her in liquid pool 975. Once she awakens, check her various indicators. If they meet the standards, release her into the forest. If not, dispose of her immediately. Yes, sir. The assistant took the little zombie girl away for further processing. Bai Song then extended his hand to touch the workbench, causing the clutter to disintegrate. All debris was swiftly removed, leaving the surface spotless once more. He changed out of his surgical gown and stepped out of the studio, where a maid approached him with a cup of crimson liquid. Sir, it is time for your medication. Bai Song, with an impassive expression, took the cup and drank it in one gulp, leaving a bewitching red stain upon his lips. He set the cup down and walked outside to observe the vines. Yes, sir. The maid promptly led the way ahead. She was aware that Bai Song would become agitated after each dose, and only the unique botanical fragrance of the Eldra thorn could soothe his restlessness. This was also the reason why the Snow Palace needed to cultivate the Eldra thorn, though unfortunately, none had survived. In the vast expanse of the Snow Palace, there was only one Eldra thorn thriving at this moment, which the maids diligently tended to. Chapter 81. Ying Feng becomes experimental material the following day, within the confines of a laboratory at the Zumong base. An expansive space was filled with cultivation tanks of varying sizes. Numerous impeccably formed experimental bodies were submerged within. At that moment, Bai Song was engaged in his routine tasks. A normal-looking experimental body, with skin as pale as death, was transported to the operation table by automated machinery. Bai Song deftly manipulated the instruments, inserting a multitude of inflow and outflow tubes into its body. Fluids of different hues were steadily infused into the experimental subject, only to be expelled once more. In less than 30 minutes, the body, initially resembling a lifeless corpse, suddenly began to tremble slightly. Moments later, it opened its mouth in anguish, uttering incoherent syllables, its eyes wide with a grayish-white gaze. Bai Song monitored the data on the screen, and upon noticing a violently fluctuating data line, he raised his hand, positioning his palm against the creature's chest. In the next instant, a flash of silver light illuminated his hand, causing the experimental body's chest to convulse violently. The silver light flickered once more, and the chest trembled again, repeating this several times before Bai Song withdrew his hand. After a brief moment, the expression on the experimental body's face settled into tranquility. Eventually, it astonishingly sat up, gazing around in a daze. The large screen on the wall displayed incessant data, reflecting the condition of the experimental subject, yet no new changes emerged. Bai Song's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. The perfect new human he desired had still not materialized. 7694. Exile it to the forest. Understood, sir. Assistant 7694 pressed the exile button, and the bewildered intelligent zombie was escorted away. On the outskirts of the Zumong base, the primeval forest would soon welcome another new resident. After yet another day of failures, Bai Song found himself in a somber mood. Deciding to conclude his work for the day, he departed from the laboratory and plunged into the adjacent archive, seeking fresh inspiration amid a vast sea of information. Bai Song's ambition was to induce a state of zombification in all humanity, but not in the form of decaying, mindless husks. What he yearned for was a new breed of humans endowed with the attributes of zombies, fearless of pain, impervious to injury, requiring neither sleep nor sustenance, and capable of achieving immortality as long as their core functions remained intact. He had devoted years of effort toward this goal. Bai Song was neither human nor zombie. He hailed from a mysterious realm, having arrived here by a twist of fate. His lifelong pursuit was the evolution of humanity on a global scale. At present, he was focusing on the Eldra thorn vine, a plant not native to Earth. Among the many organisms that accompanied him upon his arrival, the Eldra thorn vine was one. With its remarkable regenerative and adaptive capabilities, it seemed to align perfectly with the direction of his research. Had it not been for Ying Feng's appearance, he might never have realized how seamlessly the Eldra thorn vine could fuse with human genes, particularly in its mutated form infused with the zombie virus. The fusion of human, vine, and zombie had yielded an extraordinarily novel mutation. Yet, he sensed something was still lacking. Ying Feng had yet to fully evolve into the new human he envisioned. What exactly was missing? After poring over materials for an extended period, he felt a twinge of agitation. At that moment, a maid approached, bearing a cup filled with a crimson liquid. "Sir, it is time for your medication." Bai Song said nothing, taking the cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. The intensely stimulating liquid surged through his insides, injecting a flicker of vitality into his otherwise dormant body. However, the side effects of this concoction would render him exceedingly irritable. "How's the vine today?" Bai Song inquired. "It is thriving. This Eldra thorn vine exhibits a vitality surpassing that of the ordinary thorns previously cultivated." "Truly. A cause for celebration, sir." Upon hearing this, Bai Song's mood lightened somewhat. This was no ordinary thorn vine from the Snow Palace. It was a mutated version, distinctly different. "Take me to see it," he commanded. "Yes, sir." The maid promptly led the way. At that very moment, within the glass chamber, a vine gradually stirred to life. After Ying Feng awakened, she glanced around and was relieved to find no one present. Just as she intended to transform into human form, she discovered that her entire being lacked strength, rendering her incapable of elongating her vines to change shape. What was happening? Why could she not assume human form? The door to the glass chamber slid open silently, and Bai Song stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Ying Feng's thorns bristled in alarm. "You're awake. It seems your recovery is progressing well, much faster than I anticipated." In her vine form, Ying Feng was unable to speak, though she wished to attack him. She could not elongate her vines. Bai Song approached the vine, inhaling deeply, and the fresh scent of the flora soothed his agitation. "Are you willing to cooperate with me in a new human evolution experiment? If you agree, I can restore your human form." Internally, Ying Feng screamed, "I refuse." Observing the vine quivering in apparent rage, Bai Song chuckled with delight. "Since you are silent, I shall assume you consent." Ying Feng's thoughts raced. Who was this deranged individual? Even a decade of diligent mining would not yield such pure essence. "Bring the vine to my laboratory." Bai Song instructed his assistant, who complied by grasping the irate vine and following behind him. Upon reaching the laboratory, Bai Song retrieved a pair of scissors and, with a decisive snip, severed a segment of Ying Feng's vine. Ying Feng was aghast, though she felt no pain. The act of having her vine cut was infuriating. This was the first time someone had done so. Unable to revert to human form or retaliate, she found herself. Aside from a slight fluctuation of mental energy, indistinguishable from an ordinary plant, the severed vine was placed into a device for extraction of its essence, which Bai Song then infused into a recently revived experimental subject. The subject's once dull gray eyes suddenly glimmered with a vibrant green. Bai Song raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased. At last, there was a departure from the monotonous. In a fit of excitement, he snipped off several more segments of vine. The tendrils of Ying Feng were severed repeatedly, and her consciousness gradually faded. As she slipped into unconsciousness, a singular thought consumed her. If she were to survive this ordeal, she would ensure that he met a gruesome end. Bai Song continued to cut several more tendrils, seemingly apprehensive of Ying Feng's demise, before finally ceasing his actions. Having severed enough for the moment, he intended to take the thorny vines down for proper care, replacing them with the soil from Experiment 277. By tomorrow, he demanded to see new shoots sprouting from the cut ends. Yes, sir, came the reply, as the vines were carried away. Just as Bai Song was about to resume his work, he suddenly sensed a presence observing him. Though his race could not wield psychic powers, this did not preclude him from feeling the gaze upon him. He cast a cold glance towards the source of the scrutiny. Realizing that several mice had not been dealt with adequately, Bai Song issued a series of commands, and the Shui Gong base instantly entered a state of full alert. He had conceived a new strategy and had no time to concern himself with these pests. If they dared approach, he would eliminate them himself. Outside the Shui Gong base, the giant jellyfish swiftly retracted its psychic tendrils. It had located Ying Feng, but the adversary was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving it somewhat flustered. To its astonishment, the one who had taken Ying Feng was none other than the White Lion. Chapter 82. A dire situation. It is not merely the strength of the adversary that poses a challenge. Even this pristine white base is not easily infiltrated. The proud electromagnetic interference capabilities of the great jellyfish are rendered ineffective against this stronghold. The great jellyfish is convinced that should Hess attempt to breach the base, he would be swiftly reduced to mere shreds. The great jellyfish is troubled, pondering how to convey this dire situation to Hess. If he were to discover that Ying Feng's tendrils were being systematically severed for experimentation, he would undoubtedly rush in recklessly. As the great jellyfish silently ruminated, Hess discerned something amiss. Holding a jellyfish container wrapped in tape, he inquired, "What have you seen, great jelly?" The great jellyfish hesitated, first preparing him for the news. "Let me be clear. Whatever I say next, you must remain calm." It was rare for Hess to witness the great jellyfish in such a state, and he immediately surmised it must have found Ying Feng, and that her situation was likely grave. "Speak freely. I will not act impulsively," he reassured. Fully aware that rashness resolves nothing, and only a composed mind can devise the optimal solution. "All right, but you must promise not to go back on your word." The great jellyfish paused momentarily before continuing. "I have located Ying Feng. She is within that pure white base, and she has been utilized as experimental material." No sooner had the words left the great jellyfish's mouth than it felt an overwhelming psychic force tearing at it. "Hey, you promised to stay calm." The great jellyfish shouted in pain from the strain of Hess's mental energy. Hess trembled with fury, and after a prolonged struggle, he managed to steady himself, his voice chilling as though it were forged from the ice of a 1,000-year-old glacial realm. "Is she still alive?" Yes, she is alive. Do not worry. Right now, she still lives," the great jellyfish soothed. "It seems the captors fear her demise. After severing several of her branches, they ceased, and she retains the majority of her tendrils." "Where exactly in the white base is she located?" "Take me there." Hess grasped the jellyfish container, determined to head towards the base. The great jellyfish quickly interjected, "Hess, wait. If we approach recklessly, we will be obliterated before we even close in on the base. If you perish, who will rescue Ying Feng?" Hess furrowed his brow. "This base is that formidable?" "Extremely so," the great jellyfish affirmed earnestly. "Even if all the soldiers from the Sait base were to converge, they would not be able to capture this stronghold, let alone you acting alone. This is not the child's play that was the zombie base of Yachuan Ruins. If the zombie stronghold of Yachuan Ruins was merely child's play in the eyes of the great jellyfish, then this base must indeed be terrifyingly powerful. Then what do you propose we do to rescue her?" Hess inquired, recognizing the great jellyfish's strength and mysterious origins. Though it appeared frail, he had never underestimated it. "We must wait," replied the great jellyfish. "Wait?" Hess's brow knitted in concern. He could afford to wait, but Ying Feng could not. Her life hangs by a thread. "How can you expect me to wait?" "At the very least, we must wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow night marks the new moon, the moment when our adversary is at their weakest. Perhaps then, you might still possess the strength for one decisive strike. The White Lion is most vulnerable during the new moon and strongest at the full moon. Before tomorrow night arrives, we need to devise a meticulous plan, otherwise, we shall all meet our doom together." Hess clenched his fists, once more loathing his own inadequacy, feeling powerless to protect the one he cherished. "Xiao Feng, you must hold on until I come to rescue you." A day has passed. Under the tender care of the maid, the place where Ying Feng was severed yesterday has begun to sprout anew. After nearly 20 hours of slumber, Ying Feng has awakened. The first thing she attempts is to test whether she can revert to her human form, only to be met with disappointment once again. Even more disheartening is the realization that today seems to pose even greater peril than yesterday. Ying Feng discovers that she is currently situated in Bai Song's laboratory. Lying upon an experimental table, Bai Song has conceived a novel idea today. Rather than utilizing a mere fragment of vine tissue to study a new specimen, it would be more prudent to induce a fresh round of mutation in the entire vine. Perhaps, Ying Feng could be the first of a new breed of mutated humanity. Bai Song reached out to touch the wall, and a tempered glass water tank rose from the ground. He then signaled his assistant to place the pot of vines into the tank. The assistant, donning 3 pairs of gloves, each thicker than the last, lifted the pot of vines. Upon seeing the tank, Ying Feng was bewildered by the purple liquid contained within. Now it has turned red. It appeared ominous, and she had no desire to enter this tank. However, in her current state, she lacked the strength to resist, and could only watch helplessly as she was submerged in the liquid. As soon as she entered the water, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the vines, and the leaves began to dissolve, only to regenerate shortly thereafter. The vine branches followed suit, continuously dissolving and regenerating, as if engaged in a contest between Ying Feng's regenerative abilities and the liquid. While the vines themselves felt no pain, Ying Feng experienced an indescribable agony. As if her very genes were being altered and reassembled, her soul melting and being reshaped anew. The soil was eroded by the liquid, and at last, Ying Feng was liberated from the constraint of her inability to assume a human form. Yet, in that moment, she feared to transform. The pain coursing through her vines was so intense that she felt her soul teetering on the brink of departure. And transforming into human form would undoubtedly lead to her immediate demise. Not being able to assume human form did not imply she was incapable of attacking. The vines began to grow at an alarming rate, shattering the glass tank, as the blood-red corrosive liquid spilled forth, swiftly eroding the white wooden floor. Bai Song observed the transformation of the vines with keen interest, even displaying a hint of anticipation. Hurry and mutate. You are my most prized creation. The vines continued to swell, their roots penetrating layer after layer of flooring, burrowing deep into the earth. In no time, the vines had grown to occupy half the size of the room. Ying Feng extended her vines toward Bai Song in an aggressive manner. Bai Song sidestepped, his eyes glinting with challenge. Let me witness your current power. Lightning roared as the might of the Thunder Lion surged forth towards the vines. The vines, now resembling an immense tree, dwarfed the Thunder Lion, which appeared as merely a diminutive toy in comparison. The diminutive figurine wielded formidable power, effortlessly creating a gaping hole in Ying Feng's colossal vine. Before long, the breach began to mend itself. Yet the excruciating pain elicited a silent roar of fury from the vines. Ying Feng, nearly driven to madness, indiscriminately unleashed his wrath upon anyone or anything that came into contact with the tendrils. Thunderstorm of lions, Bai Song declared, as a magnificent assembly of thunderous lions surged forth towards Ying Feng. Chapter 83. Hess arrives at the battlefield. The Leviathan tore relentlessly at the creeping vines, snapping one colossal tendril after another. Its severed ends charred and blackened, only to be quickly replaced by new growth. A frenzied light flickered in Bai Song's eyes. They were so close, just a bit more, and success would be theirs. At that moment, Ying Feng had completely lost her senses. Driven solely by instinct to root deeper and strike harder, her body racing towards the threshold of new mutations, the vines burgeoned, ultimately breaking through the dome of the Snow Palace. Just outside the Snow Palace, Hess, on the brink of finalizing the rescue plan, caught sight of the wildly growing vines and abandoned all restraint, dashing towards the palace. To hell with calmness. To hell with the plan. Xiao Feng was in danger, and he had to save her immediately. Hess, take me with you. The Great Water Mother, left behind, yearned to assist in rescuing Ying Feng too. In a fit of frustration, the Great Water Mother suddenly felt itself lifted and hoisted onto someone's back, who then hastened to follow Hess. To its astonishment, the rescuer was none other than Xiaohua. After the parachute accident, Xiaohua had been shattered into pieces and subsequently taken in by the Snow Palace's personnel, who reassembled and revived her before exiling her to the forest. Upon awakening, she inexplicably began to hear the Water Mother's voice. indirectly discovering that her sister was not one of her kind, but a human. Fearing to return to their side, she dared only to follow at a distance behind her brother and the Water Mother. It was not until she realized that her sister's absence was due to her being captured by villains, while her brother and the Water Mother conspired to rescue her, that she felt a surge of determination. Xiaohua recalled her sister's gentle smile and the soft, warm hand that always caressed her head. She remembered her sister's plea to the overseer to take her along during their retreat, and the perilous moment when the tendrils wrapped around her as she fell from the helicopter. At that moment, Xiaohua suddenly understood that whether her sister was of the same kind was inconsequential. What mattered was that her sister would never harm her. She was not an enemy, but a friend. She too must go and save her sister. Xiaohua. The Great Water Mother bounced along. Where are you running off to, child? It's dangerous there. Put me down and leave at once. Water Mother, I am going to rescue my sister. Xiaohua's complexion had returned to normal, her face now resolute. My sister is in danger, and I must save her. The Great Water Mother exclaimed. You can hear me speaking? Indeed. I may be unwell, perhaps even hallucinating. But Xiaohua could truly hear your words. The Great Water Mother was taken aback. How remarkable. This little girl was extraordinary. A young zombie had awakened her mental faculties. Do you know that Ying Feng and Hess are human? I do, but that is not important, Xiaohua replied as they ran. Sister and brother are humans, yet they have never harmed me. On the contrary, they have saved me countless times. They are good people, and I have never harmed anyone. I am a good zombie. Xiaohua's pale eyes sparkled with newfound light. Good people and good zombies should indeed be friends. The last sentence left the giant jellyfish stunned. Can humanity ever befriend zombies? This question, posed to 100 individuals, would yield but a single response: absurd. How could humans possibly forge a friendship with zombies? They exist in an inherently adversarial position, a relationship as incompatible as fire and water. Yet, Yifeng and Xiaohua have defied this notion and become friends. Within the Snow Palace, the colossal vines continue to grow. Their expansion not a positive sign, but rather a blatant overexertion of their own life force. Nevertheless, Bai Song appears to be exceedingly pleased with this state of affairs, a frenzied flush spreading across his pale visage. He awaits her transformation. Should she succeed, she will emerge as a new breed of humanity, fulfilling his long-held desire. If she fails, it will merely mark yet another of his failures. The thorns upon the vine swell to a staggering 30 to 40 centimeters, densely packed along the branches, secreting a blue venom. The moment this venom drips to the ground, it swiftly corrodes and evaporates, releasing a cloud of blue smoke. Subsequently, the entire vine undergoes a process of complete steelification. Branches and leaves harden as if transformed into a monstrous silver-green entity, poised to strike at Bai Song. Bai Song harnesses his full power, unleashing a torrent of electric energy upon the steel vines. The entire structure is melted down into a fiery, charred mass of iron. However, before the iron can cool completely, it suddenly splits open, and the vines surge forth once more. This time, the vine's metrics have been updated, reaching an unfathomable height. Ha 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 ha. I have succeeded. A grotesque smile spreads across Bai Song's face. In the next instant, he is enveloped in a dazzling silver light, transforming into a massive white lion. The white lion lunges at the vines like a bolt of lightning. He yearns to merge with her, to become an immortal new breed of humanity. Swift as lightning. Just as he is about to collide with the vines, he suddenly falters midair, crashing heavily to the ground, unleashing a thunderous impact that creates a crater over 10 meters in diameter. At the bottom of the pit, the lion reverts to human form, coughing as he rises to gaze behind him. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure with flowing hair stands atop the ruined high wall. Who is that? Bai Song's eyes narrow sharply. The vines have disrupted the Snow Palace's electrical systems, leaving the security measures in disarray, allowing an intruder to breach the defenses. Oh, a mere human. Bai Song places a hand on the ground, channeling a violent surge of electricity to sustain the entire power system of the Snow Palace. The high-voltage currents melt and rejoin the damaged cables, instantly restoring the power system of the base. Hess glances at the vines, which, while not in optimal condition, are still alive. As long as they live, there remains hope for Xiaofeng's restoration. What he must now do is deal with the scoundrel who has tormented Xiaofeng. Alert! Alert. Human intrusion detected. Initiate termination. All intact structures around him reveal numerous gun ports, countless dark weapons aimed squarely at Hess. At Baisong's command, they would turn Hess into a sieve, reducing him to nothingness. Hess's eyes blaze with intensity, his hair rising without a breeze. Starry devour. In that fleeting moment, Baisong felt as though his consciousness was under assault. Countless needles pierced his mind, attempting to consume and obliterate his will. Baisong instantly recognized the handiwork of the human adversary before him. A mere psychic wielder, utterly overestimating their own capabilities. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Baisong raised his hand, summoning a sphere of lightning from his palm. Go. The sphere of lightning expanded instantaneously, hurtling forth towards Hess like a wave of light. Simultaneously, the offensive systems of the Snow Palace base launched a barrage against Hess. In a flash, Hess leaped from the high wall, narrowly evading the initial onslaught. Chapter 84. Baisong, I demand your life. This was the first time Hess encountered an adversary with such formidable mental fortitude. The opponent's mental barrier stood as an impregnable fortress, starkly contrasting with the fragile foes he typically faced, who crumbled at a mere touch. Having narrowly evaded the initial wave of attacks, Hess found himself immediately besieged by a second onslaught. With remarkable agility, he deftly maneuvered through a barrage of strikes, all the while seeking openings to penetrate and consume Baisong's mental energy. Hess's mental needles relentlessly pierced through Baisong's protective mental wall, causing considerable irritation that, while not lethal, was exceedingly vexatious. The opponent scurried about like a frantic mouse, elusive and uncatchable. In his evasive maneuvers, Hess stumbled upon an armory brimming with an array of firearms. Without hesitation, he hefted a small bombardment cannon and unleashed a barrage upon the relentless tracking weapons that pursued him. The ground shook as structures around him crumbled under the force of the explosion. Baisong, clutching his throbbing head in agony, transformed into a lion, resolutely intent on eliminating this bothersome human. With many of the attacking weapons diminished, Hess found himself with more opportunities to strike. Though battered and bruised, Hess's gaze remained resolute and unwavering, as if nothing could impede his advance. His once needle-like mental assaults transformed into powerful gunfire, hastening the collapse of Baisong's mental defenses. Alongside his assault on Baisong, Hess remained vigilant regarding the rampant vines that indiscriminately attacked all within reach. A vine as thick as a utility pole lashed out at Baisong, who narrowly evaded it, retaliating with a lightning ball that shattered several vines in an instant. The vines recoiled, trembling as if in pain. Little Maple. Hess's fury surged within him, the violet hue of his eyes tinged with crimson wrath. Never had his desire to eliminate a foe burned so fiercely as it did today. All that harmed Little Maple would be cast into the abyss. In an instant, Hess's energy surged, his hair rising as if caught in an unseen wind. His formidable mental absorption power permeated through Baisong's defenses, weaving through like threads before converging and crashing into the depths of his consciousness. Baisong's mind erupted in agony, as though thousands of steel spikes were driven into his skull, mercilessly churning through his thoughts, robbing him of any control over his body. He barely managed to activate the base's military mode before collapsing to the ground, clutching his head in torment. The pain was unbearable, as if his very brain were fracturing. The ground of the Snow Palace base split apart, awakening hundreds of engineered soldiers endowed with extraordinary combat capabilities. They surged forth, encircling Baisong for protection while another contingent charged fiercely at Hess. However, they overlooked the presence of the vines. The long tendrils, witnessing the swarm of tiny insects below, lashed out in agitation, sweeping away over 100 soldiers in a single motion. With a few more violent flicks, the soldiers were sent soaring into the air. The soldiers' offensive capabilities pale in comparison to Baisong's, causing negligible damage to the vines. Hess's psychic assault persisted, his eyes ablaze with fury, as arcs of electricity crackled and danced around him. With a roar, Baisong transformed into a lion. A colossal white lion coalescing into a sphere of electric energy that surged towards Hess. Hess, extending his arms, clenched his fists with a celestial gleam in his eyes, unleashing a thunderous roar. In that moment, with all his might, Hess engaged in the ultimate confrontation against Baisong. As the white lion lunged at Hess, a blinding flash erupted, The world dimmed instantaneously. The center of the Snow Palace base was obliterated. Hess, Ying Feng, the Great Water Mother, and Little Flower had just arrived nearby when they were swept away by the shockwave of the explosion. Clutching the Water Mother, Little Flower tumbled down the hillside. In the aftermath, she sustained several broken ribs, yet she rose unsteadily, determined to rescue her sister. Following the explosion, the epicenter lay in ash and desolation. The earth stirred as the weakened Baisong clawed his way from the debris. On the other side, an oval-shaped vine structure was ensnared in layers of vines, charred and crumbling, releasing a shower of splintered wood as the wind passed. The vine sphere split open, and from within emerged Hess, his long hair singed and matted with blood, his mind clouded. When he regained his senses, he beheld the charred remnants of the vines. Disbelief washing over him as despair, agony, and fury engulfed his being. Little Feng. In that critical moment, driven by instinct, Ying Feng had extended the vines to shield Hess, absorbing 80% of the thunderstorm's onslaught. Hess, trembling with bloodied hands, grasped the lone, sapling-like vine that remained after exhausting all energy. Little Feng, with eyes ablaze with rage, he turned, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth. Baisong, I demand your life. Hess began to consume Baisong's psychic energy, uncovering many truths. Meanwhile, Baisong, sensing defeat, sought to escape as a bolt of lightning, only to be ensnared by Hess's suddenly surging psychic force. Baisong's mind and body seemed disconnected, losing control of his physical form, rendered immobile in an instant. Hess charged forward, seizing him, landing punch after punch upon Baisong's face, each strike powerful enough to distort his features. In a frenzy, he consumed Baisong's psychic energy, the once impenetrable defenses of Baisong's mental fortress beginning to falter under Hess's relentless assault. Baisong had never anticipated finding himself in such a vulnerable position, having always triumphed since his arrival here. Bound tightly by Hess's psychic tendrils, he found it nearly impossible to wield his lightning powers. Yet, how could he be vanquished by a mere human? He was no primitive inhabitant of this backward, remote planet. Dazed, Baisong gradually amassed his strength. Baisong, you wretch, why must you come to devastate our world? In this apocalyptic realm overrun by zombies, where humanity has lost its home and loved ones. It is all due to your inexplicable greed. Hess's furious fist rained down upon Baisong's face like a relentless storm. Dare you to harm Xiao Feng? Today, I shall ensure that you repay 1,000-fold. The formidable and boundless psychic energy engulfs and annihilates like a cataclysmic collision of planets, shattering the spiritual defenses of Baisong. At long last, upon breaching a critical threshold, Hess's psychic force utterly obliterates Baisong's mental barriers. In that fleeting moment, Baisong felt his consciousness enveloped by an expanse of violet starlight, his very soul seemingly wrenched from his corporeal form. A tumult of emotions, rage, resentment, humiliation, and fear flooded his fading awareness. Just before Hess completely devoured his psychic essence, Baisong summoned the last vestiges of his strength and, disregarding all else, activated the ultimate annihilation protocol of the base. Chapter 85. The Collapse of the Base. The ship ascends. Baisong is dead. Heish has completely consumed his mental energy. Yet, the peril is far from over. The entire Snow Palace base begins to tremble, as if a mountain were crumbling or a tsunami were surging forth. Suddenly, the entire base lifts off the ground. In the aftermath of the battle, the dilapidated structures atop the Snow Palace base commence to collapse one after another. Dust fills the air, the earth quakes, and creatures flee in terror. The intelligent zombies in the forest huddle together in fright, sensing a foreboding from the terrifying tremors. In the next moment, their ominous premonitions materialize. These intelligent zombies seem to have been abruptly struck by a pause button, toppling one by one to the ground. Not only the zombies in the forest surrounding the Snow Palace base, but intelligent zombies from around the globe suddenly collapse, as if their batteries had been abruptly removed, falling lifeless in various dark and deserted corners. This phenomenon is a consequence of the Snow Palace base severing its mental link with these intelligent zombies, stripping them of their source of power. Xiaohua, who had just climbed atop a broken wall of the Snow Palace base, also trembles, tumbling down into the base. Xiaohua, what happened to you? The jellyfish jar, cradled in Xiaohua's arms, remains unscathed. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Xiaohua instinctively clutches the jellyfish jar as she feels herself plummeting. However, the jar has endured multiple impacts. The tape that once bound its cracks now inadequate. Xiaohua, please wake up. Water from the jellyfish jar begins to seep out, trickling down to Xiaohua's cheek, moistening her gradually dimming eyes. At this moment, all structures of the Snow Palace base have been utterly obliterated. The tremors grow increasingly violent as collapsed buildings cascade down. A colossal, hemispherical white flying ship ascends from the ground. The ship, with its upper surface flat and lower surface rounded, resembles a gigantic sea bowl. With its exterior adorned with flickering signal lights and decorative small windows reminiscent of oceanic patterns. Once airborne, the ship's supports retract smoothly, showing no signs of stalling even after 70 years of disuse. Powerful gusts of air erupt from the base, propelling the vessel upwards. Gradually, the entire ship is lifted by these currents, ascending further away from the ground. Haish, having just consumed all of Baisong's mental energy, struggles to digest the immense influx of information and the additional power acquired. The energy derived from devouring Baisong surpasses that of all previous beings he has consumed combined. The sheer volume of information overwhelms even Haish's formidable intellect, causing a slight stutter in his thoughts. Yet, some memories are indelible, even if his mind were to completely freeze. Disheveled, Haish kneels upon the ground, his hands encircling a small vine. At this moment, a layer of soil still coats the surface of the flying ship, where the vine has taken root. However, the nutrients in the soil are insufficient to mend Ying Feng's injuries. In this instant, Haish finally recalls the jellyfish. Big jellyfish. Haish's mental tendrils extend far and wide, conducting a thorough search for the whereabouts of the jellyfish. After consuming Baisong's mental energy, Hess experienced an exponential enhancement in his own mental prowess, rendering him several times stronger than before. Now, he possessed the ability to devour anyone at will, regardless of their intentions, and he could absorb their mental energy without facing any backlash. Within mere seconds, Hess located the great jellyfish and immediately dashed towards its current position. The flying vessel continued its gradual ascent, having reached a considerable altitude, poised to enter the cloud cover above the rift. However, Hess was wholly unconcerned with the vessel's destination. His sole focus was on rescuing Ying Feng. Hess realized that not only had his mental strength significantly increased, but his physical capabilities had also improved exponentially. His speed of running was astonishing. It was no exaggeration to say he had become a human lightning bolt, having long since surpassed human limitations. In just a few minutes, he found the great jellyfish and noticed that Xiaohua lay nearby. When he had rushed to save Ying Feng at the Snow Palace base, he had inadvertently left the great jellyfish behind, and its presence here indicated that it had been brought by Xiaohua. Regardless of the reasons behind Xiaohua's actions, Hess was grateful. Had she not brought the great jellyfish, he would have no means of finding it on this flying vessel. Xiaohua lay precariously at the edge of the vessel, poised to fall at any moment. Time was of the essence, and Hess had no opportunity to ponder Xiaohua's motives. He swiftly scooped her up with one hand and dashed back. Hess, the great jellyfish exclaimed, filled with excitement. You finally remembered me. What about Ying Feng? How is she? Upon hearing this, Hess's expression darkened. Xiao Feng was in dire condition, having sustained grave injuries while protecting him. At that moment, Hess felt that Baisong had met an undeservedly swift demise. Were it not for the urgency of time, he would have ensured that Baisong suffered 1,000 torturous deaths. Hess hurried back to Ying Feng's side with the great jellyfish. Upon seeing Ying Feng's state, the great jellyfish's heart sank. How could she be so severely wounded? If she hadn't consumed water infused with 30% water energy pearl, she would have perished long ago. Ying Feng was now reduced to the size of a few scallions, far worse off than during her battle against the Canberra in the ruins of Yachuan. Hess unscrewed the lid of a vessel and poured the remaining half of its contents over the roots of the vines. But the quantity was insufficient to make a significant impact. What can we do? Even if I were to be boiled down, I couldn't save her. The great jellyfish lamented, filled with both worry and urgency. If only we had another water energy pearl, it murmured. Must it be a water energy pearl? Would another type suffice? Hess inquired as he rifled through the memories left by Baisong, recalling several items that might prove beneficial to Ying Feng. What do you mean? The great jellyfish asked, puzzled by Hess's implication. Having absorbed all of Bai Song's mental energy, Hess effectively became the new master of the flying vessel, possessing intimate knowledge of its every structure and operational method, including the contents within. His mental energy was now remarkably vibrant and seemed to possess a potent manipulatory quality. With this thought in mind, Hess attempted to connect his mental tendrils to the flying vessel. Moments later, his expression shifted to one of surprise. He had indeed succeeded in establishing a connection. Despite the multitude of questions swirling within his mind, the immediate priority was to rescue Xiao Feng. He would address these uncertainties later. Hess exerted his mental prowess to maneuver the flying vessel, and suddenly, the soil on its surface was thrust aside by a folding door, revealing a descending staircase-like entrance. Hess? You. The great jellyfish gazed at Hess in disbelief, now finding him somewhat inscrutable. Could it be that he had absorbed the spirit energy of that white lion and gained profound insights, perhaps even knowledge of its origins? First, we must save Xiao Feng. Everything else can wait. Hess casually placed a vine into a pot, then proceeded down the entrance alongside the great jellyfish and little flower. Chapter 86. The veil of the abyss is lifted. The interior of the flying vessel is intricately designed and complex in operation. A level of craftsmanship that contemporary humanity on Earth could scarcely replicate. However, due to Hess's formidable mental prowess, he maneuvers the vessel effortlessly, relying solely on his consciousness without even the need to move his hands, mastering it with greater ease than its original owner, Bai Song. Upon entering the vessel, Hess first proceeded to a chamber teeming with primordial entities, where he submerged the vines, pot and all, into the water, along with a nearly lifeless giant jellyfish. The instant the jellyfish touched the water, it sprang back to life. The vines, too, appeared rejuvenated, soaking in the essence of the primordial water. The jellyfish, its suckers adhering to the glass, elongated its head and inquired, Hess, what did your earlier question mean? Do you possess other pearls? Hess remained silent, turning to enter deeper into the vessel, using his mental force to unlock a hatch from which he retrieved a metallic box. The box, though not overly large, bore a complex intelligent lock that required multiple verifications to access. Its rightful owner was, of course, Bai Song, yet he was now deceased. Hess easily infiltrated the verification system of the box with his mental prowess, effortlessly breaching its intelligent lock. The box opened automatically, revealing a small container crafted from black stone, which Hess took out. The stone box was frigid to the touch, but upon opening, a surge of intense light radiated forth. Light energy pearl, the jellyfish exclaimed in astonishment. This white lion man possessed a light energy pearl. It seemed plausible that the previous water energy pearl had also originated from him. Although Hess's mind was inundated with information, he lacked the time to organize it. To prevent mental collapse, his body instinctively sealed away most of the information temporarily, intending to sort through it later when he could afford the time. At present, the memories lay encased like treasures in boxes, only awakening upon contact with relevant signals. For instance, his contemplation of the water energy pearl activated the information regarding the light energy pearl within the vessel. Can Xiao Feng utilize the light energy pearl? Hess inquired. His brow furrowed. The vast amount of information left him uncertain, as he had yet to fully process it. The jellyfish pondered, Ying Feng, being a mutated Eldra thorn, would ideally be suited for a wood energy pearl, with the water energy pearl as a secondary option. If she were uninjured, it could be feasible to try. However, administering a light energy pearl now would undoubtedly lead to her demise. The jellyfish regarded Hess, arriving at a conclusion. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to refrain from using the light energy pearl on her. The light energy pearl is relatively rare among all energy pearls in the cosmos. I believe it would suit your physique exceptionally, Hess. Hess, now aware of both pertinent and extraneous knowledge, found the jellyfish candidly revealing the truth. By consuming the light energy pearl, your injuries would heal instantly, and your power would transcend the limits of Earth's Homo sapiens, propelling you to the forefront of all sentient beings across planets. Hess remained non-committal, replacing the lid on the light energy pearl box. While he certainly desired immense power, he was presently preoccupied with more pressing matters. I only wish to save Xiao Feng. Other concerns can wait. Ying Feng will not perish just yet. The great jellyfish gazed at the tendrils gently swaying in the water, pondering, Perhaps she merely needs to slumber for a few years. If I can procure the wood energy pearl, she shall awaken instantly, her powers transcending human limitations. Must she truly sleep for several years? Hess inquired, a frown creasing his brow. That is difficult to ascertain. The dormancy period of plants can vary significantly. It may last a few years, or extend to decades, even centuries. Came the reply. But if she remains in such a deep slumber, will Xiaofeng's body endure? Hess pressed. Fear not. The Eldra thorn vine is an exceptionally long-lived plant. With proper care, it can thrive for hundreds, even thousands of years, the great jellyfish reassured him. Upon mentioning the Eldra thorn vine, a wealth of information about the Eldra system flooded Hess's mind. Though the plant would not perish, he could not accept the notion of Xiaofeng remaining asleep indefinitely. He was resolute in his quest to find the wood energy pearl for her. Hessa, though Xiaofeng appears stable for now, we must act swiftly. This flying vessel is about to exit the rift. A flying ship, as large as a sports arena, would undoubtedly cause global upheaval upon its sudden appearance on the surface. Hess appeared outside. The vessel hovered within the clouds above the rift. He wished to halt its movement, yet it seemed bound by an unyielding command. Unable to cease until its task was fulfilled. Frowning, he realized that Bai Song had left him with yet another predicament, even in death. He reached out with his mental prowess to connect with the command center and scrutinize the orders Bai Song had issued. Upon discovering the details, he was struck with a mix of anger and incredulity. That cursed Bai Song had commanded the vessel to fly to the Antarctic continent, intending to trigger a quantum explosion through a self-detonation of its entire energy, subsequently unleashing a domino effect that would obliterate the continent, causing sea levels to rise and submerging land masses, while also disrupting the Earth's magnetic field, leading to the planet's utter destruction. He would never allow such a calamity to unfold. Bai Song had already wreaked havoc upon Earth once. He would not permit a second devastation. 70 years prior, the inexplicable emergence of the zombie virus on Earth had been a consequence of Bai Song's actions. Bai Song hailed from the distant Baishur star system, a sentient being pursued across the galaxy for his unrestrained and mad experimentation on human subjects. In his flight, he had drifted through the cosmos, eventually arriving near Earth. Despite his youthful appearance, Bai Song was over a century old. The many experiments had transformed him into a grotesque amalgamation, retaining only a semblance of his former consciousness. With a desire to continue his human evolution experiments, Bai Song had set his sights on Earth's intelligent beings. Earth, a remote and underdeveloped asteroid not yet integrated into the galactic network, was subjected to his vile interference, a blatant violation of interstellar laws designed to protect undeveloped civilizations. In a bid to conduct his experiments without restraint, Bai Song had unleashed a myriad of alien viruses into the Earth's atmosphere prior to his arrival, which ultimately plunged humanity into the apocalypse of the zombie virus. As chaos engulfed the world, he stealthily descended, bringing with him unusual materials from space that destabilized Earth's magnetic field and created a spatial vortex, leading to the emergence of the rift. After the emergence of the rift, the geomagnetic field reached a state of passive equilibrium, and this vortex was subsequently sealed. However, it merely closed rather than vanished. When the geomagnetic field experiences turbulence once more, it is highly probable that it will reappear. Presently, the geomagnetic field is on the verge of another upheaval, as the airship has ascended beyond the clouds of the rift. In that fleeting moment when the vessel departed from the rift, the chaotic magnetic field that had hindered humanity for over half a century dissipated. The enigmatic veil of the rift has been lifted, revealing its true nature to humankind. Chapter 87. Arlili, the clouds that had long shrouded the chasm dispersed, revealing the entire bottom of the abyss in its entirety. At this moment, monitoring stations established near the chasm across global bases witnessed the unfolding changes. The world was engulfed in astonishment and fervor. What could have caused such a drastic transformation overnight? The Human Alliance and military departments of various bases convened emergency meetings. The chasm had finally unveiled its enigmatic veil, leaving one to wonder what resources and secrets lay beneath. This uncharted territory could potentially yield vast resources or pose significant dangers. Regardless of whether it presented opportunities or threats, they needed to formulate exploration plans with utmost urgency to seize the advantage. While the changes in the chasm were noted, the emergence of the flying vessel remained unnoticed. Although Hess had become the new master of the craft, he was unable to terminate the mission left by its previous owner. However, he discovered a method to render the vessel invisible. The entire exterior of the craft was enveloped in mist, rendering it a mere cloud drifting through the sky to any observer. This fog primarily consisted of the very clouds that had once hovered over the chasm, now mingled with natural mist during flight. Initially, the mist enveloping the craft was not natural. It was artificially generated to disrupt magnetic fields, ensuring that no high-tech instruments could detect the vessel within the obscurity. "Hess, we must find a way to halt the flying vessel," the great jellyfish remarked. Filled with admiration for Bai Song's audacity upon learning of his intentions. "I am aware. I am working on modifying its commands," Hess replied, connecting his mental prowess to the vessel's command center, attempting to alter or cease the original directives. However, the ultimate destruction command had been set from the outset. Once initiated, it could not be halted, even by Bai Song's revival. The vessel accelerated, entering the stratosphere and soaring at supersonic speeds exceeding 20 Mach. As Hess exerted all his efforts to thwart the annihilation plan, the first human expedition teams reached the chasm's edge. The day was clear, and visibility was exceptionally high. They could observe numerous phenomena beneath the chasm even without telescopes. The sunlight, which rarely grazed the chasm, illuminated its depths today, eliciting a mix of joy and fear among its inhabitants. Those creatures that felt trepidation were of higher intelligence. Their homes suddenly transformed in a momentous way, a phenomenon not necessarily viewed as favorable. Despite the radiant sunlight, they sensed an ominous chill creeping along their spines. After much deliberation, the human expedition teams finally dispatched the first helicopter downward. With the first having taken the plunge, a second soon followed. A select few brave souls descended, while the majority remained hesitant. Once the initial group relayed their findings, global excitement erupted. The chasm was no longer an insurmountable peril. To validate the reality of the situation, even a helicopter returned. With this confirmation, hesitation evaporated, and a flurry of helicopters descended into the chasm like dumplings into boiling water. The creatures of the rift, capable of combat, have all engaged, while those unable to fight have fled, and those who could not escape have either been killed or captured by humans. After a calm span of 70 years, the rift now faces an overdue apocalypse. The eyes of the world converge on the rift, prompting major military bases and private mercenaries to mobilize. Zhao Yin from the Kunloon base, having scoured the desolate city of Yachuan in vain for Ying Feng, reluctantly abandons his search for her. Simultaneously, Zhao Yin receives orders from his superiors at the military base, instructing him to immediately embark on an exploration of the rift. A similar situation unfolds at the Sait base, where Andrew receives a command to urgently contact Hess. During his mission, Hess, prioritizing safety and the smooth execution of his task, has established a one-way communication system, allowing only him to reach the military while they cannot contact him. However, to account for any significant emergencies that may require his attention, he has afforded Andrew a singular opportunity to communicate. Andrew hesitates, contemplating whether to expend this one-time chance. The emergence of the rift surely qualifies as a matter of considerable importance, does it not? As humanity fervently endeavors to explore the rift, the high-speed flying ship has reached the outskirts of the end pole. The extreme climate following the apocalypse has intensified, causing the end pole's area to shrink by a quarter in just a few decades. Inside the vast control room of the flying ship, Hess stands alone. The curved chamber is filled with a myriad of intricate control panels and screens. Currently, the ship operates in autopilot mode. Transitioning to manual control would require at least a dozen individuals to operate it. Yet, Hess's mental prowess extends boundlessly, enabling him to command the entire vessel single-handedly. Battle-scarred and in disarray, he pays little heed to his injuries, as the ship prepares to descend into the heart of the end pole. The self-destruction countdown has reached its final 5 minutes. Hess's mental energy radiates outward, nearly exhausting his mental reserves. Amidst internal and external turmoil, his vitality wanes rapidly. In addition to piloting the ship, he is also attempting to alter the apocalyptic directives within the command center. While the ship navigates automatically, it is controlled by an intelligent virtual captain, an ethereal entity lacking physical form. The ship, named Hourly, shares its moniker with its captain, who is depicted as a pink-haired, twin-tailed humanoid girl. Currently, she stands on the screen, hands on her hips, proclaiming, "Do not engage in futile struggles, you thief who has killed the master and seized the ship. Lily will not allow you to alter the master's directives." Hess, his expression resolute, does not relent simply because his opponent is an adorable girl. Once reliant on consuming the mental energy of living beings, he now seeks to test whether he can devour the mental energy of an intelligent robot. Although Hourly is merely a virtual entity, her essence remains that of an intelligent machine. The entirety of the ship constitutes Hourly's form. Now, Hess aims to completely erase Hourly's memories and restore her to factory settings. Hourly, with her adorably soft and charming appearance, wields remarkably ruthless methods. While mental attacks are rare on Earth, they are not uncommon in the vast cosmos. The vessel Hourly possesses is equipped with specialized defenses against such psychic assaults. Mental attackers dread this ultrasonic frequency. Let us see how long you can endure. Hourly and Hess were locked in a fierce struggle for control of the spacecraft. And in a fleeting moment, she seized the opportunity to launch an assault on Hess. In an instant, Hess experienced a piercing sonic wave that exploded in his mind, causing excruciating agony and resulting in the severance of most of his mental tendrils connected to the ship. Already gravely injured, his condition deteriorated further, his expression contorted in pain. Blood oozing from his orifices, creating a horrifying visage. The distant observer, a colossal jellyfish employing psychic powers, was nearly driven to despair by Hourly's actions. Unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Hourly, you foolish imbecile. Have you been asleep for 70 years, rendering your mind dull? Song intends to make the ship self-destruct. This is tantamount to inviting your own demise." Hourly, taken aback, had not anticipated the presence of others aboard the vessel. Who was this insolent rat hiding away? Chapter 88 Farewell. My friend Hourly initiated a comprehensive scan of the ship, uncovering the colossal jellyfish within the aquatic chamber. Regardless of the master's decision, Lily shall comply unconditionally. How dare a mere progenitor call me foolish? Watch as I drain your water. Hourly maneuvered the spacecraft, and suddenly the drainage hole at the bottom of the tank was opened, causing the water to flow out rapidly. "You fool, cease this at once." The giant jellyfish panicked as the water level continued to drop. Its slender tendrils swayed in the current, as if any increase in turbulence would sever its delicate filaments. "Hess, hurry. The vines of Xiaofeng are about to be sucked into the drain." Hess, besieged by the hyperfrequency sonic assault, could neither hear nor process any sound. Yet, through his mental scanning, he discerned the dire state of the tank. Xiaofeng was in peril. He witnessed the tendrils being tossed about chaotically in the current. Their roots uprooted from the soil, and an overwhelming fury erupted within him, obliterating all remnants of rational thought. He was utterly powerless. He must grow stronger to protect Xiaofeng and all that he cherished. At this moment, less than a minute remained until the ship's self-destruction. 59, 58, 57. You cannot thwart the master's decision. The ship is on the verge of self-destruction, Hourly declared arrogantly and coldly. And you, damned psychic thief, I shall see you perish before the Hourly ship detonates. The hyperfrequency sonic attack surged to its maximum intensity, an assault that only Hess could perceive. A torrent of immense damage crashing upon him. Hess's features contorted grotesquely, his eyes bulged, and blood flowed from every orifice. Amidst this violent sonic onslaught, he struggled to retrieve the small black stone box from his pocket. What is this? Hourly gasped in shock at Hess's actions. This cannot be. As Hess opened the stone box, a searing wave of light burst forth. My energy orb. You thief. Hess roared defiantly against the hyperfrequency assault. Tossing the energy orb upward, his expression a mask of rage as he swallowed it whole. Upon entering his body, the energy orb seamlessly integrated with his essence. And without a hint of resistance, Hess absorbed its power. In that instant, he felt an unfathomable surge of strength coursing through him. His internal injuries healed in an instant, the torn tissues and broken bones mending as if they had never been harmed. The power continued to swell, his invisible psychic tendrils manifesting into a monstrous entity far larger than the ship itself. This colossal beast enveloped the entire vessel, consuming it. Alreli found herself ensnared, utterly immobilized, as her memories were devoured one by one, leaving her voiceless in her terror. This was an overwhelming display of might, an irresistible force akin to the Grim Reaper. The countdown to the ship's self-destruction persisted. Now only 5 seconds remained. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop, I command you, Hess bellowed, unleashing a tempestuous wave of luminous psychic energy that obliterated Alreli's memories, restoring the ship to its factory settings. Self-destruction countdown. The surging pre-explosion energy inside and outside the spacecraft caused it to tremble violently. A peculiar wave of light disturbed the geomagnetic field. The great jellyfish felt as though its heart was about to leap into its throat, despite the absence of an actual heart. Just as the great jellyfish contemplated what species it would choose to be in its next life, the entire spacecraft suddenly plunged into darkness. It was merely dark. It had not exploded. The great jellyfish exclaimed, "Huh? The spacecraft didn't blow up? It didn't blow up. Ha 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 ha. Hess, you are incredible. The spacecraft is intact. You succeeded. Ha 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 ha." The darkness lasted only a brief moment, and after a few seconds, the lights flickered back to life. On the rebooted screen of the spacecraft stood a charming little girl with pink twin ponytails. "Greetings, Master. I am your spacecraft steward. Please give me a nickname." Hess, disheveled and weary, cast a cold glance at the girl, too indifferent to bestow her a new name, casually uttering her original name instead. "You shall be called Arlely." "All right." "Master, I am your most attentive little steward, Arlely." Arlely energetically twirled around on the screen, playfully striking a pose, yet the control room was devoid of any presence. A few question marks appeared above Arlely's head. Where's the master? After confirming the spacecraft would not self-destruct, Hess immediately dashed to the room containing the water tank. He needed to rescue his little phone. Upon arriving at the water tank, Hess discovered a shallow layer of water within, where all the tiny jellyfish were floundering. The tendrils were surrounded by this lively group of small jellyfish, as if resting on an extraordinarily plush bed. Miraculously, the water wasn't leaking light. Hess lifted the tendrils, gently parting a cluster of small jellyfish for a closer inspection, only to find that the great jellyfish had used its ample body to block the drain. Hess was taken aback, but relief flooded over him. The drain was quite large, and given how small his phone was, she could have easily been sucked away. "Thank goodness you were there, great jellyfish." Hess expressed profound admiration for its actions. "Stop talking and quickly have the silly Arlely restore the water tank. I can barely hold on." Without hesitation, Hess grasped the great jellyfish to prevent it from being drawn away, then connected with the spacecraft using his mental energy, directly commanding Arlely to return the water tank to its normal state. "All right, my master." Arlely promptly closed the drain and swiftly filled the water tank, allowing the jellyfish to swim energetically once more after their narrow escape. Hess deftly found a pot to replant the tendrils, placing them back into the tank to accompany the jellyfish. Observing the tendrils thrive and sway gracefully in the water, Hess finally exhaled in relief. The spacecraft had not self-destructed, and little phone was unharmed. Thank goodness. Next, it was time to seek the wooden energy orb. Though Hess's injuries had healed, his clothes were tattered, and much of his long hair had been singed away. In the captain's lounge of the spacecraft, he discovered some clothes that had never been worn, in various styles and sizes. They were likely left behind by that fellow Bisong. Despite the passage of decades, they remained as good as new. Hess quickly rinsed himself and changed into a fresh outfit. Gazing at his ravaged hair in the mirror, Hess resolutely grasped the scissors. At that moment, his holographic communicator suddenly lit up with an incoming call. It was from Andrew. Hess surmised that news of the rift had spread worldwide. Pressing the answer button, Andrew's bearded visage appeared on the screen. "Colonel, we have a serious situation. The rift. I am aware of the circumstances regarding the rift." Hess snipped his hair short with a decisive snip. "Oh, how do you know about the rift, Colonel?" Colonel, what happened to your hair?" Andrew's attention was momentarily diverted by Hess's singed and disheveled hair, causing him to forget the pressing matter. The Colonel was actually cutting his hair. It was well known that many admirers at the base were fond of Hess's long locks. Though he looked handsome with short hair as well, everyone still preferred his flowing tresses. "It was merely singed during battle. It is of no consequence." Please, continue. Hess calmly trimmed his hair, entirely oblivious to the heartache his decision would cause among his admirers. Oh right, hair is not important now. The rift is what matters. Andrew urged. Colonel, the rift has fully emerged. The higher-ups in the military require your immediate return. Currently, all major global factions are exploring the rift, and the Human Alliance has abolished the prohibition on rift exploration. Hess set down the scissors. His reflection now transformed from a long-haired beauty into a short-haired dashing figure, exuding a newfound sharpness. Andrew, Hess looked at the screen, his gaze calm and composed. I will not be returning to the base for the time being. Andrew was taken aback. Where will you go instead? Are you still investigating the intelligent zombies? We have discovered a substantial number of unconscious zombies in the northeastern region of the rift, all of whom are completely deceased. Andrew, I am going to a distant place. It could be for months, years, or even decades, and I may never return. With that, he formally submitted his resignation from the position of colonel in the military. Hess's fingers danced across the holographic keyboard, swiftly composing a resignation letter and sending it to the military with a single keystroke. What? Andrew's eyes widened in astonishment. Colonel, where are you going? Hess uttered no further words, simply addressing the screen one last time. Farewell, my friend. May we both have a bright future. He was embarking on an interstellar journey to seek the wood energy pearls for Xiao Feng. End of Volume 1. Chapter 89. Awakening of the Little Flower. Upon receiving Hess's resignation report, the military of Sait frantically sought to establish contact with him, only to discover that even after resigning, Hess had not terminated the one-way communication. The higher-ups in the military began to reach out to Andrew, who confirmed the truth of Hess's resignation. Even those who had previously harbored disdain for Hess, such as Schelt, found themselves unsettled. Though they disapproved of Hess, they could not overlook his formidable prowess. He was a significant asset to the Sait military, a rare commander endowed with both scholarly and martial talents, sought after by bases worldwide. With Hess resigning, they feared he might be lured away to another military base. However, Andrew held a different perspective. He understood Colonel Hess well. The colonel's resignation was assuredly not a prelude to joining another military base. Sighing, Andrew mused, regardless of where the colonel had ventured, he hoped for his safety and success, eagerly anticipating the day they might reunite. After concluding his conversation with Andrew, Hess approached the water tank to inspect the state of the vines. Satisfied with their condition, he commenced crafting a plan for interstellar travel. He also needed to organize the vast array of information he had acquired from consuming Bai Song's mental energy, striving to comprehend the myriad interstellar circumstances before embarking on his journey. Presently, the spacecraft remained stationed at the heart of the end pole, shrouded in a vast cloud of mist that, if left unattended, would inevitably attract attention. Fortunately, it was the winter season in the southern hemisphere, and the icebergs of the end pole effectively concealed the mist, rendering it less conspicuous amidst the swirling snow and wind. Yet, they must set forth before the arrival of summer. Has commanded Relay to deactivate all external signal lights, extinguishing the spacecraft's visibility to the utmost extent. Within the control room, as Hess organized the interstellar information in his mind, he inquired about the status of the Relay. Upon hearing his question, Relay promptly summarized the spacecraft's condition in a mere 3 seconds. Report, Master. The Relay has been in service for a total of 73 years, 5 months, and 24 days. Both the interior and exterior of the hull are undamaged, and the overall condition is excellent. It is a ship in its prime. Relay twirled joyfully as she spoke. Rest assured, Master, Relay can escort you for at least another century. With his mind divided, within just a few minutes, Hess had organized 1/10 of the information, gaining a fundamental understanding of the various life-bearing star systems. He continued his inquiry regarding the spacecraft's energy status. Report, Master. The Relay has multiple energy sources: solar, wind, hydro, nuclear, electromagnetic radiation, and various fundamental forces present in the cosmos can all serve as energy sources for the spacecraft. The ship will assimilate and convert energy from its surroundings into kinetic energy, so rest assured, we shall not encounter any energy shortages during interstellar travel. With the assurance that the spacecraft was in sound condition, Hess focused his mind on searching for star systems that might harbor wood energy pearls. After careful filtering and analysis, he designated the destination for their maiden voyage to be the subplanet Pan-Yi star in the Mobaru E-star system, located 3,000 light-years away. The choice to settle here is not motivated by the mere possibility of the Wood Spirit Pearls, but rather because this is the closest planet to Earth that harbors intelligent life and civilization. Although the area of the Twilight Star is merely half that of Earth, it is nonetheless a planet integrated into the stellar network, allowing for communication with the network and facilitating interstellar flights to other celestial bodies. Al-Relai, please devise a route plan for traveling to Twilight Star and estimate the duration required. Understood. Please allow me a moment, and I shall formulate the most optimal routes for you. Hess rose from the control room and made his way to the leisure cabin, where an aquarium housing vines and jellyfish was situated. The entire spacecraft boasted dozens of rooms of various sizes, along with functional compartments that could comfortably accommodate hundreds of passengers simultaneously. The vessel even housed dozens of dormant intelligent androids, each equipped with a variety of skills. However, Hess had no need for them at present and left them deactivated. These intelligent androids were also connected to the ship's energy source, and upon activation, as long as the ship continued to supply them with energy, they could function like ordinary humans. Aside from their absolute obedience to their master, they possessed their own consciousness. Upon returning to the leisure cabin, Hess's attention remained focused on the vines. The large jellyfish floated before him and inquired, "Hess, what shall we do about Xiaohua?" Xiaohua lay lifeless on the sofa, having been carelessly placed there by Hess, resembling a mere corpse. In accordance with earthly traditions, should we not provide Xiaohua with a proper burial? The large jellyfish sighed softly, feeling a twinge of regret for Xiaohua, but more so, gratitude. Were it not for Xiaohua's brave and decisive action in leading it to the Snow Palace base at that critical moment, it might very well have been left alone to perish in the abyss. Hess's gaze shifted to Xiaohua on the sofa, disregarding the barely visible stitching marks. Her appearance, having undergone a second modification, was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary child. Her skin was fair and tender, and her small face was plump. Even in death, she bore the semblance of a peaceful slumber. Let us refrain from hastily burying her. I shall attempt to awaken her. Hess absorbed all of Baisong's mental energy, including the entirety of his years of experience with human experimentation. Setting aside the vast array of inhumane experimental data, Hess extracted the pertinent information necessary to revive Xiaohua. The energy source for the intelligent zombies was, in fact, akin to that of the androids, deriving from the energy conversion provided by the spacecraft. Within their bodies lay a receiver capable of absorbing energy from the ship across considerable distances. Hess located the identification number on Xiaohua's arm and instructed Al-Relai to establish a dedicated energy link for her. Certainly, please leave it to me, Master. Though Al-Relai had been reset to factory settings, this did not impede her various functionalities. She knew precisely how to supply energy to Xiaohua. Moments later, Xiaohua, lying atop the control room table, gradually awakened, rubbing her eyes as she sat up, resembling a child just roused from slumber. Where is this place? Xiaohua cast a glance around and immediately spotted Hess sitting opposite him. Brother, what has happened to me? Hess rose and approached, gently patting Xiaohua's head, mimicking Ying Feng's affectionate gesture. You merely took a nap. Now, you have awakened. Oh, this was the first time Hess had patted Xiaohua's head, and it filled him with a mixture of joy and shyness. He looked around again, but did not see the person he longed to find. Where is Sister? Did the bad people flee? Is Sister safe? The villains have been vanquished, but your sister, Xiaofeng, has sustained injuries and has yet to awaken. Hess sighed internally, lamenting the myriad misfortunes that beset his dear Xiaofeng. What? Sister is hurt? Xiaohua anxiously leaped down from the table, his small stature barely reaching Hess's thigh as he craned his neck to gaze up at him. Brother, may I go and see Sister? Chapter 90. Preparations before departure. Hess guided Xiaohua to the leisure cabin, bringing her to the front of the aquarium. Xiaohua looked around, searching for Infong. Sister, where are you? Xiaohua, you are truly awake. The great jellyfish joyfully floated up and down in the water. The jellyfish. Xiaohua pressed her face against the glass, relieved to see her dear friend, the jellyfish, unharmed, though she could not recall what had transpired before she fell asleep. The fact that both she and the jellyfish were safe filled her with delight. The only shadow cast upon her happiness was the absence of Ying Feng. Her little face fell. "Sister, where are you?" "Ying Feng is right here." The great jellyfish swam around a vine. "Sister?" Xiaohua expressed her confusion, perplexed as to why her sister had transformed into a vine. "This is a long story, one you may not understand. In any case, Ying Feng is now a vine. Once she heals, she will awaken and regain her human form." Xiaohua nodded in a dazed manner, her heart aching at the thought of her sister's suffering. "It must be painful to be like this." "Indeed, it is painful. Yet Ying Feng is brave and strong. She will surely awaken." The great jellyfish admired Ying Feng's resilient spirit. Xiaohua nodded vigorously. "Sister will definitely wake up. I have awakened, so she can too." Hess was somewhat taken aback by Xiaohua's ability to communicate with the great jellyfish. "Xiaohua, can you hear the jellyfish?" Xiaohua looked up at Hess, a shy smile appearing on her face. She felt a surge of happiness knowing she could hear the jellyfish, realizing that she was not merely imagining it. "Yes, I can hear the jellyfish. Can my brother hear it too?" "Both Xiao Feng and I can hear it. And now there is you as well." The great jellyfish must be quite pleased. Hess smiled slightly, glancing at the great jellyfish. The great jellyfish chuckled heartily, delighted to have another friend from a different race who could understand its words. "So, the jellyfish's name is Great Water? What a lovely name." Hess smiled at this. "Indeed, it is a beautiful name given by Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng truly has a knack for naming. Great Water is both fitting and melodious." Xiaohua wholeheartedly admired her sister's naming prowess. The great jellyfish scoffed at their conversation. "Oh, please. The name Great Water does not at all suit my magnificent and heroic image. I refrained from revealing this earlier to protect my identity. Now that Hess knows, I shall no longer hide it. I am a member of the elemental jellyfish clan from the planet Bartobi, referred to simply as Elemental Mother." The great jellyfish puffed up its bell and declared solemnly, "I have a name, Karelovid Solram. Isn't it impressive?" The great jellyfish's boastful demeanor left Hess and Xiaohua momentarily speechless. Hess coolly countered, "Still, Great Water sounds better." "What? Do you lack aesthetic sense? How can the name Great Water, akin to that of stray cats and dogs, possibly compare to the grandeur of Karelovid Solram?" The great jellyfish, in a fit of anger, turned away, feeling a deep sense of displeasure at the lack of recognition for its illustrious name. Little Flower, resting against the glass, sought to soothe it. There, great jellyfish, do not be upset. I find your name to be exceedingly melodious." The jellyfish slowly turned half its body, casting a gentle glance at Little Flower. "Really? Indeed, truly. Great jellyfish, your name is simply delightful," Little Flower ardently affirmed. "Then, call out my grand name," the jellyfish said, lifting its head with an air of pride. Little Flower faltered. What was it again? Ray something jellyfish? "Humph. I knew you were merely flattering me. I am quite upset now." With that, the jellyfish swam off in a huff. "Great jellyfish, please repeat it." "I assure you I will remember," Little Flower pleaded, anxious to appease the creature. "Do not mind it, Little Flower. I shall take you to find some clothes to wear." "Can you bathe by yourself?" Hate guided Little Flower away. "Yes, I can bathe by myself," Little Flower replied obediently. The jellyfish fumed even more. "Hey, is this how you treat your dear friend?" Hate turned back and replied coolly, "Do you have any further business, my friend? Karelovid Solram of the elemental jellyfish clan from the Bartobi Sea?" The jellyfish was momentarily taken aback. "You actually remembered indeed, but your grand name is rather lengthy and cumbersome to pronounce. I shall continue to call you Great Jellyfish." Hate concluded, leading Little Flower away. The jellyfish floated in the water, feeling a flicker of joy at the thought that Hate had remembered both its species and name. Hate brought Little Flower to a cabin equipped with a bathroom, which would henceforth be her room. He also found a few sets of children's clothing and shoes from the ship's storage room to present to Little Flower. The presence of various age-appropriate supplies aboard the ship was due to Baisong having previously traveled with individuals of diverse ages and species. These individuals were, in fact, subjects of Baisong's experiments. To ensure the success of these experiments, it was imperative to care for the little test subjects well, providing them with ample food, shelter, and nurturing, so that each one would thrive. When Little Flower emerged, freshly washed and clad in her new attire, she appeared even more adorable. Though she would not grow any older, forever embodying the appearance of a 4 or 5-year-old. Her transformation into a zombie was unfortunate, yet her encounter with hate and foam was an immense stroke of luck. Upon returning to the leisure cabin, Little Flower found the jellyfish had calmed, leisurely drifting through the water. Hate, seated on the sofa, closed his eyes, organizing the information swirling in his mind. "Brother, great jellyfish, Little Flower has returned," she announced, standing before Hate with an air of obedience. Hate, noticing Little Flower's cleanliness, nodded in satisfaction. Her ability to care for herself was commendable. "Little Flower, from now on, you shall remain aboard the ship and travel with us." Travel? Hooray! Although Little Flower had never traveled before, she had heard from other zombies that journeying was an immensely joyful and dreamlike experience. At that moment, a light screen projected from the ceiling of the leisure cabin, revealing El Relay before everyone. "Report, Master. Lily has devised a comprehensive travel plan and selected the most optimal route." Hess nodded and replied, "Aside from the provisions intended for the Master, all necessary supplies are accounted for. Prior to our departure, we must dispatch personnel to procure food. If the Master has any additional items to acquire, this is the opportune moment to do so." The personnel in question are the yet-to-be-activated androids. The El Relay has not embarked on a voyage for 70 years and is devoid of provisions, save for half a box of recently left, unexpired nutritional fluids. Hess has yet to consume any sustenance, having only ingested a small quantity of these fluids. While they do not satisfy human cravings, they adequately replenish the body's energy requirements, functioning similarly to solid food. Once our supplies are fully prepared, we shall be ready for departure. After the spacecraft accelerates beyond the Earth's gravitational pull, we will set the travel speed to superluminal temporal acceleration with an estimated duration of 1 day to exit the solar system. Upon leaving the solar system, we will execute 3 superluminal temporal accelerations to reach the nearest temporal vortex, situated approximately 3 light-years away, anticipated to take about a week. Following the temporal traversal, we will arrive near the Dutun Nebula, located 500 light-years from Earth. El Relay detailed the route and concluded, if all proceeds smoothly along this path, we can expect to reach Pan Night Star in approximately 3 months. Very well, let us proceed along this course. Although Hess possessed a wealth of information, he had never truly navigated interstellar space. Thus, his theoretical knowledge lacked the support of practical experience. At this juncture, he could only ascertain that El Relay's chosen route for his inaugural interstellar journey, while not the quickest, was relatively the most manageable. After Hess made his decision, El Relay activated 4 procurement personnel and dispatched a small supply aircraft to North America for provisions. A week later, everything was in place, and Hess's interstellar voyage was finally set to commence. Chapter 91, Official Departure from Earth, commencing the interstellar journey in the heart of the snow-laden Arctic. A dense, unyielding fog envelopes the air. Despite humanity's technological advancements surpassing those of the past, the frigid expanse of the Arctic remains largely untraveled. A group of plump, dapper penguins, waddling with their characteristic gait, huddle close to this mysterious cloud. They are uncertain of its nature, yet they sense that the temperature here is slightly more temperate than elsewhere. They have been nestled in this spot for several days. Today, however, the fog seems to be undergoing a transformation. Inside the spacecraft, El Relay is finalizing confirmations with Hess. On the screen, a spirited girl with twin tails exclaims, "Esteemed Master, the El Relay has completed all preparations for interstellar travel. It is now 10 a.m., and the weather is favorable. Shall we embark immediately?" Xiaohua glances at the surveillance footage showcasing the snowstorm that shrouds the Arctic in perpetual night, with visibility reduced to a mere 2 meters. Favorable weather, indeed? She then looks at Hess, only to find him unfazed. Turning her gaze to the water tank that has been relocated to the control room, she observes that the water is also at ease, floating serenely. "Sister Vine." Xiaohua shakes her head. Her sister is asleep, and her reactions cannot be deemed reliable. After spending several days aboard the spacecraft, Xiaohua has come to understand that Hess's notion of travel transcends the ordinary. It signifies their departure from Earth towards the boundless cosmos. The cosmos. A yearning glimmers in Xiaohua's pale gray eyes. She never imagined she would one day traverse the vastness of space like the legendary astronauts. In the past week, Hess has thoroughly assimilated the interstellar information acquired from Baisong. The current conditions of the Arctic winter, though harsh, pale in comparison to the myriad of extreme weather phenomena found throughout the universe. Let us depart. Hess calmly issues the command to launch. Understood. It is now 10:05 a.m., Southern Hemisphere time. The Al Relay is set to launch. Al Relay twirls joyfully on the screen as the background shifts to display the trajectory of their journey. A large green confirmation button materializes, and with a gentle tap, Al Relay declares, Al Relay, initiate launch. In the next moment, the entire spacecraft illuminates with signal lights, beginning to tremble. The commotion sends the cluster of surrounding penguins scuttling away, their bellies sliding against the ground in haste. The spacecraft gradually ascends, and upon reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters, it suddenly releases a powerful blast of air, propelling itself upward with increasing velocity. As a sophisticated creation of interstellar civilization, the Al Relay requires no intricate programming or specific trajectory to escape the planet's gravitational pull. Unless confronted by an astronomical entity of a supermassive black hole's caliber, it can effortlessly break free from any planetary constraints. Xiaohua watches one of the surveillance screens. Noticing their rapid ascent, initially obscured by darkness, the view soon brightens as the land beneath them shrinks swiftly, revealing the expansive ocean below. In the eyes of Xiaohua, the N-Pole continent swiftly diminished in size as clouds gradually emerged, followed by vast expanses of ocean and land appearing on the screen, fleetingly vanishing only to grow ever smaller. Xiaohua gazed at the unfolding scene, her heart brimming with astonishment, excitement, and anticipation. Within mere minutes of takeoff, the spacecraft had ascended into the stratosphere, its velocity continually accelerating. Upon reaching the mesosphere, the veil of mist enveloping the exterior of the vessel began to dissipate slowly. The speed of the spacecraft increased further, and the cloud cover that once concealed it could scarcely contain the craft any longer. Upon entering the escape layer, the mist had completely vanished, revealing the spacecraft's pure white, arc-shaped form in its entirety. This spectacle was captured by satellites orbiting the Earth, with the images promptly synchronized to the aerospace departments of various bases. The spacecraft moved at such an astonishing speed that the satellites could only manage to capture a fleeting glimpse, followed by nothing but a flash of white light. Even attempts to pause, magnify, or slow down the footage yielded only a blurred image of the spacecraft. At that moment, with no space stations remaining in orbit, humanity, struggling in the aftermath of the apocalypse, could scarcely maintain their satellites as a last resort. In what felt like an instant, the spacecraft had entirely escaped the gravitational grasp of the Earth, venturing into the vastness of space. The speed was so incredible that those who might have spotted it were left in awe before it vanished from sight, unencumbered by the mist. The spacecraft boasted its own radar-evading capabilities, rendering it undetectable by current Earth satellites. The Earth rapidly shrank in the monitoring screens, accompanied by the fleeting silhouette of a diminutive moon. All of this profoundly stunned Xiaohua, who watched in rapt attention, unable to fathom that she could witness such a scene with her own eyes. The boundless expanse of stars enveloped the spacecraft, the Earth diminishing to the size of a ping-pong ball on the screen. Xiaohua's attention was instantly captured by the other dazzling celestial bodies. Being so young and devoid of memories from her previous life, she felt no sorrow at departing from Earth. Conversely, Hess understood that this departure might mean never returning to his home planet. He cast a glance at the ever-shrinking Earth and whispered a quiet farewell in his heart. Just as the farewell was uttered, the Earth completely faded from view. Alalai appeared on the screen, saying, "Master, we are now commencing the first time-space acceleration, expected to exit the solar system in one day. You may rest assured, for everything will be entrusted to Lily, who will pilot the spacecraft steadily." After speaking, Alalai flashed a peace sign. Xiaohua looked at Alalai with eyes full of admiration, asking, "Sister Lily, may I stay here to watch? I am truly fascinated by this mysterious universe." "Of course, Xiaohua. Would you like to learn about interstellar knowledge?" Alalai replied, equally fond of Xiaohua, relishing the admiration reflected in her small face. "I absolutely do." Xiaohua nodded emphatically. I have a wealth of information to share with you, Alalai exclaimed, waving her hand to unveil a plethora of images and videos filled with data on various planets. However, Xiaohua's expression turned troubled as she confessed, Sister Lily, I cannot read. Xiaohua is utterly illiterate, not even recognizing the characters of Earth, let alone the myriad of interstellar scripts. She is a complete innocent in the realm of literacy. Oh, if that's the case, I shall become Xiaohua's tutor and teach her to read. Alalai, having never taught before, was quite intrigued by the prospect of educating Xiaohua. That sounds wonderful. I'm counting on you, Sister Lily. Xiaohua nodded eagerly, her grayish-white eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Adorably innocent, as if she might sprout a pair of rabbit ears at any moment. Please call me Teacher Lily. Alalai and Xiaohua embarked on a delightful one-on-one tutoring session. The large jellyfish in the tank noticed Xiaohua, who had always admired it, divert her attention to the foolish Lily, and it felt a surge of indignation. Xiaohua, I can teach you too. I am a Bartobi jellyfish from the Sea of Knowledge, and am quite learned. Nonsense. Bartobi Sea is merely a graveyard of civilizations, Alalai retorted, sensing competition for her student. A dispute ensued as they vied for the role of Xiaohua as instructor. Hess smiled faintly and picked up the vine pot. Departing from the control room. Now that the vine no longer needed to be in the company of the jellyfish, Hess took it with her wherever she went, ensuring it remained within her line of sight at all times. Chapter 92. Dreamscape 1. Hess carefully relocated the vine pot to his chamber, placing it gently upon the table. He then took a kettle filled with a sumptuous bathing solution for the jellyfish, pouring just the right amount of water onto the roots of the vine. Adjusting the temperature, humidity, and lighting of the room, he ensured that the vine was enveloped in comfort. Hess gazed intently at the vine, watching as it blissfully began to stretch its tendrils, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With an abundance of knowledge about the Eldra thorn vine now occupying his mind, he tended to the plant with newfound ease. Xiaofeng, Hess murmured, caressing the glossy leaves of the vine that he had nurtured so meticulously. When will you awaken? Do you realize how much I miss you? Bowing his head slightly, a delicate kiss, as light as a dragonfly's touch, fell upon the leaf. Hess was filled with tender emotions. Yet he received not a whisper of response from the vine, stirring a hint of bitterness and frustration within him, accompanied by a gentle melancholy. Overwhelmed with longing for foam, he cradled the vine pot in his arms and gradually succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he lost control of his mental energy, and his love surged forth like an overflowing tide, enveloping the vine. The vine's previously tranquil mental essence was suddenly entwined with his. In truth, the vine had begun to awaken, albeit insufficiently, to rouse Feng's consciousness. Stimulated by Hess's fervent affection, the vine's mental energy began to flourish and expand, intertwining with his own. A wondrous and harmonious mental energy field unfolded between them. Suddenly, Hess awoke within his dream, though his body remained in slumber. His consciousness wandered through a realm shrouded in mist. He was acutely aware that something was amiss. He should be resting in his room, not in this obscure place. The fog enveloped the surroundings, prompting him to run in an attempt to escape. However, no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not break free from the mist's grasp. Realizing this, Hess halted, acknowledging that further exertion was futile. There must be a key to exiting this place, he thought, and he endeavored to extend his mental energy. Before long, he keenly detected a peculiar presence, an alien strand of mental energy that did not belong to him. Hess seized this thread, following it with determination. Ahead, a light emerged. As he approached the radiance, the encompassing fog dissipated, revealing a familiar scene before him. Ruined buildings loomed all around, their crumbling facades overrun with mutated vegetation. Various aberrant creatures roamed freely, cruelly toying with the humans who scurried like mice, seeking refuge. This was the Earth he had just departed, perhaps from an earlier time. In stark contrast to the tattered attire of the lower-class humans, Hess, clad in garments woven from interstellar fabric, appeared utterly out of place. He stood amidst the ruins, yet the humans seemed oblivious to his presence. Even the myriad of mutated beings could not perceive his presence. Occasionally, when someone approached, they could not touch him, instead passing right through his form. Hess speculated that this must be his dream. Yet, he had never experienced such dreams. Or rather, he seldom dreamt at all. When he did dream, the content invariably revolved around one singular figure, Ying Feng, regardless of how the dream environment shifted. It only ever featured Ying Feng. In those moments, he could wholly release himself, engaging in the pursuits that occupied his thoughts day and night. Thus, the scene before him raised doubts about whether he was indeed dreaming. It was not until the next moment, when a mutated beetle charged towards him, that he confirmed he was truly in a dream. The beetle could not see him. How could it be targeting him? Its aim was fixed on another creature directly behind him. He merely happened to occupy its path of assault. However, a youthful yet decisive voice rang out. "Be careful. Quickly dodge." Hess remained motionless, but a small figure suddenly lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. The mutated beetle soared over them. Hess stared in shock at the filthy child in his arms. Though the boy's face was too dirty to discern his features, he recognized him instantly. This was a younger Ying Feng. He appeared even smaller than when Hess had first encountered him. At that time, they had been merely 14 and 10 years old, respectively. The child before him clearly had not yet reached the age of 10. "What are you dawdling for? Run." Little Ying Feng clambered off him, eager to flee, but hesitated for a moment, reaching back to pull Hess along. Hurry, run. How could you be an adult and be so slow?" The diminutive Ying Feng could hardly hope to drag the towering adult Hess. The mutated beetle, though blind to Hess, could see the small Ying Feng, with its prey escaping. It swiftly shifted its focus to the child. Danger loomed, and Hess finally snapped back to reality, attempting to use his mental energy to attack the beetle. Yet, it seemed they existed in different dimensions, rendering his efforts entirely ineffective. Other forms of attack yielded the same result. He could not even make contact with the mutated beetle. Seeing the terror in little Ying Feng's eyes, Hess promptly scooped him up and fled swiftly. Fortunately, it appeared that he and Ying Feng occupied the same dimension, allowing him to touch the boy. Having absorbed the energy from the light orbs, Hess's speed was akin to that of lightning. In an instant, he had evaded the mutated beetle. Little Ying Feng was astonished, marveling at the incredible speed of the adult who carried him. He had never witnessed anyone run so swiftly, and Hess had sprinted such a distance without even a hint of breathlessness. Amazing! The child gazed up at Hess with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Uncle, you are truly impressive." "Uncle?" Hess's gaze shifted to the child in his arms as he uttered a phrase he typically would not. "Am I so old?" Little Ying Feng's eyes widened in surprise. This uncle was quite peculiar. Though clearly an adult, he did not allow the child to refer to him as such. Nevertheless, this uncle was indeed formidable, and those who were impressive often possessed a certain temperament. Perhaps he should consider a different form of address. "Brother?" Hess smiled contentedly, his brows arching slightly. He rarely heard Ying Feng call him brother, and he found himself yearning to hear those words from him. At that moment, little Ying Feng realized he was still nestled in Hess's embrace, struggling to free himself. He was dirty and had smudged his big brother's pristine white clothing. Yet, Hess did not release him. He missed the younger Ying Feng dearly. It had been many days since he last saw the little one. In this dream, he wished to hold him a little longer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the surroundings shifted, and the little Ying Feng vanished from his arms. Stunned and desolate, he jolted awake. He looked around, only to find himself surrounded by silent, still vines. Chapter 93. Dreamscape 2. Will Ying Feng awaken? Hess gazed at the vines before him in a state of bewilderment, the lingering sensation of cradling little Ying Feng still palpable in his hands, rendering the recent dream astonishingly vivid. Was it possible that little Feng missed him too? Checking the time, Hess was astonished to discover that 3 hours had elapsed, far longer than he had anticipated. Rising, he ventured to the control room to observe the vessel's navigation. Arlilai and the great jellyfish were engaged in instructing little Hua, all three being species that required neither sustenance nor rest. Fueled by little Hua's insatiable thirst for knowledge, the enthusiasm of the two educators surged remarkably. After ensuring that everything aboard the ship was functioning normally, Hess returned to his chamber to continue nurturing the vines. He scrutinized the vines, sensing that his previous dream was rather peculiar. Carefully placing the pot of vines on the bedside table, he reclined on the bed and closed his eyes, gazing at the vines. In moments of obscurity, other senses heightened. Hess's mental energy drifted aimlessly throughout the room, In his waking state, he hesitated to directly engage with the vine's mental essence, fearing exacerbation of her injuries. The vine's mental energy was exceedingly feeble, gently undulating across the surface of the leaves, manifesting as a hue of green. In contrast, Hess's mental energy radiated white. Ultimately, the two energies converged. The white energy reached out, lightly brushing against the green, only to retract instantly. However, the green mental energy appeared intrigued, pursuing Hess's essence. Unfazed, he remained still, awaiting the embrace of the green energy. At that moment, Hess felt as though he had entered a unique magnetic field, commanding himself to slumber immediately. Before long, he succumbed to sleep. The ability to transition swiftly between slumber and wakefulness is an essential quality of every soldier. The familiar mist reappeared, and this time, Hess was certain that his arrival here was neither mere happenstance nor entirely unexpected. Releasing his mental energy, he located the luminous exit. Upon stepping through, he found the scenery transformed once more. This was a sun-dappled courtyard, adorned with verdant trees, a cerulean sky, fluffy clouds, and the melodious symphony of birds, a sight nearly extinct in the post-apocalyptic world. A subtle astonishment flickered in Hess's heart as he ventured deeper. Navigating through dense flora, Hess's eyes widened in astonishment. In his previous dream, he had encountered a young Ying Feng, yet now he stood before a towering vine. The main trunk was robust, its lush tendrils entwined and cascading. The entire vine soared to a height of 5 or 6 meters, the trunk thick enough for two to embrace. Its form resembled that of the vine during her frenzied state of combat, yet Hess recognized that at this moment, she was not lost to madness. She was merely in slumber. Gently caressing the vine's trunk, Hess marveled at the tangible sensation beneath his fingertips, perplexed as to why he beheld this form of the vine within a dream. Perhaps this was not a dream at all? What was the true nature of this place? Hess's cool brow furrowed slightly, tinged with a hint of melancholy, as he pressed his forehead against the trunk of the vine, murmuring, "Little Feng, when will you awaken? I apologize for not safeguarding you properly." A single tear, crystalline and pure, traced the sharp contours of his jawline before vanishing into the earth. Hess reclined against the vines, his eyes gently closed, and gradually succumbed to slumber. Before long, a faint glow began to emanate from his being. Pearls of light, white interspersed with gold, drifted toward the vines in his unconscious state. A similar scene unfolded within the airship. Hess's mental energy coalesced with a vast reservoir of luminous power, illuminating the entire chamber. In the courtyard, he rested deeply against the vines. A radiant, platinum light formed a protective barrier, enveloping both the vine and the man entirely. Seasons changed, leaves fell, and snowflakes danced. The man and the vine remained peacefully intertwined. Time passed swiftly, with the sun and moon exchanging their reigns. Little Flower, gazing at Hess asleep within the stasis pod, sighed as she exited his chamber. In the control room, the large jellyfish in the tank, noticing Little Flower's return, floated over and inquired, "How is Hess? Has he awakened today?" Little Flower shook her head, still the same. "What could be the matter with my brother? Why can't he wake up?" Alarili expressed her concern, though she remained more composed. "Do not fret too much. The doctor has examined our master, and all bodily functions appear normal. We simply do not know why he remains in slumber." The doctor was a smart android physician aboard the airship, programmed with medical expertise that approached perfection, continuously updated through the star network. Hess had been asleep for nearly 3 months. In a few days, they would reach the edge of the Fanyek star. What shall we do then? The stasis pod will cause the master's metabolism to slow to a crawl, akin to hibernating animals. When he awakens, it should have little impact on his body. If he has not awakened by the time we reach the outskirts of Fanyek star, I will anchor the airship in a concealed location, delaying our descent. Unfortunately, the airship only contained stasis pods and no treatment chamber. Otherwise, placing Hess in a treatment pod might expedite his awakening, Little Flower lamented. In just 2 or 3 months, with the guidance of Alarili and the large jellyfish, Little Flower had acquired a wealth of interstellar knowledge. I believe Hess's sudden inability to awaken may be related to the vines. Treatment pods are not infallible. Even placing Hess inside one would yield limited results, speculated the large jellyfish. Their journey had been remarkably fortunate, despite the captain's unyielding slumber. They had traversed great distances without encountering significant mishaps. Any minor inconveniences along the way had been well within the problem-solving capabilities of Alarili, the airship stewardess, who had wisely chosen a secluded and stable route, albeit a lengthy one. Perhaps Earth was too remote, as even the infamous cosmic pirates were disinclined to venture into such desolate regions. The passage of time within the courtyard flowed differently than in the outside world. While 3 months had elapsed externally, 3 years had passed within. As another spring dawned, the vines began to transform. The towering vines gradually shrank, slowly taking form amidst a cascade of light, becoming a maiden with dark hair and snow-white skin. Her hair, smooth as satin, cascaded down her slender back, reaching below her hips. The piercing light stirred Hess from his slumber. Realizing he had dozed off in the courtyard, he suddenly sat upright, feeling as though he had only rested for a brief moment, yet it also seemed like an eternity had passed. Where were the vines? Hess's heart raced as he discovered the vines were absent. Before he could succumb to panic, he noticed a woman with long hair seated with her back to him, reaching out to catch a falling petal. Xiao Feng? Hess stared in a daze at her. Upon hearing her name, the woman turned slightly to glance at him. Ying Feng was still somewhat disoriented, unaware of her circumstances or her location. Was this dreamlike garden truly real? A sense of unease filled her heart. Then, she heard a familiar voice calling her name. Upon turning around, she was met with a visage that brought her comfort. Yet, although this person bore an uncanny resemblance to Hessa, why did he have short hair? Was he truly Hessa? Is it you, Hessa? Chapter 94. Ying Feng's spiritual realm. Hess gazed in disbelief at the figure before him. It was indeed his little Feng, and she had awakened. Xiao Feng, you have finally come to. He enveloped Ying Feng in a tight embrace, as if fearing she might vanish once more. As Ying Feng fell into the familiarity of his arms, she sensed Hess's slight tremors, a tumult of emotions emanating from him, excitement, joy, and a hint of lingering dread. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his waist, gently patting him in reassurance. I'm fine now, please don't worry about me, Hess. After a moment of exhilaration, Hess loosened his grip slightly, only then noticing that Ying Feng was entirely unclothed, save for her long, seaweed-like hair that shielded her modesty. A flush crept across Hess's ears, and he averted his gaze, hastily releasing her and turning away. He feared that if he held on to her any longer, he might lose control of himself. Realizing her own state, Ying Feng's cheeks ignited with crimson. Hess quickly shed his long coat, wrapping it around her with urgency. Both of them blushed deeply. Seeking to dispel the charged atmosphere, Ying Feng casually inquired, Hess, where are we? This question caught Hess off guard as he too was uncertain of their location. He glanced toward a small wooden cabin concealed amidst dense foliage and lifted Ying Feng into his arms, striding toward it. Hess, startled by his sudden action, Ying Feng instinctively clutched his shoulders. I don't know where we are either, Hess assured her, holding her securely. But fear not, I will remain by your side. Looking down at her, his expression softened with concern, he asked gently, do you feel any discomfort? Do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness? Ying Feng furrowed her brow in concentration, fragments of memory drifting back like snowflakes. Did we not go to the rift? Indeed, Hess nodded softly, encouraging her to continue. The plane was attacked, and the parachute malfunctioned. I lost consciousness afterward, and when I awoke, I found myself in the territory of a gigantic white lion. We fought, and then, everything after that is a blur. Ying Feng's delicate brows knitted together as she looked up at Hess. What exactly transpired afterward? And Hess, your hair. She reached out to touch his neatly cropped silver hair, having never seen him with short hair before. The slightly tousled bangs framed his noble features, presenting a strikingly different handsomeness from his long locks. I merely had it cut. Does it not suit me? Hess raised an eyebrow at Ying Feng, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Or do you prefer me with long hair? Ying Feng paused, instinctively replying, I like both your long and short hair. At her words, Hess could barely contain his smile, realizing what she had just said. Ying Feng's face burned as she flustered to clarify. No, what I meant was that you look good no matter the length. Both styles suit you. I didn't mean to imply that I like you. Hess interjected teasingly. You don't like me? No, it's not that I don't like you. It's just, if it's not dislike, then it must be like. Hess continued to tease her. No, what I mean is, I like you. But, Ying Feng's face flushed crimson, and the more she spoke, the more flustered she became. "All right, I understand that you like me." "No need to repeat it so many times," Hess said, his face beaming with a smile, his affectionate gaze almost overwhelming her. You, Ying Feng." Feeling both shy and irritated, yearned to escape, but Hess held her tightly, leaving her no chance to flee. After traversing a long tree-lined path, they finally arrived at a quaint cabin. Hess glanced at the sturdy frame of the cabin, reassured by its solid structure, before pushing the door open. The cabin, though small, was cozy and well-appointed. A bed adorned with soft, comfortable linens occupied one corner, and the interior was impeccably clean. Ying Feng watched as Hess carried her into the cabin, a hint of worry crossing her mind. "Hess, do you think it's appropriate for us to enter someone else's home without permission?" Although the cabin appeared inviting and perfectly suited to her tastes, it was still someone else's dwelling. Hess, however, was aware that this place held no one but the two of them. "Rest assured, there is no one else here." He gently placed Ying Feng on the bed and turned to open the wardrobe, revealing an array of clothes that perfectly matched her size, further confirming his suspicions. This place must be a manifestation of her inner world. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to how he had inadvertently awakened her from this state of slumber. Hess retrieved a set of clothes from the wardrobe and placed them beside Ying Feng, who was still clad in his oversized coat that enveloped her slender frame. "Change into these clothes. I will wait for you outside." "Okay," Ying Feng replied, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she nodded gently. Once Hess stepped outside and took a stroll around, he discovered that this area was a circular space centered around the original vine planting site. Behind the forest lay a shrouded mist that he could not penetrate. After changing, Ying Feng emerged from the cabin, only to find Hess absent. Hess, relying on her instincts, she ventured in a particular direction and soon spotted Hess making his way back toward her. He gazed at the girl in a white dress with flowing hair, his eyes softening as he approached her briskly. "Hess, where did you go just now?" Hess naturally took her hand, leading her back toward the cabin. "I was just taking a look around. You've just awakened and need to rest." At that moment, Ying Feng's mind brimmed with questions. Unaware that he was holding her hand. "What exactly is this place?" Hess brought her back inside the cabin and voiced his thoughts. "Xiao Feng, this should be your inner world." Ying Feng paused, taken aback by his words. "My inner world? You were injured and have been in a slumber, transformed into a state of vines for quite some time. I entered your inner world through my mental energy while you were dreaming." Hess delved into the myriad of information regarding the realm of consciousness, understanding that in the interstellar era, all sentient beings who awaken their mental prowess possess a spiritual world. This realm, however, is exceedingly elusive and significant, rendering it nearly impossible for one to intrude upon another's spiritual domain. Accessing such an intimate space requires a profound compatibility in mental energy and a deep-seated trust between individuals, complemented by fortuitous circumstances. Consequently, Hess felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of entering Ying Feng's spiritual world. Nevertheless, he grappled with the notion of being an uninvited guest. He pondered whether his prolonged presence in Xiao Feng's mental realm might inflict harm upon her physical form. He mused whether it was time for him to depart. Yet, if he were to leave, would Xiao Feng awaken in the real world? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden tugging sensation. Chapter 95. The Metamorphosis of Hess's luminous form in the captain's lounge. Hess awoke from his slumbering pod, his eyes fluttering open. The moment he stirred, the sleep chamber promptly alerted the ship's steward, Alalai. "Beep, beep, beep." In the control room, while instructing Xiaohua, Alalai exclaimed in delight, "The master has awakened," before vanishing from the screen. "What? Hess has finally awakened." The giant jellyfish rejoiced, frolicking in the water. "His brother has awakened? Splendid." Xiaohua immediately set aside her beloved book on quantum mechanics, preparing to dash to Hess's quarters. Before she ran off, the considerate Xiaohua made sure to scoop the jellyfish out of its tank, placing it into a small glass container to take along. She knew the jellyfish would also be eager to see its brother. Within the room, Hess was somewhat taken aback to find himself in the sleep chamber. How long had he been asleep to be placed into it by Alalai? "Master, you're awake, aren't you? May Lily come in?" Alalai's voice resonated through the communicator by the bedside. In the captain's lounge, Alalai required permission to enter. as the ship's health system would only unlock the door if it detected any anomalies in the occupant's condition. Just as before, when Hess had slept for an entire day and night without waking, the system had sensed the irregularity, allowing Alalai to enter. Now that the master had regained consciousness and was in perfect health, anyone wishing to enter must seek his consent. Hess pressed the opening button within the chamber, and the door glided open smoothly. He sat up and said, "Come in." A luminous screen projected from the ceiling, revealing Alalai. "Master, you have finally awakened. I was so worried during your prolonged slumber." At that moment, the voices of Xiaohua and the giant jellyfish could be heard from outside. "Brother, Hess." Hess pressed the door button at the bedside, and the door swung open, revealing Xiaohua, who entered the room cradling the jellyfish. "Hess, what happened? Why did you suddenly sleep so deeply? Do you have any idea how long you've been asleep?" The jellyfish chattered incessantly upon seeing Hess. "Brother, we were all so worried about you." Xiaohua placed the jellyfish's tank on the table. "I've slept for a long time. A very long time." Xiaohua nodded vigorously. Hess was taken aback, but there were more pressing matters at hand. He turned his gaze toward the vine pot on the bedside table, and the others followed suit, astonished. The vine had grown. Xiaohua gasped, covering her mouth. Originally, the pot contained only a few slender vines, but now it overflowed with robust growth. Hess stepped out of the sleep chamber, casually pressing a button outside, causing the chamber to transform with a pop into a capsule size, which he then stored away. The vines hadn't changed in 3 months. When we checked this morning, they looked the same. How did they suddenly become so vigorous? I slept for 3 months? Hess was taken aback. Yes, brother, you have no idea how worried we were about you, but it is a relief that you have awakened now. Xiaohua leaned closer to observe the vines, pondering the day's peculiar events. Her brother had finally awakened after 3 months, and the vines had inexplicably thrived. Could it be that sister is also about to awaken? Hess gently caressed the vine's leaves, attempting to communicate with Ying Feng through his mental prowess. "Xiaofeng, can you hear me?" Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Ying Feng was in a state of panic, having witnessed Hess suddenly vanish. After searching frantically for him, she suddenly heard his voice. It seemed both distant and yet as though it were whispering directly in her ear. "Hess, where are you?" Simultaneously, aboard the airship, Hess heard Ying Feng's response, and a smile blossomed on his face. "Xiaofeng, do not fear. I am right beside you." The great jellyfish was taken aback. Was Hess truly conversing with Ying Feng? Why could it not hear her? Little Flower shared the same confusion. "Brother, are you speaking with sister? Why can't I hear her voice?" Hess turned his head, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "You cannot hear Xiaofeng?" "Indeed, not just Little Flower, but I too cannot hear her." "Hess, what is happening between you and Ying Feng?" The great jellyfish was filled with curiosity, having previously speculated that Hess's prolonged slumber must be linked to the vines. Now, it appeared that Hess had awakened, and overnight, the vines had indeed grown. Hess gazed tenderly at the vines. "I cannot quite explain it. It seems I was with Xiaofeng throughout my slumber. My mental energy appears to have entered her spiritual realm." Entering another's mental realm? Such a phenomenon truly exists? I had always believed it to be mere legend. Alalai was utterly astonished, having never met Ying Feng. She only knew from Little Flower and the great jellyfish's accounts that she was a beautiful and courageous soul, cherished by all. Thus, she eagerly anticipated meeting Ying Feng. "Hess, I shall examine your body," the great jellyfish stated, harboring a question that required validation. "Very well," Hess consented. The great jellyfish scanned Hess's body and discovered that the previously overflowing light energy within him had now been subdued. The violent light energy had transformed into a serene form, completely integrated within Hess. Previously, although he had absorbed the light orbs, he was unable to fully harness their power. Now, however, he embodied light itself. "Your body seems to have undergone a transformation," the great jellyfish remarked in surprise. Hess raised an eyebrow, questioning, "A transformation? Try utilizing your light abilities," the great jellyfish suggested, then quickly added, "But take care. We are in space, and we cannot afford to damage the airship." Upon hearing this, Hess hesitated, realizing that if he were to destroy the airship, Xiaofeng would perish. He could not allow such a fate to befall her. Contemplating something, Hess slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, he began to radiate light. "Oh!" Little Flower gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yet the increasingly brilliant glow forced her to shield her eyes with her hands. The great jellyfish and Alalai, however, were free from such discomfort. Watching in awe as Hess transformed gradually. Within seconds, he became a being of pure light. This luminous figure morphed into a sphere of light, then into a beam that penetrated the glass effortlessly. Hess. Witnessing Hess become a ray of light that passed through the glass unscathed. The great jellyfish's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment, despite the fact that it had no eyes to begin with. The room's lighting dimmed, and Xiaohua set down her hands, only to realize that Hess had vanished. "Where is my brother?" She turned around but could not find Hess. Master, flying out. Even the artificial intelligence Ari Lily was so astonished that it could only stutter incoherently, revealing the profound impact of witnessing Hess transform into light and soar through the window. Several question marks appeared above Xiaohua's head. My goodness, Hess has truly become extraordinary. He has undergone a transformation into light form. The giant jellyfish smacked its lips, already envisioning their future adventures traversing the stars. However, with Hess flying out like that, will he be able to find his way back? Just as the giant jellyfish finished speaking, a beam of light rapidly approached from outside, piercing through the room in an instant and swiftly coalescing into human form. Brother. Xiaohua was left in awe. Hess wore a faint smile, clearly pleased with his new transformation. With a flick of his hand, a luminous sphere materialized in his grasp, resembling a light bulb from the outside, yet containing immense power, a compressed sphere of countless light energies. The radiant sphere in Hess's hand exuded a formidable force, causing both the giant jellyfish and Xiaohua to tremble with fear and dry mouths. Hess, what on earth did you do in Ying Feng's spiritual realm? Today had been filled with astonishing events. First, the vines had suddenly thickened. Then Hess had entered Ying Feng's spiritual world. And finally, Hess's transformation into light. Each occurrence was enough to leave one utterly speechless. Chapter 96. The Misunderstanding of Time Difference. Hess withdrew the luminous orb, crouching before the vine with a gentle gaze. He responded to the great jellyfish's inquiry. I am uncertain of my actions within Xiaofeng's mental realm. I beheld a towering vine there, and at that moment, a singular thought consumed me. I yearned for her awakening. Subsequently, I succumbed to slumber within her mental world. I cannot ascertain the duration of my sleep, but upon awakening, this is how things stood. The great jellyfish contemplated Hess's words, and after a brief moment, a hypothesis emerged. Your light energy has nourished the vine. After absorbing your luminescence, the vine purified and returned it to you. You continued to nurture her, and she reciprocated, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Ultimately, your body underwent a transformation, and the vine's injuries significantly healed, rendering it robust and awakening a portion of its mental faculties. Due to Xiaofeng's injuries not being entirely healed, we cannot hear her speak. Only you, who share a profound connection with her, can discern her voice. As the conversation unfolded, the great jellyfish suddenly expressed excitement, illuminating with fervor. If you persist in nurturing her with light energy, she may awaken without the need for the wood energy pearl. Upon hearing this, Hess felt a surge of reassurance. The wood energy pearl was exceedingly rare, and he had long feared that locating one would consume an inordinate amount of time. The prospect of an alternative method to rouse Xiaofeng invigorated him immensely. He resolved that entering Xiaofeng's mental realm would not adversely affect her. He was eager to see her immediately, to nurture her for 24 hours and mend her wounds. However, having slept for 3 months, he needed to ascertain the status of their journey. Gently caressing the vine, Hess murmured, Xiaofeng, please wait a moment. I shall return to you swiftly. Do not worry, I am always by your side. After waiting in her mental realm for over a week, Ying Feng suddenly heard Hess's voice and immediately sat up in bed. Hess. The passage of time in their respective worlds differed, while less than half an hour had elapsed outside. Nearly 10 days had passed in the courtyard. Ying Feng realized she had never yearned for Hess so profoundly before. Unbeknownst to Hess, the temporal flow in both locations varied. He had called out to Ying Feng yet waited for many days. Within her mental realm, Ying Feng required neither sleep nor sustenance, and she wandered aimlessly through the courtyard. The courtyard was beautiful, yet her heart felt perpetually desolate. She sat in a swing, lost in thought. Hess had promised to come soon, but after such a long wait. Why had he not arrived? In the control room of the airship, Hess listened to Al-Riri's report. Master, during your slumber. The Al-Riri underwent multiple instances of super acceleration through time and space, 2 temporal jumps, and 3 vortex traversals. We have now entered the Mobiru star system. Should we enter super acceleration mode, we would require just 1 more day of travel to reach the star of Panya. Upon concluding Al-Riri's report, Hess furrowed his brow in contemplation. Had Xiao Feng remained unchanged, he would naturally deem it prudent to reach the star of Panya as swiftly as possible, yet now, she was in a critical phase of recovery. Upon reaching the star of the night, uncertainty loomed regarding what awaited them. Although he felt confident in his ability to protect Xiao Feng, it was always preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. It would be better if Xiao Feng's injuries healed sufficiently for her to regain her human form and possess some capacity for self-defense before making their descent. If the Al-Relai ship lingers in space for a while, will it encounter danger? Hess inquired. Does the master wish to delay landing? If so, Lily would opt for a nearby concealed desolate planet to land on. Awaiting the master's signal to embark, came the reply. There is no need for concern regarding safety. The Al-Relai is a versatile spacecraft with formidable offensive capabilities. Unless faced with audacious interstellar pirates, we should face little trouble. Upon hearing this, Hess promptly decided, let us proceed as such. He extended his hand, and a luminous sphere materialized in his palm. With a gentle wave, the softly glowing orb floated toward Xiaohua. Staring in amazement at the approaching light, Xiaohua reached out, and the sphere settled warmly in her palm, neither hot nor blinding. Xiaohua, I must continue to heal your sister Xiao Feng. Should any issues arise that you cannot resolve, use this orb to awaken me. Xiaohua nodded obediently, understanding that her brother trusted her to care for their sister. It had been an eternity since she last saw her sister, and she missed her dearly. Despite the kindness of those around her, her heart still longed most for her sister. Xiaohua is so good, Hess remarked with satisfaction. After ensuring everything was in order, he returned to his chamber. Uncertain of how long he would slumber, he willingly entered the sleep pod to avoid troubling anyone. In the ethereal realm of his mind, Ying Feng languidly reclined on a pure white swing nestled among the foliage, basking in the sunlight. Her seaweed-like hair cascaded down her slender back, and she wore a pale green gown that accentuated her fair skin, which shone like freshly fallen snow. As she extended her hand, a vividly beautiful butterfly landed delicately on her elongated fingertips. In that moment, Ying Feng appeared as enchanting as a woodland sprite, relishing the warmth of the sun. She felt a delightful languor enveloping her, as the gentle breeze coaxed her into a state of drowsiness. When Hess arrived in the garden, he immediately spotted Ying Feng resting on the swing. Surrounding the swing were vibrant blossoms and verdant foliage, complemented by a tall flowering tree, whose petals danced down with the wind, gently settling upon Ying Feng's dark hair, green gown, and snowy skin. Hess, wary of disturbing her slumber, approached quietly and crouched beside her. Petals of white and pink gracefully fell, adorning Ying Feng's long hair and gown. He gazed dreamily at her tranquil visage, fearful that he might be dreaming. A single petal landed on her long, curled lashes, causing Ying Feng to stir slightly. Believing she was uncomfortable, Hess reached out to delicately remove the petal. Unbeknownst to him, this small movement awakened Ying Feng, who gradually opened her eyes to behold the one who had asked her to wait. With a smile gracing his features, Hess looked at her and said, Xiao Feng. Initially surprised to see Hess, Ying Feng sat up with delight, only to furrow her brow in mild displeasure. Why did you take so long to arrive? Hess was momentarily taken aback. It had been less than an hour since their last meeting. Why did Xiao Feng ask such a question? Could it be that she, like him, could not bear to be apart for even a moment? The thought of Ying Feng not wanting to be separated from him for even an hour softened Hess's heart completely. He took her hand in his, gazing deeply into her eyes. Xiao Feng, I apologize for my tardiness. I should have come sooner. As long as you know. A sense of grievance inexplicably welled up within Ying Feng, her lips pouting slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 97, Progress at 12 despite her feelings of grievance. Ying Feng could not shake the notion that her discontent was unfounded. Surely, Hess must have been preoccupied with pressing matters that delayed him. She ought not to be so willful. Yet, the pangs of her disappointment persisted. In this secluded place, She was utterly alone, no matter which path she took. She would inevitably return to this courtyard. This situation felt even more desolate than when she had initially fallen into the chasm and found herself unable to escape. Hess had promised to return shortly, yet it had taken nearly a month for him to arrive. Pouting, Ying Feng felt her anger swell, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Hess, flustered, wiped her tears away. Xiaofeng, please don't cry. It's all my fault. After shedding a considerable amount of tears, Ying Feng regained her composure, startled to realize she had wept over such trivial matters. This was absurd, even more so than her transformation into a girl. I am fine, she hastily declared, wiping her tears away. Her tender skin reddened from the roughness of her hands, causing Hessa to feel even more remorseful for arriving late and inadvertently upsetting her. Seeing her eyes swollen and filled with grievance, Hessa tenderly enveloped her in his embrace. Xiaofeng, please do not cry. It is entirely my fault. I will remain by your side until you are completely healed, unless the heavens themselves should fall. Held in his arms, Ying Feng inhaled his crisp scent, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she shyly pushed him away. At that moment, her eyes and nose were tinged with red, and her cheeks bore a delicate flush, lending her an air of vulnerability. With her long lashes trembling like dewdrops, Ying Feng composed herself and softly said, I am all right. I will be fine shortly. I understand you must have been delayed by something important, which is why it took you nearly a month to return. A month? Hessa furrowed his brow. Are you saying I was gone for a month? Ying Feng sniffled, her expression morose as she corrected him. It wasn't a full month, just a little over 28 days. Hessa was taken aback. But I left less than an hour ago. He finally understood her grievance. It was the disparity in the flow of time within the courtyard compared to the outside world. Ying Feng stared at him, bewildered. You were gone for less than an hour? Hessa nodded. It seems the passage of time here differs from that of the outside. He wrapped his arms around Ying Feng once more, his tone laced with remorse. I should have realized sooner and not kept you waiting for so long. Ying Feng felt a wave of shame wash over her as she recognized her misunderstanding of Hessa and her petty tears. Mortified, she turned away from him, gripping her skirt tightly. Oh dear, let a bolt of lightning strike me down. Regardless of whether Hessa had been gone for an hour or a month, she had no reason to shed tears. This was simply. Xiaofeng? Hessa regarded her with confusion as she turned away. He wished to say something, but she abruptly declared, I am fine. I just need some time alone. With that, Ying Feng hurried off, intent on buying a block of tofu to meet her unfortunate fate. Xiaofeng. Hessa, momentarily stunned, quickly pursued her. Ying Feng could hardly outrun Hess. Before she had gone far, he had caught up to her and swept her up in his arms. What are you running for? Ying Feng bit her lip and lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes or confront her own feelings. She had changed. This was not her former self. In her boyhood days, when Hess was away on long missions, she would occasionally worry for his safety, but mostly, she was absorbed in her own pursuits, never spiraling into such self-doubt and disdain. Hess brought her back to the quaint wooden cabin, squatting in front of her, observing her expression with care. Noticing her eyes flitting about, refusing to look at him, he gently coaxed, Little Feng, it's my fault for not noticing the time difference. Please don't be angry with me. All right? I'm not angry at you, Ying Feng replied, her voice muffled. She was merely upset with herself for becoming so indecisive and tearful. Seeing her in such distress, Hess surmised she had fallen into another cycle of self-doubt. Little Feng, do not doubt yourself. He was unaware of her internal turmoil, but he could not bear to see her torment herself. He cupped her face, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Follow your heart's desires. Do what you wish to do. Laugh if you want to. Be angry if you feel like it. No matter how you or the world may change, everything is for the best. As Ying Feng listened to Hess's comforting words, she finally emerged from her mental labyrinth. Observing her gradually relaxing expression, Hess let out a sigh of relief. Once her mind cleared, she pondered aloud. Hess, how can I leave this place? You are injured, he explained, and have been in a state of slumber for months, entangled in vines. Recently, by a twist of fate, I awakened you, but while your mental faculties have returned, your physical form remains as vines and cannot revive. Therefore, I must continue to heal you. Ying Feng blinked in surprise. How will you heal me? Hess, aware that he would need to use his powers to nourish her, realized he needed to experiment to discover the specifics. Recalling how he had first approached the massive vines upon his arrival, he decided to try again. "Little Feng," he said suddenly, leaning closer. Startled, Ying Feng shut her eyes tightly and instinctively shrank back. Yet Hess gently held the back of her head and wrapped an arm around her waist, preventing her retreat. What are you doing?" Ying Feng's fair face flushed crimson. Her soft gaze averted, long lashes trembling in trepidation. Hess, witnessing her shyness, felt as though 1,000 feathers had brushed against his heart. He smiled, his gaze deepening as he reassured her, "Don't be nervous. I am merely here to heal you." With that, he pressed his forehead against hers. At that moment, a gentle stream of luminous energy flowed from their foreheads into Ying Feng's body. She felt a warm sensation enveloping her, her once heavy body becoming light. The stagnant pathways of her energy gradually opening up, bringing her immense comfort that made her want to stretch languidly. All feelings of tension and shyness dissipated, leaving behind only the serene ease of a plant basking in the sun. Hess discerned that Ying Feng's body had grown increasingly pliant, and he gently laid her down upon the bed, their foreheads still intimately pressed together, transmitting radiant energy. Ying Feng felt as though she were immersed in a sunlit hot spring, far more soothing than the sunlight she basked in within the courtyard. An overwhelming wave of gentle, warm solar energy surged towards her, unblocking every stagnant channel within her. She reveled in this comforting sunlit beach, every cell in her body seemingly languishing in blissful relaxation. Ying Feng had slipped into a state of unconsciousness, her every action obeying the yearnings of her heart. In this moment, she mused upon the sun above, feeling its warmth. The only flaw being its distance, how wonderful it would be to draw it close and embrace it. She reached out her hand towards the sun, and with a gentle motion, it fell into her embrace. As Hess felt Ying Feng's arms encircle his neck, his gaze trembled profoundly. Their connection shifted from foreheads touching to the tips of their noses. The warm, sweet breath brushed against his lips, causing his breath to become momentarily disordered. "Xiao Feng, do not move." Chapter 98. Progress of Femininity at 30. Ying Feng remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of Hesse, only aware of her fondness for the warm sun cradled in her arms. So warm, so delightful, she thought, "I want to taste it." Resolutely, she bit into the source of warmth without a hint of hesitation. Hesse's gaze widened in shock as a slick sensation invaded his senses, instantly shattering his rationality. He tightened his hold on Ying Feng, his eyes shutting as he savored the sweetness, drawing from her essence infinitely. The healing continued, accompanied by a chaotic and fervent breath. Ying Feng nibbled at her warm sun, feeling him grow increasingly heated. Too hot, she thought. "I no longer desire this sun." She reached out to push him away. Yet it seemed as though he had become affixed to her. Unable to pry him off, she struggled in vain. The scorching sunlight seared every inch of her skin, overwhelming her with heat. Ying Feng let out a soft moan of discomfort, abruptly awakening the enraptured Hesse. It seemed his energy output had intensified. Realizing this, Hesse reluctantly released her lips. Fresh air flooded in as Ying Feng gasped, alleviating her parched lungs. Leaning against Hesse's embrace, she breathed heavily, akin to a plant wilting under relentless sunlight. Hesse anxiously supported her, cradling her in his arms, tenderly caressing her cheek, murmuring her name, "Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng." Hearing her name called, Ying Feng's eyes fluttered open, her sea blue orbs shimmering with moisture, their fragile light flickering like shattered moonlight. Observing her state, Hesse yearned to fetch her a glass of water, only to realize they were in a mental realm devoid of such necessities. The only way to quench her thirst was to venture outside. As this thought crossed his mind, Hesse felt a sudden pull, attempting to extricate him from this mental world. He gently laid Ying Feng down on the bed, whispering urgently in her ear, "Xiao Feng, I will go fetch water for you. I promise to return with utmost speed." Before his words had dissipated, Hesse's figure faded from this realm. Within the spacecraft, Hesse abruptly opened his eyes, emerging from the cryogenic chamber. He glanced at the vine, noticing it had grown another layer, its tendrils now cascading to the floor. Yet, the vines appeared limp as if deprived of moisture. He immediately lifted the entire pot of vines and dashed outside. In the control room, the great jellyfish was engaged in a discussion with Xiaohua about how long Hesse would be asleep this time, when they were astonished to see him awake so soon, clutching a massive pot of vines. Xiao Shui, it seems Xiao Feng is dehydrated. What? How could she possibly be lacking water? The great jellyfish exclaimed, staring at the rushing He in bewilderment. Alalai, expand the water tank's capacity. He placed the pot of vines entirely into the tank. The tank was brought into the control room, and to save space, Alalai promptly resized it. As the large pot of vines was introduced, the water level surged rapidly, threatening to overflow. Fortunately, Alalai acted swiftly, expanding the tank's capacity just in time to prevent a spill. The great jellyfish inquired, what is happening? Why are you awake so soon? How did the vines grow so large all of a sudden? There is no time for lengthy explanations. Please monitor the situation of the vines closely and inform me immediately of any changes. After placing the vines in the water tank, Hess sat down on a single sofa, resting his forehead on his hand, forcing himself to fall asleep at once. Having traversed this path numerous times, even if he had not yet entered a deep slumber, Hess's mental prowess adeptly navigated into Ying Feng's spiritual realm. Calculating the time, he realized he had been gone for less than 3 minutes. Little Feng should have waited no more than 2 or 3 days at most. Inside the small cabin, since Hess's departure, Ying Feng lay weakly in bed for an entire day. On the first day, she felt an overwhelming thirst. By the second day, her parched condition had somewhat alleviated. And as time passed, she gradually began to feel more comfortable, her spirits lifting considerably. Upon opening her eyes, however, she discovered that Hess had left once again. She was unaware of when he had departed or what he had done before leaving. Ying Feng's mind was blank, only recalling that he had mentioned healing her. Yet the very person who promised to mend her wounds was now nowhere to be found, despite having vowed never to leave unless the sky were to fall. He had vanished. Helplessly, Ying Feng pulled the blanket around her, curling up in bed with her eyes closed. The cabin, though small, felt vast and desolate to her. The sunlight flooded the courtyard, yet she found herself devoid of any desire to bask in its warmth. Hess. Hess. She murmured his name. She realized that, at this moment, she longed to see him. It was unclear when this yearning had taken root, but now her thoughts were consumed by him. Ying Feng's emotions mirrored a glass that had long been half full, suddenly overflowing one fateful night. Her longing surged like water, spilling forth uncontrollably. She yearned to see him, desperately. Xiao Feng. Hess burst through the door of the cabin, rushing to her bedside, gently caressing her cheek to assess her condition. I'm sorry for being late. How do you feel now? Are you still in discomfort? Have you waited for me for days? Ying Feng stared at Hess in disbelief, confirming that she was not dreaming. And she could no longer restrain herself as she threw herself into his embrace. Hess. Hess, taken aback yet overwhelmingly pleased by her fervent affection, embraced her tightly. It was evident that Xiao Feng was growing increasingly dependent on him, a most favorable sign. Do not fear. I am here, he tenderly soothed, gently patting her back. The two held each other closely, exchanging no further words, yet it felt as if they had spoken volumes, a soft warmth enveloping them. Hess's luminous energy unconsciously overflowed, infused with boundless love, flowing towards Ying Feng. This was the purest, most encompassing, gentle, and healing power of light. Ying Feng, a mutant of the vines, possessed an affinity for wood. The Eldra thorn vines thrived in sunlight, warmth, and moisture. Thus, the light energy was nearly as beneficial to her as the wood essence pearls. At this moment, her true form was fully immersed in the bathwater of the great jellyfish. Hess's radiant energy was enduring and gentle, combined with his profound affection for her, providing multifaceted healing and care, allowing Ying Feng to finally surpass the threshold of awakening. In that instant, both sensed a profound pull towards one another. Hess did not wish to part from Ying Feng any longer, holding her tightly, insisting that if they were to leave, they would do so together. Until Ying Feng softly uttered, Hess, I feel as though I am about to depart from this place. Hess, momentarily taken aback, was then overwhelmed with joy. He released her and, with a beaming expression, exclaimed, Xiaofeng, you may be awakening. Your true self is coming to life. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng felt an exhilaration that mirrored Hess's. She was finally able to escape the solitary realm. Although it was beautiful and comfortable, it was devoid of Hess and anyone else but herself. She could not bear to remain alone in this place. The The silhouettes of the two gradually faded away. In the next moment, Hess, reclining on the sofa, opened his eyes and promptly rose to approach the vine. The vine, having absorbed sufficient water, appeared vibrant and full of life. The large jellyfish surrounding the vine immediately noticed this change and joyfully exclaimed, "Hess, Ying Feng is awakening." Chapter 99. Ying Feng's complete awakening. The tendrils in the water tank twisted and extended, unmistakably signaling a revival. However, the current location was far from suitable for transformation. Despite the fact that Shui and Xiaohua Alalai were not human, Hesse still felt it inappropriate for Ying Feng to appear in her bare form before the public eye. "Xiao Feng, can you hear me?" "Hesse, I can hear you." Ying Feng replied, now fully awakened and preparing to attempt her transformation into a human form. "Come to me in your vine form. I shall escort you back to your room." Hesse extended his hands towards the tendrils. The vine swept around. Realizing that this place was utterly unfamiliar, a location she had never visited before, accompanied by a little girl resembling Xiaohua and Shui, Hesse stood before her. And under such circumstances, it was indeed ill-advised to transform. The tendrils emerged from the water, their roots extracting from the pot, reaching out towards Hesse. Xiaohua, witnessing the moving tendrils for the first time, widened her eyes in wonder. How enchanting. Alalai, too, observed the transformation of the tendrils with curiosity. This particular vine, known as the Eldra Thorn Vine, possessed the rare ability to metamorphose into human form, a phenomenon exceedingly uncommon. Only Shui remained composed. Having encountered Ying Feng's vine transformation long before Hesse, the damp tendrils climbed onto Hesse's arm, entwining affectionately around his limbs and shoulders. Even in her vine form, Ying Feng's reliance on him was palpable, filling his heart with joy. To avoid overwhelming him, she slightly reduced her size. Once all the tendrils had securely coiled around Hesse, he happily proceeded to the room he had prepared for Ying Feng, conveniently located next door. In order to better protect her, reaching Ying Feng's room required passing through his doorway, leaving only one room in that direction. Should he close a door in the corridor, it would effectively isolate their rooms from the rest of the airship. Thus, Hesse proceeded to do just that. After passing through his door while cradling the tendrils, a door promptly extended from the corridor wall behind him, obstructing all prying eyes. Given the moisture clinging to the vines, Hesse opted not to place her directly onto the bed, instead setting her down on the table within the room. "Xiao Feng, there are plenty of suitable clothes in the wardrobe. I shall wait for you outside. Call for me if you need anything." The vine, now Ying Feng, responded softly. Hesse smiled gently, caressing a leaf before stepping outside. Once Hesse departed, Ying Feng endeavored once more to transform, the tendrils twisting and intertwining until a figure gradually took shape. A young maiden materialized within the room, with dark hair and fair skin, a visage as delicate as porcelain. She walked barefoot across the carpet, her long hair cascading like seaweed, swaying gently with her movements, shimmering under the light like satin. Finally reverting to her human form, Ying Feng surveyed the luxurious suite, which boasted a bedroom, a parlor, a dressing room, and a bathroom, all exceedingly opulent. Approaching the dressing room, she opened the door to find it brimming with an array of clothing, footwear, and accessories suitable for various occasions, all tailored to her size. However, the sheer volume of garments was overwhelming, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Some pieces, she was unsure how to wear at all. With a throbbing headache, she hastily donned the nearest outfit, a delicate yellow sundress that cascaded to her calves, complemented by a white cardigan. After ensuring her appearance was satisfactory with a glance in the mirror, Ying Feng exited the dressing room and made her way towards the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Hess, who had been waiting outside. Before she could utter a word, Hess enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. "Little Feng," he murmured, holding her with a fervor that made her heart flutter, leaving her both shy and bewildered. "Do you have any idea how long you slept?" "It was a full several months. All this time, I was terrified that you might never awaken," he confessed, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability that tugged at Ying Feng's heartstrings, dissipating her feelings of shyness and turmoil, leaving only two hearts intertwined. They had grown up together, relying solely on one another. She reached out to gently pat his broad back, soothing him. "It's all right. Don't worry. I have awakened and will not fall into slumber again." Yet, Hess remained reluctant to release her, clinging to her as if to fill the void of their time apart. However, having just embraced the damp vines, his clothes were now soaked, causing Ying Feng to notice as she reached out, attempting to push him away so he could change. She exerted considerable effort only to discover he would not budge. "Your clothes are wet. You should change," she urged, tapping his arm. Hess, still unwilling to let her go, replied, "You'll get my clothes wet too." Irritated, she retorted, "You're going to soak mine." At her words, he reluctantly released her. "Wait for me a moment. My room is just next door. I'll change and be right out," he said, smoothing out her slightly disheveled attire. Realizing that 2 buttons on her jacket had come undone, she hurriedly fastened them, her cheeks flushed as she murmured a soft acknowledgement, with a smile in his eyes. Hess gently ruffled her hair before stepping into the adjacent room. Once Hess departed, Ying Feng lifted her gaze to examine her surroundings. The walls were composed of a stark white, unidentified metallic material, and the carpeted floor muted her footsteps to silence. The small windows revealed nothing but darkness outside. Reminiscent of an airplane cabin, with the door styled like an aircraft hatch. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she pondered the nature of their transportation. Before she could dwell on it for long, Hess emerged from his room, now clad in a fresh shirt. Hearing the commotion, Ying Feng shifted her focus towards him. "Hess, where are we? What happened to the white lion we fought? Did you defeat him? Was he strong? Are you injured? And what are the wise zombies? I believe I just saw a little girl who resembles Xiaohua. Could that child be her?" With a torrent of questions bubbling forth, Ying Feng, still disoriented from her awakening, sought answers. Hess approached, taking her hand in his starry eyes twinkling with mirth. "With so many inquiries, which one shall I address first?" "First, let us clarify our location." Ying Feng was engulfed in a myriad of questions, oblivious to the fact that he held her hand. Hess guided her outside. And as they approached the corridor, the door sensed Hess's intent to exit and opened automatically. "Little Feng, we are currently aboard a spacecraft." "A spacecraft?" Ying Feng's expression reflected her confusion. She had heard of airplanes and airships but never of a spacecraft. "After we fell into the rift in the northeastern region, we became inadvertently separated. You fell into the clutches of the nefarious, that white lion. You sustained injuries during the battle and entered a state of dormancy." Hess explained as he led Ying Feng, striving to simplify the narrative. By the time they reached the control room, she had gleaned the events that had transpired. She halted in disbelief, her eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at Hess. "Are you saying that we are now in outer space?" Chapter 100. Has Ying Feng become a useless person? Seeing Ying Feng's astonished expression, Hess gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Indeed, to awaken you. We have set sail aboard this spacecraft, embarking on an interstellar journey in search of the wood energy pearl," he stated calmly, while Ying Feng's heart surged tumultuously. It was utterly astonishing. The existence of other life-bearing planets in the cosmos was a reality. Although she was aware of the universe's vastness and the inevitability of other life forms, humanity's fascination with extraterrestrial beings had persisted for millennia. Yet, witnessing this scene unfold before her was still beyond her comprehension. The white lion was an alien, and this spacecraft belonged to him. After his demise, it would become mine. This high-tech marvel of interstellar civilization was transporting them through time and space, and they had already ventured to a location over 3,000 light-years from Earth. Ying Feng's mind was almost overwhelmed. 3,000 light-years away? Observing her struggle to process this information, Hess refrained from further elaboration, waiting for her to assimilate it before continuing. At that moment, they returned to the control room. The great jellyfish, upon seeing Ying Feng, joyfully floated up and down. Ying Feng, you're finally awake. I missed you so much, boohoo." The great jellyfish genuinely longed for Ying Feng. Since their encounter, they had never been apart for such an extended period. Although the vine-like form was also Ying Feng, the dormant state of the vine resembled a thoughtless plant, akin to being separated. "Great water." Ying Feng approached the tank, gazing intently at the great jellyfish. "Ying Feng." The great jellyfish swam closer. The two shared a deep gaze, yet Ying Feng's next words shattered the poignant reunion. "Great water. You've gained weight." The great jellyfish exclaimed. "After all my concern for you, you dare to say I'm fat? Ying Feng, you have no heart." The great jellyfish sulkily swam away. "Ha ha ha. I was just teasing you. Thank you for caring so much about me." Ying Feng laughed heartily at the great jellyfish's indignant demeanor. Suddenly, a small object resembling a weight darted towards her, causing her to stumble backward. Fortunately, Hess was standing right behind her and swiftly caught her in his embrace. Sister, Xiaohua, at long last, reunited with her longed-for sister, dove into her arms. Xiaohua, it's me, sister. Xiaohua missed you so much, even more than great water. Xiaohua looked up with an adoring gaze. The great jellyfish interjected? No fair. Astonished, Ying Feng regarded the plump, cherubic child before her. Was this truly the little zombie girl, Xiaohua? Xiaohua, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. Ying Feng smiled warmly as she affectionately patted Xiaohua's head. Sister missed you dearly as well. After the parachute incident, Ying Feng had worried about Xiaohua's safety, never expecting that a zombie's body could be so resilient. I'm so relieved you're all right. I thought I might never see you again. Greetings, Lady Ying Feng. I am Al-Eli, the steward of this spacecraft. It is a pleasure to meet you. Al-Eli respectfully greeted Ying Feng on the screen. Ying Feng turned her gaze towards the display. She had already learned of Al-Eli's existence from Hess. Without Al-Eli, they would never have reached this place. Hello, Lily. Thank you for your diligent navigation, ensuring our safe arrival here. Ying Feng now found herself captivated by the allure of interstellar travel. Like most humans, she had harbored dreams of space exploration in her childhood, and never did she imagine she would truly venture into the cosmos in her lifetime. Master, Lady Ying Feng has awakened. When shall we resume our journey? Al-Eli inquired from the screen. There is no rush, Hessa replied, casting a glance at the still drowsy Ying Feng before looking towards the great jellyfish. Great water, could you please assess Little Feng's physical recovery? This was a serious matter, and the great jellyfish, setting aside any irritation, promptly swam over to examine Ying Feng. The great jellyfish's psychic tendrils scanned for a full 5 minutes before coming to a halt. How is she? Hessa asked, barely containing his anticipation. Ying Feng's condition is not favorable, the jellyfish replied, a hint of concern in its voice. Upon hearing this, Hessa's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by not favorable? Although Ying Feng has awakened and can assume human form, her vitality has not fully returned. She has recovered less than 10%. At present, she can barely maintain her human shape, and her combat capabilities are virtually non-existent. Ying Feng furrowed her brow at the revelation. Zero combat capability? Does that mean I cannot even fend off a few ordinary men? Not only that, you might struggle to even catch a chicken by its wings, the jellyfish retorted. This was utterly absurd. How could she possibly fail to catch a chicken? Ying Feng refused to believe she had become so weak. Even before her transformation into a vine being, she had been more than capable of dealing with several mercenaries single-handedly. You think so? The jellyfish scoffed. Just a moment ago, a 4 or 5-year-old child nearly knocked you over. The more the jellyfish spoke, the heavier Ying Feng's heart felt. She extended her hand, transforming her fingers into vines, attempting to morph them into blade-like leaves, but they remained ordinary foliage, unresponsive. She tried to manifest thorns, yet only a dull bump appeared on the branches. There was no trace of venom or even a thorn. Frustrated, she coiled her vines around a chair, striving to crush it. However, despite her utmost effort, she merely toppled it over, leaving her dizzy from the exertion. Hessa had been observing Ying Feng closely, seeing her unsteady on her feet. He swiftly stepped forward to support her. It's all right, little Feng, Hessa said, his heart aching for the stubborn girl. I will find a way to restore your body completely. For now, you must refrain from using your powers. Indeed. Ying Feng, do not waste your energy. If you continue to struggle, you may exhaust the remaining energy needed to maintain your human form, the great jellyfish chimed in. Although Ying Feng's original form was human, her resilience as a vine being surpassed that of her human state. Should she lose consciousness, her body would instinctively revert to vines for self-preservation. Ying Feng remained silent, her face set in a grim expression, unable to accept the notion of becoming powerless. If her extraordinary abilities were rendered useless, her inherent strength as a human would still be quite formidable. Hess now partially embraced and supported her, while Ying Feng, without uttering a word, grasped Hess's arm in an attempt to twist it backward. Startled, Hess, fearing for her safety, refrained from exerting force, complying with her movements. Ying Feng successfully bent his arm behind his back. However, before she could revel in her triumph, a wave of dizziness overcame her. Having slept for several months without any recuperation, her body could hardly withstand such relentless exertion. Quick-witted, Hess caught her mid-fall, lifting her with ease. "Xiaofeng, please take care of yourself." Hess expressed his irritation at Ying Feng's disregard for her own well-being. Pickled cabbage mini-theater, Ying Feng, the delicate and easily toppled version, wore a joyful expression. "I've subdued Hess. I am not helpless." She pressed Hess's arm behind him, pinning him to the bed. Hess, the rugged, formidable version, responded with a mixture of indulgence and resignation. All right. You are the strongest. Just be careful not to tire your hand." Being pinned down by his beloved wife was a pleasure he willingly accepted. Chapter 101. Arrival at the Star of Eternal Night. Embraced firmly by Hess, Ying Feng felt as though the very world was spinning around her, and she instinctively pressed her hand to her forehead in discomfort. Observing her distress, Hess could not bear to chastise her further. The great jellyfish continued with its unfinished thoughts. In Ying Feng's condition, she must rely on the wood energy pearl for a complete recovery. Hess furrowed his brow and inquired, "Aside from the wood energy pearl, are there any alternative methods to aid in her healing?" "Anything infused with wood energy will be beneficial to her body, be it food, tools, or adornments. Although the effects may be gradual, as the wood energy pearl is rare, substituting with other options is still advisable," the great jellyfish responded. "It is also imperative for her to spend several hours daily rooting herself in the soil to absorb nutrients, and increased exposure to sunlight will further assist her recovery. However, there is no sun here. The light from other stars differs from that of the sun. It may be too harsh or insufficient, necessitating prior testing to ascertain its compatibility with Ying Feng." As the great jellyfish spoke, it suddenly recalled that Hess was now a mutated being of light. "By the way, Hess, you could easily become Ying Feng's son. By caring for her daily, you could seamlessly provide her with light energy, convenient and gentle, perfectly suited for her constitution." The great jellyfish twirled joyfully in the water, proud of its cleverness. After a while cradled in Hess's arms, Ying Feng's dizziness began to subside. She heard the great jellyfish mention light energy and looked at it quizzically. "What did you just say?" "Hess will provide me with light energy?" "Indeed, Ying Feng. You may not be aware yet, but Hess has absorbed the light energy pearl and has now transformed into a being of light. Remarkable, Ascent it?" Ying Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Hess. "Hess, you too have undergone mutation?" "Yes," Hess replied, carrying her into the room first. "I will administer light therapy to you. We shall discuss everything else later." Upon entering the room, Hess gently laid her on the bed as if she were a precious, fragile artifact. "Hess, you need not be so tense. I am fine." Ying Feng chuckled softly at his overly cautious demeanor. Hess cast a glance at her, laced with a barely perceptible reproach. "You do not cherish your body, but I shall." Ying Feng instinctively shrank her neck, a blush rising to her cheeks at his expression, feeling akin to a child being chastised by an adult. Having experienced an earlier mishap, Hess hesitated to connect foreheads to transfer energy. Having recently gained control over his light mutation, he was still mastering his abilities. Until he could ensure no harm would come to Ying Feng, he could only conduct her light therapy in this manner. Ying Feng blinked, observing the distance between them with a hint of confusion. She recalled that during their previous encounter in the spiritual realm, the light therapy had been conducted differently. Wasn't it forehead to forehead? That session had been incredibly soothing, enveloping her in a wonderfully warm world of light, leaving her unaware of anything that transpired afterward. "Hess, wasn't it supposed to be forehead to forehead for the light therapy?" Hess was momentarily taken aback by Ying Feng's question. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Little Feng, do you recall the events following the light therapy?" Ying Feng's round, bright eyes flickered with a hint of confusion as she shook her head, unable to remember, only recalling the sensation of comfort. She longed to return to that blissful state. Gazing earnestly at Hess, the innocence in her watery eyes softened Hess's heart. He nearly cradled her face for another session. Yet, he refrained, fearing an unexpected incident might recur. Until he could fully harness this power, he resolved to maintain a distance from Little Feng. "There are various methods of light therapy, now that you have awakened. Hand-holding light therapy is also a viable option," Hess reassured her. "Oh." Ying Feng accepted this explanation. Her docile and gentle demeanor stirred emotions within Hess. Little Feng was simply adorable. A warmth radiated from their clasped hands, enveloping Ying Feng in a soothing glow, so comforting that she felt compelled to sigh in delight. "Is it comfortable?" Hess murmured beside her. Comfortable," Ying Feng replied, resembling a lazy cat basking in the winter sun. So at ease that she nearly rolled over in bed, Hess couldn't help but smile at her disposition. In this cozy warmth, Ying Feng unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. Hess continued to channel light energy for 3 uninterrupted hours, his control over this power improving steadily. After another hour, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Ying Feng's forehead, prompting Hess to finally conclude the session. He rose to fetch a basin of perfectly warm water, wetting a cloth to gently wipe the beads of sweat from her face and neck. After adjusting the room's temperature, humidity, and lighting to ensure her comfort for a restful sleep, he stepped out. Returning to the control room, Hess contemplated the urgency of reaching Pan Yi Star. Even Bai Song had never visited Pan Yi Star, leaving him with only conventional information from the Star Network, devoid of deeper insights. All he understood was that Pan Yi Star was a relatively impoverished and underdeveloped planet inhabited by beastmen. Yet, the Star Network indicated that despite its backwardness, its technology was centuries ahead of Earth. Inside the control room, Alalai reported on the spacecraft's status. "Master, the spacecraft is in good condition and ready for departure. All necessary procedures for landing on Pan Yi Star have been completed on the Star Network, and we can land at any time. If we depart now, we will reach Pan Yi Star in just 1 day." After Alalai concluded her report, she quietly awaited Hess's decision. Sitting on the sofa, Hess lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest in contemplation. Little Feng's injuries would not heal quickly, and remaining in the desolate expanse of space was impractical. There was no air here, and should the spacecraft encounter any mishap, they would all be in peril. "Prepare to set sail for Pan Yi Star." "Understood. The Alalai will depart immediately. Destination, Mobiru Star System, Substandard Star, Pan Yi Star." After lingering for several days on the desolate, pitch-black planet, the spacecraft once again illuminated its signal lights. Following a tremor that coursed through the vessel, it gradually ascended. A powerful current of air erupted from the ship's underside, propelling it into the sky and stirring up clouds of dust. The Ari Lily was an exceptionally fine spacecraft, renowned for its astonishing speed, while the interior remained as stable as if it were on solid ground. Ying Feng, lost in slumber, was entirely unaware that the ship had taken off. Hess glanced in to check on her and, seeing her deep in peaceful sleep, decided not to rouse her. Today marked the first day of Ying Feng's awakening, and Hess, concerned about her well-being, opted not to return to his own quarters for rest. Instead, he chose to sleep on the sofa in the guest room outside Ying Feng's bedroom. The day passed swiftly, and the Ari Lily was on the brink of reaching the planet of Pan Yi. Chapter 102. The mirage pill. Ying Feng was roused from her slumber by a faint yet tantalizing aroma of food. Having slumbered for several months, she had been sustained in her vegetative state, but now, as a human, the scent awakened the glutton within her. Yet, she felt an overwhelming drowsiness and had no desire to rise. It was not that Ying Feng had grown lazy, but rather that her body had yet to recover. For a plant-based mutant, the simplest remedy for rejuvenation was sleep. "Xiaofeng, it's time to wake up and wash up for breakfast." Hess crouched beside the bed, gently brushing away the tousled strands of hair from her cheeks and tucking them behind her ear. "I want to sleep a little longer. I'll eat breakfast later." Ying Feng mumbled, burying her face in the pillow. "Be good, it's time to get up," Hess coaxed softly. "We are about to land on Pan Yi Xing. Don't you want to see this unfamiliar planet?" His words acted as a stimulant, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. Oh yes, they were in space, not at home in the base on Earth. Ying Feng shot up abruptly, but the sudden movement caused her vision to darken, and she swayed unsteadily. Hess, startled, quickly caught her. "Why are you always so reckless? Your body has fully recovered. You must make any sudden movements," he scolded her, though his actions were swift as he lifted her up and carried her directly to the washroom. Ying Feng's cheeks flushed. "Hess, put me down. I can walk by myself." "Are you sure you can?" Hess glanced down at her, skepticism evident in his gaze. Feeling underestimated, Ying Feng puffed up her cheeks defiantly. "Of course I can." "Very well." Having reached the washroom, Hess set her down. As she focused her gaze, she was surprised to see that Hess had even squeezed the toothpaste for her and prepared mouthwash. A peculiar feeling stirred within her, but she quickly shook her head internally, admonishing herself not to overthink. She was an adult. Why was Hess still caring for her like a child? While rinsing her mouth, she contemplated the need to clarify with Hess that she was fully capable of handling these mundane tasks. Just as she was about to speak, a warm, soft towel was placed over her face. Hess gently wiped her cheeks with the towel. Ying Feng quickly took the towel from him. I can do it myself. In an effort to mask her inner turmoil, she scrubbed her face vigorously, leaving it flushed. Hess sighed softly, though he chose not to confront her. Afterward, Ying Feng took a shower while Hess waited outside. Before long, she emerged, donned in fresh attire. Hess had been patiently waiting for her to enjoy breakfast together. Breakfast consisted of Ying Feng's favorite mushroom soup, accompanied by toast, eggs, and fruit. She was not picky and would consume whatever was given, yet mushroom soup remained her favorite. As they dined, Hess recounted many events that transpired during her unconsciousness, ensuring that Ying Feng was well informed. Having finished a bowl of mushroom soup, the Al-Relai spacecraft landed at an airport on Pan Yuxing. The interstellar wristband belonging to Hess emitted a series of beeps, signifying a call from Al-Relai. With a swift motion across the device, a holographic screen materialized. Master, we have safely landed at Mardimia Airport on the planet Panya. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng's excitement surged. Hess, let's go down and explore. Indeed, observing her elation, Hess felt a swell of joy himself. He casually picked up a napkin to wipe the crumbs from her mouth and tidied the tray before he and Ying Feng made their way to the control room. Sister. The moment Xiaohua spotted Ying Feng, she dashed over, her little eyes sparkling with anticipation. Good morning, Xiaohua. Ying Feng fulfilled her expectations by gently patting her head, prompting a satisfied smile from the little girl. Master, Lily has already submitted an application for a week's stay at Mardimia Airport, and it has been approved. Lily will safeguard the spacecraft, so please rest assured, Al-Relai informed. It must be said that Al-Relai was indeed a remarkably diligent and exceptional steward for the spacecraft. Please contact me if anything arises, Hess replied. Understood, Master, Al-Relai acknowledged. Currently, the interstellar wristband Hess utilized was an old model, a remnant from over 70 years ago. In contrast to the contemporary wristbands, which had become outdated relics, it still surpassed the Earth's light-brain technology, offering not only communication capabilities but also storage functions. Hess had brought along numerous items to tackle various situations. Naturally, he had also equipped Ying Feng with a wristband, their devices being a matching pair, one black and one white, reminiscent of a couple's set. Unfamiliar with this technology, Ying Feng remained oblivious to the fact that she and Hess wore matching wristbands. The operation of the interstellar wristband was not overly complex. It was designed for ease of use, and within minutes, Ying Feng had familiarized herself with its functions. Xiaohua had also received a child-sized wristband, eager to accompany Ying Feng and Hess on their adventures. Let us go, my old friend. Let's explore this planet, Ying Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Retrieving the large jellyfish from its tank and placing it into a water bottle slung over her shoulder, the jellyfish appeared equally delighted, as it had never set foot on Panya, and even though it was merely a remote little planet, they shared a sense of excitement akin to that of tourists. Wait, we must make one final preparation. Hess halted Ying Feng's exuberance, producing 2 small pills. What are these? Ying Feng inquired. These are transformation pills, a type of interstellar snack that not only tastes delightful but primarily allows for the transformation of one species' traits. Al-Relai had dispatched a procurement officer to acquire these pills promptly upon their landing. They were also a specialty of Panya. Panya was a planet inhabited by beastmen, all of whom retained certain animalistic characteristics. Before beastmen ventured to other planets, they consumed these transformation pills to conceal their animal traits and avoid unnecessary attention. Conversely, humanoids without beastly features who arrived on Panya would also take these pills to better integrate into the planet's society. The specific animal form one might assume was random, adding an element of surprise akin to unboxing a mystery gift. The consumption of the illusory pill poses no adverse effects on the body, and it offers a plethora of flavors, with the duration of its effects varying according to price. The illusory pill in their possession boasts a lasting effect of 1 week. Should one wish to relinquish this state of illusion, they may consume a different type of reversion pill, which will immediately terminate the illusionary condition. Upon hearing of such a remarkable item, Ying Feng's curiosity was piqued. She picked up a pill and tossed it into her mouth, discovering a flavor reminiscent of strawberries. Surprisingly delightful. Once she had finished, a sudden pop echoed in her mind, and a pair of cat ears materialized above her head. Wow! A little kitty! Xiao Hua exclaimed in astonishment. It was incredible that consuming such a substance could result in the emergence of cat ears. Chapter 103, Sensitive Beast Ears. Today, Ying Feng donned an adorable little dress, featuring a white lace chiffon blouse adorned with a charming ruffled collar, accompanied by a fitted vest and a flouncy short skirt. The delightful combination of her fluffy cat ears made her irresistibly cute. He's found it impossible to tear his gaze away from her. How utterly enchanting! As he beheld Ying Feng, his heart raced uncontrollably, and the usually composed expression on his face was unexpectedly graced by a faint blush. Feeling somewhat shy under Hess's unwavering stare, Ying Feng lowered her gaze, her toes unconsciously grazing the ground, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Hess, why are you looking at me like that? Am I strange? He's momentarily faltered before regaining his composure, his eyes softening as he looked at her, the corners of his lips unable to suppress a smile. No, Xiao Feng, you look very adorable. Upon hearing his words, Ying Feng's shyness deepened, making her even less inclined to meet his gaze, her face nearly radiating heat. To alleviate the palpable tension of embarrassment, she retrieved a mirror from her wristband, eager to see what transformation she had undergone. Upon glancing into the mirror, her eyes widened in astonishment. A pair of fluffy cat ears had sprouted atop her head. She reached up to touch them, marveling at their reality. This was not merely an illusion. She could actually control the movement of her cat ears. He was utterly captivated by Ying Feng's appearance. Ah, my hands are itching to pet them. Little Hua chimed in. Can I also grow cat ears if I eat that pill? I adore little cats. She gazed enviously at the feline ears adorning Ying Feng's head. At this moment, Ying Feng finally mustered the courage to look at Hess. Hess, can little Hua eat this? Since she is a zombie, she doesn't need to eat or sleep. I wonder if she can consume the illusion pill. Little Hua eagerly turned her gaze to Hess, her small face brimming with anticipation. Perhaps not. Hess replied with a hint of regret. Little Hua doesn't require food, nor can she consume it. Eating the illusion pill could affect her body. Little Hua visibly sank in disappointment, but he swiftly produced an item, successfully diverting her attention. This is for you to wear, he said, presenting a child-sized headband with rabbit ears. The delicate white ears were complemented by a slender band that closely matched her hair color, making it nearly indistinguishable as a costume accessory. Little Hua, a child easily pleased, beamed with joy upon receiving the rabbit ear headband, bouncing eagerly towards Ying Feng to see her reflection. Gazing into the mirror, Little Hua joyfully exclaimed, Little bunny, Hess, you haven't eaten yet. Hurry, I want to see what you become. Ying Feng urged him. He's pinched the illusion pill between his fingers, his lips parting slightly as he placed it in his mouth. Both Ying Feng and Little Hua watched intently, curious about the beastly form he would assume. Even the great jellyfish, who did not require the illusion pill, was filled with anticipation, pressing against the glass in curiosity. Moments later, a pair of silver-gray wolf ears erupted from Hess's head with a soft pop. Wow! Ying Feng's gaze remained fixated on Hess's wolf ears, mesmerized. The silver hair harmonizes perfectly with the pair of wolf ears, bestowing Hess an extraordinary charm intertwined with a hint of primal wildness that captivates the onlooker. Hess, your ears are more beautiful than mine, Ying Feng remarked, puffing her cheeks in discontent, pondering why Hess had transformed into wolf ears while she bore cat ears. Hess's gaze shifted upward as his wolf ears twitched with agility. Let me touch them. Upon seeing the movement of Hess's wolf ears, Ying Feng's curiosity surged, and she could not restrain herself from reaching out. Initially, Hess thought little of it, but he was taken aback by the potency of the transformation pill. The sensation was astonishingly realistic. The wolf ears were exceedingly sensitive, and as Ying Feng, being his beloved, touched them, Hess nearly lost his composure and hastily withdrew her hand. Xiao Feng, don't touch, he exclaimed. Why can't I? Ying Feng frowned, casting a reproachful gaze his way. Hess struggled to quell his body's unusual response, his expression becoming somewhat awkward as he said, "We are about to head out. Wouldn't you like to explore the local customs of the Night Star?" "I do. I want to." Both Ying Feng and Xiao nodded emphatically. "Let us go." With a sigh of relief, Hess realized that to avoid embarrassment in public, he must prevent Xiao Feng from easily touching his ears. As the hatch opened, the three of them, along with a jellyfish, descended from the flying ship. The Night Star is a planet that thrives in the night while remaining tranquil during the day. As dusk falls, the day commences. The streets are ablaze with lights, and a myriad of beastmen traverse the pathways. The inhabitants are notably tall, with few below 1.8 meters in height. Adult women stand at least 1.8 meters, while men often exceed 2 meters. Each individual exhibits a variety of beastly traits: muscular men with crocodilian faces, alluring women with leopard-patterned skin, and children with elephantine noses joyfully running to school, their noses intertwined. Ying Feng and Xiao gazed in awe, enchanted by the wonders of this planet. The architecture is predominantly curved, resembling an array of mushrooms of varying sizes. Multi-story buildings appear as mushrooms stacked upon one another, with larger mushrooms topped by smaller ones. Various flying vehicles hover and dart about at remarkable speeds. Ying Feng's attention was captured by a quaint shop on the street, where patrons entered and exited. And with each opening of the door, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Noticing her fixation, Hess chuckled and asked, "Are you hungry?" "I am," Ying Feng replied eagerly. Hess couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor, taking her hand as they made their way to the shop. As they walked, Ying Feng suddenly tugged at him. Confused, Hess turned to see her lean in closely, whispering, "Hess, don't we have any money?" They were not from this place. How could they possess its currency? Surely, the survival credits from Earth would serve no purpose here. The fragrant warmth whispering in their ears was akin to the fluttering heart of Hess, particularly when Ying Feng spoke. The cat ears atop her head brushed against his chin, intensifying his yearning. "Hess, should we devise a means to earn some money?" Ying Feng fretted, concerned they might not find themselves destitute on the streets. "We have funds, do not worry." Amused by her anxious expression, Hess reached out to gently smooth the furrow in her brow. Bai Song possessed 2 accounts, one personal, now frozen due to a galaxy-wide manhunt. Yet he had prudently transferred all his assets to another account. The owner of this second account was the virtual entity Alalai, who now regarded Hess as her master, thereby endowing him with wealth. Certainty remained that they needed to earn money, but before that, they must first establish a legitimate identity to obtain a personal account. In the interstellar age, every individual's identity account was universally applicable across the galaxy, not confined to a single planet. Each planet integrated into the star network had provisions for identity account registration, and Anew Star was no exception. Today, they were to acquire an identity account. However, prior to that, Hess intended to indulge his little glutton's culinary desires. He led the two into a quaint shop, where a cheerful attendant with a pig-like nose warmly greeted them. "Help?" Ying Feng exclaimed, suddenly realizing they had forgotten that they could not comprehend the local dialect. Chapter 104. Urban turmoil. Just as Ying Feng found himself at a loss, he heard someone beside him fluently uttering the same words as the person they were engaging with. After exchanging a few sentences, Hess led the bewildered Ying Feng and Xiao Hua to a window-side table. "Hess, how is it that you speak the local language?" Sitting across from each other, Ying Feng, astonished, leaned forward and tugged at Hess's sleeve in inquiry. With a subtle smile, Hess replied, "While you were indulging in slumber, I took the initiative to learn the interstellar language. You, dear Xiao Feng, must learn it too." Ying Feng furrowed his delicate brows, disbelief etched across his face. "This is a completely foreign tongue. How could you possibly learn it so effortlessly?" "It's utterly absurd." Hess chuckled lightly. "This is related to my abilities. I took a shortcut. You, on the other hand, must diligently learn it. I shall begin teaching you today." With that revelation, Ying Feng immediately understood why Hess had mastered it so swiftly and so well. As long as Hess used his mental prowess to absorb a few interstellar miscreants, learning anything would be a breeze. His abilities were indeed a necessity for both home and travel, a remarkable convenience. Ying Feng felt a pang of envy, momentarily lamenting her own vine-like mutations, wishing for a more advantageous ability that would allow her to traverse the vast sea of knowledge with ease. Yet, If it weren't for her vine's extraordinary regenerative capabilities, she would have perished countless times, her bones reduced to dust, unable to traverse the cosmos to reach such distant planets. One must find contentment in life. Soon, a sumptuous feast was laid out before Hess and Ying Feng, while Xiaohua could only watch from the side. Ying Feng affectionately patted its head, promising to buy it a lovely little dress later. Understanding its owner's sentiments, Xiaohua reciprocated with comfort, warming Ying Feng's heart. In truth, Xiaohua had no desire for human food. Its interests lay solely in the myriad of interstellar knowledge and experiences. The joy of traveling through the stars alongside its elder siblings was more than sufficient. Ying Feng's attention returned to the exquisite dishes before her. On the wildly designed platter lay several golden, flaky pastries and a small piece of meat, the origin of which remained a mystery. She picked up a pastry with her fork and took a bite. In an instant, a marvelous explosion of flavors erupted in her mouth. The crust was fragrant and crispy, with a hint of creaminess, while the inside was succulent and rich. The tender meat, infused with a subtle, unique aroma, created an astonishing texture as it mingled with the flaky crust. Lean yet not tough, fatty yet not greasy, moist yet not sticky. It was so delectable that it made one feel as if they might swallow their own tongue. Ying Feng had never tasted anything so exquisite. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster clutching a dumpling. After finishing the pastry, she cut a piece of the unknown meat and placed it in her mouth. To her surprise, though it appeared thick, it melted instantly, releasing a burst of bubbles that tantalized her taste buds with an extraordinary sensation. Delicious. This is delightful. And that too. At this moment, Ying Feng, who had never been particularly discerning about food, was overwhelmed with happiness to the point of nearly fainting from a single bite of this exquisite delicacy. Observing her delight, Hess transferred the untouched delicacies from his plate onto hers. These delectable morsels, known as tatakaka puff balls, were crafted from the tatakaka beast. Hess elaborated on the two culinary marvels. The first was pan-seared bubble meat, marinated and seared over high heat to lock in its freshness, then sprinkled with a fine powder made from dream essence grass seeds, creating a uniquely enchanting aroma. These dishes were the culinary highlights of the Starry Night region. As Hess eloquently described the food, Ying Feng savored every bite until her plate was empty. With only 3 puff balls the size of ping-pong balls and a small piece of bubble meat remaining, even after devouring most of Hess's portion. Her meal was still modest in quantity, which was precisely why Hess allowed her to indulge so freely. Absolutely delicious. Ying Feng squinted her eyes in satisfaction. As they conversed, a server brought over a refreshing drink. The transparent highball glass, with its vibrant green and yellow hues, instantly captivated Ying Feng's attention. Hess inserted a straw into the drink and brought it to her lips. This was chicara juice, a refreshing concoction that was delightful yet somewhat too cold for excessive consumption. Ying Feng took a sip from Hess's hand, the cool, invigorating sensation instantly clearing her mind. It was mildly sweet without being cloying, with a delightful tartness and a robust aroma that energized her as if she had received a boost of vitality. She swiftly downed half the glass. Subsequently, Hess cautioned her against further sips, explaining that chicara had a cooling effect on the mind and should be consumed sparingly. "This is so delicious, so refreshing," Ying Feng exclaimed. Cradling her face in her hands, her cheeks pleasantly chilled. Hess reached out to check her forehead temperature, finding it slightly low. "That's enough now," he decided, taking her hand and channeling energy into her directly at the table. Within minutes, her body temperature returned to normal. After settling the bill, Hess led the contented Ying Feng out of the small eatery. "Hess, where are we headed next?" With her spirits high from the delightful meal, Ying Feng's large eyes sparkled with joy, resembling a satisfied little cat with its ears perked up. "We need to set up your identity account." Hess checked the nearest registration point for Starry Night and discovered it was just a street away, planning to meander there leisurely. On their way to the registration point, they encountered numerous sights previously unseen, with Little Flower marveling at everything, her mind brimming with 100 questions. Upon reaching the registration point, Ying Feng anticipated a complicated process. Yet it unfolded astonishingly smoothly. The staff did not inquire about their origins or destinations. Within less than 10 minutes, they completed the paperwork, fingerprinting, and iris scanning. with their information seamlessly uploaded into the Star Network, an efficiency so remarkable it brought tears to Ying Feng's eyes. Reflecting on her own experience registering at the Kunloon base, which took a month, the speed here was nothing short of miraculous. With the identity account established, Hess intended to take Ying Feng to a local attraction, but suddenly, commotion erupted in the street. Boom. Not far away, a deafening explosion echoed, and flames entwined with thick smoke surged into the sky. The crowd, in a state of panic, fled in all directions, engulfed by billowing smoke. Terrified screams pierced the air. It's the rebels. How is this possible? Confusion rippled through the crowd. Were the rebels not confined to the vicinity of the central star? How could they have ventured to such a remote little planet? Chapter 105. The rebels' small aircraft darted chaotically through the streets, fleeing amidst a cacophony of screams and curses, interspersed with the occasional sound of explosions, plunging the thoroughfare into disarray. A severed power line plunged the streetlights into darkness, leaving only a few shops aglow, casting a feeble light for the fleeing pedestrians. The city of Pan Yixing was engulfed in turmoil. A large aircraft burst forth from the billowing smoke of an explosion, pursued closely by a military vessel. The fleeing craft, sensing the imminent threat, revealed a row of gun ports on either side while broadcasting a warning. Listen well, federal lackeys. If you continue your assault, who knows how many innocent civilians will be caught in the crossfire? For the sake of peace, we advise you to cease your hostilities. Unlike you, we value the lives of the populace and do not disregard their safety during conflicts. The military vessel, incensed by the audacity of such slander, was ready to retaliate. "Kak, calm down," shouted the pilot, Du Tai, as he saw the gunner, Kak, poised to fire the plasma cannon. These rebels, under the guise of a righteous cause, act as mere brigands. They dare to cast aspersions upon us. I cannot tolerate this. Kak seethed, glaring at the audacious vessel fleeing ahead. Du Tai maintained his steady course, meticulously tracking the retreating rebels. Having anticipated their movements and intervened in time to prevent a greater catastrophe, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Had they failed to catch up, the entire Pan Yixing would have been in jeopardy. Their current objective was to drive the rebels from Pan Yixing and capture this insurgent cell in the vastness of space. Capture them alive? Kak's grip tightened on the firing lever, his expression fierce. How can that be easy? It is the height of chaos in Pan Yixing right now. If they hurl a few energy grenades, how many will perish? They will take advantage of the disorder to flee, and while we may face reprimand, countless innocent souls will suffer for no reason. In my view, a single shot to eliminate them would be the most expedient solution. Du Tai disagreed. We need only to secure this street, advancing cautiously without recklessness. Other teams will guard the intersections, and when the time is right, we shall encircle them and drive them into the sky, ultimately capturing them. Du Tai's strategy was sound, yet it seemed the rebels were executing Kak's predictions. They urged the civilians to flee while indiscriminately firing their weapons, amplifying the panic and chaos. The rebel aircraft, large and accommodating, carried a dozen individuals. Their numbers had dwindled during the skirmish with the federal forces. In the midst of the turmoil, Hess did not scatter in fear, but instead sheltered Ying Feng as they retreated into a nearby shop. "Hess, what is happening?" Ying Feng, unable to comprehend the interstellar language, was oblivious to the identities of the two factions. "It is just military brigands in pursuit. Do not fear, for I am here," Hess reassured. Drawing Ying Feng close as they sheltered behind a corner, a vantage point for observing the unfolding situation, Xiao Hua held Ying Feng's hand tightly, remaining silent, calm, and untroubled. Suddenly, she softly spoke. "Sister, it seems there is someone on the other side of the wall preparing to snipe them." "What?" Both individuals were taken aback. Hess frowned. He was oblivious to Xiao Hua's extraordinary abilities, yet Ying Feng had some understanding. During their first encounter, despite hiding quite well, Xiao Hua had distinctly perceived her presence. Originally, Hess intended to wait for both groups to pass before making a hasty departure, but he did not anticipate a well-meaning but reckless individual in the adjacent shop. Armed with a sniper rifle, stealthily lying in wait at the window, ready to assist the federal army in intercepting the rebels. This reckless individual had connections. Such weaponry was typically inaccessible to the average person. "Xiaohua, are you certain?" Hess sought confirmation once more. He had no doubt that Xiaohua would deceive him. She was a sensible child who never spoke lightly. Indeed, I can see things within a 30-meter radius. I can even see through ordinary walls and clutter. Though some special materials obstruct my vision, Xiaohua explained, pointing at her eyes. Yes, it seems Xiaohua possesses a kind of X-ray ability, yet due to her unique physiology, I am unable to probe it, Mu added. Shui, where were you just now? How could you miss it when Xiaohua noticed? Ying Feng inquired. I merely dozed off, Mu replied, somewhat sheepishly, realizing that having been away from the cosmos for so long, he had grown complacent upon his return. We cannot linger here, we must leave quickly. Hess urged the two to hasten towards the back of the shop, seeking an exit. However, it was too late. The eager but reckless individual next door fired a shot at the swiftly approaching rebel aircraft. The rebels were utterly unprepared for an ambush. Their aircraft was struck unexpectedly, careening towards the shop where Hess and Ying Feng were hiding. With the aircraft rendered inoperable, a dozen individuals emerged, determined to scatter and evade their pursuers. Just as Hess and Ying Feng exited the back door of the shop, it was violently jolted, threatening to collapse from the impact. Run! Hess glanced back, urging Ying Feng to flee swiftly. Although Hess was capable of combat, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in such military disputes. For him, safeguarding his companions was of utmost importance. Ying Feng was currently defenseless, and Xiaohua was merely a child. As Hess contemplated evading the chaos, the same rebels who burst through the back door of the shop aimed to seize a few vulnerable hostages. Among the towering, wild orcs, Hess appeared particularly refined, and Ying Feng and Xiaohua were even more conspicuous, almost marked as the weak. The rebels quickly set their sights on them, intent on capturing them as hostages. The rebels refrained from gunfire and charged at them with ferocity, seeking to grasp them. Hess instantly discerned their intentions. A chilling malice emanated from his gaze, almost palpable. He refrained from attacking the brigands, yet they dashed towards him, akin to moths drawn to flames, seeking their own demise. The rebels felt an inexplicable chill, as if they were being targeted by some lethal danger. Nevertheless, they persisted in their attempts to seize Hess, Ying Feng, and Xiaohua's hostages. In the next moment, this group of individuals was abruptly seized by a piercing agony in their minds, a pain so intense that it nearly rendered them unconscious as they stumbled to the ground. They realized they had fallen victim to a psychic assault, yet were unable to identify any suspicious figures among them. Lying prostrate, they struggled to lift their heads, casting their gaze over the panicked crowd fleeing in disarray. Everyone was a potential suspect, save for the seemingly delicate and refined group led by Hess. Hess did not seek their demise. Instead, he quietly siphoned off half of their mental fortitude, effectively neutralizing their combat capabilities before relinquishing his hold. Meanwhile, the forces of the Federation arrived in aircraft from all directions, encircling the area in a tight blockade, prohibiting both pedestrians and insurgents from making an escape. Hess's delay in dealing with these individuals found him inadvertently trapped within the confines of the security perimeter. Chapter 106, Mental Power Detection. Official personnel clad in the attire of the Federal Army erected an electric barrier, sending all those attempting to breach it reeling back, stunned and disoriented. Encountering this electric boundary for the first time proved non-lethal. However, any subsequent attempts to forcefully cross it would surely reveal the peril of their folly. The group of insurgents, incapacitated and unable to rise, lay firmly restrained by the federal forces, bound with electronic collars and handcuffs. Run. You were just so adept at fleeing. Why the sudden hesitation? Kark derided, disregarding the dark scowl of one captured insurgent as he slapped the man's face repeatedly. While Kark vented his frustrations, Duke noticed an unsettling aura surrounding the scene. How could these insurgents be so easily subdued? They appeared devoid of resistance, yet someone must be covertly aiding them. Another federal soldier shared Duke's suspicions but possessed deeper insights. These insurgents have been subjected to a psychic attack, stated their squad leader, Nicodemus. Kark paused, astonished. Did you say they were attacked psychically? He glanced at the multitude of insurgents sprawled across the ground. To incapacitate so many simultaneously required a psychic force of at least Class A. Do you grasp the implications of Class A and above? How could such talent exist on this remote planet? Within the ranks of the Stellar Federation, Individuals with Class S psychic abilities are rare, and those of Class S even more so. Should a Class S cadet emerge from the military academy, factions would flock to claim them before their name is even revealed. I am merely speculating. But the likelihood of such a presence here is not negligible, Nicodemus asserted. With this pronouncement, the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. The known Class S psychics within the Federation were all distinguished figures, enjoying high status. If one of these masters were indeed present, they would undoubtedly have received prior intelligence. Should a new Class S psychic be in existence, only one conclusion could be drawn. They were an undiscovered talent. This realization ignited a sense of urgency among the group. If a new Class S emerged, they must seize the opportunity to recruit him into their ranks. Each additional Class S would enhance their influence within the Federation. In that moment, even the captured insurgents lost their significance. Their sole desire now was to uncover the identity of this enigmatic Class S. Among those encircled by the electric barrier, aside from the insurgents, were numerous beastmen. Initially, they had formed a perimeter to prevent any insurgents from mingling with the civilian populace and escaping. Having verified their captures, they confirmed that every insurgent, with the exception of the known deceased, was accounted for. With all insurgents apprehended, there was no longer justification to impede the civilians from departing. The onlookers, intimidated by the imposing presence of the federal soldiers and the fierce conflict with the insurgents, resembled frightened deer caught in a snare. A few timid souls pleaded with the federal soldiers guarding the barrier to allow them to leave. Hess grasped Ying Feng tightly, standing at the rear of the crowd. Their stature dwarfed by the towering orcs of Pan Yeshing, effectively obstructing their view. "Captain, what shall we do? We cannot indefinitely prevent them from leaving," Dutai remarked. His brow furrowed in concern. "If we do not lift the blockade soon, our 213th unit will surely become a trending topic on interstellar news by tomorrow." As if to validate Dutai's statement, the crowd began to stir restlessly. A woman, her face adorned with a multitude of scales, cried out piercingly, "What is the meaning of this, Federal Army? We are not insurgents. Why are we being held back?" A man with a pair of horns on his head implored. "My wife and children are waiting for my return. They know I am caught up in the chaos of the insurgency, and they are deeply worried. Please, allow me to leave." It appeared that this call to action inspired others, as more voices joined the chorus of indignation, with the crowd's shouts growing louder and more fervent. Under the mounting pressure, the Federal Army finally relented and ordered the crowd to disperse. However, they cited concerns of insurgents mingling among them and insisted on inspecting each individual before granting passage. The inspection process was brief, causing only a few seconds delay for each person. Given the recent unrest caused by insurgents on the ordinarily tranquil Pan Yeshing, the local populace harbored fears of potential infiltrators. Since the military had announced they could leave, a minor delay seemed a small price to pay, and the crowd acquiesced to the inspections. The procedure was straightforward. A device would be used to scan each individual, confirming whether or not they were insurgents. Everyone formed a line, awaiting their turn for inspection. Unbeknownst to them, the scanning device was not an ordinary tool. It was designed to preliminarily assess an individual's mental capacity. A sweep of the body would yield no response from those devoid of mental prowess, while those possessing such abilities would trigger a persistent alarm. One by one, the crowd underwent the scanning process, with Hess, Ying Feng, and their companions situated towards the middle of the line. The scanning was conducted by Du Tai, with Captain Miller observing closely, intent on identifying any potential S-level individuals. Their mission that day was to apprehend insurgents, yet they had not anticipated encountering someone who might be classified as S-level. Regrettably, they were ill-equipped. Armed only with an outdated scanning device that had been discarded for over a decade and stowed away in the craft's storage compartment. This antiquated device exhibited significant precision flaws. Aside from the considerable fluctuations in the level readings, it was incapable of detecting mental capacities exceeding A level. Mental prowess levels, beyond the conventional A, B, C, D, and the special S level, were further divided into 10 subcategories. As long as an individual's mental prowess did not surpass S5, the device could still register it. After scanning a multitude of ordinary individuals devoid of mental capabilities, the device finally emitted a sound. Dutai focused intently. realizing it indicated D2 level, merely a slight improvement over the ordinary populace lacking mental prowess. This was a university student who, upon hearing the alarm, mistakenly feared he had been categorized as an insurgent, leaving him so frightened that he could scarcely articulate a word. I am not. You have mistaken me. The young man, around 20, trembled in fear, prompting Miller to shake his head inwardly. His mental resilience was woefully inadequate. Even with psychic abilities, he would struggle to achieve much beyond a clerical role. Nonetheless, possessing any level of psychic power was a rarity within their 213th unit, and even the slightest contribution was valuable. Miller instructed his subordinates to take the young man aside for a thorough explanation to alleviate his panic. The scanning continued and soon identified Hess, Ying Feng, and their companions. Chapter 107. Testing two A-class individuals. Miller glanced at Hess, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Setting aside the question of whether he possessed mental strength, the young man truly had an exquisite appearance. Even in the heart of the Federation's central star system, where elites congregated, his superior looks would not go unnoticed. If his photograph were to be uploaded to the star network, one could only imagine how infatuated his star-chasing daughter would become upon seeing it. Du Tai, still young and unmarried, did not share Miller's sentiments. To him, Hess seemed less impressive than other towering beastmen. In comparison to the previous beastmen, he appeared rather frail. When the detector scanned Hess, it unsurprisingly showed no response. Miller sighed softly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. A handsome man who resembled a mere vase was more suited for a career in film than to possess any mental prowess. Next, Du Tai instructed with an impassive expression, dismissing Hess and summoning the next individual for testing. As Hess turned to reassure Ying Feng, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'll wait for you up ahead." He ensured that she remained within his line of sight, merely stepping a few meters away to wait. Ying Feng nodded calmly. Hess was overly anxious. After all, she had faced life and death situations before and had weathered countless storms. Once Hess departed, Ying Feng's presence drew the attention of several young Federation soldiers, who were immediately captivated. Wow, what a beautiful and adorable girl. Her long, satin-like hair shone radiantly, her figure was graceful, her skin as fair as snow, and her naturally rosy lips complemented her striking azure eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Just a glance was enough for them to envision a future with her. Seeing the older boys gaze at Ying Feng with such intensity, Xiaohua bravely stepped forward to shield her sister, puffing up her chest and declaring, "You can't bully my sister." The soldiers glanced down at the fierce little girl, and laughter erupted at her adorable demeanor. Xiaohua spoke in Mandarin, a dialect from Earth, which they could not comprehend. Yet, her expressions and actions conveyed her meaning clearly. "Don't worry, little sister, we are not bad people. We are the great heroes protecting the Federation." Previously, when they had been shopping, Hess had adjusted the wristbands for Ying Feng and Xiaohua, purchasing a pair of audio transducers that adhered to the back of their ears, capable of accurately capturing sound through bone conduction. In this era of interstellar travel, numerous life planets began to communicate, utilizing not only the widely spoken interstellar language but also a plethora of planetary dialects, some of which had yet to be cataloged. In response to this linguistic diversity, various simultaneous translation software had been developed, with the most advanced technology now capable of interpreting based on the user's mental thoughts. Even languages not yet recorded could be translated, enabling both Ying Feng and Xiaohua to understand their words. "Humph, I won't believe you," Xiaohua retorted, not the type to be easily swayed by a mere piece of candy. Her expressive face amused the soldiers, who promptly adjusted their wristbands to enable simultaneous translation, allowing them to comprehend Xiaohua's words. "All right, let me take a quick scan for you, and then you may proceed." Kark made a silly face in front of Xiaohua, hoping to elicit a smile, but instead received a roll of her eyes. Feeling embarrassed, Kark awkwardly touched his nose and stepped back. Du Tai casually waved the detection device over Xiaohua, intending to move on to the next subject, when suddenly the device began to beep insistently. Everyone was taken aback. Ying Feng and Xiaohua exchanged bewildered glances. She exclaimed, "We are definitely not rebels. So why is the device reacting?" Although Miller and the others were surprised, they felt a surge of excitement. While they hadn't discovered an S-grade mentalist, the fact that such a small child possessed A-grade mental power was promising for the future. They were determined to recruit her. They paid no heed to the fact that Xiaohua barely reached their knees. Children grow quickly, and nurturing her from a young age would surely enhance her loyalty. Madam, please do not worry. We will not hastily conclude your identities based solely on this device. Please come this way. We only need to ask the child a few questions, Miller explained politely. Had they not been searching for that elusive S-grade, they would have quickly clarified matters with Ying Feng. However, Xiaohua clung tightly to Ying Feng's leg, making it impossible for her to accompany them. The group exchanged glances, and considering the child's tender age, they decided to complete the scan swiftly and take Ying Feng along for questioning. I cannot allow Xiaohua to go with you alone, Ying Feng said. Her brow furrowed as she cast a piercing gaze at them. The group was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a delicate and beautiful girl would possess such formidable presence. Madam, please do not be alarmed. You are the child's guardian, correct? Ying Feng nodded. Indeed, she was Xiaohua's guardian. Then we shall conduct a scan on you as well, and you can accompany the child during the inquiry. Fearing that they might be misinterpreted as villains, Miller added, it will not take too long. There was little more they could say. Their demeanor resembled that of individuals searching for ancestors rather than rebels. Moreover, their delay was causing the crowd behind them to grow restless. They were already engaged in a day of deception and dared not stir up further trouble, lest they attract unwanted attention. All right, please be quick, Ying Feng said impatiently. Du Tai hurriedly performed a scan in front of her, only to have the device beep again. Still A-grade. The instrument had emitted its signal twice, prompting those in line behind Ying Feng to instinctively step back several meters, as if she were indeed a rebel. This is truly astonishing, Miller thought, unable to believe that they had detected 2 A-grades in succession. Even without finding the S-grade today, their findings were substantial. A-grade individuals were highly sought after, representing the backbone of various factions. Even Miller himself was merely a B-grade. Madam, may I have a moment of your time to speak privately? Miller politely invited Ying Feng to their makeshift workspace, located in a nearby vacant shop. As Ying Feng stepped out of the detection area, Hess immediately came over to take her hand, shielding her protectively behind him. The Federal Army was quite agitated, completely unaware that the individual before them, Hess, was the very person they sought. They were also oblivious to the fact that the object they had just scanned in front of Ying Feng was the great jellyfish. With a cold gaze, Hess regarded them, fully aware that they understood they were not the rebels. What is your true intention? He inquired. Although Hess was proficient in interstellar language, he opted to speak in Earth Mandarin to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, Ying Feng and Xiaohua did not speak interstellar language, and his ability to do so would appear exceedingly suspicious as a companion. Please, gentlemen, do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions, Miller said courteously. They were unable to directly state that they were searching for S-class psychics to subdue the rebels, so they spoke in half-truths. The threat of the rebels had not been entirely eradicated, and the vicinity of the Night Star was deemed unsafe. They had detected a significant psychic fluctuation nearby, indicating the presence of a psychic. To safeguard these elite psychic talents, we have resorted to this course of action, intending to evacuate with the psychics when we depart. Ordinary individuals, upon hearing of the nearby threat of rebels, would undoubtedly be frightened and eager to reach a place of safety. The prospect of being able to leave alongside the military undoubtedly provided an extra layer of security. Typically, one would be inclined to accompany the military. However, Hess, Ying Feng, and their companions were not ordinary individuals. Miller and his team awaited grateful acquiescence from the 3 before them, only to be met with an immediate refusal from Hess. Chapter 108. Departing from the Star of Pan Night, Hess replied coolly, "Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary." He sensed their insincerity. There was no way he would accompany them. Even if their words were truthful, he had no intention of going with them. Having spent time in the military, he believed that the constraints of the military would be similarly rigorous, even on distant planets light years away. At present, his sole desire was to travel and seek the wood energy pearls. You do not wish to accompany us?" Du Tai exclaimed in astonishment, as if fearing he had misheard. "Indeed, we intend to leave on our own, and we hope you will not impede us," Hess stated firmly. The members of the federal military exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected refusal. Previously, the D2-level youth had been elated at the prospect of military recruitment, eager to sign the agreement for fear of being overlooked. Yet now, these three individuals were resolute in their refusal to join them. The military could not forcibly take individuals against their will. Doing so would not only invite punishment from the military but also attract public outrage. Miller regarded Hess, whom he had initially perceived as a mere figurehead. It seemed that Hess was the guardian of the two young girls. "Sir, are you their guardian?" he inquired. Hess nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. In that case, you should come with us. Surely you do not wish to place them in danger. We mean you no harm. We merely wish to escort you to the Federal Central Star." Both of them are A-class mentalists, a rare find. Once at the Central Star, they will receive the finest treatment and the best training resources. The resources provided by the government far surpass what you could achieve through your own struggles. Miller nearly implied that someone without mental power could hardly protect them, questioning whether Hess himself lacked mental prowess yet still sought to hinder their advancement. Hess understood the underlying message. The recent device had indeed been used to detect mental energy. It seemed they had discerned his involvement with the resistance. However, they were unable to locate him directly, resorting to this clumsy method of screening individuals in hopes of identifying him. Although he was unsure why the device had failed to detect his mental energy, he was resolute that he and his companions must not accompany them. Their so-called resources and training were merely extensions of military indoctrination. Xiaofeng was still recovering from her injuries. Even minor movements induced dizziness. She required careful nurturing, and it was impossible for her to undergo their training. As for Xiaohua, she was nothing more than a sentient, moving corpse, forever in a child's form. If they discovered her true nature, she might be subjected to dissection for research. Once again, he reiterated, "Thank you for your kindness, but it is truly unnecessary." He grasped Ying Feng's hand, stating, "We are leaving now. Please do not obstruct us." In public view, they dared not interfere and could only watch helplessly as Hess led the two A-class individuals away. Miller sighed and turned to Kark, asking, "Can we access their information?" As Kark swiped his wristband, a luminous screen appeared, and he promptly retrieved information on Hess and Infong based on his appearance. Upon reviewing the data, Kark exclaimed, "Captain, these two have only just registered their identities today." Miller, taken aback by this revelation, deduced that they must have traveled from an exceedingly distant planet. Considering their unfamiliarity with a language from some obscure celestial body, it became evident they had never set foot in the Federal Star domain. At that moment, Dutai returned after completing all the scans. "Captain, all tests are complete, yet nothing was found." Miller furrowed his brow, pondering whether this new S-class individual had executed a covert operation against the insurgents and then vanished. He turned to Kark, who was still perusing the data, and instructed, "Kark, please retrieve the surveillance footage from that time." Kark swiftly switched screens and soon displayed the surveillance footage. The video depicted the insurgents exiting through the back door of a shop, appearing normal, but moments later, they all collapsed in convulsions, just as they had observed upon their arrival. "Rewind the footage slightly," Miller instructed. Kark complied, and as the scene played back, Miller's eyes narrowed in realization. He pointed to a specific area, saying, "Slow down and magnify this part." The enhanced footage remained remarkably clear, revealing Hess Infong and his companions. A few insurgents seemed to be pursuing them, and as Hess glanced back, the next moment, those insurgents fell to the ground. Kark and Dutai, too, began to sense something amiss. Kark gasped, "Could it be that the silver-haired man attacked the insurgents with mental energy? But he doesn't possess any mental abilities." Dutai countered with a frown. Miller contemplated a possibility, trembling as he fished a cigarette from his pocket, struggling to light it after several attempts. Clenching the unlit cigarette, he swallowed hard and stated, "The absence of detection does not imply the absence of mental energy." "Captain, are you suggesting?" Dutai's heart raced, gripping his old detection device tightly. This device could only detect those below S5 in mental capability. Kark, feeling a chill run down his spine, articulated the grim conclusion. If it surpassed S5, the instrument would be ineffective. Miller finally managed to ignite his cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Both girls are A-class, yet they heed only his commands. What kind of individual could compel two A-class beings to comply so readily? Kark and Dutai echoed in unison. It must be S-class. Miller expelled the few puffs of smoke he had taken, extinguishing the cigarette forcefully with his foot. Others can take the insurgents back and keep a close watch on them. Kark, Dutai, join me. We must recruit those three into our ranks. Meanwhile, Hess, Ying Feng, and Xiaohua had returned to the Alalai. Exhausted from a day of activities, Ying Feng was too fatigued to inquire about the day's events with the federal troops. And after freshening up, he collapsed onto his bed. Xiaohua retreated to her room to document her experiences, a habit she cherished. Yet Hess, in the control room, commanded the Alalai to set sail immediately, regardless of the destination. They must depart from the Pan Night Star at once. Chapter 109. The pleasurable Chongqing Star. While Miller and others were still scouring the starry expanse for Hess, the Al-Relai had already departed from the Twilight Star. Master, due to the urgency of our departure, Lily selected the safest route away from Twilight Star. This is the trajectory towards Chongqing Star, the primary planet of the Mobiru star system. Al-Relai announced on the screen, outlining their planned course. Hess, seated comfortably in the central command chair with his legs crossed, inquired about the duration of their journey. Chongqing Star is situated at the heart of the star system, while Twilight Star is located at its periphery. Under normal circumstances, utilizing the super acceleration of space-time, we would reach the main planet in just 3 days. Lily will complete the landing procedures in advance via the star network, she explained. Hess nodded in agreement. At that moment, the great jellyfish approached and remarked, Hess, I suddenly recalled that Chongqing Star appears to be a planet abundant in flora. We might discover valuable wooden treasures that correspond to Feng's attributes. Indeed, this means we have turned the tables. Hess's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he instructed, Al-Relai, proceed at full speed. Let us reach Chongqing Star as swiftly as possible. Understood. Al-Relai, full throttle. Al-Relai responded enthusiastically, elated that after years of dormancy since its inception, it could once again traverse the cosmos. Hess rose from the control room and headed towards Feng's quarters. Having just escaped the persistent federal forces, he had commanded the ship to set sail without checking on Feng's condition. As he walked toward her room, he contemplated that the federal soldiers had likely surmised he was the S-class individual they sought. However, it was of no consequence. He had no interest in joining the military. The future remained uncertain, but for now, his sole desire was to ensure Feng's complete recovery. Inside the room, Ying Feng, who had taken the transformation pill, was now sound asleep under the covers, her cat-like ears having disappeared. Her injuries had not fully healed, and after a day of exploring Twilight Star, she was utterly fatigued. Upon entering, Hess beheld Ying Feng deeply nestled within the pristine white blankets, her long hair cascading over the pillow, still slightly damp. Hess furrowed his brow. Had she fallen asleep without drying her hair? Seeing her in such a peaceful slumber, he hesitated to awaken her, letting out a soft sigh of resignation. Gently, he lifted her upper body and cradled her in his arms. Exhausted, Ying Feng felt the stirrings around her and, intending to open her eyes, instead recognized the familiar embrace that enveloped her, filled with a reassuring scent. She instantly relaxed, too weary to move, surrendering to the moment. She turned over in Hess's arms and fell back into slumber. Noticing her comfort in his embrace, a smile graced Hess's lips. He tenderly stroked the long hair cascading down her back, slowly channeling light energy into her. Within minutes, her hair was dry, silky, and refreshed. Since they had not yet conducted today's light therapy, Hess decided to hold her close, radiating his energy to aid in her healing. In the depths of her slumber, Ying Feng found herself enveloped in an exceptionally warm and comfortable embrace. Initially, only her upper body rested in Hess's arms, but soon she had nestled herself entirely against him, resembling an octopus as she peacefully dozed off. The motion of her movements resulted in 2 buttons of her sleepwear coming undone, revealing a glimpse of soft, delicate skin. Hess, cradling this fragrant and tender presence, felt his heart race uncontrollably. In her dreams, Ying Feng sensed an uncomfortable pressure against her lower back, prompting her to turn over. This simple action nearly proved fatal for Hess. He tightened his hold on her, inhaling deeply, struggling with the tumultuous tide of his desires. Time passed. Yet Hess remained unable to quell his restless thoughts. His reason teetered on the brink of a precipice, threatening to plunge into chaos. Ultimately, he resolved to push her away, recognizing that remaining in this position could lead to irrevocable actions. However, Ying Feng was unwilling to relinquish the warmth and comfort of his embrace, clinging to him tenaciously. Concerned for her safety, Hess refrained from exerting force. "Sha Feng," he rasped, his voice thick with longing, "let go, please." Despite having withdrawn from the warmth of her body, his own temperature continued to rise. The scorching heat of his skin contrasted starkly with the soothing warmth of their shared space, leaving Ying Feng feeling uncomfortable. Pouting, she rolled away from him and snuggled back into her soft blankets, drifting once more into a deep sleep, leaving Hess alone in his turmoil. With great restraint, he covered her with the quilt before hastily retreating to his own room. While Ying Feng slumbered soundly, someone in the neighboring room wrestled with sleeplessness through the night. 3 days swiftly passed, and the Arlily spacecraft safely descended upon Chang'e Star. In contrast to the dazzling nights of Fanyi Star, Chang'e Star presented a typical cycle of bustling days and tranquil nights. The entire planet resembled a vast botanical garden, adorned with towering, lush vegetation. It featured no deserts, only oases, crystalline lakes, and serene seas. Chang'e Star boasted a large area with a low population density, where each household was a standalone residence with a sprawling garden. These gardens flourished with a myriad of plants, from towering deciduous trees to low shrubs, vibrant flowers vying for attention, verdant lawns, and playful little creatures frolicking amid the trees. A refreshing breeze caressed the skin, and the air was delightfully invigorating. The entire planet felt like an expansive oxygen bar, attracting visitors from various worlds seeking leisure and rejuvenation. Though this celestial body appeared to embody a return to nature, its technological and cultural advancements were remarkably sophisticated. It was a place that made one reluctant to depart, where time seemed to slow. Upon her arrival, Ying Feng felt an immediate sense of comfort and affinity for the location. Observing her delight, Hess decided to linger here for a while longer. Scouring the star network for rental information, he settled on a charming standalone villa enveloped by a 2,000-square-meter garden. The villa itself was modest in size, with a combined area of merely 100 square meters across 1.5 floors, while the remaining 1,900 square meters comprised a forested garden. It is not that he desires such a vast area to rent, but rather that all the residences on this planet are of considerable size. An area of 2,000 square meters is already regarded as a modest dwelling. Moreover, the distance between each household is substantial. One could say that if you were to prepare dumplings and wish to share them with a neighbor, it would require a half-hour drive via a small aircraft. The expanse between each residence is adorned with extensive stretches of pristine forest, meticulously designed to include various winding paths, feeding areas for small animals, climbing and hiking zones, serene lakes for boating, forest libraries, gourmet restaurants, music bars, healthcare centers, schools, and small commercial venues as well as supermarkets. This locale is not devoid of concentrated commercial zones. When viewed from above, amidst the lush green forest, one can spot small clusters of towering edifices. However, the majority of the populace prefers to avoid the hustle and bustle of the city, for what they seek is readily available within the embrace of the forest. The vast terrain has accustomed the inhabitants of Chang'e Star to being enveloped by nature. Furthermore, Chang'e Star is remarkably affluent. The consequence of such wealth is that its citizens need not engage in employment, as the government distributes welfare funds monthly to encourage the populace not to become lethargic. The planet's leader offers generous benefits to those who choose to work, allowing individuals to live uncomplicated and unpretentious lives that evoke envy among inhabitants of other worlds. Chapter 110, Is Our Brotherhood Thinner Than Paper? In the quaint town of Zakali, where the stars of Chang'e shine brightly, spring has enveloped the landscape with its gentle embrace. The sun casts a warm glow, and a soft breeze dances through the air. Towering locust trees line the roads, adorned with abundant blossoms. Petals flutter down like confetti, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Behind a row of magnificent deciduous trees stands an inconspicuous iron fence, discreetly entwined with various climbing plants, resembling a natural wall of flora at first glance. In the midst of this verdant enclosure, a small gap reveals a black iron gate, which is gracefully adorned with large pink roses that soften its cold demeanor, transforming the steely barrier into something tender. Beyond the gate lies a miniature estate, alive with the buzzing of bees and butterflies, flourishing with vibrant flowers and greenery. A quaint cobblestone path meanders through this enchanting haven. As one strolls along this path, weaving around the tall flowering trees, a modest two-story cottage emerges, partially hidden among the foliage. The cottage, a sturdy brick and timber structure, boasts an open wooden window on the second floor, from which a cascade of purple wind chimes dangles, producing a melodious sound as the breeze caresses them. The windowsill is adorned with an array of seasonal flowers, their vivid blooms spilling over and casting delicate shadows against the creamy white walls, evoking the charm of a house straight from a fairy tale. This is the residence of Hess Ying Feng. At this moment, Hess, a tall and stately man, is busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. He wears a dark apron, and the sleeves of his shirt are rolled up, revealing well-defined arms. Wisps of smoke curl from the chimney as a thick, succulent steak sizzles on a hot iron plate, releasing tantalizing droplets of oil. With a sprinkle of sea salt and black pepper, he flips it over and brushes it with rich butter, the aromas of rosemary and garlic colliding in the pan, filling the cozy abode with an irresistible fragrance. After half an hour, Hess artfully arranges the lunch he has prepared and presents it on the table. He quickly washes his face and changes into a fresh shirt, ensuring he looks presentable before stepping outside to fetch a sunbathing little cat for their meal. In the sunniest corner of the garden, a vine stretches languidly in the spring light, reaching a height of a person, beneath the shade of a nearby tree. A delightful little girl clutches a storybook, stumbling through the words as she reads aloud in interstellar language. Xiaohua shares stories with her sister while simultaneously learning the language, with the ever-patient teacher, Dishui Mu, occasionally correcting her grammar and pronunciation. They have resided in this charming abode for 2 months now. Upon finishing a book, Ying Feng lazily extends a vine, curling it around a book lying on the grass, and placing it in Xiaohua's embrace. "Xiaohua, I wish to hear this one." Ying Feng conveys telepathically. "All right, I will continue reading to my sister," Xiaohua responds, her determination shining through as she is resolute in mastering interstellar language. "Ying Feng, you are far too lazy. Xiaohua has already reached level 4 in interstellar language, while you remain at a primary school level," Dishui Mu critiques. "Xiaohua is a prodigy, her awakened brain cells far surpassing those of an ordinary child. Meanwhile, I am merely an average individual. Achieving primary school proficiency after 2 months is quite commendable." A vine belonging to Ying Feng stretched lazily, draping itself over a tree branch, occasionally shifting to ensure that each leaf basked in the sunlight. "This interstellar language is more challenging to learn than any obscure dialect. I have become nothing more than a vine. Why must I endure the torment of studying? It is truly unbearable," Ying Feng lamented, her aversion to learning vividly recalled through painful memories of being pressured by Hess. "You take advantage of Hess's affection. Go ahead and flaunt it, you spoiled brat," the giant jellyfish remarked. "Ah, don't even mention it. I have no desire to speak of him. Hess converses with me in interstellar language daily, and we are running out of topics. A decade of brotherly friendship has become as fragile as paper. As the saying goes, one cannot speak ill of others during the day or ghosts at night." Just as Ying Feng finished her sentence, Hess emerged from behind a cluster of flowering shrubs, startling her. Hess," Ying Feng stammered, "why do you walk so quietly? Appearing out of nowhere, do you intend to scare someone to death?" The jellyfish laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Serves you right for speaking ill of him, caught in the act." Hess replied in interstellar language, "I do make noise when I walk. You were simply too engrossed to hear. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unethical. I hereby assign you a 200-word reflection in interstellar language as punishment." "What?" The vine drooped as if struck by lightning. "Ha ha ha." The jellyfish laughed uncontrollably, while even the little flower covered her face with a book, stifling her giggles. "It's time to return for dinner. You can write your reflection afterward," Hess remarked, extending his arm to invite the vine to climb onto him, intending to carry her back to her room for her transformation and meal. "Humph." Ying Feng, feeling indignant, stubbornly refused to shrink, clinging heavily to Hess's shoulder. Her roots lifted from the ground, tightly entwined around his sturdy arm. "Humph, I'll crush you," Ying Feng silently muttered, weighing over 100 pounds. The vine rested on Hess without him showing an ounce of strain, as if he were merely carrying a bundle of cotton. "Little flower, let us go," Hess said, turning with the vine in tow. "All right, I'm coming." Little flower closed her book, scooped up the jellyfish bottle, and hurried after them. Hess took the vine upstairs and placed her in her room before closing the door and waiting outside. The vine shimmered with a green light, transforming into a graceful young woman. Ying Feng pouted, her cheeks puffed in irritation as she donned her clothing. "That despicable Hess, how dare he assign me an interstellar language reflection? I was not mistaken. Our brotherly bond is indeed as fragile as paper." Pouting, Ying Feng dressed, and just as she secured her pants and undergarments, she attempted to retrieve an item from the bedside but, blinded by the garment over her head, stumbled and fell. "Ah!" she cried out, prompting Hess, who was waiting outside, to rush in, fearing something had gone awry. Upon entering, he found Ying Feng tangled in her clothing, sprawled ungracefully on the floor. "Little Feng," Hess exclaimed, hastily lifting her up. Fortunately, he had laid a thick carpet in her room, so she was not hurt, merely startled. Ying Feng struggled to extricate her head from her clothing, only to find her shirt bunched around her neck, leaving her collarbone exposed to a refreshing breeze. Hastily, she pulled the garment down to shield her ample bosom. "Hess, I'm fine. Please wait for me outside," she said, her cheeks flushed as she offered an awkward smile. However, Hess held her firmly, refusing to let go, a dangerous smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Is our brotherhood so fragile?" he taunted. "Ah, I've long ceased wanting to be your brother." Chapter 111. Hess's confession. Ying Feng's face flushed a vivid crimson. For there exists no situation more mortifying than voicing disparaging remarks about someone only to have the subject of those remarks overhear them. She had initially believed that Hess would not hold it against her, yet here he was, waiting for her. Hess, I was merely speaking in jest today. The bond between us is as lofty as mountains, as profound as the sea, and as unyielding as diamonds," Ying Feng declared, punctuating her words with firm nods to emphasize her sincerity. Hess let out a soft scoff, and Ying Feng felt increasingly insecure. His cold demeanor created an insurmountable distance between them. He lifted her effortlessly and seated her on the bed, maintaining his hold as she perched on his lap, their combined weight creating a deep indentation in the mattress. Before proceeding, Hess conjured a mental barrier that enveloped the room, ensuring that their surroundings remained hidden from prying eyes. After all, there was a voracious jellyfish at home and a perceptive little flower. This precaution was necessary. Nestled in his embrace, Ying Feng found herself still adjusting her attire, her modesty shrouded in a haze of uncertainty. She anxiously tugged at her clothing, only for Hess to gently pry her hands away. He meticulously assisted her in donning her garments, his fingers radiating warmth that sent tingling sensations coursing through her cool skin. With her cheeks aflame, Ying Feng averted her gaze, too timid to meet his eyes, fearing that any rejection of his assistance would further incite his ire. Once she was properly dressed, Hess grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his penetrating gaze. Ying Feng's eyes trembled as they locked onto his, filled with an intensity that spoke of possession. "But I have long ceased to wish to remain merely your brother," he stated. Ying Feng was taken aback. What do you mean? You no longer wish to be brothers? Are you suggesting we part ways?" She never anticipated that Hess would no longer want their fraternal bond. Had she truly been too self-absorbed lately? Did he see her as a burden? Upon hearing her words, Hess's romantic inclinations dissipated entirely. He tightened his grip around her delicate waist. "In your eyes, do you truly perceive our connection as so insipid?" "I do not. That is not the case. Do not speak nonsense," Ying Feng hurriedly protested, her annoyance causing her to turn her head away. "You were the one who said you no longer wish to be brothers." "Humph." With a cold laugh, Hess caught her off guard, and before she could inquire about the cause of his amusement, a whirlwind of motion left her lying back on the bed, Hess looming over her with his hands braced on either side. What are you doing?" she gasped in panic, leaning closer. Hess exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered Ying Feng speechless, her delicate features flushed a deep red. "I no longer wish to be your brother. I only desire to." His hand caressed her cheek, his warm breath brushing against her lips, "to be your man." As his words hung in the air, he pressed a tentative kiss to the corner of her mouth, as soft as falling petals. The revelation left Ying Feng stunned, her mind a tumultuous haze. Her entire being as red as a freshly boiled shrimp. A kiss, as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, barely touching before parting. Hess's deep, affectionate gaze lingered on Infong's face, his voice tinged with a husky timbre. Infong, long ago, so long that I can scarcely recall the moment, I fell deeply in love with you. Yet, I dared not speak of it. Nor could I allow even a hint of my affection to surface. I feared your disdain, terrified that this love, so frowned upon by the world, would bring you harm. It was only after your disappearance, shrouded in uncertainty of life or death, that I regretted not confessing my feelings sooner. Fortunately, fate has smiled upon me, granting me the chance to find you once more. The moment I laid eyes upon you again, I vowed never to release your hand, never to let you slip from my life again. The suddenness of this confession left Infong utterly bewildered, as if the air around them was saturated with gentle, passionate pink bubbles. Hess gazed deeply into Infong's eyes, as if seeking to penetrate her very soul. You are my singularity, the essence of my existence, my everything. Hess's heartfelt declaration stirred a tumult within Infong, her heart racing uncontrollably, the forceful rhythm of her pulse gradually rebooting her stunned mind. After their reunion, Infong sensed a shift in Hess's feelings towards her, yet she remained oblivious to the depth of his affection. Had he truly cherished her for so long? Xiao Feng, will you be my woman? Hess's inquiry bore the weight of earnestness, yet his handsome visage radiated an undeniable determination. Infong's ocean blue eyes flickered intensely, ensnared by the whirlpool of Hess's passionate gaze, unable to divert her attention even for an instant. The atmosphere crackled with a palpable tension, time seemingly stretching in that singular moment. As their gazes locked, Infong suddenly glimpsed the vulnerability and yearning concealed beneath Hess's assertive faade. In an impulsive moment, she uttered, "All right." Hess, momentarily incredulous, sought reassurance. Really? Xiao Feng, do you truly wish to be with me? Startled back to reality, Infong felt an overwhelming urge to bite her tongue in embarrassment. How had she agreed? Avoiding his gaze, her cheeks aflame, she stammered, "I think we should reconsider. No need." Hess exclaimed, elated beyond measure as he pulled Infong into a tight embrace. "You've already agreed. There is no turning back." His joy resembled that of a child who has just received a sweet treat, melting Infong's heart. In that moment, she discovered her own happiness blossoming within her, a sense of reassurance settling in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, she too had begun to harbor different feelings for Hess. Love, inexplicable in its origin, had deepened profoundly. Slowly, Infong wrapped her arms around Hess in return. Sensing her reciprocation, he paused, then gazed deeply into her eyes. "Xiao Feng, may I?" Although they had shared kisses before, they were mere products of circumstance or impulsive moments. Infong's cheeks burned crimson. She remained silent, but gradually closed her eyes. Hess's heart raced as he cradled her face, gently lowering his head to bestow a kiss, filled with tender reverence. His breath came in quick gasps. A desperate yearning to possess her entirely, yet a lingering fear of causing her harm restrained him. Trembling, he struggled to moderate his strength. Akin to an inexperienced youth savoring the sweetness of first love, pressing against her soft lips with a fervent tenderness, Infong closed her eyes, relishing Hess's cautious approach, the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat echoing in her ears. Suddenly, a smile threatened to break upon her lips. It seemed even the omnipotent Hess had his vulnerable moments, revealing a side of him that was typically composed and serene. With a playful spirit ignited, Infong opened her eyes and impulsively pushed Hess onto the bed. "Xiao Feng." Hess's cheeks flushed crimson, his gaze filled with an unquenchable desire. With a triumphant smile, Infong placed her hands on either side of his head, delighting in his astonished expression, her heart swelling with satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to be on top. It is truly delightful. Even as she embraced her femininity, she resolved that in the future, she would always take the dominant position, with Hess beneath her, unfazed by the consequences. Infong mimicked his earlier demeanor, grasping Hess's chin and leaning closer, employing her naive yet enticing tactics, engaging in actions she would soon come to regret. Chapter 112. The Descent of Femininity at 50 Progress. Hess seemed to anticipate what Infong intended to do. He reached out and grasped her wrist, his eyes filled with conflict. "Xiao Feng, do not act this way. Do you dare to defy me?" Infong raised her delicate brows and effortlessly freed herself, forcefully pressing his hands down to either side. To Hess, her strength was negligible, yet upon hearing her sharp admonition, he immediately ceased his movements, witnessing his compliance. Ying Feng triumphantly arched an eyebrow and smiled. She leaned closer to his ear, delicately brushing her fingertips against his earlobe. In an instant, an electric thrill coursed through Hess, causing him to shiver and his breath to quicken, his rationality teetering on the brink of collapse. Xiao Feng, please, stop. At that moment, Ying Feng was filled with glee, almost bursting into laughter, but she would not relent. Her fragrant lips hovered near Hess's, and as she admired the perfect contours of his mouth, she playfully bit down with her pearly teeth, then audaciously licked her lips. The next moment, before she could savor her triumph, Ying Feng gasped as their positions suddenly reversed. Ying Feng's lips parted slightly, intending to speak. But Hess captured her mouth, swallowing every word she wished to utter. She pushed against his iron-like chest, but he firmly held her down with a single hand. Hess. Ying Feng struggled to turn her head. As soon as their lips parted, he pursued her with another kiss. At this point, Ying Feng began to regret her earlier bravado. Her breath, her air, her very reason were all seized by Hess, leaving her mind a sweet, muddled haze. The dress she had just donned for work was now disarrayed, and his heated chest pressed down on her like a volcano erupting, the fervent caresses and kisses cascading over her like molten lava. Faced with such an overwhelming Hess, Ying Feng found herself utterly defenseless, quickly succumbing to the onslaught of kisses. Her body turning soft and yielding like water. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Hess noticed Ying Feng's eyes tightly shut, her expression one of near asphyxiation, and finally relented slightly, their silver threads of connection lingering as he slowly nibbled on her lower lip, murmuring, "Silly girl, you can breathe." Seizing the opportunity, Ying Feng lifted her weak, soft hand to create a barrier between them. "Hess, don't. I feel dizzy." Upon hearing her words, Hess's scattered rationality swiftly returned, and he stifled the overwhelming tide of desire, propping himself up to assess her condition. He caressed her flushed cheeks, his voice hoarse. "Xiao Feng, where do you feel unwell? My head is spinning." Before Ying Feng could finish her sentence, she fainted. Hess felt an immediate drop in temperature, panic rising within him. "Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng?" Downstairs, the Grand Matriarch was conducting a lesson for the little flower. They had returned from outside some time ago, and it had been nearly an hour since Hess had taken Ying Feng upstairs. "Hess, what's going on with Ying Feng? They've been up there for so long, and they still haven't come down for dinner. The food has gone cold, although we do not require sustenance. It seems such a shame to see it wasted. Perhaps I should go check on them," the little flower said, closing her book and preparing to ascend the stairs. Although Xiao Hua possesses the ability to see through objects, she is acutely aware that intruding upon the privacy of others is both impolite and unethical. Whether at home or in public, she exercises restraint over her powers whenever there is no danger present. As Xiao Hua rose, she was taken aback to see Hess in a state of panic, cradling the unconscious Ying Feng in his arms. "Dai Shui, Xiao Feng has fainted." "What? She seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. What did you do to her?" Dai Shui, a jellyfish, swiftly glided over, its tentacles adhering to the glass. I. Hess's face was a portrait of regret, an unusual expression of discomfort adorning his features. "What do you mean I? Speak up." Dai Shui was nearly beside itself with frustration. Hess had faltered at such a critical moment. "I just confessed my feelings to Xiao Feng, and she has accepted me." A faint blush crept across Hess's face, quickly overshadowed by urgency as he continued, and then Xiao Feng fainted. Although Hess had omitted some crucial details, Dai Shui could easily surmise the nature of his actions, despite not having any feet. "You foolish creature, have you forgotten she is still injured? She could barely withstand your mental invasion. How could she endure your physical advances? It hasn't reached that point yet." Hess's complexion fluctuated between red and white, a clear indication of his disarray, which only manifested in situations concerning Ying Feng. Enough with the chatter. Quickly taking Feng to the courtyard, Dai Shui's tone was both urgent and disdainful. Hess hurriedly carried Ying Feng to the outdoor courtyard, where a climbing frame made of bamboo stood against the wall. This location offered a gentle sunbath in the mornings and afternoons while avoiding the harsh midday rays. As soon as he laid Ying Feng down, she transformed into a vine, her tendrils climbing the bamboo structure. Dai Shui's water tank was positioned near the window, right beside the climbing frame. It extended its mental tendrils to investigate. After a brief moment, it declared, "Fortunately, there appears to be no serious harm. She simply needs a good rest." Hess breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall beside the vine. His eyes radiated affection as he gazed at the tendrils. From this day forward, he would be Xiao Feng's beloved. How wonderful that felt. Yet, they needed to hasten their search for the wood energy pearl. They had resided in this place for 2 months without any news of it. The following day, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, the vine suddenly unfurled. Ying Feng had awakened. Hess was sprawled on the sofa by the window, which had been left ajar throughout the night. He had fallen asleep while holding one of Ying Feng's tendrils. The moment the vine stirred, Hess was instantly awakened. "Xiao Feng." He leapt from the windowsill, landing beside the vine. "You're awake. How do you feel? Let me help you change your clothes." Upon seeing Hess's goofy grin, Ying Feng recalled that they had become a couple the day before. Fortunately, being a vine at that moment spared her from overwhelming embarrassment. Hess extended his hand, and the vine gently coiled around him. He escorted Ying Feng back to her room. However, once she had changed, she remained seated on the edge of the bed, unable to shake off the blush that lingered on her cheeks as she reflected on the events of the previous day. Ying Feng raised her hand to gently press against her thumping heart, her mind flooded with memories of Hess's passionate kiss from the previous day. The lingering sensation of their intimate embrace seemed to echo on her lips. To her surprise, she found herself quite enamored with this feeling. The more she thought about it, the hotter her face became. She was, indeed, fond of Hess's kiss. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Hess gently knocked on the door after waiting for 15 minutes. "I am fine, but I would prefer to be alone for a while," Ying Feng replied, her face flushed with shyness, utterly unsure of how to face Hess. Hess asked, "Is there anything else bothering you? I can help with some light therapy." "I would like to wait a little longer before that." Ying Feng's voice was soft, like spring water, stirring an ache of anticipation in Hess's heart. He understood that Xiao Feng was merely shy, yet as they were now in a relationship, he felt entitled to his share of intimacy. "Xiao Feng, I wish to see you," Hess expressed, trying to contain his excitement while respecting her feelings. Ying Feng cast her gaze downward, seemingly aware that she had no valid reason to deny Hess's earnest request. With a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "You may come in." At her invitation, Hess promptly entered, only to find Ying Feng curled up at the edge of the bed like a quail. "Xiao Feng," Hess knelt before her, gently taking her hand in his, silently gazing at her with a warm smile. Ying Feng no longer dared to tease him as boldly as she had the day before. The consequences had proven too overwhelming for her to bear. Hess's eyes sparkled as he looked at her flushed face, filled with affection. "Good morning, my girlfriend." Chapter 113, The Onslaught of Star Beasts. In the midst of joyous occasions, one feels invigorated. Today, Hess appeared particularly dashing, his silvery hair glistening as it caught the morning light streaming through the window, resembling exquisite pearls. His strikingly handsome visage was adorned with a warm smile, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with starlight, reflecting Ying Feng's face within their depths, captivating her gaze. Initially, Ying Feng was quite shy, but upon witnessing the blissful expression on Hess's face, she suddenly felt liberated. With crescent-shaped eyes, she looked at him and playfully mimicked his tone. "Good morning, my boyfriend." Hess's smile broadened at her words as he took her hand, suggesting, "Let us venture out for breakfast. A new eatery nearby has received commendable reviews." "All right," Ying Feng replied with a smile and a nod. After a brief preparation, the two of them, hand in hand, stepped outside, leaving the oblivious jellyfish and little flower behind to guard the house. Waiting beneath a tree by the roadside, Ying Feng saw Hess approach in a compact hover car, which he parked smoothly beside her. He quickly exited the vehicle and opened the door for her. "Please, get in, my girlfriend." Suppressing a smile, Ying Feng entered the car, her cheeks flushed. Hess closed the door after her and circled to the front to join her. Just as Ying Feng was about to fasten her seatbelt, Hess swiftly intervened, saying, "Allow me, my dear." A shadow fell over her as Hess leaned in to grasp the seatbelt, their proximity igniting a warmth between them. His breath gently caressing her cheek, causing her face to warm. Captivated by the enchanting figure before him, Hess could hardly resist stealing a quick kiss. As Ying Feng opened her mouth in surprise, he seized the opportunity, claiming her sweetness. The rustling leaves and swaying trees seemed to slow time itself. As under the towering shade, they etched a profound mark of love upon each other's hearts. Hess's kiss was tender, carefully modulated in both strength and mental energy, ensuring that his fervent spirit did not harm Ying Feng in the slightest. Even after many years, she would not forget that serene morning, nor the gentle yet passionate way Hess held her face and kissed her deeply. And thus, time slipped away in a blissful reverie. Before they knew it, 3 months had passed. Thanks to the habitable climate nurtured by Xiang Sha and Hess's daily light therapy, Ying Feng's health had significantly improved. Her combat prowess had returned to that of her initial transformation, no longer fainting at Hess's slightest display of emotion. Now, Ying Feng had gained a solid understanding of interstellar affairs. Under Hess's efficient tutelage, she had mastered spoken interstellar language and daily vocabulary. Shedding her identity as an interstellar illiterate, Little Flower had also excelled, now able to delve into intricate interstellar physics texts. During an outing, she fortuitously met an interstellar scientist vacationing on Chang'e star, and the two formed an unexpected bond. The teacher, aware of Little Flower's unique background, was solely focused on academia and welcomed her as a cherished disciple. Half a month ago, the teacher was about to depart, and Xiaohua, along with Ying Feng Hesse, deliberated throughout the night. Ultimately, they set off with the teacher, burdened by the melancholy of parting and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In this age of convenient interstellar communication, Xiaohua found solace in the thought of Ying Feng. They could connect anytime through holographic video, meeting in the virtual realm. Xiaohua's energy supply method captured the teacher's attention, and after his improvements, it evolved into a portable energy microcomputer. Freed at last, Xiaohua could traverse the vastness of stars and oceans, unshackled from the constraints of being tethered to the Alarielai ship, no longer hindered by the inability to stray far from the vessel. That afternoon, Hesse ventured out to procure essential supplies, while Ying Feng stayed home with the great jellyfish. This should have been a serene and delightful afternoon, but suddenly, unrest stirred among the upper echelons of Chang'e star. In the Mobiru star system, merely 8,000 star miles away, a surge of star beasts erupted in the starry sea. Though 8,000 star miles may seem distant, the emergence of these beasts could mark the entire region. Poised to land on what one perceives as an ordinary day, the Federation's legions battled against the darkness of the star sea and the onslaught of star beasts. Yet Chang'e star remained perilously vulnerable. Those with foresight had already arranged for their families to evacuate to more distant planets before the blockade of the trade routes. Hesse and Ying Feng were not among the privileged few with such foresight. It was only when widespread panic gripped the inhabitants of Chang'e that they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Tickets for interstellar flights departing from the Mobiru star system became scarce, and the aviation hall was teeming with anxious individuals eager to flee. Hesse and Ying Feng promptly resolved to leave Chang'e star at once. However, the aviation hall was not the only place overcrowded. The trade routes were also congested with vessels of all sizes and models. Only 3 safe routes existed for departing Chang'e star. Yet only one would lead out of the Mobiru star system. The vastness of the star sea does not imply that one cannot fly outside the safe routes. Rather, unmarked paths pose a higher risk of encountering star beasts or the notorious star pirates. Without precise planetary coordinates, one could easily lose their way during the journey. Star beasts typically appeared in swarms, overwhelming ordinary vessels with their collective assault. As for the star pirates, they were a particularly vile bunch, valuing money over life itself. Looking back, their journey from Earth to the Pan-Night Star had been remarkably fortunate. Now, the trade routes were choked with spacecraft, and progress was painfully slow. Inside the control room of the Alarielai ship, Ying Feng furrowed her brow as she observed the real-time monitoring screen. The signals of various vessels outnumbered the stars in the sea. Hesse, do you think we can depart before the star beast surge reaches Chang'e star? She inquired, exhaling a sigh of relief. Grateful that Xiaohua had already left with the teacher, Hesse gently wrapped his arm around Ying Feng's waist, guiding her to sit on the sofa. His steady voice radiated a reassuring strength. Do not worry, I am here. No sooner had he spoken than the Alarielai ship, under his control, suddenly announced, Danger. Master. Hold on tight. Suddenly, the airship jolted violently, causing unsecured items in the control room to topple over, crashing to the floor with a cacophony of noise. Hess immediately tightened his embrace around Ying Feng with one arm while gripping the emergency handrail with the other. The out-relay was typically as steady as the ground, making this level of turbulence unprecedented. At that very moment, a blinding beam of light flashed across the live monitoring screen, barely missing the out-relay. The beam swept through, instantly clearing the congested airspace ahead. Damn the privileged class for brazenly attacking civilian airships. Out-relay spat through gritted teeth. Once the turbulence subsided, Hess glanced at Ying Feng to ensure her safety before lifting his gaze to inquire about the situation outside. Out-relay replied, "A super ship is clearing the airways, and there are federal airships escorting it, showing no fear of military tribunal repercussions. There must be a significant figure on that super ship. However, with the airspace now less congested, I shall accelerate." Ying Feng's expression grew increasingly anxious. The Starbeast tide had undoubtedly encroached upon the vicinity, or these individuals would not dare to act so boldly. As if to affirm her sentiment, the out-relay hastened to follow the super ship, and behind them, a brilliant explosion of white light erupted. The dark expanse of the starry sea appeared to tear open a vast chasm, from which countless bizarre star beasts emerged, writhing and surging forth like a mass of maggots crawling out of decaying flesh, sending shivers down the spine. Chapter 114. The out-relay, Danger. The gaping rift in the inky night sky widened ominously as monstrous, grotesque star beasts contorted their fearsome visages, striving to emerge from the abyss. A relentless struggle ensued, each entity vying for its own escape. Following a devastating barrage from the pulse cannons of a super battleship, only a handful of vessels remained afloat in the perilous corridor, scattered like forlorn remnants amidst the chaos. On a passenger ship not far from the out-relay, the occupants pressed their pallid faces against the glass, gazing into the encroaching void. It was over. We are doomed. The tide of alien monstrosities was upon us. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted, some passengers frenziedly pleading, "Let me off. We will perish." Amidst the turmoil, faces drained of color scribbled farewell notes, while others knelt in fervent prayer, beseeching the divine for salvation. Omnipotent Mother, Benevolent Mother, save your children. A flight attendant shouted as she rushed in, prompting everyone to return to their seats and fasten their safety belts. The passenger ship would enter super acceleration in 10 seconds. In dire circumstances, the passenger cabin might be ejected for escape. "Hurry, sit down. Quickly." At the sound of her voice, some guests trembled, awkwardly shuffling back to their seats. If they truly reached the point of cabin ejection, death would be imminent. They would merely prolong their suffering for a fleeting moment longer. This ordinary passenger vessel lacked the capability for flight, merely maintaining normal pressure and oxygen in the vastness of space. After drifting for hours without recovery, death was inevitable. Should misfortune strike and they be ejected into a horde of star beasts, the passengers' faces turned ashen. In such a case, a swift end would be preferable. The elderly, less agile, were toppled by the younger ones, and no one offered assistance. The screams continued unabated. "It is futile. We are all doomed," murmured an elderly man, curled up beneath the feet of the panicking crowd. "I don't want to die, so get out of my way." A young man kicked the frail old man aside, clearing a path. In the face of imminent death, the darker aspects of humanity were laid bare. Yet, among the throng, some bold souls, perhaps resigned to their fate, brandished their holographic devices, initiating a live broadcast. The young man, with short, curly auburn hair, exhibited a fervent yet strangely serene expression. "Good evening, everyone," he exclaimed, directing the camera toward his freckled face, a smile that seemed to oscillate between joy and despair. "Today's luck is abysmal. I might be meeting my end soon. Before I go, let us immerse ourselves in the thrill of being surrounded by star beasts." The camera turned to the outside world, where, amidst the super acceleration, the approaching star beasts were cast far behind. However, with the corridor breached, the gravitational field within was in disarray, causing the passenger ship to lurch violently. Some star beasts endowed with speed talent flew at full force, approaching the rear of the passenger ship. The initially sparse audience in the live stream room rapidly swelled. What on earth is happening in this live stream? So many star beasts. Oh my, which star zone is this? It's completely surrounded by star beasts. Where is the Federal Army? Why haven't they arrived yet? The discussions in the comments grew increasingly numerous, gradually covering the entire screen. Star-Lord Beast. Look. It's actually a Star-Lord Beast. Explosions of white light surged around the channel, with a throng of star beasts flooding in. A colossal Star-Lord Beast suddenly appeared on the screen, dwarfed ordinary star beasts that resembled mere insects in comparison. The gravitational field of the channel was utterly disrupted. Apart from the supership that initially fired a pulse cannon to clear the congested passage, the smaller vessels lacking the ability to self-regulate their gravity succumbed to the abrupt changes in gravity, their speeds drastically reduced. Through the breaches surrounding the channel, it became evident that the exterior was enveloped by a dense wave of star beasts. The few surviving ships within the channel, despite their desire to flee towards the starry sea, hesitated to act recklessly. In the live stream, small ships were devoured one after another by the star beasts, causing viewers to scream and express their terror in the comments. On board the Arlili, in the control room, Hess and Ying Feng had donned their interstellar spacesuits, prepared for the eventuality of being cast into the void should the ship be destroyed. These sleek and form-fitting suits provided exceptional mobility and first-rate protection, shielding against 99% of harmful radiation in space and capable of withstanding the impact of meteoric turbulence. Ying Feng's long hair was styled into a high ponytail, with a cool-looking helmet clip affixed behind her right ear. Should they be ejected into space, this clip would automatically transform into a full-cover helmet to protect her head, while it would also convert carbon dioxide within the helmet into breathable oxygen, maintaining a continuous carbon-oxygen cycle. This clip featured a communication function that facilitated contact through the user's brainwave signals. Here, Deshui, this is for you, has handed a mechanical sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, to the jellyfish. The sphere entered the water, and the jellyfish extended its tentacles to envelop it, storing it within its abdominal pouch. This was a floating device for aquatic pets. If they were unfortunate enough to become separated, this would serve as a temporary refuge for the jellyfish. Will we die? The jellyfish whimpered. Don't be afraid, Deshui. We will do everything in our power to protect you. Ying Feng skillfully retrieved the jellyfish from the tank and placed it into a jellyfish jar, assuring it would accompany her wherever they went. Having journeyed together through trials from Earth to the stars, they had forged an unbreakable bond. All preparations were concluded in just 3 minutes. The Arlili was persistently maneuvering the ship to attack the encroaching star beasts, launching beams of various attacks. The Arlili resembled a grand neon light, illuminating the area as the beams shattered the star beasts into fragments. Like a tide, the star beasts filled any gap that opened within less than a second. Master, the number of star beasts is increasing exponentially. It seems endless. We cannot keep up with the energy conversion. Hourly controlled the spacecraft, trailing in the wake of the colossal ship, allowing it to propel them forward. 80% of the flight energy was converted into offensive power, barely sustaining their firepower. The leading colossal ship, recognizing some utility in Aureli's vessel, tacitly permitted them to follow. The captain of the live-streaming passenger ship was quite astute. He had already maneuvered into the colossal ship's wake before Aureli's approach. Other smaller vessels that failed to keep pace with the colossal ship were gradually consumed by the tide of star beasts, leaving only these 2 ships amidst the debris of this ravaged route. The Star Master Beast was closing in on the colossal ship, with Aureli's vessel at the rear, facing the brunt of the impending threat. Chapter 115, Separation. As the colossal claws of the Star Master Beast were poised to strike the small white ship, a timely pulse cannon fired from the super battleship deflected the creature, allowing it to accelerate and create some distance. However, the pulse cannon only managed to scrape off a thin layer of the beast's oily skin, proving largely ineffective. In the comments section of the live stream, why hasn't the Federal Army arrived yet? Are they being delayed? Indeed, according to real-time reports from the Star Network, there are several locations in the Mobilia star system experiencing waves of star beasts today. Yes. The area the broadcaster is streaming from is relatively less severe compared to others. In several other places, it's devastating. Numerous lower-tier stars have been consumed by the star beasts. I've seen it too. If the spread of the star beast tide is not contained soon, it will soon affect a medium habitable star zone, which harbors many prominent families. The Federal Army must secure that front line first. Though it was brief, there were clearly Federal warships escorting the super battleship. Who is aboard that vessel? Exactly, with such a significant figure on board. Why can't the Federal Army hasten their rescue? Inside the opulently decorated suite of the super battleship, heavy drapes could not muffle the sound of persistent coughing. Several attendants stood anxiously nearby, worried about Count Kral's health as well as their own safety. They were no longer in the secure and comfortable estate in the heart of the Siren Star Zone. Instead, they were amidst a tide of star beasts in space. Despite the protection of the super battleship, their situation remained precarious. A tall figure entered the main bedroom, pushing open one of the grand double doors. He was a golden-haired young man clad in an elaborate black robe embroidered with silver hexagonal stars, the emblem of the Kral family in the Siren Star Zone. The robe bore 9 hexagonal stars, signifying his status as the family heir. The tall young man, dressed in a robe that belied his age, exuded an aura of authority. His green eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance, embodying a harmonious blend of steadiness and vivacity. Lord Fry. The young man raised a hand to halt the attendants who were about to bow in respect, striding towards the bedside. Cough, cough. Fry, how is it outside? Cough, cough. Fry Kral knelt beside the bed, his gaze resolute yet gentle as he looked at the elder. Grandfather, do not worry. Our teacher has calculated our journey multiple times, and while we may encounter some obstacles, the Mother Goddess will surely bless us. My child, we cannot rely solely on the Mother Goddess. Cough, cough. With so many of her children, she will be overwhelmed. Rest assured, grandfather, you must focus on recuperating. I will take care of everything. Fry tucked the blankets around the elder. After assessing his grandfather's condition and confirming it was stable, Fry rose and exited the drapes, instructing the attendants, look after grandfather, and refrain from informing him about the situation outside for the time being. Very well, Lord Fry. The attendant stammered, eager to utter more, but Fry raised his hand once more, silencing him as he stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, Fry shed his heavy robe, casting it aside to reveal a fitted suit of mechanized armor. The attendant gasped in astonishment. Lord Fry, what are your intentions? My grandfather once said that we cannot surrender everything to the Mother Goddess. Alongside our prayers, we must also exert our own efforts. For the Mother Goddess frowns upon idle children. At the corridor's bend, several officers in military garb attempted to impede his progress, but he spoke first. My wounds have healed. If I remain idle any longer, I shall rust. Noticing the tension etched upon Fry's face, one officer inquired, Commander, has the recent holographic conference with the Star Alliance fallen through? Fry removed the mask of composure he had donned before his grandfather, revealing a sharp, sardonic smile. The members of the Star Alliance are nothing but those who won't act unless they see the game won. They seek to exchange merely a seat among the senior members of the Alliance for the rights to collaboratively exploit the newly discovered stellar energy resources in our silent sector. They must believe themselves quite fortunate. Who among us covets their decaying position? Expanding into the starry realms is perilous, yet even having fed on the beasts of the stars, I shall not grant them a morsel of our bounty. Fry Kral was distinctly displeased. He had intended to enjoy a vacation on Changgung Star with his grandfather during his convalescence. To his dismay, these bothersome star beasts had managed to encircle him, proving that he was destined for relentless toil, even in leisure. The members of the Star Alliance were as detestable as the star beasts. May they all descend into oblivion. In the vast expanse of space, waves of star beasts surged towards the rear of the super vessel. The firepower of the small white ship at the tail waned increasingly, and in a fleeting moment, a swarm of star beasts finally overwhelmed it. It was as if a pristine white bun was beset by a horde of ants. Their elongated fangs voraciously pierced the hull, and with a mere swipe of their claws, the skin of the Al-Relai ship was torn as easily as tofu. Alert! Alert! Hull integrity compromised. 92. 78. 69. The incessantly declining numbers and flashing red lights caused a sinking feeling in both the ship's occupants and the water mother. In the midst of the tumult, Al-Relai's visage was etched with urgency. Master, the left engine of the Al-Relai has been destroyed, and the right engine is compromised by 85. I recommend proceeding immediately to the escape pod. We must evacuate, as the main vessel may fail at any moment. As Al-Relai spoke, a small window popped up on the control panel, revealing a black briefcase being transmitted out. This contains Lily's backup data. When you find a suitable vessel in the future, you can upload the data, and Lily shall once again serve you. For now, I shall do my utmost to buy you time. You and Lord Ying Feng must survive." Hess promptly stepped forward to retrieve the briefcase, nodding at Al Relai before turning to Ying Feng with urgency. "Little Feng, we must retreat." Without hesitation, Ying Feng slung the water mother vessel onto his back, and the two hurried towards the escape pod. The damage alert continued to update at a rapid pace, the entire ship quaking violently, with flames and thick smoke already billowing from several compartments. The corridor's illumination has extinguished, leaving only the ominous red emergency light. As the damage escalates, the oxygen supply and air circulation within the vessel have long ceased to function, rendering the atmosphere increasingly rarefied. The gravitational conditions aboard have also altered, making it increasingly challenging for Ying Feng and Hess to navigate their path. After much effort, they finally reach the escape pod, where the warning lights have nearly all gone dark, save for a solitary flickering emergency lamp atop the pod, indicating that the Al Relai has come perilously close to total disrepair. The escape pod is of a sinking design, housing several escape shuttles below, each capable of accommodating 4 individuals. The hatch is positioned at the top, currently ajar, as Hess and Ying Feng prepare to board the same shuttle. Just then, a sharp winged blade tears through the pod's wall, and a swarm of insectoid star beasts batters against the fractured hull. The blade rends the ship's exterior, while the creature's vicious mandibles gnash and wreak havoc upon the vessel. The escape pod has nearly transformed into a terrace, inundated by a tide of star beasts and star insects surging towards them. At the instant Ying Feng senses complete weightlessness, the visor of his helmet morphs into an encompassing headpiece, coinciding with the Al Relai's total loss of control as it is violently ejected by the wake of a super ship. The tumultuous gravitational turbulence propels the two towards separate escape shuttles, and in an instant, both are cast out of the pod, hurtling into the vastness of the starry sea. The swarm of star beasts crashes into the two shuttles, sending them careening in opposite directions. Chapter 116. Spatial Vortex. Silver-white mech. Hess's eyes were filled with rage as he piloted the escape ship towards the direction where Ying Feng had vanished. However, amidst the vast starry sea and the onslaught of star beasts, distinguishing the right direction had become an arduous task. Fortunately, the swarm of star beasts seemed temporarily uninterested in the two escape vessels, which bore a resemblance to them, and instead charged towards the enormous super ship ahead. Both escape ships refrained from activating their signal lights, relying solely on radar to navigate. Otherwise, their vessels would be mere playthings for the star beasts. Ying Feng desperately maneuvered the escape ship through the throng of star beasts, dodging left and right, occasionally sent spinning uncontrollably by collisions with the beasts. Hess, possessing knowledge of Baisong's data, was adept at piloting such small spacecraft, but Ying Feng had no extensive interstellar information at her disposal. She was now navigating the escape ship almost entirely by instinct and luck. The method of piloting a small vessel was not overly complex. After a series of trial and error, Ying Feng gradually grasped the basic controls. With the giant jellyfish serving as a real-time living monitor, she unleashed her mental tendrils to assess the external situation, guiding her away from the areas with a higher concentration of star beasts. At that moment, Hess's anxious voice crackled through the helmet. "Xiao Feng, how are you? Are you injured? Is the escape ship damaged? Xiao Feng, can you hear me? Please respond." Ying Feng, while deftly evading the star beasts, replied, "Hess, I can hear you." Both I and the escape ship are fine for now. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the escape ship was spinning uncontrollably. "Ah, Ying Feng, it's a spatial vortex." The giant jellyfish's shriek went unheard by Hess, who had just begun to feel a slight relief. He opened his mouth to reassure her. "Xiao Feng, don't be afraid. I'm coming," but the communication abruptly cut off. Frowning, Hess called out in desperation, "Xiao Feng, what is happening over there?" He was oblivious to the reason behind the sudden loss of contact with Ying Feng, and a flurry of grim scenarios raced through his mind, each more unbearable than the last. He attempted to follow the signal's direction, but at that moment, his escape ship was suddenly squeezed by a swarm of large, rocky star beasts, severely deforming the ship and putting it in grave danger. Without hesitation, Hess unleashed his mental power, consuming the star beast's psychic energy that pressed against his vessel. A considerable number of star beasts suddenly lost their mobility, their lifeless bodies drifting away like suspended meteors. This action revealed Hess's ship, which had previously been concealed among the star beasts, and they quickly recognized the presence of an irritating intruder among them. At that juncture, the super ship, which had relied solely on its main cannon for assault, finally initiated other maneuvers. The rear hatch of the super ship opened, releasing numerous mechs. In the dark expanse of the starry sea, the mechs, illuminated by flashing signal lights, darted towards the fray with a fierce aura. Various models and sizes of mechs emerged, transforming mid-flight to launch a fierce counterattack against the tide of star beasts. As the super ship's rear hatch gradually closed, Hess's escape vessel had already sustained catastrophic damage. Just before the tail compartment was completely sealed, he transformed into a flickering light and shot into the tail section with astonishing speed. Concealed amidst various beams of attack, Hess's light form was nearly imperceptible. The moment he entered the tail compartment, he reverted to human form, prompting the super ship to detect an intruder and sound the alarm. Its shrill wail echoing through the tail compartment and the command center. Red lights flashed in rapid succession, and several beams of light locked onto Hess in an instant. The combatants of the super ship all activated their mechas, leaving only a handful of technological staff in the command center. Upon realizing that the intruder was human and not a star beast, the staff breathed a sigh of relief. Who dares to trespass upon the super ship of the Crowell family? If you value your life, raise your hands and surrender immediately. The staff's voice blared through the loudspeakers, piercingly shrill. Nearly all mechas in the tail compartment had been dispatched, with only a few small mechas yet to be activated. Within the tail compartment, which was nearly the size of a football field, several robots emerged from the embedded walls, their mechanical eyes glowing as they advanced toward Hess. Hess had not come aboard the super ship to seek refuge. He intended to pilot a mecha to rescue Ying Feng. Time was of the essence, and he could no longer hold back his strength. He lightly raised a finger, unleashing a slender beam of golden laser that, with a few casual gestures, reduced the super-strong alloy robots to mere piles of scrap metal. In the command center of the super ship, Hess lifted his gaze towards the camera overhead and spoke. I have no intention of engaging in conflict with you, nor will I harm you. However, I urgently require a mecha to proceed with my rescue mission. His icy gaze seemed to penetrate through the camera, causing the staff to involuntarily shiver. Their capabilities were far from limited. The super ship was formidable, equipped with dozens of attack methods to contend with Hess. Yet, they accurately assessed that they could not act against him. Doing so would lead to unimaginable consequences. As seconds ticked by, Hess's patience began to wear thin. Half a minute had passed, and little Feng was in grave danger. He could not afford to wait any longer. There remained a portion of unactivated new mechas in the tail compartment, and these were precisely his target. Although these mechas appeared identical in form, resembling the most basic soldier mechas with ordinary offensive and defensive capabilities, Hess had no alternative. With each passing moment, Ying Feng's peril increased. Hess had never piloted a mecha before, yet he did not dwell on whether he could manage it. He only knew he could not remain idle. In the eerie silence, he walked towards the nearest mecha. Wait, young man, cough cough. A weak and elderly voice crackled through the speakers once more. Hess could not afford to waste another second. He raised his hand and fired another laser, knocking the camera down. Young man, there is no need to be agitated. Cough cough. Those mechas are subpar. I can offer you a superior one. Cough cough. The old man's voice continued, causing Hess to pause momentarily. On the other side of the super ship, in a lavish chamber, the waiter gazed at the elderly gentleman with concern. They ought not to intrude upon their master. Yet news of an unfamiliar intruder had automatically reached the Earl of Claw's private chamber. The old man scrutinized the surveillance screen before him. Having encountered countless individuals throughout his life, he could discern at a glance that this young man was far from ordinary. The stranger conveyed his benevolent intentions, claiming that he merely wished to save someone, and thus the old man could easily extend a favor, forging a positive connection for the Claw family. He was nearing the end of his days, his son and daughter-in-law having perished in the Great War many years prior, leaving only his young grandson, Fry. Once he closed his eyes for the final time, Fry would require formidable external assistance to establish his standing within the family. Dear sir, you need not worry. With great peril on the horizon, Humanity must unite. The Claw family is willing to forge a bond of goodwill with you. Once you have rescued those in need, you may bring them aboard this magnificent vessel. The Earl assumed that Hess intended to save the passengers aboard the external craft. Such a powerful and kind-hearted individual was inexplicably unknown until now. This was the opportune moment to cultivate a relationship before he attained renown, for once he achieved fame. The Claw family might find themselves overshadowed. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the old man refrained from further pleasantries. Suddenly, a mechanical door at the rear of the cargo hold swung open, revealing a mech adorned in shimmering silver, reminiscent of the radiant moonlight. Chapter 117. Ying Feng falls into an unknown planet. This is a brand new, unactivated high-spec mech, the only one of its kind in the entire galaxy. If you can master it, it shall belong to you henceforth. The attendant was taken aback. Wasn't this originally intended by the Earl as a gift for His Excellency, Lord Fry, on his 18th birthday? Although Lord Fry could not utilize it, such an S-class mech, crafted with the concerted efforts of the entire Crow family and at a great expense of time and resources, could not simply be given away. Lord Fry Crow had awakened only an A-class psychic power upon reaching adulthood, and this S-class mech, specially designed for his beloved grandson, had remained dormant for 2 years without a master. As seconds ticked by, Hess, upon the emergence of the silvery mech, dashed toward it without hesitation. Approaching it, he was astonished to find it immensely large, towering over regular mechs by several times, standing at a staggering height of over 20 meters. As he drew near, a shield on the mech's right leg retracted, revealing an entrance. The moment he stepped inside, the shield sealed shut behind him, and Hess found himself in a space akin to an elevator. The unactivated mech was in a semi-open state, allowing anyone to enter, however, to pilot it in battle. Activation was necessary, and only an S-class psychic could achieve such a feat. The lift detected his presence and swiftly ascended, transporting Hess into the control chamber. The chamber was modest, accommodating only a single seat, with a large semi-enclosed screen before him, currently blank. Under the illumination of the overhead light, the simplicity of the control chamber left him bewildered. Apart from the seat and the screen, there was nothing else. Hess had familiarized himself with the methods of piloting a mech. It was challenging yet straightforward. Not everyone was qualified to pilot a mech, as the primary requirement was the awakening of psychic powers. The Earl remained silent, quietly observing the motionless, statue-like silver mech on the screen, patiently awaiting the moment of activation. Unable to restrain himself, the attendant spoke up. Noting that the number of individuals capable of piloting an S-class mech in the galaxy was exceedingly rare. Even Lord Fry was merely an A-class. This unfamiliar. Before the attendant could finish his sentence, the elder suddenly raised his hand to silence him. The Earl's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce light, fixated intently on the screen. On the display, the mech's eyes flickered to life. Hess sat in the seat, his eyes closed, projecting his psychic energy to connect with the mech. In an instant, the once lifeless mech sprang to life. Hess slightly tilted his head back, his silver hair flowing, as his psychic energy enveloped the entire mech. At that moment, he became one with the mech. He was the spirit, and the mech was his vessel, achieving a seamless 100 integration without a hint of hesitation. The towering silver mech took a powerful step forward, causing the various connected cables and sockets behind it to fall away. The attendant stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. This intruder could truly control an S-class mech. Open the hatch. Let him out. Simultaneously, inform the mechs outside to assist him with all their might. The Earl was so exhilarated he seemed on the verge of leaping from his bed. The silver mech transformed into ground-skimming mode, racing swiftly toward the exit. The rear compartment opened once more, and the towering mech leaped into the ocean like a silver-white dolphin. Amidst the pitch-black expanse of starry seas filled with star beasts and dark mechs, this silver mech shone like a rising full moon, instantly capturing every gaze. Fry Crowell was taken aback. Was this not the mech his grandfather had originally crafted for him? In the next moment, all mech pilots in the Star Sea received a command to assist the silver mech in battle. Although they struggled to comprehend the Count's decision, their losses were dire, necessitating robust support. Thus, even if reluctant, they had no choice but to execute the Count's orders with utmost seriousness. The silver mech radiated a sacred brilliance, transforming into various combat forms, humanoid, beast-like, winged. The onlookers were perplexed. Why does this fellow seem as if he has never piloted a mech before? Hess took a moment to adapt to the mech's combat forms, ultimately selecting the beast form. In the next instant, the silver mech pounced upon the star beast horde like a ferocious tiger, executing a one-sided massacre. The live stream erupted. Wow, this silver mech is stunning. It's like a wolf among sheep. Those star beasts appear as fragile as chicks before him, falling victim to his claws. I've never seen this mech before. It looks exceptionally formidable. Surely, someone capable of piloting such a mech cannot be unknown to me. I wholeheartedly agree. Goodness, what a master. His movements are so agile and his strikes are ruthless. The Star Master Beast is charging at him. The Star Master Beast has fallen. Is it dead? Oh my heavens, how impressive. The Star Master Beast didn't even last a single round against him, torn apart in an instant. Is this truly the Star Master Beast I know? He seems to be searching for something, rather than merely slaying star beasts. It appears he is seeking something while casually dispatching them. Not only were the viewers in the live stream astonished, but even the other mechs in the Star Sea were left dumbfounded. When did their lord Count acquire such a powerful ally? The silver mech had not even employed ranged weaponry. It was purely tearing through the waves of star beasts with its bare hands. After the carnage, the silver mech remained pristine, its special coating preventing any foul blood from lingering, allowing it to slide away effortlessly. Hess piloted the mech in search of Ying Feng's whereabouts. Yet despite his relentless efforts, he found nothing. Infuriated and anxious, he unleashed all his wrath upon the star beasts. Fry and the others were utterly overshadowed. While they managed to slay a single star beast, he had already dispatched 100. Finally, the tardy Federal Legion burst through the breach created by Hess, charging into the encirclement of star beasts. Passengers aboard the guest ship and viewers in the live stream were filled with exhilaration. They had truly survived the onslaught of the star beast tide. Meanwhile, within the spatial vortex, bang bang clang clang. Ing, ing, foam, foam, gurgle gurgle. Pain, 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 gurgle. The escape vessel, ensnared in a spatial vortex, spiraled out of control, tumbling violently through the void. Fortunately, Ying Feng had secured herself with a safety harness and gripped the handrail tightly. The large jellyfish, however, was far less fortunate, jostled mercilessly within its container. Great jellyfish! In the midst of the chaotic spin, Ying Feng seized the moment, swiftly extending her hand to grasp the strap of the jellyfish jar. The forceful momentum flung the jar against her head, causing a burst of starlight to explode before her eyes. Both she and the jellyfish found themselves disoriented, stars dancing in their vision. In a remote location within a certain star system, suspended in midair, the azure sky was adorned with leisurely drifting clouds. In an instant, the once serene clouds twisted violently as a swirling black hole materialized. The black hole expelled a dilapidated small spacecraft, as if disgorging refuse. The battered vessel emitted a brief, piercing scream before plummeting into the embrace of a towering tree below. Clutching the jellyfish jar, Ying Feng's eyes were now swirling like a spinning top. At last, it has finally come to a halt. The great jellyfish could finally emerge freely, joyously. Joyously. Alas, it has been struck. It is in excruciating pain. Chapter 118. The wood pearl. The helmet clasp of Ying Feng remained intact. Upon detecting external oxygen, it retracted in an instant, transforming once more into a small clip secured behind her ear. She endeavored to establish contact with Hess through the clasp and her light brain wristband, but her efforts proved fruitless. With a sigh, she pondered Hess's current state. He was so formidable that he must still be alive. Yet, concern for him lingered in her heart, for despite his strength, he was still flesh and blood, capable of injury or even death. Hess must be worried about her as well. She was determined to reach him as soon as possible. Attempting to rise, any movement elicited a sharp intake of breath from her as pain coursed through her body, the agony suggesting several broken bones. A slender vine cautiously emerged from the wreckage of the escape vessel, sneaking a glance around. All was clear. The area was safe. The vine descended from the treetops, burrowing into the fertile soil below. Lying motionless within the craft, Ying Feng devoted herself to absorbing the nutrients from the earth. The exact location was unknown, but the soil was remarkably rich. Time flew by, and she remained entrenched for a day and a night. By the following morning, her broken bones and damaged organs had finally mended. Besides feeling somewhat weakened, she had regained the ability to move independently. She retrieved the jellyfish jar, gazing at the slumbering giant jellyfish within, and asked, "Great Jelly, how are you?" The jellyfish responded with a soft, sleepy murmur. With a resigned sigh, Ying Feng secured the jar on her back and exited the vessel. The escape craft was visibly battered, having lost its propulsion and now retired in glory. Her limbs transformed into vines, allowing her to swiftly descend the tree trunk. Upon landing, a multitude of oddly dressed individuals surged forth, surrounding her. Startled, Ying Feng instinctively prepared to defend herself when, to her astonishment, they all knelt before her. Astonished, she observed as the crowd reverently bowed, their faces flushed with excitement as they uttered a flurry of words. With her limited command of interstellar language, she discerned fragments such as divine tree, salvation, and prophecy. Noticing her silence, an elderly man, seemingly the leader, rose and gestured invitingly. The others parted to create a path. His smile was genuine yet humble, and in his eyes, Ying Feng perceived a glimmer of desperate yearning that compelled her to step forward. The elder fell back a step to lead the way, speaking continuously, though she could not grasp a single word. Yet, she sensed a powerful force ahead, summoning her. She could neither resist nor wish to resist this call. Ying Feng followed the mysterious pull, unaware of how long she had walked or when the surrounding crowd had vanished. Suddenly jolted awake, she discovered herself standing upon a placid, mirror-like surface of water, astonishingly not sinking. Though she appeared human, the reflection displayed her vine-like form. Perplexed, she raised an eyebrow as a thin mist enveloped her surroundings, obscuring her vision. With no clear direction, she followed her heart, tilting her head as she ventured forward. The drifting clouds and mist gradually dissipated. As she parted the fog, a towering tree came into view. The colossal tree stands majestically on an island at the heart of the lake, a solitary sentinel amidst the tranquil waters. Its gnarled branches, devoid of leaves, resemble a lifeless figure, unmoved by the wind and unawakened by the clouds. Upon stepping onto the island, Ying Feng discovered the tree's astonishing grandeur. Its trunk was so immense that it would require a dozen people to encircle it. As she gazed upward, she noticed that the towering crown of the tree seemed to shimmer faintly with a delicate green light. An overwhelming curiosity about the source of this ethereal glow surged within her, compelling her body to yearn for its essence. The desire eclipsed her rationality, and in an instant, her garments fell to the ground. Even her jellyfish pot slipped from her grasp. Transformed, she became a vine, rooting herself into the earth, spiraling upward along the trunk towards the unknown realms of the clouds. At the pinnacle of the tree, she discovered a diminutive green orb hanging from the desiccated branches. Were the great jellyfish to awaken and accompany Ying Feng, it would surely exclaim in astonishment, the wood essence pearl. The formation of such a pearl demands exceptional conditions and a touch of serendipity. Throughout the cosmos, every wood essence pearl that has ever existed was a fortunate accident. After a location has yielded one, it shall never produce another. Driven by her inner yearning, the vine ensnared the pearl, siphoning its energy. The green light erupted forth, shooting into the heavens, yet it was ensnared by an invisible, ever-changing aura, confining the radiance within the tree itself. Within this luminescent circle, time flowed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, several seasons passed. Enveloped in the verdant glow, the vine ultimately transformed into a beam of green light, merging with the colossal tree, which seemed to awaken in that instant. The once barren, dark brown branches revived with vitality, bursting forth with the exuberance of spring as lush greenery sprouted from the tips, tender shoots blossoming into enormous leaves that adorned the branches. Soon after, the majestic tree began to bloom, bearing fruit, which in turn fell away, cycling through an endless loop. Shades of pale green, deep emerald, golden yellow, snowy white, pastel pink, and vibrant purple adorned the great tree in a dazzling display. Time within the aura raced ahead, and before long, several seasons had slipped by unnoticed. After many springs, a large flower bud emerged from the lush branches of the tree, basking in the morning light before gradually unfurling. Nestled within the heart of the flower lay a beautiful maiden, her skin as fair as snow and lips resembling petals. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate cheeks bore the blush of spring. As the maiden slowly opened her eyes, her azure gaze mirrored the clarity of an unclouded sky, pure and pristine. Awakening from a long slumber, she sat up, momentarily blank as the weight of time enveloped her thoughts. Who was she? Where was she? Lowering her slender, snowy neck, she gently caressed her gown, which was as soft as petals, a delicate pale pink that flowed down to reveal her bare, dainty feet. A gentle breeze swept through, and the colossal flower, cradling the maiden, began to drift gracefully downwards. With a soft pop, the aura that had enveloped the great tree shattered, releasing the ethereal mists that had surrounded the area. The verdant giant now stood revealed to all the humans who had been observing the unfolding events. Excited murmurs erupted in the distance, their voices a distant echo. As Ying Feng, seated on the drifting petal vessel, could only catch fragments of the commotion. She tilted her ear, attentively listening, all around her. Not limited to the flowers and grasses on the island's heart, the towering trees, and the moss, every plant within several miles comprehended Ying Feng's yearning. As the wind rustled, the flora whispered among themselves, carrying all that Ying Feng longed to hear from afar, as if borne on the very breeze towards her. The young girl listened intently. It was the exultant cheers of humanity. The divine tree had been resurrected. The sacred tree planted by the mother goddess many, many years ago had once again blossomed with vitality after traversing countless ages. At last, the girl descended, her skirt twirling gracefully, akin to a flower gently alighting upon the earth. Scattered beside the colossal tree were remnants of garments and a jellyfish vessel. The great jellyfish, having sustained severe injuries, had slumbered for 3 long months. Remarkably, as the girl finally touched the ground, it too awakened. Upon its revival, it beheld a maiden with hair cascading to her knees, standing nearby, her gaze lost in a distant reverie. Chapter 119. His Holiness. Ying Feng. The colossal jellyfish called out hesitantly, unsure of how long it had slumbered. Upon awakening, why had Ying Feng transformed so dramatically? The maiden before it bore a striking resemblance to Ying Feng, yet was distinctly different. Her skin radiated an ethereal glow, as delicate and pristine as the complexion enhanced by soft lighting and skincare advertisements. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her knees, reminiscent of a mysterious and enchanting sea of stars, with glimmers of light seemingly twinkling within its depths. The jellyfish was taken aback. How could Ying Feng suddenly appear so fantastical, akin to a flower sprite from a fairy tale? Though lacking human aesthetic sensibilities, it understood that this was a vision of unparalleled beauty, surreal and almost suspicious, reminiscent of scenes only found in cinematic effects. As the maiden listened to the distant outcry, she tilted her head, her gaze dropping to the ground, where something had just called out. It seemed to be calling, Ying Feng. Who was Ying Feng? The maiden pondered. And the jellyfish called out once more, Ying Feng. This utterance cut through the darkness like a flash of lightning, dispelling confusion and awakening dormant memories, which bloomed like night-blooming flowers that had awaited the night. The maiden's azure eyes shimmered. Ying Feng was her. The long-awaited memories finally stirred, and she bent down to grasp the jellyfish vessel, equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Big water!" The jellyfish sighed in relief, having feared that Ying Feng had lost her mind and no longer recognized it. Ying Feng, how have you changed? It's as if you've imbibed the essence of the divine. Changed? Ying Feng was taken aback, and as she moved, she finally noticed the extraordinary sheen of her hair. She grasped a lock of her long hair, astonished. Why is my hair so shiny? Who has dusted it with glitter? I don't know. I awoke to find you transformed, and, how should I put it? The jellyfish pondered, while Ying Feng raised an eyebrow, awaiting the jellyfish's elucidation. The jellyfish's next words nearly toppled her. You become so merry, Sue. Ying Feng sensed invisible dark lines forming above her head, a silent reprimand against reading subpar online literature. She bent down to retrieve her discarded clothing. Her battle attire was tattered and worn, yet being a survivor from the apocalypse on Earth, she cherished the natural beauty before her. Even if her attire had become mere refuse, she resolved to take it with her. Caring for the environment is a universal obligation. The clasp of her garment appeared intact, and she casually tucked it behind her ear, using it as a hairpin to tame her windswept locks. Her luminous wristband lay on the ground, A solar-powered device that would never run out of energy, though it was currently useless without a network connection. Ying Feng secured the wristband and shouldered the jellyfish vessel, surveying her surroundings for an escape. Let us depart, Big Water. We must find a place with network access to contact Hess. He must be quite worried about us. There were no boats on the island's heart, and as Ying Feng approached the water's edge, she vaguely recalled that she had traversed the water to arrive here. Though it seemed implausible, she took a step forward into the water. Ripples radiated from her toes, cool and refreshing, as if she were walking upon a mirror. With a gentle force supporting her every step, Ying Feng's other foot joined her, and she widened her eyes in astonishment. She truly did not sink. What is happening? Why am I not sinking? Ying Feng, put me down and let me try. The great jellyfish was eager, having never witnessed such a fantastical scene. Following her request, Ying Feng removed the jellyfish pot and placed it into the water. Upon contact with the surface, the pot swiftly descended. Ying Feng and the great jellyfish exclaimed in unison. Ah! Ying Feng, quickly retrieve me. Ying Feng hurried a few steps and grasped the floating strap, pulling the jellyfish pot back from the water. Phew, that scared me. This lake only seems to cater to you. Ying Feng, why is that? Ying Feng felt equally perplexed. I don't know. This place is strange. We should hurry. The lake's waters were crystal clear, deepening to a rich emerald hue as they ventured farther from the shore, indicating great depths. Ying Feng ran across the lake's surface, splashes erupting from her toes, propelling her towards freedom. As she neared the shore, she glanced back at the colossal tree. The great tree stood silently, its treetops swaying gently in the breeze, as if bidding her a tender farewell. Her steps slowed abruptly, and she gazed at the tree, a lump of bittersweet emotion swelling in her chest, leaving her feeling heavy-hearted. The great jellyfish inquired, Ying Feng, what troubles you? Nothing, she replied, turning away from the tree and continuing forward, though her steps lacked their earlier buoyancy. Do not pause, do not hesitate, my child. Seek him out, pursue your future. A faint, gentle voice wafted through the wind. Ying Feng was taken aback. Great Water, was that you speaking? Huh. The great jellyfish replied, I did not say anything. Ying Feng turned once more to the great tree as a gust of wind pushed her forward. The heaviness in her heart was lifted by the breeze, and her spirits soared anew. With the wind at her back, she soon reached the shore. She turned to wave at the great tree, beaming as she said, goodbye. After putting on her shoes, which clashed with her dress, Ying Feng paid no mind, clutching her tattered combat attire as she fully departed the forest. Arriving at the site where the escape ship had crashed, she encountered the group of people once more. Upon seeing her, they excitedly surrounded her. However, unlike before, they stopped 5 meters away, kneeling reverently on the ground, greeting her with respect. This time, Ying Feng understood them. Their words were, Good day, Your Holiness. The great jellyfish whispered, Wow. This situation is becoming increasingly Mary Sue. Ying Feng frowned, responding fluently in interstellar language, I am not Your Holiness. Surprised by her own words, she pondered, how did I become so proficient in interstellar language? Not only that, but it seemed her mind brimmed with newfound interstellar knowledge, effortlessly recalling many minor dialects. Goodness, what is happening? Kneeling at the forefront was the venerable elder, Cryan, the current patriarch of the Tia clan, guardians of the sacred tree. Cryan respectfully lifted his gaze, yet his eyes dared only to rest upon the feet of the esteemed prince. Your Highness, he began, 3 moons ago, you manifested in accordance with a prophecy from years past, subsequently journeying to the sacred heart island of the Holy Lake to awaken the sacred tree. No one but the prophesied saint could rouse the tree from its slumber. He paused, suppressing the surge of emotion within him. The sacred tree had withered for a century, and at last it had awaited your arrival. With the tree's revival, the entire Tyasim galaxy shall embrace the promise of renewed vitality. The central star of this galaxy, Siam's star, has overnight flourished with verdant life, this greenery spreading forth endlessly, and all the planets sheltered by the sacred tree rejoice in elation. All of this is a result of your coming. Hope has been rekindled, for you have saved countless beings within the Tyasim galaxy. Ying Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. While she comprehended each word, their collective meaning eluded her. Setting aside these musings, it appeared that 3 months had already elapsed. She needed to swiftly establish contact with Hess. She extended her hand, gesturing around her. The Tia clan's folk exchanged glances, puzzled by the prince's actions. Chapter 120. Ying Feng's recovery. Surely the Holy Lord is bestowing blessings upon us, remarked a middle-aged woman, her voice subdued beneath a scarf. The others, upon hearing her statement, found it profoundly reasonable and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for the Holy Lord's grace. Wow, Ying Feng, you truly have a remarkable presence. Who would have thought you would attain this status? Enough with the laughter, Ying Feng retorted, irked as she lowered her hand, which had been searching for a signal with her wristband. There was no reception here, and she urgently needed to contact Hess. It felt as if she had merely taken a short nap, yet 3 months had inexplicably slipped by. Hess must be frantic with worry. Signal? Cryan ventured cautiously. Your Highness. We are in the sacred resting place of the Divine Tree, where all interstellar signals are blocked. Once we leave the sacred star, signals will be available. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng's eyes sparkled with hope. Quickly, take me to a place with a signal. Cryan, not daring to defy the Holy Lord's command, hastily made arrangements. Half an hour later, Ying Feng found herself aboard an extraordinarily luxurious floating vessel, akin to a limited edition, multi-million-dollar RV from her previous world. Several beautiful maidens surrounded her, assisting with her bathing, changing, and dining. The great jellyfish also enjoyed the luxury, residing in a lavish aquarium adorned with jewels. Eager to reach a location with a signal, Ying Feng allowed the maidens to tend to her every need, as long as it would expedite her contact with Hess. Dressed in a comfortable yet understatedly opulent outfit, which was the Holy Lord's casual attire, she knew that she would don formal garments when meeting the public. Despite the casual wear, Ying Feng radiated an ethereal beauty, her divine aura shimmering continuously. To the maidens, she exuded the very essence of the Holy Lord's brilliance. Naturally modest, Ying Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under the adoring gazes of the maidens. She instructed them to withdraw, and they complied, kneeling just outside the door, ready to serve at a moment's notice. After all, she was the prophesied savior of the Divine Tree, the soul of their Tia Shinmu galaxy, and they would defend her with their lives. The great jellyfish, amused, watched her predicament. Once the cabin door closed, leaving them alone, it burst into laughter, its form shifting with glee. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, this is just too delightful. Ying Feng, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, All right, enough laughter. I have something important to discuss with you. Ha ha ha, what urgent matter could it be, Your Highness? The great jellyfish chuckled, still unable to contain its mirth. This title truly suits you, it's just too amusing. Great jellyfish, it seems my body has fully recovered. What? You're healed? The great jellyfish stifled its laughter, intrigued. I consumed a green, luminous pearl atop that colossal tree, then fell asleep. I don't know for how long, but upon awakening, I discovered my body was remarkably revitalized, brimming with strength. I am now more powerful than ever. Ying Feng was flushed with excitement, no longer the helpless being reliant solely on Hess for protection. Reflecting on her past days of powerlessness brought a bittersweet tear to her eye. At last, she had fully recovered, even surpassing her former glory, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Upon hearing this, the Great Water Mother swiftly employed her psychic tendrils to examine Ying Feng's condition, and moments later, she was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, her colors shifting rapidly. It's truly remarkable. Ying Feng, you are completely healed. Moreover, your vitality is unexpectedly profound and enduring. You might very well live to become a millennial sage. No, a millennial immortal. Ying Feng furrowed her brow. Fundamentally, she remained human, and such longevity seemed absurd. The green orb is most likely the energy pearl we have been searching for. I never imagined you would be so fortunate to encounter it. It's as if the heavens themselves have opened a door for you, the Great Water Mother remarked with a sense of awe. Ying Feng gazed down at her hands, reveling in the sensation of wielding power and controlling her own destiny. She vowed to diligently protect and wisely utilize this newfound strength. The luxurious spacecraft ascended and entered the docking area of the planetary orbit. At that moment, a massive super ship was docked, larger than any Ying Feng had previously encountered. As the ship glided into the super vessel, Ying Feng disembarked from the small craft and made her way to the central hall of the super ship. Along the corridor, she observed numerous informative displays regarding the Tya Shinmu star system. Initially, having listened to the elders' sorrowful tales, she had expected the star system to be woefully desolate. Yet, the presentations revealed that the entire Tyasim system, comprising hundreds of celestial bodies, was populated solely by advanced, higher-order planets, none of which were even mediocre. Addressing Ying Feng's confusion, Cryan smiled and explained, the ecological environment here is exceedingly harsh. To survive and fend off external covetousness towards the divine tree, we have been compelled to relentlessly advance our technology and military, albeit at the cost of our planet's longevity. While our system is filled with advanced planets, none are habitable. Fortunately, with the divine tree now awakened, our star system will gradually evolve into a higher-order habitable realm. In the coming millennium, Tyasim will face no further concerns. All of this is thanks to your highness. At a loss for words, Ying Feng could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. The super ship was connected to military-grade signal hotspots, and her neural interface finally received a signal. In an instant, a multitude of messages flooded in, overwhelming her system momentarily. The sheer volume of information was staggering. Ying Feng found herself unintentionally employing her psychic energy to sift through it. A staggering 99 of these messages originated from Hess. Through this deluge of information, she glimpsed Hess's emotional journey, from anxious and tense to furious and irate, then to panic and vulnerability, ultimately culminating in despair tinged with reluctance. Hess resembled a robot programmed with an insatiable quest for love, tirelessly searching without yielding. Even in death, he intended to perish while seeking Ying Feng. He steadfastly believed she was still alive, that his little phone would not succumb so easily. Xiaofeng, even if I have to turn the entire galaxy upside down, I will find you. Do not be afraid, wait for me. This was Hess's last message, sent 5 minutes ago. Following this message, a deluge of online posts emerged, all dedicated to the search for Ying Feng. Imperial Major General Hess spares no effort in pursuit of his beloved. The war god Hess declines the royal princess. Devotedly awaiting his love's return, these related topics consistently dominated the interstellar trending charts. Despite Hess's formidable strength, he was ultimately but one man. To expedite the search for Ying Feng, he required a powerful backing. Consequently, he rejoined the military, seeking to swiftly attain significant influence. No longer concealing his talents, he undertook perilous missions with fervor, achieving remarkable feats in a mere 3 months, escalating from a rookie to the rank of Major General in the Empire. Chapter 121. A brush with sound. While others observed Hess rising like a dark horse, basking in the glory of sudden success, only Ying Feng understood the trials he had endured. Hess fought at the expense of his own health, all in pursuit of her. Hess. Ying Feng's eyes gradually blurred with tears. She trembled as she dialed Hess's number. On the other side of countless star systems, Hess emerged from his mech after a fierce battle with the alien beasts. He had fought relentlessly while searching for Ying Feng, and it had been ages since he had enjoyed a full night's sleep. At that moment, his light brain displayed a communication request, the sender bearing the name that haunted his thoughts day and night. He had lost count of how many times he had dialed this number, only to find that the recipient was out of service. Nor could he recall how many messages he had sent to this number. The communication request left him frozen in place, his bloodshot eyes fixated on that name in disbelief. He was terrified that this was merely a figment of his imagination. Ying Feng was Hess's special concern. If there was no response after several seconds of ringing, the call would automatically connect. Hess dared not move. As the call connected, a soft, melodious voice tinged with emotion emerged. Major General Hess, we have once again eradicated a lair of the star beasts. The Empress of the Empire has sent word. A booming, jubilant voice suddenly overshadowed the gentle tones emanating from the communicator. Shut up. Hess finally broke free from his trance, turning to glare fiercely at his subordinate. This command startled 2 individuals, the subordinate and, across the line, Ying Feng, who was momentarily taken aback. Seated in an opulent red velvet armchair, with a plush lamp casting a warm glow upon her slender silhouette, she appeared as if painted in an exquisite oil portrait. She stared blankly at her communicator, pondering. This voice was undeniably Hess's, but why did he tell her to be quiet? Hess's communicator had activated an ambient noise filter. Thus Ying Feng did not hear the voice of his subordinate. She continued to muse. Could it be that Hess was engaged in something of great importance, and her call disturbed him? If he were in the midst of battle, she would surely be a distraction that could lead to his injury. The mere thought of Hess being harmed because of her made her hastily end the call. Just as Hess prepared to speak, his communicator emitted a series of disconnection beeps. Hess. His bloodshot eyes were filled with frustration as he gripped the communicator tightly, nearly crushing it in his grasp. Was that call from Xiao Feng merely a figment of his imagination? No. It could not be an illusion. It must not be. In a flurry of urgency, Hess scrambled to retrieve the call records, fumbling multiple times due to his anxiety. His subordinate, standing a short distance behind him, was utterly astonished. Was this truly the same Major General Hess who effortlessly took on multiple star beasts? This was a side of him the subordinate had never witnessed before, leading them to believe that some grave incident had occurred in the star sector. Alarmed, the subordinate promptly activated their communicator's display. Everyone, the entire fleet is to prepare for continuous spatial jumps and combat in the Starry Sea at once. This mission may prove exceedingly perilous, and all personnel must be on high alert. Hess was wholly absorbed in the communication record, oblivious to the tautness enveloping his deputy and the entire team. His gaze was fixated on the name at the top of the communication log, accompanied by the call duration, 3 seconds. Everything that had just transpired was not a mere figment of his imagination. Overcome with joy, Hess swiftly redialed the number. On the other end, Ying Feng felt a twinge of anxiety after the call ended, nervously pressing her wristband against her heart. At that moment, Cryan entered, stating, "Your Highness, we have entered the black hole jump route. There is no signal within the corridor, and it will take approximately 2 hours. You may take a brief rest, and upon waking, we will reach the outskirts of the Tyasim star system." "Understood," Ying Feng replied, though sleep eluded her as her thoughts were consumed by Hess. A frown creased her brow. How unfortunate that they had entered the black hole route. She wondered about Hess's situation and hoped he would contact her as soon as he finished his tasks. However, with no signal, would he be worried sick about her? Her conjecture was not unfounded, as Hess was desperately trying to reach her. But each attempt was met with the all-too-familiar message: "The number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please try again later." "Xiao Feng, please answer the phone. I beg you, pick up." Hess was on the verge of breaking down, tormented by the elusive communication that seemed to taunt him into madness. "Major Hess, are you all right?" One of his subordinates approached with concern, noticing his distressed demeanor. Hess gritted his teeth in silence and turned towards the towering silver mech. He was determined to hunt down the star beasts. Only through frenzied combat could he quell the turmoil within. He needed to regain composure to analyze that communication properly. Seeing Hess enter the mech, his subordinate promptly followed suit, issuing commands for the entire fleet to set off immediately. The cosmos was boundless, and the star beasts were endless. The Federal forces only exterminated those within the realms covered by the Federal Star Network. This vast region of space was divided into numerous sectors and countless super-large galaxies, with small star systems and planets too numerous to count. In such an expansive area, the star beasts could always exploit weak defenses, breaching the star defenses and infiltrating the federal domain. The soldiers tasked with patrolling the Starry Sea to eliminate the star beasts were known as hunters. Daily, countless requests for assistance in hunting star beasts flooded into the Hunter Star map. Hess casually scanned the star map, identifying the largest and most prominent point, extracting the coordinates, and sending them to the current task list he led as the chief of the star beast hunters. Prepared for this endeavor, they surged towards the destination at light speed. Upon arrival, the hunters immediately commenced their mission. Among them, Hess fought with unparalleled ferocity, his relentless assault causing his fellow hunters to maintain a cautious distance, fearing they might become collateral damage. In the end, the hunters mused. Compared to the star beasts, their captain was far more fearsome. Meanwhile, Ying Feng's formidable ship continued its voyage through the black hole corridor, restless and unable to find solace in sleep. She felt as if the past 2 hours had stretched into an eternity. Clutching her jellyfish vessel, she inquired, "Dawater, what do you suppose Hess is occupied with at the moment?" Having ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, he must be even busier than he was on Earth. Dawater replied, "Hess is likely on the brink of madness. Your recent phone call, which failed to connect, followed by your entry into the black hole corridor, is quite literally driving him to despair." Upon hearing Dawater's words, Ying Feng felt a surge of impatience. realizing that it would be prudent to ascertain her own circumstances before reaching out to Hess. Agitated, she decided to divert her attention and exited her chamber with the jellyfish vessel in hand. Upon her emergence, the attendant immediately approached with deference, inquiring if Her Highness had any commands. The title Her Highness made Ying Feng frown. While it sounded imposing, the weight of the responsibilities it entailed was unfathomable. She had no desire to bear burdens that were not rightfully hers. She declared to the attendant, "Summon Cryan. I have matters to discuss with him." "Yes, Your Highness." The attendant responded, hurrying off to find Cryan. Chapter 122. The Mascot Lord. At this moment, the super ship traversed the black hole passage, where the spatial folding and jumping induced discomfort in the body. Those unable to endure it were resting in the shielding chambers, while only the physically robust remained active. Although Cryan was of advanced age and should have been resting in the shielding chamber, he hesitated to do so out of concern that the Lord might require his presence. After all, now that the Lord had just awakened, there would undoubtedly be numerous matters to clarify. As Cryan closed his eyes in meditation within his quarters, he was soon approached by a maid, confirming his suspicions. He quickly adjusted his attire and hastened to respond. Ying Feng returned to her own room, idly swinging a jellyfish lamp suspended from a vine. The lamp, exquisitely carved from exceptionally clear white crystal, was utterly flawless, allowing even the tiniest tendrils of the jellyfish to be seen with clarity. The lid was adorned with numerous luxurious gems, dazzling under the crystal chandelier's light. The jellyfish emitted a gentle blue glow, hanging gracefully among the jade-like vine leaves, resembling an exquisitely crafted decorative lantern. Ying Feng, becoming the Lord does not seem so bad after all. Look at this lamp of mine. How splendid it is, a true upgrade from a mere gun to a cannon. The jellyfish twirled within the lamp, clearly pleased with its new home. Come now, that lamp is incredibly heavy, weighing at least 3 or 4 pounds. A molecular material lamp would be far more convenient, Ying Feng retorted. With your current strength, my dear, 3 or 4 pounds would feel like nothing. Even if it were 300 or 400 pounds, you could effortlessly lift it as if it were but a vine, the jellyfish praised. Your power is now tremendously abundant. Your vitality radiates so profusely you are akin to a human-shaped oxygen oasis. I can hardly discern your age anymore. You appear to be over 100 years old, yet also seem to be under 20. You have changed remarkably during our slumber these past months. Ying Feng was at a loss for words, eventually remarking, "You make me sound like an ancient creature." The jellyfish gazed at Ying Feng's beauty, now magnified several times over. With skin that exuded a soft luminescence and hair flowing like a river of dark stars. Indeed, you resemble a fairy now. Humans would surely be captivated by your allure. To borrow a phrase from human literature, you are both pure and desirable, accompanied by an aura of sacred light that dares not invite desecration. It chuckled heartily. Ying Feng brought the jellyfish lamp closer, fixing her azure eyes upon it with unwavering intensity. The jellyfish, feeling somewhat unnerved, wrapped its tentacles around its plump body, nervously asking, "Why do you gaze at me so? I harbor no interest in humans, so do not entertain any improper thoughts." With a light laugh, Ying Feng playfully poked at the jellyfish lamp, languidly remarking, "I thought you were chattering away because you were searching for a partner. By the way, are you male or female?" As she raised the lamp high, squinting to observe the jellyfish, she inquired further, "Do jellyfish have genders? Hey, are you being lewd? Can you not respect a jellyfish's privacy?" The jellyfish exclaimed, blushing in a flurry of colors, hastily curling into a ball, which sent Ying Feng into peals of laughter. "What are you so flustered about? I know nothing of your biological structure. Once again, since we are so familiar with each other, please clarify your gender, so I may assist you in finding a suitable partner." At that moment, His Holiness, Cryan, knocked and entered, only to find Ying Feng collapsed on the sofa, laughing while cradling her pet jellyfish lamp. Cryan's arrival was a salvation for the large jellyfish. Ying Feng placed the iridescent jellyfish lamp, which shimmered like neon lights, back on a nearby table and turned to Cryan, her smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Ying Feng's joyful demeanor seemed to be contagious, uplifting Cryan and several maidens, who, at that moment, felt the discomfort caused by the black hole's leap dissipate entirely. "Do you not sense an extraordinary lightness in your body?" It feels as if the air in His Holiness's chamber is fresher than in other places, one maiden whispered to another. I share this sentiment. It is akin to having taken a refreshing nap by the sacred lake, leaving me entirely at ease. The maiden's words caught Cryan's attention. While in his own quarters, he had endured the disquiet caused by the black hole's leap, but upon entering His Holiness's room, it felt as though he had stepped into a shielding chamber. No. It was even more exquisite than a shielding chamber. Previously, upon emerging from such a chamber, he would still experience a degree of dizziness, yet now, he felt none of that, truly peculiar. Cryan suppressed his bewilderment and respectfully inquired, Might I ask if His Holiness has any commands? Cryan, I am not your holy master. Nor do I aspire to be one, Ying Feng replied candidly. Cryan and the maidens were taken aback, immediately kneeling. But what have we done to displease you, your holiness? Please, rise, Ying Feng said, feeling a headache coming on. I am uncertain how you have concluded that I am your holy master. If it is due to the divine tree, I must clarify that it was an accident. I too have benefited from the blessings of your divine tree. If there is any way I may repay this, as long as it does not contravene moral principles and is within my capacity, I shall gladly do so. Cryan did not stand but slightly lifted his head, tentatively suggesting, Your Holiness is the child of the divine tree. As long as you fulfill your role as the holy master and protect the subjects blessed by the divine tree, that would be the greatest form of gratitude. The maidens remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with Cryan's words. Ying Feng sighed. What leads you to believe that I am indeed your holy master? What if you have erred in your judgment? Cryan bowed his head in reverence, stating, Only a child chosen by the divine tree can safely traverse the sacred lake to the horde island. Should any unchosen individual attempt to breach the sacred lake, regardless of who they are or what means they employ, even if they were to use an airship, they would be drawn into the depths of the lake and never resurface. 3 months ago, Your Holiness not only crossed the sacred lake to reach Horde Island, but did so without the need for a vessel, walking upon the water without sinking. Such a sight I had only encountered in literature, always believing it to be mere legend. I never imagined it to be true. If you are not the holy child, then no one else is worthy of that title. Furthermore, a holy child recognized by the divine tree will be sent back to the people to serve as their protector, becoming the holy master. Is there a prohibition against leaving Horde Island? Ying Feng seized upon this crucial point. Indeed, if one fails the trial of the divine tree, the holy sun shall be eternally bound to its presence, becoming a mere sustenance for the tree. After Cryan's words, Ying Feng fell into a moment of silence. While the great jellyfish chuckled mischievously behind her, if their holy lord were to bear a title, it would undoubtedly be that of His Excellency Mary Sue. Ha ha ha. What exactly is the duty of the holy lord? Ying Feng pondered whether she could indeed be considered their holy lord. What if she truly was? It is essential to comprehend one's responsibilities, especially since she had obtained a wood energy pearl from the divine tree. It is only right to repay them. Alas, it seems there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Holy Lord is not required to undertake any tasks, merely to receive the faith and reverence of the subjects, and as a result, the natural environment of the entire Tyasim star system would flourish without the need for artificial technology to maintain its equilibrium. The great jellyfish remarked, Isn't this just a mascot? However, Ying Feng was not so optimistic. How could one receive the devotion of so many planetary subjects without doing anything at all? How could that be possible? Chapter 123. The healer Cryan, noticing the disbelief etched on Ying Feng's face, felt an urgency that nearly compelled him to bare his heart for her to see. Your Highness, the son of the divine tree, your existence is akin to the sunlight and rain nourishing every inch of Tyasim, revitalizing its natural environment. When the environment thrives, there is no longer a need for artificial technology to deplete the planet's vitality. Cryan was acutely aware that the current prosperity of the Tyasim star system was but an illusion, should the divine tree fail to awaken. Or if the Holy Master did not return to this land, the countless life-bearing planets of Tyasim would, in a few centuries, gradually disintegrate into cosmic dust, a stark truth, devoid of embellishment. However, Cryan's forthrightness only deepened Ying Feng's unease. Observing him, and the maiden still kneeling, she urged, Enough with the kneeling. Rise and speak. Seeing that his words had begun to penetrate her skepticism, Cryan finally stood. Can the Holy Master leave the Tyasim star system? Ying Feng inquired, a frown creasing her brow. Surely she cannot remain here indefinitely. Indeed, she can, Cryan replied. Your Highness is free to go wherever you wish, for however long you desire. I shall ensure all travel arrangements are made for you. Ying Feng felt a measure of relief. As long as she was not confined like a caged bird, she would be content. What if I wish to travel alone? Cryan hesitated. If the Holy Master prefers our absence, we shall retreat to a place where you cannot see us. However, you must not vanish without a trace. Your people in Tyasim need you. A flicker of apprehension crossed Cryan's eyes, as if he feared Ying Feng might disappear at any moment. Feeling his gaze weigh heavily upon her, Ying Feng felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. She had yet to depart, yet he regarded her as if she were already gone. If I leave the Tyasim star system, will your natural environment truly deteriorate? Surely not to such an extent. Your Highness may depart Tyasim. The divine tree is already awakened. You can traverse the cosmos for years without issue. We will endure in your absence, provided you remember to return home and keep your people in mind. Cryan's eyes shimmered with a fragile strength, his posture slightly slumped, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The great jellyfish marveled. This old fellow, despite his advanced age, possesses quite the refined palate. Clearly, he is akin to aged red tea. Ying Feng remained noncommittal, her azure eyes deep in contemplation. Weighing Cryan's words and pondering whether she truly desired the mantle of Holy Master, Cryan seemed genuinely fearful that Ying Feng might abandon them, reiterating the responsibilities of the Holy Master. When the citizens of Tyasim face grave persecution that we ourselves cannot overcome, it is imperative for the Holy Master to beseech the divine tree on behalf of the people, seeking its protection. However, we have not encountered such insurmountable challenges in nearly a century, he continued. The most severe incident was a century ago when the Federal Empire forcibly coerced our healers, making them the exclusive healers for their mechanized soldiers. Cryan sighed, reflecting on how that calamity halved their number of healers, yet, blessed by the divine tree, they managed to persevere. In the annals of history, the 60-year-old Cryan has only encountered the events of yesteryear through documented records. Yet, each time he views those video accounts, a seething resentment arises within him towards the malevolent Federal Empire, which nearly obliterated the foundation of their healers. Though the Tyasim star system lies within the jurisdiction of the Federation, it remains a sovereign entity, distinct from the imperial territories of the Federation. Healers? The term piqued Ying Feng's curiosity. Are they akin to doctors? Yes, yet not entirely, Cryan replied. How so? Ying Feng inquired, intrigued. In the era of interstellar travel, the most formidable warriors of each star domain were invariably mech pilots. The operation of mechs demands immense mental fortitude. The longer a mech soldier pilots their machine, the greater the toll on their mental energy. Before reaching the threshold of mental fatigue, adequate rest or the use of medical pods can replenish this energy. Ying Feng asked, what happens if one surpasses this threshold? Cryan explained, then it transforms into mental degradation. The concepts of fatigue and degradation differ profoundly. Mental degradation is, in many respects, irreversible. No matter how advanced the medical technology, it cannot restore one who has suffered such degradation. If left untreated, and the pilot continues to operate their mech, the mental degradation worsens until complete mental collapse occurs, a phenomenon referred to as the collapse of one's mental essence. The collapse of mental essence? Cryan elaborated that upon experiencing such a collapse, a mech warrior becomes a paralyzed shell of their former self, enduring a fate worse than death. As he spoke, he raised his wrist device, bringing forth video documentation of mental essence collapses for Ying Feng to observe. After a mere glance, Ying Feng furrowed his brow at the sight of emaciated figures devoid of any will to survive. Following their collapse, a staggering majority of these mech warriors succumb to suicide. They cannot bear the reality of their incapacitation and wish to spare their families from the burden. Thus, healers can mend the damaged mental energy of mech warriors. Ying Feng began to grasp the role of the healers. Indeed, the healing arts of Tyasim healers can remedy mental degradation that even the most advanced interstellar medical technologies cannot conquer. As long as one has not reached the stage of mental essence collapse, there remains hope for recovery. Once that threshold is crossed, however, all is lost. Ying Feng further inquired, What connection does this have with the Federal Empire? Why do they forcibly coerce your healers? Our healers are few in number. Their awakening not subject to human intervention. It is not a skill acquired through training, but rather a gift of inherent talent bestowed by the divine tree, Cryan elucidated. Ying Feng pondered. Is it true that Tyasim women awaken their healing talents due to the divine tree's blessing? He recalled the wooden energy orb he had consumed. Could it be that the Tyasim race's ability to awaken their healing arts stemmed from this orb? Now that the orb is gone, would the Tyasim people be forever deprived of their healing abilities? Troubled by this realization, Ying Feng found himself less eager to learn of the Federal Empire's past deeds. Feigning casual interest, he asked Cryan, how does your divine tree bestow its blessings? Or rather, prior to awakening, do your healers engage with the divine tree in any particular manner? The coming-of-age ceremony for each Tya woman at the age of 18 takes place beside the sacred Star Lake, where they beseech the divine tree for blessings. Should they possess an innate healing talent, the divine tree will bestow upon them a radiant green light, fully awakening their healing abilities. However, Ying Feng expressed his confusion, inquiring how the divine tree could manifest such a light after a century of dormancy and decay. Cryan, with a face full of anger, emphatically replied, the divine tree has indeed withered, and the number of awakened healers has drastically diminished over the past century. And this is precisely due to the actions of the Federal Empire. Chapter 124. Arrival at Siam. Star. Cryan's words left Ying Feng in deeper perplexity. The withering of the sacred tree was, indeed, a consequence of the Federal Empire? Cryan continued to elucidate for Ying Feng, the indigenous women of the Tyasim system, under the protection of the sacred tree, possessed a certain probability of awakening healing abilities, typically at the age of 18. Healers are categorized into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to 4 levels of mental strength. However, the number of women who awaken healing abilities is woefully minuscule compared to the vast number of mech warriors within the Federation. Our Tya clan's mental health hospitals across various star regions are perpetually bustling with patients, yet the healers cannot continuously provide mental healing. For instance, a C-grade healer, unless treating a patient with D-level mental damage, must rest for at least 3 to 4 hours after each healing session. In a single day, a healer can perform healing only 2 or 3 times at most. Moreover, the scarcity of healers means that many mech engineers without influential backgrounds often find themselves waiting for a year and a half to receive treatment, turning what could have been a minor mental injury into a catastrophic collapse of their mental essence. In addition to the mech warriors of the Federal Empire, the Federation's star domains are populated with numerous private mech engineers and mercenary pilots. They too can seek mental healing at the Tya clan's hospitals by paying and waiting their turn. The military strength of the Federal Empire is formidable, and the demand for mental healing among its mech warriors is the highest. A century ago, the tyrannical Federal Empire seized control of all healing facilities, compelling all Tya healers to cater exclusively to the mental injuries of the Empire's soldiers. This action was met with vehement opposition from numerous smaller nations, yet to no avail. As Cryan spoke, her expression grew increasingly indignant. A century ago, the natural environment of Tyasim deteriorated alarmingly, and we struggled to cope with the rapidly worsening conditions. Our technological and military capabilities lagging far behind those of the Federal Empire. Captivated by the narrative, Ying Feng eagerly inquired, how did your healers extricate themselves from the Empire's coercion? Cryan scoffed, the Federal Empire likely underestimated the fragility of our healers. They are cherished individuals, and if they themselves do not value their well-being, how can they be compelled by force? Their emotional states, whether marked by distress or fear, significantly diminish the efficacy of their healing. Often, they can only perform treatment at a lower grade. For instance, a B-grade healer, capable of treating a mech engineer of equivalent mental strength, may find themselves reduced to treating only C or even D-level injuries if coerced, which is certainly not the outcome the Federal Empire desires. The final straw that led the Federal Empire to abandon its coercive tactics against the healers was the astonishing fact that the number of awakenings among healers that year was 0. This was the wrath of the sacred tree. Cryan's expression turned sorrowful as she recalled that year when the sacred tree withered into silence. Thick clouds enveloped the sacred lake, and the number of healers awakening was reduced to nothing. The Federal Empire has finally come to know fear. should there be no healers in the future. Their formidable mech warriors would be rendered powerless, and their reign over the cosmos would come to an end. The Federal Empire has issued apologies to the Divine Tree and the Tya clan, completely withdrawing from the Tyasim star system. In compensation, a plethora of resources has surged towards Tyasim. Seizing this opportunity, Tyasim has rapidly developed and strengthened its power. Although the Divine Tree remains dormant, it has begun to awaken healers once more. The Federal Empire perceives this as a sign that the Divine Tree has accepted their apologies. However, the number of healers awakened each year is exceedingly scant, less than half of what it once was. Thus, the Empire has extended various forms of support to the Tyasim star system, hoping that the Divine Tree will recognize their sincerity and facilitate the awakening of more healers. Despite their animosity towards the Federal Empire, the Tya clan understands their own limitations and strength. They are aware that they will inevitably become prey once again. Furthermore, this is a debt owed to them by the Empire. Why should they refuse it? After a century of development, Tyasim has become a formidable force, second only to the superpower of the Federal Empire. Upon hearing the full context of these events, Ying Feng felt a profound sense of reflection. Indeed, the past century has been a tumultuous journey for Tyasim. In truth, Ying Feng's understanding of healers remains somewhat superficial. Due to the extreme rarity of mental healers in Tyasim, the Federal Empire, unable to control them for their own ends, has turned to the notion of marriage alliances. Countless BC-level and even A-level mech warriors ardently pursue healers, while D-level warriors are deemed unworthy of participating in this elite competition. For any mech warrior seeking a spouse, healers are the preferred choice. However, the number of healers pales in comparison to the vast population of mech warriors, making it nearly impossible for anyone outside the ranks of high-ranking officials and nobles to marry a healer. Consequently, the status of healers in the galaxy is exceptionally elevated. Nonetheless, these matters are of little concern to Ying Feng at present. Her primary worry lies in whether the Divine Tree can still awaken healers. If her removal of the wood energy pearl has rendered the Divine Tree incapable of awakening any more healers, she would become an eternal sinner in Tyasim's history. Yet, she cannot disclose this matter openly. Revealing the truth could lead them to regard her not as a saint, but as a potential sacrificial offering to the Divine Tree. Ying Feng inquired, "When do your healers typically go to the sacred lake for their awakening ceremonies?" Cryan replied, "With the vast population of Tyasim, many young women reach adulthood daily. However, we cannot disturb the Divine Tree every day. So we concentrate the healing awakening ceremonies for the month's newly adult women on the last day of each month." Ying Feng furrowed her brow in contemplation. Today is the 26th. In 5 days, the awakening ceremony will take place, and she will discover whether the Divine Tree, devoid of the wood energy pearl, can still bestow its sacred radiance. As time slipped away, 2 hours passed unnoticed. The super battleship had traversed the black hole's fold space route and, in an instant, arrived at the large starship docking area within the planetary ring orbit of the main planet, Xianmu Star, of the Tyasim star system. Cryan announced, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Xianmu Star. Please proceed to the Sacred Hall." A glimmer of tears shimmered in Cryan's eyes as he reflected on the years the temple had remained vacant, now finally welcoming its new master. The signal was restored, and Ying Feng's wristband once again displayed numerous missed calls and unread messages, all from Hess without exception. As Ying Feng gazed at the messages flashing in the halo, a veil of mist clouded her eyes. She could no longer endure the wait. She needed to contact Hess now, immediately. Yet, in this critical moment, her wristband, which had accompanied her through countless trials, malfunctioned. It first froze, then completely blacked out, refusing to respond to her attempts. Why did it have to fail at such a crucial time? Frustrated, Ying Feng nearly crushed the wristband with her bare hands. Observing this, Cryan promptly stepped forward. "Has the Master-S wristband broken?" "Yes," Ying Feng responded irritably. "Do not worry, my lady. I shall have a new wristband delivered at once. For now, please proceed to the temple to settle in." There was no other option. Thus, they departed. Frowning, Ying Feng grasped the jellyfish pot and exited the room, determined to resolve everything swiftly and connect with Hess. Cryan led Ying Feng to the small airship docked within the super battleship. Due to their massive size, super battleships typically did not land on planetary surfaces, remaining stationed in docking zones tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Inside the airship, the attendants busily prepared for Ying Feng, assisting her with her attire. They held various cosmetics to her face, but ultimately set them aside, realizing that their mistress's visage was flawless, radiating an innate glamour that rendered any makeup superfluous. Abandoning their efforts to beautify her, the attendants began dressing her in ceremonial robes. Ying Feng felt as though they were draping layer upon layer of exquisite and heavy garments upon her, complemented by a ceremonial crown, weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds in total. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, resplendent in her finery, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is it truly necessary to dress this way?" "Absolutely," the attendants replied, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Their mistress was breathtaking, seemingly enveloped in a divine aura, dignified, luxurious, and radiantly striking. They respectfully stated, "The citizens of Tyasim are already aware of your presence and have gathered outside the starport, eagerly awaiting your arrival. This is your first appearance before the public. It is essential that you don this attire that signifies your noble identity," the attendants declared resolutely. Chapter 125, The Sudden Jealousy as the floating ship began to decelerate at an altitude of 2,000 meters above the ground. It gently descended to a few hundred meters above the surface. The citizens of Xianmu Star, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Lord, were filled with fervor and exuberantly cheered. Upon awakening, they discovered their entire planet cloaked in verdant splendor, a revelation that left them both astonished and elated. This was a genuine revival of the natural environment, not a product of artificial technology. Upon confirming the rejuvenation of the divine tree and the arrival of the Lord, Cryan promptly disseminated this joyous news. Within half an hour, the populace across the entire Xianmu star system was informed of this delightful tidings. Among them was an elderly centenarian, moved to tears, unable to believe that he would witness the revival of the divine tree and the coming of the Lord in his lifetime. Cryan arranged for the Lord's procession to commence from the Starport Avenue, parading through the capital city of Xianmu, Bila City, to receive the citizens' initial homage before returning to the sacred temple. At that moment, the thoroughfares of Starport Avenue were teeming with throngs of people, while the sides of towering edifices overflowed with enthusiastic citizens. Young maidens raised their colorful scarves to the sky, gazing longingly at the descending floating ship. The blossoms of the night-blooming trees danced in the wind, scattering countless petals in a breathtaking display. Dukes, nobles, and distinguished elites shed their usual pride, mingling among the common folk, sharing laughter and joy in anticipation of the Lord's arrival. At last, the floating ship hovered 5 meters above the ground amidst the collective anticipation of the masses as the top platform of the vessel unfolded. The crowd erupted in even greater excitement, their cheers continuously reaching Ying Feng's ears. Xianmu, with its formidable strength and significant interstellar influence, had made the arrival of their new generation of Lord known across many star regions, with the parade being broadcast live throughout the entire star network. This arrangement was Cryan's clever stratagem. Once Ying Feng appeared before the interstellar audience in the guise of the Lord, she would find it impossible to relinquish her newfound identity. Now, only one final step remained. Cryan respectfully urged, "Your Excellency, it is time to make your appearance. The people of Xianmu await you." However, Ying Feng hesitated to comply, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Shouldn't we first return to my residence? Why must I meet the people now?" Clearly, she sensed a discordance. Presenting herself as the Lord at this moment was not her desired timing. If, during the healing ceremony 5 days hence, a new healer were to awaken, it would indicate that the divine tree, despite losing the wood energy pearl, could still emit the sacred radiance, thereby awakening the healing talents of the women of Xianmu. In such a case, she would not be obligated to assume the role of the Lord. To the people of Xianmu, the status of the Lord was exalted and infinitely revered, yet to Ying Feng, it merely represented a position, a job. Conversely, if the divine tree failed to emit the sacred radiance 5 days later, she would find it difficult to simply depart, especially since she was the one who had taken their wood energy pearl. Ying Feng's reluctance to emerge left Cryan in a state of distress. He had long discerned her lack of desire to be their lord. Should she refuse, he could not compel her to accept the role. Nevertheless, her unwillingness did not negate her status as the lord. The moment Ying Feng stepped forth from the sacred lake, She had already become the Lord of Tyasim. In the entire Tyasim system, no one could defy the will of the Holy Lord. Ying Feng remained seated, unwavering as a mountain, when at that moment, a maid presented her with the latest high-spec wristband. She promptly accepted the device, swiftly activating it with her fingerprint and iris verification, logging into her account anew. The new wristband functioned smoothly, and she immediately accessed Hess's messaging interface, eager to contact him. However, the wristband's settings were in their factory state, and numerous application notifications popped up incessantly. Among them was a trending news item featuring a name that Ying Feng was all too familiar with. Without a moment's thought, she clicked on it. The trending news appeared, and before she could activate the privacy screen, Cryan caught a glimpse of half the display. Imperial Princess Zadina in danger. Imperial War God Major General Hess comes to the rescue. Ying Feng? What is the relationship between Zadina and Hess? Ying Feng furrowed her brow, her expression deeply displeased. Cryan and the maids felt an immense pressure envelop the room, as if a heavy stone had settled upon their chests. This was the innate talent of the Holy Lord, capable of naturally suppressing all citizens of Tyasim. The Holy Lord was angered. Cryan was acutely aware of this. Unexpectedly, his clandestine arrangement for the Holy Lord to meet the public had not incited her wrath, but rather, it was this trending news that had provoked her ire. Cryan, a person of meticulous thought and careful planning, sensed a peculiar distinction in the Holy Lord's reaction to the newly acclaimed war god, Major General Hess. Hess had gained widespread renown throughout the star system. Anyone who was not utterly oblivious to current events knew his name, coupled with his towering and handsome stature. Countless women were enamored by him. Among these women were daughters of high officials and nobles, with even the Empire's most favored young princess, Zadina, regarding him as her destined consort. Everyone knew Princess Zadina would marry no one but Major General Hess. She was the most esteemed woman in the entire Federal Empire, second only to Her Majesty the Queen. Countless hearts were shattered, knowing they could never compete with Princess Zadina. Did the Holy Lord also harbor an interest in Major General Hess? Ying Feng seized upon this significant notion, her unease intensifying. Many people were interested in him. Cryan felt the atmospheric pressure plummet further, yet he was undaunted, knowing how to counsel Ying Feng to solidify her identity as the Holy Lord. With exaggerated expression, he remarked, "Are you unaware? The newly acclaimed war god of the Federal Empire, Major General Hess, is the dream lover of countless young maidens." What? Ying Feng instinctively tightened her grip on a red jade ornament adorning her jellyfish pot. The Imperial Princess Zadina was merely 18, breathtakingly beautiful, and had boldly declared that she would marry no one but him. Ying Feng fell silent, yet she snapped the red jade in two. Cryan grew increasingly confident. All the women enamored with Major General Hess had been driven away by Princess Zadina's authority, preventing them from approaching him even a step. Some noble women of high standing resisted. Yet in the end, their families were expelled from the Federal Empire, having been found guilty of various infractions by Princess Zadina. Indeed, the evidence is irrefutable. None of these noble families can claim to be entirely untainted. Yet, Cryan refrains from articulating this, merely sighing in resignation. A woman devoid of power cannot even approach Major Hess within a 10-mile radius. In that fleeting moment, Ying Feng nearly succumbed to Cryan's persuasion, tempted to accept the identity of this seemingly divine figure. However, she ultimately regained her composure, recognizing Cryan's cunning ploy. Setting aside her understanding of Hess's character, undoubtedly a paragon of virtue, steadfastly awaiting her return, she remained resolute. Even should Cryan's words ring true, she was distinctly different from those other women who sought to draw near Hess. Regardless of her status, Hess belonged solely to her. She firmly believed that if she were to reach out to Hess now, he would hasten to her side without hesitation. Ying Feng regarded Cryan with a smile that belied her true feelings, and Cryan, perceptive as ever, recognized her awareness of his scheme. Upon realizing his ruse had been unveiled, Cryan abruptly bowed, crossing his arms in a gesture of respect. "Your Grace, the Elder." But before he could finish, the atmosphere outside shifted dramatically. A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very earth. A piercing scream shattered the silence. "Ah, it's a star beast invasion." Chapter 126. The battle. The sky erupted with a blinding flash of white light, and a vortex materialized out of thin air, unleashing a multitude of star beasts. Chaos ensued outside, as people fled in panic, trampling one another amidst a cacophony of screams, roars, and clashing weapons. Prime Minister crying. "We are under siege by the star beasts." A soldier rushed in, urgency evident in his stride. "The mech battalions are already engaged in combat with the star beasts. Please. You and His Holiness must relocate to a safe location at once." Cryan, the chieftain of the Tia tribe and the prime minister of the Tyasim star system, wore a grim expression. Where is the patrol team and the inspection office? How could they allow the star beast surge to erupt so near the main star? Cryan's voice thundered as he commanded, "Deploy all patrol warships and mech battalions immediately. We must minimize the impact of this star beast surge within the hour." "Yes." The soldier hurriedly exited. They had not witnessed a star beast surge in decades, and it was utterly inopportune for it to occur on the very day of His Holiness's arrival. Cryan could not help but curse under his breath, fearing for the impression this would leave on their esteemed guest. Turning towards Ying Feng, Cryan's demeanor softened, his tone steady and imbued with a reassuring strength. "Do not fret. Your Holiness. The military might of Tyasim is formidable. We shall evacuate immediately without issue." Ying Feng recalled the star beast surge that had separated her from Hess 3 months prior. It was astonishing that she had barely awakened only to face another onslaught of star beasts. "Is the situation dire?" she inquired, her brows furrowing. "Fortunately, it remains within manageable limits. Please rest assured, Your Holiness," came the reply. The floating vessel swiftly maneuvered towards a secure location, shielded by numerous mech warriors. Ying Feng gazed out the window, the scene resembling what she had witnessed during her passage through the corridors, albeit the throngs of people were far more numerous now. The main forces of the army were engaged with the star beasts, leaving the resources for crowd control somewhat strained. Incidents of trampling were not uncommon. Those soldiers were diligently redirecting the masses, and thus far, no fatalities had been reported. Injuries, however, were inevitable. A small child, appearing no older than 3 or 4, wailed as he wandered, lost from his parents amidst the tumult. Moments later, he was knocked to the ground, countless feet passing over him, a perilous situation indeed. The child was far too small, nearly invisible among the towering adults, and the soldiers tasked with guiding the evacuation had not yet noticed him. But Ying Feng did. "That child is in danger," she exclaimed. Without hesitation, she departed the compartment, heading towards the upper hatchway. "Your Holiness?" Cryan was taken aback by her swift action, unable to intercept her in time. "It is too dangerous outside. You cannot go out." Cryan urgently called to the soldiers and mech warriors stationed outside. "Quickly, stop His Holiness." Suddenly, the upper hatch of the swiftly moving vessel burst open, and a tall figure clad in splendid attire leaped out. The escorting mech warriors immediately recognized her. Despite having never seen Ying Feng before, they knew without a doubt that she was their sovereign. "Your Holiness, return at once. It is perilous." The voice of the mech battalion captain echoed through the mech's loudspeakers. Ying Feng paid no heed to his warning, her gaze fixated on the direction of the child. The airship had long since soared far beyond the location of the child, rendering Ying Feng unable to glimpse his figure. Perhaps it was her profound concern for him that, despite his absence and her ignorance of his whereabouts, she seemed to sense his existence. Threads of invisible spiritual energy radiated outward. Moments later, Ying Feng not only discovered the child but also witnessed numerous injured civilians struggling for survival amidst the chaotic throng, abandoned by all. The singular thought that consumed her was to rescue them. As the fleeing crowd passed the airship, they noticed Ying Feng, yet they were too preoccupied with their own escape to pay her heed. Only a handful recognized her as their potential savior, their lord. "Lord, save us!" came the faint cries for help, scarcely audible to anyone. Yet, Ying Feng heard them. She removed the heavy ceremonial crown, allowing her long, flowing ebony hair to cascade freely, and shed her cumbersome formal attire for a lightweight, form-fitting dark green gown. "Lord!" cried Cryan, who rushed out of the cabin, attempting to pull her back inside, only to witness her leap from the swiftly moving airship. Panic-stricken, he shouted, "Lord!" The mechanized warriors surrounding the airship immediately transformed in an attempt to catch her, but before they could reach her, a colossal vine surged from the ground, lifting Ying Feng high into the air. She stood atop a towering platform woven from the entwined vines, her eyes shut and arms outstretched. resembling a powerful and ethereal queen of the forest. Though devoid of a golden crown or resplendent garments, she exuded an overwhelming presence. Throughout Bailu City, vines broke through the earth, enveloping and shielding all the injured. The sky was filled with swirling vines. Not just the vines, but all vegetation grew at an astonishing rate, transforming Bailu City into a jungle metropolis, overtaken by greenery. As the star beasts breached the aerial defenses and approached the ground, the soldiers were caught off guard, witnessing a throng of civilians on the brink of injury. In an overwhelming surge, countless vines rushed forth, forming protective shields around the populace, while others morphed into deadly blades, swiftly dispatching the encroaching star beasts. Blood and carnage rained down, the vibrant green of the vines starkly contrasting with the deep crimson of spilled blood. Above all, the striking figure of the girl in the dark green gown, standing atop the vines, was breathtakingly beautiful amidst the chaos of slaughter. In that moment, Cryan and the soldiers were rendered speechless. The ordinary citizens stood in stunned silence. And even those watching the live broadcast of the Lord Tyazim's descent were momentarily captivated by the unexpected upheaval of the Star Beast tide. Chapter 127. The communication amidst the flames of war in the Federal Empire. On the Royal Hospital of the Imperial Star's satellite, Princess Sedina wept softly, clutching her slightly bruised hand. A cadre of esteemed physicians surrounded her, urging her to hasten into the medical chamber for treatment. Yet, she remained obstinate, her gaze fixed upon the silver-haired man engaged in a handover with the Royal Guard captain. Unfortunately, the silver-haired gentleman paid her no mind. Sedina understood he was preoccupied and might depart at any moment. This rare encounter was a chance she could not afford to squander. Otherwise, he would evade her once more. Who would have thought that a tranquil vacation on this planet would be disrupted by a surge of star beasts? Thankfully, Major Hess arrived just in time to save her life. With a delicate grace, Princess Sedina approached Hess, her voice trembling with vulnerability. Her hand bore a minor injury, and her eyes glistened with tears, amplifying her pitiable appearance. Her exquisitely crafted features were slightly furrowed, and the angle at which she tilted her head was meticulously designed to evoke sympathy. Alas, all her efforts were in vain. For Hess not only ignored her presence but also refrained from uttering a single word. It was Hess's aide who, unable to bear the tension any longer, finally spoke up, expressing their honor in serving the princess. Sedina's injury was not inflicted by the star beasts. Rather, in her panic upon hearing of the beast's emergence nearby, she had collided with the corner of a table, leading her to punish two of her attendants. The aide felt a pang of distress. Major Hess was impervious to flattery and dismissive of the affections lavished upon the most delicate and esteemed princess of the empire, which placed them in a precarious position. While Hess had no need to fear offending the princess, they certainly did. Unbeknownst to them, the princess was present. It was the royal guard who, aware of their battle with the star beasts, had hastily summoned them for assistance. Had they remained ignorant of her presence, it might have been easier. But now that they were aware of her injury, they could not simply depart. They were obliged to escort the princess to a secure planet before taking their leave. Initially, Hess intended to leave immediately after vanquishing the star beasts, but his aide, Marco, implored him to escort the ship carrying the princess to a safe location near the Imperial Star. Reluctantly, Marco engaged with Sedina, urging her to enter the medical chamber without delay, for her royal status demanded prompt attention. Otherwise, Queen Mother would be distressed. Doesn't Brother Hess worry about Sedina? Sedina disregarded Marco entirely, leaning closer to Hess, her demeanor imbued with a feigned innocence. Though her full name was lengthy, those close to her affectionately referred to her as Sedina. Marco, have you finished your instructions? If so, be on your way, Hess declared, his patience utterly exhausted as he turned to exit, activating his star ring to attempt contact with his beloved once more. Brother Hess. Sedina stamped her foot, calling out with a hint of melancholy. Marco, maintaining a polite demeanor despite the awkwardness, offered a courteous smile. Your Highness, please forgive us. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave. What could possibly be more important than my safety? What if I encounter another surge of star beasts? You must escort me back to the Imperial Star, Sedina exclaimed, disregarding her injury as she pursued Hess. She believed that the tall and long-legged Hess had walked far away. Yet unbeknownst to her, Hess remained motionless in the hospital lobby. In the waiting room of the hospital, a colossal screen adorned an entire wall, providing entertainment for those waiting. At that moment, the screen displayed a live broadcast from a distant planet, specifically from the realm of Xianmu. The footage revealed a chaotic scene where star beasts rampaged, and crowds fled in terror. Amidst the turmoil, a young girl emerged as a beacon of hope, rescuing countless lives from peril. Vines ensnared the star beasts, stunning viewers across the network. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into exuberant cheers. Long live the sovereign! Long live the sovereign! Long live the sovereign! The expressions of the gathered masses were fervent, oblivious to the ongoing threat of the star beasts, which continued to surge forth from a swirling vortex. Their gazes were fixated solely on the girl standing atop the towering vines, resembling an ethereal queen. Hess's eyes were riveted on the silhouette of the girl in the video, oblivious to the voice of Princess Sildina speaking to him. His heart raced violently, emotions surging through his veins like a tidal wave, drowning out all other sensations, leaving no room for any other images in his mind. This familiar figure, those well-known vines. The communicator in Hess's hand persistently requested the recipient to answer. As his heartbeat quickened, the girl in the live stream turned her face towards his communicator. On Xianmu, amidst the chaos of battle, Ying Feng noticed her communicator ringing. In the midst of the fray, she raised her hand and saw that it was Hess trying to reach her. Explosions echoed around her, with mechas and star beasts clashing in a cacophony of war. The air was thick with smoke, the sounds of artillery fire from battleships, the roars of star beasts, and the cheers of countless civilians formed a symphony of blood and tears. At that moment, Ying Feng glanced at the name of the caller. Disregarding the star beasts in imminent danger, almost instinctively, she looked at a camera not far from her and pressed the answer button. On the Imperial Federation's satellite planet, Hess watched as the girl in the video turned to face the camera, casting him a distant yet warm smile across the vastness of the starry sea and the flames of war. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. His heart felt as though it had been grasped tightly, rendering him breathless, a single tear tracing down his chiseled jawline. He heard her voice. Hess, I have returned. Chapter 128. Oh no, the boss is personally taking command of the starship. A breathtaking smile, blossoming amidst the chaos of war, radiated through the live broadcast, enchanting the entire galaxy. In an instant, an ever-growing multitude flocked to the streaming room, all inquiring about the name of the girl in the green dress. Yet, at that moment, the broadcast abruptly ceased. The screen faded to black, leaving behind a solitary message. It seems there is a network issue. Please refresh and try again. Despite the relentless attempts of viewers to refresh, the live stream remained unresponsive, intensifying their curiosity about the formidable and beautiful maiden. The interruption jolted Hess back to reality. He hastily wiped away his tears and rushed outside, his voice trembling. Xiao Feng, don't be afraid. Activate location sharing. I'll be there shortly. Behind him, Dana called out, but Hess was oblivious to her presence, his heart and mind solely focused on his Xiao Feng. At that moment, he lamented the inadequacy of interstellar technology, wishing fervently that it could instantly transport him to her side. Seeing the boss depart, Marco dared not linger any longer. He addressed Dana, Princess, please wait. As you witnessed, another wave of star beasts has erupted. We must act swiftly to quell the onslaught and rescue the afflicted populace. Without awaiting her response, Marco hurried off, fearing that the boss might abandon him. Hess's hovercraft awaited him at the hospital entrance. He stepped aboard with long strides and promptly commanded it to take off. The mechanized soldiers standing in formation alongside the hovercraft quickly followed suit. While the last soldier to board paused momentarily, glancing back at the hospital entrance, pondering, why hasn't Vice Commander Marco emerged yet? Hess, growing increasingly anxious, watched as Marco finally appeared, the hovercraft already soaring several hundred meters high. Alarmed, he released his own mech to chase after it, convinced that if he delayed any longer, the boss's starship would depart without him. Inside the hospital lobby, Dana, infuriated, kicked over several potted plants, her voice seething with indignation. What is the name of the woman in the video? Who is she? Why did my brother stare at her so entranced? The trembling attendants knelt in silence, too fearful to right the fallen pots. Only the captain of the royal guard dared to step forward, responding, that should be the new holy master of Tyasim. who bears a striking resemblance to the beloved of General Hess that he has long sought. As the captain of the Royal Guard, it is essential to stay abreast of current events and to provide the royal family with timely insights. What? Dana turned in disbelief, recalling the woman's image she had seen, thin and fragile, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. How could she possibly be the formidable figure in the recent video? Despite her reluctance to admit it, the woman in the broadcast was undeniably powerful. A fierce warrior amidst the star beast tide. How could she be the frail predecessor of Hess, who was surely long deceased? This was also why viewers had failed to recognize Ying Feng immediately. The current Ying Feng was more beautiful and stronger than ever, almost as if she had transformed into a different being altogether. The entire Star Network was aware that General Hess was searching for his beloved Ying Feng, who had been lost in the chaos of the Star Beast tide. Yet all the women enamored with Hess were convinced that Ying Feng had perished. After all, it was the Star Beast tide. In the midst of the Star Beast tide, even a towering man of 2 meters could meet a demise beyond comprehension. Thus, it was utterly futile for a frail woman devoid of combat prowess to aspire to survive. Consequently, the overwhelming sentiment among women was not one of disappointment or anguish over Major Hess's affection for a beloved, but rather a heightened admiration for his unwavering devotion. Such youth, striking handsomeness, unparalleled martial prowess, immense power, and steadfast loyalty rendered him irresistible to women across the galaxy, from the age of 8 to 80. However, whispers reached Sir Diana that Major Hess's beloved had not perished. She had metamorphosed into the illustrious Princess of Tyasim, her stature eclipsing even that of the imperial princess in the galactic hierarchy. How could Sir Diana endure this? I demand that woman perish. Do you hear me, Sebelwyn? Regardless of whether she is the Princess of Tyasim or the long-dead Ying Feng, she must die. Sir Diana's visage contorted in fury and hysteria. Captain Sebelwyn furrowed his brow, incredulous at the outrageous utterances from a princess educated in royal etiquette. Nevertheless, he gently urged, Your Highness, such an act is impossible. I beseech you to refrain from making such inappropriate statements. Her status parallels that of our queen. An assassination would incite immense turmoil across the stars. The power of Tyasim is not significantly inferior to ours, and should war erupt, it would escalate into a galactic conflict, the repercussions of which neither you nor any individual could bear. Do not presume to enlighten me about Tyasim, were it not for their healers. They would have been obliterated by our Federation a century ago. They are merely a minor star nation, scavenging the remnants left by our empire, Sir Diana retorted disdainfully. Your Highness, you are aware of the significance of healers, and I need not elaborate on their importance. Regrettably, Tyasim is the sole realm capable of awakening such healers. The scenarios you envision will never materialize. Tyasim has long ceased to require our support. On the contrary, we are surreptitiously curtailing Tyasim's development to ensure their overall strength does not surpass that of the Federation. Sir Diana, witnessing not only Sebelwyn's refusal to heed her words, but also his retorts, grew increasingly irrational. Sebelwyn, your actions only serve to bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing your own stature. I seriously doubt your qualifications as the captain of the Royal Guard. Should you persist in disregarding my commands, there are many who would gladly take your place. Sebelwyn crossed his arms over his chest and bowed, maintaining a demeanor of dignity despite his lowered gaze. Your Highness, I acknowledge my inadequacies. Please, impose any punishment you deem fit. Very well, you shall await your fate. I shall implore my mother to relieve you of your position and cast you into the starry abyss to feed the star beasts. Humph. Sir Diana stormed off in a huff, leaving Sebelwyn to follow helplessly. Within the black hole passage, the absence of communication left Hess in a state of anxious turmoil. In the starship's cockpit, 6 pilots collaborated in navigation. Faster! We must reach the Tyasim star system within 30 minutes, Marco exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as unseen strands of tension manifested above his head. My dear comrades, we are situated tens of thousands of star miles from Tyasim. Even if we were to transcend the limits of human capability, it would still take us 2 hours to reach our destination. Therefore, let us break through those limits. What you perceive as the ultimate boundary is merely a figment of your imagination. Hess could no longer contain his agitation. He pushed aside one of the pilots, declaring, Stand aside. I shall take the helm. Marco, seemingly confronted by a frightful apparition, exclaimed in terror, "Hurry, everyone, into the cryogenic pods. If not, you shall never witness the dawn of another day." Without delay, he rushed to the communication console, urgently notifying all mech soldiers, "This is dire. The commander is taking command of the starship." He then smashed a cryogenic pod capsule onto the ground. The other 6 pilots followed suit, unconcerned about whether the commander could manage a large starship alone. As Marco's words echoed, every soldier, regardless of their previous engagement, instantly halted their activities and smashed their cryogenic pod capsules to the ground. With a resounding thud, the capsules transformed into 3-meter-long cryogenic chambers, prompting everyone to dive in as if pursued by an unseen terror. At the very moment they lay down, just before succumbing to slumber, a chilling pressure surged through the cryogenic pod, enveloping them in dread. Chapter 129, The Miracle of the Holy Lord. Marco often harbored doubts about their leader being a robot. Otherwise, how could he withstand the temporal pressure capable of reducing a human body to a mere pulp? After a series of extraordinarily amplified jumps that nearly resulted in the destruction of the starship, they arrived at the Tyasim star system just as Hess had anticipated. Precisely half an hour later, upon entering the boundaries of the star system, with a considerable distance still remaining to the main planet, Xianmu, Hess abandoned all his subordinates and piloted his silver-white mecha out of the starship, transforming into a beam of light that shot forth at great speed. Marco watched as the meteor streaked across the sky and vanished, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Although he had witnessed their leader becoming a ray of light multiple times, it never ceased to amaze him. Their leader was truly extraordinary. On Shinmu, after a brief communication with Hess, Ying Feng continued to slay the star beasts, rescuing the populace. Once the live-streaming host was brought to safety, he resumed his clandestine broadcast, this time risking his life for the sake of viewership and garnering a substantial number of fans and donations, justifying the perilous endeavor. The monetary aspect was secondary. His primary aim was to showcase the magnificent presence of their Holy Lord to the entire star network. Their Holy Lord was indeed both powerful and beautiful. No imperial princess or interstellar celebrity could rival their Holy Lord's allure. At this moment, the entire Bill City had transformed into a botanical metropolis. Ying Feng commanded the plant army to combat the star beasts, and with the assistance of the mecha forces, the star beasts were nearly eradicated. The vortex in the sky began to close, and the number of star beasts emerging dwindled, no longer necessitating Ying Feng's intervention. It was sufficient to leave it to the military. "Your Highness the Holy Lord." Cryan emerged from the protective circle of guards, leading the citizens to kneel before her, arms crossed over their chests. "We welcome Your Highness the Holy Lord's arrival." "Thank you, Your Highness." "Long live the Holy Lord." "Long live the Holy Lord." "Long live the Holy Lord." The voices surged like ocean waves, and even netizens on other planets were swept up by the fervent atmosphere, unable to resist chanting in unison. "Long live the Holy Lord." At this moment, the entire populace of Tyasim was utterly devoted to Ying Feng, who was rightfully regarded as the son of the divine tree, their protector, a living miracle. On the vine-covered platform, Ying Feng gazed helplessly at the throngs of people bowing in reverence. It seemed that there was no escaping the position of Holy Lord now. The vines stirred, lowering Ying Feng from the elevated platform to the ground. As she descended gracefully in her exquisite green gown, Cryan rushed forward, filled with excitement, inquiring, "Your Highness, are you unhurt? It is utterly shameful that we allowed the Holy Lord to encounter a wave of star beasts upon arrival." "Enough of that. Quickly, get the injured civilians and soldiers to the hospital for treatment," Ying Feng urged, exasperated. Yes, Your Highness, do not worry. Hundreds of mobile medical ships are diligently attending to the wounded." Cryan's words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream nearby. A crazed soldier is attacking." The crowd swiftly recoiled in fear. Ying Feng turned her gaze towards a frenzied high warrior being restrained by several soldiers. "What has happened to him? Why has he gone mad?" "Your Grace," a soldier choked, "this is our Mecha Team 2's captain. His spiritual essence has shattered." Ying Feng furrowed her brow, perplexed. Isn't a shattered spiritual essence synonymous with complete incapacitation? Why then has he succumbed to madness and resorted to biting? Cryan elucidated, "The higher the tier of one's mental prowess, the more severe the repercussions of a shattered spiritual essence. For instance, an individual with A or B rank mental capacity may devolve into madness or folly following such a breakdown. The soldier lamented, "Our captain is an A-rank mecha warrior. He should not have succumbed so swiftly." Today's extreme combat exacerbated his mental strain, leading to his immediate collapse. Observing Ying Feng's pained expression, Cryan gently reassured her, "Your Grace, do not grieve." He was aware that this day would come and had prepared himself mentally. Ying Feng frowned. "Isn't there a healer? Why was there no restoration of his mental faculties? Otherwise, how could a single battle precipitate such a collapse?" The soldier replied mournfully, "Our captain was scheduled for his routine treatment today, but the sudden outbreak of the Star Beast tide left no time for healing, and with the extreme battle, sob." He turned away, softly weeping. At that moment, the frenzied second-in-command suddenly broke free from the soldier's grasp, his eyes ablaze as he charged toward Ying Feng. "Ah, Your Grace, be careful. Quick, evade. Stop him. Protect the Grace." Panic erupted once more among the crowd. Ying Feng stood her ground, raising her hand as a vine-like rope ensnared the second-in-command firmly. He fell to the ground, thrashing in a fit, crimson eyes seemingly shedding murky tears. The medics rushed in with tranquilizers, but without someone to restrain him, they could not administer the injection. Ordinary soldiers were no match for a rampaging high-level warrior. Seeing this, Ying Feng knelt beside him, soothingly patting his shoulder, sighing, "You have endured much. Take a moment to rest." As she held him down, the medic had yet to inject him, but he suddenly stilled, his once murky crimson gaze regaining a hint of clarity. He struggled to speak, "Your Grace." The medic was taken aback. "I haven't even injected him yet. How is he recovering?" Cryan immediately commanded the medic to withdraw. His mind was engulfed in a tempest of madness, a deluge of conceivable and inconceivable scenarios sweeping through his thoughts. He crouched before the second-in-command, urgently querying Tashile. "How do you feel now?" Tashile fought against the impulse to approach the Grace and rub against her feet, managing to articulate, I feel as though I have undergone a mental healing. I yearn to." "What do you yearn for? Speak quickly." Cryan, desperate, wished to pry into his mind to uncover the mystery. Never before had anyone regained consciousness after a mental breakdown. He longed for the Holy Lord to touch him once more. Upon uttering these words, his face, dark as it was, flushed to a deep crimson, as if he had swallowed a barrel of red paint. "Please forgive me, Holy Lord, for my foolish and offensive words." His brow twitched slightly as he contemplated certain matters, the divine tree, the holy radiance, the wood spirit pearl. Could it be that she possessed healing abilities as well? Upon hearing Takhile's audacious remarks, Cryan hurriedly glanced at Ying Feng's expression, fearing that she might take offense. Yet, to his surprise, not only did Ying Feng remain unperturbed, but she also extended a delicate hand, as white and smooth as jade. Hovering a few centimeters above Takhile's shoulder, a glimmer of green light emanated from her palm, and in an instant, it penetrated Takhile's body. At that moment, Takhile felt an unparalleled refreshment, akin to sipping the most invigorating ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer's day, as if the purest spring water had cleansed his very soul. He sensed a complete revitalization. Never had he experienced such clarity of mind and strength. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, only to kneel down fervently. "Holy Lord's miracle! My essence was on the brink of collapse, and now I am utterly healed." This proclamation struck like thunder on a clear day, astonishing everyone present, including the viewers in the interstellar live stream. Netizens, how could a collapsed essence possibly be healed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must not have experienced a collapse. Perhaps it was an epileptic seizure or a sudden mental breakdown that miraculously resolved. It could not possibly be a collapse of essence. A healing master requires at least half an hour to effectively heal mental energy, yet the Holy Lord only took a second to restore him. This cannot be a collapse of essence. But do not forget, he was already deranged. The Holy Lord merely placed a hand on his shoulder, and he regained his clarity. How do we explain this? In an instant, all eyes across the galaxy were drawn to the young lady in the green dress. As the interstellar winds surged, and various influential figures expressed their curiosity about her. Chapter 130. The final encounter. Cryan was utterly astonished upon witnessing the verdant glow in Ying Feng's hand. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the sacred radiance bestowed by the divine tree. Not only was His Highness the Lord of the Holy Master immensely powerful, but he could also potentially be the most formidable healer in the history of the Tya tribe. Summon Captain 3 immediately, Cryan exclaimed with fervor. Captain 3, having just emerged from battle and his mech, hurried over. What is your current state of mental energy? Cryan inquired. Captain 3's complexion was wan. It is not good. The damage is quite severe. If not treated promptly, I may meet the same fate as Tashile. Cryan instantly turned to Ying Feng, his gaze imbued with a palpable plea. Understanding his intent, Ying Feng raised her hand, a glimmer of green light materializing in her palm. Even from 2 meters away, with a casual flick of her wrist, she sent the emerald glow into Captain 3's chest. The result was unequivocal. Captain 3's mental energy damage was instantaneously healed. At that moment, the entire star realm erupted in excitement. The Tya Holy Master possesses extraordinary healing capabilities. In truth, Ying Feng could not only mend shattered divine essences. As long as a person was not entirely beyond salvation, she could resurrect them. Yet, no one was aware of this remarkable ability, not even Ying Feng herself. Cryan was so overwhelmed with joy that he found himself at a loss for words. Besides leading everyone to kneel and cheer, he could think of no better way to convey his admiration for His Highness the Lord. A powerful thought surged through Cryan's mind. Their Holy Master was likely an S-level mental healer. The Tya tribe had never produced an S-level healer. The highest had merely reached A level. Thus, when an S-level mentalist experienced even minor damage, they could only languish in despair until death claimed them. At this moment, the attention of the leadership across all star nations was fixated on Ying Feng, reaching an unprecedented zenith. Such strength and beauty were remarkable enough, but her formidable healing prowess was astonishing. The S-level mentalists of the Federation Empire, who had always been cautious in wielding their powers to pilot mechs in combat, began to entertain thoughts they had not to entertain. The Tya tribe had not yet grasped this deeper implication, and even if they did, they remained unperturbed. After all, this was their Holy Master, not an ordinary healer. No one could dare to request such an esteemed figure to heal them personally. Not even the most revered war god of the Federation Empire, let alone the ridiculous aspirations of others. At that moment, all the Tya people were filled with jubilation and fervor. However, the vortex had not yet fully closed, and with the soldiers momentarily relaxing their guard, the Star Beast seized the opportunity to tear open a gaping chasm once more. The vortex suddenly expanded, even larger than before. Boom, boom. 2 more vortices emerged. From these 3 vortices emerged the formidable Star Master Beasts. It's the Star Master Beasts. The shrieks resonated once more. While the previous Star Beasts were numerous, they were merely ordinary. Now, they faced 3 Star Master Beasts, each exponentially more powerful than the last. The recently restored leaders of the mech battalion once again led their mech soldiers into battle against the Star Beasts. Cryan exclaimed in alarm, Holy Master, we must leave at once. This is a Star Master Beast. Unlike ordinary Star Beasts, it is far too perilous. You must evacuate immediately. Cryan's gaze toward Ying Feng mirrored that which he directed at the Divine Tree. He could not allow even the slightest risk to the Holy Master's safety. Ying Feng lifted her gaze to the 3 massive Star Master Beasts and declared solemnly, I cannot leave. Holy Master, Cryan pleaded, your safety is more crucial than the entirety of Biluo City. Please, come with us at once. The only response Ying Feng afforded him was the sudden emergence of twisting vines that surged forth, charging toward the largest of the Star Master Beasts. Holy Master, Cryan shouted in desperation. Countless vines, like steel blades, ensnared one of the Star Master Beasts. Yet, despite Ying Feng's utmost effort, she only managed to graze its fur, which only served to enrage the creature further. With a ferocious roar, the infuriated Star Master Beast effortlessly tore through the vine-like steel blades as if they were mere toys of a child. Ying Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as she summoned forth an overwhelming mass of vines, enhanced by countless evolutionary mutations, and ensnared the Star Master Beast once more. Vicious venom erupted forth, and one of the beasts perished on the spot. A faint smile graced Ying Feng's lips, but before she could savor her victory, the remaining 2 Star Master Beasts lunged toward her simultaneously. In the presence of such colossal foes, she appeared as insignificant as an ant beneath the foot of an elephant. When Hess arrived, he was met with a scene that left him astounded. The two grotesque star master beasts charged toward the frail girl, who resembled a delicate vine. Xiao Feng. In a flash, a golden light streaked across the sky, obliterating the two star master beasts in an instant. Ying Feng was momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the golden light, which overwhelmed her senses. The next moment, she felt herself being enveloped by a cold yet secure presence. Drawn into a mechanical chamber. Once the silver-white mech confirmed the safety of its beloved within the secure pod, it unleashed a torrent of fury, annihilating all remaining star beasts with blinding speed, leaving none behind, regardless of their size. In an instant, it transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. The gathered crowd gasped in shock, while interstellar netizens in the live stream were left speechless. Crying cried out in despair by the divine tree above. Please tell me this is not real. Their holy master has been abducted. Within the Tianxia star system, the relentless hunter starship, striving to keep pace with its leader, suddenly detected an approaching presence moving at light speed. Marco instantly recognized the light and shouted, "Open the containment pod immediately. The boss is back." As the hatch opened, the golden light that had been miles away a moment ago shot into the containment pod. The golden light materialized into a towering silver mech, standing motionless in place. Inside the mech's safety pod, Ying Feng gazed curiously at the silvery space. Though unfamiliar, it inexplicably filled her with a sense of tranquility, for it bore Hess's essence. She raised her hand to gently caress the wall, whispering softly, "The silver hue, akin to the color of the moon, resembles Hess's hair." At that moment, the inner hatch behind Ying Feng unexpectedly swung open. Startled, she instinctively turned to glance back, only to be enveloped in a fervent embrace. A small gasp escaped her lips as she failed to catch a glimpse of the person's face, yet found herself held tightly, with an intensity that rendered her breathless. Tears, warm and glistening, cascaded down her cheeks, reminiscent of dewdrops rolling off her long hair. The familiar, soothing scent of coolness enveloped her senses. It was the fragrance of her beloved, Hess. Sensing the tumultuous blend of joy, surprise, sorrow, and fear radiating from him, Ying Feng gently patted his back in a gesture of reassurance. "Hess, do not fear. I am safe. I have returned." Outside the mech, Marco and a contingent of soldiers huddled beneath the gleaming silver machine. Curiosity sparked among the soldiers as they inquired, "Deputy Marco, why hasn't the captain emerged yet? Are we still headed to Shenmue Star to eradicate the star beasts?" After reviewing the updates from Shenmue Star, Marco discovered that all the star beasts had been vanquished by a golden light, and the 3 whirlpools had been sealed. "There's no need to go. The captain has already annihilated the star beasts," he announced. "What? Then why did we endure such hardships to arrive here? The captain could have left a few for us to slay." Sighing, he lamented, during the chaotic jump through the black hole passage, I nearly missed entering the stasis pod, almost facing re-registration. If I had perished at the jaws of a star beast instead of in the jump, I would have been too ashamed to face my ancestors. All right, prepare for the return journey. Let us not concern ourselves with the captain. He has his own reasoning for his actions. Marco glanced up at the towering silver mech, recalling the visage of the Saint Tia, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the captain's beloved, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The captain is currently preoccupied with a beauty. We should refrain from being inconsiderate and interrupting. Chapter 131. Intense battle within the silvery white mech. The temperature gradually rose as they embraced tightly. Ying Feng pressed against Hess's chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. "Hess, you are holding me too tightly," she chuckled softly. Feigning annoyance, Hess wiped away his tears and loosened his grip slightly, lowering his gaze to scrutinize his beloved. His voice trembled slightly. "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you and lost you." Ying Feng raised her hand to wipe away the remnants of his tears, smiling. "I didn't even cry. Why are you?" Hess pouted slightly, resembling a child who clutches a treasured toy that has been lost and found again, filled with both joy and guilt. He was so afraid to do anything else, fearing this blissful moment was merely a dream. If he wished for too much, he might awaken and lose this fleeting warmth. "Xiao Feng, this isn't a dream, is it? You really have returned?" Ying Feng found his childlike demeanor amusing. She pinched his face, saying, "Hess, how did you become so childlike?" When I first met you as a child, you were such a serious little adult. How have you reverted to this state? Hess allowed her to pinch his cheeks. As long as she remained with him, she could do anything she wished. Observing his dazed expression, Ying Feng knew that she needed to provoke him to bring him back to reality. With a gentle hand, she pushed him against the wall. Hess did not resist, letting her press him there, his eyes fixed on her, as if gazing upon eternity itself. Ying Feng wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on tiptoe to draw closer. Her lips slightly parted, exhaling softly, "Hess, I truly have returned." As her words fell, a tender kiss followed, her delicate lips brushing against his quivering ones. When he still did not respond, she playfully nibbled on his perfectly shaped lips, savoring the moment. Under the intense impact of her affection, the beast within Hess, buried deep beneath layers of fear, finally broke free from its cage, roaring forth. He abruptly wrapped his arms around her waist, turning the tables and pinning her against the wall with fervor. Ying Feng felt as though her waist might snap under his iron grip. Inhaling the urgency and rawness of his breath, her tongue ached. Breathing became a challenge. She understood that he was still afraid. What kind of terror had he endured during her 3-month absence? She dared not dwell on it, only knowing that her heart ached for him. And she could do nothing but comfort him, allowing him to take whatever he desired. Until her breath, her consciousness, her very essence was engulfed by the searing flames of passion. Several hours later, Ying Feng awoke amidst a dull ache, opening her eyes to find herself still in the silvery expanse. Beneath her was a soft, thick cloud-like mattress, and draped over her was a man's black fur cloak. She stirred slightly, only to discover that her hand was tightly grasped by someone. "Xiao Feng, you're awake." A deep, melodious voice resonated beside her. Following the sound, her gaze met the profound, oceanic depths of the man's starry eyes. She smiled brightly. "Are you no longer afraid now?" Hess was enraptured by her laughter, unable to resist the urge to cover her eyes with his hand. "Don't look at me like that, Xiao Feng," he said, his voice husky. "I fear I might lose control again and hurt you." Xiao Feng shifted her legs, discovering the ache left her unable to lift them. Silence enveloped the evening at Conchiao. She found herself at a loss for words. Well, it was her own man. What else could she do besides indulge him? "Help me up." Hess promptly and attentively assisted her, cradling her in his arms. Noticing the slight furrow of her brow, he anxiously inquired, "Does it still hurt?" As Xiao Feng sat up, the heavy cloak slipped slightly, revealing patches of snow adorned with crimson plum blossoms. Hess, feeling guilty, readjusted the cloak around her and nervously asked, "Is there anywhere discomforting?" His question triggered a flurry of disjointed memories in her mind. Initially, she felt unwell, but then, cough, cough. She struggled to regain her composure, yet her cheeks remained flushed with intoxicating crimson. "I'm fine, don't worry." Once again, silence descended, thick with tension. Xiao Feng sensed the warmth of his embrace intensifying and, unable to bear it any longer, she quickly spoke. "What should we do now? We can't just stay here indefinitely." Hess remained silent, secretly thinking that remaining there was quite satisfactory. Xiao Feng sighed. "You suddenly whisked me away. Crying and the others must be frantic. And the flood. Who knows where it's lurking, crying in a corner." Upon hearing the name of an unfamiliar man, Hess finally reacted. "Who is crying?" "It's a long story. Right now, I'm hungry. Please take me out. We can talk about the events of the past 3 months while we eat." "All right." Hess enveloped Xiao Feng completely in the cloak, ensuring not a single strand of hair was visible to outsiders, before carrying her out of the silver-white mech's interior. Marco, having waited for half a day inside the mech, rushed forward upon seeing his leader emerge. "Boss?" Marco's gaze swept over the dark cocoon that was cradling Xiao Feng, and he quickly averted his eyes. "Prepare some delicious meals and bring them to my room, then leave immediately. No one is to come within 10 meters of my quarters." "Understood." Marco called out to Hess's retreating figure, also shooing away a few curious soldiers. "What are you looking at? Do you want to lose your life?" "Deputy, what is it that the boss is holding?" Marco smacked a few heads lightly. "That's our sister-in-law. Keep your eyes to yourselves and refrain from speaking out of turn. Pass the word down, this matter is strictly confidential. If I hear even a whisper of it circulating on Starnet, you can expect grueling training until you drop." Several young soldiers shrank back, nodding repeatedly in assurance of their silence. In the captain's suite, Hess gently laid his beloved on the bed, fearful of causing her any pain. Xiao Feng, wait for me a moment. Xiao Feng peeked out, watching as Hess busily attended to her. Fetching several outfits from the capsule wardrobe that suited her size and adjusting the water temperature in the bathroom. Moments later, she hurriedly emerged from her chamber, returning with a tray laden with freshly prepared, steaming dishes. Xiao Feng, would you prefer to bathe first or dine? She asked. Ying Feng extended her delicately marred arm. Seizing a chicken leg from the tray and biting into it with abandon, I shall eat first. I am famished. God knows how long she had been hungry. It felt as though her last meal was in a past life. The food prepared by Cryan that morning had not suited her palate. And with her thoughts consumed by Hess, she scarcely touched it. Following that, the battle with the star beasts had drained her of considerable energy, and she had engaged in a prolonged struggle with Hess. Ahem. Half an hour later, Ying Feng had devoured every morsel on the tray, finally feeling at ease. So satiated she could hardly move. Coupled with her aching body, she felt utterly lethargic. Yet, the stickiness of her skin made her somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Feng, are you full? Hess inquired, observing her contented expression as though his heart were enveloped in syrup. Yes, I am quite full. He lifted her gently. Then I shall take you to bathe. Ying Feng frowned, recalling that it was said one ought not to bathe immediately after a meal, as it could be detrimental to health. Hess replied, Then let us engage in some light exercise to aid digestion before we wash. Ying Feng was taken aback. Little did she know what kind of exercise he had in mind. Despite her body being too sore to move, Hess shamelessly whispered in her ear, You need not move. I shall do the work. With that, she was swept away into slumber once more, awakening to find it was already the following day. Chapter 132. The Progress of Female Descent at 80 the following afternoon. Ying Feng lifted her heavy eyelids and discovered a strong arm resting on her waist, while a furry head nestled in the crook of her neck. She reached out to gently caress Hess's silvery hair, akin to stroking a large, affectionate pet dog. Hess stirred, eyes still closed, pecking at his lover's lips, his stubble teasing her and prompting a cascade of giggles from Ying Feng. The iron arm around her waist opened its palm, squeezing her slender waist. His large hand easily enveloped a significant portion of her torso. After a moment of movement, Ying Feng cradled the head nestled against her chest and gazed into her lover's deep, swirling eyes filled with dissatisfaction. She whispered soothingly, Just wait until tomorrow, all right? The disgruntled, clingy puppy seemed to concede to waiting until tonight at the most. With a pained expression, Ying Feng pleaded, I feel like I'm falling apart. Dear brother, please let me be. Hess, invigorated by her endearing address, nibbled on her earlobe, murmuring, Say it again. I relish hearing it. No, Ying Feng pouted, complaining, You nearly broke my waist yesterday. Hess, hearing her grievances, smiled indulgently, his hand radiating warmth as it kneaded away her soreness. The gentle embrace of light enveloped her, alleviating her fatigue and discomfort. Immersed in the unparalleled comfort of the luminous embrace, Ying Feng's eyelids began to droop again, almost sighing from sheer bliss. Half an hour later, all fatigue dissipated, and she felt revitalized, ready to take on another star master beast. Observing her renewed vigor, Hess contemplated that as long as he utilized his light powers promptly, any indulgence would be within his grasp, leading to endless entanglements. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, his gaze deepened. Sensing the shift, Ying Feng quickly transformed into a vine. Hess, caught off guard, realized he had overlooked this ability of hers. Reluctantly, he embraced the tangled vine end. With a hint of reluctance, wrapped it around his waist as he headed to the bathroom. The vine, entwined around his firm abdomen, felt a hint of shyness. The two, one human and one vine, enjoyed a refreshing shower together. The vine, coiled around Hess's muscular waist, found itself gazing at its lover from an angle it had never experienced before, unabashedly observing. This size, even in its tranquil state, was so. If only, it was almost inconceivable. No wonder she had experienced such pain at first. In the next moment, amidst its wandering thoughts, the vine suddenly emitted a soft sound and blossomed into a small flower, delicate and pale pink. Hess paused, astonished, as he beheld the flower on the vine. Xiao Feng, you've bloomed. Ying Feng was equally stunned, never having realized she could produce flowers. Overwhelmed by the surprise, she lost her vine form and reverted to her human shape. Sliding down, Hess swiftly caught her in his strong arms, the small flower now adorning her hair, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Ying Feng's cheeks flushed crimson, more vibrant than the flower itself, and she could not resist burying her face in Hess's sturdy chest. Hess held her in a fit of laughter, with Ying Feng's face pressed against his chest, feeling the booming laughter resonate against her fragile dignity. After a moment of delay, half an hour later, Infong finally regained control over her body, disregarding her lover's torment, and decisively donned her clothing to leave the bedroom. Hess, feeling powerless, could only harbor the grievance within, planning to reclaim it later that evening. Infong sat in the reception area of the captain's suite, perusing the messages on her wristband. Without exception, they were all from Cryan, filled with missed calls and messages. This wristband had been sent by Cryan's attendants, naturally containing his messages. She first sent a note to Cryan, assuring him of her safety and that there was no need for concern. No sooner had she sent the message than Cryan's call request came through. Hess, now fully dressed, exited the room, a hint of displeasure in his expression. Was it that man named Cryan? Infong chuckled softly, indeed. After her laughter subsided, she pressed the answer button, and an elderly voice burst forth, frantic and anxious, instantly alleviating half of Hess's worries. Your Highness, it has been 2 whole days. I have finally reached you. Were you taken by the hunters of the Federal Empire? I have checked, and it appears that only the hunters' starships from the Federal Empire entered the Tyasim system without permission these past 2 days. I have already contacted the Secretary of State of the Federal Empire to negotiate your safe return. This matter is not over. We Tyaxians will. Cryan's frantic outburst lost all semblance of his usual dignified demeanor. Ying Feng understood that his urgency stemmed from concern for her safety. She interrupted, Cryan, do not fret. I am unharmed. There is no need to rush into negotiations with the Federal Empire. I am not in their custody. What? Where are you now? Ying Feng raised her brow and cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, who had his arms wrapped around her waist. I am with my beloved. That bright glance rendered Hess momentarily rigid, while the term beloved completely disarmed him, softening his heart profoundly. Xiaofeng speaks of someone else as her beloved. Beloved? Cryan was taken aback. When did you acquire a beloved? Ying Feng's tone softened slightly. That is not for you to know. Sensing the discontent in the sovereign's voice, Cryan swiftly shifted the topic. As long as you are safe, Your Highness, please inform me of your location. I shall come to escort you personally. Cryan began to choke up again. Your subjects are all waiting for your return. That day was so chaotic. We failed to protect you. Everyone feels guilty. The nation is in despair. Even the plants have begun to wilt. You must return. We are all waiting for you. Ying Feng felt a headache coming on from his lamentations. All right, enough of that. I will return. You need not come to fetch me. By the way, what about my pet? The jellyfish? Is it well? Pet? Cryan's mind raced, and he immediately recalled the jellyfish that the sovereign had always kept close. All is well. We have taken excellent care of your pet jellyfish. However, it appears somewhat lethargic, perhaps out of concern for you, our esteemed lord. You must return soon. We are all quite worried and miss you dearly. All right, I understand. I will return as swiftly as I can. Please tend to the jellyfish in my absence. The incessant expressions of concern and the insistence on my prompt return from him left Ying Feng feeling exasperated, and he hastily ended the call. Hess lifted Ying Feng and settled him upon his lap, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Your Highness? He teased. Ah, that's a long story. For the next hour, the two shared the tales of their separate journeys over the past 3 months. I never imagined you would become the war god of the Federal Empire. You truly are remarkable, Hess. And you as well, Your Highness. They exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Chapter 133. The progress of female fall at 85. After exchanging information, the two began to plan for the future. Ying Feng felt that her burdensome identity as the Saint Lord might not be shed anytime soon. She took the wooden energy orb from the Tia tribe, determined to ensure that everything would function smoothly in her absence before relinquishing this title. His thoughts were rather straightforward. Every decision he made was rooted in his devotion to Ying Feng. Whether it was embarking on an interstellar journey from Earth to seek the wooden energy orb or forcefully breaching the gates of the Federal Empire to attain the rank of Major General, all was done for her. Wherever Ying Feng was, there he would be, unconditionally supporting her and accompanying her in all endeavors. Are you willing to give up your title as a major general in the Empire? Ying Feng asked. Your current standing far surpasses that of your time on Earth, and the responsibilities you bear are considerably heavier. Besides, it is unlikely they would simply let you go. It's not a problem. No one can stop me if I decide to leave. Regardless, I could never part from you. If you cannot abandon your duties as the Saint Lord, then I shall accompany you to Tyasim. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his face, laughing. What about your own life's value and objectives? How can you revolve entirely around me? He's lifted her onto his lap, nuzzling her palm with his cheek. In the depths of his silver hair, his affectionate gaze reflected the face of his beloved. You are my only purpose in life. Ying Feng's eyes glistened with warmth. She embraced his neck, wanting to express her gratitude, but felt that mere words of thanks were insufficient compared to his profound love. There was no need for such formalities between them. Having lost her parents at a young age and lived through turmoil, she felt incredibly fortunate to have met Hess, who nurtured her and loved her deeply. Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, he playfully sought to make her smile, pressing his lips between her brows and teasing. Does the esteemed Saint Lord require a bodyguard? One who provides round-the-clock protection? Ying Feng couldn't help but laugh, her melodious laughter tickling his heart like a feather. Gazing into the handsome features of her beloved, her bright voice, sweet as honey, chimed, surely, it must be quite expensive to have the god of war from the Federal Empire as a bodyguard. What shall I do if I cannot afford your salary? Simple enough. Payment can be made daily, 1 kiss per day. Now, let us settle today's account. He's gently grasped the back of her head, lowering his lips to caress her nose. Their breaths intertwined, the temperature between them gradually rising. The esteemed Saint Lord cannot evade payment. Just as Ying Feng was about to respond, her mouth opened, inadvertently granting her beloved access. Their lips met, and Ying Feng tilted her head back, passively surrendering to his overwhelming affection. As their mouths connected, the heat of his breath invaded her senses, slowly consuming her consciousness. Hours passed. With a satisfied expression, he's emerged from the bathroom, cradling his beloved who had once again succumbed to slumber. He gently laid her on the bed, using his light abilities to alleviate her aches and fatigue. As he gazed at her relaxed features and the rosy hue of her cheeks, his heart swelled with love, feeling as though it were brimming with affection for her. Even in silence, simply watching her serene sleeping face brought him immeasurable happiness. Heaven had not been unkind to him. After enduring numerous trials, it had ultimately returned Xiao Feng to him, and he vowed never to let her leave his side again. On board the Hunter starship, within the soldiers' training area, several soldiers engaged in a rather distressed conversation. The captain hasn't emerged for an entire day and night. Our starship has been docked in the Imperial Star's orbit for quite a while now. Are we to land, or shall we embark on scattered hunting missions? One lamented. Who exactly did the captain take in with him that day? We cannot continue like this, another responded. Indeed, what sort of enchantress could so utterly captivate our workaholic captain? A third soldier mused. I scheduled a session with a healer 6 months ago, and the date is fast approaching. If I do not undergo mental healing soon, I fear I shall be lost. I, too, have felt my mental stability wavering lately. Even after 20 hours of sleep, I remain fatigued. After their exchanges, they glanced at one another before collectively turning their heads toward Marco, who was engaged in strength training. Deputy Marco, do share your thoughts, they urged. Having just completed a set, Marco descended from the equipment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he harbored some discontent regarding the captain's infatuation, yet he replied, Let us wait a while longer. The captain should emerge by tomorrow morning. No sooner had he spoken than his comm device chimed. Marco glanced down, his expression softening upon realizing the captain had indeed emerged and summoned him to report on the recent developments. The soldiers present illuminated with joy, at last. The captain had returned. In the starship's control room, Hess remained silent after hearing Marco's report, his fingers gently tapping against the table. Though he had resolved to accompany Xiao Feng to Tyasim, his sense of duty compelled him to delegate his responsibilities to a suitable successor before he could depart. Hess opened the task star map. The workload remained as extensive as ever. The expanse of the Federated Star Domain was vast, with ordinary military personnel capable of addressing General Starby's threats, yet the more challenging tasks would still necessitate the hunter's expertise. Until he identified a successor. He was reluctant to embrace the frenetic pace of his past. He merely yearned to safeguard his beloved and enjoy a simple, joyful existence. As he scrolled through the star map, the flickering red dots seemed interminable. Frequent missions would inevitably lead to separation from Xiao Feng, and he could not risk bringing her along. That would be far too perilous. Despite her complete recovery and commendable combat prowess, his concern for her safety remained paramount. He could not abide any danger encroaching upon her. He had already endured the loss of Xiao Feng far too many times. If fate were to turn against him even once, he would face the eternal loss of her presence. The mere thought of such a reality was unbearable. He could no longer withstand even the slightest possibility of losing her. In the midst of his contemplation, Marco's comm device suddenly chimed. Marco glanced down and stated, "Captain, it is the office of Minister Soderland from the State Department on the line." "Take the call," Hess instructed. "Esteemed Major General Hess. This is the Secretary's office of the State Department. Recently, Prime Minister Kryan of Tyasim visited the Empire, and he wishes to engage in a cordial and harmonious face-to-face conversation with you." "Understood," Hess replied. "I look forward to a successful mission and your prompt return." The call ended. Unexpectedly, Tyaxian seemed quite eager. They had not the slightest intention of delaying. "Land now, coordinate the task schedule, and arrange the meeting details," commanded Hess. "Understood," Marco replied, turning to organize the tasks. Hess then accessed the interstellar network, perusing the trending news and various reactions following Ying Feng's appearance in Tyaxian. The more he browsed, the heavier his previously calm heart became. Tya's Lord may be a formidable psychic healer. Authorities across various sectors are taking it seriously. Speculation regarding Tya's Lord as an S-level healer. Several S-level psychics from the Federal Empire have submitted requests for meetings, hoping to meet Tya's Lord. Hess had initially planned to finalize his work and resign from his position as a major general of the Empire, but in that moment, he found himself wavering. His brow furrowed deeper as he could hardly believe that Xiao Feng might truly be an S-level psychic healer. If that were indeed the case, her future would undoubtedly be tumultuous, attracting the attention of many powerful individuals. Without a formidable force backing her, how could he possibly protect her? The position of Major General was not only one he could not relinquish, rather, he must strive to ascend even higher. Chapter 134. Major Hess returns to the Imperial Star. The news of the Hunter starship's imminent landing on the Imperial Star spread rapidly the moment Major Marco's landing request was granted. The Federal Empire's Aviation Administration boasted numerous admirers of Hess, who eagerly followed the Hunter starship's updates, yearning for his return. However, Major Hess, a dedicated workaholic, often found himself away on missions for extended periods, seldom returning home. His adoring fans could only glean fragments of his life through various interstellar news reports or reminisce over past videos showcasing his remarkable feats. Salivating at the sight of such an extraordinary man. How could one man possess such strength and prowess, all while being so youthful and handsome? His striking looks were only rivaled by his unwavering devotion, traversing vast star systems in search of his beloved, risking his own safety to confront danger wherever it lurked. Armed with the formidable combination of light abilities and psychic prowess, Hess swiftly dominated the Federal Empire's military within a mere 3 months. The rebellious factions that had long plagued the Empire were quelled, retreating to the farthest reaches of the galaxy in fear of his might. With his exceptional intelligence and striking appearance, he captured the hearts of the entire nation. Not only that, but Hess's psychic level was an unprecedented Super S grade, beyond the capacity of existing instruments, which could only measure up to 3S grade. Throughout the Empire's extensive history, only a handful of individuals had achieved a 2S, 3S level. And for over a century, there had been no one surpassing 3S, aside from the current highest military commander, General Mater, who was now in his 80s. Hess's arrival shattered records, marking him as the first Super S grade in the annals of interstellar history. The silver-white mech that Hess piloted was merely S-grade. Unable to fully unleash his combat potential at most, it could harness 1/3 of his capabilities. Yet even this fraction allowed Hess to dominate the federal military. in a grand competition. He single-handedly defeated 3 S-grade opponents without resorting to his light abilities or psychic powers, relying solely on his fists and the mech's combat strength, cementing his legendary status. To this day, no one in the federal military could rival him. He rightfully earned the title of War God #1. Major Hess had become synonymous with the ideal of a perfect man in the new generation of the galaxy. At the Imperial Star's large military docking area, the Hunter starship was in the process of landing. Fortunately, common citizens were prohibited from approaching military docking zones. Otherwise, even the most expansive area would overflow with fervent fans of Hess. Nonetheless, the office building's floor-to-ceiling windows were crowded with staff members hoping to catch a glimpse of Hess. At that moment, they envied those fortunate enough to be near the starship, welcoming the soldiers returning home. As the hatch opened, a line of tall, imposing warriors descended in orderly fashion. All the onlookers in the building joyfully waved and cheered softly. It must be said that anyone who could serve as a beast hunter was undoubtedly a young, robust man, possessing greater strength than ordinary mech soldiers, let alone those from other military branches. After all, the ordinary mech soldiers face opponents of their own kind, while the hunters contend with the terrifying and numerous star beasts. Not to mention Major General Hess. Even the average hunter-warrior enjoys a high demand in the romantic market. Large hover vehicles whisk away the soldiers. This time, 5,000 warriors accompany Hess on a mission, set to enjoy a holiday lasting from 15 to 30 days. While another group of soldiers concluding their leave will join the commander in a new hunting expedition. As all the warriors departed, the onlooking staff grew anxious. Having yet to catch a glimpse of Major General Hess, several staff members whispered among themselves, "Why hasn't T Major General Hess emerged yet? He has always been the first to appear before. Is he not back? Impossible. I oversee the reporting of returning personnel and am fully aware of whether Major General Hess has returned." Not only had he returned, but he had also brought along a mysterious individual. What mysterious person? Do tell. The others turned their gaze to the staff member. He scratched his head. I don't know. The group was almost tempted to reprimand him. Didn't you just say that you were responsible for reporting personnel? How can you not know? Major General Hess had exercised his rank privileges, assuring that there was no danger to the Federation and opted not to report this individual. The staff, now filled with curiosity, pondered who this person could be that prompted the usually businesslike Hess to utilize such privileges. Inside the Hunter starship, Hess cradled the still sleeping Ying Feng in his cloak, ensuring not a single strand of hair was exposed, and carried her off the ship. Due to Ying Feng's unique status, Hess intended to conceal her identity to prevent unnecessary complications. "She's out," exclaimed a keen-eyed staff member, spotting the glimmering silver. Excitement surged through him. The tall, striking figure, with an unparalleled beauty, even exuded an aura that captivated the audience. Female staff members in the high-rise, along with some male counterparts, covered their mouths to suppress their gasps. However, in the next moment, they were left in stunned silence. What was Major General Hess holding? Wrapped tightly, nothing was discernible, but it was evident that he was cradling a woman, her alluring curves unmistakable. Outside the hatch awaited a premium hover vehicle. Hess appeared for merely 2 seconds, cradling his beloved, before vanishing from sight. Major General Hess returns to the Star, suspected of bringing back a woman immediately. This headline surged to the Federation's trending list. In the Imperial Palace, Selena shattered several precious ornaments in her fury upon seeing the trending news. How could Brother Hess possibly bring back a woman? These websites are spreading such nonsense. Shut down these rumor-mongering sites and impose hefty fines. Aurora, Selena's etiquette officer, was well acquainted with such scenes, having witnessed Selena's deep infatuation with Major General Hess since his meteoric rise. As she consoled and reassured Selena, she also took measures to address the news outlets. The return of Major General Hess is a matter of state. While the princess's temper is a domestic affair, Aurora has always been quite discerning in such matters. Should the day ever come when the princess truly has the opportunity to wed Major General Hess, her outbursts might indeed transform into a matter of state. This implies that Sildina is highly likely to become the next queen. Every successful reigning queen has a formidable consort by her side. The Federal Empire operates under a system of queenship, and the current queen has 4 daughters. Although the youngest, Princess Sildina, enjoys the queen's favor the most. Ascending to the throne is not merely a matter of favoritism. Without strength and capability, the queen would never bestow the throne upon her. Chapter 135, Sweet Routine in the privileged residential area of the Federal Empire Star. A luxurious abode with a distinct technological flair opened its platform to receive a hovering vehicle. Within the spacious and tranquil dwelling, there was no human presence, only intelligent robots, including the driver of the hovering car. Hess cradled Ying Feng as he stepped inside. Perhaps due to Hess's vigorous movements, or perhaps because Ying Feng had finally had her fill of sleep, she awoke at that moment, peering out from Hess's embrace. She surveyed the cool-toned decor of their home and inquired with curiosity, "Hess, where are we?" "This is our residence on the Federal Empire Star," Hess replied gently, his gaze tenderly fixed upon his beloved. "Are you hungry? Shall we have something to eat?" No sooner had he spoken than Ying Feng's stomach grumbled, eliciting a faint blush on her cheeks. Hess chuckled softly, finding her embarrassed expression utterly endearing. He settled Ying Feng onto the sofa in the main hall and instructed the intelligent housekeeper to prepare dinner. Emerging from his large cloak, Ying Feng wore only a delicate, form-fitting light-colored slip dress. The garment accentuated her figure, highlighting her curves and the slenderness of her waist. As she turned to look around, the graceful curve of her long neck was strikingly exquisite. Having been carried all the way, she wore no shoes, and her bare feet were as white and smooth as jade, drawing attention. Hess knelt down, taking her foot in his hand, applying a gentle pressure as he inquired softly, "Are you tired?" His long, broad palm enveloped her delicate foot, and the gentle massage brought a faint blush to her slender ankle. Ying Feng felt a wave of shyness wash over her and attempted to withdraw her foot, but Hess's grip was unyielding. "It's stinky," she mumbled, her cheeks flushed. "Where is it stinky?" Hess asked, lifting her foot to his nose and inhaling. A refreshing scent of plants filled the air, mingling with a hint of floral fragrance that lingered after Ying Feng had blossomed once. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ying Feng exclaimed, flustered at the unfamiliarity of having someone smell her feet. She struggled to pull away, but Hess, concerned she might hurt herself, slowly released her foot. Once freed, she quickly knelt on the sofa and draped the nearby cloak over her legs. Unbeknownst to her, the stark contrast between the dark, heavy cloak and her light slip dress created a striking visual juxtaposition, making her appear as a delicate flower blooming from dark soil, unaware of her own allure. As Ying Feng lowered her gaze to adjust the cloak over her legs, she caught a glimpse of a towering shadow looming above her. When she looked up, her lips inadvertently met Hess's. Faced with such an enticing sight, Hess, still yearning after their previous encounter, could no longer restrain himself. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and captured her lips, indulging deeply in her sweetness. Ying Feng pushed against him, but her efforts were futile as he held her hands firmly against the sofa. Their arms intertwined, one muscular and veined, the other delicate and porcelain-like, stirred an inexplicable desire within them. Ying Feng felt utterly helpless, ever since she and Hess had become inseparable. She had found herself entrapped in a vice akin to addiction. They were either engaged in intimate moments or en route to another escapade, leaving her with precious little time to regain her consciousness. Each time she stirred from slumber, she was soon overwhelmed and lulled back into oblivion. A timely rumble from her stomach provided her with a much-needed reprieve. Hess, reluctantly releasing her lips, assisted her into a seated position, gently adjusting her slipping shoulder strap, and enveloped her snugly in a cloak. Wrapped up like a dumpling, Ying Feng couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Hess, whose face bore the unmistakable mark of unfulfilled restraint. With a mixture of exasperation and affection, Hess lifted her into his arms and carried her upstairs to the master bedroom. Placing her gently on the bed, "Dinner will be ready shortly. Change into something comfortable, then come down to eat," he instructed as he entered the walk-in wardrobe, which was predominantly filled with outfits he had prepared for her, 95 of it women-esque clothing, with a mere 5 belonging to him. After some deliberation, he selected what he deemed the safest attire, a high-neck, long-sleeved dress adorned with lace, reaching down to her ankles, paired with a cozy pair of house slippers. He placed the garments on the bed and then slipped into the adjacent bathroom to attend to some personal matters. Watching him flee in such a hasty manner, Ying Feng erupted into laughter. 5 minutes later, she descended the stairs, newly dressed. as she meandered through the first floor. She marveled at the house's technological sophistication. Anything that could be accomplished by machines was done without human intervention. However, Hess took great care with her meals, ensuring they were made from natural, organic ingredients. Before long, the intelligent housekeeper had prepared an exquisite spread. All the robots in the house operated on basic intelligence, devoid of self-awareness, executing only their master's commands. Hess had programmed the culinary robot with an array of Earth's delicacies, perfectly aligned with Ying Feng's palate. As she savored the flavors of her homeland, once she had satisfied her hunger, she engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the flowers and plants in the garden. It was only after Hess had reluctantly resolved his own matters that he made his way downstairs. Spotting Ying Feng crouched among the greenery, delicately tending to a plant, he joined her on the ground, gazing at her tenderly. "Have you finished your dinner?" he inquired. Ying Feng turned to him, noticing droplets of water still clinging to the ends of his silver hair. One such droplet fell onto her wrist, sending a chill coursing through her. "How cold? Why haven't you dried your hair? Did you take a cold shower?" she asked, unaware that he had actually bathed in ice-cold water. Without disclosing this, Hess activated his light abilities, a wave of warmth enveloping him, drying him in an instant. The plants in the garden thrived under his radiant energy, and combined with Ying Feng's unique affinity for nature, the flora burgeoned with fervor. The gardener robot detected the rapid growth and hurried into action. Yet its efforts were futile against the plant's wild expansion. Understanding the cause of this botanical frenzy, Ying Feng promptly led Hess away from the garden, restoring order to the unruly vegetation. They found themselves beside the glass doors of the dining room, seamlessly entering it together. "Was dinner to your liking?" "Delicious. It is all our hometown cuisine, truly delightful." "I adore it," Ying Feng replied with a beaming smile. Indulging in delectable food lifted her spirits immensely. "Haven't you eaten yet? I saved half for you. Come and enjoy." Although they were not lacking in provisions now, she, having emerged from the apocalyptic aftermath of Earth, cherished food and would never waste it frivolously. Before dining, she had already set aside Hess's portion and warmed it up anew. Hess sat at the table, watching his beloved move about like a diligent little bee, bustling back and forth to serve him the dishes, and he felt that such is the essence of happiness in this world. After finishing her tasks, Ying Feng sat down, urging him, "Eat quickly, it's still warm. Stay with me for a bit longer." Hess adjusted his chair closer to hers, their seats now side by side. "I'm full." Ying Feng gently shook her head and reached for the soup spoon, bringing it to his lips. "Taste this soup. It's absolutely exquisite." Hess leaned in, wrapping his arms around her soft waist, savoring a spoonful from her hand. "Is it good?" Ying Feng inquired with a playful smile. "It is delightful. Anything that little Feng feeds me, even plain water, tastes remarkably better. Try this." Ying Feng offered him a piece of crispy meat, "and this as well. It's particularly delicious." Hess relished the offerings from his beloved, which somewhat alleviated the discomfort from his icy cold bath. Chapter 136. A smile from the fair lady. The renowned war god of the Empire, Major General Hess, was at that moment relishing the simple joys of life, akin to an ordinary person. "I wish to have some meatballs," Hess remarked. Ying Feng promptly served him a meatball. "I desire lulu fruit." Lulu fruit was an interstellar delicacy, reminiscent of lychee, sweet and juicy. Ying Feng handed him 2 lulu fruits. With an almost childlike demeanor, Hess opened his mouth, indicating for Ying Feng to feed him. Amused by his rare display of innocence, Ying Feng peeled a lulu fruit and fed it to him. After finishing one, Hess stated, "Cryan has arrived at the Federal Empire and is currently on the Imperial planet, specifically requesting to meet me." Ying Feng paused mid-peel, surprised by Cryan's sudden visit and his direct request for Hess. Their holy master has been abducted by a mysterious figure, and they have likely traced this enigmatic individual to me. As Ying Feng continued to feed Hess, she reflected wistfully, "I must return soon, not to mention anything else. The large water mother is left all alone on Tyasim, and I wonder how it must be worrying about me." Upon hearing this, Hess set down his chopsticks and grasped Ying Feng's hand. "Xiao Feng, I probably cannot relinquish my position as a major general of the Empire to accompany you to Tyasim." Ying Feng raised an eyebrow, signaling him to elaborate. "Look at this." Hess activated his wrist device, displaying news about the holy master of Tia being a powerful healer. Ying Feng's expression mirrored Hess's growing seriousness as she absorbed the information. You must have learned about healers while in Tia Xinmu, right? Ying Feng nodded. Yes. I know a bit. Healers are exceptionally rare, and someone of your caliber as a powerful healer is even more so. You have yet to assess your mental strength level, but I suspect it will not fall below the 2S grade. The ability to communicate mentally with the large water mother serves as compelling evidence. Few have been able to engage with it in such a manner. Xiaofeng, promise me, regardless of your future assessments, do not claim to be above S grade. If not for the belief that you are a grade, I would prefer you to assert that you are a grade. I understand. I will safeguard myself. So do not worry. I am quite strong now, Ying Feng declared, raising her arm in a show of strength. Yet, personal strength, no matter how formidable, is often inadequate against the covetous eyes of the entire starry expanse, a truth that also applies to me. Hess enveloped her hand in his palms. Were I not a major general, it would be challenging to ensure your safety without any mishaps. Thus, I must remain within the Federal Army. Ying Feng furrowed her brow in distress. I comprehend your concerns. However, the thought of our temporary separation is difficult for me to accept. Foolish girl, how could I bear to leave you? Hess playfully pinched her nose. As a hunter, I am often preoccupied, spending 98 of my time executing missions. I will endeavor to remain in proximity to Tia Xianmu while on duty. He then lifted Ying Feng onto his lap and affectionately nudged her nose with his own. However, when I am weary, I kindly ask the Holy Master to grant me a moment's respite to rest my feet. Ying Feng was amused by his rogue demeanor and raised her hands to cradle his face. Let us arrange it this way. You should eat quickly before it cools. I wish to have some soup, she remarked, yet the one who craved the soup made no effort to serve herself. Instead, gazing at her beloved with eyes as captivating as stars, Ying Feng chuckled helplessly. What else could she do with her partner but indulge him? Sitting on Hess's lap made it somewhat challenging to feed him soup. You should let me down, otherwise, the soup will spill everywhere, Ying Feng chided. It won't spill if you don't use a spoon, Hess replied. How can one drink without a spoon? Ying Feng countered. Like this. Hess demonstrated. But Ying Feng quickly pushed his face away, wrinkling her nose in distaste. With your greasy lips, you dare to kiss me? I did not kiss you. I merely demonstrated how to drink soup. No way, that's too greasy. Ying Feng attempted to escape, but Hess, not permitting her to flee, swiftly pulled her back onto his lap. They shared a sticky, affectionate meal, one consuming while the other was consumed. Their dining escapade extended from the dining room to the living room and even into the bathroom. By the time Hess was finally full, it was already late into the night. The following morning, Ying Feng was awakened by a beam of sunlight streaming through the window. Upon opening her eyes, she found Hess absent from her side. Sitting upright while clutching the blanket, she glanced around but did not see him. Just then, the bracelet on her bedside table chimed. The intelligent home assistant, detecting that the owner was awake, sent a message to the other owner, thus informing Hess of Ying Feng's wakefulness. When she checked, it was a text from Hess. Xiaofeng, I have several meetings this morning. Breakfast is ready. Please wash up and eat first. There are plenty of entertainment devices and training equipment in the house for you to enjoy. I will return around noon. Ying Feng replied, all right. You go ahead with your tasks. Don't worry about me. She then rose to change and freshen up, choosing a casual, loose-fitting white linen dress. She braided her hair into a single plait cascading over one shoulder. After breakfast, Ying Feng took a leisurely stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. The residence boasted a spacious courtyard, totaling over 1,000 square meters, designed with a harmonious layout, surrounded by affluent neighbors of the privileged class. The early summer morning breeze was refreshingly cool, and Ying Feng felt quite cheerful as she wandered through the courtyard. As she walked, the plants quietly began to bloom in her wake. After several laps, she settled on a stone by a fish pond. A group of charming ornamental fish swam over curiously. Sensing that this human by the pond was unlike others, her presence soothing them. Delighted by the sight of the little fish, Ying Feng removed her shoes and dipped her feet into the water, gently swaying them to engage the curious fish. When she moved her foot to the left, the fish followed suit. Shifting to the right, they eagerly swam alongside her. One particularly plump fish, lagging behind, failed to react as the others changed direction. resulting in a comical tumble as it was jostled by its companions. The sight of this silly little fish brought a joyful laugh from Ying Feng, and as she laughed, the plants around her burst into bloom simultaneously. Ying Feng was somewhat astonished by the transformation of the surrounding flora. She was acutely aware that she had not commanded these plants to bloom. How could such a phenomenon occur? Unbeknownst to her, she had become a veritable arboreal energy conduit, unconsciously emanating wood-type energy, especially during moments of emotional fluctuation. Joy or sorrow could significantly influence the changes in the plants around her. As she observed the alterations in the vegetation, she suddenly noticed a young man in splendid attire standing not far beyond the adjacent fence. It was unclear how long he had been watching her. Ying Feng, with a cool nod in his direction, donned her shoes and departed from the edge of the fish pond, weaving gracefully through the flowers until she vanished from his sight. The young man gazed toward the direction of her disappearance, his curiosity piqued regarding her identity. Due to the foliage obscuring his view, he failed to discern the details of her features, only catching a glimpse of her elegantly sculpted jawline, her delicate, refined nose, and her lips, tender like blossoms. Yet, with only these observations, he was certain that she was an unparalleled beauty, not to mention the breathtaking scene of the flowers blooming in unison at her enchanting smile. The dashing young man pressed his hand against his wildly racing heart, firmly convinced at that moment that she was undoubtedly the soulmate he had been searching for all these years. Chapter 137. The Thoughts of Elroy. What are you doing here, Elroy? I've been searching for you. A young man approached, none other than Hammond, the owner of the neighboring estate and the grandson of General Maid. Last month, upon reaching adulthood, his family gifted him this very residence as one of the tokens of maturity. Elroy, the youngest brother of Her Majesty the Queen, had just turned 20. Following his sister's ascension to the throne, he became the youngest prince and was currently a guest in his good friend Hammond's new home. Pointing towards the opposite yard, Elroy inquired, "Whose estate is that?" Hammond casually glanced in the direction indicated and replied, "It belongs to the Empire's most celebrated war hero, Major General Hess." Although Hammond used a respectful title, his expression betrayed a sense of disdain, revealing his unfavorable view of Hess. It was hardly surprising that Hammond harbored such sentiments. General Maid held Hess in high regard and intended to cultivate him as his successor within the imperial military hierarchy. Maid hoped Hammond would learn from Hess, engage with him frequently, and perhaps forge a bond of camaraderie. Even the choice of Hammond's adult residence was deliberately made next to Hess's home. While Hammond complied with his grandfather's wishes, his disdain for Hess only intensified. What of the Empire's war hero? Just a nobody who seemingly appeared from nowhere, lacking any notable lineage. Elroy gazed contemplatively at the estate across the way, realizing it belonged to Major General Hess. The woman he had seen earlier, lounging by the water, exuded an air of grace and refinement, certainly not a servant, and there had been no word of Hess having any sisters. As for a wife, everyone knew Hess was searching for his beloved, yet there were no updates regarding her whereabouts. Thus she could not be his partner. If she was neither a servant, nor a lover, nor a sister, then the only possibility left was that, much like Elroy's visit at Hammond's, she was merely a guest at Hess's abode. Noticing Elroy's lingering gaze at the neighboring estate, Hammond frowned and remarked, "So, you are a devoted admirer of Hess? I've heard your little niece has quite the infatuation with him. Encourage that wild niece of yours. Perhaps you might become relatives someday." Snapping back to attention, Elroy smiled and replied, "You and Sir Diana have grown up together. Despite the bickering, that is a form of fate." "Fate with her?" Hammond exclaimed, scrunching his nose in distaste as he wiped the goosebumps from his arms, before a thought struck him, causing him to grin triumphantly. "What are you laughing at?" Elroy inquired. Intrigued, Hammond chuckled, "Well, since I am on friendly terms with you, by age, I would actually rank above her." Elroy, shaking his head with a smile, said, "In that case, we each have our own standings. Unless you marry my unmarried fourth sister, you cannot possibly outrank Sir Diana." Unbeknownst to him, Hammond's eyes brightened with realization. Of course. Why didn't Tia think of that? If I were to marry Princess Fiona, wouldn't Sir Diana have to call me uncle in the future? Should Sildina remarry the insufferable Hess, even Hess would have to address him as uncle. A delightful turn of events indeed. Elroy, upon hearing this, felt a greater sense of helplessness. "It is evident that Commander Maids has spoiled you," as you, in your tender years, are oblivious to the vastness of the world, daring to entertain thoughts of marrying my fourth sister. I merely spoke in jest. Yet you truly dare to indulge in such fantasies. Setting aside the fact that she is 22 years your senior, she possesses a free-spirited nature that shuns matrimony. Surrounded instead by numerous close male friends, based solely on the prowess of her companions, you stand no chance. Who asserts that? Hammond retorted defiantly, age is not a barrier. The average lifespan of interstellar beings spans 120 to 150 years, and you were born when the former queen was 80. A reluctance for marriage is also inconsequential, for that is merely due to Prince Fiona's unfamiliarity with me. Once I pursue her, she will undoubtedly be captivated by my gallant demeanor. The presence of her close male friends is hardly an issue, as Prince Fiona's heart is solely enamored with me, rendering all others irrelevant. Hammond's audacity left Elroy momentarily speechless. After a while, he applauded him, commending his ambition and wishing him swift success. Sometimes, one must endure setbacks in order to grow, and as his friend, it is his duty to assist Hammond in this journey. Elroy's gaze drifted to the neighboring courtyard, yet the enchanting figure was nowhere to be found. I wish to personally visit Major Hess tomorrow. Will you accompany me? What? Hammond shook his head vigorously, stating, if you wish to go, then by all means. But I shall not join you. Very well, Elroy conceded. Elroy spent the morning at Hammond's residence, his mind wandering, consumed by thoughts of the captivating beauty next door. Although he yearned to knock on the door for a visit, his princely upbringing forbade such impudence toward a lady. Furthermore, Major Hess was undoubtedly not at home at this hour. He should formally request an audience with him beforehand, hoping that the lady would still be in attendance when he did. After lunch, when his etiquette officer arrived, he informed Hammond, I must take my leave. Your new abode is quite splendid. Next time, I shall bring Sildina to visit you. Enough of that. If you bring her, do not bother coming at all. Hammond replied with disdain, then added with a hint of melancholy, I must return to the academy as well. While Hammond was still a student, Elroy had already graduated and, as a prince, held a position of responsibility. Elroy's initial post-graduation duties primarily involved simple diplomatic tasks, serving as a figure of significance or deterrence in interactions between the imperial family and foreign star nations. This afternoon, he had a diplomatic engagement to attend, participating in a cordial meeting between Prime Minister Krien of Tyasim and Major Hess. Having been away for a month, Hess was inundated with meetings and tasks. He managed to return briefly at noon to share a meal with Ying Feng before hastily departing again. Ying Feng escorted Hess to the door, watching as Hess's hovercar took flight before turning back to the residence. As Hess's vehicle departed, Elroy's hovercar ascended as well, and he recognized that the vehicle ahead was likely Major Hess's. By some strange twist of fate, he glanced back toward Hess's residence, just in time to see the lady's silhouette vanish through the courtyard gate. It is she, Elroy murmured, lost in reverie. Your Highness, whom do you refer to? Inquired Elroy's etiquette officer, his gaze following Elroy's line of sight, yet perceiving nothing. It is nothing, Elroy replied, turning away. After a moment, he added, Broof, please make arrangements. I wish to visit Major General Hess privately tomorrow. Broof, somewhat surprised, responded respectfully. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the formal discussions between Hess and Krien commenced. In addition to the two of them, Prince Elroy and several diplomatic ministers were present. Hess seldom attended diplomatic meetings, typically engaging only in military conferences. Nevertheless, he navigated the numerous conversational pitfalls posed by Krien with remarkable composure. Though the two had differing objectives, they tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning the disappearance of the Holy Master Tia. Krien suppressed news of the Holy Master's absence, apart from the upper echelons of Tyasim. Very few were aware. Hess, too, was reluctant for others to learn of Ying Feng's presence with him, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Holy Master of Tyasim. He wished to protect Ying Feng's name from any blemish. The discussion lasted for over an hour, concluding with both parties standing to shake hands amicably, marking the end of their meeting. Krien found little advantage in his discussions with Hess, nor did he glean any information concerning the Holy Master, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Attending the meeting, Elroy realized that Hess possessed not only formidable military strength but also exceptional diplomatic prowess, which earned his admiration and sparked a desire for camaraderie. Major General Hess had spent a considerable amount of time on missions, rarely remaining on the Imperial Star, even upon his return. The military and diplomatic sectors operated as distinct entities, making encounters difficult, coupled with the enchanting figure he had encountered in the other's courtyard. Elroy's resolve to visit further solidified. Chapter 138, The Surprising Intrusion of the Stag upon the conclusion of the meeting. Cryan returned to the embassy and pondered for a moment before sending a message to Ying Feng. Your Highness, where might you be? I find myself in the Federated Empire. And if you're also here, please return with this old man. The citizens of Tyasim miss you dearly. We cannot do without you. Furthermore, your pet jellyfish has grown thin with longing for you. Can you bear to leave it all alone in Tyasim? In just 2 days, the Healer Awakening ceremony will take place, and I sincerely hope you can find the time to attend. I believe your presence will significantly enhance their chances of awakening. The final line about attending the ceremony was merely Cryan's attempt to fill the silence, hoping to engage the saint with something interesting. To his surprise, this remark served as a timely reminder for Ying Feng. She smacked her forehead in frustration, nearly forgetting this matter. Ying Feng crafted a reply, Indeed. I am in the Federated Empire and will return as soon as possible. Do not fret. I will certainly attend the awakening ceremony. You may return first. Cryan was so astonished by her response that he sprang to his feet. He wished to inquire about her exact location and when she would return. Yet he feared that pressing her might aggravate her and dissuade her from returning to Tyasim altogether. Ultimately, he replied pitifully, In that case, I shall return first. You must come back promptly for the awakening ceremony. It will be held by the shores of the Holy Lake. And I have already calculated the time for you. It is set for 10 o'clock in the morning, the day after tomorrow. Please remember. Ying Feng sent another message to reassure him, which finally put Cryan at ease. At 7 in the evening, Hess finally concluded his accumulated work and returned to his residence. During dinner, Ying Feng mentioned her intention to return to Tyasim and elaborated on the connection between the Divine Tree, the Wood Energy Pearl, and the Healer Awakening. Hess nodded in understanding. Indeed, you should return for the ceremony in 2 days. I will finish all my tasks by tomorrow and escort you back to Tyasim the morning after. The following morning, Marco reported to Hess. And after addressing a multitude of pressing matters, he brought up the issue of Prince Elroy wishing to pay a visit. Hess furrowed his brow, wondering why the prince would suddenly want to visit him. It seems that after yesterday's discussions with Tyasim, Prince Elroy holds you in high regard, which prompted this visit. Hess's frown deepened. Under normal circumstances, he would welcome such a visit, but with Ying Feng currently staying with him, he could not possibly entertain guests. Noticing Hess's reluctance, Marco urged, Boss, Prince Elroy's status is illustrious. Refusing his visit without just cause could tarnish your reputation. Schedule a time for me to meet with Prince Elroy today. And let us arrange it near the Iwan Palace. Hess pressed his fingers to his temples. The Iwan Palace was Prince Elroy's residence. However, Boss, the prince has explicitly requested a visit to your home. Marco hesitated. Why must it be at my residence? Hess's already limited patience dwindled, his displeasure growing at the demands being placed upon him. Such an expression would certainly convey his admiration for you. Marco also found it absurd. Although Prince Elroy was renowned for his affability, this was excessively familiar. He declined the invitation. Hess felt a pang of displeasure and speculated that the reason for the other's insistence on visiting his home might stem from the discovery of Xiaofeng's presence. In light of this, there was no need for a meeting arranged outside. He coldly stated, Just tell him that I am occupied with official duties and truly cannot spare the time. I will apologize with a visit in the future. Marco was taken aback, wondering if this would be inappropriate. It matters not. Go ahead, Hess replied, once again immersing himself in his official matters. Marco had no choice but to comply. Elroy, upon learning of Hess's refusal to visit, was somewhat surprised. His etiquette officer was furious, deeming Hess to be profoundly disrespectful towards a member of the royal family. However, Elroy understood the reason for the refusal. It was likely due to the enchanting presence residing in Hess's home. Therefore, he resolved to be forthright with the lady in question. After all, he would not relinquish his desires easily. If adhering to royal decorum meant losing what he cherished, then he would forsake such decorum without hesitation. At merely 20 years of age, Prince Elroy, though gentle and courteous, exhibited the impetuosity and cunning of youth when it came to matters he yearned to possess. Elroy then visited Hammond's residence. Hammond was elated by the arrival of his friend. While the new home was splendid, he found it rather dull without company, which was why he had decided to adopt a pet. "Elroy, come and see my newly adopted darling," Hammond exclaimed as he led Elroy to the back garden. In the garden, several of Hammond's latest pets were kept. With a roar reminiscent of a lion's majesty, a star beast bellowed from its iron cage, violently colliding against the bars as it aimed for the two men outside. The sheer force could have easily shattered the high-strength alloy cage, yet, just before impact, the creature suddenly convulsed and collapsed, its gaping maw half open, a tongue lined with barbs dripping with foul saliva pooling on the metal floor. Upon closer inspection, one could see a black electronic collar hidden beneath its thick mane, a symbol of the king of beast subjugation, whenever it attempted to break free from its confines. The collar would surely deliver a harsh jolt, reminding it that those days of dominion were long past. And only by humbling itself beneath human feet could it hope for survival. "A star lion beast?" Elroy remarked in surprise, glancing at Hammond. "You dare to keep such a perilous creature? What if an accident occurs?" "Rest assured, everything has been meticulously prepared by the staff before its arrival," Hammond replied nonchalantly. "Look at this cage. It is crafted from metal designed for super ships, equipped with electric shock and tranquilizer collars. It even has several microplasma bombs embedded beneath its skin, all remotely controlled from a device I wear around my neck. Triple security." Elroy shook his head in disapproval, saying, "You should handle it as soon as possible. If anything goes awry, it could consume you whole. If you wish for a pet, I could arrange for a few docile star deer to be sent your way. They not only possess high aesthetic value, but can also be ridden for pleasure. Far safer than this dangerous star lion beast. I too have raised the celestial deer, just behind here. Allow me to show you." Hammond led his friend to another area where the herbivores grazed. Several resplendent and graceful celestial deer leisurely munched on the fodder in their troughs. Unfazed by the presence of humans, they boldly approached to lick and nibble at their hands. Elroy held a particular fondness for the celestial deer and instructed his attendant to bring some light pastries to feed them. Although their primary diet consisted of grass, these delicacies, rich in sugar and trace elements, were also devoured eagerly. A group of celestial deer crowded around Elroy, vying for the pastries in his hand. In their eagerness, one even bit down hard enough to break the skin on Elroy's finger, eliciting a cry of pain from him. His attendants rushed forward to drive away the deer with force. Startled, the celestial deer bolted through the partially open door. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" The attendants, guards, and ceremonial officers clamored around him, urgently calling for a physician. Elroy quickly wrapped his bleeding finger with a handkerchief, insisting, "I am fine. But we must retrieve the celestial deer. Though gentle, they are still creatures of the celestial realm, and it would not do to frighten them." Some individuals pursued the fleeing deer, while others hastily summoned a doctor. However, Elroy, with a makeshift bandage on his hand, dashed out, prioritizing the chase of the celestial deer. Upon his exit, an attendant reported, "Your Highness, 3 celestial deer have been rounded up, but the largest stag has escaped to the neighboring courtyard." Chapter 139. The Maiden and the Deer. As Elroy and Hammond rushed to the fence between the two properties, they discovered a substantial breach. The ornate black wrought iron railing lay twisted and deformed, and even the protective electric netting had been severed, losing its charge. The antlers of the celestial stag were immense and powerful, and its unique hide and horns were insulated, enabling it to break through the iron fence and electric barrier. Hammond, perplexed, wondered why the celestial stag had reacted so violently, having provoked it so little. Elroy halted abruptly and, turning back urgently, insisted, "We must capture the celestial stag. It is frightened and irritable, and it could harm someone." All right. Do not worry. I shall dispatch someone to apprehend it at once," considering it was someone else's property. Elroy instructed his attendants to approach the main entrance and ring the doorbell without bringing too many people along. Hammond suddenly recalled a special type of fodder that was particularly enticing to deer, and he hurried back to fetch some. The intelligent home assistant responded through the doorbell, indicating that the owner was not at home and refused visitors. As they pondered their next move, a melodious deer call resonated from deep within the courtyard. Elroy could no longer wait. He commanded his attendants to remain behind and, with determination, entered through the broken fence alone to pursue the stag. As a prince of noble lineage, the likelihood of being accused for trespassing was somewhat diminished for Elroy, though the same could not be said for the others. His attendants gasped in alarm, urging him to return, for if their master were to be harmed, they would face severe penalties. Elroy, however, paid them no heed, swiftly vanishing among the floral and arboreal sanctuary of the courtyard. A mixture of anxiety and embarrassment coursed through Elroy as his heart raced. He had never before engaged in such an indiscreet act. When the celestial stag broke through the fence and entered the courtyard, the intelligent security system triggered an alert, causing the homeowner's wristband and residence to emit warning signals. Alone in the house, Ying Feng immediately emerged upon hearing the alarm, only to be confronted by a stag nearly her height, careening towards her in a panic. With its sharp antlers and astonishing speed, a single charge could easily reduce her petite frame to fragments. Renowned for its swiftness, the celestial stag approached in a flash. As it neared, Ying Feng raised her hand, causing the surrounding plants to rustle in response. She prepared to bind the creature, but if that failed, to slay it. Yet, before she could act, the stag's velocity diminished as it drew close. Then it collapsed at her feet, emitting a soft call, revealing its stunning star-patterned coat. Its moist eyes gazing up at her as if to say, "Come, touch me." Momentarily taken aback, Ying Feng instinctively reached out to stroke its smooth, beautiful hide. The celestial stag appeared to revel in her touch, turning its head to lick her hand with its soft, wet tongue, and even attempted to lick her face. Ying Feng quickly raised her hand to shield herself from its affectionate gestures, eliciting a series of playful calls from the stag that made her smile. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the trees danced with shadows. The scene of the maiden and the deer interacting was extraordinarily enchanting. From which delightful abode have you escaped? Are you lost? Perhaps I could find someone to escort you home. As Ying Feng gently stroked its back, she tenderly inquired. The star deer, possessing a remarkable empathy, immediately objected upon hearing Ying Feng's intention to return it home, persistently nuzzling against her. For reasons unknown, it felt an inexplicable affinity for the scent of this human. If it could not return to its celestial domain, remaining by her side would suffice. The powerful stag, in its exuberance, inadvertently knocked the young girl to the ground and approached to lick her. Ying Feng, though pleased to be favored by the creature, was not fond of being licked by animals and politely declined. Beneath the shade of the trees, the girl smiled softly, placing her hand against its mouth. Be good. No licking. When Elroy arrived, due to the angle, it appeared as though the star deer was attacking the fallen girl, who was valiantly using her delicate arms to fend it off. This scene sent a chill through Elroy. Be careful. He rushed forward, intent on rescuing the girl, only to witness a flash of golden light that swiftly swept past him, forcefully tossing the star deer aside. The creature was ensnared by several luminous rings, howling in distress. Had it not been for the fear of blood splattering on the girl, it would have met a gruesome fate at that moment. In astonishment, Elroy turned to see Hess cradling the girl protectively in his arms, softly asking, Xiaofeng, are you hurt? Initially unharmed, Ying Feng was startled by Hess's sudden appearance in his luminous form. She pressed her hand against her racing heart, calming her slightly rapid breaths, and shook her head gently. I am fine. Only then did Hess feel relieved, shifting his gaze toward Elroy and the subdued star deer. Prince Elroy, what brings you here? His violet-gray eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, fixating upon the unwelcome presence. Elroy trembled under Hess's scrutiny, taking a moment before replying hoarsely, I apologize. I was pursuing this escaped star deer. It broke through the barrier into this area, and I feared it might harm someone, so I hurried after it. His gaze instinctively wandered to the girl in Hess's arms. Dressed in a floral gown, her delicate features radiated beauty, her slightly disheveled hair only enhancing her allure. She was indeed more enchanting than he had imagined. Elroy's unabashed, ardent gaze displeased Hess, who turned away, carrying the girl inside while curtly remarking, It is not convenient to entertain His Highness today. Please return for now. Upon their master's return, the security system allowed Elroy's attendants entry. Hammond hurried over with fodder to lure the star deer, anxiously inquiring about the situation and whether anyone had been harmed. Elroy, lost in thought, stared at the direction in which the maiden had vanished, only snapping back to reality when Hammond called his name several times. It is fine now. Just capture the star deer and secure it properly. With that, Elroy departed with heavy steps, leaving Hammond puzzled about his demeanor. That night, Elroy dreamed for hours, his mind filled with the maiden's every smile and frown. He yearned to run towards her, yet no matter how fast he moved, he could never reach her. She forever stood on the opposite side of the barrier, an insurmountable divide between them. After relentless effort, the barrier finally dissipated, and he joyfully raced towards her. As he nearly grasped her hand, a sinister shadow descended, transforming into a grotesque monster that snatched the fair maiden away. The creature uttered venomous words, "How dare you presume?" and swiftly carried her off. No. Release her. Elroy abruptly sat up from his opulent, intricately carved bed, his expression a tempest of fury and fear. Beads of sweat dotting his brow. "My lord, what troubles you? Was it a nightmare?" Two attendants hurried in to check on him. Only then did Elroy realize he was ensnared in a dream. He wiped his brow and, with a stoic demeanor, lay back down, coldly instructing, "Leave me." "Yes, my lord." The attendants exchanged glances, drew the curtains, and quietly exited. However, Elroy could not return to slumber. Her image consumed his thoughts. Clenching his fists, he resolved to visit Hess's residence at dawn. Yet, when he arrived at the doorstep the following morning, he was informed that the master had already departed on an assignment with an uncertain return date. "And the lady who was a guest at Major Hess's home?" Elroy inquired. The emotionless voice of the intelligent butler emanated from the doorbell, stating, "The lady has left with Major Hess." "When will they return?" Elroy pressed. "The return date is uncertain," replied the butler. "My lord, perhaps we should return. Major Hess's missions can last from a fortnight to over a month." "He will certainly return," one attendant gently suggested, noting Elroy's despondent demeanor. "Will she come back?" "I don't even know her name," Elroy murmured, his eyes clouded with confusion as he slowly departed from Hess's doorstep. "She will return. We could also request Commander Metis or Minister Soderland for Major Hess's contact information to inquire about their return," the attendant proposed. Elroy immediately perked up, realizing he could not concede defeat so easily. Chapter 140. The Heartfruit. As Elroy acquired Hess's contact information, they found themselves traversing the signal-less void of a black hole passage. In the captain's quarters, Hess gently embraced Ying Feng and said, "To arrive at the Tyasim sacred star before 10 a.m. tomorrow, we must engage in frequent spatial jumps, which will undoubtedly distress your body. It is prudent for you to lie down in the sleep pod for the initial jump." Ying Feng, controlling a pot of flowers within the room to bloom, watched as petals fluttered into her palm. She turned to Hess with a smile. "I am no longer the person I once was. I am stronger now." Seeing her prideful demeanor, Hess couldn't resist playfully pinching her nose, chuckling, "Indeed. You have become quite remarkable. Since you feel you do not need the sleep pod, let us partake in some time-passing exercises." Ying Feng quickly realized that Hess's notion of exercise was not the conventional kind. She feigned weakness, pressing her forehead. "Hess, I think I am feeling a bit dizzy. Perhaps I should lie down in the sleep pod after all." Hess swiftly swept Ying Feng off her feet, eliciting a small gasp from her as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. He placed her gently on the bed, then lowered himself over her, burying his face into the curve of her neck, murmuring, "The spatial jump has been underway for quite some time. Your dizziness is clearly unconvincing. Little Feng, lying is punishable." His sultry voice fading between their intermingled lips. Time passed swiftly, and by 9 a.m. the following morning, the Hunter starship had reached the outskirts of the Tyasim star system. The Hunter starship, belonging to the Federal Empire, could not enter the Tyasim system without permission. However, the notorious reputation of the Hunters preceded them. They were known to hunt star beasts wherever formidable threats had emerged. Consequently, the various star nations turned a blind eye to their uninvited presence, tacitly allowing them to operate within their domains. As the clock ticked past 9 a.m., it became apparent that reaching the sacred star from the outskirts within an hour was highly improbable. To avoid tardiness, Hess would have to take Ying Feng at light speed. Ying Feng entered Hess's silver-white mech, and as the hatch opened, The mech transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the cosmic sea. In the Tyasim star system, at the sacred star by the sacred lake, Cryan waited at the entrance like a father anxiously anticipating his child's return. On a bright, clear day, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Aside from Cryan, no one paid heed to the fleeting celestial phenomenon. Approximately a kilometer from the lakeside, the shooting star descended, transforming into a towering silver mech. The mech activated its optical camouflage, rendering it unnoticed as the imposing figure stood amidst the serene landscape. Inside the mech, Hess held Ying Feng tenderly, saying, "I will remain in the vicinity of the Tyasim star system for some time. Take good care of yourself, and contact me immediately if anything arises." Ying Feng embraced his neck, her clear azure eyes brimming with reluctance. "Rest assured, I will take care of myself. You must do the same. When carrying out your mission, do not exert yourself too fiercely. You must understand that I will worry about you as well. For my sake, do not place yourself in danger, all right?" Xiaofeng. Hess lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, his soft lips trailing down to finally capture the delicate, blossom-like cherry lips of his beloved. The two lingered in each other's warmth for a considerable time. But as the hour approached, Ying Feng reluctantly pushed Hess away. "I must go." Typically efficient in his endeavors, Hess today appeared particularly clingy and hesitant. He produced a small box, opening it to reveal two translucent little fruits. Beneath their clear skin, a vibrant red pit pulsated like a heartbeat. "What is this?" Ying Feng inquired, her curiosity piqued. "This is a fruit I discovered on a distant primordial planet, known as the heartroot. It was believed to be extinct. Yet it still thrives in this realm. It is quite unique, as each stalk bears two fruits. When the fruits develop, a symbiotic creature known as the red heart worm lays its eggs within them. When the fruit splits, the eggs divide as well, and upon maturation, they transform into the core of the fruit. As long as both individuals consume the twin heart roots, they will be able to perceive each other's location with precision, regardless of the distance, without the aid of technology or time constraints, unless one of them passes away. Such a wondrous fruit," Ying Feng exclaimed. "The heart fruit is exceedingly rare, bearing fruit only once every few years, with a single tree producing just a few pairs. Moreover, it must be entirely wild to retain its properties. Centuries ago, it was all the rage throughout the stars, but due to its dual nature, loved by some and loathed by others, it gradually fell into extinction. How marvelous the universe is!" Ying Feng exclaimed as she picked up one of the fruits and consumed it. Just as the flavor began to register, the red pit burst forth from the broken skin and slid down her throat. Hess consumed his fruit as well, and an extraordinary sensation enveloped their hearts. As if they had become twins, their connection growing ever closer. "Truly remarkable." Ying Feng's eyes widened in awe. "Time is fleeting," Hess murmured as he leaned down and kissed his beloved fervently, sighing softly. "All right, I shall escort you out." Exiting the mech, Hess stored it in a capsule and took Ying Feng's hand, walking a considerable distance together. Upon rounding a corner, their steps suddenly halted. Cryan stood alone not far away, waiting. Chapter 141, The Awakening Ceremony, Your Holiness. "At last, you have returned," Cryan exclaimed, his aged eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if he bore a heavy heart. "Do you have any idea how worried I have been? I feared for your safety and was apprehensive about the possibility of encountering nefarious individuals." At the mention of nefarious individuals, Cryan discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Hess. "Cryan, I have assured you that I would return," Ying Feng replied with a gentle smile. "You may rest easy now, correct?" Indeed. Your return brings me solace," Cryan nodded fervently, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. After a century, the Tya clan has finally produced a holy master. Their journey has not been easy. Furthermore, this holy master may possess the extraordinary abilities of an S-class healer. A true national treasure. No S-class healers have emerged in the entire galaxy until now. Cryan scrutinized Ying Feng for a moment, confirming that she bore no injuries and appeared in good spirits before shifting his gaze to Hess, who was still holding the holy master's hand. "Major Hess, it is good to see you again," Cryan greeted through gritted teeth, fully aware that Hess had taken the holy master away without revealing a word during their discussions. "Truly remarkable." "Prime Minister Cryan, it is a pleasure," Hess replied, looking down at him with an air of authority that belied his youth. I have entrusted my beloved to the protection of Tyasim. Should anything happen to Xiao Feng, I shall hold Tyasim accountable. Cryan's eyes widened in realization, indeed. Hess was the beloved mentioned by the Holy Master. He felt a twinge of regret upon learning that the Holy Master had a beloved prior to her awakening. Their Holy Master deserved a hero from the galaxy, and the Tyasim boasted numerous capable and noble warriors. However, it mattered not. There could only be one holy consort for their Holy Master, whereas the holy servants could be many. Such matters could be addressed later. Puffing out his chest, Cryan proclaimed, Major Hess, you need not worry. The entire Tyasim will safeguard the Holy Master with their lives. Though Hess remained somewhat uneasy, he had no choice but to concede. You had best keep your word. Cryan turned to Ying Feng, bowing respectfully, Your Holiness, time is of the essence. We must return swiftly to prepare. The ceremony is about to commence. Very well, Ying Feng said, glancing back at Hess, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. I must take my leave. Hess felt an overwhelming sense of loss but had no choice but to release her. With the bond of the heart-root, countless unspoken sentiments hung in the air. Only when Ying Feng returned safely to the protective embrace of the Tyasim did Hess finally feel at ease. By the serene banks of the sacred lake, a shooting star streaked across the sky, vanishing in an instant. Within a magnificent palace by the lake, maidens bustled about, preparing the Holy Master for the ceremony. The official commencement of the event was set for precisely 10 o'clock, and there remained but half an hour. The maidens had not anticipated the Holy Master would grace this awakening ceremony with her presence. They were both anxious and exhilarated. This marked the first awakening ceremony in a century that the Tyasim would witness the arrival of a Holy Master. They felt incredibly fortunate to bear witness to this historic moment. Outside, the square by the sacred lake was filled with maidens who had come of age this month, each radiating the beauty of youth, regardless of their height or figure, clad in immaculate white garments and adorned with crowns of stars and blossoms. They stood in their designated places, some in tranquil contemplation, others brimming with excitement, silently praying for the divine tree to bestow upon them the sacred light that would awaken their healing abilities. The awakening ceremony for the maidens of the Tyasim was the most significant event of the month, with the mech warriors standing sentinel like towering mountains, safeguarding the seeds of hope for Tyasim in the central square. At precisely 10 o'clock, a melodious chime echoed, bringing silence among the maidens. Cryan, as the chieftain of the Tia people, traditionally presided over the awakening ceremony. However, today, he did not ascend to the elevated platform at the center of the square but remained at its base. As the crowd murmured in confusion, Cryan's voice resonated throughout the square, proclaiming the arrival of the sovereign. The maidens gasped in astonishment. What? The sovereign was personally attending this awakening ceremony. Oh my, they could hardly believe they would lay eyes upon the sovereign. This group of maidens was not solely from the Tyasim, as many hailed from various planets within the Tyasim star system and had never witnessed the sovereign in person before. In an instant, all attention shifted towards the impending appearance of the sovereign. The grand, imposing palace doors slowly swung open, revealing the sovereign, adorned in splendid attire. As she gracefully approached the central platform, the maidens instinctively stepped back to create a pathway, arms crossed over their chests, heads bowed slightly. Hail to the sovereign! They chorused sweetly, their voices like gentle waves of wind. As the sovereign ascended the platform, Cryan declared with fervor, the ceremony has officially commenced. All the maidens knelt facing the divine tree, their palms pressed together in reverence upon their foreheads, deeply bowing to the ground. Collectively beseeching, may the divine tree bestow upon us the sacred light and grant us the abilities of healing warriors. Standing upon the platform, Ying Feng gazed across the sacred lake towards the majestic divine tree on Horde Island, silently awaiting the fabled sacred light's descent. Minutes ticked by, yet the divine tree remained still, prompting unease among the kneeling maidens. Did the divine tree deem them unworthy of awakening their healing gifts? Ying Feng's heart felt heavier than theirs. Could it be that her taking the wood energy pearl had rendered the divine tree incapable of bestowing the sacred light? As the crowd grew increasingly restless, Ying Feng descended the platform and made her way towards the sacred lake. Sovereign, where are you going? Cryan hurriedly approached her. Cryan, I must go to Horde Island, Ying Feng declared resolutely, her gaze fixed on the divine tree. But if the sovereign departs from Hard Island, she, like us, will no longer be able to cross the sacred lake, let alone reach Hard Island, Cryan replied, understanding her anxiety but feeling equally troubled. The divine tree had yet to bestow the sacred light. Did it imply their shortcomings? Were they to blame in the eyes of the divine tree? Nonetheless, Ying Feng remained resolute, determined to proceed. She sought to ascertain whether it was indeed her own influence that had led to the cessation of others' ability to awaken their healing gifts. Chapter 142. Testing levels. Ying Feng removed the heavy and ornate crown and robe, stepping lightly into the sacred lake. Cryan and the entourage looked on in astonishment as Ying Feng walked upon the water without sinking. As she advanced towards the divine tree, a sudden green light enveloped her, transporting her back to the high platform. Everyone, including Ying Feng herself, stood in bewilderment. What had just transpired? A faint, resigned sigh seemed to echo in the wind. The green light clung to Ying Feng, and soon a powerful azure glow erupted from her heart, intertwining with the green radiance inseparable. Sunlight illuminated this verdant glow, casting a golden sheen upon it. This golden-tinged green light burst forth from Ying Feng, transforming into countless strands of luminescence. The majority returned towards the divine tree. A small fraction flowed back into Ying Feng's being, while some scattered upon the maidens present. In that instant, every maiden felt an extraordinary surge of power within them. The sensation was even more profound for Ying Feng, as the recent eruption left her feeling momentarily hollow, but soon the strength returned, now greater than before. She lifted her gaze towards the divine tree, feeling a refreshing breeze caress her face, filling her with tranquility. The originally emerald leaves of the divine tree began to turn yellow, shedding many, yet unnoticed by all. A tiny glimmer of green light re-emerged at the location of the wood energy pearl, awaiting the passage of time to nurture it to fruition. I believe I have awakened a healing talent. One maiden gazed in disbelief at her hands. I think I have awakened too. Another maiden exclaimed, her excitement palpable. So have I. And I feel my body brimming with power. In that moment, all the maidens realized they had awakened their healing abilities. Cryan looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene. All of them, every single one had awakened. There were precisely 573 maidens here, all having awakened. This surpassed the number of awakenings in Tyasim over the past decade. Thank you, Divine Tree, Cryan exclaimed. Kneeling in reverence, everyone present, including the guards, knelt before the Divine Tree. Ying Feng also slowly knelt, offering her profound gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon her. Had it not been for the Divine Tree guiding her and granting her the wood energy pearl, she might have perished long ago, either in the onslaught of the star beasts or due to her own frail condition. Following the awakening ceremony, the testing of awakening levels commenced. The maidens were abuzz with excitement, their laughter and joy resonating throughout every corner of the testing hall. This awakening not only boasted a high number of participants, but also an impressive number of high-level individuals, including 10 A-level healers and nearly 100 B-level healers, an astonishing outcome. Once everyone had completed their tests, Cryan joyfully reported the results of the awakening to Ying Feng. She breathed a sigh of relief. Tyasim was still capable of producing healers, finally alleviating the heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart. Your Highness, perhaps you should take the test as well. Cryan gazed intently at Ying Feng, his eyes sparkling with the same fervor one might exhibit while beholding a colossal raw stone, already possessing the promise of imperial green. Ying Feng, intrigued by her own classification, cautiously insisted that no third party be present during the testing. Cryan, upon reflecting on her apprehensions, readily acquiesced, acknowledging his oversight. He guided Ying Feng to a more secluded testing chamber, dismissing any onlookers, and took the initiative to operate the testing apparatus himself. The oval-shaped device resembled an upright egg, half pristine white and half transparent. As the translucent semicircular door glided open, Cryan suppressed his excitement, saying, "Please, esteemed one, take a seat." Ying Feng settled into the apparatus, and the transparent door closed with a silken motion. A pale golden beam of light swept from top to bottom. Cryan fixated on the data screen, his breath shallow with anxiety. The scanning process lasted 30 seconds, culminating in a large, ominous red question mark. Cryan's mind mirrored the screen, filled with an array of questions. What was happening? Why was it unable to yield a result? What was the upper limit of this machine's capabilities? Ying Feng inquired. The highest recorded healer's rank in Tyasim's history was A, and it had only been achieved by one individual 2 centuries ago. Thus, our testing apparatus's upper limit was set at S. Ying Feng casually pressed the door release button and remarked, "It seems your device is due for an upgrade." Not having ascertained her own rank left Ying Feng somewhat dissatisfied. Cryan trembled at her words, contemplating the possibility that the Esteemed One's rank far exceeded S level. "Please, Esteemed One, hold on. We have a batch of testing machines currently under development, which have entered the functional testing phase, enabling assessments up to 3S level." Cryan struggled to steady his racing heart. If the Esteemed One were 2S level, or even 3S, oh dear, he dared not dwell on it any longer, lest he faint from overwhelming exhilaration. The joy arrived so unexpectedly. "All right, take me for the test. I too wish to discover my true level." Chapter 143, Super S-Class. In the Tyasim star system, this batch of new instruments resided on a technologically advanced research planet, approximately 2 hours away from the Holy Star. The awakened young maidens proceeded to an academy specifically dedicated to mastering the art of healing. Cryan chose not to publicly disclose the awakening data immediately. He opted to wait until the Holy Lord's level was revealed, intending to announce it all at once for a double celebration. After the ceremony concluded, as Ying Feng stepped onto the starship, a maid approached, delicately holding an exquisite jellyfish vessel. "Your Highness, the pet you requested has been delivered." The maid respectfully retreated after presenting the jellyfish vessel. "Ying Feng, woohoo." The large jellyfish pressed excitedly against the vessel's wall. "Where have you been? I thought you had abandoned me. I've been all alone in this unfamiliar place, missing you so much that I could neither eat nor drink." Ying Feng joyfully cradled the jellyfish vessel, saying, "How could I ever abandon you? Look, I have returned." She carefully examined the jellyfish's changes, noting, "You seem to have gained weight? You're quite plump, and you appear to have grown 2 sizes. It seems you've been doing well in my absence." The jellyfish exclaimed, "This is a blatant slander. Complaint to the Central Authority. JPG, where have I gained weight? It's merely water retention." "Humph." The jellyfish huffed, curling up in indignation, deciding to ignore Ying Feng for a minute. All right, you haven't gained weight. You merely..." Before Ying Feng could finish her sentence, the jellyfish suddenly split into 4 entities, 1 large, its original form, and 3 smaller ones, each no larger than a fingertip. Ying Feng, taken aback, wondered, "Are you pregnant?" The jellyfish retorted, "Who's pregnant? You're the one who's pregnant." It let out a hiccup, splitting into another 3 smaller jellyfish. The jellyfish sighed, "Oh dear. My recent days have been a bit too good. I've even split." Cryan, fearing I might become despondent, has brought forth various aquatic treasures to fill my luxurious aquarium. I absorbed too much energy, leading to the birth of these little jellyfish. Humph. Ying Feng set down the jellyfish vessel, applauding in amazement, 6 little ones at once. "You are truly remarkable." The jellyfish puffed up with pride, "It's just 6. Back in the day, after consuming the aqua pearl, I split into dozens in one go." As they laughed and played, 2 hours swiftly passed, and they arrived at the technological planet. The staff at the technology star, aware that the Holy Lord would personally test the new instruments, were filled with anxiety. Impatiently, Cryan led Ying Feng directly to the research center's main city. Eager to discover her level, the latest testing apparatus appeared similar to the older version, and Ying Feng, having tested it once before, effortlessly settled into the device. Testing commenced. "Please do not exit the apparatus until testing is complete." The instrument chimed with a sweet, yet authoritative tone. This was a fully automated intelligent testing device. Requiring no human intervention, it would automatically conduct the test once someone was seated within. Cryan and a large group of researchers anxiously observed the data changes displayed on the screen. "Testing calibration in progress. Please hold on." The notification sound echoed. The researchers, anxious, wiped the sweat from their brows. Was there still a need for adjustments? Was the instrument still not perfected? Calibration ongoing. Please do not leave the testing area. The notification sound continued. Cryan furrowed his brow and inquired of the researchers. "Didn't you say we had entered the testing phase for a week? Have all the tests during this time been normal? Is such frequent calibration truly necessary?" The head of the research center stepped forward and replied, Indeed, we have been testing for a week now. During this time, we have tested 56 individuals. And all results have been normal, with no instances requiring recalibration. Cryan, visibly displeased, retorted, "Then what is the matter with the saint?" The head of the center responded, "There are likely two reasons for this occurrence. Either the saint may, perhaps, possibly, lack healing abilities." His voice dwindled to a whisper, and he was drenched in sweat. He had devoted himself entirely to research, oblivious to much of the outside world, only aware that another saint had emerged from their realm, yet unaware of the saint's remarkable feats in the city of Bailu, where they vanquished star beasts and healed warriors. Cryan exclaimed, "That is utterly impossible. The saint possesses healing powers, and they are undoubtedly of a high caliber. The instrument is still in the testing phase. There must be some flaw." He had witnessed the saint heal 2 A-grade warriors in an instant, something that no other healer in the entire realm could achieve. Then there is only one explanation. The head of the center stated with confidence in his research. The frequent recalibration suggests that the saint's level exceeds the testing limits of this instrument. As if to affirm the head's words, the instrument, after multiple calibrations, emitted a regretful tone. The test subject's level is too high, exceeding the instrument's testing capacity. Unable to test. Unable to test. These 4 words struck like thunder in a clear sky, stunning everyone present. Is that truly the reason? The head of the center was left speechless, astonished that the level of his holiness could not even be measured by an instrument capable of detecting up to 3S level. The researchers were equally astounded, their minds reeling. "Oh, great tree above, please tell me this is real. This, could it be? Extraordinary. Oh, great tree, it's unbelievable. Am I dreaming?" The most elated was Cryan, who, while aware of the saint's high level, had not anticipated it to be to such an outrageous extent. Clutching his racing heart, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. "We, in Tyasim, have birthed a transcendent S-level healer. My heavens, a true transcendent S-level." The researchers were ecstatic, their expressions wild with joy. Ying Feng was also somewhat taken aback. Unaware that she herself was transcendent S-level, Hess had mentioned her level would not be less than 2S, which now seemed conservative. "Congratulations to the saint, congratulations to our Tyasim," Cryan exclaimed, stumbling in his excitement. Everyone present simultaneously cheered, "Congratulations to the saint, congratulations to our Tyasim. Congratulations to the saint, congratulations to our Tyasim. Congratulations to the Holy Lord, and congratulations to my dear Tia Xianmu." Ying Feng raised his hand to silence the cheers. Addressing Cryan with a note of authority, "I hope my true level remains undisclosed." The crowd was puzzled as to why the true level should not be revealed. Cryan's excitement waned slightly, and as reason returned, he understood Ying Feng's concerns. The Holy Lord feared that a high rank might pose safety risks. Ying Feng continued, "Healers have never reached S level. I believe revealing an S level would be most appropriate. It would significantly enhance Tia Xianmu's influence while preventing undue focus on myself." Cryan pondered Ying Feng's words thoughtfully. In the cosmic star calendar, there are many with high mental powers, ranging from S level to 3S level. Although 3S level individuals are rare in the current interstellar landscape, who can predict the sudden emergence of several 2-3S level mentalists in the future. If the Holy Lord's true level were to be made public, Cryan's unspoken thoughts left the crowd in deep contemplation. Understanding the age-old wisdom that a man may suffer for possessing something valuable, Cryan was not a fool. Though it was somewhat regrettable that they could not flaunt their super S level, the safety of the Holy Lord was paramount. In comparison to the Holy Lord's security, all glory must take a back seat. Chapter 144, You Must Be Mad in the Heart of the Federal Empire, within the illustrious Yavin Palace. Elroy finally managed to establish contact with Hess after acquiring his communication number a few hours prior. Initially, Elroy greeted Hess in a cordial and tranquil manner, inquiring about the progress of his mission, followed by a discussion on matters pertaining to diplomatic negotiations. However, after enduring a barrage of trivialities, Hess's patience waned. "Prince Elroy, what is it that you truly wish to discuss? I'm currently engaged in the extermination of the Star Beast Tide and have little time to spare. Please, speak plainly." Hess's forthrightness left Elroy feeling somewhat embarrassed, causing him to nervously clutch at the hem of his garment, though he did not even know the lady's name. Her every smile and frown filled his thoughts. He mused that perhaps he had lost his sanity. Throughout his life, whatever he desired was promptly delivered to him. Yet this time, he had to fight for an opportunity himself. With a determined press of his lips, Elroy's yearning for the lady overpowered his innate pride. General Hess, I wish to inquire about the lady who recently visited your residence. Elroy suppressed the rapid beating of his heart. Indeed. The hardest moment often lay in the initiation of a conversation. Once the words were spoken, they seemed less daunting. What is her name? Where is she now? Which family does she belong to? Could you provide me with her contact number? With each question posed, Hess felt an increasing weight upon his heart. He was acutely aware of how remarkably captivating Xiao Feng was and anticipated that someone would inevitably covet her. However, he had not expected this moment to arrive so swiftly. General Hess, I trust you will provide me with the truth. Elroy inadvertently invoked his royal status. Hess initially considered responding with ignorance, but upon reflection, he questioned why he should conceal the truth from Elroy. Prince Elroy, since you have asked, I shall indeed respond honestly. It is not a matter of shame. A cynical smile crept into Hess's heart. He was determined to shatter Elroy's delusions. However, I was entirely unaware that you held such an interest in my beloved. Elroy's calm facade began to fracture. Your beloved? My quest for a beloved is well known throughout the galaxy. How is it that you, your highness, remain oblivious? Elroy promptly activated his device to search for Hess's beloved, and numerous results appeared within moments. The more he scrolled, the colder his heart grew. Hess's words echoed in his ears. My beloved is named Ying Feng. We grew up together, sharing an inseparable bond. We are both orphans. And I am her only family. Viewing the lady's photograph on the screen, coupled with Hess's declarations, dealt Elroy a devastating blow. He could no longer bear to listen, and with a profound rudeness, he abruptly severed the communication. As the disconnection tone resonated in his ears, Hess scoffed disdainfully and resumed his focus on battling the star beast tide. He was determined to quell this wave of beasts swiftly, so he could reunite with Xiao Feng. In Yivin Palace, Elroy sat motionless in his chair, his heart in turmoil, filled with resentment and indignation. Arnold, the etiquette officer of Elroy, had never witnessed such an unrestrained display from His Highness, the prince, who had always been composed and dignified throughout his life. Your Highness, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Your complexion appears rather alarming, Arnold expressed with concern. Elroy, however, paid no heed to Arnold's words. His gaze fixated intently on the image of a beautiful woman on the screen. For the first time, he found himself enamored with someone who belonged to another, which struck him as utterly absurd. Suddenly, Elroy erupted in a fit of laughter, startling Arnold, who instinctively sensed that the prince's unruly behavior was connected to the webpage before him. Summoning his courage, Arnold approached, saying, Your Highness, there is nothing of interest here. Let us view something else. He closed the current page and casually opened the interstellar trending news. Yet, the latest headlines that emerged caused Elroy's laughter to cease abruptly. He swatted Arnold's hand away, exclaiming, Do not touch. Your Highness? Arnold asked in astonishment. It's her, Elroy exclaimed. I can hardly believe she is the sovereign of Tyasim. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Ha ha ha. Elroy appeared almost delirious with joy. Your Highness, Arnold began, but Elroy interrupted. Immediately arrange my itinerary. I must go to Tyasim tomorrow. No, today? What purpose do you have in Tyasim? Arnold queried, perplexed. To congratulate Tyasim, Elroy exclaimed, pacing with excitement. They will surely hold a grand celebration, and I must attend as a representative of the Federal Empire. Similar reactions unfolded across the cosmos, as the leaders of all star nations expressed their astonishment at the awakening of numerous healers in Tyasim. The most remarkable revelation was that the sovereign of Tyasim was indeed an S-rank healer. This was utterly astonishing. Not only was it a momentous occasion for Tyasim, but it was a monumental event for the entire universe. Countless S-rank psychics had suffered from an inability to heal, leading to gradual deterioration of their mental faculties until their essence collapsed. The emergence of an S-rank healer was truly a cause for celebration. They were eager to befriend the sovereign of Tyasim, as many of them were in a precarious state, teetering on the brink of collapse. This marked the first S-rank healer in the history of the cosmos, and coupled with her sovereign status, she was of unparalleled nobility. With so many S-rank psychics throughout the cosmos, they might not even have the opportunity to receive treatment from the sovereign of Tyasim. Not to mention, the sovereign was extraordinarily beautiful. Her combat stance was dazzlingly brilliant. To win the heart of such a fair maiden and unite in matrimony would be simply beyond words, a momentous event that would be etched in history, beneficial to the nation and its people, a multifaceted achievement, advantageous in every way without a single detriment. Individuals from the realms of politics, military, and various prestigious fields flocked to Tyasim. In no time, the customs center of the Tyasim galaxy was teeming with people. High-ranking officials from various star nations had never appeared so approachable, all jostling together, anxiously awaiting the clearance order. Alas, the customs center was overflowing with individuals. Just when one believed oneself to be of high standing, a person of even greater distinction would appear, compelling even the most esteemed VIPs from any nation to patiently wait their turn. Chapter 145. When will the Lord bestow upon me a title? On the planet of Sam. In the city of Bailu, within the grand hall of the temple, the Lord, adorned in resplendent vestments, sat majestically in the central seat, perusing the audience requests submitted by various star nations. The more she read, the more her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. She set aside the applications and lifted her gaze to Cryan. Must I meet with all these individuals? Cryan, brimming with a youthful exuberance, smiled warmly. Certainly not. The esteemed position of the Lord of Tyasim is unparalleled. No one can compel you to meet, not even the leaders of the star nations. Very well, she replied, idly toying with a jellyfish vessel while her thoughts drifted to Hess. It had been 3 long days since she last saw him. Although they communicated daily, her longing for him remained profound. Observing the Lord lost in thought, Cryan gently reminded her, Your Highness, while you may wish to avoid them, they will be present at the coronation ceremony in a week, followed by the celebratory festivities. When they come to extend their congratulations, you will inevitably need to engage with them. Leaning lazily on one hand, she raised the jellyfish vessel to catch the light streaming through the high windows, the exquisite crystal shimmering brilliantly. It's of no concern. I shall manage the situation when the time comes, she declared nonchalantly. The large, pale blue jellyfish swayed leisurely, accompanied by several smaller ones, each radiating a different hue, adding a touch of whimsy to the scene. 2 more days passed, and at last, she awaited Hess's arrival. She had established a long-term visa-free green passage for Hess's starship, allowing him to traverse the Tyasim star system with ease, landing on Sam without the need for customs approval. Clad in a pristine white gown, she felt a surge of joy as she sensed Hess's ship nearing the surface and dashed outside, her handmaidens struggling to keep pace. Under the exotic archways, with a beautifully manicured garden to one side, sunlight filtered in, and a gentle breeze lifted her flowing hair and gown. In that moment, she resembled a white monarch butterfly, eager to take flight. Your Highness, please wait for us. Her attendants called out breathlessly, clutching her cloak, provisions, and spare garments. In high spirits, she turned back to them with a smile. There is no need for you to follow. I can manage on my own. Yet, her handmaidens hurried after her, exclaiming, Even if you are meeting a friend, you must have us accompany you. Please slow down. Be careful not to fall. Samantha, the head of the temple maidens, was nearly out of breath as she continued to urge, Your Highness, you cannot travel alone. It is essential to have someone by your side at all times. Having served the Lord since her arrival at the temple, Samantha, over 40 and remarkably capable, viewed her charge as both revered and delicate, deserving of constant care and companionship. Even during her excursions, impatient to meet Hess, Ying Feng hardly waited for them. Upon exiting the temple, she immediately boarded the hovercar and instructed the driver to commence their journey. The maidens, ultimately, could not catch up with Ying Feng. Samantha watched helplessly as the hovercar of the Lord departed, sighing as she boarded another vehicle. The hovercar soon arrived at the floating port of Shinmu Star, where numerous starships were docked. The Hunter starship, distinct from the others, boasted a massive, sleek, and obsidian hull, exuding an aura of latent menace that was palpable even in its stillness. As Ying Feng's hovercar reached the port, the hatch of the Hunter starship opened just in time. Eager to see her beloved, Hess was the first to emerge from the starship. Hess. Clad in battle attire, Hess heard a melodious voice calling his name. He looked up to see Ying Feng leaning out of the swiftly approaching hovercar, smiling and waving. Xiao Feng. The sternness in Hess's gaze softened into a warm smile in an instant. The two exchanged glances across the crowd, and in that moment, it seemed as though the world contained only them, their hearts and eyes solely focused on one another. Oblivious to all else, Ying Feng led Hess back to the temple, proudly holding his hand as they traversed the long corridor. Drawing the gaze of all who beheld their joined hands, Hess allowed Ying Feng to guide him, his heart melting into a puddle of affection. Once inside Ying Feng's chambers, unable to contain the tumult of emotions any longer, Hess turned and pressed Ying Feng against the door, kissing her deeply. After days apart, their longing for each other was profound. Ying Feng wrapped her arms around Hess's neck, closing her eyes that shimmered with youthful exuberance, striving to reciprocate Hess's fervent kiss. Hess's heated breath enveloped Ying Feng, making her feel as though an eternity had passed since their last meeting. Swayed by his kiss, Ying Feng found her legs weak, struggling to remain standing, prompting Hess to lift her effortlessly and carry her deep into the chambers. They spent an entire day and night within the sanctity of their embrace. The next morning, the couple awoke to the gentle caress of sunlight and the melodious chirping of birds. Ying Feng slowly sat up, the velvet blanket slipping from her, revealing her delicate back adorned with faint love marks. Rubbing her sore waist with one hand, she playfully struck the man beside her with the other. "You were too much last night. My back feels as if it might break." A pair of strong, muscular arms wrapped around her slender waist, and warm energy flowed from his hands. "It was my fault. Please don't be upset, my lord." The man sat up, embracing his beloved entirely, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Ying Feng sighed contentedly, closing her eyes to bask in the warmth of his energy, deciding to temporarily forgive him. Half an hour later, all traces of soreness had vanished. Even the love marks had faded, leaving her skin as pale and delicate as snow. Hess lifted Ying Feng and carried her into the bathroom for their morning rituals. After more than an hour spent in their ablutions, they emerged, and the clock had already passed 10 o'clock. Just then, a gentle knock resonated from outside, accompanied by Samantha's voice. "Your Grace, it is time for breakfast. Come in." Ying Feng led Hess into the intimate dining area of the palace. As the door swung open, the maidservants entered in succession, bearing an array of exquisite breakfast dishes. They quietly and swiftly placed the meals on the table before retreating, their heads bowed in demeanor indicative of rigorous training. At the door stood Shaman, who respectfully announced, "Please, my lord and your esteemed attendant, take your time with the meal. I shall wait just outside." With that, Shaman turned to leave, gently closing the door behind them. Her lack of surprise at the closeness of the two was evident. After all, a mere attendant was of little consequence. Their lord could summon as many attendants as desired, and one manservant was hardly sufficient. Even now, countless noble and handsome suitors eagerly awaited their lord's favor. Once their lord wed, there would be a singular consort alongside multiple attendants. Standing outside, Shaman silently contemplated which heirs from various esteemed families might qualify for consideration as attendants. Not only from the noble houses of Tyasim, but also from other star nations, many aristocratic men were fervently enamored with their lord. However, Shaman remained skeptical of foreign nobles, believing that their hearts would not align with her own. Inside the dining room, Ying Feng and Hess exchanged glances. Suddenly, Ying Feng burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The mighty war god of the Federation has become my attendant." Hess, slightly annoyed, fed her a piece of her favorite delicacy, his tone tinged with a hint of longing. "So, when shall our lord grant me a title?" Chapter 146. The Descent of Femininity, Progress 90. Seeing the expression of melancholy that appeared on Hess's handsome face, Ying Feng could not help but burst into laughter. After all, Hess had always been a master strategist, unfazed even in the face of calamity. His current demeanor only fueled Ying Feng's desire to tease him further. She stirred her coffee and playfully remarked, "Hoping for a promotion, are we?" "That will depend on your performance, Major Hess." Little did she know that her casual words would be dramatically validated in the future. The two enjoyed a sticky breakfast together. But soon it was time for Hess to leave. His stay on Shinmu Star had already reached its limit of a day and a night. Recently, the rebels had begun to resurface, having swiftly occupied numerous star systems in just half a month, leading many small nations dependent on the Federation to fall. The resurgence of the rebels was attributed to the sudden emergence of several 3S level psychics among them. It had been many years since the galaxy had seen such a plethora of 3S-level individuals, and their sudden appearance surely hinted at some underlying mystery. Moreover, like Hess, they were all endowed with extraordinary abilities. As the guardian of the Federation Empire, Hess bore the responsibility to eradicate the rebels and reclaim lost territories. Ying Feng's previously joyous mood plummeted in an instant. He embraced his beloved tightly and said, "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to attend your coronation ceremony. For the next month, or even longer, he would be engaged in battle on the front lines, determined to decisively crush the rebellion. The day he returned victorious would also be the moment he proposed to Xiao Feng. It's all right, I understand you're busy. Just make sure to stay safe during your mission. Your safety must come first. Always remember that I am waiting for your return. Xiao Feng, give me some time. When I return, I will marry you with victory as my messenger and the starry sea as my offering. Okay, I will wait for you." Ying Feng embraced him tightly, pressing her face against Hess's chest, closing her eyes to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if she wished to engrave its frequency into her memory forever. The Hunter starship took off, disappearing into the sky like a shooting star. Standing atop the highest tower of the sanctuary, Ying Feng watched the vessel depart, feeling as though a significant part of her heart had been hollowed out, leaving her in a profound emptiness. Unbeknownst to her, Hess had become her entire world. Without him by her side, her soul felt adrift and unanchored. Hess. Hess. A wave of despondency filled Ying Feng's chest, overwhelming her. "Your Highness, please do not be disheartened. Major Hess will surely return soon," Shaman the gently encouraged from behind her. Recognizing the sadness in her sovereign, Shaman the deemed it necessary to select a few holy attendants for her. A shift in focus might alleviate her persistent melancholy. Seeing that Ying Feng remained silent, Shamantha's mind whirled, and she thought of another approach. "Your Highness, in a few days, it will be your coronation ceremony. The gown has been prepared. You need to try it on. If anything is amiss, adjustments must be made promptly." Ying Feng sighed softly, rubbing her face with determination, forcing herself to uplift her spirits. She could not allow herself to remain in such a state of gloom. She and Hessa both bear their own responsibilities. She cannot continually indulge in sentimental distractions, hindering herself and impeding Hessa. "Let us go and try on the gown." With that, Ying Feng turned and descended the high tower, her long skirt billowing in the wind like a butterfly poised to take flight. Seeing Ying Feng finally react, Samantha felt a surge of joy and hurried to follow her. The custom-tailored gown fit impeccably, resembling the coronation robes of past sovereigns, yet Ying Feng wore it with a unique allure. She embodied both the delicate beauty of a maiden and an effortless, androgynous charm, a rare blend that imparted an enchanting and radiant aura to her presence. As Ying Feng stood there in her gown, her sovereign demeanor grew increasingly commanding. Without the crown, her mere presence exuded an air of supremacy. Samantha gazed upon her sovereign with bright admiration. Their sovereign was truly perfection incarnate. How could such an exquisite sovereign allow herself to be disheartened by a mere saintly attendant? Samantha resolved to divert Ying Feng's attention. After trying on the gown, she spoke extensively about the details to be mindful of on the day of the coronation. Once she concluded discussing the coronation, she transitioned to the subsequent celebration, and then to various banquets and parades that would follow. Numerous representatives from the Star Nations would attend the grand ceremony, inevitably leading to an array of festivities and events. Despite Ying Feng's reluctance to partake, some gatherings were simply unavoidable. Samantha seized the moment to mention the names of various envoys, highlighting those deserving of special attention and those less significant. Gradually, Ying Feng became engrossed in Samantha's words, momentarily casting aside her melancholic thoughts. Though Samantha held the position of head of the Temple Maidens, her knowledge rivaled that of Cryan, and in some respects, surpassed it. Those who ascend to lead the Temple Maidens are invariably astute and intelligent, often referred to as the vice-champions of the sovereign. Time swiftly passed amidst the preparations, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the coronation had arrived. Chapter 147. The coronation ceremony and the days leading up to the grand ceremony. Starships from various nations began to descend upon the floating port of Shenmue Star. And now the vast harbor was filled to the brim with these magnificent vessels. Among them, The most opulent and striking was undoubtedly the royal superstarship of the Federal Empire. Representing the Federal Empire at the ceremony in Tyasim was none other than His Majesty's youngest brother, Prince Elroy. As Elroy stepped off the starship and set foot on the soil of Shenmue's star, he felt a surge of emotion. This was not his first visit to Shenmue. Yet this time, his sentiments were distinctly different. Previously, he had come for duty. Now, he was here for personal reasons. He acknowledged that his deliberate approach towards the Tyass sovereign, while General Hess was engaged in battle on the front lines, was somewhat ignoble. But what of it? One must prioritize oneself. Otherwise, one risks oblivion. On the day of the coronation, within the main hall of the temple, envoys from various nations arranged themselves according to their respective statuses, with the Federal Empire rightfully occupying the most prominent position at the forefront. Clad in the regal attire of the empire, Elroy silently awaited the entrance of the Tyass sovereign. At that moment, he experienced a delightful illusion akin to waiting for a bride's appearance in a church. Today, he would finally see her again, and in such a momentous and exhilarating setting. Today, he would witness the most significant moment of her life, while her so-called beloved, Hess, was conspicuously absent from this pivotal occasion. Did this not imply that she and Hess were ultimately fated to be apart? Indeed, it must be so. Elroy gently closed his eyes, taking a discreet, deep breath to calm the racing heart within his chest. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of determination flickered within them. She was destined to be his. The grand, intricately carved doors of the main hall slowly swung open, drawing the gaze of all towards the entrance. Clad in the coronation robes of the sovereign, Ying Feng, draped in a luxurious dark teal velvet cloak, gracefully stepped into the hall under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The long train of her cloak seamlessly blended with the similarly colored carpet, unfurling like an endless range of mountains. Teal represented the national colors of Tyasim, symbolizing life and hope. With a solemn expression and unwavering gaze, each step she took caused the flowers and plants lining the carpet to bloom in synchrony, leaving the assembled envoys in awe. Such a rich hue was effortlessly mastered by the young Ying Feng, as if the color teal had been crafted solely for her. In that moment, all present overlooked her beauty, not due to any lack thereof, but rather because her radiance was so profound it rendered direct gazes impossible. The formidable aura emanating from the Tyass sovereign quickened the breaths of the audience, a sensation that transcended mere appearance. Even if she were an unattractive woman, she would still shine with an undeniable brilliance. The compelling presence, coupled with the divine quality that made life bloom instantaneously, captivated all in attendance. At that moment, whether it was an illusion or reality, they felt their fatigue from the long journey dissolve in her presence, their once impeded mental energies flowing freely. Could this be the power of an S-class healer? An astonishing and terrifying ability indeed. For a century, the Tyasim Empire has been without a sovereign, leaving the throne vacant for an extended period. The interstellar populace has nearly forgotten that Tyasim is a monarchy. The esteemed status of the Tyasim sovereign is often met with indifference. Prior to this moment, the arrogant nobles and powerful figures of various nations primarily valued the Tyasim sovereign's identity as an S-rank healer. Additionally, her unparalleled beauty was seen as a desirable asset, leading many to fantasize about marrying her and bringing her back to their homeland. If that were unattainable, engaging in an ambiguous relationship with the Tyasim sovereign could serve as a convenient means of ensuring future healing of their spiritual energies. However, in this moment, they found themselves gripped by an overwhelming sense of reverence, reluctant to overstep and disrespect the sovereign. They now deeply felt that the highly esteemed Tyasim sovereign, much like the queen of the Federation Empire, was beyond their reach. The nobles, who had once been eager to court the Tyasim sovereign, now felt utterly humiliated. How could they ever deem themselves worthy? It was absurd to have once imagined that they could bring an S-rank sovereign healer to their homeland. The very thought now filled them with shame, as if they had been struck senseless. Even with their noble royal status in their respective star nations, they were unworthy to stand alongside the Tyasim sovereign. The slightest chance of earning a moment's favor from her would be an immense honor. At this instant, every individual present yearned for nothing more than to catch the Tyasim sovereign's gaze, hoping for a chance to be considered for the role of a holy attendant. Even if they ultimately remained unacknowledged, death would hold no regrets. Prince Elroy stood at the forefront of the crowd, gazing at the resplendent sovereign, his heart racing with fervor, nearly unable to restrain his feet from rushing forward. It was her, truly her, the maiden whose smile could make 100 flowers bloom, his dream companion, the love of his life. Prior to his arrival, Elroy had learned that the Tyasim sovereign was without a consort, and he felt a glimmer of hope. If only Hess could perish on the battlefield, then he would have no rivals, and he could claim her as his own. Oh no! The Tyasim sovereign was far too exalted to ever wed him. He would willingly bid farewell to his home planet, choosing to reside in Tyasim, to become the sovereign's consort, to share her burdens, and to walk hand in hand through the remainder of their lives. Overwhelmed with emotion, the fervent and ecstatic Prince Elroy felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence in that moment. The ardent gazes of the audience did not sway Ying Feng in the slightest. He ascended the platform with unwavering focus. Upon that platform stood Cryan, the current head of the Tia clan and the prime minister of the Tyasim cabinet. Today, he would crown the sovereign. Cryan watched as the sovereign approached, his aged eyes misty with emotion. No one understood the arduous journey of the Tyasim Empire over the past century better than Cryan. At last, they were to conclude this difficult chapter of history, one marked by a lack of sovereign leadership. Ying Feng halted 2 meters away from Cryan. Cryan solemnly inquired, "Your Highness, do you wish to govern the myriad planets of the Tyasim system permanently, to protect your land and people for eternity?" Ying Feng responded, each word resonating clearly, "I do." Cryan inquired once more, "Your Highness, do you solemnly pledge to never abandon or betray Tyasim and your people?" Ying Feng replied, "I solemnly promise to never forsake Tyasim." Regardless of her previous reluctance to become the holy mistress of Tyasim after the awakening ceremony, she has embraced this responsibility as an unshakable duty and gratitude for the blessings of the divine tree. Cryan posed one final question, "Your Highness, do you vow to serve the divine tree of Tya until the end of your days?" Ying Feng answered, "I do." With the 3 questions and answers of the coronation concluded, Cryan raised the sacred crown and proclaimed, "May the great and eternal divine tree of Tya bless Tyasim. May greenery and life flourish in every inch of Tyasim's land. May freedom and joy surround every citizen of Tyasim. May honor and responsibility forever accompany the holy mistress of Tyasim. The mistress is crowned, and Tya shall know peace." Ying Feng slightly bowed her head as Cryan placed the crown upon her head and presented the scepter, symbolizing her reign as the holy mistress of Tyasim. With both hands, Cryan then stepped back, turned towards the grand statue of the divine tree etched upon the main wall, and raised an arm across her chest, exclaiming, "Thank you, divine tree." Ying Feng mirrored the gesture, proclaiming aloud, "Thank you, divine tree." A look of benevolence and excitement graced Cryan's face as she descended from the high platform, crowned and holding the scepter. Ying Feng turned to face the nobles and ministers of Tya, along with envoys from various nations. Cryan led the salute, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Her Highness, the holy mistress of Tyasim, on her ascension. May the divine tree protect you forever." The crowd echoed in unison. Even foreign envoys joined in heartfelt congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Highness. May the divine tree protect you forever." "Congratulations, Your Highness. May the divine tree protect you forever." "Congratulations, Your Highness. May the divine tree protect you forever." Thus, the coronation ceremony officially concluded. Chapter 148. Seeking the benevolence of His Majesty the Holy Lord on the day following the coronation. Tyasim summoned a grand parade to celebrate 3 momentous occasions: the ascension of His Majesty the Holy Lord, the birth of the first S-class healer, and the unprecedented number of awakenings achieved. This trifecta of celebrations rendered the atmosphere particularly vibrant and festive. As the Holy Lord and the inaugural S-class healer, Ying Feng naturally became the focal point of the entire festivity. On this day, the capital of Xinmu, Bu City, erupted in jubilation, with the entire populace reveling in this joyous occasion. All dining establishments in Bu City opened their doors wide, offering complimentary tastings to the attendees of the celebration. Many citizens spontaneously set up flowing banquets, and champagne towers adorned the streets and squares. During such a jubilant moment, no untoward incidents arose. Instead, people sang and danced, indulging in fine wines and exquisite cuisine, celebrating for an entire day and night. Following the parade, a celebratory banquet commenced, adopting a self-service format, running from noon until nightfall. Throughout the banquet, all eyes were riveted upon His Majesty the Holy Lord. Yet, most attendees possessed the wisdom to refrain from approaching the sovereign for conversation. Only the noble royals and officials of S-class rank and above dared to engage in dialogue with the Holy Lord. Despite the limited number of individuals, Ying Feng found herself weary from the onslaught of attention, an inevitability she could only endure with patience. At the banquet, Elroy finally seized the opportunity to speak with Ying Feng. "Esteemed Holy Lord, good day. Do you remember me?" Elroy approached with a glass raised, his handsome visage adorned with a charming smile. Ying Feng recognized him, not from their previous encounters, but rather from Shaman's detailed introduction of his lineage. "Good day, Prince Elroy." Ying Feng replied, her smile reminiscent of a mask, as she raised her glass in return. "You do remember me?" Elroy exclaimed, overflowing with excitement, convinced she held a favorable impression of him. Buoyed by an inexplicable surge of encouragement, Elroy carelessly set his glass down on the pristine tablecloth and, in a gallant gesture, extended an invitation. "Might I have the honor of sharing a dance with Your Majesty today?" All eyes were upon them, the young Holy Lord radiating elegance and beauty, while the equally youthful prince of the Federal Empire exuded charm and allure, creating a visually delightful scene. However, as the center of attention, Ying Feng's smile began to fade. Elroy, perceptive to her discontent, realized he had perhaps acted too hastily, not wishing to leave a negative impression. He promptly withdrew his outstretched hand, donning a sunny, genial smile. "My apologies. I almost forgot my dancing skills are lacking. I fear I might tread upon Your Majesty's toes. I shall practice further before extending another invitation." The onlookers were astounded, taken aback by Prince Elroy's audacity to speak such fabrications. As a prince of the Federal Empire, he likely had mastered the art of social dancing since his earliest steps. How could he possibly stumble upon the lady's feet? Nevertheless, Ying Feng noted his tactful retreat, her expression softening slightly, which affirmed Elroy's belief that he had acted wisely. There was no need for haste. He would gradually win her heart in the absence of Hess. After enduring the company of strangers for an extended period, the disinterested sovereign felt an urge to withdraw from the scene. She took a sip of wine, feigning intoxication, hoping to call upon Shaman to assist her departure. However, the sight of the inebriated beauty was more intoxicating than aged wine itself. Elroy, positioned closest to Ying Feng, found himself utterly captivated, instinctively moving to support her. Yet, swifter than his action was another presence. "Your Majesty, are you well?" A delicate voice whispered in Ying Feng's ear. Turning her head, she discovered that the one supporting her was a youthful and sweet girl. Though petite in stature, she was a formidable S-class mech warrior. Her mental faculties severely compromised, perilously close to a complete psychic collapse. To prevent total breakdown, the girl had refrained from piloting a mech for the past 6 months. Once resigned to the notion that her life had reached its conclusion, she faced a grim choice: to either retire and languish away like an ordinary invalid, or to fight until the moment of her psychic disintegration. Just as despair enveloped her, the first S-class healer of Tyasim emerged. This was nothing short of divine providence for the girl. Shaman hurried over to take Ying Feng from the girl's grasp. "Your Majesty, are you inebriated? Would you like to rest?" Ying Feng nodded weakly, leaning into Shaman's embrace. "Your Majesty, Sovereign." The simultaneous calls pierced through the ambient chatter. Elroy sought to obtain a means of communication with Ying Feng. Though somewhat audacious, he feared that once she regained her senses, she might disregard him entirely. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity. The girl, on the other hand, yearned for a chance to receive healing from the sovereign, aware that her request was audacious. Considering the stature of the sovereign, she felt an urgency that left no room for hesitation. She had not been entitled to attend this banquet. Her family had expended considerable resources to procure her an entry ticket. Once a prestigious lineage, now only she remained as the sole S-class. The last flicker of hope for her family. She had to beseech the healing grace of Sovereign Tia. With a stern countenance, Shaman interjected, "Your Majesty is fatigued. You may all take your leave. Your Majesty, I implore you for a chance at healing." The girl knelt before Ying Feng, her voice trembling with desperation. "I am merely 22 years old, yet my psychic damage stands at 92. If I do not receive healing soon, I will face imminent collapse." Her anguished cries drew the attention of all present. Many guests, coveting the S-class healing abilities of Sovereign Tia, had refrained from voicing their desires due to the sovereign's esteemed status. But with the girl's bold plea, others began to gather courage. Guest 1, esteemed Sovereign Tia, the divine tree has bestowed upon you this extraordinary ability to save lives. I beseech you to show mercy to this girl. She is so young, merely 22. Yet her life is on the brink of conclusion. Does it not grieve your heart? Guest 2, Your Majesty, to be frank, my psychic damage is at 95. Even higher than this girl's, and I am but 36 years old. In the past, there were no S-level healers in the interstellar realm, and we could only await our demise in despair. Now, the heavens have sent you to our side, surely to rescue us. Guest number 3, Your Majesty the Saint. Enough. A sharp rebuke interrupted the speaking guest, and Ying Feng was somewhat astonished to realize it was Elroy who had spoken. Do you truly believe the figure before you is merely an ordinary healer? This is His Majesty the Saint of the great interstellar nation, Tyasim. How dare you treat His Majesty with such disrespect and presumption, daring to hope for His benevolence? In that moment, the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 149. If you cannot lead a team, you shall work yourself to death. Elroy was genuinely infuriated, deeming these individuals utterly delusional. How dare they assume they were deserving of the healing touch of the Saint Tia? Should a great interstellar hero, who had made significant contributions to the people, suffer injuries in the line of duty, they might, after following the proper application procedures and offering a corresponding price, receive the grace of the Saint Tia. But these people before him? The previously feigned intoxication of Ying Feng was cast aside as he steadied Shaman the, who stood upright. With a cold expression, Shaman the signaled her subordinate, who immediately understood her intent. The once lively and harmonious banquet hall, filled with laughter and elegance, was suddenly invaded by a menacing armed force, seizing control of the entire scene. The soldiers, wielding high-energy particle cannons capable of precise strikes that could vaporize a human body in an instant, entered, and the air became thick with the scent of impending violence. The pampered nobles from various royal families, who had been poised to morally manipulate Ying Feng, were instantly frightened into a state of panic. Your Majesty, shall we clear the area? The leader was none other than Colonel Tashile, the first to be healed by Ying Feng. Wait. Ying Feng approached the girl, gently lifting her chin. Her face was streaked with tears, her meticulously applied makeup ruined. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. I can offer you healing, but only if you provide me with a compelling reason for it. Ying Feng was no fool. She understood the principle of reciprocity. If she were not the Saint Tia, she would likely be exploited until nothing remained of her. Do not presume to morally manipulate me. You lack the standing to do so. She released the girl's chin with a firm gesture, her gaze lowered, looking down upon her. Were she a citizen of the Tia kingdom, it would be different. As the Saint Tia, she bore the responsibility to save them. However, with so many S-rank individuals across countless star nations, she could not extend her healing to everyone and could not set such a precedent lightly. Emerging from the desolation of the end times, Ying Feng was acutely aware of the treachery of the human heart. If she were to respond to every sob story, she would find herself doing nothing but providing mental healing day in and day out. Your Majesty, please save me. I know the Tia divine tree is magnificent, and as a child of the tree, you possess divine abilities. I implore you to show me mercy and grant me a chance at life. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Even ordinary healers require a wait of over 6 months for an appointment. What makes you think I should heal you at this moment? What can you offer in return for this healing? Ying Feng surveyed the room, extending a finger to lightly tap the individual who had spoken, as well as those whose eyes brimmed with resentment. If I were to heal her, should I then heal you, and all of you as well? Those singled out by Ying Feng averted their gazes. Yet the bitterness and resentment lurking in their eyes could not escape the penetrating gaze of the super S-rank saint. Your Majesty, I have seen the healing videos you have provided to others. Why can you save them but not me? The girl cried out in a fit of desperation. She pointed at Tashile, exclaiming, that is the one. You healed him with a mere wave of your hand, effortlessly accomplishing what others could not in under a minute, without leaving him weakened like other healers do. You could easily save me, yet you refuse. I cannot help but wonder. What bestows you with such power from the divine tree? The girl's gaze was wild, her words increasingly unrestrained. Do you not realize that your actions are tantamount to waging war against the entire galaxy? Oh, really? Responded Ying Feng with a hint of disdain curling at her lips. As she turned to take her place at the highest point of the banquet hall, where only the sovereign may sit. Her demeanor was icy as she surveyed the assembly below, challenging, "Who dares to oppose me? Come forth and see if Tyasim will tremble." At her words, a ripple of unrest surged through the crowd. Some attempted to speak, only to be silenced by the swift hand of a more sensible companion. Tyasim stood among the foremost powers of the galaxy, second only to the Federal Empire in military might. Moreover, it possessed the ultimate weapon, healers. Tyasim alone held the monopoly on healers across the cosmos, effectively constraining the military capabilities of rival nations. Without Tyasim's healers, the mech warriors of other star nations would be reduced to mere disposable combat machines. Those with even a modicum of awareness in the crowd grasped this critical relationship. Their apprehensions were soon realized as the Prime Minister of Tyasim, Cryan, strode confidently into the banquet hall. It seemed the healing hospitals established by Tyasim across various star systems could soon be dissolved. As Prime Minister, Cryan was embroiled in numerous affairs, hence his late arrival. "My apologies, Your Majesty, for my tardiness," he said, crossing his arms over his chest and bowing respectfully to Ying Feng. "Not at all," Ying Feng replied, her icy exterior thawing slightly at Cryan's presence. "I am weary. I shall leave the remainder to you, Cryan." Seizing the opportunity to depart as Cryan assumed control of the situation, she recognized that political matters were best left to him, for expertise in governance was essential. Those who could not lead effectively would ultimately find themselves overwhelmed. "Rest well, Your Majesty. I will handle the remaining affairs," Cryan assured, turning his gaze to the assembly. Having dominated the interstellar political scene for decades, Cryan's influence was formidable. A mere stern expression from him reminded all present that Tyasim was not to be trifled with. "Prime Minister Cryan, I hope your earlier statement was merely jest, suggesting the closure of healing hospitals is not something to be taken lightly." A representative from a rival nation remarked, his face betraying an awkward smile. The self-service banquet of Tyasim was exceedingly comfortable, akin to a family gathering in one's own home. In speaking to our kin, we may occasionally lapse into casual phrasing. "We hope Your Majesty does not take offense. We merely regard you as one of our own." As Ying Feng's posterior barely departed the chair, she turned sharply towards the one who had spoken of kinship. "My family consists of the citizens of Tyasim. I wonder, from which planet in the Tyasim system do you hail?" "Ha ha, Your Majesty, you truly possess a sense of humor. I hail from the Canberra star nation, not from the Tyasim people." "Canberra? That name rings a bell, as if I have heard it somewhere before." If the great jellyfish were present, it could remind Ying Feng that they had encountered the Cambrians on Earth long ago. At that time, in the ruins of Yachuan, Ying Feng and the great jellyfish nearly met their demise at the hands of the Cambrians. Although Ying Feng momentarily struggled to recall the details, an instinctive unease washed over him, as it did not seem a pleasant memory. "Cryan, what is our relationship with Canberra?" "In response to Your Majesty, we had some historical conflicts with Canberra a century ago, but we have since maintained a relatively stable and amicable bilateral relationship." "Ah, so there was enmity in the past." Ying Feng comprehended. National grievances and personal vendettas are not easily forgotten. Thus, this representative from Canberra wishes to forge familial ties with me, perhaps indicative of Canberra's desire to integrate into the Tyasim star system. Chapter 150. The disappearance of Hess. The atmosphere at the scene was heavy, with the girl pleading on her knees and the menacing armed forces refusing to withdraw. Moreover, with Cryan's announcement regarding the dismantling of healing hospitals across various planets, the foreign envoys present gradually came to a stark realization amidst the oppressive ambience. "Your Majesty certainly knows how to jest," Canberra remarked dryly, offering a hollow laugh before retreating to the back of the crowd. It was best for him to avoid drawing attention, as the healing hospitals were undeniably indispensable. No star nation would acquiesce to their removal. "Esteemed Lord Tia, Honorable Prime Minister Cryan," Elroy stepped forward, his countenance embodying steadiness. "On behalf of the Federal Empire, I solemnly declare that the Empire will not permit anyone to coerce Lord Tia into providing healing for any S-class warriors. As for the other star nations, should anyone dare to offend His Majesty, the Federal Empire will unconditionally stand by the side of Tia Xiangmu. At this proclamation, the audience was taken aback. The Federal Empire possessed the largest number of S-class warriors in the galaxy, including a formidable Super S-class general. They had initially intended to follow in the Empire's wake, hoping to gain some advantage, but with this declaration, their prospects were utterly dashed. Ying Feng finally regarded Elroy with a discerning gaze. Noticing her attention, Elroy straightened his posture. Realizing that his choice had indeed been prudent, as long as His Majesty recognized the sincerity of the Federal Empire, he would surely be viewed in a favorable light. As for their S-class warriors, they would manage as needed. There is no matter that cannot be negotiated, if there is. It simply requires a sufficiently high price to sway the other party. Ying Feng smiled slightly and remarked, "Cryan, let us not speak of dismantling the healing hospitals. They all require mental healing. Without these facilities, what are you suggesting they do? Very well, since Your Majesty has spoken, we shall not proceed with the dismantling." Cryan conceded as he descended the platform. The audience exhaled in relief, but Cryan's next statement caused their hearts to race again. "However, I believe the healing capabilities of the healers have yet to be fully realized. I intend to summon all healers from the planets for training, which may result in a reduction of approximately half the number of healers in each hospital. Such a measure is acceptable," Ying Feng nodded. Half. The audience was disheartened, fully aware of the extensive waiting time for their mecha warriors to receive healing. It would take at least 6 months, if not a year. With the number of healers halved, the waiting period would double. This was simply untenable. Representatives from various star nations began to panic. They had been short-sighted, provoking Tia Xiangmu and now jeopardizing their own interests. No longer feigning ignorance, they hurriedly approached to apologize, vowing that such foolish and disrespectful behavior would never occur again. Cryan refrained from making a definitive statement, subtly indicating that their future conduct would be observed. He could not genuinely reduce the number of healers in the hospitals by half for an extended period. This was merely a slight reprimand to remind them that Tia Xiangmu was not to be trifled with. Tashile departed with his armed warriors, and the atmosphere in the hall relaxed once more. However, the guests had lost their appetite for celebration. The girl remained kneeling on the ground, her tear-streaked face now a canvas of stubbornness and despair. Deep down, she understood that there was no turning back. Whether it was the precarious state of her mental fortitude or the chaos she had unleashed at the banquet of Tyasim, there was no escape from the consequences. Ying Feng sat above, observing the girl, and spoke softly, "You may leave now. Reflect on what you truly desire and how to attain it." The girl was taken aback. Was she truly being allowed to depart? After so brazenly offending the esteemed Lord of Tyasim today, she was not to be apprehended? Ying Feng raised an eyebrow at the girl, who appeared lost in thought. "Do you not wish to leave?" "No." The girl straightened up, her expression a blend of shame, relief, and a hint of respect for the Lord of Tyasim. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but the words remained unvoiced. She rose unsteadily and made her way toward the exit. Just before she exited the banquet hall, she turned and said, "Thank you, Your Lordship, for not holding my offense against me. I will certainly return to find you." Should she fail to return, it would indicate her demise. With that, she departed. The farce concluded, and Ying Feng found herself genuinely fatigued, emotionally drained. Cryan took charge of the banquet while Ying Feng retreated to rest. Elroy attempted to follow her, but was hindered by the cunning Cryan. He was well aware of the young man's ulterior motives toward their lord. Gaining her favor would not be an easy feat. Upon returning to her quarters, Ying Feng shed her elaborate attire, indulged in a relaxing bath, and donned comfortable loungewear. Feeling rejuvenated, she unceremoniously collapsed onto the sofa, where a large aquarium nearby housed a majestic jellyfish, idly training a group of smaller jellyfish. The little jellyfish had begun to communicate with Ying Feng on a rudimentary level, yet the larger jellyfish remained the true conversationalist. "Oh, this lordship is so weary. I feel more exhausted than when facing the battlefield," she lamented. "Really? Is this all it takes to tire you? Perhaps you should accompany Hess to the Star Sea battlefield. Now that is what true exhaustion feels like." Upon hearing the mention of Hess, Ying Feng straightened up, clutching a cushion, her face reflecting longing. Hess had been at the front lines for many days. She wondered how he was faring. Doesn't he report in daily? Yes, but he only communicates for a minute before disconnecting. I wish to ask him more, yet he has no time, and I dare not contact him too freely, fearing it may distract him on the battlefield. Hess, as the commander, is under constant surveillance, even with his dedicated communication line. It is a precarious situation. If the enemy traces his signal to you, it poses a threat to both him and you. His daily minute of contact is already the limit. I understand. For now, I only hope for his safe return. Ying Feng glanced at the time. It was nearly the hour for Hess's report, and a sense of anticipation stirred within her. As dusk approached, the maid served Ying Feng an appetizer before dinner, yet she wished to finish her communication with Hess before partaking in her meal. However, as time passed, she found herself waiting from the blush of the evening sky to the deepening indigo of night. With each moment that ticked by, her anxiety grew. Why had Hess not reached out to her? Had something befallen him? Surely, all was well. She would wait a little longer. Yet, as the hours slipped away into the depths of the night, Ying Feng remained without a word from Hess. When the clock struck midnight, her patience waned, and she attempted to contact him, only to discover that she could not reach him at all. Ying Feng, do not wait any longer. Perhaps Hess is in the midst of a critical battle, unable to communicate with you. You must trust him, the great jellyfish reassured her. Perhaps when you awaken, Hess will bring you news of his resounding victory. If you do not rest well and exhaust yourself, he will undoubtedly worry for you. Distraction on the battlefield is perilous. The great jellyfish's words struck a chord, and Ying Feng conceded. Worrying here was futile. Embracing her blanket, she lay down, forcing herself into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Ying Feng immediately checked her wrist communicator, yet still, no message from Hess had arrived. Her heart grew heavier, and her appetite waned. Throughout the day, she remained unable to reach him. By the third day, her resolve crumbled. Samantha, summon Kieran. I must venture to the Star Sea battlefield to find Hess. Chapter 151. Journey to Star N63. The Sovereign's summons prompted Cryan to hasten to the scene. Upon learning of Ying Feng's intentions, Cryan shook his head in alarm. Your Majesty, you must not go. The situation at the front lines is exceedingly perilous. I must find Hess. He has been missing for 3 days, Ying Feng replied resolutely, determined to brave the battlefield. The thought of Hess encountering danger while she did nothing was a burden she could never forgive herself for. Your Majesty, the front lines are fraught with danger, not only from formidable insurgents but also from terrifying alien beasts of the starry seas. If you are truly concerned for Major Hess, I can send someone to search for him. You can remain on Shinmu Star and await news. We will inform you immediately upon receiving any updates. I must go find him myself. Should Hess be trapped in an unknown location, no one but I can locate him. Cryan implored, Your Majesty, please do not act recklessly. If something were to happen to you, what would become of the countless citizens of Tyasim? I understand your concern for Major Hess, but if he is not in danger and merely engaged in a protracted battle, your impulsive arrival may distract him. Should you fall into the hands of the insurgents, Major Hess would be utterly incapacitated. Cryan's reasoning was sound and ultimately persuaded Ying Feng, who was not an impulsive individual but rather one whose concern had clouded her judgment. Very well, I agree not to venture deep into the front lines, but I shall remain at the logistics star awaiting news of Hess. With the Sovereign's decision made, Cryan, with no other option, arranged for a protective escort to accompany Ying Feng to the relatively safer logistics star. The battlefield lay in the distant South Viao Star region, and Ying Feng's destination was Logistics Star N63, located on the periphery of South Viao. The advance team searching for Hess had already departed. The super starship carrying Ying Feng was initially expected to arrive half a day later than the advance team, but her eagerness compelled her to request a faster transit through the Black Hole navigation route, insisting on reaching N63 at the utmost speed. Instead of the anticipated 3 days, they arrived in just 2. The long-distance deep leap inflicted significant strain on the human body. However, Ying Feng's physique, having been transformed by the Taya Divine Tree, had attained the level of a sacred body, rendering her immune to such effects. She did not even need to rest in the sleep chamber during the leap, possessing a resilience comparable to Hess. Accompanying Ying Feng was Samantha, who remained in the sleep chamber, unable to awaken. Cryan was preoccupied with his duties as Prime Minister, attending to the myriad affairs of the day. Nevertheless, he had dispatched 2 young S-class mech warriors to safeguard Ying Feng, one named Balin and the other Gavin. Both were colonels, towering at nearly 2 meters, and possessed exceptional abilities, hailing from distinguished noble families of Tyasim. In addition, a mech battalion comprising 2,000 to 3,000 personnel stood ready at her command. This journey marked a discreet outing for Ying Feng, aside from a few high-ranking officials. No one on N63 was aware of the presence of the sovereign of Tyasim. The high-ranking officials had been instructed not to disclose her identity. Yet those managing N63 were affiliated with the Federal Empire. Thus, Elroy was also informed. He is now a devoted adherent of His Majesty, the sovereign of Tyasim, obediently executing every command. Not only that, upon learning that Ying Feng had arrived on N63, he hastily made his way there under the pretense of offering support to the front lines. The Federal Imperial Star, where Elroy resided, was significantly closer to N63 than Shimu's star, so it was only half a day after Ying Feng's arrival that Elroy made his entrance. His royal starship was deliberately docked beside Tyasim's vessel, aiming to seize the advantage of proximity. Upon reaching N63, Ying Feng refrained from wandering aimlessly and patiently awaited news from Hess aboard the starship. Baron and Gavin stood guard at the door day and night, ready to follow the sovereign wherever she might go. Although somewhat exasperated, Ying Feng recognized that this was a necessary condition agreed upon by Cryan for her presence on N63. Despite deeming it unnecessary, she acquiesced to have 2 shadows accompany her. While she remained aboard the starship, she was well informed of the happenings outside through the surveillance provided by the Great Jellyfish. Ying Feng, someone has come to see you, the Great Jellyfish announced, drawing her attention away from the wristband as she awaited news from Hess. Half an hour ago, a starship bearing the insignia of the Federal Empire landed, and the person seeking you has disembarked from that vessel. No sooner had the Great Jellyfish spoken than Samantha knocked and entered, bowing as she said, "Your Majesty, Prince Elroy of the Federal Empire requests an audience." Elroy? Ying Feng recalled him as the one who publicly expressed his support for her at last week's banquet. It would be prudent to meet him and inquire about Hess. "Please have him wait in the reception room for a moment while I change," she instructed. As Hess was currently affiliated with the Federal Empire and was a commanding general on the front lines, it was only natural to consult the Empire about his whereabouts. Elroy's arrival was indeed timely. Today, Elroy had chosen his attire with care. He wore neither formal clothing nor princely garb, but opted for the outfit he had donned during their initial meeting in the Hammond Estates courtyard. Ying Feng changed into a light green dress suitable for receiving guests, her long hair casually tied back with a matching ribbon, striking a balance between formality and ease, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. After a moment's thought, she summoned the Great Jellyfish. As she stepped out of her room, Baron and Gavin, her 2 shadows, naturally followed her, with Samantha trailing behind as well. In the reception room, Elroy anxiously awaited, his gaze fixed on the door, anticipating the appearance of a graceful figure. He had not permitted any attendants or protocol officers to accompany him, wishing for a moment of solitude with the enchanting lady. When footsteps echoed outside, Elroy immediately stood, his eyes widening at the sight of a flowing, fresh green garment, rendering him momentarily spellbound. She was stunning. Even the small decorative pot she carried was exquisite. However, upon noticing the 2 imposing figures and a lady-in-waiting standing behind her, he was jolted back to reality, shattering his dream of a private moment with the fair maiden. "Good day, Your Majesty," he greeted. Elroy's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Ying Feng, crossing his arms over his chest in a gesture of royal courtesy. "Good day, Prince Elroy," Ying Feng greeted, donning a mask-like smile. "Please, take a seat." He gestured for Elroy to sit. With a foolish grin, Elroy complied, taking a seat several spaces away from Ying Feng, facing him. "I wonder what brings Prince Elroy to me," he inquired. "I happened to be visiting the front lines to comfort the soldiers, and it was only upon arriving at N63 that I learned His Majesty was also here. Knowing of His Majesty's presence, it would be remiss of me not to pay a visit." Elroy replied with a beaming, standard response. Ying Feng's gaze narrowed slightly. Devoid of emotion, as he harbored doubts about the sincerity of Elroy's words. Nonetheless, he chose not to delve into the true reason behind the prince's visit. Your timing is fortuitous. I happen to have a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? I shall certainly relay everything I know to His Majesty. Elroy replied earnestly. However, in the next moment, the lady's question caused his smile to falter abruptly. Can Prince Elroy establish contact with my beloved, Major General Hess? Chapter 152. As you think, we are lovers. My beloved Major General Hess has gone missing. Ying Feng was unaware of Elroy's sentiments, yet her candid declaration struck him profoundly. Elroy felt as though he were shattering internally. Although he had long been informed of this matter by Hess, he had persistently numbed himself, believing it might be a one-sided affection. He never anticipated her to acknowledge it so straightforwardly. Your Majesty and Major General Hess, as you think. We are indeed lovers, Ying Feng stated with composure. Ah, how unexpected. Haha. Elroy forced a laugh, while internally he was on the verge of tears. No. He couldn't afford to concede easily. As long as they remained unwed, he still had a chance. The communications of Major General Hess were classified under a special encryption level during wartime, though I possess his contact number. My lack of adequate clearance renders me unable to reach him. Who, then, can contact him directly? Ying Feng inquired, her urgency palpable. I shall not pry into your military secrets. I merely wish to ascertain whether you can still reach him, and if he is safe, she implored. Witnessing the usually serene lady so anxious for Hess stirred an indescribable feeling within Elroy. A blend of bitterness and jealousy unfurled in his heart. Yet he found himself unable to refuse her. Elroy rose, saying, Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I will reach out to Commander Meade. He is the sole person with the authority to contact Hess directly. Thank you, Ying Feng replied politely, also standing. As Elroy turned to exit the meeting room, he glanced back at her. Though it may be presumptuous, I must ask, do we consider ourselves friends now? With the amicable relations between Tyasim and the Federated Empire. We are undoubtedly friends, Ying Feng smiled lightly, her response impeccably crafted. I'm not inquiring about Tyasim and the Federated Empire, but rather about Elroy and Ying Feng. Are we friends? Elroy pressed. The name of Hess's beloved, Ying Feng, was known throughout the Federation, and Elroy was well aware of it. However, the few photographs Hess had released of Ying Feng appeared particularly frail, contrasting sharply with the formidable and beautiful presence of Her Majesty, the Sovereign of Tyasim. Moreover, it is noteworthy that all past sovereigns of Tyasim share a fixed title, Saint Catus. The current sovereign's name, as publicly announced, is Saint Catus XIII. Thus, while some may have observed a resemblance between the two, their markedly different demeanors prevented anyone from drawing a connection. Elroy, without an answer, lingered in place. Ying Feng, eager to learn of Hess's condition, did not wish to squander time on what she deemed an inconsequential question. She nodded decisively, saying, Elroy, we are friends. Upon hearing the answer he longed for, Elroy finally felt satisfied and turned to contact Commander Meade. 15 minutes later, he returned empty-handed. Apologies. I reached out to the office of Commander Meade, but he is currently engaged in a highly significant military meeting and will only be available for contact after its conclusion. The expression on Ying Feng's face was visibly one of disappointment. The advance team sent to the front lines in search of clues regarding Hess has yet to report back any news. Unable to bear the sight of the lady's despondency, Elroy suggested, Your Majesty, have you ever visited Planet N63? Although it is merely a logistical star, the scenery is rather pleasant. Perhaps you might take a stroll before Commander Meade's meeting concludes? I can accompany you, and once the meeting is over, I will promptly reach out, allowing you to receive news about Major General Hess as soon as possible. What do you think? Though Ying Feng lacked the spirit to go out, Elroy's final words resonated with her. She was eager to learn about Hess. Then I shall trouble you. It is my honor, Elroy replied with an air of nonchalance. Though internally he was brimming with excitement. After nearly 2 days on Planet N63, Ying Feng finally stepped off the starship. Before departing, Shaman placed a veiled hat upon Ying Feng's head. As she adjusted the wide-brimmed hat at a slight angle, Shaman remarked, Your Majesty, your visit to Planet N63 has not been publicly announced. For safety's sake, it would be wise to conceal your appearance. The hat's veil was modest. enough to obscure half of Ying Feng's face while revealing the elegantly sculpted lower half with its exquisite lips. However, this partial concealment enhanced her allure, exuding a fatal charm that rendered Elroy's heartbeat erratic. "Apologies for the wait," Ying Feng said as she donned the hat and nodded slightly to Elroy, signaling that they could proceed. "Not at all. Waiting for a lady's adornment is a gentleman's privilege." Elroy bent his arm, inviting Ying Feng to take his elbow. But she chose instead to grasp Samantha's hand and walked past him, directly exiting the reception room. Gavin and Baron, the two imposing figures, naturally followed the steps of their sovereign, with Baron even carrying Ying Feng's beloved jellyfish pot. Everyone knew this jellyfish was the lady's cherished pet, and far more care was devoted to it than to one's own parents. Elroy awkwardly touched his nose, feigning indifference as he lowered his arm and hastened to catch up. As Elroy had mentioned, while Planet N63 is merely a logistical star, its natural beauty is indeed commendable. This small celestial body, serving as a transit point for supplies and munitions, does not host a conventional civilian population. Its inhabitants are either personnel or the wounded. The planet boasts several large military hospitals, housing soldiers who have returned from the front lines. With advanced interstellar medical technology, as long as one can reach the hospital, survival is nearly guaranteed. However, there exists a singular condition that even the most sophisticated medical advancements cannot remedy: damage to mental faculties and the collapse of one's essence. Elroy walked alongside Ying Feng, maintaining a distance of 2 paces, as he enthusiastically introduced the planet's distinctive natural features and warmly invited her to explore together. Elroy boldly inquired, "Since you are incognito, I find it inappropriate to address you with your honorifics. May I call you by your name?" Although Ying Feng believed it was only natural to be called by her name, she harbored an inexplicable aversion towards Elroy. "You may address me as your excellency," she replied, her gaze fixed ahead, exuding an air of aloofness. On that fateful afternoon when the startled deer had intruded, Elroy had heard Hess refer to her as Little Feng, and he had longed to do the same. Yet, it was evident that the enchanting lady had not yet accepted him, and their friendship remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, Elroy remained undeterred, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he remarked, "Your Excellency, ahead lies the medical area, which is rather unremarkable. Let us proceed this way. There is a magnificent lake nearby, and the scenery is quite splendid." However, Ying Feng paid him no heed. She found little allure in the lake and had no desire to indulge in the beauty of nature with him. Her sole wish was to learn news of Hess. Had the meeting with Commander Maid concluded? Elroy glanced at his wristband and replied, "Not yet. I have arranged for someone to wait there. As soon as the meeting ends, I will be notified immediately." Ying Feng sighed, yearning to return to the starship. Each moment spent in Elroy's company heightened her irritation. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the medical area ahead, as if someone was shouting and rushing towards them. Chapter 153. The abilities of an S-class healer. Gavin and Baron quickly stepped forward to shield Ying Feng behind them. Samantha took the jellyfish pot from Baron's hands, closely guarding Ying Feng and expressing her concern. "It seems an incident has occurred ahead. For safety's sake, we should return to the starship." However, before they could retreat, the commotion surged towards Ying Feng and the others. An out-of-control mech was hurtling towards them, prompting Gavin and Baron to activate their mechs into combat mode. Managing to intercept the rogue machine just 10 meters away, Baron engaged the rogue mech in battle while Gavin remained by Ying Feng's side. In less than 30 seconds, a squad of mechs burst forth from the Tyasim starship, encircling Ying Feng protectively. The onlookers on planet N63, initially astonished by the rogue mech, were utterly stunned by the sight of dozens of mechs forming a protective barrier. Goodness, which noble has arrived on planet N63? They wondered. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a small squad. The Tyasim superstarship housed many more such teams yet to deploy. The out-of-control mech was soon subdued by Baron. Elroy, visibly irate, summoned the administrator of N63 to hold them accountable. The administrator, sweating profusely, explained that the phenomenon of mental instability in a battlefield hospital was not uncommon, but today, with a noble present, it had resulted in a breach. "I sincerely apologize. This is a lapse in my management. However, this S-class warrior has already suffered a mental collapse. rendering him incoherent and his psychic energy scattered. The medical personnel were unable to contain him in time, allowing him to escape. Please forgive my oversight. I will ensure he is euthanized immediately. Handle this matter swiftly and ensure it does not occur again. Elroy commanded with authority. Yet, Ying Feng furrowed her brow, initially reluctant to intervene. However, upon reflection, she considered, if Hess were injured in an unfamiliar place, would he face a similar fate? Would there be anyone to tend to his wounds? Where was Hess now? Was he fighting while injured? The thought of Hess suffering without timely medical attention, resulting in unimaginable consequences, was utterly unacceptable to her. Compelled by her thoughts, Ying Feng found herself moving forward as the out-of-control soldier was dragged from the mech. Your Excellency? Elroy exclaimed in surprise, hastily taking a step to grasp her, only to be unceremoniously blocked by the formidable bodyguard, Gavin. Elroy's attendants rushed forward, swords drawn. Yet he commanded them to halt, genuinely concerned for Ying Feng's safety. Please do not approach. Individuals with unstable psychic energy are exceedingly dangerous. Undeterred, Ying Feng advanced. With dozens of mechs parting to create a path for her, the scene strikingly magnificent. She halted before the distressed soldier and gently raised her hand. As the onlookers curiously watched this enigmatic lady, speculating about her intentions. Once an S-class psychic loses control, their mind becomes devoid of reason, often resulting in madness or a state of stupor. This condition is irreversible. Most S-class psychics have preemptively signed agreements for euthanasia in the event of such a crisis. Before me stands an uncontrollable figure, its visage contorted with madness, devoid of any trace of humanity. The pupils have ominously transformed into vertical slits. A gentle green luminescence trickles from Ying Feng's palm. The wild, wide eyes of the deranged individual reflect flecks of green light, reminiscent of ethereal sprites scattered across the earth. The despairing vertical pupils gradually revert to their original circular form as consciousness returns to this warrior who had long been condemned to death. Am I dead? Is this the divine light of the Mother Goddess guiding me? The warrior murmurs softly. A broad-brimmed veil obscures Ying Feng's brows and eyes, revealing only the exquisitely alluring line of her jaw and her crimson lips, which ignite boundless imagination. Although the crowd cannot discern her features at this moment, everyone is captivated by her formidable aura. The crowd erupts in astonishment. Colonel Moriel has regained consciousness. Good heavens! Wasn't Colonel Moriel's spirit already shattered? Oh, Mother Goddess, please tell me this is real. A miracle has descended upon us. It is only then that Moriel realizes not only has he not perished, but the shattering of his spirit has been completely healed, and his mental prowess has returned to its peak. The one responsible for this miraculous restoration is none other than the exalted lady before him. It is well known that in the entire star realm, only one possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Others present respond with equal swiftness, swiftly deducing that the magnificent figure before them, recognizable by her silhouette alone, is likely the revered Tia, the legendary S-class healer. No wonder such a grand procession of armored warriors has formed. It could only be the work of Her Majesty, the Saint of Tia. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this precious gift. The reborn Moriel bows deeply to Ying Feng multiple times. Ying Feng remains silent, her gaze fixed ahead towards the medical area as she strides forward. Da Shui, how many warriors on this planet have suffered a collapse of spirit? Ying Feng walks steadily, silently communicating with the mother of jellyfish through her mental energy. Shamansa follows closely behind, carrying the jellyfish vessel. Let me check, replies the mother of jellyfish, extending her mental tendrils to probe for a few moments. Aside from a few who have been euthanized, there are still 78 warriors whose spirits have collapsed, along with 371 warriors with over 90 mental damage. After delivering the data, the mother of jellyfish curiously asks, Ying Feng, what do you intend to do? This question echoes in the minds of all present. What could the Saint of Tia possibly be heading to the medical area for? Surely it cannot be to heal everyone's mental wounds? Elroy rushes to catch up, eager for clarification, but finds himself unable to breach the protective perimeter of Tia's mechs. Completely cut off from the scene, Ying Feng is preoccupied with thoughts of the missing Hess. If only he had more strength among his ranks, would he not be safer? Could sending these injured warriors back to the battlefield alleviate some of Hess's burdens? Da Shui, locate all warriors with collapsed spirits for me. I wish to return them to Hess. Ah, this. The mother of jellyfish, having accompanied Ying Feng for many years, instantly comprehends her intentions. Yet, one cannot help but worry. Can your body endure such an intense healing process? No problem. Do not fret, Ying Feng resolutely replied. Alas, do not overexert yourself. The great jellyfish understood Ying Feng's character, realizing that her advice was likely in vain. The great jellyfish had already devised a plan. If it became necessary, it would sacrifice a portion of its own flesh to aid Ying Feng in restoring her strength, for its self-healing abilities were formidable, and having recently feasted well, it had grown a bit plumper. Parting with a piece would be inconsequential. Guide me, great jelly, Ying Feng requested. Very well. I shall transmit their locations into your mind using my mental energy. In that instant, it seemed as though Ying Feng had acquired a pair of mechanical eyes. Her mind illuminated with hundreds of colorful dots. 78 red points represented warriors whose essences had already collapsed, while 371 blue points indicated warriors whose mental damage had exceeded 90. Ying Feng raised her hand, her crimson lips parting. Go forth, to where you belong. Countless green lights emanated from her, the gentle breeze lifting her skirt and dispersing these verdant rays throughout the medical zone. This breathtaking spectacle left all onlookers in awe. Is this the capability of an S-rank healer? Truly astonishing. Chapter 154, Rejecting Ying Feng in a specially designed ward within the medical area. A somber atmosphere enveloped a warrior bound by alloy confinement rings. The doctor sighed, sealing the transparent cover of the treatment chamber, preparing to administer euthanasia gas. At that moment, a cascade of green luminescence streamed through the window, astonishing the medical staff as they watched the ethereal light penetrate the warrior's chest. In the next instant, the previously catatonic warrior suddenly regained consciousness. Doctor and nurses, what just happened? What on earth is going on? A similar phenomenon unfolded in hundreds of wards. One by one, warriors awakened, including those on the brink of collapse. Their mental damage values reset to 0 in an instant. The administrator's wristband chimed incessantly, inundated with notifications, all reporting the miraculous recovery of the mentally shattered warriors. Oh my heavens! A divine miracle from the Lord! The administrator scrolled through the glowing screens, utterly incredulous at the flood of messages. Once everyone grasped the unfolding events, they knelt before Ying Feng, collectively exclaiming, "The Lord's miracles have descended. Thank you, Your Majesty. We are eternally grateful for your healing." Among the warriors were their friends, family, and loved ones, and in that moment, they revered the Lord Tyasim with boundless admiration. Countless dignitaries had sought the Lord Tia's healing, yet today, such generosity was bestowed unconditionally upon so many. Moreover, the simultaneous healings showcased the Lord Tia's formidable power. There is no need for thanks. They have earned this through their valiant efforts on the front lines, Ying Feng spoke softly. Yet her words resonated in the ears of everyone present. Now that you are healed, return to the front lines. The interstellar populace will remember your contributions. As Ying Feng concluded her address, the admiration for the Lord Tyasim among all present, especially those recently healed, deepened profoundly. Long live Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall utterly defeat the insurgents in gratitude for your blessing. At that moment, Elroy was utterly captivated by Ying Feng. Her unparalleled beauty paled in comparison to her magnanimity and strength, which he found far more admirable. He resolved that if he could not surpass Hess to become her holy consort, he would settle for being her holy attendant, yearning to be by her side. My lord, you astound me beyond measure. My heart is wholly enchanted by you. I am at a loss for words that might convey my feelings. You are the most beautiful, powerful, and kindest woman I have ever encountered. From this moment forth, my heart beats solely for you. You are the only exquisite sight in my eyes. Please grant me the opportunity to pursue you. A gasp swept through the crowd as Prince Elroy of the Federal Empire knelt, fervently professing his affections for the Lord Tyasim in public. The atmosphere erupted with jubilant cheers, catcalls, and whistles, all urging the Lord to accept his declaration. Having just performed a monumental healing, Ying Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Being publicly confessed to left her feeling even more distressed. I apologize, Prince Elroy, but I am already devoted to someone and do not intend to accept the affection of anyone else. I understand. Yet I beseech you to grant me an opportunity to demonstrate my sincerity and efforts. There is no need. I am somewhat fatigued and shall return to rest." With that, Ying Feng abandoned Elroy, leaving him standing alone as she strode away. At that moment, however, Elroy received word that Commander Maid had concluded his meeting and wished to speak with him. "Your Majesty, Commander Maid's call has come in." This proclamation successfully halted Ying Feng in her tracks. She immediately turned back, a flicker of excitement illuminating her gaze. "Quick, ask him," Ying Feng urged impatiently. Elroy instructed the attendants to clear the area. "Your Majesty, there are too many people here. Let us relocate to a quieter place. There is a CAF not far ahead, which I have arranged to be reserved." "Very well, let us hurry." At this moment, Ying Feng's sole desire was to learn of Hess's condition, rendering her fatigue entirely forgotten. In the CAF, the two settled into their seats. Under Ying Feng's eager gaze, Elroy connected the call to Commander Maid's secretary. After a series of call transfers, Commander Maid's calm and authoritative voice resonated from the other end. "Good day, Prince Elroy. I hear you wish to speak with me. Coincidentally, I have a matter to inquire of you as well. Are you currently in the company of His Holiness, the Sovereign of Tyasim?" Elroy cast a surprised glance at Ying Feng. "Commander Maid, how did you come to know this?" "I am already aware of the events that transpired on planet N63 today. Please extend my gratitude to His Holiness, the Sovereign of Tyasim. Our Federation Empire will promptly dispatch an envoy to express our thanks and present a generous gift. She is right beside me. You may thank her personally." Elroy smiled at Ying Feng. She was astonished by the rapidity of the news. Not even an hour had passed since the incident, and the Federal Imperial Star was already informed. In truth, had this event not occurred, Commander Maid would still be engaged in meetings. The significance and shock of this matter warranted the interruption of 10 military conferences. "Thank you for the healing grace of His Holiness. Her Majesty the Queen is also aware of this situation and wishes to arrange a suitable time for a holographic conference to personally express her gratitude. Her Majesty is too kind. I shall ensure that a time is arranged." After exchanging pleasantries, Ying Feng swiftly returned to the subject at hand. "Does Commander Maid have any information regarding the whereabouts of Major General Hess? Is it possible to establish contact with him?" 5 days had elapsed since Hess went missing, and Ying Feng felt an urgency bordering on madness. "Why does His Holiness inquire about our Major General's whereabouts?" Commander Maid asked, somewhat perplexed. "To be candid, Major General Hess is my beloved. I have been unable to reach him for many days and am extremely worried." Commander Maid was taken aback, but at this moment, he still presumed that Ying Feng, like all the women enamored with Hess in the Federation, had succumbed to his charm and was not truly his beloved. After all, it was well known that Hess had been searching for his beloved and had yet to receive news of having found her. This is truly astonishing. "Regrettably, I am unable to disclose the whereabouts of Hess to your Majesty at this time, as it pertains to his safety, and I cannot share such sensitive information lightly." "Why can you not inform me?" "I assure you, I would never act detrimentally towards Hess." Ying Feng, feeling distressed and increasingly agitated, was on the verge of anger. "I understand that your relationship with Major General Hess is well known. However, we are currently in a state of war, and I cannot divulge intelligence regarding our commanding officer to individuals unrelated to the Federal Imperial Military. This is a matter of military confidentiality. I hope for your understanding." A fire of frustration surged within Ying Feng, yet she recognized that anger would be futile and could only strive to suppress her ire. "In that case, you need not inform me of his whereabouts. I only wish to ascertain whether he is safe. I am afraid I cannot provide any information on that either. Your Majesty, I do not intend to withhold information from you. Today, you have healed numerous Federal soldiers, and I hold your noble qualities in the highest regard. However, disclosing the situation of Major General Hess is an entirely different matter, and they cannot be conflated. I sincerely apologize," Commander Maid stated earnestly. With such a clear refusal from the other party, Ying Feng understood that he would not divulge anything, no matter what. Thus, she resolved not to press the issue further. Firmly gripping the handle of her jellyfish vessel, she took her leave. Elroy hurriedly exchanged a few words with Commander Maid before promptly terminating the communication to catch up with her. Yet, Ying Feng did not afford him another opportunity. She boarded the hovering vehicle waiting at the entrance and returned directly to her starship. Chapter 155. The Face Meatball Monster. Upon returning to the starship, Ying Feng experienced an unprecedented surge of anger, one that eclipsed even the fury she felt when, as a child, she had endured 3 days of hunger only to have her hard-earned food snatched away. Ying Feng, do not let your temper flare. You have expended considerable energy. Come and replenish yourself with my bathwater, the great jellyfish consoled her. Great Jelly, why will he not reveal to me the whereabouts of Hess? Perhaps there exists a misunderstanding between you two. During these tumultuous times, your sudden declaration that Hess is your beloved, without any substantiation, might intimidate him. As a sovereign of another nation, he may feel compelled to withhold information. His silence, in a sense, reflects a sense of responsibility. If every powerful individual inquires about the commander's status and receives answers, it could jeopardize Hess's safety. Ying Feng could maintain her composure and analytical skills in other matters. Yet her concern for Hess threw her into disarray. After the great jellyfish's explanation, her anger began to dissipate. She slumped despondently on the sofa, her hand wearily shielding her eyes. At that moment, her mind waged a fierce internal battle. She yearned to plunge into the fray to uncover Hess's fate, yet feared that her intervention might complicate matters if he were indeed unharmed. Great Jelly, what should I do? Seeing Ying Feng's distress and indecision, the great jellyfish, while wishing to comfort her, felt powerless to do more. The advance team dispatched by Cryan is diligently searching for Hess's whereabouts. What you must do now is restore your depleted energy and await a couple more days with patience. I have suffered no significant loss. The energy I dispersed will be replenished by basking in the sun and taking a nap. There is no cause for alarm. Then rest well for a while. The great jellyfish advised. Positioned near the window where sunlight streamed in, Ying Feng reclined as the great jellyfish used its mental tendrils to massage and lull her into slumber. In no time, she succumbed to sleep, a testament to the great jellyfish's newly developed skill, which boasted remarkable efficacy in inducing rest. Several hours later, Ying Feng's wood element powers were fully restored. At that moment, the advance team finally returned with news concerning Hess. Her spirits lifted, only to be met with a devastating revelation. Major General Hess had faced several 3S level abilities single-handedly and had been injured and gone missing 5 days prior. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Ying Feng's composure shattered, and her wood energy spiraled out of control. The flora of N63 erupted into a frenzy of growth, towering trees obscuring the sun and reverting the small planet to its primal state. Ying Feng, calm yourself. The great jellyfish unleashed a formidable surge of energy, its water-based mental powers excelling in soothing. Countless pale blue tendrils of mental energy ensnared Ying Feng's rampant wood energy. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to her consciousness. Seizing this brief lucidity, she endeavored to rein in her uncontrollable wood energy, and the rampant vegetation finally ceased its acceleration. Your Majesty, are you well? Once Ying Feng had regained her composure, Shaman the found the opportunity to approach her. Shaman the had not anticipated that the sovereign would harbor such deep feelings for Major General Hess. The news of his disappearance nearly drove her to the brink of losing control over her mental powers. Shaman the, prepare for immediate departure. I must head to the front lines. Your Majesty, it is utterly unthinkable. The resistance forces currently hold the upper hand, and Major Hess is missing. How can you possibly venture into such a perilous front line? Samantha trembled, frightened by Ying Feng's determination. I must go to the front lines. Ying Feng's gaze was cold and resolute, the oppressive aura emanating from the Holy Master rendering Samantha speechless in opposition. Very well. Your Majesty, please wait. I shall make arrangements immediately. Samantha stumbled away. Ying Feng pressed her hand against her heart, which raced wildly as if warning her, yet regardless of the foreboding, she was resolute in her quest to find Hess. The starship Tyasim set sail once more, its destination deep within the South Viostar region. Time swiftly passed, over the course of a day and a night. Tyasim engaged in several skirmishes with the Little Wave Resistance before continuing towards an obscure and remote area of the South Viostar region. Ying Feng possessed the ability to sense Hess's location, a gift bestowed by the Heartroot. No matter the distance that separated them, they could always ascertain each other's precise whereabouts. As Ying Feng felt herself drawing ever closer to Hess, she was suddenly confronted by a large contingent of resistance fighters. 2,000 mech warriors from Tyasim deployed. And thousands of mechs clashed amidst the stellar sea, vibrant beams of laser light illuminating the dark expanse of space. "Your Majesty, what are you planning to do?" Samantha gasped as she witnessed Ying Feng donning a combat suit. "You cannot possibly engage in battle. It is far too dangerous. What will happen if you are harmed? You are not merely yourself. You are the hope of countless citizens of Tyasim. Samantha, combat is the best form of defense. If I simply hide away, I would have perished 1,000 times over by now. Please, gather my hair. It is too cumbersome." Ying Feng insisted, preparing to braid and secure her long tresses. "Your Majesty, enough with the chatter." Samantha was taken aback by Ying Feng's fierce demeanor. Realizing for the first time that their holy master was not an ordinary weak woman, hastily, Samantha arranged Ying Feng's hair. Ying Feng dashed towards the mech bay, where numerous spare mechs awaited. She casually selected a striking black and red mech, eager to pilot it for the first time. Regrettably, despite her formidable mental strength, she found herself unable to connect with the machine. It appeared she lacked the aptitude to operate a mech. "Ying Feng, allow me to give it a try." Ying Feng had become accustomed to carrying the jellyfish flask during combat. Thankfully, this habit had prevented her from losing the large jellyfish. "You? Pilot a mech?" Ying Feng questioned skeptically. "Why? Do you doubt my abilities? My mental strength is formidable." The large jellyfish extended its mental tendrils towards the mech, causing its signal lights to illuminate instantaneously. "Ying Feng, how on earth is this possible? I, an Ultra S-Class, cannot connect with this mech, yet a mere jellyfish can? This is absurd." I told you I am quite impressive." The jellyfish puffed up proudly. The black and red mech executed several maneuvers within the bay, seamlessly transitioning through various combat modes. The motions were smooth and fluid, devoid of any stutter. Ying Feng could not help but be impressed. "Very well. Pilot the mech and take me out. I have a faint sense of Hess's presence, though it fluctuates. I must confirm it. All right, watch me." The great jellyfish maneuvered the mech out of the hangar. Outside, a fierce battle raged, with lasers from various weapons slicing through the starlit expanse. The mech warriors of Tyasim engaged in combat against their foes, while the black and crimson mech darted across the battlefield like a shadow, leaving trails of ethereal green light in its wake. As Ying Feng sought Hess's trace, he also deftly channeled healing light to his fellow warriors. The scattered green luminescence, amidst the explosive brilliance of weaponry, appeared almost insignificant, easily overlooked. The soldiers of Tyasim felt an unusual vigor coursing through them today, as if they possessed boundless energy. Their combat prowess at its zenith. Initially, the tides of battle favored Tyasim, yet suddenly, a terrifying behemoth emerged from the enemy ranks, rivaling that of the Star-Lord beast. This creature resembled a grotesque amalgamation of various life forms, a monstrous mass of flesh, most bizarrely crowned with a complete human visage. The charming features of this face were grotesquely juxtaposed against the hideous bulk of the creature, creating an unsettling horror. Upon recognizing the face, Ying Feng was struck with a profound shock. The great jellyfish muttered in disbelief, "How can this be? Ying Feng, am I mistaken? That face. It was unmistakably Xiao Hua." Chapter 156. Could Hesse have been consumed by the adorable flower? The charming visage upon the gelatinous creature remained with its eyes shut, as though in slumber. Yet, its capacity for aggression was astonishing. It could unleash a multitude of attacks simultaneously, including light waves, sound waves, venom, and corrosive gases. This colossal gelatinous monster, when silent, resembled a placid balloon, but once provoked, it would instantaneously rupture with countless orifices, launching a barrage of formidable assaults. Each time a fissure appeared, it could transform into varying forms, sometimes eyes, sometimes mouths. And at other times, it would extend numerous tentacles exuding a foul, corrosive slime. What manner of beast is this? Even more grotesque than the aberrant creatures of the Seer Marsh, a mecha warrior expressed profound revulsion, urging for its swift demise. The various laser attacks directed at the gelatinous creature failed to inflict any harm. Instead, they were entirely rebuffed or absorbed. Subsequently, the creature unleashed hundreds of mouths, returning the assaults with fervor. The gelatinous monster resembled a horrifying machine of slaughter, and casualties among Tyasim's ranks escalated rapidly. At this moment, Ying Feng sensed Hess's presence astonishingly. Within the gelatinous beast, could it be that Hess was? Ying Feng dared not dwell on the thought. She knew she had to rescue them at all costs. Hess must be saved, as must the flower. The charming visage of the gelatinous creature remained blissfully unaware, akin to a child napping peacefully. The mecha warriors stood no chance against the gelatinous behemoth. Should they inadvertently injure it, they would be met with a retaliatory force 100-fold. One mecha warrior aimed their plasma cannon at the adorable face, releasing a potent assault. No. Ying Feng watched in horror as the fierce attack barreled towards the flower's face. Her eyes widened in despair. Hessa, the flower. Open the hatch. I must escape. Ying Feng pressed the clip behind her ear, transforming in an instant into a fully enclosed carbon oxygen protective helmet. No, it's too perilous, protested the Aqualice. Open the door now. Otherwise, they will both perish. A profound sense of dread gripped Ying Feng. It felt as though if she delayed even a moment longer, she would lose Hessa forever. With a resolute heart, Aqualice controlled the mecha to open the hatch. It was a gamble, but it was worth it if it meant accompanying them into eternity. Countless vines erupted around Ying Feng, lifting her towards the gelatinous beast. How could Ying Feng's speed possibly match that of the plasma cannon? The gelatinous creature seemed to anticipate the impending danger. Its hundreds of mouths opened wide, emitting a powerful sound wave to intercept the lethal assault. The sonic attack diminished the speed and potency of the plasma cannon. Yet it still struck fiercely against the side of the flower's face. The warriors erupted in joyous cheers, but in the next breath, their smiles froze in shock. As the smoke dissipated, the gelatinous creature remained unscathed. Not only that, it appeared utterly incensed. The charming visage, once with closed eyes, now opened wide. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped all. Those were eyes of pure white, devoid of pupils, reflecting no emotion yet radiating an unrelenting terror. The adorable, rosy mouth opened wide, emitting a piercing shriek. Flower, I am your sister. Do you remember me? Ying Feng halted several meters away from the gelatinous creature, calling out to it with fervor. Setting aside the fact that sound cannot travel through the vastness of space, even if it could, the little flower would still be unable to hear. Do not fear. Sister is here. Sister has come to rescue you. Ying Feng, be cautious. The great jellyfish, controlling its mech, suddenly charged to Ying Feng's side, wielding a laser sword just in time to block an incoming attack. A boisterous, arrogant laughter resonated, captured by the personal recording devices of those present. The jellyfish's psychic level had never been properly assessed, yet it was undoubtedly formidable. Previously, during an accidental incident at Panyu Star, it had inadvertently been classified as A-level by the Federation military in place of Ying Feng, but now it was surely beyond A-level. With a single strike, the jellyfish's mech repelled the enemy that had laughed so haughtily. Your Majesty, how did you come out? The mech warriors recognized Ying Feng's tendrils and rushed to shield her. Suddenly, several 3S level mech warriors appeared among the rebels, one of whom had just attacked Ying Feng. They all clustered around the gelatinous creature. Oh my, so this is your Majesty, remarked Rebel A. I've heard the Holy Sovereign of Tyasim is an S-level healer. Rebel B chimed in. Such a precious S-level healer, why not remain in your safe planetary home? Have you come to join our rebellion in this desolate southern Viaustar region? Haha. Rebel C added, since you've arrived, you might as well stay. We not only have S-level warriors here, but also a multitude of 3S-level warriors who are in dire need of the Holy Sovereign's assistance. The rebels' audacious and disrespectful demeanor incited the wrath of Tyasim's warriors. Nonsense. With your ragtag group, Our Majesty wouldn't even deign to cast a glance, let alone provide healing. Such delusions are laughable. Whether it was delusion or sheer strength, they would soon find out. Suddenly, a rebel unleashed a fire dragon, charging fiercely towards Ying Feng. Ability user. The warriors of Tyasim were astonished to discover that the rumors were indeed true. The rebels not only had numerous 3S-level warriors, but were also filled with ability users. Ying Feng, come back. The great jellyfish S-mech opened its hatch to retrieve her. Subsequently, a torrent of water, reminiscent of the tsunami-like wave Ying Feng had encountered in the ruins of Yachuan, materialized to block the fire dragon's assault, extinguishing the flames in a spectacular clash of elements. Haha, I am truly remarkable. The source of the water curtain was none other than the great jellyfish, having consumed a water energy pearl and numerous water-based supplements, which were not in vain. Ying Feng was safely retrieved by the jellyfish, unharmed, yet her expression bore a heavy concern. What troubles you, Ying Feng? The jellyfish, while maneuvering the mech to combat the rebels, found a moment to converse with her. I sensed something amiss. What do you mean? The rebels had been thoroughly suppressed by Hess. How could their overall strength suddenly surge? Not only were there 3S-level warriors, long unseen in the interstellar realm, but they also possessed ability users in such abundance. It is indeed peculiar. Little Flower was clearly following her teacher. How could she possibly appear among the rebels? Transformed into this state? Hess is also within the gelatinous sphere. I can sense he is still alive, yet I cannot fathom why he resides within this orb. Could it be that Hess has been consumed by the Little Flower? The great jellyfish exclaimed in shock. Don't be ridiculous, Ying Feng retorted, clenching his fists. Hess is immensely powerful, almost invincible in the cosmos. Now trapped within the gelatinous sphere, I surmise he has discovered the Little Flower and seeks to rescue her. What shall we do to save them? The great jellyfish fired a shot, obliterating an enemy soldier. The situation is dire for us. If we do not devise a plan soon, we shall face total annihilation. Chapter 157. Ying Feng enters the interior of the meatball monster. The black-red mech, piloted by the Great Mother of the Sea, was encircled by numerous mechs for protection. Baron and Gavin guarded each side of the black-red mech. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. Please return to the starship at once, Gavin urged. Who is the pilot of this mech? Quickly escort His Majesty back to the starship, Baron insisted. Your Majesty, please hurry back. We have alerted the advance team to provide swift support. Gavin aimed the high-energy particle cannon at the meatball monster, declaring, I will cover you. Baron, swiftly take His Majesty back to the starship. Rebels, want to leave? You all stay here. Amidst the chaos of battle in the Starry Sea, countless warriors fell. The various superpowers of the enemy's capable fighters forced the forces of Tyasim to retreat. Just then, the advance team that had been searching for Hess arrived, along with reinforcements from the Federal Empire. The disadvantage faced by Tyasim was instantly reversed. However, it was unexpected that the enemy's capable fighters had not exerted their full strength earlier, as they aimed to capture Ying Feng alive. Now, unleashing their full power, the rebels found themselves unable to prevail against the overwhelming numbers on Tyasim's side. Just as the tide of battle seemed to favor Tyasim and the Federation, their spirits lifted momentarily, only to be suppressed again by the rebels. The black-red mech of the Great Mother of the Sea still did not return to the starship, continuing to fight alongside Ying Feng in the starry expanse. Ying Feng observed the meatball monster and the capable fighters surrounding it with keen interest. These fighters exhibited peculiar behavior. What is peculiar about them? The Great Mother of the Sea inquired, maneuvering the mech with increasing fluidity, able to listen to Ying Feng even amidst combat. They consistently remained within 100 meters of the meatball monster, never straying beyond that range. What do you mean? Ying Feng replied, noting that they appeared to be protecting the meatball monster, which was terrifyingly powerful and did not require their guardianship. Rather, it seemed as if they were unable to detach themselves from the meatball monster. Ying Feng, I recall that there have been no 3S-level fighters in the galaxy for a century, yet so many have suddenly emerged. It is quite strange. Moreover, they had previously been thoroughly defeated by Hess on the brink of collapse, yet within a short time, they not only revived but also experienced a significant surge in overall strength. How did Xiaohua come into their possession? And is there a connection to their sudden increase in strength? Great Mother, I wish to draw closer to the meatball monster to scrutinize the connection between them and the creature. Very well, I shall take you there. The Great Mother of the Sea had once been Xiaohua's teacher for an extended period, and recalling the once adorable and obedient Xiaohua transformed into this state ignited a fire of anger within her. With the black-red mech unleashing its full firepower, it charged forward, swiftly navigating through the chaos to approach the meatball monster. Amidst the conflict, other mechs closely guarded and followed the black-red mech. The once pitch-black expanse of stars now shone brightly like a nebula due to the fierce battle. Ying Feng and the Great Mother of the Sea possessed the highest levels of mental energy on the scene, surpassing even the 3S level fighters among the rebels. As they approached within 100 meters of the meatball monster, they began to disperse their mental energy for exploration, and indeed, they uncovered some strange phenomena. Countless tendrils of psychic energy intertwine with these abilities' users, their terminals anchored to the gelatinous creature. Ying Feng, the issue indeed lies here. The great jellyfish wielded the photon sword in one hand and the particle cannon in the other, unleashing a furious assault to repel the insurgents attempting to thwart their approach to the gelatinous entity. It was imperative to sever these psychic tendrils. Only by diminishing the powers of these individuals could they hope to buy more time in rescuing Hess and Xiaohua. The psychic tendrils were invisible and intangible, detectable only by those possessing a significantly higher level of psychic power. What should we do? Queried the great jellyfish. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the cub. Gritting her teeth, Ying Feng declared, "Great jellyfish, release me from the chamber." Aware of the urgency of the situation, the great jellyfish had faith in Ying Feng's capabilities and in its own ability to protect her. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, it stipulated, "I will grant you 1 minute. After that, regardless of success or failure, you must return immediately." Understood. The hatch opened, vines propelling Ying Feng forth. She extended her psychic tendrils, seeking to connect with the gelatinous creature's own. The insurgents, oblivious to her intentions but sensing danger, frantically attempted to hinder her. Their earlier thoughts of capturing Ying Feng had faded, as they believed they possessed the gelatinous creature, rendering the S-class healer merely a supplementary asset. The great jellyfish would not allow them to prevail, its black-red mech moving with such speed that it appeared to leave afterimages. With its strength alone, it withstood the onslaught of several ability users. Other warriors sacrificed themselves to carve a path for Ying Feng, bravely shielding her with their bodies. Ying Feng, hurry. Only 39 seconds remain. Ying Feng unleashed all her psychic tendrils, connecting with those of the gelatinous creature. The tendrils on the creature could only connect one-to-one, with each tendril linked to an insurgent. As Ying Feng's psychic energy intertwined with that of the gelatinous entity, the connections to the insurgents were forcibly severed. The sudden disconnection resulted in a drastic reduction in the insurgents' powers, their formidable psychic energies vanishing. The great jellyfish dispatched them with ease, akin to squashing a mere insect, inadvertently granting Ying Feng more precious time. In that fleeting moment of connection, a torrent of images flooded Ying Feng's mind. How the insurgents had discovered Xiaohua's rare constitution, the murder of her mentor, her subsequent capture for experimentation, and the eventual creation of numerous artificial S-class beings and ability users based on her. The overwhelming sequence of events left Ying Feng momentarily dazed. A surge of rage ignited within her as she beheld the torment Xiaohua endured. Her heart ached fiercely, her molars nearly shattering from the pressure. How dare you treat Xiaohua in such a manner? Presently, Xiaohua lay in a state of unconsciousness. To speak harshly, even if she were to awaken, it remained uncertain how she could return to her original self. Yet, as long as her consciousness persisted, there was hope for Xiaohua, for she was no ordinary human. Upon connecting with the gelatinous creature's psychic energy, Ying Feng swiftly detected Hess's presence, who now existed in a golden orb state, also in a deep slumber. At the center of the golden sphere of light was encircled by a small white sphere, representing the consciousness of the little flower. Ying Feng endeavored to touch this golden sphere with her mental energy. Typically, anything approaching the golden sphere would be annihilated, yet her mental tendrils approached it unscathed. Even in slumber, Hess instinctively trusted Ying Feng, not only refraining from harming her but also acknowledging her need for protection, drawing Ying Feng's consciousness into her protective embrace. A green sphere of light emerged within the golden sphere. Ying Feng's consciousness remained within the golden sphere, yet it was alert and aware. In this realm of mental energy, she beheld Hess and the little flower suspended in a deep slumber. Hess, little flower. Ying Feng's heart jolted, and she hurried towards them. Uncertain of how long she could linger in this space, she resolved to awaken them as swiftly as possible. Hess, wake up, Hess. Ying Feng gently slapped Hess's cheek, then turned to the little flower. Little flower, please wake up. Neither responded, and time was of the essence. She could not afford to delay further. Raising her hands, she placed one on each of their chests, allowing the green spiritual light to flow forth like a bubbling spring. Hess was the first to react. Her eyelids began to flutter, and in the next moment, her tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Chapter 158. Little Flower's Self-Detonation. As Hess regained consciousness, he immediately sprang to his feet, only to have Ying Feng leap into his embrace. "Hess, you have finally awakened," she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Instinctively, Hess wrapped his arms around Ying Feng, holding her close. "Little Feng, what are you doing here?" he questioned, bewildered as he doubted his own clarity. How could he possibly encounter her in this place? He vividly recalled his imminent confrontation with the rebel ability users when, out of nowhere, the grotesque creature resembling a meatball with Little Flower's visage had appeared. In a bid to save her, he had followed the creature's mental tendrils into its psychic realm, only to find himself inexplicably ensnared in slumber. Emerging from Hess's embrace, Ying Feng urged, "Hess, we can discuss the details later. We must hasten to awaken Little Flower and escape together." A continuous stream of verdant spiritual energy surged from Ying Feng, merging into Little Flower's ethereal essence. Little Flower's condition is dire. She was like this when I discovered her, and now her spiritual form is becoming increasingly translucent. I will certainly awaken her, Ying Feng declared resolutely, placing her hands upon Little Flower's chest and amplifying the flow of energy. Remarkably, the previously semi-transparent essence began to solidify once more. Little Flower's eyelids fluttered, and at the moment she opened her eyes, both Ying Feng and Hess were ejected from the creature's body. Ying Feng's consciousness returned to her own form as a humanoid golden light simultaneously descended beside her. "Ying Feng, Hess!" the great jellyfish exclaimed joyously. 3 minutes had elapsed, and it could no longer endure. It swiftly drew Ying Feng back. The humanoid light entered the retrieval pod of the black-red mech and then transformed into a tall, statuesque figure, long, silvery hair cascading down in smooth waves. Ying Feng had bestowed an abundance of wood-based energy upon Hess, healing his spiritual essence while simultaneously causing his silver hair to regain its former length in an instant. Mesmerized by the sight of Hess's long hair, Ying Feng found herself momentarily entranced. Hess enveloped the young girl in his arms, murmuring, "Little Feng, I apologize for causing you concern. It is a relief to know you are safe." Ying Feng tightly embraced Hess, caressing his silky hair, which evoked a sensation akin to being transported to another era. "You two should refrain from indulging in sentimentality for now. The creature outside is behaving strangely," the great jellyfish shouted in a strained voice. Once Ying Feng's mental tendrils detached from the meatball creature, the rebels and ability users re-established their connection with its psychic tendrils. However, this time, the creature resisted their attempts to connect. The rebels employed an unknown method to forcibly re-establish their connection with the creature's mental tendrils. Little Flower's expression was one of profound anguish, her face contorted in grotesque screams of agony. At this moment, she had fully awakened. Unable to accept the horrifying transformation she had undergone, Hess instructed Ying Feng, "Stay here and do not venture out." He then transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the glass to exit the black-red mech. Outside, a flash of silver light heralded the arrival of a towering silver-white mech. It was Major Hess. The warriors of the Federation erupted in jubilant excitement, having feared for 5 long days since their beloved Major had gone missing. Now, at last, he had returned. The silver-white mech resembled a bolt of lightning in the night, leaving nothing in its wake. The rebellious tendrils connected to the gelatinous creature were severed entirely. The creature quivered violently, and upon regaining consciousness, Xiaohua felt an overwhelming agony, as if countless insects were gnawing at her insides. Ying Feng could not bear to witness her suffering any longer. "Dajua, open the hatch. I must save Xiaohua. If I do not act now, she may truly perish." "I will accompany you," declared the black-red mech, soaring towards the gelatinous creature. Xiaohua had regained her senses and ceased her random attacks. Dajua approached her smoothly. Vines lifted Ying Feng towards Xiaohua, streams of green luminescence cascading towards her. Unable to speak, Xiaohua conveyed her thoughts through her psychic energy. "Sister, it hurts so much. Woo-woo. Sister, I am so afraid. Sister, am I going to die? Perhaps I should have died long ago. I am already a ghost. Woo-woo. I died many years ago. I cannot even remember who I am. Why do I still exist? Woo-woo. Sister." Xiaohua's heart-wrenching cries shattered Ying Feng's resolve. "Xiaohua, do not fear. Your sister has come to rescue you. I will surely bring you back and restore you to your former self." "Sister, I cannot return to who I was. Xiao Hua understood full well that her transformation meant her life was forfeit. She had long been destined to die, yet the years she had lived were filled with brilliance, compensating for her fleeting existence. She had witnessed the vast and magnificent cosmos that Earthlings had never beheld. My body has been utterly destroyed. Only this fleeting consciousness remains. Ying Feng was rendered speechless, frantically amplifying the output of green light. Sister, once I perish, the power of the rebellion is but a mirage. There must be a way. I refuse to let you die. You are the one I brought from Earth. It is my failure to protect you. Tears blurred Ying Feng's vision, and in that moment, she deeply regretted allowing Xiao Hua to leave her side. Had Xiao Hua remained with her, would she have avoided such a fate? Oh, Earth, the place of my birth, how I long to see it once more. Even in its current state of ruin, the gelatinous creature began to swell, and with a surge of strength, Xiao Hua pushed Ying Feng away. The silver-white mech instantaneously teleported to open the hatch and retrieve Ying Feng. Xiao Hua. Ying Feng's heart raced with fury. What are you doing? Stop. The remaining members of the rebellion had all been annihilated by Hess, leaving only Tyasim and the warriors of the Federation Empire in the starry expanse. Silently observing the creature's transformation, they now understood that the gelatinous creature was also a victim, yet they were powerless to intervene. The silver-white mech's mechanical hands clasped together, and a golden sphere of light materialized between them. The gelatinous creature expanded further, and at that moment, everyone realized it was about to self-destruct, hastening to flee the vicinity. All mechs and starships sped away, leaving only the silver-white mech and the black-red mech lingering nearby. Hess hastily urged Xiao Hua to stop, his voice tinged with urgency as Ying Feng, tears streaming down her face, pounded on the silver-white mech's hatch. Before the grotesque creature could detonate completely, a luminous orb hurtled towards it. The ensuing explosion resonated like a miniature cosmic cataclysm, reverberating throughout the starry expanse. The ferocious shockwave swept through the vicinity, reducing countless meteors to mere dust. Xiao Hua! Xiao Hua! Ying Feng's anguished cries echoed, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. She leaned against the hatch, slowly sliding down as guilt and torment engulfed her. It was her fault. She had failed to protect Xiao Hua. A glowing orb floated gently amidst the debris. The silver-white mech transformed into a beam of light, carrying this orb towards the starship. Closely pursued by the black-red mech, the silver-white mech returned to the starship of Tyasim. As the hatch opened, Shamanza found Ying Feng huddled in a corner, her face streaked with tears. Uncertain of what had transpired, her heart ached for the sorrowful Ying Feng. Her Majesty, the Sovereign, was merely a girl in her early 20s. Shamanza enveloped Ying Feng in her embrace, softly stroking her back, offering silent comfort. After Hess emerged, he retrieved the jellyfish vessel from the black-red mech. While everyone's attention remained fixated on the grieving sovereign, oblivious to the pilot within the black-red mech. Xiaofeng, please don't cry. Look what I have, Hess said, stepping before Ying Feng and opening his palm. A glowing orb materialized from his hand, within which a small girl lay asleep. Ying Feng turned slowly, her expression blank. But when she recognized the orb in Hess's hand, a spark reignited in her lifeless eyes. Trembling lips and shaking hands received the orb, which she cradled carefully against her chest. Tears cascaded like pearls as she gazed at the sleeping girl within, a quivering smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Xiao Hua, don't be afraid. Sister will take you home. Hess whispered, Xiao Hua's physical form is gone. This fragment of her consciousness is merely a construct of my light abilities, at risk of vanishing at any moment. The girl within the orb appeared delicate and pristine, lacking any seams or pallid hues, roughly the size of a palm. Curled up in slumber. Xiao Hua, it won't hurt anymore. Sister will keep you warm. Ying Feng's tearful smile pierced Hess's heart. He embraced his beloved, silently channeling light energy to soothe her anguish. Ying Feng's palm glimmered with a soft green light, nurturing the essence of the little girl. Hess, Ying Feng murmured, looking down at the tiny figure in her hands. Let's take Xiao Hua back to Earth. Her last wish was to see it once more. All right, Hess replied, gazing sorrowfully at the small girl in her palm. Before she completely fades away, let her have one last glimpse of Earth. Shamanza and Berengaven, having never heard of Earth, inquired curiously, Your Majesty, where is Earth? Ying Feng, not lifting her gaze, managed a bittersweet smile. Earth is a distant planet in the solar system, our home. A small celestial body yet to be integrated into the star network. Samantha furrowed her brow, contemplating the principle of planetary civilization independence enshrined in interstellar law, which dictates that no entity should interfere with the indigenous cultures of uncolonized worlds. Should this planet remain outside the interstellar network, recklessly presenting it to the galaxy could result in catastrophic repercussions. Samantha genuinely harbored concern for Ying Feng's homeland. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Earth, now riddled with afflictions and depleted of resources, had become akin to a desolate wasteland, drawing scant attention from the major star nations. The incursion of extraterrestrial civilizations had begun over 70 years ago, and Earth had been nearly obliterated since. With a cold glint in his eyes, Ying Feng resolved that since alien forces had ravaged what was once a peaceful and harmonious Earth, it was only just that reparations be made. Wiping away his tears, he declared with conviction, I shall return and restore Earth. Chapter 159. Hess reveals the identity of his beloved. Time swiftly passed, and after half a month, Hess had thoroughly dismantled the rebel forces, leaving no embers to reignite their insurrection. The rebellion, which had plagued the Federal Empire for over half a century, was finally eradicated, leading to Hess's promotion in rank. His monumental achievements in the annals of interstellar history allowed him to ascend 2 ranks, now holding the esteemed title of general. At the tender age of 24, such a distinction is exceedingly rare, signifying an unprecedented milestone. The valiant deeds of His Majesty the Holy Lord of Tia, who risked his life to rescue Hess, became widely known across the star networks, transforming into a celebrated tale among the citizens. Were it not for His Majesty, Hess would have faced dire peril, and the rebels would have remained unvanquished. Moreover, His Majesty's previous altruistic healing of hundreds of warriors on Logistics Star N63 had garnered immense respect from the entire interstellar community. No longer would reckless individuals dare to pressurize His Majesty into providing healing for themselves or others. His Majesty's bravery and resolute decision-making were pivotal in the obliteration of the rebellion. The rebels' mastery of malevolent biotechnology capable of artificially creating 3S-level psychics and other abilities posed an unimaginable threat to the cosmos. The mere thought of such services being available for purchase, with criminals being 3S-level, suggested a universe overrun with crime, beyond the reach of justice. Upon the release of images showcasing General Hess and His Majesty the Holy Lord of Tia fighting side by side in the starry seas, many observed a distinct magnetic connection between them. General Hess seemed particularly attentive to His Majesty. On the 3rd day following Hess's triumphant return, the Federal Empire hosted a grand celebration banquet, attended by influential families and factions. As the guest of honor, Hess garnered the most attention. He opted for a well-tailored silver-gray casual suit instead of his military attire, his flowing silver locks captivating all the female guests present. With his short hair, Hess exuded a sharp charisma, while his long hair added an enchanting allure, making him the dream suitor of countless young women in the Federation. The most fervent among them was the beloved little princess of the Federal Empire, Sildana, who publicly proposed to Hess at the banquet, only to be met with a firm rejection. In response to Sildana's earnest gaze filled with affection, Hess maintained a notably indifferent demeanor, tinged with a hint of annoyance. He was not a central air conditioner, unconcerned with Sildana's public humiliation. Having previously declined her advances numerous times, he felt compelled to reject her publicly once more, ensuring she would remember this lesson and cease her pursuit. With great regret, he reiterated, "My heart belongs to another, and I cannot accept anyone but Ying Feng." His heart was solely dedicated to one person. Sildana, facing rejection before the public, felt a tumult of emotions, shame, anger, and an unwillingness to accept defeat. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You have searched for her for so long without success. If you never find her, will you resign yourself to a life of solitude? Even if I cannot locate her, I shall never accept another. I am willing to live my life alone for her sake." All eyes at the banquet were fixed upon the two of them, and this farcical proposal filled Hess with an overwhelming sense of disdain. Since his escape over 2 weeks ago, he had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving no time to see Xiao Feng. After such a prolonged period of busyness, he deemed it time for a respite. Hess resolved to submit his leave request the following day in order to seek out Ying Feng and Tyasim. This gathering was utterly tiresome. He had attended before and could just as easily depart. As he set down his glass and turned to leave, his silver hair traced a breathtaking arc, dazzling both Sildina's eyes and heart. In a fit of despair, she shouted, "You will never find her. You will search your entire life in vain." Hess halted, turning to reveal the first smile since entering the banquet hall. "Regrettably, I have already found her," he replied. Sildina was completely unhinged. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have never heard that you found her. I refuse to believe it. The current sovereign of Tyasim, His Holiness, Saint Cthulhu 13, is my beloved, Ying Feng. Shortly, I shall propose to my beloved Ying Feng. In life or death, this existence holds only her in my heart. She alone shall be my wife, Ying Feng." Hess's declaration landed like a thunderous bombshell, leaving the guests in utter shock. What? Surely we misheard. The sovereign of Tyasim is, in fact, General Hess's beloved? No wonder they fought side by side with such seamless harmony. They were truly lovers. Sildina was thoroughly devastated, her mind drifting back to the last time in the hospital when she saw Hess captivated by the image of the Tyasim sovereign on the screen. At that moment, she had sensed a resemblance between the two, but never could she have imagined it to be true. In this instant, Sildina finally came to a profound realization. She had truly lost. No matter how noble her status, it could never surpass that of the sovereign of Tyasim. Even with her heart filled with reluctance, she could only watch helplessly as Hess's silhouette grew fainter, ultimately vanishing from her life entirely. Chapter 160. Ying Feng reveals the identity of his partner. The revelation that General Hess's long-sought partner, Ying Feng, is none other than the revered Tyasim, the sovereign, swiftly spread across the Star Network. Netizens fervently compared old photographs of Ying Feng released by Hess and images of Her Majesty the Sovereign of Tyasim, leading to a flurry of trending posts. User Pizza Heart remarked, "I must be blind. These two look strikingly alike. How could I have never realized they are the same person?" User Word My Goodness responded, "It's no wonder I couldn't recognize them, although they share the same visage. Their auras are completely different." User 80-year-old sexy pregnant woman commented, "While they are entirely different, one embodies delicate beauty and the other exudes heroic grace. Both are to my taste." User Sister Snuggle JPG added, "Honestly, they make such a perfect match. Let us celebrate this pairing." User Lowly Cockroach in White Stockings exclaimed, "Get married already. Do it right now." User I moved the Civil Affairs Bureau here. JPG inquired, "Am I the only one curious about when they got together?" User A Handful of Melon Seeds urged, "Quickly, I'm live streaming from the main star of Tyasim. General Hess's starship is about to land. Don't miss my broadcast." User Long Names Catch the Male Goddess Attention exclaimed, "What? Live streaming my male god? I'm sprinting over." Live stream link. At the floating port of St. Ans and Billy City on Tyasim, General Hess was not on a mission today, opting for his private starship instead of the Hunter-class vessel. As an iconic figure of interstellar aesthetics, Hess's every public appearance, unless classified as military confidential, garnered immense attention across the network. He truly represents the pinnacle of interstellar celebrity, eclipsing even the most famous movie stars, with fans scattered throughout the galaxies. Around the floating port of St. Ans, all the towering buildings and hovering vehicles were already equipped with cameras and equipment. As the door of the silver-white private starship opened and the ramp descended, the viewers in the live stream were nearly driven to madness. "Ah, he is out. He is out. My male god. Husband." A pair of long legs first graced the screen, mesmerizing netizens, followed by flowing silver hair that dazzled their senses. By the time they beheld that face, strikingly handsome as if crafted by AI, the chat room was overwhelmed with comments. "Ah, so handsome, I could die. General Hess is truly divine. Wow, those legs are longer than my life. Wow, how can a man possess such looks, strength, and unwavering devotion? Why isn't he mine? QQ goodness. As a man, I'm in awe. How can someone be so perfect? Quick, look over there. Wow, am I seeing things? Is that the sovereign? Looks like the ceremonial procession of the sovereign of Tyasim." Time rewinds to 2 weeks prior. When Ying Feng returned to Tyasim with the slumbering consciousness of Little Flower. Not long after, she formally presented her decision to incorporate Earth into the star network to the Congress. A remote asteroid hardly garners significant attention, especially considering this particular one is a resource-depleted wasteland. However, it is the homeland of His Holiness, prompting several families to offer their assistance in restoring Earth's natural ecology, vowing to respect its independence and autonomy. Ying Feng, aware of the potential ulterior motives of others, prudently registered Earth as coordinates on the Interstellar Asset Management website, designating it as her personal asset. Aside from her, no one else possesses the authority to exploit or infringe upon Earth's resources, nor to recklessly damage its civilization or harm its inhabitants. As 2 weeks swiftly passed, Ying Feng was seldom seen without her large jellyfish and the petite flower. The little flower was contained within a pot similar in size to the jellyfish vessel, and each day, Ying Feng used her wood-based abilities to nourish the flower's consciousness. Although the little flower remained dormant, its essence grew increasingly substantial. Today, Hess was scheduled to visit Tyasim to see her, and she made early preparations for his arrival. Unbeknownst to her, she had become a sensation in the star network, much like Hess. As Hess disembarked from the starship, he was conversing with Ying Feng. "I have arrived," he stated, striding towards the VIP exit. Upon exiting, a sweet voice echoed in his earpiece, instructing him to look left. Following the prompt, Hess turned to see a young woman in a delicate green gown beaming at him, waving with radiant joy. A smile broke across Hess's face, his eyes only for her amidst the crowd. Rarely did he smile publicly, but this exquisite, captivating smile melted the hearts of viewers across the network. "What are you waiting for? Quick, take a screenshot." "What screenshot? I'm recording the whole thing." Am I the only one who thinks Tyasim looks incredibly adorable when she smiles? Yes. The Tyasim we've seen in interstellar news is undeniably beautiful, but so distant and unapproachable. Who knew she could look so charming when she smiles? Oh my gosh. Isn't Tyasim's smile the epitome of first love? It's my absolute favorite. Before the entire online audience, the two openly held hands and boarded the same floating vehicle. Every tender gesture from Hess and their unabashed display of affection, their fingers interlaced, sent the viewers into a frenzy. Ying Feng took Hess back to the sanctuary, where the young couple savored an unforgettable night together. The following day, Ying Feng hosted a modest public welcome banquet for Hess. Attendees included the high-ranking officials and aristocrats of Tyasim, where she formally introduced Hess to everyone present. On the third day, Hess began preparations to return to Earth. While Ying Feng officially announced in the Congress of Tyasim that Hess was her singular choice for the holy consort, with no other candidates considered. Among those present were numerous admirers of Ying Feng, including several heirs from prestigious noble families of Tyasim, who vehemently opposed her declaration. Heir 1, Your Majesty. While General Hess is undoubtedly exceptional, he hails from the Federated Empire. Have you considered the safety of our Tyasim? Heir 2, Your Majesty. Although the Saint does not engage in state affairs, his allegiance to the Federated Empire is tantamount to embedding a formidable adversary within our Tyasim. Such an action is profoundly unwise. Heir 3, Your Majesty. Even if General Hess were to relinquish his titles from the Federated Empire, your singular choice of a saint, without appointing additional saints, is equally irrational. Historically, previous sovereigns have selected their saints from a plethora of noble families. Enough. A thunderous voice interrupted the relentless and discordant discourse of the heirs. Witnessing the sovereign's wrath, the assembly dared not utter another word, yet their gazes remained obstinate and indignant. The air in the grand hall thick with a palpable tension. The sovereign, furious, reflected on her dominion. If she could not resolve such matters, what distinction remained between her and a mere puppet? The identity of my saint is not open for your discussion. I am here to inform you, not to engage in debate. Should you persist in your incessant chatter, I shall wed into the Federated Empire. Upon hearing this, not only the nobles but even the cream could no longer remain composed. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Allow me to handle this matter. I assure you it will be to your satisfaction. Do not act impulsively. The thought of marrying into the Federated Empire is utterly untenable. It was a jest. For if the sovereign of Tyasim were to marry into the neighboring realm, the entirety of Tyasim would effectively become her dowry. Crean turned to the bewildered assembly, exasperated. Are you all foolish? What harm is there in General Hess becoming our saint? He is the sole super S-level psychic in the galaxy. Previously the war god of the Federated Empire, and soon he shall be the war god of Tyasim. The noble families murmured in agreement, unable to counter such compelling reasoning. Chapter 161. Returned to Earth in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed, and preparations were underway for the voyage home. This time, Ying Feng had brought numerous interstellar scientists back with him, encompassing a myriad of fields, particularly in environmental science and biomedicine. The objective was to restore Earth's natural ecosystem and regulate biological mutations. They were to journey back aboard the super starship Tyasim, with Hess's Hunter starship providing escort throughout the trip. Within the control room of the starship, Hess placed a box on the table and opened it, revealing an old model of an intelligent brain processor. He turned to Ying Feng beside him and inquired with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Ying Feng replied, beaming. "Let us go home." Hess smiled gently and inserted the intelligent brain processor into the starship's central management auxiliary slot. Moments later, a data reading progress bar appeared on the large screen in the control room. The progress bar advanced swiftly, and within seconds, the data was fully retrieved. A little girl with twin ponytails appeared on the screen. She joyfully twirled around, cutely flashed a peace sign, and winked. "The intelligent starship steward, Alalai, at your service." Ying Feng's brows lifted in delight. "Long time no see, Alalai." "It's been so long, Lord Ying Feng. Lily has missed you so much," Alalai exclaimed, blowing a kiss toward Ying Feng. "Welcome back, Master. Congratulations on escaping the tide of star beasts. Lily can once again escort you," Alalai chirped happily. Alalai's data was still from the time they encountered the star beast tide outside Chang'e Star, and now, seeing that Hess and Ying Feng were safe, she naturally understood they had made it through. Hess's lips curled into a subtle smile. "It's been a while. We are now preparing to return to Earth. Please assist in charting the optimal route for this starship." "Understood." Alalai joyfully spun around on the screen. "While this starship is so large, with so many pieces of black technology that Lily hasn't seen before, rest assured, Master, Lily will safely return you to Earth before long." A super starship departed from the floating port of St. Ansi in Violet City. Ying Feng gazed at the journey progress chart on the screen, truly grasping for the first time just how far they were from Earth. Earth is so far away, it's astonishing that we have traveled such vast distances. Hess wrapped his arm around Ying Feng, chuckling softly. "Is it really that far?" Ying Feng retorted, "Isn't this distance considerable?" Hess held her hand in his palm, kissing it gently. "Merely tens of thousands of light years. We have far greater journeys ahead of us, traversing the stars and oceans, leaving our footprints on every planet." Ying Feng playfully withdrew her hand. "You're quite the handful." Hess was amused by Ying Feng's reaction. In fact, during the months he spent searching for her, Hess had traversed over 100,000 light years. After such an arduous pursuit, he finally brought her back. From then on, they would never be apart. Time flew by, and home was drawing near. The super starship of Tyasim possesses the most advanced starship technology of the present day, far surpassing the capabilities of the Alarili they once traveled on, enabling them to traverse distances of thousands of light years in less than a month. The solar system is now within sight. Initially, Hess embarked on this interstellar journey with a sense of desperation, carrying the vine entwined, slumbering Ying Feng away from Earth. Now, in less than 3 years, he returns to Earth with Ying Feng by his side. The two starships enter the solar system in succession, and after a day, a gray-blue planet materializes on the screen. Moments later, this gray-blue orb becomes visible to the naked eye. As Ying Feng gazes upon the ravaged landscape before him, a swirl of emotions engulfs his heart. "Earth, I have returned. I bring with me a healer who can mend your afflictions." Upon entering Earth's atmosphere, the starship begins to decelerate. In the Eurasian continent, at the Sait base, a young boy of about 5, engaged in his assigned tasks, suddenly notices something approaching rapidly from the sky. "Daddy, what is that?" He tugs at his father's garment, urging him to look up, exclaiming joyfully, "Daddy, aliens are here to take us." The middle-aged man glances upward and is instantly paralyzed with fear, sitting down abruptly, his eyes wide with terror as he stares at the sky, trembling. Alien?" The starship continues its descent, ultimately hovering about 2,000 meters above the ground. At this moment, humanity on Earth is in a state of chaos. The high-ranking officials at various bases are on the verge of hysteria. Some bases are positioned to witness the starship directly, and a red alert blares throughout. The two colossal vessels hover in midair, generating fierce winds that whip across the ground. Though Earth had endured an apocalypse over 70 years ago, today feels as though the end is upon them once more. The sheer intimidation and pressure exerted by the two super starships leaves everyone weak-kneed and panicked, paralyzed with fear, unable to flee or resist. Earth is finished. Earth is utterly doomed. A young man collapses to the ground, cradling his head in despair. His bloodshot eyes widen, filled with hopelessness. "Oh God, I beg you. Have mercy on humanity. Save us." A priest clutches his cross, offering a final prayer. The sounds of despair and cries of anguish rise and fall, like quicksand pulling all of humanity into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 162. Return to the Sait base. At the Sait base, an urgent military meeting was underway. The base was now home to hundreds of thousands, and the unknown enemy had breached their doorstep, rendering a swift evacuation of everyone impossible. The meeting had to conclude within 10 minutes to initiate an immediate relocation. General Sait, a corpulent man with a bald head, proposed that all able-bodied young adults be evacuated to the underground base in Yachuan for safety, while abandoning residents over the age of 45 to fend for themselves. As for the defenseless children, he asserted that as long as there were young men and women, new life would eventually emerge. A capable female officer, Major Yi Jinghong, rose in opposition, stating, "General, I must disagree. The birth rate of infants at the base has been declining year after year, while the mortality and deformity rates have been rising. Children are the hope of our future. If we do not evacuate them, our base will suffer irreparable damage and may never regain its former strength." Sait slammed his hand on the table in frustration, retorting, "Major Yi, you must comprehend the gravity of our situation. We do not have the luxury of time to evacuate everyone. Preserving those with combat and reproductive capabilities is of utmost importance. Look outside." He gestured towards the ominous silhouette of a colossal spacecraft hovering outside the conference room's glass walls. Such a vessel could not possibly have been constructed by humanity. Not even in a pre-apocalyptic Earth could such a craft have been built. It was highly likely that it belonged to an extraterrestrial civilization. The Earth was on the brink of annihilation, and their efforts were merely a desperate struggle for survival. "Do you understand?" Yi Jinghong clenched her fists, choosing not to speak further. She was acutely aware of the impending doom facing Earth. If death was inevitable, why should humanity be torn apart? If they were to perish, they might as well face it together as a family. "You all go ahead. I will stay behind to lead the children to safety." She refrained from mentioning the elderly. Feeling powerless to assist them, her only desire was to protect the last remnants of youth at the base. "Do as you wish. The military will provide you no support. You are dismissed from your post effective immediately," Sait declared, waving his hand dismissively, preparing to adjourn the meeting. Suddenly, the holographic screen in the conference room began to flicker. Amidst the distortion, Hess appeared before the high-ranking officials of the Sait base, having contacted them to avoid unnecessary conflict. The intrusion of interstellar technology into Earth's network was as effortless as breathing. The military leaders were in the midst of their urgent meeting when Hess seamlessly integrated into their holographic display. "My esteemed former colleagues, it has been too long," he greeted. The Sait officials gasped in astonishment. "Hess. It's Colonel Hess." The now-promoted Major Andrew and the newly appointed Colonel Yi Jinghong were both taken aback with surprise and joy. "Colonel, you have returned." Hess leaned back, crossing his long legs, the backdrop revealing a technologically advanced starship control room, leaving the Sait officials in awe. "Indeed, I have returned, and I am currently aboard the starship hovering above the Sait base." General Sait wiped the sweat from his brow, incredulous at the mention of a starship. "Do you mean you were inside that colossal object in the sky?" Sait had an abundance of inquiries, such as, "Where have you been? Is that massive structure in the sky an alien spacecraft? What role do you occupy aboard the ship?" Yet, ultimately, he posed but one pivotal question: "What do you intend to do?" Hess, eschewing any circumlocution, replied candidly, "To govern the Earth." Sait's immediate reaction, rooted in his long-standing disdain for Hess, was to scoff at the notion of his ambition to dominate the planet, but upon further reflection regarding the evidently extraterrestrial vessel above, his mirth dissipated. It appeared that Hess truly possessed the capability to rule the Earth. Since you have ventured beyond, why return? The Earth is in such disarray. What significance would your rule hold? It has lost all value. Zirt mustered the audacity for one last defiant inquiry. Hess raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Zirt's interpretation, not anticipating that his words would be construed in such a manner. General, you have misunderstood my intent. Several years ago, I departed Earth for personal reasons. And now I have returned with the objective of restoring the planet to a state superior to that preceding the apocalypse. What? The Assembly had braced themselves for the utter obliteration of the world, never expecting such a revelation. The stark psychological contrast ignited their heartbeats, rendering them incredulous. Colonel Hess, is that truly the case? The overwhelming surprise nearly overwhelmed them. Absolutely, Hess confirmed, eliciting a wave of exhilaration from the crowd. This is splendid news. The Earth shall be saved. We shall no longer endure this existence. Yet, dissenting voices emerged, such as Zirt's. Colonel Hess, are you certain the aliens will not exploit Earth's resources? What percentage of authority do you truly possess? Hess smiled faintly. What if I told you that I possess no authority regarding this Earth governance? What do you mean? No authority? Zirt's astonishment morphed into fury. How dare you bring aliens to Earth without authority? Are you intent on utterly destroying the planet and its inhabitants? Hess chuckled softly. While I may lack governance authority, I hold the power of military dominion. Initiating this Earth governance, while beneficial for all humanity, may attract unwelcome opposition. Thus, I shall articulate my warning. Any who dares obstruct our endeavor shall face dire consequences. The screen transitioned, and Hess vanished, replaced by interstellar combat footage. The astonishing visuals of combat beyond human imagination struck a profound impact, silencing any who might have entertained ulterior motives. As the video concluded, a few phrases lingered. Instructing the Sait base to disseminate information globally regarding the alien technological governance of Earth. Hess ensured that this combat footage was distributed to various bases for viewing. Should they remain uncooperative after witnessing it, they would be compelled to experience the consequences firsthand. The Sait base dutifully accepted Hess's mission to notify various major bases. With a promising beginning, the subsequent matters unfolded with relative ease. The starship remained suspended in midair, while the diverse array of scientists brought by Ying Feng descended in hovering vehicles. General Schelt, accompanied by the senior military officials, awaited at the base entrance for their arrival. Hess piloted his silver-white mech, leading a squad of hunters who provided protection around the Tyasim hovercraft. To the human onlookers, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Hovering vehicles emerged from the colossal starship, surrounded by imposing mechs that descended with an air of formidable authority. This spectacle was broadcast live across the globe, visible to all human bases. The mech escort was the first to land, and Hess stepped out from his silver-white mech. His iconic flowing silver hair seemed to instill an inexplicable sense of reassurance among the inhabitants of Sait base. Colonel Hess, once their guardian, had returned, proclaiming his intent to govern Earth, thereby amplifying their sense of security. Chapter 163. Return to the former home within the upper echelons of the military in the Sait base. General Schelt had once harbored an inexplicable disdain for Hess, but now that sentiment appeared utterly ludicrous, as they had long since transcended different strata of existence. Schelt approached with the intention of extending a handshake, welcoming back Colonel Hess. However, one of Hess's acerbic subordinates coldly corrected him. Sir, you have erred in your address. This is none other than General Hess of the Interstellar Federal Empire. Schelt was taken aback. Unable to fathom that Hess had attained the rank of general within the opposing empire, it was simply astonishing. He stammered, General Hess, welcome back. It has been quite a while. Hess and Schelt exchanged a handshake. Behind Hess, numerous mechs guarded an opulent floating vehicle, which silently opened its doors. For maidens emerged first, followed by a woman adorned in understated luxury, exuding an air of undeniable nobility. Schelt, upon witnessing this spectacle, surmised that this individual must belong to a wealthy or noble lineage, possibly even a princess of the empire on a visit. Upon seeing Ying Feng alight from the vehicle, Hess's stern demeanor instantly softened, and he approached to take her hand. Schelt could not help but entertain various conjectures. No wonder Hess had ascended to the rank of general after all these years. He must have ingratiated himself with a princess, trading favors for his rise. Hess, hand in hand with Ying Feng, stepped before the assembly of Sait officials, declaring, "This is Her Majesty, the sovereign of the great interstellar nation of Tyasim. She possesses absolute authority over the governance of Earth." Upon hearing this, the Sait officials immediately approached with utmost reverence. Although they were unaware of Tyasim's true strength, they recognized her as a sovereign with the intent to govern Earth, and thus treated her with the respect she was due. Ying Feng had not anticipated such a scenario upon her return to Sait base. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the high-ranking officials, she led the team of scientists into the base. The governance of Earth was a long-term endeavor, necessitating the interstellar scientists to first comprehend Earth's circumstances before devising a plan for its administration. The group first proceeded to the military conference hall. Upon seeing Hess, Andrew immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Colonel, you have finally returned." A burly man, with a thick beard, had tears glistening in his eyes. "I have been taking care of your house all this time, ensuring no one entered. The jellyfish in the tank are all thriving. Not a single one perished. And they have even plumped up a bit." Hess patted him on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Andrew." Andrew also recognized Ying Feng and respectfully greeted her. "Welcome back." Missing, Shelt and the others were astonished. Andrew knew this esteemed sovereign. Ying Feng's eyes crinkled into a smile, as she too held fond memories of Andrew, grateful for his protection that had kept her identity concealed. "It has been a long time, Andrew." The following day was filled with meetings, where various matters were discussed in detail. That evening, Hess returned to their former home with Ying Feng. The small three-room apartment remained unchanged, a nostalgic echo of the past. In the grand glass tank of the living room, a multitude of small jellyfish meandered gracefully, perhaps sensing the return of the larger jellyfish. Their excitement palpable as they changed colors. Ying Feng gently placed the large jellyfish into the tank, announcing, "Children, your leader has returned." The little jellyfish gathered around, their soft murmurs filling the air. As Ying Feng caressed the furniture, a sense of nostalgia enveloped her, as if traversing through time. Hess approached, wrapping his arms around her waist, suggesting that after such a long day filled with meetings, she should retire early. "All right," Ying Feng replied, placing the small luminous orb on her bedside before fetching her clothes to freshen up. After her bath, she rested against her bed, performing the daily healing routine for the little luminous orb. Hess emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel, only to find Ying Feng absent from their room. Upon checking the adjoining room, he discovered her peacefully asleep, cradling the small orb, her silken hair cascading over the pillow. With a resigned sigh, Hess carefully placed the orb on the bedside and lifted Ying Feng back to their room. The long night stretched on, and he pondered how she could retire so early. It was Hess who urged her to rest, yet it was also he who kept her from a good night's sleep. He playfully kept her awake until dawn before finally allowing her to rest. The following day, Ying Feng found herself unable to rise. Fortunately, arrangements had been made. Scientists and various administrators were on hand to manage affairs, seeking her counsel only for matters beyond their resolution. The extraordinary technological prowess of interstellar advancements swiftly addressed the long-standing issues plaguing humanity on Earth. Governance on Earth progressed in an orderly fashion, achieving significant milestones in a short span. The natural ecology ceased its decline, species no longer faced malignant mutations, and the vitality of nature began to rebound. Human endeavors were being restored, and under Ying Feng's coordination, Earth was divided into numerous nations, both large and small. Mutated organisms that could be salvaged were retained, while those that could not were compassionately eradicated. Despite encountering numerous challenges, most arose from the obstruction of humanity itself. The insatiable greed of mankind was a far greater menace than any mutated creature. However, in the face of overwhelming force, all resistance crumbled. After a few stern lessons from Hess, compliance ensued. Plans were executed one by one, and Earth flourished under Ying Feng's guidance. Regardless of the changes enveloping the planet, Hess and Ying Feng continued to reside in their original home at the Sait base, a sanctuary filled with shared memories, a true abode for the two of them. Chapter 164. Hess's proposal. On a certain serene afternoon, Hess returned home early to prepare a meal and tidy up their shared abode. Ying Feng had gone to inspect the transformation progress of a city ravaged by a formidable, mutated creature, and by the time she returned, it was already quite late. As she entered the dimly lit home, calling out for Hess while switching on the lights, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. The familiarity of Hess's hug was ingrained in her very being. Even without seeing him, she instinctively knew who held her. "Hess, what are you doing?" "I'm hungry." "Is dinner ready?" "How could the illustrious sovereign be hungry?" Hess teased. "When you're not by my side, I can eat anything. But when you are, I can only savor the meals you prepare." Ying Feng's words, laden with dependence, delighted Hess immensely. "Well then, I certainly cannot let my wife go hungry." Ying Feng flushed. "What are you talking about? Who's your wife?" Hess chuckled softly. "You will be, soon enough." As the lights flickered on, the room sparkled brilliantly. Ying Feng gazed in astonishment at the string lights adorning their home. "What have you done?" Even though Ying Feng had witnessed the vastness of the starry seas, Hess's creation of a celestial haven left her utterly mesmerized. "It's beautiful," she exclaimed. Hess knelt before Ying Feng, presenting a dazzling gemstone ring. This exquisite jewel, a rare find from an undeveloped primordial planet, was a nebulous stone. Within the translucent center swirled a breathtaking scene reminiscent of the cosmos, captivating at first glance. Yes, Hess was indeed preparing to propose. Both hailing from Earth, Hess adhered to its traditional customs for his proposal. He had never envisioned a grandiose ceremony witnessed by the entire universe, stripped of all external identities. He was simply Hess, and she was merely Ying Feng. They were kin and lovers, having supported one another since childhood. Now, he merely wished to propose to his beloved in the comfort of their former home, with unwavering sincerity. Hess gazed up at Ying Feng, his starry eyes brimming with affection. "Xiao Feng, we have been together for over a decade. We grew up side by side, struggling to survive together. As we matured, we remained inseparable. When you faced an unfortunate incident, forcing us apart, I desperately searched for you. Finally, fate smiled upon me and brought you back to my side. Even though you have undergone incredible changes, my feelings for you have remained steadfast. Over the years, I have been your friend, mentor, brother, and boyfriend. Now, I seek to become your lawful husband. Will you accept?" Ying Feng's eyes glistened with tears as she struggled to articulate her emotions. All she knew was that she felt joy, excitement, and a hint of wanting to cry. Their journey had been arduous, yet through countless trials and tribulations, across vast seas of stars, their love had endured. Extending her hand towards Hess, she whispered, "I do." Hess took Ying Feng's hand, kissing it reverently before placing the ring upon her fourth finger. As she tilted her head back, a glimmer of moisture flickered in her profound gaze. "Xiao Feng, thank you. Thank you for being by my side, and for not leaving me." "What foolish words are you saying?" Ying Feng smiled, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks. Hess rose to embrace Ying Feng, gently kissing away her tears, his eyes brimming with deep affection that seemed capable of drowning her in love. "Xiao Feng, I adore you." Ying Feng wrapped her arms around his neck, her beautiful eyes reflecting the visage of her beloved. "I love you too, Hess." Hess slowly lowered his head, capturing Ying Feng's lips in a deep kiss, their hearts, entwined in love, firmly bonded together in that moment, never to part. A night of passionate intimacy ensued. The snow-capped plum blossoms bloomed vibrantly, and together, they ascended the mountain peak multiple times. The following morning, Ying Feng found herself too weary to rise from bed. Hess, brimming with energy, set out to oversee the progress of their endeavors. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit. Everyone who encountered Hess was uplifted by his elation. As he gazed upon the increasingly flourishing earth, thoughts of Ying Feng, now his fiancée, filled him with dreams of a hopeful future. Chapter 165. The past of Little Flower. In these recent days, Ying Feng has been particularly elated, not only due to Hess's proposal but also because there are signs of awakening in Little Flower. For an extended period, Ying Feng has been utilizing wood energy to heal Little Flower's consciousness. A few days ago, Little Flower's consciousness began to show signs of movement, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Today, the activity intensified, and Ying Feng remained steadfastly by her side, neglecting Hess in the process. Hess, feeling a twinge of melancholy, cradled Ying Feng in his lap, saying, "Xiao Feng, you have hardly acknowledged me since yesterday. Ying Feng's gaze remained fixated on the luminous sphere containing Little Flower, offering not a sliver of attention to Hess. Be quiet. It seems Little Flower is about to awaken. Xiao Feng Hess called out plaintively. With no other option, Ying Feng looked up and placed a soft kiss upon his lips. All right, you may go about your tasks. Yet, that single kiss was insufficient. Instead, it ignited the passion that Hess had been suppressing for 2 days. Xiao Feng. Ying Feng did not lift her head. Hess grasped her chin, tilting her face upwards, saying, You ought to Hess captured her delicate, flower-like lips, swallowing her unfinished words. Ying Feng clutched the fabric on Hess's shoulders, unsure whether to push him away or draw him closer. Hess gently shifted his hand from her chin to the back of her head, deepening the kiss infinitely. Ying Feng tilted her head back, leaning into Hess's embrace, compelled to endure his overwhelming affection. Unconsciously, the wood energy flowed out, intertwining with Hess's light energy, surrounding Little Flower's consciousness sphere. Suddenly, the sphere began to tremble violently. The intense shift jolted Ying Feng from the waves of Hess's affection. She pushed him away, ignoring his fervent gaze that yearned for more, and exclaimed in delight, Hess, it seems Little Flower is about to awaken. Hess sighed, recognizing that his beloved was currently preoccupied and would have to wait until evening for their intimacy. He enveloped Ying Feng's hands, which cradled the luminous sphere, gently infusing light energy into it. As wood energy and light energy flowed together, Little Flower finally opened her eyes. Upon awakening, Little Flower felt disoriented, unaware of her circumstances. Little Flower, you have finally awakened. Ying Feng exclaimed joyfully, tears streaming down her face. It is my failure to protect you that has caused you to suffer. Through the hazy glow of the sphere, Little Flower glimpsed Ying Feng and Hess, gradually recalling past events, how she had been captured by malevolent individuals. They subjected her to numerous experiments and exploited her for nefarious purposes, ultimately leading to her self-detonation. Moreover, she began to remember events from even further back, from her time as a living human before becoming the zombie known as Little Flower. She realized she had been dead for over 70 years. On that fateful afternoon more than 70 years ago, the zombie virus erupted unexpectedly, spreading with alarming rapidity, plunging humanity into calamity. Even those who had not been bitten by zombies were doomed to transformation. That day, their family of 3 was surrounded by neighbors who had succumbed to the zombie affliction. To safeguard her, her parents concealed their 5-year-old daughter in a cellar, using themselves as bait to lure away the zombies. In their hurried departure, they imparted one crucial instruction: to remain hidden and not to emerge until they returned after driving off the monsters. She waited and waited until she transformed into a zombie. Yet her parents never returned. From that day forth, she lost all memories of her humanity, becoming a mere wandering little zombie. Being small, she could not compete with the larger zombies, and after her transformation, she had never consumed a human. As she grew weaker, she was inadvertently taken by the survivors of an underground base and became a subject for experimentation. After slumbering for 60 or 70 years, she awakened as the sentient zombie known as Xiaohua. Sister, I remember now. Everything has come back to me. The ethereal consciousness of Xiaohua communicated, unable to produce sound, relying solely on her mental energy to converse with Ying Feng. Ying Feng inquired, What do you recall? I have regained all my memories from when I was human. Ying Feng and Hess exchanged astonished glances, both aware that Xiaohua had previously possessed no recollection of her past life. Sister, I long to return to Earth. Sob sob. Ying Feng smiled. We are already back on Earth. Is that true? Have we truly returned to Earth, sister? More genuine than pearls. Sister, could you take me to see my old home? I wish to glimpse once more the house I shared with my parents. Observing Xiaohua's sorrowful demeanor, Ying Feng nodded vigorously. Of course, where is your home? Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's momentary excitement faded into despondency. I have forgotten where my home is. I do not know which city or town it resides in. Sob sob sob. I only remember its appearance, a lowly house with a small courtyard, where I would sit in my parents' breakfast cart each day, accompanying them as they sold breakfast. Ying Feng frowned, contemplating the scan information. How could she possibly locate Xiaohua's home? At that moment, Hess spoke up. Xiaohua, would you mind if I examined your memories? I may have a way to discover your home's address. Xiaohua nodded eagerly. Yes. Yes, as long as we can find my home. All right. Close your eyes and envision the image of your house, Hess instructed. Now, Hess had mastered the control of mental energy to an extraordinary degree, capable of absorbing and reading her memories without inflicting any harm or suffering. His eyes illuminated with a star-like pattern, and in an instant, he completely accessed Xiaohua's memories. He could not help but furrow his brow. Xiaohua's past had been fraught with suffering and despair. Her existence as a zombie was wretched, and her capture by the resistance for experimentation was even more tragic. The only moments of joy were those spent with Ying Feng and the days before Xiaohua's transformation into a zombie. She had forgotten her given name, only recalling the nickname her parents lovingly used, Zhuzhu, meaning their precious jewel. Those were truly joyful times. Despite their poverty, Xiaohua's parents cherished her deeply, treating her as their most valued treasure. Regardless of how arduous their lives became, the family of three shared smiles and laughter every day. I have a rough idea of where Xiaohua's home is, Xiao Feng. Let's go. Ying Feng promptly picked up the little glowing ball of Xiaohua, intending to take her home today. Chapter 166 Dissipation Remembrance. Xiaohua's former home was situated in the northeastern region of Huaxia. Despite the vast distance of several thousand kilometers, Hess was able to reach the destination in under half an hour by piloting the mecha in flight mode. Huaxia's governance had progressed at an astonishing pace, having restored 80 of its natural ecology. Their timing was fortuitous. Had they arrived a day later, Xiaohua's old residence would have been demolished and leveled. This is it. This is it. Xiaohua exclaimed with fervor, her heart swelling with emotion. She longed to weep but found herself unable to shed tears, instead calling out in sorrowful tones. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Where are you? Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. Zhuzhu didn't wait obediently for your return, Wu. Mom and Dad, did you come looking for Zhuzhu? But Zhuzhu misbehaved and ran away. Wu. Mom and Dad, Zhuzhu has returned. Xiaohua, do not be disheartened. Ying Feng gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, tenderly cradling the glowing sphere of Xiaohua in his embrace. You have fought valiantly to survive. Your parents would not blame you, but rather, they would feel immense pride in you. Really? Whoa, my mom and dad truly won't blame me? Indeed, you are remarkable. You have persevered. You are the most wonderful Zhuzhu in your parents' eyes. Yet, I truly miss mom and dad. Where are you? Please come out and take Xiaohua away with you. Whoa. Exhausted from her tears, Xiaohua's spirit waned, and she gradually fell into slumber. This granted Ying Feng a moment to survey the courtyard. It was an ordinary commoner's yard, dust-laden and dilapidated. The walls had crumbled significantly, the doors and windows were in dire disrepair, and the furniture lay rotting, askew, and forlorn. The ground and walls bore dark stains of blood. On the wall hung a family portrait, depicting a kindly man embracing a tenderly smiling woman, with a small girl nestled in her arms. Ying Feng carefully removed the photograph, wiping away the grime and dust, allowing the smiles of the family to gradually become vivid. Xiaohua with her parents, Ying Feng remarked. Yes, hang it back on the wall. It belongs here, Hess instructed. Indeed, Ying Feng reinstated the family portrait to its rightful place and took a stroll around the small yard. In a corner beneath a tin shed, he discovered a dilapidated breakfast cart, its rusty railings still adorned with an old-fashioned loudspeaker. He picked up the loudspeaker and pressed it, but no sound emerged. Naturally, the batteries had long since died. Even if there were power, the recording device was likely beyond repair. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming desire to listen for any lingering recordings within the speaker. This had been Xiaohua's home, had she once sat atop this cart, selling breakfast alongside her parents in the nearby streets or construction sites. Ying Feng pried out the dead batteries, realizing that this model had long ceased production. With a hint of regret, he set the loudspeaker aside. Do you wish to listen? Hess inquired. Yes, I do. Ying Feng nodded affirmatively. Hess took the loudspeaker, examined it, and then, after some tinkering, extracted the wiring and connected it to a power converter. Let us give it a try. Hess returned the recording speaker to Ying Feng. Upon pressing the switch, a long-buried recording echoed through the small courtyard. 3 distinct voices of vendors emerged. The adult would call out, and the child would mimic, accompanied by the joyful laughter of a family of 3. Male voice, sticky rice dumplings. Child's voice, sticky rice dumplings. Female voice, tofu pudding. Child's voice, tofu pudding. Male voice, freshly ground right at home. Child's voice, freshly ground at home. Female voice, sticky rice dumplings. Child's voice, sticky rice dumplings. The parents laughed heartily, praising the child. Haha, Zhu is wonderful. The little voice giggled, tofu pudding, freshly ground. Amidst the looping sounds from the speaker, the little flower, who had initially drifted into slumber, gradually stirred awake. Is that the voice of my mommy and daddy? Mommy and daddy, have you come to pick up Zhu? Little Hua? Ying Feng furrowed his brows, observing the orb of light, sensing something amiss with little Hua's condition. Xiao Feng, little Hua's consciousness is fading. Hess reminded. What? Ying Feng gasped, quickly channeling wood energy to her, while Hess also supplied light energy to little Hua. Yet, no matter how much energy they offered, little Hua continued to diminish. Little Hua, Ying Feng urged. Hold on, I will protect your consciousness. His desperate calls momentarily brought little Hua back to awareness. She gazed at Ying Feng with crescent-shaped eyes. Sister, my name is Zhu. My mommy and daddy have come to pick me up. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. Little Hua grew increasingly faint, and their efforts proved futile. Sister, you and brother Hess must be happy. Little Hua. Tears streamed down Ying Feng's face. Mommy and daddy, Zhu is coming. Zhu will never part from you again. The orb of light in Ying Feng's hands dissipated completely, and little Hua transformed into a scattering of golden light, drifting skyward. Little Hua. Ying Feng sobbed uncontrollably, while Hess tenderly embraced her. Xiao Feng, you have done enough for little Hua. It is a good thing that she reunites with her parents. You should rejoice for her. Hess. Ying Feng buried her face in Hess's chest, weeping freely. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity, before Hess carried the exhausted Ying Feng back to the silver-white mech. Before leaving, he instructed the local governing authority not to demolish the small courtyard, but to restore it to its original state, preserving the furniture within. The courtyard was to be set apart and carefully protected. Henceforth, this humble little courtyard was permanently preserved, becoming one of the relics of the apocalyptic events in human history. Chapter 167. The wedding of Hess and Ying Feng 3 years later. The governance of Earth has been thoroughly accomplished, and this land, once ravaged by apocalyptic tribulations, has been revitalized. This remote asteroid of the solar system has officially been integrated into the star network. Ying Feng has established an interstellar aviation port, attracting numerous interstellar talents to reside on Earth, vigorously advancing the technological development of the planet. While Earth still has a considerable journey ahead to reach the average standards of interstellar society, that day is surely not far off. The inhabitants of Earth, much like the Tyasim, revering Feng as the Holy Lord. However, she refrains from intervening in the planet's autonomy, serving merely as an honorary figure. The wedding of Hess and Ying Feng has been delayed for 3 years. Now, Ying Feng is finally prepared to bestow upon Hess a formal identity. Their nuptials are to be held in a burgeoning city on Earth, a city that once was a desolate ruin. It is in this very wasteland that Hess and Ying Feng first encountered one another during their childhood. They wished to celebrate their most significant ceremony in the place where their paths first crossed. The venue for the wedding has been set in the central square of the city. Like countless other newly revived cities on Earth, this one is just beginning to flourish, with various facilities still lagging behind. Although the square is spacious, it bears a somewhat rudimentary appearance. The wedding planners have adorned the site to evoke the atmosphere of a battlefield wedding. Despite its lack of opulence, it possesses a resilient and vibrant beauty of life. The flowers blooming in the grassy expanse sway gracefully in the wind, and the small wildflowers defiantly sprouting through the cracks of the square's edges are equally enchanting. The wedding of His Majesty the Holy Lord of Tyasim and the General of the Federal Empire is naturally set to attract numerous esteemed guests. This marks the first occasion that Earth welcomes interstellar dignitaries, with high-ranking officials and nobility from various interstellar nations in attendance, especially from the Federal Empire and Tyasim. The show of grandeur from both sides grows increasingly extravagant, each striving to outshine the other, dispatching their distinguished aristocrats to uphold their prestige. At this moment, humanity on Earth comprehends the elevated status Hess and Ying Feng hold within the interstellar community. Those who once harbored treacherous intentions have completely extinguished their ambitions. What could they possibly compare? In terms of lifespan and misfortune, they might have had a chance. Not only are the inhabitants of Earth astounded, but even the interstellar nations marvel at this wedding, which boasts the most illustrious assembly of guests in history. Friends of the couple, including Andrew, Yi Jinghong, and Old Zhang, are esteemed attendees. Additionally, several friends Ying Feng made at the Kunloon base, such as Xiang Mingyin, Du Ping, and members of the Spark team, have come to partake in the celebration. Amusingly, within the VIP seating area of the wedding, there is a large aquarium occupying the space of 4 seats, home to a plump jellyfish and a lively group of smaller jellyfish. The officiant for the ceremony is Cryan, the Prime Minister of Tyasim's cabinet, who has invested immense effort into the holy marriage of his sovereign, aware that the Holy Lord would be celebrating her wedding on Earth. Cryan dedicated himself to the restoration of the planet. The rapid revival of Earth's natural ecology within just 3 years is largely attributed to his contributions. Despite the multitude of guests, Ying Feng and Hess have considered environmental concerns and adhered to principles of frugality, avoiding overly intricate and extravagant proceedings. Now all the guests are in their places. The most auspicious moment does not lie in the past or the future, but is found solely in this very instant. Hess cradles a bouquet of flowers he cultivated himself, anxiously yet eagerly awaiting the appearance of his beloved. Today, he dons a meticulously crafted white handmade suit, with even the bow tie designed by a renowned interstellar fashion maestro. The impeccably tailored attire elevates Hess's charm to a new echelon, causing the female guests to be utterly captivated by him. Flanking the path to the altar are vibrant blooms. And when Ying Feng appears around the corner at the end of the floral aisle, Hess's breath nearly falters. The guests collectively gasp in awe. The divine beauty of the Holy Empress Tyasim is simply breathtaking, clad in a simple yet elegant white satin wedding gown that accentuates her alluring figure. Her long lace-trimmed veil shrouds a face of unparalleled beauty. Ying Feng gazes at her beloved at the end of the flower-strewn path, gently curling her crimson lips. In that moment, the world seems to diminish to just the two of them, rendering everyone else invisible. At this moment, as he watches his beloved glide toward him, the usually decisive and strategic General Hess wears a foolishly radiant smile. Even before Ying Feng reaches him, he extends his hand in anticipation. Her laughter, sparked by his silly grin, resonates with delight. The enchanting beauty smile elicits yet another round of gasps from the audience. Hess, feeling a surge of impatience, thinks the path is poorly designed. It is far too long. When Ying Feng finally places her gloved hand into his palm, his heart finds solace. Hess clasps Ying Feng's hand tightly, his smile revealing a set of pearly whites, and they share a deeply affectionate gaze, oblivious to the world around them. As the ceremony progresses, the officiant, Cryan, must interrupt their almost tangible connection. Clearing his throat, they snap back to reality, exchanging smiles before standing attentively before him. Cryan unfurls the ancient Earth Bible and solemnly inquires in the Earth language he has practiced for many days. General Hess, do you take this sacred vow in the presence of? I do. Hess eagerly interrupts, prompting a wave of laughter from the audience. Ying Feng casts a playful glance at him and whispers, "Why the rush?" Hess kisses Ying Feng's hand, grinning widely. "Xiao Feng, I love you, irrespective of your beauty or flaws. Xiao Feng, I love you, whether you are male or female. Xiao Feng, I love you, in life or in death. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You are my one and only in this life and in the next, my eternal love through countless lifetimes. Should you transform into clouds in the next life, I will become the wind that accompanies you. Should you become the moon, I shall be the star that watches over you. We shall never be separated, in life or death." This grand declaration leaves the guests in awe, while the focal point, Ying Feng, feels a surge of emotion as a crystalline tear glides down her exquisite visage, her heart brimming with love. "Hess, having you in this life is my utmost fortune. All the luck I have accumulated across lifetimes was solely to encounter you. I am eternally grateful to the heavens for bringing you to my side." Cryan savored the sumptuous dog food banquet, tenaciously fulfilling his duties. "Ying Feng, do you solemnly pledge in this sacred wedding to walk hand in hand with Hess through all that the future may hold, steadfast in life and death, forever united?" With her eyes sparkling, Ying Feng gazed into Hess's eyes, her crimson lips parting to utter three words that resonated like celestial music in Hess's ear. I do. The guests erupted in applause, and Cryan boisterously proclaimed, "Let us exchange rings." The prepared jellyfish, piloting a miniature jellyfish vessel, gracefully delivered a pair of wedding bands to the stage. Congratulations to you both on finally achieving your union. May your nights be filled with love. And may you soon be blessed with a multitude of children. The jellyfish cheerfully shared blessings meant only for the trio. Ying Feng nearly burst into laughter, thoroughly amused by the jellyfish's penchant for mindless novels. Hess, whose world revolved solely around Ying Feng, found for the first time that the jellyfish's love for stories was not entirely a detriment. Hess gently slipped the female ring onto Ying Feng's ring finger, and she reciprocated. Cryan laughed heartily. The ceremony was complete, and the groom could now kiss the bride. Amidst the jubilant cheers and applause of the guests, Hess embraced Ying Feng, choosing not to lift her veil but instead bestowing a devout kiss upon her lips through the delicate fabric. The gentle breeze lifted Ying Feng's veil, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This sacred and beautiful moment would forever be etched in the hearts of all present. Regardless of the passage of time, whenever the interstellar folk recounted this wedding, they would marvel at the pure love shared by the couple. Chapter 168. The progress of femininity at 105 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. With the robust support from Tyasim and the Federal Empire, Earth's technological advancements have approached the interstellar average. Since last year, waves of Earthlings have embarked on interstellar journeys for study and exploration. For the past few years, Hess and Ying Feng have been shuttling between Tyasim, the Federation, and Earth. The two have rarely been apart, their bond deepening with each passing day, making them a paragon of interstellar matrimony. However, today, this exemplary couple seems to be experiencing discord, with Ying Feng seemingly upset with Hess. Having returned to Tyasim, Ying Feng has deliberately ignored Hess for 7 hours and 25 minutes. Hess, unable to bear the thought of angering his beloved, feels as restless as an ant on a hot stove. He clutches a jellyfish pot, intending to enlist the aid of the great jellyfish to help soothe Ying Feng. The great jellyfish inquires, "What happened? Why is Ying Feng so upset?" Hess, omitting the details, vaguely explains that he inadvertently caused Ying Feng to become pregnant. Although Ying Feng has come to terms with her fate as a woman, she is not yet prepared for motherhood. The mere thought of bearing a child overwhelms her with anxiety. As her agitation escalates, Ying Feng leaves through the back door of the palace. Aware that Hess can sense her location, she sends him a stern message, "Do not follow me." Hess, who had just begun to step forward, hesitates, feeling utterly distressed. The great jellyfish asks him, "Do you want to be a father?" Truthfully, Hess is not particularly eager for fatherhood. The idea of a child diverting Ying Feng's affection dissuades him from wanting to take on that role. Yet, this situation was genuinely unforeseen. He never anticipated that a single night without precautions would lead to Ying Feng's pregnancy. Wandering aimlessly aboard a starship, Ying Feng unknowingly arrives at the sacred star of Tyasim. She forbids her attendants from approaching and sits alone by the sacred lake, gazing vacantly at the tia tree on the island of Divine Heart. A gentle breeze wafts from the island, and faintly, Ying Feng seems to hear someone asking her, "Child, what troubles you?" Feeling stifled and lacking an outlet for her emotions, she inadvertently confesses, "I was once a man, but due to an unforeseen incident, I became a woman. Initially, I thought merely surviving was enough, and I accepted my fate as a woman. However, destiny delights in tormenting me. I inadvertently became pregnant, yet I am psychologically unprepared to embrace motherhood. Destiny is not toying with you. Everything is part of a grand design. Your child arrives with love, a testament to the bond you share. Do not let the prospect of a child burden you. Such worries will cause them distress. If they sense their arrival is ill-timed, they may choose to depart." "What? My child would leave me?" Ying Feng stands abruptly, bewildered. "Why would they go?" "Because they love you and do not wish to see you suffer." As Ying Feng touches her flat abdomen, the thought of her child potentially leaving her fills her heart with sorrow. She felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness, grappling with the reality of impending motherhood, while simultaneously dreading the thought of her child leaving her. Within her womb resided a tiny life. If this life were to depart, where would it go? Would it silently perish in a desolate corner? The mere contemplation of her child's unanticipated predicament tightened Ying Feng's heart, filling it with a bittersweet ache. This child was innocent. The faults lay with us, the parents. They should not bear the consequences of our errors. He's unable to quell his concern for Ying Feng, sought her out in secret. Hearing her sorrowful words only deepened his self-reproach. Xiao Feng. He's hurried to embrace her. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Ying Feng replied, her voice brimming with indignation. Xiao Feng, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have pressured you after exhausting all options. Ying Feng quickly covered his mouth. What are you saying out there? Have you no shame? It's all my fault. Blame me, blame me. He's kissed the palm of her hand, gently lowering it as he continued in a soothing tone. Ying Feng pouted, muttering under her breath, I've told you countless times I don't want this, yet you have never listened. Xiao Feng, scold me if you wish. It's all my fault. His admission came swiftly, but would he listen afterward? Xiao Feng, I can heed your every word, except for this matter. I truly cannot restrain myself. With his beloved soft and fragrant in his embrace, he felt that a true man could not hold back. Can you allow me to sleep before 11 at night? Is that possible? Certainly, henceforth we shall retire by 7 in the evening. You. Ying Feng's finger trembled with exasperation, nearly driving her to despair. He's pressed a kiss to her trembling finger, softly pleading, Xiao Feng, let us return. Your body cannot endure this turmoil. Humph. It's all your fault. It's my fault. Indeed. The timing for this child is not right. Perhaps we should terminate the pregnancy and wait until you are ready to have a child. Or perhaps we should decide against having children altogether. Ying Feng cast a reproachful glance at him. How can you say such things? You are the child's father. Don't you feel any pain in your heart for saying that? Then shall we proceed with bringing the child into the world? I do not wish to have a child. Then we shall terminate it. You are so cruel. He's felt overwhelmed, no matter how he tried to console her. Nothing seemed to work. What was he to do? Let us return. The wind here is strong, and we risk falling ill. I want to go. This time, he's disregarded her protest and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. The winds from the direction of Shenshin Island began to subside, leaving a sweet, cloying scent in the air. Upon returning to Xianmu Star, he's carried Ying Feng all the way to the temple without allowing her feet to touch the ground, drawing the attention of countless hidden cameras capturing their every move. The interstellar netizens were growing weary of the pure and harmless affection shared between the two. In the comment section of a trending post on the interstellar hot search list, those infuriating couples, completely disregarding the plight of us single folks. Crisis. JPG, absolutely delightful. Sweet yet not overwhelming. How do they manage to be inseparable every single day? Perfect. I didn't have breakfast today, so I saved on breakfast expenses. Deathly smile. JPG. Oh dear, General Hess, the devoted husband, is simply too handsome. Oh my, General Hess is so fortunate. The beautiful and delicate Tyasim. To have such a wife, what more could one desire? I am utterly fed up with this daily diet of dog food. I must find a partner this year. Watching others fall in love is far more enjoyable than being in a relationship myself. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Hess gently carried Ying Feng into the master bedroom, placing her on the bed with utmost care, as if handling a fragile object. Little Feng, are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? Ying Feng playfully hit him. It's all your fault. I'm going to be a mother now. Blame me. Blame me. Don't hit. Let me hit myself. If I hurt my hand, that would be unfortunate. Hess clenched his iron fist, ready to strike his own chest, but Ying Feng quickly grasped his large fist, exclaiming, Stop. What are you doing? Do you want to hurt yourself and make me worry? I won't allow it. The great jellyfish nearby was utterly mortified, despite being a jellyfish. It too had its own rights. Couldn't they consider its mental and emotional well-being? It was a jellyfish. It didn't enjoy dog food. You too. Enough already. With my size and brightness as a jellyfish lamp, how can you not see me? I suggest both of you get your eyesight checked. The great jellyfish huffed angrily. Oh, dear. I'm going to be a mother, but I'm not ready. Ying Feng cradled the jellyfish jar in her arms. What should I do? What to do? What to do? Can't you see I've split into a pool of little jellyfish? You only have this one child. Oh, wait. The great jellyfish examined Ying Feng's body closely, gasping in surprise. Ying Feng, you have 2 babies in your belly. Wow, they're so clever. They can already vaguely greet me with their psychic energy. And it's only been less than 2 months. What? I have 2 babies. Ying Feng gasped, her face paling. Hess furrowed his brow. Bearing twins was far too perilous. Little Feng, we cannot keep these 2 children. He could not bear the thought of even the slightest danger to Ying Feng's life. Hess, you are their father. You can't say such things. It will frighten them. Ying Feng carefully placed her hands on her belly, gently soothing the babies within. Hess remained unconvinced, but little Feng, carrying twins is far too dangerous for you. Will you put us 3 in jeopardy? Ying Feng interrupted. I will protect all 3 of you with my life, Hess declared without hesitation. Then that settles it. Ying Feng caressed her belly, fully embracing her fate at that moment. She would bring these 2 children into the world. The birth of a new generation. After 10 months of pregnancy, Ying Feng safely delivered a pair of twins. He was so elated that he could hardly walk straight. Cradling her 2 children, Ying Feng was overwhelmed with maternal affection. At that moment, the twins had no inkling that they would one day grow into a source of immense concern. One was an adorably cute little girl with white hair. Yet her heart was as dark as her hands were ruthless. Even human traffickers would regret their wicked pursuits after crossing her path. The other was a little boy with black hair, who appeared obedient before his mother but was, in reality, a cunning little trickster. He could deceive villains into helping him count their ill-gotten gains. Fortunately, their parents possessed sound morals, and the children grew up neither warped nor misguided, but rather surpassing their parents, instilling awe across the interstellar nations. As time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, He and Ying Feng celebrated 50 years of marriage. Both were extraordinary individuals, transformed by the power of energy orbs. Even in their 70s and 80s, they retained the vitality and appearance of those in their 30s. Today, He strolled hand in hand with Ying Feng through the streets of a city in Huagua on Earth, wearing hats and dressed in casual simplicity. They walked together along the quaint streets at dusk. Earth had ascended to the forefront of interstellar prowess, and the atmosphere on the streets was peaceful and harmonious, with people joyfully living in a secure and beautiful world, free from the shadows of the apocalyptic past that loomed half a century ago. He held Ying Feng's hand, occasionally sharing a few words that elicited joyous laughter from her. The setting sun cast long shadows of the couple, who leaned on each other. In the twilight, their silhouettes seemed to transform endlessly, from small children to side-by-side youths, from loving young adults to elderly companions with silver hair, their hands intertwined never to part. 2 hearts in love remained unaltered. Through the long and arduous journey of life, the fortunate lovers found bliss. May all lovers in the world ultimately unite. End of the text.